Chapter 000 The Pride of China, Prologue, February 22, 2019. Chinese Street. Me. It's a math competition that has the world's attention. He broke the deadlock of nearly a century without significant progress on Goldbach's conjecture. Experts and scholars from all over the world spoke out in unison, saying that this great feat was enough to advance the world's science and technology by 50 years. He, who has received global attention. He, who has won the applause of the world. On the podium, he faced the camera and solemnly swore to the world that he would lead all mankind and create prosperity. He said his ultimate dream was to make the people of the world live in peace. He is a model for mankind and the pride of China. For Xia, his ideal was communism. For the world, his ideal is a commonwealth of nations. His name, from this moment on, is stamped on the milestones of world development, recorded in the annals of China and the world. Haochen Su, born August 8, 1998. On this day, he was just 20 weeks old. Actually, he wasn't always this good. Just over 4 months ago, he was an average college student who needed a part-time job to make ends meet. Because all of a sudden he got a system, and from then on life changed forever. It has also allowed him to level the playing field and achieve the astounding splendor he has today. And as anyone knows, the glory will surely continue. This is just a starting point. Just as the people of the world were getting excited, there was a sudden and violent vibration in the arena. Earthquake. I don't know if this was the heavens being excited by it as well, or if it was because Su Haochen had peeked into the secrets of mathematics and suffered divine punishment from the heavens. A message was urgently sent from the Huaxia country, telling Su Haochen and his group to quickly retreat to a designated place. Professional protection is available there to ensure that they can be safe and sound. When he received the call, Su Haochen resolutely refused. He said there are a lot of Chinese people in the Chinese streets and rice. These people were in desperate need of rescue, and he couldn't just stand by. Ignoring the anxious shouts on the other side of the phone, Su Haochen rushed out of the arena as fast as he could. Followed closely by his side were 4 women: Lin Mengzhu, Yin Ziru, Lu Xin, and Su Yuechen. This is the entirety of the line he brought to Rice. Now he's about to take 4 women and rescue the Chinese in the midst of a disaster. The earthquake occurred on February 19 and 3 days have passed since then. Rice's rescue team was nowhere to be seen. Because this is Chinese Street. The rescue team from Xia didn't arrive on time either. When Su Haochen received the call, he also understood that it was Rice who was making trouble out of it. The person on the other side of the phone once again offered to let Su Haochen and his group retreat to a safe place. But there are still hundreds and thousands of overseas Chinese victims who are still alive or dead. Su Haochen directly crushed the phone in his hand and rushed into the ruins to start a new round of digging. No rescue, no help, not even tools. Even the food is almost out. Only the 4 girls around him, with their soft little hands, were desperately busy with Su Haochen. Some of the victims who were rescued and not too seriously injured also participated in the rescue. It was barely considered to have relieved some pressure on Su Haochen, only due to the shortage of tools. Everyone can only dig with their bare hands. The rescue work is not smooth. The time came to just after 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was getting dark. These days, they had eaten and slept in the wind, and had tasted hardships they had not known before. However, Su Haochen had no complaints, because he are in a foreign country of Chinese compatriots. This is the soul of China. Is the air of the dragon flowing in the blood? The dragon soul of China. Just as they were about to rest for a while, suddenly there were several gunshots. Surprisingly, it was some thugs from the MIB who came to the Chinese street and tried to take advantage of the fire. Su Haochen raised his eyes and looked, his excessive eyesight and mental power allowing him to quickly come to a conclusion. The mob, 145 in all, each with a hot weapon in their hands, was already only 1,000 meters away. Asshole! Su Haochen spat viciously. What the hell is wrong with the officials of this country? Even if they don't come to the rescue, they don't even care about these thugs? With so many of them coming toward Chinese Street, it's impossible for the officials not to have gotten the message. How? When Su Haochen said this, he suddenly thought of something and frowned tightly. Rice doesn't ban guns, but it's not easy to get so many guns at once. And these people, though scattered in formation, were in orderly steps, not at all like a mob. Instead, it's more like, if that's true, then it all makes sense. Su Haochen let out a light sigh. Jealousy, it really is the most terrible original sin. Su Haochen faced the biggest crisis ever. Such a line between life and death, he had experienced. Such powerlessness he had experienced. But today, he was surrounded by 4 other women, facing this close call with him. Seeing the group of people in the distance getting closer and closer, Su Haochen's heart burst with sadness. Maybe today, we'll really have to live and die together. Although the system had given him a physique that was unattainable to ordinary people, it also gave him martial arts that only existed in legends. But after all, he was only human, not divine. when a man is powerful and poor, he may be able to walk away in one piece in the face of so many people with hot weapons, but there is no way to guarantee the safety of 4 girls, and so many refugees, though their target, odds are, is not those refugees. The 4 girls, though, weren't exactly handcuffed, but this kind of behavior of abandoning people, being greedy for life and fearing death, and running away from the battlefield, is not what Su Haochen did. Battle it out. Su Haochen made up his mind, despite the 9 deaths, but before I, Su Haochen, fall, no one can harm a single hair on the woman behind me. In the face of overwhelming vulnerability, even the system can't help much. Su Haochen could only rely on himself, or expect, for that matter, a miracle. Looking at the 4 women surrounding him, they too must have sensed the danger. After all, none of them were ordinary people, and the danger, generically, was getting closer. Yin Ziru, Lu Xin and Su Yuchun, their eyes filled with determination. It seemed to be telling Su Haochen that it was willing to accompany him in life and death, and Lin Mengju's eyes trembled slightly, as if she was hesitating about something. His shoulders were shaking violently as well, as if he was forcing himself to make up his mind about something. Although Su Haochen couldn't be sure, he could roughly guess. Looking at the 4 women around him, Su Haochen had mixed feelings. Each of them is a fish and geese of the face. Can get a person to accompany? It is enough for life without regrets. And today, everyone has experienced too much past with him. In a life and death situation, not a single person chose to flee alone either. It's so good to have you all. On Su Haochen's face, a trace of a pleased smile appeared, and he wrapped the 4 people together in his arms, looking at the enemy approaching in the distance, and then at the 4 girls in his arms. The past is all over the place, surfacing again in front of Su Haochen's eyes. Chapter 001, The Protagonist Who Became a Passerby, Upper, a male dormitory at CSTC, October 14, 2018. Another novel finished, Su Haochen muttered in a small voice. Tucking his cell phone in his pocket, he sat up from his bed, casually slipped on his shoes, and slowly walked out of the dormitory. It was a Sunday noon. Everyone was basically resting, while Su Haochen, however, had to go out and work for money. Su Haochen, a junior majoring in mathematics at Zhonghai College of Science and Technology, is 20 years old. Don't look at Zhonghai, a place that is firmly ranked in the top 3 metropolises in the entire country of China. But this Zhonghai Science and Technology College, it's not really good. It's no wonder that when you look at universities across the country, there aren't many good places that have the word college in them. It's nothing more than an end of the second bench. And this student Su Haochen, apart from a good-looking skin, is basically nothing. His academic performance was a mess, and he was on the verge of being demoted after failing 6 subjects cumulatively in his first 2 years. As for literature, art, sports and whatnot, that has even less to do with him. Whether it's a variety of stage performances or athletic competitions at the games, he's a spectator at best, not even a cheerleader's turn. The only thing I like is literature, and it's not bad, so I joined the school's literary club when I was a freshman. It's just that what's a good writing style for a math major? This is the man. One time his roommate's second brother, Wu Shuang, said to him when he was drunk, Su Haochen, you say you have an empty name of a protagonist, but you're mixed up as a passerby. College, filled with novels, games and relationships, and in this era of the proliferation of web novels, everyone knows that the surname Su is the surname of the protagonist of many web novels. It's basically second only to the Yi and Chu surnames. Both Hao and Chen are common names for the main characters. I have to say, Su Haochen, this name, the genus is quite good. How to listen to a protagonist's name, but he's mixed up, but he's really become a roadie. As for the game, again, it's all over the place. In addition to the several large-scale online games launched by the Carnival Game Company, some small online games are also emerging, but universally it's 2 words: burning money. For a college student from an ordinary family like Su Haochen, there was also no gaming experience at all. As for relationships, Su Haochen really did have a girlfriend named Lin Mengju, also a math major, but not in the same class. After all, people's face value online, in this era of face, just on the freshman year, chasing him actually quite a lot. Soon he too fell in love and couldn't help himself, and so they stayed together for 2 years. Su Haochen has always been frugal. His family gives him $2,000 a month, and he barely spends $200 on himself. The rest was basically spent on his girlfriend, Lin Mengju, and he even worked after school to earn money. Every month basically have to give Lin Mengju 4 or 5,000, and the money earned is even turned over in full. Su Haochen had just left the dormitory building when he received a call from Lin Mengju, a happy smile on his face, but once the call was connected, he heard Lin Mengju complaining with anger. Su Haochen, when will you buy me that gold necklace I want? It's been 2 months. Su Haochen frowned, but didn't dare to get angry and hurriedly said, don't you worry, wait a little longer. Didn't I tell you? My paycheck for this month will be here soon, and my family will pay me at the end of the month, and then it will definitely be enough. There's enough money to buy the necklace, so what will I spend next month? Lin Mingju's voice came out again on the other side of the phone. It was so mean. At least a voice like this was something Su Haochen hadn't heard before. Didn't your family also give you money? Su Haochen muttered in a low voice. However, Lin Mengju on the other side of the phone suddenly exploded and shouted, with a poor guy like you, I don't know how I ever ghosted on you in the first place. Su Haochen's heart was also lit up with fire, but it was quickly suppressed by him, and his heart silently recited, endure, endure. I'm a man. I should give in to the girls. A small breath came out in a whisper. Don't worry, I'm going to work now. When I get off work tonight, I'll come find you and we'll talk in person. Chat about what chat? What's there to chat about? Lin Mengju shouted. Go to your class. A student who is so poor that he needs to work for money. I really don't know how I could have been blind enough to look at you in the first place. And you don't have to come to me. We're broken up. What did you say? Su Haochen was anxious and annoyed in his heart. The anxious thing is, although there were quite a lot of girls chasing after him at first, but he also knows that those are at best a group of appearance association. With his kind of condition, it's really not too easy to find a sincere girlfriend. If he separated from Lin Mengju, then he might have to have a long period of single life by himself next. The point, of course, is that after so much time together, it's really hard to let go. And annoyingly, what does it mean to be a poor student who needs to work for money? If it wasn't for you, Lin Mengju, my family would give me $2,000 a month, which is enough for me to lead a pretty good life. It's not because of you that I work part-time. When the money comes from home, I'll keep $200 for myself and call you with the rest. I give you every penny I earn from my part-time job. You can spend as little as $4,000 a month, or as much as $5,000 a month. And the thousands of dollars you earn from summer and winter vacations are all given to you after school starts. It's been 2 years, not 100,000 but 80,000, and now you resent me for working for a living. Is that a human thing to say? 2 years of giving you money would be almost enough for a down payment on a house on my side of the family. Su Haochen was annoyed in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything more for fear of angering Lin Mengju and losing the last chance to coax her. And Lin Mengju's words really did break his heart, because he sensed that it wasn't a pout with him or a threat. It was a genuine desire to break up with him, because she said we broke up, not let's break up. It is a unilateral and decisive notice, without any hint of even a euphemistic consultative attitude. He wanted to continue saying something, but Lin Mengju's side had already hung up the phone. Su Haochen let out a long sigh, forced back the tears that were about to flow, and slowly walked out of the school gate, walking towards the part-time Mingyang Hotel, which has branches in many cities across the country. It would be close to saying that it is the #1 hotel in the country. It's also a little-known name in the world, being one of only 5 hotels in the Fortune 500. Su Haochen thought about how he could earn more money by doing more work, buy something for Lin Mengju and maybe she'll be able to come around. In addition, he thought some more, that is, if he can get the appreciation of the leadership in the future, after graduation to stay in this Mingyang Hotel, then the future of the work is also even stabilized. He knows, Mingyang Hotel's official staff are all inclusive of food and accommodation, and the monthly salary is not less than 8,000. In the middle of October, Shanghai is already flooded with the slightest bit of coolness, but Su Haochen still had a thin shirt on him, and he couldn't even be bothered to add a coat to himself, and the original clothes. This is intended to go home to pick up the 11th holiday, but at that time, Mingyang Hotel said that overtime during the 11th can get double wages. He gave up the plan to go home, walking all the way to the entrance of Mingyang liquor store. Just as he entered the room, he realized that the atmosphere was a bit off. In the hall, a youth was making loud noises. This youth looked less than 30 years old. His hair dyed light yellow. The body is wearing a name brand, but also looks like the real thing, living a second world image. And across from him, a young woman was standing with tears in her eyes, constantly bowing and apologizing. Under his breath he kept saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Chapter 002, the protagonist who became a passerby. Next, Sister Xin? Su Haochen softly pronounced. This woman was a waitress at the Mingyang Hotel, named Lu Xin. Although it was only a waitress, it was also a genuine university graduate, and in a sense, it was still Su Haochen's older sister by 2 terms. The two met at the Literary Society during Su Haochen's freshman year, and Su Haochen was able to come here this semester to work part-time, which was also introduced by her. She had always taken care of him to the best of her ability, but there was only so much she could do to help as a recent college graduate. The reason why I say some kind of sister is because Lu Xian is a serious student of the China Sea University of Science and Technology, and unlike Su Haochen, it was just an independent college under someone else's name. The difference is that Su Haochen only scored more than 450 points in the college entrance examination, while others, Lu Xin, is more than 650 points. It's just that you can go to the best university in the country, WASU. You just can't pick any good majors. This Lu Xin studied law. Undergraduate work is not very good to find, because the family conditions are relatively poor, so did not choose to continue to graduate school, directly to this Mingyang hotel work. The pay was pretty good and she was thinking of earning 2 years before going to graduate school. I also didn't expect to encounter such a thing today. Quite a few people were gathered there, but no one ever came forward to say a word of advice. Although Su Haochen had just arrived, he could tell that the young man was being unreasonable, and even though Lu Xin had some minor faults, he was very aggrieved. Thinking that once Sister Xin had taken good care of herself, Su Haochen was about to take a step forward. Hey, what are you doing? A man next to him pulled Su Haochen back. Yang Shua, the hotel's waiter, has been doing this for more than 3 years, nearly 30 years old, and Su Haochen's relationship is still good. Su Haochen was pulled back, and before he could speak, Yang Shua opened his mouth again and whispered, "Don't get yourself in trouble. Do you know who he is?" Just then, the youth was heard roaring loudly again. "Letting you lick me clean is giving you face. If you give me face, get out of here. I'll make sure you don't get along in Zhenghai." According to Su Haochen's understanding, this Lu Xin was one who came from a small place to study in the Middle Sea, without a single connection. He also got into the Mingyang Hotel on his own. Of course, there's a direct correlation to her over-the-top facial features. Out of all the waitresses, if she was second in face value, no one would dare to say they were first. And that young man, at first glance, is a rich second generation from Zhenghai. If he was allowed to bully him, then Lu Xin really didn't have the slightest ability to fight. Su Haochen naturally knew that he wasn't capable of much either, but thinking that Lu Xin had taken care of herself so much before, and this time she had encountered something, if she was a shrinking violet, then Su Haochen would definitely not have the face to face Lu Xin again in the future. Thus, Su Haochen took a step forward and said, "This big brother, let's be forgiving. You're like this. It seems like you're going a bit too far. It seems that Xin has soiled your clothes. We can clean them for you, but this licking clean, please forgive us for not being able to follow orders." Su Haochen spoke in an unassuming manner, and because he walked out too quickly, Yang Shua couldn't pull him back, and could only sigh softly behind him, shaking his head. It was also true that although he and Su Haochen were on good terms, they weren't exactly the good brotherly kind. It was none of his business for Su Haochen to be a standout. He was just sighing that Su Haochen was still young and unintelligent. "Yo, I didn't expect this to have an out." The youth laughed out loud and rushed at Su Haochen. "By the looks of you, you must be a college student who works here part-time. I see you're quite courageous. I don't want to get into it with you today, but I'm telling you, don't be a standout. It's not the turn of a poor student like you who needs to earn money from a part-time job to do something like heroically saving a beautiful woman. Get out." This was said without mercy. Poor students who earn money by working. These words once again pierced hard into Su Haochen's heart. Both fists clenched tightly, on the verge of exploding. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't leave, but instead had this expression, the youth took a step forward to get closer to Su Haochen, and said with a face of contempt, "What? Still clenching your fists? Give you face you don't want. Still want to make a move is what? I'm telling you, if you so much as touch me, I'll send you to college and prison." Just then, Lu Xian also said, "Xiao Chen, sis, thank you, just leave it alone. This matter has nothing to do with you, you can't control it either." Lu Xian said. Tears couldn't stop flowing down, looking straight at Su Haochen's heart like a knife. "Sister Xin, Su Haochen wanted to say something, and in this situation, he really didn't know what to say. "What? Still not leaving?" The youth sneered. "I would have let her lick it clean and that would have been the end of it, but you had to come and make a mess. Well, now, things aren't over until she's been with me all night," the youth said, walking back to Lu Xin, reaching out and gently patting her face, saying, "Don't blame me. If you do, blame this meddling fellow." After that, there was another chuckle. "Su Haochen, get lost," Lu Xin shouted. "Who told you to mind your own business? Who do you think you are? You're lucky you're not here to cause me trouble. You think you can help me? There was nothing going on, and now you're pissing people off with Mr. Li. You get the hell out of here. Get as far away as you can." Su Haochen looked at Lu Xian, but Lu Xian had already turned his head away from him, and for a while, Su Haochen had mixed feelings in his heart. That young second generation even laughed maniacally. "Ha ha 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 ha, is this the affection between pariahs like you? It really kills me with laughter." And then, looking towards Su Haochen, he said, "Kid, they've told you to get lost. Why are you still here? Go back to your college. If you can't afford to study, simply go home and farm." At that moment, a man, in his early to mid-40s, ran in at the door in a panic. Su Haochen knew. It was the manager of this hotel and a hand, Chen Yang. Chen Yang came in and hurriedly shook hands with the young second-generation ancestor and said with a smile on his face, "Why is young Li free to come here today? I was busy outside just now, and when I heard you were here, I immediately rushed back. I apologize for the small store's poor greeting." The youth laughed disdainfully. "Manager Chen, this girl got the soup on me. My clothes are more than 30,000 apiece. I can't wear them now. You see to it." He only emphasized that his clothes were soiled and kept his mouth shut about the fact that he had just aggressively told someone to lick them clean. "Lu Xin, what's going on?" Chen Yang rushed at Lu Xin and asked. I was just carrying the soup over. Then Li Xiao stood up all of a sudden and bumped into me. Then the soup spilled. Lu Xin explained in a small voice. Only then did Su Haochen realize that, as it turned out, it wasn't entirely Lu Xin's fault. "What? According to you, it's still my fault?" the youth said coldly. "Rest in peace, young Li," Chen Yang said with a smile. "The small store took poor care of things today, and should have arranged for an experienced waiter to serve you, but I'm not here today, and the people down there aren't very good at organizing it. It's my fault for just placing this little waitress who hasn't been on the job long." Chapter 003 Give me a system, up. This Chen Yang certainly understood that Li Xiao did not care about that one piece of clothing, and that dress would never be unwearable because of a little soup spill. He was trying to take advantage of the opportunity to take down Lu Xin, which was the usual routine of rich second-generation people like them in novels. Although this Chen Yang's status was not as noble as Li Xiao's, he couldn't stand to see what he did. There's only so much you can do to try and protect your employees a little bit in your own way. So you continue. That dress of yours will be compensated by the small store. And as for the two of them, I'll have them leave right away and make sure they don't get in your way again. That Li Xiao was still about to say something, but Chen Yang was the first to speak. It's just a little thing. I don't think it's necessary to make a scene at Li Dong's place, right? You know your father's temperament, and I'm afraid it won't even end well when it comes to him. Chen Yang's voice was not loud, but Su Haochen was close enough to hear it. It seems that this job can't be kept, Su Haochen thought in his heart. In that case, then this young man will give manager Chen face. Let's go. Saying that, he left the hotel with the two people who came with him, and Su Haochen could see it clearly. As he left, his gaze remained fixed on Lu Xin with a face full of unwillingness. Watching the three leave, Chen Yang spoke. Why are they all gathered here? Don't you need to do anything? All of you should be busy with what you're doing. Little Xin and little Chen, you two stay behind. Chen Yang's voice was not angry, and soon everyone dispersed in all directions. Oh little Xin, you've been wronged today. Chen Yang opened his mouth. Lu Xin didn't say anything. She didn't know what she should say or what awaited her. Just now, listening to what Chen Yang said to that Li Xiao, he should not be able to keep this job. I've just been contacted by someone on WeChat on my way back, and I know everything that's going on here. It's just, Chen Yang said, looking at Su Haochen. Xiao Chen you're too impulsive. You don't know the identity of that Li Xiao na. Su Haochen similarly didn't say anything, waiting for Chen Yang's next words. Chen Yang sighed and continued. Aside from the headquarters, which has 60% of the shares, this store is the one in which his dad has the most shares, with 20% of the shares. With headquarters not stepping in, it's totally his dad's call. Even I can't afford to mess with him. Su Haochen had already understood Chen Yang's meaning and didn't say anything, but it was Lu Xin who sobbed. Is there really no wiggle room? Chen Yang shook his head and said, Xiao Xin na, you should also see that he is a thief to you. Quickly leave. It is best to leave Zhanghai. With your ability, you can do well anywhere. There's no need for you to be here in the middle of the sea. This place, it's a cannibalistic city, Chen Yang said with a hopeless look on his face, also thinking about how hard it was for him to go all the way in Zhanghai. You too, hurry up and leave, Chen Yang said as he came back to his senses. Su Haochen wanted to ask how this half-month's salary was calculated, but he still didn't open his mouth. Secretly thought, it seems that overtime during the 11th period is also a waste of time, not to mention this half a month, that is, I'm afraid that last month's wages cannot get it. This day, October 14th, is tomorrow before last month's paycheck, and how could the boss be so kind as to give him a paycheck when he was fired today? Su Haochen turned around and walked out. This day, he experienced too much sadness. At this time, he inexplicably did not have the urge to cry. Turns out that sadness reaches a certain point where you don't feel it anymore. Sister Xin, looking at Lu Xin who also walked out, Su Haochen called out in a small voice. But Lu Xin didn't know if he didn't hear or deliberately ignored it and turned to the side. Su Haochen looked at her departing back until it was submerged in the crowd. But Lu Xin never looked back. But one day when the dragon gets water, I will make all of you regret it. Su Haochen clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself. At this moment, He felt like the protagonist who shouted, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth. The protagonist, walking forward aimlessly. Su Haochen didn't know how long he had been walking. The originally overcast sky started raining at some point, getting heavier and drenching him. On his face, he couldn't tell which was rain and which was tears. Su Haochen, who originally thought he wouldn't shed any tears, didn't know when he was already in tears. Everything, it's my fault for having no money and no background. If I had money, Lin Mengju couldn't have left me. If I had a background, I could easily defuse Xian's trouble. Su Haochen's mouth shattered. But, an ordinary family kid from a background like mine, even if I strive as hard as I can now, how can I possibly compare to those big families that have been passed down for generations? Even if it could be compared, then how many decades would it take? Could it be that the only way to get ahead in a short period of time was to get a system like in the novels? System? Those systems of signing in, raffles, fishing, and such. I've read too many novels like that. With the system, the protagonist overrides 10,000 people in a very short period of time, ruthlessly stepping on all those who have angered him. Then, why can't I have a system like this? Can you, please, give me one of these systems? In the rainstorm, in front of his eyes, Su Haochen stood alone in the rain, as if he was one with heaven and earth. At this point, with his heart in his mouth, he was suddenly bursting with inspiration and chanted the verses he felt in the midst of the raging rain. At this moment, how much I resemble the wounded protagonist of a novel that, alone, in silence, this woeful grief, the rainstorm, raging wildly and swirling with a bitterly cold wind. Could it be? It's God's distinctive favor to me. Fiction. So much excitement and fabulousness in the story that, always, it's fascinating to be in a fantasy and exciting. So, why can't I be successful without working for it? God, pray that you give me a system like that. The almost frantic roar lingered in the rain, but it was destined that no soulmate would be able to sit and talk with Su Haochen. Su Haochen shouted this verse that truly expressed his mood over and over again. However, DDT, bam, Su Haochen only felt a sharp pain in his back waist, and his body flew out in the air. Before losing consciousness, a voice was heard coming out of my head. Ding! Due to the host's strong obsession, the reverse heaven system was spawned and is now bound to the host. Ding! The system has detected the host's body damage and is unable to repair it on its own. It is initiating system repair. Ding! The system has detected that the host is in danger and is unable to defend himself. It is activating the system defense. This, before Su Haochen could react, he lost consciousness. He remembers flying high and falling hard to the ground. Only, it didn't feel like it hurt. In addition to the voices in his head, it seems that he also heard someone shouting his name. That voice, very familiar. Su Haochen slowly opened his eyes, felt a burst of thirst, and couldn't help but softly say, water, water. Seeing a cup handed over, Su Haochen directly lowered his head to drink the water. The hand holding the cup was also cooperative. And just like that, half a cup of water was fed into Su Haochen's mouth. I even choked and coughed a few times because I drank a little too fast. Chapter 004, Give me a system. Next, rushing to put the cup down, he reached out and patted Su Haochen's back a few times, saying with concern, are you alright? It's a soft voice, and it's nice. Only then did Su Haochen react, raised his head, saw the familiar face in front of him, and stammered, Xin, Sister Xin? Why are you here? Of course Su Haochen remembered that Lu Xin had lost her job with him, and before that, because of that rich kid's instigation, Lu Xin even scolded him. And then when he left the Mingyang Hotel, he called out to Sister Xin, but Lu Xin didn't pay any attention to him. It was under this series of blows that he went crazy in the rainy street. Then, just get hit by a car. As I had just woken up I was still a bit delirious, but now that I had slowed down, everything that had happened before came back to me. It just feels like I'm missing something. Su Haochen shook his still somewhat dazed head, but didn't recall anything new. It's just that this Sister Xin should hate me, right? Why is she here? Actually, I've been following you since you left the hotel, Lu Xin said slowly. Of course I knew that bastard was deliberately provoking our relationship, but if I didn't say that at the time, I was afraid that he would retaliate against you afterward. So I deliberately scolded you to try to get you to leave me alone. But, Su Haochen will be convinced. Then in front of the hotel, I called you. How can you ignore me? You're such a little kid. Lu Xin was helpless, looking at Su Haochen with a baffled expression. Lu Xin continued, that hotel is that asshole's turf. If I'm chatting with you as soon as I walk out the door, isn't that a clear indication of our relationship? And wouldn't all of the drama that I scolded you for doing in the hotel before be leaked? Su Haochen suddenly realized, looked at Lu Xin with an apologetic face and said, sorry Sister Xin, I thought you, okay, don't say it. Lu Xin interrupted Su Haochen's words. The most important thing for you now is to recuperate well. Looking at the way you were outside just now, I was scared to death. You also lost your job for me. Su Haochen said. Don't say that. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to have this job. How can I not care when you are in trouble? I'm afraid it's because of my insouciant meddling that you threw away your chances. Lu Xin, okay, let's both stop blaming ourselves here. Speaking of which, you've only been doing this for a little over a month, and I've only been doing it for a little over 3 months. There's nothing to give up. Just start over. Lu Xin graduated from college in June and started working at Mingyang Hotel in July. Su Haochen, on the other hand, was led by Lu Xin at the beginning of the first semester in September, and went into the Mingyang Hotel to start a part-time job. Speaking of which, Lu Xin had also received July and August salary, while Su Haochen, at the Mingyang Hotel, was yet to earn a single penny. Right, how long have I been unconscious? Su Haochen suddenly remembered that Lu Xin had said earlier, look at the way you were outside just now. The word just now clearly indicates that not much time has passed, and now on his own, he had neither a syringe nor an oxygen mask. It's not at all like the kind of thing they show on TV where you get resuscitated after a car accident. After seeing your accident, I rushed up to the front, and then called 120. After arriving at the hospital, check said you did not have anything. This doctor also just left not long from your car accident to now. Lu Xin said and glanced at his watch. It's been less than 40 minutes, I think, and just now the doctor said you're fine, and told you to get some sleep, and said. Lu Xin said and stood up in a panic. Su Haochen was also startled and asked, what's wrong? What else did the doctor say? The doctor said you woke up and told me to go get him, and here I was so focused on being happy and talking to you when you woke up that I forgot. Lu Xin blamed himself and said. After finishing, he ran outside. Sister Xin, don't be anxious, Su Haochen said. I also feel like there's nothing wrong with me, so don't be nervous. But before he could finish, Lu Xin had already run out. At this time, Su Haochen was the only one in the ward. Not that he was staying in some high-class ward. It was just a coincidence that there was no one there right now. Su Haochen frowned. It was clear that he had been in a car accident, and in his memory he had been knocked off his feet. How come nothing happened at all? What the hell happened? Suddenly, he remembered the last voice he had heard, calling his name, and it had felt familiar then. Now I finally realized that it was Xin's voice, and before that voice, he heard, right, the system? The system repairs physical damage? The system imposes a defense? And, rewarded with 10 straight draws? Is this real or an illusion? Could it be that the system that existed in the protagonist's mind? The system that helped the protagonist to make a comeback, that he himself now possessed, that he had seen in novels in the past? System, are you there? Su Haochen closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the system with his mind. Yes, master. The system's voice sounded in Su Haochen's mind. A very ethereal and beautiful female voice, exactly like the one I remembered hearing before I passed out. Why did you choose me? Su Haochen asked. All of this, it seemed so unreal to him. Even he suspected that it was simply a dream of his. At that thought, he couldn't help but reach up and pinch himself on the arm. Hiss, still really hurt. It seems, this is not a dream, but he really caught a super good luck. It's literally less likely than winning $10 million in the lottery, and certainly more unbelievable. The system's voice slowly sounded in his head. Master, it was not that I chose you, but rather that this system was spawned by your strong obsession. According to what you obsessively want, this system is called the reverse heaven system, and I hope that it will bring you good luck against all odds. Against all odds, Su Haochen muttered 2 words softly. Just then, Lu Xin hurriedly ran into the ward, and Su Haochen stopped talking to the system, because talking to yourself can easily be dismissed as mental illness. As for the system thing, no one would believe me if I told them, and one wouldn't be foolish enough to say it out loud. After all, it was one's biggest, and only, card. And just then, the system's voice sounded once again. Master needn't worry, the voice of this system can only be heard by you alone, and all you need to do when conversing with the system is to transmit your intention. It was only at this moment that Su Haochen remembered that this was indeed the case in the novel he had read before. The others couldn't hear the system, and he was clearly not skilled at talking to the system with his mind right now. Suddenly remembered that just now, except for that sentence system are you there is in the heart of the silent recitation, the rest of the words are real. Luckily, the house was empty, and of course, it was because the house was empty that he tried to talk to the system, and now that he heard the system inform him, he couldn't help but let out a soft "oh." It made Lu Xin look surprised, not knowing what Su Haochen was talking about, and soon after the doctor walked in, Lu Xin forgot about it. After all, in her opinion, it wasn't a big deal, and there was nothing more important than Su Haochen's body at the moment. Chapter 005, 10 consecutive draws reversal to become a landlord, up, the doctor said with a surprised face after conducting an examination on Su Haochen. Young man, you have a truly great body like I've never seen before. Not a single trauma from the outside or the inside. I really can't imagine how you did it. I simply suspect that you have practiced the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt. Su Haochen smiled slightly to himself. He had heard of this Golden Bell Shield Iron Cloth Shirt. It just seemed to him that it was either a hoax, or if it existed, it was something of legend, not something he could touch. The reason he was not physically injured was because he was protected by the system. Fortunately, at that time even though this system appeared. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have become a vegetable even if I didn't die now, right? After all, the speed he was traveling when he was knocked off the ground was still fresh in his mind. Doctor, then if there's nothing wrong, can I be discharged? Su Haochen asked. That'll do, lad, the doctor said, still with a smile on his face. In fact, how he wanted to leave Su Haochen behind for a few more days of observation, to properly study what kind of material his body was made of, to have such resistance to blows. However, how can we keep people when they have nothing to do now? Should I tell people? Boy, I want to borrow your body for an experiment? Su Haochen just wanted to get out of bed. The doctor said, young man, you first do not rush. Go is not bad this moment. Must first do the relevant procedures. It's not that the doc wants to keep him on purpose. It's just that it does have a process in place. So, Lu Xian told Su Haochen to lie on the bed for a while longer, and she went to do the procedure with the doctor. Su Haochen was happy to do so, as he was also trying to take advantage of this time to draw the 10 consecutive draws that the system had promised as a reward. 10 in a row. Thinking about it all made him excited, and he was already itching to wave his hand and rush Lu Xian and the doctor out the door. Lu Xian left with the doctor, and Su Haochen lay on the bed and used his mind to talk to the system. And it's just as much about practicing communicating with your mind so that you don't accidentally blurt it out again anytime. System, it said before that the reward was 10 consecutive draws. It won't expire, right? Su Haochen asked. I was still a little apprehensive in case I didn't smoke it at the time and it expired after 40 minutes or so. Of course not. Master, do you want to start the 10 consecutive draws now? The system asked. Of course it starts. What are you waiting for if it doesn't? Waiting for the expiration date? Su Haochen thought in his heart, so he slowly said 2 words, start. He was still very much looking forward to the rewards of this 10 consecutive draw. Ding. Opening 10 consecutive draws begin. Ding. First draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Class D reward. 100 million Chinese coins. What? Su Haochen froze. 100 million Chinese dollars? What's that concept? It's unimaginable. And just then, a message came up on his cell phone, showing that he had received 100 million Chinese dollars in his bank card. He purposely counted it, and it was indeed 8 zeros behind one, a whole $1 billion. Originally, he had just over $300 in that card. The $200 left over each month is simply stretched to the limit, and it's hard enough to save that much. Now that's a straight up extra billion. Looking at all those zeros, if he hadn't pinched himself hard just now, making Su Haochen sure that he wasn't dreaming, then he couldn't believe that he was in reality. The 10 consecutive draws still continue, and so do the surprises and shocks. Ding. Second draw. Congratulations to the host for receiving a C rank reward. A Lamborghini Poison Super Top Sports Car. Lamborghini? Poison? Ultra top of the line? Su Haochen knew something about cars, and as a man, it was normal to like cars, but the highest he knew was the top of the line. And what was the super top of the line? And this Lamborghini Poison, he naturally knew, it was the top sports car in the world. There are only 20 of them in the world. So how did this get to you? He knew deep down that without this system, he would never have owned, or even seen, such a sports car in his own lifetime. It's worth about $120 million, and that doesn't even include the super top end. Together with these 3 words of super top quality, it is estimated that no one can get down without $200 million. And that's not the key. The key is that this kind of top supercar is simply priced out of the market, let alone $200 million. Even if you have $2 billion or even $20 billion, you may not be able to buy it. Just what does the C-level reward mean? The one just now was 100 million Chinese coins was level D. Now it's level C. And according to the degree of rewards, this C level is obviously more advanced than the D level is. So what would the top one be? Just as Su Haochen was wondering in his mind, the system voice sounded again. Ding. Third draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a B-class reward. Full ownership of a commercial street in Zhonghai Jinyuan. What? A shopping street in Golden Resources? Su Haochen has naturally been there. Or rather, as long as in Zhonghai, whether it is resident or traveling, or even passing by to do business. And who cannot have been to the Golden Resources commercial street? Basically all the trades, All of them are owned on this street. Of course, illegal businesses like casinos cannot be carried out in the open, and it is naturally impossible to have them on this street. As for the value of this street, Su Haochen naturally didn't dare to estimate it, and it was impossible for him to have that level of thinking. Only, now, the street belonged to him. Next thing you know, he's doing nothing but collecting rent, and not only will he be able to feed and clothe himself, it's almost like you can splurge. B-rated rewards are, indeed, better than C-rated Lamborghini poison. So what's next? Will it be an A-list reward? Su Haochen's heart snickered in anticipation of what exactly the A-rank rewards would be. However, ding! Fourth draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-rank reward. The essence of 12 roads of tan legs martial arts. What the hell? Su Haochen couldn't help but frown straight away. 12 roads of tan legs? I've seen it before in a movie called Kung Fu, but isn't it a fictionalized version of the movie? Suddenly, Su Haochen felt a slight headache, as if many memories were flooding into his mind. And these, naturally, are all about the 12 roads of tan legs, the stances, the methods of practicing them, and the techniques of checking the enemy. Moreover, it was obvious that the legs felt as if they had gained a lot of strength and could not wait to get off the ground and run 2 laps. It turns out that the system draws not only get money and items, but also skills. Moreover, F-rank was such a strong martial art. What would it be like if it was even more advanced? Su Haochen couldn't help but smack his lips for a while. Sure enough, when the system produces something, it must be a fine product. No wonder the protagonists in those novels all became godly heroes by virtue of the system against all odds. Ding! Fifth draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a C-rank reward. 70% equity stake in the headquarters of Mingyang Hotel. Amount. Mingyang Hotel? Su Haochen froze. Wasn't that the hotel where he had worked part-time before? Mingyang in Shanghai was only a branch, subject to the jurisdiction of the headquarters, which he naturally knew. In the capital of China, Jinghua City. Although Shanghai was rich and prosperous, it was nothing compared to Jinghua City. Jinghua City is truly full of high officials and rich people like dogs. Chapter 006, 10 consecutive draws reversal into a landlord. Next. Unexpectedly, just now also in the Mingyang Hotel a branch of the Angry was driven out. In the blink of an eye he had become a major shareholder in the headquarters of Mingyang Hotel. And, moreover, the largest shareholder with 70% of the shares. What does 70% mean? Su Haochen more or less still understands some. Equity more than 2/3. That is called absolute control. That is to say, even if he were to sell the entire Mingyang Hotel now, that would be something that no one could object to. Mingyang Hotel, completely and utterly turned into Su Haochen's one word. The corner of Su Haochen's mouth was slightly upward, and he let out a cold laugh. It seems that it is the sky that wants me to avenge this arrow. Seems like it was just said. But one day, when the dragon gets water, I will make you all regret. Those who have despised, bullied, and humiliated me, just you wait. I, Su Haochen, will slowly settle the score with you. Thinking of this, Su Haochen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. If he hadn't become the major shareholder of the Mingyang Hotel, even if he had gained more rewards from his 10 consecutive draws, then it would have taken a little bit of effort to try to get revenge on that Li Xiao. After all, the county officials are not as good as the current management. Is not a system without conflict of interest. It is also very difficult to nag people, but now it is not the same. Just as Su Haochen was thinking about how to make that Li Xiao lose his reputation, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Sixth draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a B-level reward. All property rights in Zone A of Chentangipin. It was grade B again. Su Haochen was ecstatic in his heart. Chentangipin, the most luxurious neighborhood in Shanghai. Not to mention buying it, even renting it, the monthly rent would be at least 200,000 Huaxia coins. A lot of little rich people choose to rent a house here. Spacious, comfortable and dignified. What? How do you think renting a house is dignified? It depends on where you rent. If you can rent a house in Chentangipin, then you are definitely worth more than 99% of the people in China and the sea. Why not? I thought it was clear that the rich can't afford it. Chentangipin, that is really an inch of land. A square meter to price at least 100,000 yuan. And area A, that's the luxury of luxury, at least $500,000 a square foot. Houses start at 200 square meters, while A zones are at least 500 square meters. Do the math. How many can afford it? Those who can afford to buy a house in Chentangipin are definitely the richest of the rich. There can only be 1 or 2 in a million. And now, Su Haochen directly owns all the property rights of Chentangipin A area. He also didn't know exactly how many houses there were in this district, and now was not the time to use his cell phone to Baidu, because the system 10 consecutive draw was still continuing. He was full of anticipation for the following rewards. Ding! 7th draw. Congratulations to the host for winning the A-rated reward, the Blue Ocean Luxury Cruise Ship. What? A cruise ship? Su Haochen frowned, although he also knew that the A-rank rewards were bound to be super awesome. But what use did he have for this cruise ship? Is it going to be a driving trip out to sea? Everyone knows that the sea is super dangerous. Su Haochen obviously didn't understand the true value of this Blue Ocean cruise ship. After all, with his previous status, things at this level were not something he was qualified to pay attention to. Never mind. Su Haochen helplessly shook his head. Really cannot be sold. Only, what Su Haochen hadn't thought of was that even if he sold it, who would be able to afford a cruise ship of this level? Ding! 8th draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grade E reward, the Patriarchal Calligraphy and Painting Duo. It's another skill-based reward, which, literally, should enhance one's ability to write and draw. This point Su Haochen is quite like. Usually I love to write some articles and so on, sometimes write poetry, but suffering from his own handwords, really do not dare like the ancients as waving ink on the paper, has been also let him feel very bitter. This is great. The Zhongshe level, at first glance, is like a great god. Su Haochen had learned from the novels he had read before that a Zhongshe, that was a higher level of designation than the so-called experts, masters, or whatever. Another slight headache was felt in his head, as if a lot of memories had popped up out of nowhere. This slight pain made Su Haochen enjoy it very much, compared to those old guys who had studied and practiced hard for decades to get the title of so-called master. What was this pain of his? Ding! 9th draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a B-class reward, the Lingyun helicopter. Helicopter? First a cruise ship, then a helicopter? What's this about? Su Haochen was first stunned. After all, suddenly having a private airplane, excitement was inevitable. The first thing that came to his mind was where the plane was going to be parked. What only surprised him was that the helicopter was only a B-rank reward, while that cruise ship from before was actually an A-rank. It's easy to see how that cruise ship is worth more than a helicopter. It's the last time. What's going to come out? Su Haochen couldn't help but think. It seems that the best reward would be an A-rank, right? That cruise ship. I'll have to check it out sometime. What kind of cruise ship is worth more than a helicopter? With this in mind, Su Haochen waited for the last lucky draw, and also waited for the heavenly surprise sent by the system. Ding! 10th draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-rank reward, an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean with an area of 10,000 square kilometers, complete with comprehensive construction, development, leisure, and defense features. S-class? What the hell? Su Haochen was completely shocked and froze there not knowing what to do. I didn't realize that on top of the A-rated rewards, there were S-rated rewards. Moreover, this comes up to reward a small island, or 10,000 square kilometers in size. Su Haochen remembered his hometown, in Liaofu City in northeast China, where the area was just a little more than 10,000 square kilometers. It's all less than 11,000, and the size of this island is almost as big as that one city. Shocked, ecstatic, Su Haochen laughed up to the sky, now hating to fly up to the sky and the sun shoulder to shoulder. Just as he was about to go and think about how he was going to deal with those bastards next and then how he was going to enjoy his life, Lu Xin, who had gone out earlier to do the discharge formalities, returned to the hospital room. Looking at Su Haochen's expression of smiling up at the sky, he couldn't help but freeze in the doorway. Tatsu, you. Lu Xin didn't know what to say. She thought that Su Haochen had some kind of major mental illness. Watching Lu Xin walk into the ward, Su Haochen also realized that he had lost his temper and was full of embarrassment. Sister Xin, you're back. Su Haochen had no words. Lu Xin nodded slightly and said as she walked towards Su Haochen, the discharge procedures have been completed. We can leave now. Su Haochen nodded mechanically, then the two of them walked out of the hospital together. At the entrance of the hospital, Lu Xin said, Xiao Chen, you quickly go back to school. So tossed and turned. It's 4 o'clock. Then where are you going? Su Haochen asked. Me? Lu Xin smiled to himself. Where else can I go? Back to that dormitory of mine to pack up my things, then buy a recent train ticket and go home. Once he heard that Lu Xin was leaving, Su Haochen couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. This schoolmate, the two of them had already spent 2 years together, and if she really went home, then I'm afraid that it would really be a long time before they met again. I can't say I like her. After all, I have a girlfriend. Oh no, I should say there was a girlfriend before that. Su Haochen thought he wasn't a scum, but he still had deep feelings for Lu Xin after all. Only it wasn't love. Chapter 007, it's not supposed to be this kind of plot, above. Su Haochen doesn't think he's a scumbag because he thinks scumbag money is a prerequisite. In the past, he was so poor, how could he not be a scumbag? But now after the money, Xiao Chen looked at Su Haochen out of his mind. Lu Xin reached out his right hand and waved it in front of his eyes. calling out with slight anxiety, fearing that he might have left any after effects. Sister Xin. Su Haochen grabbed Lu Xin's hand. You don't have to go home or leave. Lu Xin's right hand was held tightly in Su Haochen's hand, but she didn't resist, because she also knew that this might also be the last time. She also had an indescribable affection for this schoolmate. After all, she had also been together for such a long time. Just reached out his left hand and patted Su Haochen's shoulder. You don't have to be too sad. After all, there is no feast that doesn't end. I believe that as long as there is fate, we will definitely be able to meet again. What pale words of comfort this is to the sadness of not wanting to part. Karma? How many people are separated once and then never seen again? And how many people, who simply can't remember from whence it came, have been parting? Lu Xin just subconsciously took Su Haochen's no need as don't. And this, Su Haochen also felt. After all, his literary literacy was quite high. Sister Xin, I didn't mean that. Su Haochen hurriedly explained, meeting Lu Xin's uncomprehending gaze and continued. I mean you don't need to go. Ming Yang Hotel, can't fire you. Alright little Chen, you don't have to comfort me. Lu Xin smiled faintly, rightly assuming that Su Haochen was still blaming himself. He was consoling himself. Things are already like this. We still have to move forward. Look, did you let me go first? The hand held by Su Haochen already had a little pain. But Su Haochen, even after hearing Lu Xin's words, still didn't choose to let go. Instead, he continued, come with me to the Ming Yang Hotel. And this time, it's my turn to protect you. What a domineering sentence. Lu Xin couldn't help but freeze. The fantastical thinking of the literati made her feel as if she was seeing an emperor reigning over the world. Only, she soon came to her senses as well. Su Haochen's bottom. She knew too well. Facing a rich kid like Li Xiao from Mingyang Hotel, how could he fight against it? Trying to resist, trying to pull his hand out, but Su Haochen's strength was surprisingly strong. Lu Xin was surprised. Before the understanding of Su Haochen, he is simply the hands of the power of the force. With the words of the ancients that is the shoulder cannot carry the hand cannot lift the scholar. But now, Su Haochen had obtained the 12 roads of Tan Leg martial arts from the system lottery, and his physical quality had been strengthened to a great extent. This includes strength, speed, reflexes and flexibility to name a few. Of course Lu Xin couldn't have known this, and it was even more unlikely for her to know that in just a few short hours, Su Haochen had become the largest shareholder in the headquarters of Ming Yang Hotel. That what's her name, Li Xiao, or even Li Xiao's dad, only had to give him the slip. Lu Xin just felt as if this Xiao Chen really was not quite the same as what he had previously perceived. Could it be that he really has some kind of card? Could it be a young master sent out for training by one of the big families? Now that the trial period has expired, since Lu Xin joined the literature club, he was naturally a lover of literature. Novels have also read a lot, of course, including those network novels. At the moment cannot help but thoughts began to skyrocket. Nonetheless, she couldn't quite believe it. He just let Su Haochen lead him forward, got into a cab, and drove towards the Ming Yang Hotel. Feeling that Lu Xin, who was sitting beside her, was slightly trembling, Su Haochen patted her small hand. Don't be nervous, I told you. This time, it's my turn to protect you. I will not let you be bullied again, and I will make the person who bullied you before pay. Lu Xin smiled and nodded. This feeling of being cared for and pampered had never happened before. At this moment, she suddenly felt happy, and she enjoyed it silently. Anyway, the worst thing that could happen would be nothing more than leaving the Middle Sea on your own. No matter how arrogant that young Li was, he didn't have the ability to come to the school to find trouble with Su Haochen. Just the thought that she might have to leave flooded her heart, a feeling that she hadn't felt before. At the entrance of the Ming Yang Hotel, the two of them got out of the car, and Su Haochen was very dashing and grabbed the money for the car with WeChat first. After all, with a huge amount of money of more than $100 million in his possession now, he naturally didn't care about the $10 or so of taxi money. Of course, the so-called 100 million or so is just over $300 more than the original one. Oh no, after paying for the bus, it's less than $300. Xiao Chen, Lu Xin gently shook Su Haochen's arm. Despite having prepared for the worst, he couldn't help but get nervous when it came down to it. Su Haochen smiled faintly. Don't worry, go in with me. If you don't want to say anything, then don't say anything, and watch me deal with them and everything. Saying that, Su Haochen and Lu Xin walked in together. The corners of Su Haochen's mouth were slightly raised, just like the crooked-mouthed god of war rumored to be prevalent on the internet. He had already thought of the next plot, the two of them going in and being sneered at by some of the lapdogs, and even Manager Chen falling on his sword, and then shocking the crowd by revealing his identity himself. They have regretted it, cried bitterly, and gone up to hug their thighs and cried, begging themselves not to fire them. In the end, he coldly said get out and dismissed a few dogs and Chen Yang together. then make Lu Xian the manager. In the crowd's fearful eyes and Lu Xian's joyful smile dashing away. However, when the two went in, they found Chen Yang and the receptionist girl stood respectfully at the door. As for the other employees of the hotel, they also stood in 2 straight rows. I'm afraid that guests who don't know will think that this store has such good service that it puts up such a front to welcome guests. While Su Haochen was surprised, he could also tell that several of them were still gasping for air, obviously having just run over. Then it must have been Chen Yang and the receptionist girl who had been standing at the door and then summoned them to hurry this way. Could it be to greet me? Su Haochen thought. Su Haochen naturally wouldn't be sure that these people were there to greet him, as he was filled with the plot he had just conceived. Just one thing he seems to have forgotten is what way should he identify himself? It wasn't true that the system had rewarded him with 70% of the equity of Mingyang Hotel's headquarters, but there wasn't the slightest evidence of it. He didn't even have the purchase agreement on him, or for that matter, had no idea where it was. Moreover, he didn't know the phone numbers of those bigwigs at the headquarters of the Mingyang Hotel. In other words, if they really fought today, I'm afraid that he would also leave in a fit of grey under a wave of cynicism because he had no evidence to prove his identity. At best, he would make a big mess out of it with all his fisticuffs, but that might lead to even more trouble for himself. Chapter 008. It shouldn't be this kind of plot. Next, of course, this is all hypothetical now. After all, what's happening in front of us is what's real. Looking at Su Haochen and Lu Xian walking in, Chen Yang first bowed and then said, Mr. Su, Miss Lu, I'm sorry. It's because I had no eyes before and offended you too. Please forgive me. As he spoke, Chen Yang didn't dare to raise his head at all and kept his bowing posture. Lu Xian froze, while Su Haochen thought of something. Do they know who I am? This was no fun. Su Haochen couldn't help but feel a slight hint of unhappiness. Originally, he had thought of performing a big show of face-slapping here, but this instantly made Su Haochen completely have no place to spread his anger. After all, people had apologized so much, one couldn't be unreasonable. Besides, people Chen Yang hadn't done anything wrong in the first place. The current Su Haochen was thinking of hurrying to find that rich second generation. With his virtue, he could surely play along with his own face-slapping act. Just do it. Su Haochen thought in his heart and just wanted to speak, asking Chen Yang to call that so-called Li Xiao. He saw a middle-aged man in his 50s, dragging a young man out from inside, and took a few steps to Su Haochen's front. The middle-aged man shouted kneel before kicking the youth in the leg. The youth was unsteady on his feet and fell to his knees at once, his face full of horror. This youth was none other than Li Xiao, who had caused trouble here before. Lu Xian couldn't help but cover his mouth for fear of screaming out in shock. As for the middle-aged man, neither Lu Xian nor Su Haochen recognized him, but Su Haochen could guess that it must be the father of that rich second generation. He's the one who owns 20% of the shares in this branch. Because of this old man, that Li Xiao dares to be unscrupulous. Su Dong, stammered the middle-aged man. Su Dong, my name is Li Gang, a small shareholder of this store. Before the dog's son Li Jiaba was naughty and offended Su Dong, I specially brought him to make amends to you. You see, Mr. Su Haochen was quite happy in his heart. After all, for the first time in his life, someone spoke to him in such a respectful tone. Also, first time I've used such a term of endearment. It's not supposed to be this kind of drama. Su Haochen seemed to have punched his fist on cotton. After all, reaching out is not a good idea. The fact that people were so lowly and proactive in apologizing left him with no way to start. But this, too, was never going to go away. If he hadn't suddenly gotten a system and raffled off 70% of the shares of Mingyang Hotel, he would have become an existence that they couldn't afford to mess with. Then the previous bullying of himself and Lu Xian in the hotel would only become their gossip after tea. Apologize? That simply cannot exist. How painful it was for myself before. How heartbroken Sister Xian was. This pain, this heartache, must be doubled back to them, even though their apologies seemed so sincere. Su Haochen's face was grim, and he didn't say anything. Lu Xian, on the other hand, has long been shocked speechless, straight staring at Su Haochen. The brain has even stopped thinking. Chen Yang stood there and didn't say anything. Things had developed to this point and were beyond his control. Shrewd as he was, he naturally knew that less talk would offend fewer people. As a result, the scene was very quiet, and the employees of Mingyang Hotel standing on both sides of the scene looked at Su Haochen with different expressions. It seemed to want to see through the young guy he had just met a month or so ago. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't say anything and still had this horrible expression, Li Gang panicked in his heart. I received a call at home earlier, and a notification came from the headquarters side, saying that the biggest shareholder of Mingyang Hotel had changed, and all of a sudden it was 70%, with absolute control. So he hurriedly drove to the Mingyang Hotel, wanting to discuss with Chen Yang what to do next. And Chen Yang, as the branch manager, naturally received the same notice. Li Gang naturally didn't know who Su Haochen was, but Chen Yang could know, and hurriedly called Li Jiabao, that Li Xiao, explaining the seriousness of the matter. Li Jiabao, although playboy, but not brainless, after realizing the seriousness of the matter hurriedly called his father Li Gang. Li Gang received a call and nearly hit a pole with his hand shaking when he heard about it. A burst of cursing at the phone, telling Li Jiabao to hurry to the Mingyang Hotel and wait. Later, the three people met at the Mingyang Hotel and felt uneasiness one after another, which led to the scene Su Haochen saw when he came in just now. Li Gang kicked Li Jiabao's shoulder, and Li Jiabao, who had been kneeling, fell to the ground at once. Wolf climbed up, but remained kneeling there, not daring to move. Li Gang naturally felt sorry for his son, but now if he didn't do it to Su Haochen, I'm afraid that his son's fate would be even worse, and even their whole family would be dragged into it. Apologize to Mr. Su, don't play dumb there, Li Gang roared. Li Jiabao was scared to death. How could he still see half of the unbeatable look he had before? Stuttering, he said, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, it's me. Shut up. Before Li Jiabao could finish speaking, Su Haochen interrupted with a voice. The voice was very soft, but it gave an irresistible feeling, and Li Jiabao immediately stopped talking. Where's that snotty look you had before now? Su Haochen narrowed his eyes at Li Jiabao. So your name is Li Jiabao. I thought you were just called Li Xiao. Looking at Su Haochen's expression and listening to Su Haochen's tone, Li Gang knew that this matter could not be settled. Can't help but let out a soft sigh, secretly thought that it was all because he had spoiled the child all these years, and he must be strictly disciplined afterward. Just how to discipline after this can be said later. How to pass this hurdle right now. If Su Haochen, the big shot, really wanted to pursue the matter, then there was no need for any other method. Just report the case. Over the years, he himself has taken up shares here, and his hands and feet are not very clean, and he has done a lot of unseemly things behind the back of the headquarters. Once exposed, one faces the inevitable jail time. Su Dong, the dog's son is naughty. You adults do not remember the small man. Please let him go once. The small man here again to make amends to you. Li Gang was fawning again. Su Haochen said with a cold snort. Put away that face of yours. This bullying of men and women. This is surely not the first time you have done this. This time it's God's mercy that you've committed a crime at my hands. Otherwise, maybe you'll do something woeful afterward. Su Haochen spoke with great righteousness, even raising a little bit of local power struggle to the level of a scourge of the nation and the people. If you really look at it from a national point of view, this point is not really of much concern. Even the headquarters of the Mingyang Hotel knew about it, and at most they would give a verbal warning. It's impossible to offend the shareholders of a branch because of an employee. Of course, the premise was that Su Haochen hadn't become a major shareholder, and now, everything had changed. Chapter 009 I'll protect you from now on, upper. As for what Su Haochen was actually thinking about, it was the plots in those novels he had read before. After some ungrateful offended the protagonist, the family brought to the door to apologize. Then, something has to give, which means sending something good to the protagonist, before forgiveness can be solicited or even turned into a friend. And this Li Gang in front of me, he's totally sniping here. What's the matter? You think you can talk me out of what happened before? What Su Haochen wanted was the 20% of shares in Li Gang's hand. And, of course, it's best to blackmail some money to spend. After all, with that 100 million, 9-figure fortune in the card, he didn't want to turn it into 8 figures so quickly. It is true, the heart is not enough snake swallow elephant. Human nature, are so greedy. Su Haochen naturally is no exception. Su Dong, I will definitely go back and strictly discipline my canine son to ensure that he won't cause any more trouble. Li Gang swore to guarantee to, but Su Haochen still frowned, secretly thinking, is this old guy really stupid? Thus, Su Haochen chose to speak out and remind, Li Gang, don't be petty here. You're older than even my father. Where is the smallness? Yes, villain. Ah no. Li Gang realized the slip of the tongue and hurriedly changed it. The subordinate knows that he is wrong, secretly thinking that you are the major shareholder of the headquarters, and I am a small shareholder of the branch. It is always correct for me to call myself a subordinate. Su Haochen didn't dwell on the title and continued, I've seen a lot of this rich second-generation bullying people. The reason for this is that your family is too rich, making them think they can be lawless. Yes, Su Dong taught me a lesson. Li Gang nodded his head. The heart is thinking very clear, you have a look for the country for the people. In fact, is not want to ask for some benefits it. He could naturally understand Su Haochen's words, but he just really couldn't let go. Who wants to move money when you can take your mouth and get things done? It's just that men, they're destined to have a hard time getting things done with their mouths. But there are times when women can. Seeing that Li Gang was starting to be unorthodox, Su Haochen could only continue. Only this time, his voice was gloomy. because he also realized that to be able to make it as far as Li Gang was, he couldn't be stupid, so now he must be deliberately not picking up where he left off. If you think you can solve things by shooting your mouth off, then you won't have to be polite yourself. Li Gang, it seems you don't quite understand what I said, Su Haochen said. Looking at Su Haochen's tightly furrowed brow and stern eyes, Li Gang was so scared that he almost knelt down like Li Jiabao. Knowing that Su Haochen had moved to a real fire, he couldn't solve it without a little blood. Su Dong, rest your anger. Li Gang clasped his hands and shivered. I would like to take out 10 million filial piety to you, as an indemnity to you. Su Haochen said with a cold laugh. $10 million? How dare you say that? After all these years, I'm afraid you've tampered with this hotel for several $10 million. If it was before when he heard that someone was going to give himself $10 million, then I'm afraid that no matter how the other party had offended himself, Su Haochen would have chosen to forgive. And now, $10 million is nothing to him, although the money in his own card was only 100 million, but really speaking of the value of his body, what Su Haochen possessed, I'm afraid there must be 100 billion, and that's not even counting the island. As for what Li Gang had done in the hotel, Su Haochen purely spoke out to test the waters. He had just taken over a stake in the company, and before that was just a regular part-time job, so how could he possibly understand what Li Gang had actually done? However, Li Gang did recall that Chen Yang had just introduced him that this Su Haochen had been working here part-time for a month and a half. Then they took it for granted that he was making a micro-visit to secretly investigate, so they sighed heavily and did not dare to have any more concealment. Su Dongying Ming, Li Gang said breathlessly. Over the years, I took some money that I shouldn't have taken, more than $30 million. Now I'm willing to take out $40 million and offer it to Su Dong as an indemnity. Also, this 20% of the shares, all of them, are also given to you, just to beg you to forgive me this time. At this point, Li Gang was already begging Su Haochen to spare him, not just his son. For this son of his, he was on the verge of hating him to death. If it wasn't for him flaunting himself outside and offending people, he wouldn't be here today. Li Gang made up his mind that if Su Haochen let him off this time, then after he went home he must lock this Li Jiabao to death at home, so that he could never go out one step again. Otherwise you might get yourself into trouble again someday. Listening to Li Gang's words, Su Haochen secretly thought, but with tens of millions of dollars in assets, this rich second generation can be so arrogant. But within this China, there are countless assets that exceed Li Gang's. And how many of these rich kids do hurtful things all day long? And how many innocent civilians have suffered such insults and bullying? Thinking of this, Su Haochen couldn't help but sink his face again. In the past, I did not have the ability to let you do whatever you want, but now I have the ability to do what I see one. I will clean up one, make you regret your nonsense. It is still the same saying, but one day when the dragon gets water, I will make all of you regret it. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't say anything, Li Gang thought that he was still unsatisfied, and if that happened, I'm afraid that he would really have to lose all his money. At this moment, he even had the idea of taking out all of it to spar with Su Haochen, and couldn't help but clench his teeth. If Su Haochen knew what Li Gang was thinking at this moment, he might even be happy. After all, the villain had just gotten ambitious and wanted to flaunt some power. He would be happy for Li Gang to take out his entire fortune to spar with him. Of course, even if Li Gang put together his entire stature, he couldn't possibly be Su Haochen's opponent. Li Gang's entire worth is a 20% stake in this Zhonghai Mingyang Hotel. As for Su Haochen, in addition to 70% of the shares in the headquarters of Mingyang Hotel, there are also properties like Jinyuan Street and Shentangipin. It's far beyond Li Gang. Of course, Su Haochen didn't know what Li Gang was thinking, and after coming back to his senses, he just faintly said good, which made Li Gang's heart, which was originally tightly gripped, finally put down. Despite the loss of $40 million in equity, at least there is a $10 million deposit. With good use, there may be a chance for a comeback. Taking a step back, even if you don't think about the east side, even if you keep that $10 million in the bank, you'll probably get $30,000 a month in interest. In a city like Shanghai, a monthly income of $30,000 was certainly not rich, but it would allow the whole family to live a modest life. It's just that that kind of money-spinning life is doomed to never return. Su Haochen gladly accepted the $40 million Li Gang sent as well as 20% of the shares. Now, although he was rich and worth a lot of money, he couldn't bother to understand how much these shares could bring him for the time being because of his limited exposure to things before. But that $40 million in real money still gave him a small thrill. After all, there was only 100 million in the card right now, and this was almost half of that. Chapter 010 I'll protect you from now on, next. Just that he still had to pretend to be particularly calm and collected on the surface. He couldn't just jump up and down in excitement here. That would be too out of character. The image of dominance that had been so hard to disguise would surely be gone. Then, then we'll take our leave, Li Gang said, reaching out to yank the kneeling Li Jiabao. Wait, Su Haochen said in a cold voice, you want to leave just like this? Sudong, what else do you want? Li Gang hurriedly stopped and rushed at Su Haochen again, keeping his head lowered during his speech for fear of angering Su Haochen. Say you'll give me what you said you'd give me, now cash it in, and then get lost, Su Haochen said coldly. He didn't realize that Li Gang didn't dare to be playing any tricks at all right now, and was worried in case he played a trick on him after he left. This is a verbal agreement. Even if there are witnesses, that is hardly counted. Besides, you can't go to court over this. With these words, Li Gang naturally understood that Su Haochen was worried that he was playing with his mind after leaving. He really wanted to explain a sentence. Grandpa, now this little life of mine is almost all held in your hands. How dare I have any other thoughts? But he didn't dare to explain, because he knew that even if he did, Su Haochen couldn't possibly believe it. The only way to do that is to hurry up and make good on your promise and then hurry up and take your son away. I'll contact someone and draw up the equity transfer contract, Li Gang said, reaching for his cell phone from his pocket. It's not surprising that such a rich man, not to mention knowing a lawyer, even has a private lawyer. No need. Su Haochen raised his hand to interrupt. Then he turned to look at the almost dumbfounded Lu Xin. Sister Xin, you are the one who studied law. It's no problem to draw up an equity transfer contract. Su Haochen himself definitely didn't understand it, but he knew that Lu Xin was specialized in law. He couldn't trust any other lawyer, so of course he could rely on his own. Lu Xin saw Su Haochen talking to himself and also scrambled back to his senses. No problem. Looking at Lu Xin's appearance, Su Haochen couldn't help but smile slightly. Reaching out and gently touching Lu Xin on his head, he whispered, don't worry, I'm here. In the future, it's my turn to protect you. Lu Xin was a little over 1 meter 7, a very tall figure, about nearly a head shorter than Su Haochen. Su Haochen reached out just in time to caress the top of Lu Xin's head, and Lu Xin smiled with a look of enjoyment. After all, the words, it's easy to make people think, and Lu Xin, too, is a simple young girl at the right age to be pregnant. Lu Xin gently nodded, then walked directly inside the front desk. There is a computer at the front desk, so naturally you can draw up a contract here, and the printer is available, so you can then just print it. As for the receptionist girl who was supposed to belong to the front desk, she had been standing at the door with Chen Yang, standing there in nearly 10 centimeters of high heels. Her feet were sore, secretly moved a little, took her eyes and carefully glanced at Su Haochen, afraid that he would see her secretly moving and take her anger out on herself. However, it was only under this glance that he realized that Su Haochen hadn't even glanced towards her piece. Li Gang was still bowed, Li Jiabao was still kneeling there, and the hotel's manager and employees were still standing there, not daring to move. Only Su Haochen, with a casual face stretched over a chair, sat there casually scratching his cell phone. Baidu the location of Jinyuan Street and Shentangi Pine, thinking about where to go first in the evening. The time, coming to 5:30 in the evening. Under the nervousness of the crowd and Su Haochen's boredom, Lu Xin's contract was finally completed. Watching Lu Xin walk out from the front desk with the 2 printed contracts, everyone was breathing a sigh of relief. Lu Xin took the contract to Su Haochen, who didn't even look at it before signing his name under Lu Xin's guidance. Lu Xin was also smart. Holding the contract at the same time took out the box of sealing clay in the reception desk, and Su Haochen pressed the handprint. For one thing, he couldn't read it, and for another, he trusted Lu Xin. He knew that Lu Xin had been the recipient of the school's first-class scholarship for all 4 years of college and had excelled in her studies. Take it to him and have him sign it. It's getting late. Someone should be turning in at 6 in a little while, Su Haochen said, and he really didn't want to make a big deal out of it, even though the news would spread quickly even after they turned in their shifts. The extent of these people's gossip Su Haochen could also imagine, but by that time he himself must have already left. Out of sight, out of mind. Li Gang naturally did not dare to hesitate more, roughly swept a glance and hurriedly signed his name and fingerprints. He knew that Su Haochen had already waited impatiently and didn't dare delay any longer. Couldn't care less if there was anything else in that contract against him other than the transfer of equity. One could only pray that this rather innocent-looking little girl didn't have those bad intentions. In fact, Lu Xin really didn't have those bad intentions. After all, he hadn't recovered from the shock. Otherwise, it wouldn't take so long to draw up a contract. And, after all, this is about Su Haochen. She is also cautious and prudent, so a little bit longer. But even those people standing there together, looking at the 2 signed contracts, Su Haochen stood up, opened his cell phone to the Huaxia Bank app, and called up his card number, handing one of the contracts to Li Gang. He said, the contract is in duplicate. You keep this one. Li Gang nodded and took it. Of course he knew that there was no point in keeping this contract himself or not. There is not a single thing on it in their favor, but they don't dare say anything. Then Su Haochen presented his card number in front of Li Gang, only to accidentally point out the balance as well. Li Gang was also slightly stunned when he saw it, not because he was shocked. 100 million although he didn't have it, but he also knew that for the really rich people, it wasn't strange to have 100 million in the card. And this Su Haochen, who owns 70% of the shares of Ming Yang's headquarters, only has $100 million in his card? Either his money is still in other banks or... Li Gang wondered in his heart, but he heard Su Haochen's voice. What are you thinking? My time is precious. Or, are you not going to give this $40 million? Li just shivered again. For a moment just now, he had some suspicions that Su Haochen was only taking up shares on the surface, but was actually a puppet being pushed in front by a certain big brother. If that's true, then he's not that scary. It's just that it's not a sure thing. In case that is not the case, then rashly offend people once again. Then I am afraid that the things that have not been easily settled will rise again. Li Gang didn't dare to gamble, and could only obediently take out his cell phone and transfer $40 million to Su Haochen's card. But in his heart, he secretly resolved that after leaving in a while, he must find a chance to properly check the bottom of this Su Haochen. If he, however, was not as terrible as he had shown, then new scores and old scores would be settled together. And what had been eaten must be spat out twice as much. Li Gang left with Li Jiabao's gray head, but other than Su Haochen sitting there, the others were still standing. It's been more than an hour, not a single movement. Even Lu Xian is standing there without sitting down. Chapter 011, The Most Faithful Listener, above. These guys, it's a shame they don't go into the military. Su Haochen thought darkly in his heart. Manager Chen. Su Haochen opened his mouth, and Chen Yang, like hearing the sound of heaven, hurriedly ran to Su Haochen in 3 steps, because she stood for too long. Her feet stumbled and she almost pounced on Su Haochen's body. Luckily, even though the brakes were applied, and Su Haochen had lowered the foot he was about to kick out. Su Dong, what are your orders? Chen Yang's face was full of smiles, completely lacking the majesty that he had perceived in the past. However, he still recognized Chen Yang as a person. Previously, he had been authoritative but not bossy to his employees, including the few of them who worked part-time. Can't say it's much care, but at least it's respectable. It's also very calculating and tends to be a bit of a bully, but that's what you have to be as a leader. Although Su Haochen was just a college student, he had been working part-time outside for 2 years, and he still understood a lot of social truths. You continue to be the manager of this hotel, Su Haochen said. Chen Yang was filled with excitement, having thought that he would definitely be retaliated against now after he fired Su Haochen earlier. Already ready to beg Su Haochen not to fire his words, and even already planning where to go next. But I didn't expect that Su Haochen would say that he would let him stay on and continue to be the manager. Chen Yang was just about to open his mouth to vote, when Su Haochen raised his hand to stop him, and then opened his mouth. Sister Xian will be working for you as an assistant manager from now on, so you have to bring her along well. If the hotel is run well, and you can train her well, then the day she takes over as your manager is the day you'll be honored with a promotion to headquarters. Su Haochen also knows how to draw a cake, although he has never done it before. If you've never seen a pig run, you've never eaten pork. As expected, Chen Yang looked excited and bowed hastily. Thank you for trusting Su Dong. The look was like a war movie in which the Japanese bowed and said hi after receiving a big mouth. Su Haochen laughed coldly in his heart and thought, aren't you afraid that I'll just kick you out after you've groomed someone? Logically speaking, it was impossible for Chen Yang to not be prepared for this hand in his heart. But right now, the situation is stronger than the people. No matter what, we have to respond first, and then think about the next step. According to the novels Su Haochen read, the plot should generally be that he removes all of his dogs, including the manager, and then makes Lu Xian the manager of the hotel. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of just letting Lu Xian be the manager. Only, after all, Lu Xian was only a freshly graduated college student. In business or in management, it is not enough to have a passion and integrity. Sometimes one had to be like Chen Yang who knew how to bend and stretch. Su Haochen as a shareholder, there must also be for their own interests. Weighing, indeed at the moment Chen Yang continue to be the manager is more appropriate. If they can be taken in that's best. If not, they'll have to slowly find a replacement. Lu Xian, on the other hand, could be nurtured first, and in addition, if she had the idea of going to graduate school, then she herself could totally take the money to fund her. Let her take the exam in December this year, and with her ability, Su Haochen believed that she would have no problem. Of course, this still depends on Lu Xian himself. In the cafe, Su Haochen and Lu Xian sat opposite each other, taking small sips of coffee. Before this, Su Haochen had never enjoyed this Simbax coffee because it was just too expensive. This small cup in front of me, I guess if you pour it directly into your mouth, you can drink it all in 3 seconds. but this cup costs 68 yuan. But people don't say it's a small cup, they say it's a medium cup. And on top of that there's a large cup and an extra large cup. And of course, that one's more expensive. But this also made Su Haochen purposely pick expensive ones to buy in order to show off. If Lu Xian hadn't said she couldn't finish that much, Su Haochen would have ordered 2 extra large cups. Little Tatsu, tell me honestly, what exactly is your identity? Lu Xian was the first to break the silence. She was too shocked by this scene today. This kind of plot of a frog turning into a prince was something she had often seen in TV dramas or novels, but she had never thought that it would also happen to her. On the way to Simbak, Su Haochen had been thinking about how he should explain to Lu Xian. The matter of being possessed by the system is still not something that can be said. Although Lu Xian has certainly read such novels, but this is really hard to accept. Moreover, one's roots are not yet stable now. In case one is accidentally exposed and is targeted by certain experts and scholars and captured for experimentation, that would be bad. The only explanation for this is that your family is richer and you are out on your own adventure, so you can't spend your family's money. He had acted poorly for the first 2 years, but now the trial period was over and he could inherit the family estate. When Su Haochen said these words to Lu Xian directly laughed out loud. Looking at her smile, Su Haochen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The beauty smiled. It was so charming. Why don't you say that you suddenly got a system that is signing up for rewards to get equity? Lu Xian said with a smile. Su Haochen almost spat out a mouthful of coffee. Of course he knew that Lu Xian was joking, but this unintentional joke was a direct statement of the truth. That said, I've read quite a few novels, and it seems like there's not really any novel that comes with an opening 10 consecutive draws. If Su Haochen wrote this experience of his into a novel, it might also be a big hit. Lu Xian also saw Su Haochen's state, and naturally took his expression to mean netball *******. So he said, if you don't want to say I won't force you. When you want to say it, tell me when. Hearing this, Su Haochen naturally knew that Lu Xian didn't believe him at all, but since he was no longer pursuing it, he didn't need to explain anything further. The two chatted for a while, and Su Haochen told Lu Xian that he hoped she would be able to take the exam in December. With her ability, she must be able to balance work and study. Lu Xian naturally wanted to. She didn't like some novels' heroine, said nothing to accept the gift of the protagonist, have to rely on their own efforts. How? Because in most novels such a heroine also ends up compromising the protagonist and choosing to marry into a wealthy family. And right now, she wasn't involved in anything about marrying into a rich family, and since Su Haochen was able to help her, she was happy to accept it. After all, the two were already quite close, and after going through this together, their relationship heated up even more quickly. If he didn't know that Su Haochen had a girlfriend, I'm afraid that Lu Xian would have already decided to go for it. However, she didn't realize that Su Haochen was actually single now. Or rather, even if she didn't realize that Su Haochen was already single, she was about to decide to make a move to snatch him. As for Lu Xian's so-called balance of study and work, in the hearts of the two men are well aware of it. Then Chen Yang wouldn't dare to arrange any work for Lu Xian at all. At most, she was taught daily some reports needed for hotel operation, daily work rules, directions to be supervised and assessment standards, and other operational and management considerations. As for the day-to-day work, Chen Yang was the one who personally took it on himself, and he didn't dare to arrange for Lu Xian to do it, unless he was not wanting to get better. Therefore, Lu Xian was able to find time to study even during his work hours. Chapter 012 The Most Faithful Listener. Below, Su Haochen took a taxi to send Lu Xian back to the hotel, where her dormitory was, and then returned to the school himself. He would have liked to go and see the so-called Jinyuan Commercial Street and Shentangipin area. It was just that the time was now 7 o'clock in the evening. It wasn't too late, but it was time to go back to the dorms, and it wasn't a good time to go see anything, except, of course, for looking at beautiful women. Of course, just now also been with Lu Xian, he did not need to look at other beautiful women. As for Lu Xian's side, just after returning to the hotel, Chen Yang welcomed him and insisted on arranging a single-room dormitory for Lu Xian. Compared to the previous bunk bed dormitory with 4 people in one room, this new dormitory is just like a luxury suite. A queen-sized bed with nightstands next to it, a closet, refrigerator, TV, and even a computer complete the package. It also has a built-in ensuite bathroom that is simply enviable. Chen Yang asked Lu Xian with a pleasing face if she was satisfied. The meaning was obvious. If not, then clean up again or even change to a better room. Lu Xian, thank you, I love it. It was this ordinary sentence of saying thank you that made Chen Yang ecstatic. Lu Xian didn't push back either. She knew that if she did, Chen Yang would definitely use all sorts of flowery words to convince her to stay in this room. Of course, she didn't have the sanctimoniousness to demand that all employees be matched with such treatment. If he hadn't met Su Haochen, he might have had to squeeze in that cramped 4-person dormitory for many years. Only, this expressionless thank you from Lu Xin made the 3 people in her original dormitory quite dissatisfied. Secretly, you just don't take care of the others. You have to set the 3 of us up. After all, we've been living together for over 2 months. It's rare that a girl's dormitory would have such a neat idea. MS. Lu, I didn't dare to touch the things in your original dormitory, but all of them are new for you. Chen Yang continued. Why don't you take a look at those things you originally had? Which ones you need to move? I'll arrange for someone to move them for you. And if you don't need them, I'll also arrange for someone to handle them for you. Lu Xian looked at the neat beds in the new dormitory and the brand new living supplies. The futon she had, which had followed her since college, moved here after graduation. There are only 2 sets of sheets and duvet covers to change, and the pillowcase has a hole in it, so I can't even get a new one. But nowadays, you don't need a penny to prepare yourself. Out of this world. I'll go get it myself tomorrow. Manager Chen, you'd better call me Xiao Xin. This MS. Lu is too polite. Lu Xin said. This is not that she is pretentious. It is true that this miss 2 words are very awkward. You only miss. Your whole family are miss. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Yang left with his man. Lu Xin this afternoon also really tired, took a shower and lay down, but also ghostly sent a WeChat to Su Haochen, asking him to whether he arrived at the dormitory. It was during the time I was waiting for a reply that I fell asleep without realizing it. Su Haochen returned to the dormitory. There were 8 people in the dormitory. 6 of them were in the dormitory. Only the boss Xiao Wenhan was not there. When they saw him come back, they didn't say anything, they were each playing with their own. As for Su Haochen going out to work on Sundays, they had long since gotten used to it. Who let him find a loser girlfriend? These 6 people, some were playing games, some were reading novels, and some were swiping the doujinshi. As for the boss, since he was the class president and the head of this dormitory, he often had to go out for meetings, and everyone was used to it. Lying in bed, remembering the events of the afternoon was a bucket list of changes. You go out at noon penniless and come back at night with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. Moreover, according to the plots in the novels that I read before, there should be more and more of them in the future, and it's not even a dream to become the richest man in the world. System, are you there? Su Haochen lay on the bed and communicated with the system with his mind. Su Haochen's eyes were closed, and even if the others saw him, they would assume that he was too tired to go to bed early. Anyway, going to bed without washing your feet happens all the time in boys' dormitories, so no one should resent anyone. Yes, master, the system answered back with a nice voice, but it was a mechanical response. Su Haochen was even more certain that this was an emotionless program, not an old grandpa carrying around. Master, you're thinking right. Of course I'm not an old grandpa who carries around with him. I'm a lively and lovely beauty. The system's voice resounded in Su Haochen's mind. Of course, Su Haochen said. But suddenly, he realized something and shouted, then sat up rubbing himself, startling the rest of the dormitory. The oldest ate on the opposite bed. The youngest little brother looked at Su Haochen with a surprised face. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Su Haochen was in a cold sweat and looked at the group, realizing that the gazes were all focused on his body. So with an awkward smile on his face, he said, Oh, nothing, had a nightmare. I'll just go out and take a walk. Just take a walk. Saying that, Su Haochen put on his shoes and ran out of the dormitory as if he was escaping. Running out of the dormitory building, he came to a deserted place and sat down. Su Haochen swore that he would never talk to the system in the future when there are people around. How does this system know what I'm thinking? System, are you there? Su Haochen asked once again. Master, I'm here. As long as you call me whenever you want, I'll be there anytime, so you don't need to ask if I'm there every time. The system replied. So, you're able to see through my thoughts? Su Haochen asked. Of course. There was actually a hint of pride in the system's tone. All unlike the robotic reply before. Your thoughts are your consciousness, and our conversation is through your consciousness, so naturally all your thoughts are picked up by me. But this, Su Haochen wanted to say, all the thoughts are known by you. Then I have no privacy at all. Master, I know you're worried about me knowing your privacy, but what does that matter? It's not like I can have a conversation with anyone anyway, so even if I knew, I couldn't possibly tell anyone. The system again sensed Su Haochen's thoughts and responded. Also, I can be your most faithful listener. In case there's something you can't tell anyone else and it's hard to keep it inside. With me, you never have to worry about secrets being revealed. Hearing the system say this, Su Haochen nodded slightly. Indeed, this was a very rare, most faithful listener, although he still felt a little awkward in his heart. But on second thought, he didn't have any thoughts of woe to the people, so even if he was detected, it was nothing. Besides, this system can only communicate with himself. and there is no chance to divulge it if he wants to, so Su Haochen was relieved in his heart. Chapter 013 First Day Lucky Draw Wins Another S-Class Reward. By the way, system, besides this 10 consecutive draws, what other functions do you have? Su Haochen asked. In the novels that I read before, all of them can be drawn every day. This system if there is only a 10 consecutive draw. Although he was now well off, he had the novels he had read before as a reference after all. People's protagonists who were possessed by the system could become the richest man in the world or even the master of the world in the future. Thus, the heart is not enough to swallow the elephant, and Su Haochen also hoped that this system would lead him step by step to a higher position. And, with absolutely no effort on your part, Master, every day you can draw a prize through the system, and you can obtain different rewards, the system replied. Every day? Su Haochen's eyes lit up. This seemed to be more like the ones in quite a few novels. If you have the chance, you might even be able to draw some black technology that surpasses the current one, and that would not only benefit the world, but also strengthen yourself. Right? Su Haochen asked, suddenly thinking of something. Today when I was drawing in a 10 in a row, I realized that the rewards are divided into various grades, and so far it looks like the best is S grade and the worst is F grade. Is there anything better than S grade? Or worse than F grade? Master, as of now, the rewards are seen to be from F rank to S rank, with S rank being the best and F rank being the worst, the system replied. Su Haochen nodded. The only F rank reward he drew today was the martial art of 12 tan legs, and it wasn't a cultivation secret, but rather, it allowed him to directly master this ability. So it seems that even the F-rated rewards are pretty awesome. What would it have to be if you were lucky enough to draw an S-rank reward, on par with a 10,000 square kilometer island? I'm afraid it'll be trillions when converted into Chinese currency. Today's 10 consecutive draws are opening rewards, so I should still be able to do daily draws today. Su Haochen asked. Master is really quite greedy. The system let out a humanized smile. But you're right, and besides, you'll definitely get an S-rank reward for signing in on the first day. Oh, Su Haochen was pleasantly surprised. Surely obtaining an S-rank? What kind of concept is that? An S-class reward, on par with a 10,000 square kilometer island, worth trillions of dollars? So what are you waiting for? System, sweepstakes. Okay master, the system is drawing for you. Please wait. The system's voice rang out, and then Su Haochen clenched his fists tightly, his face full of anticipation. Ding! First day of the lottery is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-rank reward. Detection. Just this. Su Haochen was like being poured a pot of cold water. The S-rank reward that he had been looking forward to with all his heart. Just these 3 words? Detection? What's that again? System, you're not playing with me. Su Haochen can't help but feel emotional in his heart. Master, I'm not playing with you. The system let out a disgruntled voice. This is indeed an S-rank reward. A kind of superb probing skill. Only that the owner can only utilize a small portion of the ability because of his current lack of ability. And only a fraction of your ability? Su Haochen nearly stormed out. It was already ribbed enough, and could only play a small part of it. So what was he going to detect? To be a detective? Or are you going to find out a girl's height, weight and circumference? These will work, the system said. Su Haochen had just forgotten that the system was able to pick up his intention. Alright, that is to say that you can really detect height, weight, circumference and other information, although it is not useful, but it is quite fun. However, this system does not recommend that the master use this skill to do something nasty. The system's voice came again. Otherwise this system will despise you on behalf of all the beautiful girls. Su Haochen is speechless, but was actually shamed by the system. Of course, he did just move that thought, and as a pure man, it was only normal to have such a thought when faced with such a skill. Forget it, let's go back. It's getting late. Su Haochen didn't continue to tussle with the system and returned to the dormitory, lying on the bed still a little sleepless. After all, this is all a little too unreal. In just one afternoon, from a penniless poor man to a super rich man with an unknown amount of money, people who were disdainful of themselves are now going to slink up to them and flatter them in front of them. In fact, Su Haochen heart want to laugh, very want to laugh, but, to be reserved. Lin Mengzhu, wait and regret it. Su Haochen thought hatefully in his heart. When I got up the next morning, I was supposed to go to class, but this school, there wasn't much studying going on. Su Haochen himself wasn't much of a student who loves to study, so he simply chose to skip school. Unlike those who slept and played games, Su Haochen left school before 8 o'clock in the morning. Today's things, there are quite a few. The Golden Resources Commercial Street needs to go, and that Chentangi Pinay also needs to go. But, just out of the school gate, before taking a taxi, Su Haochen suddenly thought of something, found a stone bench to sit down, and communicated with the system. System, Where are all those things from yesterday's raffle? Despite knowing that I have all of these things, except for the fact that the money has come in and that 12-way tan leg makes you really feel the increase in fitness, the rest of the stuff itself has no idea where it is. As for detection, haven't used it yet. The patriarchal calligraphy and painting duo had only felt a few more memories in their heads, and had yet to actually hand them over. Master, those things are currently still in the system backpack. Just open the system backpack and you'll be able to get them. The system's voice rang out. System backpack? Su Haochen frowned. How do I open that system backpack? Master, the system backpack hasn't been opened yet. You need to complete a system task to open the system backpack. Oh, this voice of the system. How did Su Haochen feel a bit of bad taste? What mission is it? Su Haochen could only ask patiently. Hey, this mission. Maybe the master is looking forward to it. The system's voice made Su Haochen feel a pang of puzzlement. It was clear that the voice sounded like it came out with a bad smile, so how could it still be very expectant? Quickly say, what mission is it? Su Haochen was more anxious now. It's not that I'm in a hurry to get any sports cars or yachts, but I mainly want to grab the certificates that can prove that I own a street in Jinyuan and Zone A of Chentangipin, because now no one can even prove that these two already belong to him. Just thinking about that also caused a pang of fear. In case the headquarters of Mingyang Hotel hadn't called Chen Yang yesterday, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to prove that I was the largest shareholder at all. Although he could teach those people a lesson by relying on his Kongwu power, it would be humiliating in front of Liu Xian. Maybe Liu Xian won't trust himself anymore and thus choose to leave from Shanghai. Thinking of this, Su Haochen's cold sweat was coming down, so it was better to take precautions. What if Chentangipin and Jinyuan Commercial Street were not notified? Chapter 014 First day of lucky draw wins another S-class reward. Next. Master, your mission is. The system continued after a pause. Spend the night with an innocent rich girl with a look system score of 90 or more. Su Haochen was speechless. No wonder the system was that voice. No wonder it said he would definitely look forward to it. Isn't that right? Of course I'm looking forward to it. After all these years. As for Lin Mengzhu, being in love is true, but it hasn't really come to that. And every time he hints at it, Lin Mengzhu doesn't talk about it down the line. Even later, when he had made it explicit, Lin Mengzhu refused on the grounds that both were still young, and the system requires a rating of 90 plus and it also has to be pure. What does purity mean? It is impossible for Su Haochen not to understand. Su Haochen can't help but curse. You think it's in the novel touching a heroine are stunningly beautiful. Are the first, even in love have not talked about the rich girl? That's a lot to ask. Take a step and see what happens. Su Haochen has been speechless, directly took a taxi, and walked toward Chentangipin. Chentangipin is divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, D. Area A is of course the best, all villas, although there are only 100 of them. The footprint is the largest of the 4 regions, and the value is also the highest, with each villa costing almost dozens of times the price of a house in the other regions. Go take your chances, Su Haochen thought in his heart, in case it was the same as yesterday and someone had been notified in advance. Then maybe he could just move in. If it's just not possible. System, you should be able to find out from the internet that Chentangipin already belongs to me by now. Su Haochen asked. Of course, it's just that your real estate license is still in the system's backpack right now and can't be retrieved. The system replied. That's good. Su Haochen thought in his heart that if he couldn't, he would intentionally cause a conflict and wait for the police uncle to solve it. When the time comes, he or she will just say that the key and the real estate license can't be found. And as long as he or she can move in without any problems, it's just a matter of changing the locks if he or she can't. Being able to have a house in Chentangipin, I guess it would help one a lot in completing the system quests. After all, women these days. As Su Haochen thought, he couldn't help but recall the conversation he had with Lin Mengzhu yesterday, and his gaze couldn't help but grow grim. I'm going to show you how stupid your choices are. Master, the system sensed the change in Su Haochen's mood and weakly called out, yanking Su Haochen back from his thoughts, took a long breath and closed his eyes. System, thank you, Su Haochen said with his mind, knowing that if the system hadn't woken him up in time just now, he was afraid that his paranoid thinking would have led him to do something extreme. You're welcome, master, the system responded softly. I know that a lot of unpleasant things happened to my master in the past, but my master now has so many things that other people wouldn't even dare to think about. Those people, those things in the past, let them all go. Next, master's goal is to be the richest man in the world. Su Haochen gently nodded. What he thought about himself yesterday, the system naturally invited to receive it. Now that he said that, he thought he would be able to help himself realize it. And, at the moment, he really felt the warmth of this system. As he said yesterday, a faithful listener. It seems like it's not just that. This system, it's quite comforting, and it was a nice voice. Not at all the way he had just molested himself when he posted the quest. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Haochen's mouth couldn't help but let out a smile. Su Haochen's appearance rather startled the cab driver. Looking at Su Haochen and smiling and nodding, and seeing as he was from the school entrance, he must be a student, and dressed completely without a trace of rich people, but said that he was going to Chentangipin, and also said that he was going to Zone A. From the moment he got in the car, the driver wondered if he was driving a psychopath, because from listening to him, it's clear that he's never even been to Chentangipin. The driver understands that there is only one gate to Chentangipin, and it is after entering the gate that it is divided into 4 areas, and that gate, even if a private car wants to get in, it has to be pre-registered. Unregistered cars trying to get in will either have to be identified as the owner or have to specify who they're coming to and have the owner call the doorman before they can be let in. As for cabs, don't even think about getting in. Of course, it's exceptionally rare to get a taxi back from being able to live here, unless you're drunk, and the people who usually live here, even if they rent, are very rich. When you've had too much to drink, you'd rather take a taxi to a hotel than go home. After all, it's quite a long walk to get out of the car, and it's unlikely that any of the people who live here drive cabs, so there's not a single cab to be seen in the neighborhood. The master driver, of course, does not know that this rule is going to be changed as of today, and the person who changed this rule was this student who he now thought was mentally ill. "What's wrong with you, little brother?" the driver asked, and he was testing the waters, so that if he really was mentally unbalanced, then he could quickly find a reason to stop. Then tell him to get out of the car and hurry up yourself, even if you don't want the fare to be considered. After all, one's own life is important, and psychotic killings are not even illegal. Su Haochen, who was closing his eyes, heard the driver speak and slowly opened his eyes, saying, "I'm not doing anything, I'm just feeling a little sick, a little motion sickness, just close my eyes for a while." Su Haochen's words were also true, but he was slightly seasick, plus the cab itself is average in terms of materials, paint and whatnot, plus today's ride in this one is still relatively new, so there were some flavors that made it even more difficult for Su Haochen a little bit, and the out-of-control state that appeared just now was also slightly related to this. Motion sickness? Not feeling well? The driver's mouth corner a twitch. "Just saw you, obviously a quite enjoyable look, well," and is nodding and smiling. Just listening to the tone, it was still quite normal. No mental illness should be shown. The driver also slightly relieved. He also asked, "What are you doing in Chentangipin?" "According to me, that's the biggest rich area in Shanghai. Could it be that little brother's family lives there?" Su Haochen frowned slightly. Came to Shanghai more than 2 years, although the taxi is relatively small, but also more or less understand. Here the driver is not like his hometown of Northeast, they're so chatty. It's also normal to not say a word the whole time. Hardly ever without words like this one today, but when people ask, they can't just not say a word. So he replied, "No, I'm just going to take a look around. You see how much time is left, please drive faster. I'm in a hurry, thank you." Su Haochen's tone was respectful, although he was now worth a different amount of money. The habits he had developed before were still retained, and he treated everyone with respect. Of course, this was not only because Su Haochen had been raised better, also because he knew that with his family and status, he couldn't afford to mess with the average person himself. Although Su Haochen's tone was respectful in its flatness, anyone could hear that he was a bit upset and didn't want to talk anymore. But this driver doesn't seem to be listening, continuing to gush. "You can't just look there, nah, little brother. You don't know. If you're not the owner of the place, you can't even get in." Chapter 015, advising the host to extend his devil's claw as soon as possible. "Up, please hurry up," Su Haochen said with a hint of unfriendliness and impatience in his tone. "Whether I can get in or not is my business. Don't bother. You send me there and I'll just pay you normally." The more Su Haochen said, the more angry he got. At first he said "you," then he directly changed it to "you," and the voice was getting louder and louder, and it was clear to see that it was already fuming. Originally not in a good mood, just by the system to comfort 2 sentences, just improved, and then let this driver to annoy out of the fire. I couldn't understand him with his Chinese accent, and he was so wordy. The driver naturally won't say more, not because he's afraid of Su Haochen anymore. After all, he's seen a lot of people and isn't afraid of such a student who looks quite weak. Just secretly cursed in his heart, "There is what can be godly. A moment to see how you like a dog to be driven out." The driver has determined that it's hard to tell if the kid in the car is mentally ill, but it's quite possible that he's got some kind of fantasy syndrome, fantasizing that he's got a house in Chentangipin A. But the behavior is not dangerous, or at least if he's not messed with, there's not going to be any violent action. But for Su Haochen's attitude, he was also very angry, and made up his mind that he would not leave first after arriving at that block, and must see Su Haochen's misery when he was thrown out before he could relieve his anger. The driver stopped talking and Su Haochen closed his eyes. After about another half hour of time, Su Haochen was called up by the driver's voice. Here it is," 68 bucks. The driver's voice was cold and no longer called little brother like before. Su Haochen opened his eyes. Just now he actually didn't fall asleep. He just closed his eyes to rest. Carrying a huge amount of money. Naturally do not feel that $68 is a lot of money. Directly open WeChat. Scanning the code to transfer the money. And even did not even look at the meter to get off. The driver was not so bad as to ask for more money. And the quality of the people in the big city was quite high. Just like to see the characteristics of this characteristic. As long as the Chinese people, I'm afraid that cannot be exempted from the common. The driver waited with anticipation for Su Haochen to be thrown out, while Su Haochen took big steps toward the gate. It's really a high-grade neighborhood. Su Haochen looked at the Chuntangipin in front of him and sighed in his heart. Even the front entrance is decorated so upscale, not to mention the inside. It's unimaginable. The gates to the passing car were closed, and only the small door next to it that pedestrians could pass through was open. Normally the little door was actually closed, except that a man had just swiped his card to get in and the door hadn't had time to close automatically. Su Haochen then quickly reached the door and just happened to go in smoothly. Su Haochen was glad that he also knew that some neighborhoods were fully closed and required a card to enter. I didn't think I could even get in, but I didn't expect to stumble upon such a thing, secretly thinking that God is still treating himself well, so little things can happen to good luck. And the driver who had been looking at Su Haochen from afar couldn't help but sneer and mutter to himself. It looks like you're just hanging around without a card. You think you can really get in? Think the guards at the gate are vegetarians. He obviously saw Su Haochen jogging 2 steps before entering the door before he hurriedly pushed the door in before it was closed. So he concluded that Su Haochen didn't have a card to enter the door. Otherwise, with the noble status of the people in this neighborhood, they would rather brush it again than trot in unimaginatively. Just as Su Haochen was secretly celebrating, 3 people came out of the doorman, wearing a security uniform. He stood in front of Su Haochen with a very unfriendly expression. These people were around 185 centimeters tall, almost exactly level with Su Haochen. Naturally, he could see a look of contempt on their faces. Only Su Haochen still instinctively chose to respect them. May I ask what you guys want? Su Haochen asked in a fairly friendly manner. We are a gated community here. Outsiders are forbidden to enter. The head of a person stretched out his hand, made a no-entry gesture. The tone is full of contempt. This neighborhood is quite upscale, but the security guards are of such quality, Su Haochen said, unable to hear any tone, as if he was simply stating an objective fact. It just sounded to these security guards. What do you mean? The leader of the group roared. The 2 men beside him took a step forward as well. While hearing a shout at the door, 5 more men in the same security uniforms came out of the janitor's room. Varying in height and weight, they stood in front of Su Haochen's body, coming to a semi-surrounding state. The driver in the distance gloated. The security guard in front of him was bossy, and Su Haochen naturally didn't know about the driver outside. But the scene before him, which Su Haochen had been looking forward to for a long time, had finally developed according to the plot he had expected. Thus, Su Haochen rubbed his fists. Oh no, it should be rubbing his legs. After all, what he could do was footwork. Just waiting for the next words to fail him, he pulls his foot out and kicks it. But for the moment, it was better to respond. After all, one couldn't make the first move, or one wouldn't be in a position to take advantage of the situation, but it would spur them on to do it sooner. And so the mouth was unrelenting. It means you guys are dog-eared. How do you know I'm not a homeowner in this neighborhood? Su Haochen said. Originally thought that this word out, red fruit insults, according to the reason to say that it should be done. But just then, the sound of a slamming door was heard behind them, accompanied by a shrill female voice. Hurry up and open the door for me. What are you all doing for a living? Surrounded by so many people and not a single one of them is doing anything. Leashing a few dogs here is better than you bunch of losers. Thus, 2 of the people surrounding Su Haochen hurriedly went over, pressed the button inside the cell, opened the door, and then prepared to open the door to greet them. But the woman kicked the door open and nearly slammed it in their faces. Only then did Su Haochen look back. The woman looked less than 20 years old. That is, she had just reached adulthood, with a slightly powdered face to add to his original beauty. Su Haochen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. This face value, how can it have more than 90 points, right? Moreover, to live here, it should be considered a rich family. I just don't know if it's the first time. System, detection technique, probe to see if this woman meets the mission requirements. Su Haochen communicated with the system. Ding. Host used the detection technique and probed the target woman's information. It is now announced to the host. Thus, the woman's information was presented in Su Haochen's mind. Name Zero. Age, 18 years, born on July 7, 2000. According to the needs of the host, the detection learned that the woman's face value system score of 94 points. Parents worth more than $100 million. The first night is still alive. In line with the requirements of the system mission, It is recommended that the host as soon as possible to extend the claws of the devil. Oh, Su Haochen could not help but laugh. This system is still really humanized. And there is a system suggestion, but also as soon as possible to extend the claws. Chapter 016, advising the host to extend his devil's claw as soon as possible. Below, the face value was scored 94 by the system, which is high enough to simply make a comparison. The girls he had known before, who had similar face value to the one in front of him, were Lin Mengzhu and Lu Xin, and those two were both a bit taller than her, so by initial estimation, those two girls should be able to score at 95 or 96, but I don't know what a female voice with a face value of 100 should look like in the system scoring. Su Haochen's thoughts gradually flew away, completely forgetting that there was a mess in front of him waiting for him to cope, and that security chief didn't talk to him anymore, but walked over to Yin Zero and said with a pleasing face, "This young lady, don't be so angry. If you want to enter this neighborhood, you still have to prove that you are the owner of this neighborhood." The voice yanked Su Haochen out of his thoughts, thinking darkly in his heart, "So you guys don't know if this girl is a neighborhood owner either. So how did you let her in?" At this time Yin Zero's voice also came, "Get lost. What are you? I need to prove it to you. Get lost. Good dogs don't get in the way," Yin Zero said as she pushed the security chief away. Su Haochen, who already knew martial arts, could tell at a glance that this Yin Zero was not a weak woman and should have practiced something, but there was no way to push that security chief. But that security chief obediently dodged to the side on his own. What a cheap bastard, holding and fighting backwards, Su Haochen thought in his heart, then communicated the system and used the detection technique on that security chief. After all, the probability of a fight in a while was high, so it was better to know your enemy. The security chief's profile came to mind. Name, Wang Dakue. Age, 28 years, born on February 9, 1990. Battle strength, 280. Average battle strength of an average person is 100. He practiced martial arts at a young age and knew a little Wing Chun and Sanda. He was uneducated, and was hired to be the head of the security team of the minister Tang Yiping, but had no one in his sights. Attitude toward the host, contempt. Comprehensive battle analysis, snap your fingers to destroy. Su Haochen probably understood that this detection technique was based on his own needs, aside from the name and age. The rest is whatever information it needs to show itself when it uses the detection technique. This is also good, Su Haochen thought in his heart. If the results that come out from every detection technique are similar to that big long paper, you have to go through it for days trying to find key information, and that's a complete cock-up. System, I wonder what my combat power is now, Su Haochen asked. Master, your battle power currently has a system rating of 1,489, even without any external help. It's more than enough to deal with these rabble in front of you, the system replied. Su Haochen was relieved. He just didn't think that his 12-way tan leg was so powerful, but when you think about it, it's normal. A little bit of rough knowledge of Wing Chun and Sanso can be rated at 280, which probably means that you can fight 3 ordinary people to a draw, and on his own, that means he can probably fight 15 normal people to a draw. Of course, that's just a parallel analysis based on the data, and really, if you're playing 15 guys, there's no way that's 15 guys on offense together. The ones he faced at one time were only 3 or 4, so if you do the math like that, not to mention 15, I'm afraid that 30 would not be a match. As for the other 7 security guards, Su Haochen didn't even bother to use the detection technique anymore. It couldn't possibly be as powerful as their captain anyway, and the system had said that it had no problem dealing with them on its own, so there was no need to probe them again. Right at this moment, Yin Zero had already walked past Su Haochen, and even turned her head to look at him, just in time to meet Su Haochen's 4 eyes. Only, from her eyes, Su Haochen didn't see a look of contempt, but seemed to have 2 glowing eyes. It was a look of surprise, even, with a slight pause in the footsteps. Seeing this, Su Haochen decided to follow the system's advice and extend his claws. This beautiful woman. They let you in but not me. It seems that beautiful women really do have privileges, nah? Su Haochen said with a smile. After reading so many novels, you will naturally know that without knowing the name, the best way to address a girl is pretty girl, which is much better than lady, sister or girl. Of course, he actually already knew Inzira's name. It was just that it was impossible to explain why he knew her, so naturally he couldn't call her by her name. And, even if it was by name, it certainly didn't sound as comforting as calling a beautiful woman. They, are dogs. They don't walk on the lead and fight backwards. They're shameless. Inzira's words were still as mean as ever. Only they were peach blossom faced and completely lacked the anger that she had felt when talking to Wang Dakue before. It seems that it's because you scolded them that they're sure you're the owner of this place, right? Su Haochen said. Before Inziro could reply, Wang Dakue on the side took 2 steps to Su Haochen and yelled, "Of course, this is the kind of bravado that our Chen Tangyipin owners should have. How can we be so lowly like you? You can't be our owner here if you're like that. Shut the up. This is no place for you to talk. In0 was about to speak when she was interrupted, and again, her anger rose. When talking to Wang Dakue, of course it was impossible to be as nice as he was to Su Haochen. Su Haochen smiled disdainfully, treating outbursts as bravado and respect as lowliness. This man was really leading without walking and fighting backwards, and sure enough, Su Haochen and In0's common assessment of him was right. Beauty, there's no point in getting angry with this kind of person, Su Haochen said softly. Sure enough, In0, who was about to continue her spraying, stopped talking and just smiled and nodded to Su Haochen, but didn't leave. After a pause, Su Haochen continued, but his words have taught me. What? In0 looked puzzled. Just as In0 was about to say something, between them Su Haochen rushed at Wang Dakue and kicked him. The speed was so fast that one couldn't even see when the leg was raised. Watch as Wang Dakue was kicked out and crashed into the wall of the janitor's room. In0 sucked in a breath and covered her small mouth with both hands, nearly shrieking out in shock. Looking at Su Haochen, his eyes were filled with fervor. This is also too handsome. The sudden scene made the other few security guards not react until they heard Wang Dakue's voice. Are you guys ing eaters? Go on. Beat him to death. Wang Dakue shouted with his heart and lungs torn apart. Only his voice was filled with intense pain, and even his voice weakened a lot. The crowd of security guards then reacted, screaming and cursing as they rushed towards Su Haochen. Shouting loudly can really boost morale at times, and even shock the opposition into fear. Fights, however, are not won entirely by shouting. Su Haochen didn't shout, but just kicked one of the several security guards who rushed up. When the fifth person was kicked away, the remaining two didn't dare to charge forward at all, their legs shivering as they retreated backward. Wang Dakue is the strongest one among these people. It looks like it has to be 200 pounds, and all of them were kicked away, not to mention them. Chapter 017. It's better to finish the task early, up. It's just that they didn't know that Su Haochen was afraid of getting someone killed when he kicked Wang Dakue, so it didn't use its full power at all. Or else I'm afraid he wouldn't even have the chance to let out a shout. Looking at the crowd of security guards, Su Haochen let out a contemptuous laugh and said, so that's how things can still be solved. If you guys had said so earlier, you wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. The two security guards who didn't get kicked shivered and went over to help Wang Dakue up. Wang Dakue didn't dare to say anything else at this time, and instinctively took Su Haochen as the owner of Chentangipin as well. Quite a distance outside the door, there was another cab driver. Looking at the scene and breaking out in a cold sweat. Hurry up and drive around and run away. Thankful that I didn't say anything more in the car before. Cursing you guys can prove that you're the owners of Chentangipin. I wonder if I can prove that I'm the owner of Zone A of Chentangipin by beating you up here? Su Haochen said teasingly. Can. Wang Dakue forced himself to endure the pain. I'm sorry sir, we have eyes to see. You are welcome. Su Haochen glared at him and said, I don't want to see any more of you here. You'd better hand in your resignations yourselves. Don't wait for me to do it. After Su Haochen finished speaking, he turned around and rushed at In0. Let's go. Because his anger hadn't subsided, Su Haochen's tone wasn't as gentle when he was talking to In0. However, In0 nodded joyfully and busily agreed. And, then full of joy, he followed Su Haochen's side and walked inside. After about 5 or 6 meters, you will find Zone A on your left, while Zone B is on your right, and you still need to go inside as for Zone CD. Knowing that In0 couldn't possibly be from Area A, Su Haochen stopped and said, I don't know which area this beauty goes to. Originally, In0 hadn't thought about Su Haochen being from Area A, because yesterday she heard the news that the 100 villas in Chentangipin's Area A were all bought by one person at once. When she heard Su Haochen say, can you prove that I'm the owner of Chentangipin Area A? She couldn't help but be stunned, but the heart is still skeptical. After all, it's hard to believe that such a young one can have the ability to buy all the villas in Chentangipin A area. But now that he saw Su Haochen stop here, he couldn't help but have his suspicions reduced by a few points, but they weren't completely dispelled. After all, it was also possible that Su Haochen was in Area B, and she was also in Area B. If that was the case, the two of them could still travel together, and might even live quite close to each other. In0 thought in her mind and couldn't help but blush on her face. Beauty, what's wrong with you? Seeing In0's appearance, Su Haochen reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Ah, nothing. In0 glanced at Su Haochen in embarrassment, then slightly lowered her head and said shyly, I live in District B, do you too? I'm in District A. Su Haochen didn't sell out and admitted it with a big smile. After all, he had planned to rely on the villa in Area A to complete his system mission. Are you really from Area A? In0 shouted in surprise. No, to be precise, Area A is mine, Su Haochen said, revealing what he thought was a gentlemanly smile, and In0 covered her mouth with both hands, too shocked to speak. If watching Su Haochen kick out his leg just now was a surprise, then right now, it was a complete shock. Are you really the super rich guy who bought the entire A district? In Zero said excitedly. What? Not like it? Su Haochen laughed. In Zero nodded and smiled as well. It's not really like that. Look at what you're wearing. It really doesn't look like any name brand. If it wasn't for the fact that you're good looking, I wouldn't have been able to look at you more than a few times just now. This girl is also honest. Just now just think Su Haochen is quite handsome. Want to play as a white boy. But now, it's not certain who plays who. In Zero knows that her family is in good condition, but she also knows how much she weighs. Don't even think about pretending to be a young lady in front of someone who is really super rich. It's just that her mind has changed now. With her own looks, it shouldn't be much of a problem to fall for such a big shot. Thinking of this, In Zero couldn't help but feel her face heat up. When did she herself have the mindset of a big spender? In Zero had dated quite a few boyfriends, or rather, quite a few guys she had played with. With her beauty, countless boys would be willing to be summoned by her. Only she herself knew that those people, all of them, were just playthings for her to play with in her spare time, and there was never one she looked at. What she's really looking for is a man who is a good match for her and who will be obedient to her. So, those boys before, they didn't even kiss, let alone go to bed. At most, whichever one behaves well and she gives them a friendly hug is enough to make a lot of people willingly go through fire for her. What do you think? Am I considered a high roller? Su Haochen asked. He also had his own little thoughts. After all, it's better for the mission to be completed early, today if possible. However, it seems like there's no drawing today, so I'll make some time to come and get this done first. Of course, more than counting, you're simply the real deal, the rich and handsome In Zero said excitedly. You girls, you should all like high-flying men. Su Haochen was smiling on the surface, but in reality, his heart was filled with contempt. Women, indeed, all have money in their eyes. Not really. In Zero pursed her lips. It still depends on the feeling. Isn't it just a matter of feeling? Su Haochen thought in his heart. You guys only have feelings for money. Handsome is secondary, and tall can only be the icing on the cake depending on luck. The short and ugly Shi Chong and the tall and handsome Fan Dan. You'll both definitely choose Shi Chong. Shi Chong, a great tycoon during the Western Jin dynasty, was rich as a nation. Fan Dan, on the other hand, was a famous poor man during the Eastern Han dynasty. Legend has it that every day he recites, "Bless all the people in the world with riches and wealth, but only I, Fan Dan, am poor," a recognized good guy. But what's the use of that? These are little known, but Su Haochen loves literature. Some allusions he naturally knows. Of course, Shi Chong wasn't short and ugly, and Fan Dan wasn't tall and handsome. He was just making an analogy, but he couldn't really say those words. He just smiled slightly and said, I wish we could develop feelings quickly. One sentence made In Zero blush with shame. Don't look at her playing around outside. But in reality, she was still an untouched chick in her bones, coupled with the fact that it was almost love at first sight for Su Haochen today, and she couldn't wait to give her body to him under a few more sentences of conversation. Even she herself didn't know why. Of course, on the sidelines, love at first sight is in the face. The promise is money. Although Su Haochen was in the middle of it, he hadn't invested much emotion in it, so he saw it all clearly. He was just treating this In Zero as a prop to accomplish his mission. After yesterday's pain, he felt like he wouldn't be able to invest his feelings in a girl again. Seeing In Zero's expression, Su Haochen naturally knew that he wasn't far from success, so he simply added more fuel to the fire. What? Aren't you willing to cultivate some feelings with me? Su Haochen said as if disappointed. If you really don't want to, then I won't bother anymore is all. Chapter 018 It's better to finish the task early. Next, Su Haochen said, turning around and making a gesture to leave. In Zero instantly panicked, hurriedly reaching out to pull Su Haochen. Panicked? No, I don't mean that. Su Haochen's heart snickered with joy, but his face remained indifferent. He knew that the girl was wild and uninhibited on the surface, even like a femme fatale, but being conservative on the inside, it's a bit hard to really want to raid tonight, but a conservative estimate is that within 3 days, posing on the bed won't be a problem. What if rushing to get the job done backfired? Su Haochen decided it was better to wait for a while. After all, as urgent as those things were, there was no need to be in too much of a hurry now that they had come into the Minister Tangipine. Go up to Kingston Street this afternoon and check it out. If you're lucky, you'll just go straight to the end. If you're unlucky, then you'll just give the police uncle a bit of trouble. Anyway, with a little more investigation, we can find out who owns the property rights on Kingston Street. As for those cars, helicopters, cruise ships and other items, he couldn't use them now. Airplanes and cruise ships naturally go without saying. But let's talk about the sports car, which he doesn't even have a driver's license for and doesn't know how to drive. What's the point of even having a super fancy sports car, It seems like I have to find time to learn how to drive and get a driver's license, Su Haochen thought in his heart. Seeing that Su Haochen hadn't responded, In0 became even more flustered. It was so hard to find a man she felt for and was worthy of. She didn't want to lose it just like that. Are you angry? In0 said carefully. As far as she could remember, she had never spoken in such a tone to anyone, including her parents' elders. A little bit. Su Haochen wanted to escape, deliberately reaching out to dislodge In0's hand. It would be more accurate to say disappointed. I thought you wouldn't hesitate, but I didn't expect you to react. I didn't. In0 grabbed Su Haochen's arm with both hands together, her face so aggrieved that she was on the verge of crying, giving Su Haochen a blank stare. He simply wondered if this In0 was an actor. If it is, then it must have a great future. If not, then it's too inexplicable, isn't it? After all, it's the first time they've met, so what's the point? After thinking about it, the only explanation Su Haochen could give was, he had money. He thinks In0 just wants to evening big money, that's why he's afraid of being angry and ignoring him. Then, Su Haochen heart cold, since you are such a woman, then I must give you a lesson. Master, the system's voice sounded. Knowing that it was the system that had sensed the thoughts in his mind and wanted to stop them, Su Haochen interrupted with his thoughts. I know what you're going to say. Don't worry about it. First draw me today's prize. Yes, master. The system's aggrieved voice made Su Haochen's heart tighten, but he quickly recovered. A woman who worships gold does not deserve any sympathy at all. Today I'm going to do the man's job for him. Give you guys the cruelest revenge on behalf of those boys who have been hurt by gold diggers. If Su Haochen calmly analyzes it with what he has learned about psychology, he will find. In fact, In0 did have feelings for him, and the most important thing was not that he was rich, but his handsome face. As for the money, that's the icing on the cake. But he was so angry that he came close to causing a major disaster because of his own prejudices. Ding! Daily lottery is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the F-class reward, the Ferrari F9 top-of-the-line sports car. Asterisk. Su Haochen said angrily. System, are you doing this on purpose? Knowing that I don't know how to drive, and giving me a car to draw, and it's still the lowest F-rank reward. Are you purposely trying to get back at me? No, master. The system's voice was filled with aggravation. The draws are all random and I can't control them. I really didn't mean to do it. Su Haochen snorted coldly. Sensing Su Haochen's mood, the system didn't bother him anymore. And hearing Su Haochen's voice, In0 panicked even more, thinking that Su Haochen was still angry. So her tears fell directly. Tears, really are the best weapon for women, Su Haochen thought in his heart. Even I feel a little heartbroken when I look at them. Having this in mind did not change his decision. He had read a lot of plots in novels, and naturally there was a lot of lustful content. He knew that he had to give a sweet date for a slap, or he might not be able to tackle back if he was far away. Alright, don't cry. After all, you're a girl. I can't be general with you, Su Haochen said. Let's meet again sometime, Su Haochen said, turning around to leave. While according to the development of the plot in his mind, In0 would definitely call out to him. Sure enough. Wait, In0 shouted. Why, is there anything else? Su Haochen didn't turn around and said indifferently as he stood there. In0 ran to Su Haochen in 2 steps, took out her cell phone, and said, add a WeChat. Otherwise, there's no telling when we'll be destined. Sure enough, the corner of Su Haochen's mouth spread a smile. This trick, it really works. Of course, Su Haochen also knew that if it was his own self from yesterday, there was no way he could have been treated like this. It would have been scolded and then they would have left. Su Haochen can't help but sigh. It's good to be rich. Su Haochen also took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat QR code. In0 scanned it and then sent the application over. Su Haochen passed the friend request and naturally typed the 3 words In0. Her WeChat name is very simple. Just the word Ru. Su Haochen could not help but freeze. He had previously read a saying in a novel that girls with simple WeChat names were generally more simple. For this reason he also looked for a lot of psychological material to check, and finally came to the conclusion that it was true what was said in the novel, which was recognized by psychologists. Then, before Su Haochen could think anything more, he heard In0 say, my name is In0, and you? I'll add a note. Seeing that Su Haochen hadn't asked her name, she took the initiative to speak, and asked Su Haochen's name in passing. Of course she wouldn't have thought that Su Haochen already knew her name. After saying her name, In0 couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, because no one knows which Z she is. After all, the 2 words together, Z can be written in too many ways. Moreover, after she finished saying her name, Su Haochen didn't even move his cell phone anymore and directly put it into his pocket. In her opinion, Su Haochen hadn't added a note to herself at all, which would have thought that Su Haochen had already made a note before she even said her name. Wait for me here tomorrow morning. Su Haochen didn't answer Ian Zero's question and said to himself, if I don't see you in the morning, then your tweets will be gone from my list. Chapter 019 The Unimaginable Happiness of Rich People. Above, Su Haochen revealed a very gentlemanly smile, then turned around and walked away. Ian Zero froze in place. Tomorrow morning. He only said tomorrow morning, but not what time. That is, in case you're late tomorrow morning, you'll never get another chance. Ian Zero's heart was flustered like never before. She clenched her small fists tightly, gritted her silver teeth, and seemed to make a difficult decision before turning around and walking towards the B area. It's nice to have money. Once again, Su Haochen let out the same exclamation in his heart. He had been used to living a poor life before, and now that he was suddenly flat on his back, he remembered a famous saying, you think rich people are as happy as you think they are? You're wrong. Rich people are happy in ways you can't even imagine. Exactly which one should I live in? Su Haochen scratched his head, a bit distressed in his heart. Anyone else who owned a random villa here would be so happy that they would wake up smiling in their dreams, but he was here agonizing over not knowing which one was the best. The difference didn't look like much from the outside, but Su Haochen could also think that there was definitely a difference inside. Since all of them are your own, why not carefully pick a favorite? System. Su Haochen called. The keys to these villas must be in the system backpack as well. Master. The system's timid voice sounded in Su Haochen's mind, like a little girl who was in fear. Su Haochen also knew that it was caused by the way he just looked. Alright, I'm fine, Su Haochen said. I was a bit emotional just now. I'm sorry. After Su Haochen finished, he also smiled slightly to himself, to apologize to the system. It was really ridiculous. Isn't that the equivalent of apologizing to a robot, which even with the highly advanced technology nowadays, can't possibly have human emotions? It was just that he seemed to have overlooked the question of whether the system he possessed was really the same as a robot. It's okay, master. The system responded. It's just that you just looked really scary. I know you care about me. I'll control it in the future, Su Haochen said. Now that he was in a calmer mood, he naturally wouldn't vent the resentment in his heart towards the girls on this system. Though the system's voice sounded like a girl too, Su Haochen continued. The keys to these villas should be in the system backpack, so it's impossible to take them out. Yes, master. I'm sorry, I can't open the system backpack right now. I can only wait until you've completed the quest. The system sounded as careful as ever. It's okay, it's not your fault. I know there are some things that are not for you to decide, Su Haochen said. He more or less understood the programming aspects, and in many cases it was the program that was set and not under the control of the robot. I'm sure the system is the same. It's just a proxy program that reacts. Su Haochen thought in his mind about whether he should simply break into the house, but after careful consideration, he would still have to change the locks in that case. The money is secondary. It's just that the locksmith company will come and ask for a real estate license or something like that, which they can't really come up with right now. So, Su Haochen went straight back to the gatekeeper's hut. The few security guards he had just cleaned up, along with the Captain Wang Dakue, were leaning there crookedly, with hard grunts coming out of their mouths. Seeing Su Haochen go in, several people almost jumped up in fear, especially Wang Dakue. He was hurt the most, and when he moved, his kicked stomach hurt again. Su Haochen had actually shown mercy to everyone, or else it would be impossible for them to even think about moving now. Why don't you guys go to the hospital? Seeing that they didn't speak, Su Haochen took the initiative to ask. Mr. Su, Wang Dakue stammered. Su Haochen frowned. How do you know my surname is Su? Mr. Su, Wang Dakue replied. I've just contacted the person in charge of the property over here, and Mr. Zhang told me that your surname is Su, so that's how I knew. Mr. Zhang is on his way here. He'll probably be here soon. He said he'd bring someone to replace us. We don't dare to go AWOL now. Although Su Haochen said for them to resign on their own initiative, they didn't dare not to stand for this last shift, because they can't afford to offend Mr. Zhang sighed, and if they just go AWOL, they won't get their paychecks. If anything really happened during this period, they couldn't afford to pay for it even if they had 10 heads. Looking at the way Wang Dakue, who had been bossing him around, was now being coy, Su Haochen couldn't help but burst into a cold laugh. This kind of plot of pretending to be a pig and then punching the villain in the face was only seen in novels, and I never thought that I would be able to perform it myself now. This kind of plot I quite like, Su Haochen thought in his heart, picking up a pen and writing down his phone number on a piece of paper. He then tapped it twice on the table and said to Wang Dakue, tell that Mr. China of yours to call this number when he gets here. After Su Haochen finished speaking, he turned around and slowly left the hut, but in the hearts of the security guards, they still had palpitations. It wasn't until a minute or so had passed that a small security guard, who hadn't been beaten before and was still moving freely, went out and looked around. Going back and telling the crowd that Su Haochen had left, everyone let out a long breath. Several people were in the room exploring if there could be any way to curry favor with Mr. Su and try to still stay. After all, with their unskilled, uneducated, unbackgrounded, and uneducated triple nose, it wasn't easy to find a job with an income like the one they were currently earning. Chentang Ipin, as the top neighborhood in Zhonghai City, the security guards are paid $8,000 a month. The head of security can even reach 10,000 per month. Although such an income is still relatively low in terms of the average salary in Zhonghai, it is good enough for them. Anywhere else, I'm afraid it wouldn't even be 5,000. And the key thing is that security jobs include food and shelter, and the rest of the money is basically saved up, except for necessities. For the average security guard, saving $7,000 a month is not a problem. These people are not local people in Zhonghai. They are all foreigners who heard that Zhonghai is full of gold and came to this side to get gold. It's just that after hitting the wall everywhere, I finally got relatively lucky and was chosen to be a security guard here. Wang Dakue made up his mind that wherever he was in the future, he would keep a lowly attitude when he saw anyone and would never be so high and mighty again. Of course, Su Haochen was completely unaware of everything that happened in the house, and instead turned around inside the neighborhood alone. Feeling the environment of this luxurious neighborhood, the more I wandered around, the more I sighed. The rich people's living environment is really good. Probably strolling by himself for more than 10 minutes, the phone rang. Unfamiliar number. Su Haochen guessed that it was the so-called general manager Zhang who called, so he picked up the phone. Hello, Su Haochen said politely. May I ask who you are? Su Haochen's tone was polite, a habit that had been cultivated all along, and with a flattered performance on the other end of the phone. Through the phone Su Haochen seemed to be able to feel the nodding and haunting on that end. Chapter 020, The Unimaginable Pleasures of the Rich. Next. Sudong hello, came the stuttering voice from the phone. You don't have to be too polite. You can just call me Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang? Su Haochen frowned. If it wasn't that Mr. Zhang, who was this? Moreover, how can you listen to the voice of a middle-aged man in his 40s and ask me to call him Xiaoyang? Which one are you? Su Haochen asked. Su Dong, my subordinate is the current person in charge of Jinyuan Street. I didn't disturb you by calling you in the morning. Yang on the other side of the phone said, seemingly cautious. Su Haochen brought his cell phone to his eyes, glanced at the time, and said, it's almost 9:30. Why is it early? What's the matter with you calling me? The person in charge of Jinyuan Street was called Yang Dong, and he thought Su Haochen was the kind of rich second generation who was lazy. 9 o'clock or so for this kind of crowd that simply hadn't gotten up yet, so he was careful, afraid of disturbing Su Haochen's rest. Our previous boss and subordinate said that the ownership of Jinyuan Street is now Mr. Su's, so I'm contacting you to see when you're free to come over so I can familiarize you with this side of things. Yang Dong replied. I remember that I became the boss of this Jinyuan Street yesterday afternoon, but you're only calling me now. Could it be that you don't even have me in your sights? Su Haochen's voice went cold. Yang Dong on the other end of the phone almost didn't hold the phone. He certainly didn't dare to not put Su Haochen in his eyes, especially yesterday he heard to the original boss said. Even he cannot investigate this Su Haochen real origin. This made Yang Dong panic even more. It turned out that he wasn't entirely sure how powerful that boss was, but just the ones that showed up on the surface were enough to send shivers down his spine. And now, this new boss, Su Haochen, has made it impossible for him to find out. Of course, they couldn't have dreamed that Su Haochen's real background was actually as simple as what they had found out. But how could they not find out that Su Haochen had made his fortune with a heaven-defying system? What's more, it never occurred to him that actually Su Haochen had taken this Jinyuan Street without spending a single penny of his own money at all. Yang Dong shivered and replied, Mr. Su, please calm down. I really don't dare to call you rashly. Yesterday afternoon, we have been waiting for you in front of the headquarters building on Jinyuan Street, as well as on both sides of the street, wanting to greet you, but you were too busy and never came over, which is why I called you this morning, and for fear of disturbing you too early, I chose this time. Yang Dong's explanation solved the doubts in Su Haochen's heart, but it didn't mean he was completely convinced. After waiting all afternoon without waiting, wouldn't you have called at that time? Although Su Haochen hadn't really experienced too many things, but after all, he liked to read, and he still understood the truth that people's hearts were wicked. It was just that right now he had other things on his mind and didn't really want to delve into why. So Su Haochen gave a soft then said, I'll be over there in a while. Hearing Su Haochen's voice, the stone hanging in Yang Dong's heart fell to the ground, but listening to his tone of voice, could not help but to be flooded with a trace of worry again. So, did not dare to ask a few points to. Then he said with a smile again, good, Su Dong, we will immediately arrange for you to greet you. Su Haochen didn't say anything more and hung up the phone, thinking in his heart, I didn't even tell you what time I was going to be there. Greet me? Did you arrange for someone to meet me at the door now? Su Haochen actually really wanted to be right. Yang Dong saw Su Haochen's dissatisfaction and didn't dare to ask Su Haochen again what time he was going to go. But directly after hanging up the phone, he arranged for people to hurry downstairs to the entrance of the headquarters building and the street corners on both sides to meet Su Haochen, and also personally went downstairs and waited there. Now he regretted that he didn't call Su Haochen at the first opportunity yesterday, but chose to use his network of connections to conduct a simple investigation on Su Haochen. He does have respect and fear for his original boss, but he can't say he trusts him completely. Suddenly there is a new boss. What if he is deliberately alarmist for whatever reason? So Yang Dong chose to do some investigating on Su Haochen, but the results of the investigation were exactly the same as what his former boss had told him. Su Haochen was just an ordinary student in the junior year of the mathematics major of Shanghai Science and Technology College. His hometown is in a small city in the northeast of China, where the living conditions are rather difficult. There is an older sister, 2 years older than Su Haochen, graduated from college this year, and works at a fairly large barbecue restaurant in her hometown. But this so-called quite big, in his position, also does not care at all. It was such an ordinary identity, but it made them all very shocked, because they simply didn't believe that Su Haochen's identity was that ordinary, and they were convinced that it was a superficial job done by Su Haochen. Otherwise, how could it have the strength to take all the villas in Area A of Jinyuan Street and Shentangipin in one go? And in addition to that, there's a 70% stake in the Mingyang restaurant headquarters. Of course, that 70% stake in Mingyang restaurant is less surprising than that of Jinyuan Street and Shentangipin. Their investigation was pervasive and naturally, the Shentangipin and Mingyang restaurant were not left out, so they were even more skeptical that Su Haochen had some heavenly background and was here on a private visit. Otherwise, how could it be possible to go to the Mingyang restaurant to work as a waiter? How could it be possible to have been so tolerant to dress up as a poor man? And if Su Haochen saw the results of their investigation, he would be surprised, because even he didn't know that his sister, Su Yuchen, was now working at a barbecue restaurant in his hometown. He had always assumed that his sister had stayed in Kyowa after graduation. Su Haochen continued to loiter, but was actually impatient in his heart. He quite regretted why he didn't just ask for that Mr. Zhang's phone number and directly call him to come quickly. Of course, Su Haochen didn't know that Mr. Zhang's drive was already about to take off, but Shanghai City at this time in the morning is just a traffic jam. So Mr. Zhang's initial estimate is that driving is still too slow, so he got out of the car directly on the road, and then ran all the way towards Shentangipin. Su Haochen took out his cell phone. It was almost 10 o'clock, turned around and walked towards the doorman. Secretly thought, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, then this Mr. Zhang will go home to carry the child. He was well aware of his current worth, not to mention firing a few security guards. Even telling that Mr. Zhang to get lost was completely doable. After all, he was the biggest customer of Shentangipin. But just as he was exiting the gateway to Area A, he saw a man moving toward him like a mountain, almost pouncing on him. Just as Su Haochen was about to raise his foot to kick out, the man stopped in front of him. This man is Mr. Zhang, who ran all the way here. After seeing Su Haochen, he had intended to stop about 2 meters in front of him, but because of his weight of close to 300 pounds, the inertia was just too great, so he almost collided with Su Haochen. Luckily, though, he used all the remaining strength in his body to finally put the brakes on. Chapter 021, Cultivating the Jade Emperor as a Jade Emperor, up. At this moment, Su Haochen finally understood Newton's first law: the greater the mass, the greater the inertia. Mr. Su, I'm coming. Mr. Zhang panted. You're Mr. Zhang? Su Haochen had an incredulous expression, secretly thought that this Zhang how to make so miserable. Even do not have a car? Couldn't have come running, or on a shared bike. It's hard to share a bike with this body, isn't it? Of course, Su Haochen's first thought was still that the car was broken or restricted or something, but on second thought it's unlikely that a man of his stature would only have one car, so that's why he guessed that he probably didn't really have one. Is it because you can't sit in it? It's me, Su, Mr. Su. General Manager Zhang came up for air and didn't even see Su Haochen's skeptical expression. If it wasn't for the 8 security guards who were all following behind at the moment, Su Haochen simply suspected that the person in front of him was posing for some purpose. And how could any general manager mix like this? What's wrong with you? Su Haochen asked. You're not running, are you? Su Haochen, which thought his own casual guess surprisingly I am true, said Mr. Zhang, gasping for breath. Yes, running, the road traffic jam. Do not dare to delay Mr. Su Haochen sighed. Originally angry, want to find people to ask for a statement, but people, in order to avoid coming too late, directly put off the car and ran over. So how can he still have a reason to lose his temper? The few of you quickly come over and support General Manager Zhang. Find a place to sit and talk. Su Haochen rushed at the security guards behind General Manager Zhang. Mr. Su, my subordinate has an unkind request. With a wave of his hand, Mr. Zhang stopped the security guard who was about to help him and opened his mouth. It's just really hard for him to swing his hands right now. You say it, I'll try my best to promise you. Su Haochen was genuinely somewhat moved now. It had been a long time since he'd experienced the feeling of someone caring so much about him. He still only said that he tried his best, and didn't quite put his finger on it. These people of mine offended you before. I apologize on their behalf, Mr. Zhang said, and was about to bow and salute. The security guards around him hurriedly tried to help him up, while Su Haochen snatched a step forward and supported General Manager Zhang, who was ready to bend over. When Mr. Zhang stood firm, Su Haochen opened his mouth. Mr. Zhang, as the saying goes, there is a head for every grievance and a debtor for every debt. Today it is they who made the mistake, and you, Mr. Zhang, have nothing to do with it. In the face of good people, Su Haochen was as respectful as ever. To this Mr. Zhang's address is also to use you this kind of honorific, and also called a Mr. Zhang. General Manager Zhang was flattered. Mr. Su, how can I afford to have you call me General Manager Zhang? You can just call me Little Zhang. Su Haochen was speechless for a while. First was a small Yang who knew he was middle-aged by the sound of his voice, and now such a middle-aged, fat and greasy Zhang. I'm much younger than you. This little Zhang I really can't call out. General Manager Zhang and Brother Zhang, you pick one, Su Haochen said, but also did not use you this kind of honorific. He knew, this Mr. Zhang cannot stand. Then you'd better call General Manager Zhang. General Manager Zhang said helplessly, even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to let Su Haochen call him brother. Alright, it's settled then. Did you just want to say that you want me to forgive them? Su Haochen said. No, don't dare, replied Mr. Zhang. These people offended Mr. Su, they deserved their dismissal. I just wondered if it would be possible for them to go to the hospital first. The two of us will go to the doorman and talk for a while, and I'll be their doorman for a while. But don't worry, Mr. Su, the person I've arranged to take over will definitely be here soon, and will never delay you. Okay, Su Haochen said one word, then nodded lightly. Let them go, and by the way, those two that didn't get beaten stay. We can't have just two of us at the gate. Anything really might not be able to handle it, and those guys are a little injured, but they'll have no problem getting to the hospital on their own. Good. General Manager Zhang nodded his head in a hurry, then turned to the security guards and said, why don't you thank Mr. Su? The security guards shouted together. Thank you, Mr. Su. Only the voice was completely devoid of the gravitas a security officer should have, and instead carried a hint of panic. Su Haochen didn't bother to pursue those, and walked directly towards the doorman, with Mr. Zhang following behind him, and the remaining two security guards followed Mr. Zhang. At this moment, Mr. Zhang behind Su Haochen failed to see that Su Haochen's eyes narrowed, seemingly thinking about something. Indeed, he was now suspicious that this General Manager Zhang was simply doing superficial work. How is it possible that he's here and the security guard he arranged to take over isn't? Even if they all ran, there was no way he could outrun a trained security guard with his size. Is it possible that those security guards could still have come by car? He's getting out of the car and running, and the security guard is in the car. Unless he doesn't want to do it, or unless he has a death wish. The only possibility, then, is that he's doing everything to show that he's sympathetic to his subordinates and wants to make a good impression. I don't know if it's too much to ask. Originally, Su Haochen was still touched that this Mr. Zhang valued himself, but now, he was already starting to be wary, and General Manager Zhang followed behind Su Haochen step by step, his body half bent, not daring to raise his head all the time, with the appearance of a lackey. In his heart, he was rippling, secretly thinking that what he did was still quite successful, at least leaving a good impression in Mr. Su's mind. As for whether those security guards could stay and work, it had nothing to do with him at all, and the two small security guards, thinking is very simple. What do you mean to leave two people so as not to encounter things cannot cope with? To your hands if you cannot cope with it, then we are even more wasted. It's just that they're naive. Even if Su Haochen alone could really top a dozen of them, but with Su Haochen's identity, how could he really be a security guard for them at the gate to solve unexpected situations? In the small house of the doorman, Su Haochen talked to Mr. Zhang for a while and learned that his name was Zhang Qian. It is also known that the developer of this Chentangipin is the nationally renowned Dewan Group, and it was personally supervised by their chairman, Wang Linjian. Then Zhang Qian said eloquently there that he had the honor to meet Wang Linjian, and the two people also exchanged for a while, benefited greatly and so on. Just Su Haochen did not listen to it at all, and at this time what he was thinking was, I seem to remember that the group is called Wanda. And their chairman, I think, is called Wang Jianlin, right? How come everything sounds backwards now? Did he remember wrongly? Or is this Zhang Qian simply blowing awesome? Just as he was puzzled, the security guard that Zhang Qian had arranged to take over the shift finally arrived. Looking at the time, about 20 minutes had passed since he had just met with Zhang Qian. That's pretty good timing, Su Haochen thought in his heart. You've arranged it quite well to make a good impression on me. And it's quite a fight to run here with a figure like yours. You've put in the blood. Chapter 022, When the Jade Emperor Cultivates. Next, Su Haochen didn't have the heart to continue pestering Zhang Qian, and instructed him to continue to bring everyone along properly. Then he told Zhang Qian that he no longer wanted to be bothered by the matter of those security guards before, so let them stay on. But as a punishment, garnish everyone's pay for a month and then take the money and run a reunion to foster relationships. Su Haochen didn't know how much these security guards were paid in a month, but with 8 people, he thought it wouldn't be less. It was more than enough to organize a group reunion. Although this Chentangipin was not considered his property now, but now that Area A is all his, the next natural step is to find a way to rent it out. So he would also like to see some harmony on the property side of this neighborhood to provide some good environment for the owners or tenants. Told Zhang Qian that he couldn't find his key, and excused himself by saying that he had drunk too much last night and lost it. Zhang Qian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, secretly thinking how big this young master's heart is. Is it genuinely big to lose all the keys to 100 villas in one night? Or did you just not care about these houses in the first place? Zhang Qian thought of this and became more and more shocked. With Zhang Qian's identity and ability, Su Haochen naturally believed that he would be able to sort things out, then tell him to pick out one of the best for himself to keep and live in, and for the rest to send out a message saying that it's open for rent. As for the rent, it is for Zhang Qian to do it himself. Su Haochen has never been a landlord before, not to mention that he has never even been a tenant. With a school dormitory to live in, how could he think of renting a house? Besides, even if he wanted to, the money in his hand would not allow it. As for Zhang Qian, this old fart, he surely knew the market well. Moreover, he made an offer to Zhang Qian to give him 10% of the rent as a reward, and Zhang Qian's heart was bursting with joy. He excused himself for a couple of sentences. Then Su Haochen also pretended to insist for a bit, and the guests and hosts were happy. Su Haochen was currently considered to be begging for Zhang Qian, so he still accompanied him in such a play, although he was already a bit defensive towards Zhang Qian, thinking that he was not that simple. But thinking about his identity, Su Haochen was relieved, just like the previous manager of the Mingyang Hotel, Chen Yang, to be able to mix to this position, naturally, is the kind of person who is exquisite in all aspects. For people, how treacherous is not important, as long as you do not do that kind of scourge of the country and the people, and will not jeopardize their own, but also can be used for their own. Su Haochen will not care too much. After all, now as a boss-level figure, he also chose to look at the benefits and talk. Zhang Qian's side was tightly arranging for the reconfiguration of the keys as well as selecting a villa for Su Haochen. Although these villas are very well known, but the overall structure, area are similar. The largest area is the 10. There is no villa king and so on. So Zhang Qian is a little difficult. What if the picked Su Haochen doesn't like it? The time came to 11:30 in the morning, and Su Haochen took a taxi to the Golden Source Commercial Street. Instead of getting off at the street corner, he got off directly from the headquarters building under the driver's astonished gaze. Moreover, as soon as he got off the bus, Yang Dong immediately brought people around, and under the driver's baffled expression, Yang Dong paid for Su Haochen, then respectfully invited Su Haochen into the headquarters building. The driver's expression Su Haochen naturally saw in his eyes. He knew that the main reason was still his outfit, which altogether added up to less than $200. In a city like Shanghai, I'm afraid that I don't even have the qualifications to enter this Golden Resources Commercial Street to buy things, let alone to the headquarters building. Should I go buy a famous brand to wear as well? Su Haochen thought in his heart. He had naturally aspired to those gorgeous designer clothes, which was human nature, but whereas before he couldn't afford it, he yearned for it very much. Now those things were within reach for him, but he didn't want them as much, because Su Haochen suddenly felt that he was enjoying the shocked gazes of others. This feeling of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger was indeed very cool. No wonder many novels have protagonists who like to do this. That feeling of punching someone's face is really enjoyable, and watching someone's embarrassed to death expression is really quite enjoyable. With no words along the way, Su Haochen's group arrived at the top floor of the headquarters building. At 33 floors, it wasn't the tallest in the high-rise city of Shanghai. Under the explanation of Yang Dong learned that the previous owner of this Jin Yuan Street was very revered Taoism, and this 33 floors was built in accordance with the 33 heavens of the Taoist legend. And this 33rd floor, the entirety of which is a large flat, also has only one oversized office, the owner's own office. Normally, without an invitation, even he, the general manager, could only stay on the 30th floor. Su Haochen couldn't help but laugh. This original boss was treating himself as the three Qing of Taoism, and it was also the highest-ranking Yuan Shi Tianzun. As for this Yang Dong, he was probably being cultivated as the Jade Emperor. After all, legend in Taoism has it that the first 30 heavens fall under the jurisdiction of the Jade Emperor, and the Jade Emperor's palace of heavenly jade is in the 30th heaven. As for the three heavens at the top, it is the highest faith of Taoism, the three purities, that is, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Lingbao Tianzun and Dao Tianzun. Among them, the first heavenly father is the highest in status. Of course, the three purities do not each guard a layer, but can travel freely. These people in general paid little attention to, but Su Haochen liked literature, and related books were dabbled in. Seeing Su Haochen smile, Yang Dong thought Su Haochen was enjoying this place or was satisfied with his actions, couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Although with his position, moving up further was basically impossible, but it's hard enough to keep your position in front of the new boss. Of course, if you can coax the new boss to be happy, then your salary might even go up a bit, or you might get some dividends and become a shareholder who can have a real say, and that would be the pinnacle of your life. Thinking of this, Yang Dong could not help but be overjoyed and almost grinned, but Su Haochen was just more surprised by everything in front of him. After all, he had never seen this luxurious decoration, but it was really a bit of a waste. After all, the top 3 floors amounted to just belonging to yourself, which was completely unnecessary, and he couldn't be here every day to keep watch. He had a lot on his plate. Of course, the current Su Haochen didn't have too many things to do, but he knew that after he had the system, he would definitely have more and more things as depicted in those web novels, or more and more companies and industries, which would surely keep you busy running around every day. So he made up his mind, get a personal secretary to share the burden for him. And according to the plot of numerous novels, you must find a beautiful and capable female secretary. Right, Mr. Yang, please help me with a few things, Su Haochen said. Yang Dong stood in front of Su Haochen in fear and said with a bow, Su Dong, you must not be polite. There is something you just command me. For you to serve you is my blessing. How dare I say trouble ah. Chapter 023. That's your mom's permanent secret. Above. Su Haochen had a black line on his face. His own habitual politeness and respect had turned out to be a burden in the eyes of others. Looks like this bad habit will have to change in the future, and learn to toe the line as well. Thinking of this, Su Haochen coughed twice falsely and said, Alright then, Yang Dong is under orders. Go and do 3 things for me. During the elevator ride up just now, Yang Dong had already introduced himself to Su Haochen, so Su Haochen already knew his name, and at this moment, Yang Dong stood straight and said, Please command Su Dong, my subordinate will do his best. Su Haochen seemed to be satisfied with Yang Dong's performance and nodded, saying, First, change the layout of this headquarters building again. Right now there's only one office on the top 3 floors of this. It's too wasteful. If you really don't know what to change it to something like an employee cafeteria and gym. Upgrade the benefits for the employees. Naturally, these could not be Su Haochen's ideas, but were copied from the novel. But it also reflected his inner thoughts. If he hadn't gotten this system by chance, then he would have to face finding a job even if he graduated in 2 years. What he is most looking forward to is a job with good benefits and preferably with food and shelter. Good, good. Yang Dong smiled with a wide-eyed smile, which was not a fake smile, but from the bottom of his heart. After all, with better staff welfare, he can save a lot of work in managing them, especially for those who don't listen and may have to be appeased before. This is because recruitment is also more difficult, especially when it comes to recruiting adult staff or even managerial talents. But if the benefits are better, then as a hand, he can let go of the reins. To put it bluntly, if you like to do it or not, there are plenty of people to do it if you don't. The previous boss was rather stingy, so in fact, the employees of this Golden Resources commercial street actually complained quite a lot. Now that there is a boss who is so bold and atmospheric, I think this headquarters building will be more harmonious in the future. And the boss had already said that it could be converted into a cafeteria gym, so even if it was really possible to do other remodeling, Yang Dong certainly wouldn't go for it. Of course, Su Haochen didn't know Yang Dong's thoughts and just mentioned it casually. After all, it could be a long time before he or she comes back here or even pays attention to it himself or herself for the next long time. The second thing, Su Haochen continued, send out a notice for me. I want to recruit a personal secretary, $10 million a year, female required, under 30 years old, and the rest is up to you. Yang Dong pondered for a moment, then said, good, I'll do it right away, and I'll definitely make Su Dong satisfied. Looking at his expression, Su Haochen naturally knew where he had thought of and said, don't get me wrong, I do think that pretty young female secretaries look good to the eyes, but nothing else. There are many properties in my name, and more to come. and I need someone attentive and patient and capable to take care of them for me, not a mere vase. Yang Dong smiled in embarrassment and said with a face full of embarrassment, "Yes, I am sorry, Su Dong. I thought. Fortunately you explained it. Otherwise maybe I really have to do the wrong thing." "It's not your fault," Su Haochen said with a smile. "If it was me who heard such a request, I might have thought the wrong way too, especially looking at my age, which is normal, and I'm sure that your secretary should be a young and beautiful female secretary as well." After Su Haochen finished speaking, he laughed. Yang Dong also laughed in agreement. The two of them had a look of both are men. Both understand. Su Haochen continued. "This third thing is, to give me a certificate representing the highest identity of the Golden Resources Commercial Street." Su Haochen said, slightly unhappy in his heart. In other people's novels, it's the general manager who takes the initiative to give some kind of gold card, black card, diamond card or whatever to prove that the protagonist has a prominent status. Then at some point it will be used to punch the villain in the face. But I did not expect this, Yang Dong. There is no meaning in this regard. No way. It can only take the initiative to ask for it. I should. Yang Dong hastily nodded his head, then took out a golden card from his bosom and handed it to Su Haochen, saying, "This kind of top-grade gold card is the representative of the highest-end customers of our Golden Source Commercial Street, and it was originally prepared to be given to Mr. Su as well. It was processed out by us overnight yesterday." Su Haochen took the card and looked at it. Although it was just a small card, about the same size as an ID card. However, it was covered with all sorts of finely carved patterns, and most crucially, there was a dragon's pattern faintly engraved on it. If one didn't look closely, it was impossible to tell. But since Su Haochen had drawn the reward of the system's double excellence in calligraphy and painting, he was naturally very clear about the various patterns and lines. "Who designed the pattern of this kind of card?" Su Haochen asked. "Su Dong. The style of this card was designed by the previous owner, and together with this one of yours, there are only 5 in total." Yang Dong didn't know why Su Haochen asked this, but still answered honestly. "Besides the one I have, there should be one in the original boss's hand, and there should be one in yours." "Whose are the other 2? Su Haochen asked. "As an owner, it's natural that you need to know who your big clients are and it's necessary to have a good relationship. We might even be able to help each other in the future." Su Haochen felt as if he had adapted well to the role of boss. "Su Dong, our former boss does have one, but I don't have it in my hand. I'm not qualified enough to have this kind of top-grade gold card," Yang Dong said, a loss in his tone, but quickly responded and continued. "The other 3, one is Xiao Ma of the Xuantung Group, and Uncle Ma of the Ali Group, and the last one is in the hands of Wang Linjian of the Dewan Group." "Who is your former boss?" Su Haochen froze, not expecting that he would recognize such a big shot. Shouldn't it be Tang Xuan Group? How did it become Sun Tung? It's happened before, where someone says a name that is the opposite of the name they remember. Could it be that they are remembering it wrong? But it should be familiar. "Our former boss is called Zhao Tianlong, and his identity is also very mysterious. But in my opinion, there is no trouble that he can't solve. And this time, none of us thought that he would sell this Jin Yuan Street." Yang Dong's voice rang in Su Haochen's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Su Haochen nodded casually, but apart from the 3 words Zhao Tianlong, he actually didn't listen to anything. And then, as if suddenly remembering something, he said, "There's one more thing." Hearing Su Haochen say there was something else, Yang Dong hurriedly said, "Su Dong, you say? What else?" Although Su Haochen had just said that he was asking him to arrange 3 things. But now, not to mention one more. Even if he said 30, Yang Dong wouldn't dare to oppose anything. Suddenly, Su Haochen's gaze gazed up, frightening Yang Dong, just as his heart was panicking, wondering where exactly he had upset Su Haochen. Su Haochen opened his mouth. "I don't want you to investigate me again." Chapter 024. That's your mom's permanent secret, below. Right. Sorry, Su Dong. Yang Dong hurriedly apologized, although he wasn't sure how Su Haochen knew about it. On second thought, it was certain that someone who could have such ability and financial power was extremely smart. His own little tricks were certainly not in people's eyes. "I know you and that original boss of yours, Zhao Tianlong, right? I know you guys were investigating me yesterday, so you didn't contact me with the intention of giving me a hard time. And today it was the realization that they couldn't find out anything that made them feel scared enough to contact me in a panic." Su Haochen said slowly. His tone was calm, but in Yang Dong's heart, it set off a huge wave. Su Haochen read a lot, so he had seen some examples of these things in books, and it wasn't hard to come to a general conclusion after analyzing today's situation a little. Su Dong is wise. My subordinate is impressed. Yang Dong really did not know what to say, and hastily shivered and patted his ass. "Alright, that's human nature. I'm too lazy to bother with you," Su Haochen said. "Remember, from now on, your boss is me, no longer some Zhao Tianlong." as long as you do a good job. What he gives you, I'll give you. What he doesn't give you, I can give you. You can understand what I mean. Yes, yes. Yang Dong nodded his head in fear, and then watched Su Haochen turn around and leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to send it down, but Su Haochen said to him, I'll just walk on my own, and you'll have time to plan how to remodel our tallest 3-story building here. With Su Haochen's words, Yang Dong naturally didn't dare to slack off. When Su Haochen walked into the elevator, he immediately picked up the phone and began to make contact, ready to personally participate in the planning of the remodeling. Su Haochen's face was gloomy. He wasn't worried about the repercussions he would have after being investigated, but was worried about the disturbance inside his home. After all, his parents and sister, all of them were ordinary people. The kind of ordinary people who probably had never seen $100,000 in their lives. If he let these people investigating himself disturb or even hurt them, then Su Haochen would feel guilty for the rest of his life. It seems that we have to find a chance to go home to pick them up, Su Haochen thought in his heart. Soon the elevator came to the first floor, but just as Su Haochen stepped out of the elevator, he saw a line of people rampaging towards the elevator. While walking, he also shouted, out of the way, all of you. And more than one person was shouting, as several people who had been waiting at the elevator door ducked out of the way. Only 6 young lads came forward flanking a youth with a large gold chain. Su Haochen stood in front of the elevator door without moving, and because the people waiting for the elevator had all made way, this line of people arrived in front of Su Haochen in the blink of an eye. Didn't you hear me when I told you to get lost? Dare to block our young master's way? Are you looking for death? A person standing beside the young man spoke, stepped forward, and pushed towards Su Haochen with one hand. This person was about 1 meter 8 in height, not as tall as Su Haochen, but it looked a lot stronger than Su Haochen. Anyone would think that Su Haochen would be at a disadvantage when the two fought. However, to the astonishment of the crowd, just as that hand was about to be pushed onto Su Haochen didn't know when to step out and grabbed onto that person's wrist. A little pressure made the man grimace in pain. Although the one he had learned was the 12 roads of tan legs, this martial arts thing was much the same, and the strength in Su Haochen's hands had improved quite a bit. Don't you dare. Don't you dare touch me. Do you believe it? Before the words were finished, Su Haochen kicked out, but didn't let go of his hand. Thus, that person who was originally caught in Su Haochen's hands directly knelt on the ground under this kick. No matter what you want to say, I don't believe it, Su Haochen said disdainfully. This brother, your hands are good. I am Sun Chao. I don't know what your name is, the youth who was surrounded said to Su Haochen, while Su Haochen also looked at him, and at a glance, he could tell that this was a rich second generation, usually flying off the handle as used to. I think the family should be a bit of power. My favorite part is teaching rich kids a lesson. Su Haochen thought in his heart that he hadn't been humiliated by the rich second generation in the previous times. Thinking of those rich kids at school, the way those people used to look at themselves with such contempt. Now it's finally time for revenge. The oath I made that day is still fresh in my mind. If one day the dragon gets water, I will make all of you regret it. Don't come with me on this Jianghu way. You're also worthy of knowing my name? Su Haochen said coldly, looking at Sun Chao with eyes that were also filled with disdain, just like the ones he once endured himself. You, Sun Chao, was speechless, not expecting the young man in front of him who looked 4 or 5 years younger than himself to be so insensitive. The people who were gathered around them were also whispering, nowadays, it is lunch break time. Many people just finished eating, to go back to the office to go to work or rest. They knew Sun Chao and knew his identity, but they had never seen Su Haochen. Seeing Su Haochen dare to treat Sun Chao with such an attitude, he couldn't help but wonder about the identity. However, in almost everyone's perception, it was impossible for Su Haochen to be a match for this Sun Chao, because in the entire Jinyuan Street headquarters office building, there wouldn't be any young man who could mess with Sun Chao. But if they knew that Su Haochen was coming from the 33rd floor, they definitely wouldn't think so. But they wouldn't know, nor were they qualified to know, including this Sun Chao. Love to watch is really the nature of the Chinese people. So much so that the elevator that had stopped on the first floor went up again before these people reacted to the fact that they wanted to take the elevator to the upper floors. But it's a good thing the lunch break is still long enough to watch the action here for a while. In most of their hearts, they actually hoped that this Sun Chao would be given a good cleaning up. Sun Chao was also secretly worried, fearing that he might have messed with some existence more powerful than himself. But looking at Su Haochen's age, his mind went over it, and there was no rich son he didn't know who was this age. Couldn't help but feel bold again. Little brat, I'll give you a chance to apologize to me, or I'll let you die an ugly death. Dare to hit my man. Do you know who my father is? Sun Chao said as he reached out and pointed at Su Haochen. Ha! Su Haochen smiled contemptuously. Who is your father? That, I'm afraid, is your mom's permanent secret. At those words, there was a sudden silence around them, and 3 seconds later, There was a chain of laughter. It was an uncontrollable, laugh-out-loud sound. Sun Chao's face was iron blue. He was never the one to humiliate others. He never thought that someone would dare to talk to him like this today. Anger rose from his heart and he shouted, "Give me on! Beat him to death!" A disdainful look appeared on Su Haochun's face. Just these few people were inferior to the security guards he beat up in the morning. Su Haochun was certain that he could put down everyone, including Sun Chao, within 5 seconds. Just as Su Haochun was about to make his move, the elevator door opened and a man came out from inside, shouting, "Stop it for me." Sun Chao took a look and was aghast. Chapter 025, let's wait for it slowly, above. Sun Chao was shocked. It turned out that the one who came out of the elevator was none other than Yang Dong, the general manager of Jinyuan Street. And, running out of the elevator in almost 3 steps, full of panic, "Yang, Uncle Yang?" Sun Chao said, "Why did you come down?" Yang Dong said angrily, "Why did I come down? If I don't come down, you can poke a hole in the sky for me." After saying that, ignoring Sun Chao's puzzled expression, he directly walked towards Su Haochun. Su Dong, I'm sorry, this child is young and unintelligent, don't bother with him," Yang Dong said. He himself felt weak. Young? How to see that Sun Chao is also older than Su Haochun? "Your relative?" Su Haochun asked. "No, it's not," Yang Dong stammered in reply. "It has nothing to do with me. He's the son of our vice president here, Sun Changhua, so I took care of him as best I could." "A vice president's son is bossy like this?" Su Haochun asked in disbelief. After all, in Su Haochun's heart, the so-called vice president was nothing more than a senior hitman. Moreover, although he didn't know, it should be clear when he thought about it, in such a big Jinyuan Street, there must be more than one vice president. What makes him so arrogant? It's like this Su Dong. This Sun Changwei is not an ordinary vice president. Unlike the other 3, he is our executive vice president here. Yang Dong leaned over Su Haochun's ear and whispered. Su Haochun nodded. He still heard about this so-called executive vice president. Just like the student council he knew at school, there was an executive vice president in there as well, who he didn't know well, but still knew. The standing deputy is above the deputy, second only to the first deputy, and has a high level of authority. But that doesn't excuse his son from being so flighty, does it? I'm afraid it's not only that, Su Haochun asked. Even if there's an executive vice president's dad, he can't have such a big rack. I see that just now he brought someone over, and the guys in this block dispersed. Su Haochun reached out and pointed to the crowd next to him, which had been whispering, especially after seeing Yang Dong come down this way. There were speculations about Su Haochun's identity. Hearing Yang Dong call Su Dong, most of them were guessing which family's young master Su Haochun was, working as a director or chairman in a certain company. No one had guessed that he was actually the new boss of this Golden Source Street. After all, in fact, the matter of Golden Source Street changing its boss was only known to some of the higher-ups. The employees down there have no idea, and they don't even know who the original owner was. Yang Dong continued. Su Dong, you don't know. This Sun Chao not only has a father who is a vice president, but also our personnel manager. A lot of employees' attendance performance and even bonuses and whatnot are approved by him. So you can basically say that with one word from him, he can wipe out a person's entire month's effort and zero out their bonus. Su Haochun was annoyed in his heart. How come there were such second-generation dudes everywhere? Why don't you come with me? It's not very convenient to talk here. Su Haochun called on Yang Dong and took a step outside, never looking at Sun Chao again since the beginning. Sun Chao made a gesture to lead his men to follow, and Yang Dong exclaimed, "Get your ass up there and I'll deal with you when I get back." Sun Chao naturally did not dare to follow further, although he was a dude, but not a cutie, knew what people he couldn't afford to mess with. At this time, his heart was also flustered. He could naturally see that Yang Dong was respectful to that young man and secretly guessed his identity. He wanted to follow up and take a look, looking for a chance to see if he could turn an enemy into a friend, but he was chided back by Yang Dong, so he could only stop. The crowd also dispersed, allowing Sun Chao and his group to take the elevator first, and then the others took the other elevators up one after another. The situation was unknown now, and he didn't know the identity of that young man, so he didn't dare to offend Sun Chao yet. After all, in such a large building, there couldn't be only one elevator, so letting Sun Chao go first wouldn't delay anything. These people are self-congratulating themselves for being wishy-washy. The first thing Sun shouted after going upstairs was to call his father and explain the situation here. Sun Changhua, who received the call, was shocked. Although Sun Chao didn't guess Su Haochun's identity, Sun Changhua was aware of it. Being in such a high position as an executive vice president, he naturally didn't need to go to work every day, so he was lazing around at home at this time. Not to mention him, but this Sun Chao, he just came to work and wasn't even here during the morning hours, but he's the HR manager, and his own attendance is still casually perfect. Sun Changhua knew about the change of boss in Jinyuan Street, but thought that even if the boss went to inspect the work, everything had Yang Dong on top. Although he was not on very friendly terms with Yang Dong, he was convinced that Yang Dong would not dare to sell him out, because he also holds some secrets in his hands. If there was anything wrong on Yang Dong's side, he could totally make Yang Dong's secret public as well. So he concluded that Yang Dong would not do this kind of thing of dying together. I just didn't realize that my own son had messed with the mysterious new boss. Sun Changhua hurriedly put on his clothes and ran downstairs, driving his car and running to Jinyuan Street. Outside the building, Yang Dong stood in front of Su Haochen with a grave expression. Su Haochen's face was also very unpleasant, giving Yang Dong a lot of pressure. He didn't expect that everything was fine before, but Su Haochen made such a mess on his way out, and had he known, he would have insisted on sending him downstairs. You're pretty quick. You got the news just after the accident over here? Su Haochen asked, wondering how Yang Dong could come downstairs so quickly to save the day. Seeing Su Haochen finally speak, Yang Dong hurriedly responded, "It's like this, Su Dong. The security room downstairs came to the phone and said that Sun Xiao had a conflict with someone. I pulled up the surveillance and saw it was you, so I rushed down. The implication is that if the one who started a conflict with Sun Xiao was someone else, you wouldn't care at all, right?" Su Haochen's voice was cold, while Yang Dong was sweating profusely. Su Dong, this. Yang Dong stammered, not knowing what to say. A capable man on the side of the sands, he had never thought that there would be a day when he couldn't even speak clearly. "It's my first day here today. I don't want to make trouble in my own company," Su Haochen said indifferently. "I know this company had a lot of ills before too, and the previous owners certainly didn't ask questions, and you have your hard feelings, so I don't blame you." Hearing Su Haochen's words, Yang Dong burst into a fit of stealing joy and hurriedly nodded his head and said, Thank you Dong Su. I haven't finished yet." Su Haochen continued, "I guess before you probably had limited power, so there were some things you just couldn't control even if you wanted to. This Sun Xiao father and son is probably one of those things, and it's probably a tactic of your previous boss, deliberately spreading your power around so as not to compromise his position. Su Dong is wise." Yang Dong this was not flattering, but sincerely felt that Su Haochen was not that kind of ordinary rich son, but a very smart person. He could hardly imagine how this young man, who appeared to be no more than in his early 20s, could have such wisdom. Chapter 026 Better wait slowly, below. In fact, it's not that Su Haochen is so smart and has so much experience. The key is still because he reads a lot, so it really pays to read more. Whether it's reading some historical texts, literary masterpieces, or even leisure books like novels and magazines, if you study it carefully and read it more often, you can gain a lot of knowledge from it. Now I give you all the power. The entire Jinyuan Street except for me is your say. After you go back you give me a series of reforms in a big way. If you encounter problems, contact me directly." Su Haochen said. "Yes, thank you for trusting Su Dong." Yang Dong immediately stood straight. Such an order. He had actually waited for a long time. Under the previous boss's policy, it was basically him running things while Sun Sungkook was running people. So a lot of things two people have conflicts, and he had to be polite to Sun Changhua. This Sun Changhua father and son. Consider it as the first fire I burned when I took office as a new official. Let them get out of the company by themselves. Otherwise, I believe you have enough evidence in your hands to make them go to jail." Su Haochen said. Since he wants to support Yang Dong, then this Sun Changhua must be killed. Otherwise it will definitely be a stumbling block. And, looking at his son like this, his old man must be no better. "Yes, Su Dong, don't worry, I'll take care of it," Yang Dong replied. "Moreover, Sun Changhua must already be on his way here, and I'll do him immediately after arriving here. Look, it should be time to go to work, but he's on his way here. Such a vice president, don't fire you to stay as a door god?" Su Haochen said helplessly, "But I'm afraid it wouldn't be in your best interest to do him directly now." "Where is this, Su Dong, this statement?" Yang Dong asked knowingly. Although he knew that what Su Haochen said was right, he didn't know why Su Haochen had this to say. In any case, he couldn't believe that Su Haochen could think that Sun Changhua also held a handle on him in his hands. Su Haochen smiled coldly. "You have evidence about him in your hands. Doesn't he have something in his hands that constrains you? If I can't figure this point out, I'm afraid that this Jinyuan Street will be usurped by you in a matter of days." This, Dong Su is joking. How would we dare? The corners of Yang Dong's mouth twitched. Indeed, now he wouldn't dare. But the moment he had just heard that Jinyuan Street had changed bosses, he did think about overriding the new boss and then taking Sun Changhua out. That way he can completely cover the world with one hand in this golden resources street. "I want you to understand that I can use you, or I can use someone else, or I can even be the GM of this myself," Su Haochen said indifferently. "I'm quite satisfied with you as a person, but not so much with this company at the moment. Besides, I still remember what you did to me before, so do what you want to do next. You're on your own. Su Haochun's words caused Yang Dong to hastily wipe the sweat from his face, while Su Haochun turned around and left after saying that. He was also rather distressed right now, and to be honest, whether it was Chen Yang from Mingyang Hotel, or Zhang Qian from Chen Tangipin, or even Yang Dong from this Jin Yuan Street, he wasn't particularly satisfied with any of them. However, they are suffering from the lack of suitable candidates in their hands, so they can only force themselves to pull them together, keep them effective with a slap on the wrist and a sweet date. When will I be able to do whatever I want like the protagonist in the novel? Su Haochun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. On second thought, he had just gotten the system for a day, and even if he was the protagonist in the novel, it must have been just the first few chapters. Better to take your time and wait. After leaving Jin Yuan Street, I casually strolled around for a while and arrived at the Mingyang Hotel just after 2 p.m. The main thing is to go and see Lu Xin. Moreover, breakfast was not eaten. This has been tossed until now. Also really hungry. Want to go to eat a meal. As soon as they saw Su Haochun come in, many waiters hurriedly surrounded him, calling out Su Boss and Su Young one after another. Su Haochun smiled and nodded to them, but his heart was filled with mixed feelings. These used to be his own colleagues, even one rank higher in status. After all, they were regular employees and they were just a part-time temp. In the old days, they had to call them brother and sister, but now this group of people were slinking around themselves. Su Haochun also knew that they were just trying to make themselves happy and give them a chance to be promoted. Su Haochun simply nodded his head, and without much response, he casually found a seat and sat down. In less than a minute, Chen Yang and Lu Xian also arrived in front of Su Haochun successively. The difference was that Chen Yang ran out while Lu Xian walked out. Chen Yang nodded his head and looked like a lackey, while Lu Xian stood beside Su Haochun with a smile on his face. Alright, you all go about your business. Just prepare a simple lunch for me. Lu Xian is fine here, Su Haochun said, waving his hand casually, dispersing the crowd. Surrounded by a group of people, he genuinely didn't feel too comfortable. While the crowd dispersed, Chen Yang personally went to the back kitchen to arrange lunch for Su Haochun. For Su Haochun, he didn't dare to slack off at all. After all, he could let him go with a single word, and he might even be blocked in the whole industry, or blocked in Zhonghai. Of course he couldn't imagine that the current Su Haochun really didn't have that much energy. It's just a matter of chance that he has some money in industry, but as far as politics goes, he doesn't really have any connections. At this time, Lu Xian was dressed in formal attire and looked very competent. Not at all the girl next door feeling she had before when she wore the waitress's overalls. Su Haochun couldn't say he liked that kind. After all, with Lu Xian's face value, she looked good in anything. Of course, looks best without it. Coughing, Su Haochun faked a couple of coughs, hurriedly retrieved his thoughts and asked Lu Xian, "Where did you come out from?" "What I just thought. I guess the system knows again." Su Haochun thought in his heart and couldn't help but look at Lu Xian with some strange eyes. Of course, Lu Xian didn't know that she had been YY'd by Su Haochun in her heart, but she just felt that Su Haochun was faking coughing again and looking at herself with that look in her eyes, so she couldn't help but feel a little strange. Of course it's known by this system. The system's voice resounded in Su Haochun's mind. Su Haochun helplessly bristled, and didn't bother arguing with the system about anything. Then, he suddenly remembered something and issued a command to the system. System, detection technique, probe Lu Xian's basic information. Ding. Host used the detection technique to probe the target woman Lu Xian's information, and it is now announced to the host. And then Lu Xian's information was displayed in front of Su Haochun's eyes. Name, Lu Xian. Age, 22 years, born on June 12, 1996. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Triple, 99, 62, 98. The woman has a well-proportioned body, a plump upper body, a face value system score of 96, and no romantic history, but her family situation is average. Not a rich girl, and she does not fall within the scope of qualifying system tasks. I'm just trying to probe for basic info. And face ratings, what's with the display of all the triangles? Su Haochun thought in his heart. This system, too much love too. Chapter 027, How do I feel someone is calling me, above? Master, don't pretend. Just now when you were using the detection technique, what was on your mind was to probe this girl's circumference. The detection technique detects the target's information based on the host's heart's desire, so there's absolutely no room for error. The system's voice filled Su Haochun's face with black lines, so he simply stopped explaining. After all, come to think of it, he had the idea of wanting to know Lu Xian's circumference. Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you? Lu Xian reached out and waved his hand in front of Su Haochun's eyes, because Su Haochun had been frozen in shock after he finished speaking. Su Haochun looked back at Lu Xian and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. No, nothing much, I was asking where you just came from. Lu Xin helplessly pursed her lips, still saying it's nothing. I just said that I came out of the kitchen and you didn't even hear me. Ah, yeah. Su Haochen scratched his head in embarrassment. I was thinking about something else just now, and I was a bit distracted. After a pause, Su Haochen continued, but you're so pretty in that formal dress, it gives you the feeling of a strong woman. And, with the majesty of studying law, I remember lawyers wearing formal dress in court. Lu Xin smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment. But lawyers don't need to have to wear formal attire in court. But there are provisions for lawyers to appear in court clothing. Said you don't understand. Well, Su Haochen really didn't know much about this aspect yet. There was basically no law in the books he read, and he really wasn't too interested in it. Thinking about it, though, he did think that the legal side of things was something he should look into more. After all, now that he had an estate to his name, and it was likely to grow next, he would surely be at a disadvantage if he was legally illiterate. It's just that this one really isn't very comfortable to wear. Lu Xin said, this is still the best suit that Manager Chen specially chose for me, but it's okay to wear it for a while. It's hard on my body since I've been wearing it since morning. You don't have to wear it all the time, just wear it however you're comfortable. Su Haochen said. Lu Xin shook his head. How can that be? Because of you. I've been given special care here. Hotel management must wear formal attire. How can I violate it? Su Haochen also knew that he couldn't argue with Lu Xin, and even more so, he knew that Lu Xin was a person who abided by the rules, so he didn't force himself anymore. If this one is uncomfortable, just change it and wear another one. If you can't, there's no problem to buy 2 more. The hotel will reimburse you, Su Haochen said. After all, Lu Xin did treat him very well and take care of him before, and now that he had the ability, he naturally wanted to return the favor in any way he could. Buy again even if it. Manager Chen gave me 3 sets of it, said let me change to wear. After wearing there is a special person to help me wash. I'm already enjoying this blessing enough can. Don't waste money again. Lu Xin replied. Su Haochen nodded and didn't think much about it. With Lu Xin's status, it was not excessive to enjoy such treatment, secretly thinking that Chen Yan was also quite good at doing things, and first patted Lu Xin comfortably. By the way, have you started preparing for graduate school yet? It's not early now. It's too late if you don't prepare, Su Haochen asked. In fact, he still hoped that Lu Xin could get a better graduate school so that he could come and build a legal team for him later. Although I have never run a company myself, I know from reading that every company is required to have a legal counseling team. Lu Xin shook his head. Not yet. I want to learn this hotel management properly first, and then prepare for graduate school. Otherwise, if you give me such an important position, wouldn't I be too sorry if I don't learn well? Looking at Lu Xin's sincere expression, Su Haochen was also a bit touched. After all, there aren't many serious people like Lu Xin nowadays. The person who could treat him like Lu Xin did not seem to be there at all. Su Haochen didn't continue to say anything, since Lu Xin wanted to learn. Then let her learn. One more skill is good anyway. In the future, if possible, it might be possible for Lu Xin to do both. Then you cheer up, Su Haochen said with a smile. But graduate school is also very important. You have to work hard, and strive to get into the graduate school of our Zhenghai Science and Technology. Zhenghai Fudan's law faculty is also okay, or if you get into the field, it will be bad. What Su Haochen was going to say was, how much I must miss you then, but the words to the mouth and then put back. Lu Xin such a simple girl, he really a little reluctant to molest. What's so bad about that? Lu Xin responded, maybe I'll get into the political science and law department of Huaxia University in the capital. Zhenghai Science and Technology's law department is only under the political and law department of Huaxia University in the whole country, and nothing else compares to it, including CNH Fudan. Although the school is ranked ahead of CNH Tech overall, the law department is still not as strong as CNH Tech. If Lu Xin could really get into the political science and law department of Huaxia University, it would be great. After all, the school was in the capital city of Beijing. Although Su Haochen's other properties weren't in Jinghua, the headquarters of Mingyang Hotel was there, and it could take care of Lu Xin. That would be good. By then maybe you can go to Mingyang's headquarters. Su Haochen laughed. I'll work on it then, Lu Xin whispered. But Su Haochen didn't notice that there was a hint of disappointment in Lu Xin's voice. Su Haochen nodded. With your ability, it might even be possible to pass the exam, and I believe that at the very least, you can go to our school. If you need anything, just tell me. Don't worry about money for classes or anything else. I'll give you as much as you need. Striving for the best will definitely be good for the future, Su Haochen said to himself, but he didn't want Lu Xin's eyes to be flooded with tears of aggression. What's wrong with you? Su Haochen felt that Lu Xin's appearance was not right. How did this talk and cry? It's nothing, Lu Xin forced a smile. I just haven't felt someone care so much about me in a long time, so I'm happy. Don't worry, I'll try my hardest to learn well. Su Haochen didn't think much of it and nodded with a smile. I'll always care about you so much in the future. You learn well. I'll still need you to help me afterward. Lu Xin naturally understood what Su Haochen meant and nodded. If you are willing, I will work for you for the rest of my life. Alright Sister Xin, don't cry. In a moment people will look and think I'm bullying you, Su Haochen said, reaching out and yanking out a piece of paper to hand it to Lu Xin. Lu Xin wiped at his eyes and said, I didn't cry at all. I just kind of wanted to cry. Sister Xin, be strong. Su Haochen laughed. In the future, you're going to do great things. How can you shed tears so easily? Which has Lu Xin said with embarrassment. You didn't just see this one time, but I don't cry easily. The two made casual small talk while the food was quickly served. Su Haochen was speechless for a while. This large table of dishes was probably enough to eat for 2 days. Sister Xin, help me eat more, Su Haochen said helplessly. Even though he said he had a decent amount of food, he couldn't even eat this big table. Lu Xin looked at the table full of delicacies and indeed wanted to feast. But, I already ate at noon. Lu Xin said helplessly. If you're coming over for dinner next time, could you let me know earlier and I'll save my stomach for it? Chapter 028, How do I feel someone is calling me, below. Lu Xin touched her non-existent little belly. Her face contained shyness, making Su Haochen couldn't help but be a bit engrossed in it. Okay, I'll come back next time and tell you in advance, Su Haochen said with a smile, but even if you ate at lunch, it's been quite a while, so eat some more, just to help me out. Su Haochen knew Lu Xin well, obviously wanting to eat but still afraid of getting fat, needing someone else to give her a reason to eat with confidence and boldness. Su Haochen simply went along for the ride. Lu Xin nodded, picked up his chopsticks and added a piece of meat with a very enjoyable expression. The flavor is really good. Although Lu Xin had been working here for a few months now and had eaten some of the dishes here, but today Chen Yang to Su Haochen prepared are the store's specialties. Often a dish are hundreds of thousands of the kind. Lu Xin which spare so eat. So today was really the first time I ate these goodies, so naturally I enjoyed them. Of course, Su Haochen said. This Mingyang Hotel is one of the top big hotels in the country, and even though this is just a branch, it's in Shanghai after all, so it definitely won't be bad, Su Haochen said, and also picked up his chopsticks and tasted them, and it was the kind of thing where he tasted a bite of each dish. Even he felt like the extravagant landed gentry of feudal society. Eat more, Su Haochen said to Lu Xin. Don't worry about getting fat. This kind of dishes are all low fat and low sugar, safe and environmentally friendly, and you won't get fat. Su Haochen's words are pure nonsense. How does he know what low fat and low sugar? Just looking at Lu Xin wanting to eat but still embarrassed to eat. A worried look, made up in passing. Really? Lu Xin's eyes glistened. Really? Don't worry. Su Haochen continued to fool around, but he knew that even if it wasn't some low sugar dish, eating a little more occasionally wouldn't suddenly make him gain weight. Not to mention that with Lu Xin's current height and weight, even if he grows another 10 pounds of meat, it would still fall within the normal weight range. After receiving Su Haochen's affirmative answer, Lu Xin seemed to be much relieved, so she picked up her chopsticks and ate a few more bites. The two of them ate and chatted, and before they knew it, it was 3:30 in the afternoon. Even in the afternoon, when it wasn't mealtime, this hotel was packed with customers. It made Su Haochen lament that it was worthy of being the largest hotel in Shanghai. Sister Xin, I'm almost done here. I should get ready to go back. There's still some things to do over there, Su Haochen said. Just get ready on your side. Whether it's studying hotel management or preparing for graduate school, I'll support you. Just talk to me if you need anything. Don't ever feel embarrassed. I know. Lu Xin nodded, then seemed to remember something and continued. Tatsu, I know you have your own business now, and it's not the same as before. Or maybe you haven't been what you've shown and I won't force you to say why. But I still want to say that academics should never fall behind. Even though yours is only an independent college. But that math department of yours? It's the best major. And the professors who teach you are all math professors at CST. So, you might as well study hard and learn that knowledge is ultimately your own. Su Haochen actually wanted to say I can't understand a thing about that crap math major. But looking at Lu Xin's eyes full of anticipation, she still swallowed her words back and nodded. I know Sister Xin. Thank you. Lu Xin could naturally hear that Su Haochen was just being perfunctory, but it wasn't too good to say anything himself at this time. After all, the status is different now. One is equivalent to working for Su Haochen, and one can't act like a senior sister lecturing a junior in the past. Lu Xin just nodded slightly. The two exchanged goodbyes, and Su Haochen left. Looking at Su Haochen's departing back, Lu Xin sighed softly. She was looking forward to Su Haochen turning his head and waving his hand with her again, but Su Haochen left without looking back. Lu Xian was also back in the hotel, and Su Haochen's remaining half of the table dishes were ordered to be packed by her. The pretense was not to waste it, but in reality it was her own desire to quench her hunger. Chen Yang stepped forward and said, Xiao Xin, if you like to eat it, just order the kitchen to make it for you. It's all on our hotel's account. There's no need to have to eat these leftovers. Lu Xian shook his head and said, how can I fake publicity for personal gain? Seriously, that's all illegal behavior. Chen Yang laughed. Xiao Xin, you are so careful with your relationship with our Su Dong. Even if you eat a lot of fish and meat here every day, it's nothing. Lu Xian fell silent for a moment and shook his head again. Manager Chen. He's him and I'm me. He's our boss, but I'm just an ordinary employee. Even though we have a good personal relationship, we still need to be separate when it comes to official matters. Chen Yang did not say anything. Lu Xian threw down a sentence, I'm going to get busy, and left. Although Chen Yang nodded with a smile, his gaze suddenly turned grim as he looked at Lu Xian's departing back. Su Haochen walked on the street, suddenly quite well as if someone called his name. Turning to look, the street was filled with people and traffic, but there was no familiar figure of his own. What's with the hallucinations? Su Haochen thought in his heart. That voice is so familiar. It seems to be my mom's voice. When Su Haochen thought of this, he slightly shook his head and smiled to himself. It seems that he didn't go home on October 1st and missed his mom. I was supposed to go home for vacation on October 1st, but I didn't because I had to work overtime to earn overtime pay. But now, overtime is not earned either. But he didn't earn it. He owns the whole hotel, so he doesn't need to be paid overtime. When Su Haochen thought about it, it didn't seem right. Salary is salary. Dividend is dividend. If you don't want your own salary, although you can get dividends, but in fact he only accounted for 62% of the shares of this Shanghai Mingyang hotel, invariably still a loss. When he thought of this, he made a phone call to Chen Yang and explained three things. First, credit his September part-time paycheck to his card, as well as send him his October paycheck in advance. Secondly, Lu Xian's salary will be calculated according to the level of deputy manager from September, and the underpaid part will be made up in a hurry. Third, the announcement goes down that starting next month the first of each month will be paid the previous month's salary. Chen Yang's head was full of black lines, not expecting that with Su Haochen's current worth, he was still pressing for that part-time salary. They did pay wages today no less, but Su Haochen's money, he didn't pay, because he felt that giving Su Haochen a part-time salary of $2,000 into his card was simply insulting to Su Haochen, but he didn't expect Su Haochen to call and press for it. As for Lu Xian, or in accordance with the ordinary employees to send 8,000 plus commission, but Su Haochen now said, can only give a recalculation. As for the announcement of the first paycheck starting next month, this was a good thing, but Chen Yang was in a difficult position and said to Su Haochen, Su Dong, although this number one payroll is a good thing, but I can't do the main This is the headquarters decided. You have to let the headquarters side to send a notice. After all, the money is the headquarters side of the management. Chapter 029, Don't do anything illegal, above. Su Haochen nodded. Indeed, if the money involved wasn't too much, similar to giving Lu Xian a salary supplement, Chen Yang could directly decide and mobilize the funds, but changing the time of payroll, which almost involves the overall reform of the company, he can't really make the decision, and a change on the Shanghai side would certainly involve changes elsewhere as well. I know, Su Haochen said. Send me the phone number of the person in charge at HQ right now. My phone was swiped this morning and I lost my phone number. Okay, Chen Yang said in a panic. In fact, he didn't believe that Su Haochen had lost his phone number because of his cell phone swiping. With today's technology, it's perfectly possible to back up all your cell phone numbers to a cloud drive and then copy them back to your phone. But he didn't dare to say anything more. Just let him send it. He just sent it. Since the ancient villain died of too many words. I don't know what your WeChat is, Su Dong? Chen Yang asked carefully. He really didn't have Su Haochen's WeChat, and in the past, when Su Haochen was a part-time job, he wasn't qualified to add his WeChat at all. And now that Su Haochen had jumped to become the big boss, it became that he wasn't qualified enough. It's this cell phone number, Su Haochen said without a trace of anger. You are really stupid. You wouldn't send me a text message if you didn't know the microsignal? Su Dong rest his anger. I'll send it to you. Chen Yang hurriedly said in a lowly manner. The whole texting thing hadn't even crossed his mind because nowadays, in this society, the purpose of texting was basically to receive captchas. If there's a real problem, it's a tweet, not a text. But Su Haochen, that meaning he also understands very well, and does not want to add his WeChat, but in order to please Su Haochen, he still licked his face and sent a friend request. If something does come up in the future, it's better to send a tweet first than to just call. Su Haochen received a text message from Chen Yang about the contact information of the person in charge of the headquarters, also known as the general manager, and learned that the person's name was Luo Qi. Looking at this message, Su Haochen's eyes narrowed, a cold smile spreading on his face as he thought darkly. Rocky, kinda like a foreign name. You're good. It's already been a day and you didn't even call me once. I'll see what kind of excuse you can make up for me. Previously, Yang Dong of Jinyuan Street made up a bunch of reasons, and when Su Haochen was leaving, he directly broke them, and temporarily subdued Yang Dong with his grace and authority. As for this Luo Qi, Su Haochen could feel that I'm afraid it would be even harder to get hold of than that Yang Dong, who was from Jinghua after all. Moreover, he was only 70% of the shares, not 100%. It's still not quite the same, even though it also has absolute control. At the same time, Su Haochen also received a WeChat message. It was Chen Yang's friend request. Su Haochen frowned and added it. Although he has pointed to Chen Yang as not want to add microblogging, but people apply over, cannot refuse it. After adding it, I received a message from Chen Yang. Hello Sudong, I'm your subordinate Chen Yang. If you have any needs, please order immediately. I will be happy to serve you. Su Haochen rolled his eyes, forced himself to endure the feeling of vomiting to back out of WeChat, and wanted to call Luo Qi. Suddenly, it was as if he heard his name being called again. Aha, why do I feel someone calling me again? And it's the same voice? Looks like I might really be homesick, Su Haochen said to himself. So, giving up on calling Rocky, he decided to call home first. The call was quickly answered, and a mother's voice came over the line, almost identical to the one in the hallucination just moments before. The mother of Su Haochen's pair was called Xiao Qin, a very simple rural woman. He moved to the city after the country's land reform, but never got too used to life in the city. There was no formal job either, so I earned some money by doing odd jobs for people, cleaning or cooking or whatever. There's usually nothing going on during the week, so the call was answered quickly. Listening to his mother's voice, Su Haochen became more and more homesick, although only left a month or so, but after all, said to go back and changed his mind. His heart is also quite bad taste. Mom, what are you busy with? Su Haochen said. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Qin said, what can mom be busy with? There's nothing going on right now. Do you need mom to mail you clothes over? No, mom, don't bother, Su Haochen said hurriedly, thinking that since he was a child, his family has been worrying about him, and now that he has the ability, he would like to repay his parents properly so that they can enjoy their happiness, so he no longer wants to let his parents worry a little. This child, how can you not use it? A mother's voice with reproach came from the phone. It's getting cooler and cooler, and even though it's a little warmer on your side than it is on the home side, it's time to wear more this mid-October. If you go out on vacation and can't come back, I'll just mail it to you. It's no trouble. What Su Haochen said to his family before was that he wanted to go out with his classmates during the October 1st vacation and didn't say anything about a part-time job. He knew that his family would worry about him even more and be heartbroken if they knew that all the money he earned from his part-time job went to a girl. But listening to his mother, he also knew that she actually blamed him a little for going out on vacation and not coming home. And more importantly, the family must have missed him too. Except that now that he was older, his mother couldn't say anything else. Su Haochen had been immersed in his thoughts and didn't say anything when his mother's voice came back on the phone. Little Hao, why don't you say anything? Is there something you don't want to say? Do you need money? Su Haochen just wanted to say no. The Xiao Qin on the other end of the phone said, you guys must have spent a lot of money on vacation. It's okay, just spend what you need to spend. And talk to your mom if you're short of money. Su Haochen almost had tears falling down. No matter what kind of person he had mixed up, the ones who cared about him the most and were the most selfless were still his family. Mom, I don't lack money. Don't worry. Besides, I can earn money on my own now, Su Haochen said. You child. Xiao Qin's voice rose. Your task now is to study. What are you earning? Your family is paying for you to go to college so that you can study well, not so that you can earn money. When you graduate from college, your dad and I will have to beat you out if you don't earn your keep. But not now. Listening to his mother's scolding voice, Su Haochen's heart was a warm feeling. He knew that his mother was doing this for his own good, fearing that he would delay his studies. Su Haochen knew deep down that his mother wasn't very educated either, and didn't have a clue about his level in this university and the future prospects of his specialty. The math program, if it's a good university, might actually produce some kind of mathematician in the future, creating something new in the field of math, thus benefiting society, can also be meritorious. Chapter 030, Don't do anything illegal, below, but he is in this grade of university. After graduation, at most, he can only be a math teacher. And most of them are still teachers from out-of-school training organizations, and the best one is a private school. There's no chance of getting into any institute, but he didn't want to argue about anything right now. his mother didn't know much, but she knew how to care for her children, and that was enough. Mom, don't worry, I can be very rich, I can let you and my dad, my sister all live a good life, Su Haochen said, but Xiao Qin's panicked voice came from the other side of the phone. Xiao Hao, don't do anything illegal, it'll ruin your whole life. Su Haochen froze, but on second thought, the words he just said were indeed like what some misguided villains in novels say to their parents, wives, and children before going to desperate measures. Su Haochen hurriedly explained, Mom, don't worry, I definitely won't do anything illegal, and I can definitely earn money. I'll go back in a few days, and I'll talk to you in detail then. Xiao Qin on the other end of the phone let out a long breath and continued, well, since you're doing the decent thing, then Mom is relieved. Don't spend money recklessly even if you have earned money yourself. I'll still mail this dress to you, so that you don't have to spend money to buy it again. You're making money now, and naturally you know that it's not easy to come by, so it's important to spend it in the right places. Su Haochen thought to himself, it's quite easy for me to get this money, but naturally he couldn't say that. He just said, I know Mom, then I'll trouble you. You know the address. I know. Xiao Qin said, it's not the first time I've mailed you something. Su Haochen asked about the situation at home again, and Xiao Qin instructed a few more words to pay attention to his health, then hung up the phone. It seems that the matter of going home has to be put on the agenda. Su Haochen thought in his heart, there are some things that are better done in a hurry, so that when they are done they can make time to go home. What Su Haochen wanted now was to hurry up and finish the house in Chentanyipin. The matter of the Ming Yang Hotel is in hand. There's also the Kingston Street renovation that has to take place, and the school has to say hello more or less. Another thing that's kinda important is that quest of the system. It's a big headache to think about, and I'm afraid it's going to take at least a week to get through all this. Then go home this weekend, thought Su Haochen. Without delay, Su Haochen put the phone to Luo Qi, and when the other side picked up the phone, an impatient voice came out, I'm Luo Qi, which one are you? Rocky, this cell phone number is rarely known. Is the company executives between the contact of the private phone? Usually no unknown number to call in. Su Haochen faintly said his name. Oh, so it's Su Dong. What's the matter? Luo Qi's tone was full of flatness even though the impatience from earlier was gone. There was not the slightest hint of deference due to Su Haochen's status, but rather a look of pride. You tell me. Su Haochen returned this arrogance as is. The person on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, as if he didn't expect Su Haochen to say this. Then Locke said, it was Su Dong who called me, and I naturally didn't know what Su Dong had to do. If Su Dong has nothing to do, I'll hang up. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with over here. After all, I'm not as laid back as Su Dong. Su Haochen's head was spinning rapidly, thinking about why Rocky had this attitude. It was logical that he should not be stupid, and surely he had launched an investigation into himself, the results of which must have alarmed him as well. So Su Haochen was somewhat puzzled as to why Luo Qi dared to use such an attitude towards himself. Solely, the soldiers came to the rescue and went straight to the point. I'm calling to inform you that starting next month, you'll be paid on the 1st of every month, so pass this message on, Su Haochen said. WH? What? Rocky's voice surprisingly stuttered. If your ears are fine, you should have heard correctly. I don't want to repeat myself. I order you as an absolute controlling shareholder to execute this matter immediately. Su Haochen ordered very formally. Boss, I'll execute it immediately. Rocky's voice came from the phone. Su Haochen didn't bother to dilly-dally and directly hung up the phone. But after the phone hung up, Su Haochen frowned slightly. Something wasn't right. Originally Rocky had that attitude of being lazy and acting like he didn't give it about himself. However, just now, after he had conveyed his instructions, that tone of his voice was not at all in the general sense of complying with orders and carrying them out, but rather, he was very excited. What a confusing guy, Su Haochen thought in his heart, but had an inexplicable feeling that this Luo Qi's attitude was not a bad thing for himself. The time came to 4:30 in the afternoon, and Su Haochen was also a little tired from shopping, so he called his dormitory big brother Zhao Wenhan and told him that he had something to do tonight, so he wouldn't go back, and asked him to tell the guys not to worry. Zhao Wenhan didn't know that so many things had happened in the past 2 days, so he just thought that Su Haochen was working overtime at night and didn't care too much. As for the fact that Su Haochen hadn't attended class for a day, they had long since gotten used to it. If one day Su Haochen went to class all day, then they were afraid that they would still suspect that Su Haochen had some kind of serious illness. Too lazy to skulk around again, directly took a taxi to Chentanyipin. This time the driver is a normal person. Su Haochen casually fiddled with his cell phone in the car, swiping a small video of the software Douyin, which had just become popular not long ago. Before, he was quite willing to brush up on small videos, but now he felt that it was not interesting at all. Could it be that people's tastes really change when this body value changes? Su Haochen thought in his heart. Master, don't you yourself feel that you have suddenly become mature? The system's voice sounded in his head. This, Su Haochen thought about it, seems to be true. In the past, he would never have understood his mother's difficulties and rarely offered to call home. It is even more addicted to novels, small videos and games. But now, not only do I realize how difficult it is at home, but I suddenly feel that I have completely lost interest in novels, games and other entertainment. Do you know why this is? Su Haochen asked the system. It's actually quite simple then. The system responded. Master, you have experienced grief and life and death before, so looking past a lot of things makes you a lot more mature than your peers. Do you feel like there's nothing you're particularly looking forward to right now? Su Haochen closed his eyes and nodded slightly. It's really, if the master can then let go of that hatred in his heart, it would be even more perfect. The system continued. Su Haochen naturally knew what the system was talking about in terms of hatred. Just that, for him, this was indeed a bit difficult. I'll try my best, Su Haochen responded to the system. Just that this attitude was that perfunctory. The system didn't say anything else. After all, Su Haochen was indeed hurt by Lin Mengzhu very badly. Chapter 031 How important it is to be able to talk. Above. Traffic jams are also common on the roads in the middle of the sea. It's obviously not far, but it's a long drive, and at times it's not even as fast as walking. It wasn't until more than 5 o'clock that Su Haochen arrived at the entrance of Chengtangyiping, and after paying the fare, Su Haochen walked towards the entrance. This time, he wasn't as lucky as he had been in the morning. No one had gotten in ahead of him, so he couldn't really get in. But there is surveillance at the entrance to the neighborhood, and the security guards are on duty all day long inside the guardhouse to keep an eye on the surveillance. In case something goes wrong, they can be fired in the lesser case, or they may all be held criminally liable in the greater case. The surveillance was clear, so naturally he could see that it was Su Haochen who had come. And after the morning's events, Su Haochen's photo had almost become an important study for the doorman. Everyone that guarded the door had to keep his appearance in the back of their minds so they wouldn't mess with it again. Seeing Su Haochen come over, where was the need for him to open the door by swiping the card himself? Hurriedly leaving one on duty, the others ran out, opened the door, and respectfully invited Su Haochen in. You guys know me? Looking at the unfamiliar faces in front of him, Su Haochen asked in surprise. I had thought that I would have to call Zhang Chen before I could go in, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly that I would open the door of my own accord. Recognize, the leader of them said with a nod. Our general manager Zhang specially explained that Mr. Su must be greeted properly when he comes back and must not be neglected. The leader was the captain of this class, called Zhang Xin, who also looked tall and majestic, about the same as the captain Wang Dakue who went to work early. Looking like he had good hands, Su Haochen casually threw a detection spell over. Name, Zhang Xin. Age, 26 years, born on July 2, 1992. Battle strength, 295. He had learned free sparring, and when he was young, he hung out in the society and made friends with some social big brothers. Some brains, not a reckless person, but only a security chief because of poor education. Attitude toward the host, respectful. Comprehensive battle analysis, snap your fingers to destroy. The battle power was not bad, but the system still gave it a bulletproof rating. But people didn't mess with us, so there was no need for Su Haochen to look for trouble. After all, their attitude was quite respectful. Su Haochen asked as he walked, Where's your Mr. Zhang? It's like this Mr. Su, Mr. Zhang said that he's going to go and work on the things you've explained, saying that if you come back, he'll let me take you to your home. Zhang Xin replied, Home? Su Haochen's heart sank. That place with his parents and sister in it was his home. Here, even the biggest house is just a sleeping shelter. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't say anything, Zhang Xin naturally didn't know that Su Haochen was starting to be sentimental again, thinking that he was unhappy. Mr. Su, if you need it, I'll call our general manager Zhang here. Zhang Xin said carefully. Su Haochen came back to his senses and shook his head. There's no need. He has his own things to do and can't follow me all the time. You can just take me there. Alright Mr. Su, please. Zhang Xin, with a smile on his face, reached out his hand and made a pleased gesture, making Su Haochen very flattered. Secretly, he thought that this was a man who could do things, and that in time, he might be able to make a name for himself. Indeed, compared to the recklessness of that Wang Dakue in the morning, this Zhang Xin obviously knew more about dealing with people in the world. The two of them talked small talk all the way. Su Haochen felt quite comfortable talking to this Zhang Xin. Although he was only a security chief, the chat was very appropriate, and he couldn't help but think highly of him again. Arriving at the entrance of Su Haochen's villa, Zhang Xin said, Here Mr. Su, this is what Mr. Zhang has hand-picked for you. Saying that, Zhang Xin took out the key from his pocket and stuck it on the door. then handed the key to Su Haochen and said, "Mr. Su, here's your key, just stick it on the door to open it." Saying that, Zhang Xian reached out and pointed. "It's posted here. See if you want to check it." Su Haochen nodded. Then Zhang Xian closed the door behind him, and Su Haochen smiled faintly. Secretly thought that Zhang Xian can really talk. Not say try it but say check it. Indeed. Give it a try is kind of like what teachers say when they teach their students. If you put it that way it's as if he's the teacher. And after teaching Su Haochen how to open the door, he lets Su Haochen try it on his own. The check it out seemed to be for Su Haochen to check if there was any problem with the door and key. But in reality it was to try to open the door by himself. But check it out obviously sounds better. The art of language. Su Haochen gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up in his heart. In all fairness, it was he himself who feared he could not speak so artfully. After opening the door, Su Haochen led the way into the villa, and Zhang Xian followed closely in, closing the door behind him. Then he took the shoe cover box down from the shoe cabinet at the doorway, squatted down and placed it at Su Haochen's feet, and said, "Mr. Su, this is the disposable shoe cover we prepared. If you have guests at home and it's not convenient to change your shoes, you can choose to bring the shoe cover. It's easy, just put your foot in it and flick it on and it's automatically put on. Would you like to check it out?" Su Haochen nodded and cooperatively put on the shoe covers. And instead of choosing to step on the shoebox, Zhang Xian took out a disposable shoe cover from his pocket and put it on. For Zhang Xian's ability to pay attention to details, Su Haochen was already used to seeing it. From the moment he entered the gates of the minister Tang Yiping and saw him until now, not a single thing had made him feel uncomfortable. Su Haochen secretly thought, if it is not the education is not high, or born a little late, I am afraid that he is at least a Zhang Qian that level of people. Zhang Xian took Su Haochen around and introduced him room by room, and Su Haochen clearly felt that his eyes were not enough. Small 3-story building with 10 bedrooms and 3 spacious halls on each floor. All kinds of gorgeous furniture were in abundance. Even the bedding was neatly spread on the bed, and the whole villa was spotless, bright, neat, poor and used to Su Haochen. Suddenly came to such a place. It was like entering a gorgeous castle, and thinking that this place would be owned by himself next. Su Haochen couldn't help but begin to suspect that he was in a dream again. "Mr. Su, not only are there 3 floors here, there's an attic floor above and 2 basement floors below. Please take a look," Zhang Xian said, inviting Su Haochen up to the attic. The entire 4th floor of this was a large platform with half of it covered like a rain hitch. On a clear day, sit up here and soak up the sun and the view. It is also a great pleasure to gather friends for a meal or a drink. Su Haochen nodded his head, satisfied, and if Zhang Xian wasn't here, I'm afraid Su Haochen could have screamed wildly with joy. In order to hide his joy from being seen, Su Haochen said without words, "This installing an elevator at home is also really not afraid of electricity consumption, except for the 3rd floor up to the loft, which is a staircase, the 1st floor up to the 2nd floor below, and the 2nd floor up to the 3rd floor are elevators. Not that kind of elevator, of course, but the kind of rolling ladder found in many shopping malls." Chapter 032 How important it is to be able to speak. Next. This is also for convenience, Zhang Xian explained with a smile. And we've got elevators here that are induction elevators that only move on their own when someone is standing in front of them. And they usually don't cost any electricity. After a pause, Zhang Xian continued. Besides, these 10 4-story villas are the only ones in the entire area A that are equipped with elevators. And the rest of those 2 and 3-story ones are not. If you can afford to live in such a luxurious villa, surely you won't be bad with those electricity bills. Su Haochen laughed out loud, feeling that what this Zhang Xian said was really appetizing. That's right, I'm just so rich, I don't mind paying for the electricity. You boys are damn right. Suddenly, an idea came to Su Haochen's mind, so the expression he looked at Zhang Xian with became frenzied. This startled Zhang Xian. Mr. Su, what happened to you? Su Haochen also realized that his attitude was a bit too excited and said awkwardly, "Don't get me wrong, I don't have any particular fetish. I just think you're a bit of a quitter to be this head of security." Hearing this, Zhang Xian sighed lightly. "I'm not hiding it from Mr. Su, I actually don't want to just be a security chief. It's just my fault that I didn't study well when I was a kid and kept hanging out in society. Right now I'm not even qualified to get in even though I have decent social skills, but all kinds of jobs basically require a minimum of a college degree." Always with a smile on his face, he was explaining to Su Haochen. This was the first time he looked a little sad. Su Haochen nodded and said, "In fact, if you hadn't grown up in the community, you probably couldn't be this sociable. There's no need for you to be chagrined when there's a gain." Zhang Xian quickly recovered from his sadness and nodded his head, looking at a young man much younger than himself eloquently educating himself. Zhang Xian found it somewhat hilarious, but thinking that people Su Haochen is rich and powerful, he is just a nobody. I guess it's an honor to be taught a few lessons. Su Haochen continued. I can give you a chance instead. Hearing this, an excited expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face, although he didn't know what exactly Su Haochen did. When he thought that he could buy the entire Chentangipin area A and could make Zhang Xian so careful, then he thought that he was definitely a character with an extremely high status. If he could give a chance, then maybe he could really hope to soar. Mr. Su, I would like to serve you. Please do as you command. Zhang Xian was close to raising his hand and taking an oath. It's not for you to do my bidding, Su Haochen said. I think you're very articulate and chatty, and you're head over heels in presenting this house. I want to talk to your Mr. Zhang and ask him to transfer you to sales, and of course from the initial salesman. As for how far you can go next, that's up to you. Are you serious? I can really go into sales? Zhang Xian was so excited that he didn't know what to say. I think your general manager Zhang should be able to give me this face. Consider it as a reward for doing your best to introduce me to this house, Su Haochen said. Good. Thank you Mr. Su. Zhang Xian was filled with excitement. Although Mr. Su doesn't need me to work for you, but in the future, whenever you need me, I will definitely go through fire and water. Zhang Xian searched through his mind for half a day and only found such a phrase. Alright, if there's a need, I'll look for you. Now, show me the basement, Su Haochen said. Alright Mr. Su, please. Compared to the professionalized service smile before, the current Zhang Xian was completely joyful from the bottom of his heart. The basement is larger than the upstairs, which is over 1,000 square feet on the 3rd floor, plus about 300 in the attic on the 4th floor, and the basement is even larger, almost nearly 3,000 square feet for both levels of basement combined. Not only is there a parking lot, there is a gym and even a KTV and recording studio. Basically every imaginable amenity is in here. Even pool tables, game consoles, and even mahjong tables are there. Once again, Su Haochen's eyes weren't enough. There were 10 parking spots. Su Haochen simply didn't know exactly how many cars he should buy to fit. Come to think of it, I think I have 2 of them now. Only they're still in the system backpack and can't be retrieved. And to open the system backpack, you have to complete that system quest. Thinking of that mission, Su Haochen was a bit hot, but also a bit speechless. In Zero, Su Haochen silently recited in his heart. This girl that he had set his eyes on and was going to use to complete the system mission. I don't know if you'll be there for me in the morning, Su Haochen thought in his heart. Mr. Su, this underground area is much larger than the ground, because originally the villa above was with a yard. The area of each layer below this is similar to the small yard above. Zhang Xian introduced. Su Haochen's thoughts were pulled back by Zhang Xian, and he nodded in satisfaction, secretly thinking that in the future, if a few people in the dormitory want to get together for dinner, they don't have to find any restaurant at all. Your own place is a very perfect party house, have you? I don't know how those guys will react when they know what I look like now, Su Haochen thought in his heart. When you are rich, you will not forget your brothers. In the university contact is not much. In addition to the dormitory of a few, the rest is also the literary society. And in the literature club, the one with the best relationship is Lu Xian. After Lu Xian graduated, he never went to the literature club, using the excuse of being busy with his studies in his junior year as an excuse to practically quit. In fact, many people also knew his real reason. Only that, although everyone in the literature club also knew each other, there was simply no one who had a particularly good relationship with Su Haochen. It's really just not much more than one more of him, and not much less than one less of him. As for his talent in writing, how can I put it? There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Some people like it, and naturally some people don't. So it's hard to say how strong he is, but it's good to know that it's not weak is all. Mr. Su, the elevators here are also induction elevators, so you likewise don't have to worry about Du's electricity. And the lights here are also induction electric lights. Zhang Xian continued his introduction. And this place will automatically sense if someone is present. No voice control is needed. Oh, that's quite advanced, Su Haochen said. But does the light just come on when someone is there? If a kitten or dog comes in, the lights won't come on? Su Haochen really didn't understand. In his cognition, the so-called induction lamp sensing should be the temperature of the organism. That not only human beings have it, all animals should have it by definition. Yes, Mr. Su, Zhang Xian replied. The only time the lights come on is when people come in, and we use an all-day surveillance system here and have night vision. The computer analyzes the light when a person appears in the surveillance video, and it only takes a second from the recording to the light, which won't delay you in the least. Chapter 033 Not so bad as to call 120 above. It really is the age of high technology, Su Haochen exclaimed. This Chentangipin is worthy of being the luxury neighborhood of luxury neighborhoods. Not only is the decoration luxurious, this technology is also very high-end. Yes, Mr. Su, and no matter what goes wrong, you can approach the property to solve the problem, and it will definitely solve all the troubles for you in the shortest possible time. Zhang Xian continued to introduce Su Haochen. The tour was almost over, and the two returned to the doorway of the first floor. Zhang Xian bid farewell to Su Haochen, and Su Haochen called Zhang Qian as promised, introducing Zhang Xian's matter. Zhang Qian naturally agreed. It was the best of both worlds to sell Su Haochen a favor and get an excellent sales talent. Zhang Qian believed that those who could make a character like Su Haochen recognize them must have something outstanding. This Zhang Xian is also really over the top, or else Su Haochen wouldn't have personally called to Zhang Qian. Su Haochen was also trying to give Zhang Xian a chance at this time, not realizing that it would become a very big help in his future. As night fell, Su Haochen was slightly sleepy after a busy day. The master bedroom is on the third floor and is also the most spacious bedroom, with an ensuite bath, and is more spacious than a luxury hotel suite. The neat bed made Su Haochen almost unable to bear to lie on it, and the clean floor made him somewhat reluctant to step on it. Through the window, you could still see a waning moon hanging in the night sky outside. I wonder who will be able to lie on this big bed with me in the future, Su Haochen said to himself. Instead, Lin Mingzhu's figure came to mind. Su Haochen frowned, secretly thinking, why would I think of her? Could it be that I still can't forget her? To prevent himself from continuing to think more, Su Haochen hurriedly took off his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. This bedroom in the master is smaller and only has a shower, while there is another large bathroom on the second floor with a large jacuzzi tub. Su Haochen had already decided to enjoy himself tomorrow night. After a tiring day, Su Haochen lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the dream, it seems to hear a call again, and that voice is her sister Su Yuchen. It was past 7 in the morning. Su Haochen was already used to waking up at this time and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Looking out of the curtain, the sun was already shining, heralding the arrival of a brand new day. Looks like I'm really homesick, Su Haochen said to himself. He still remembered his sister's call in his dream very clearly. Weekend, make sure you come home. No wait, it's Friday night. Su Haochen made up his mind. After simply washing up, Su Haochen put on his clothes and left the villa. And this villa had everything, just no clothes. He was going to go to the stores on Jinyuan Street to buy a few sets to wear for a change, and to enjoy the feeling of a famous brand as well. By the way, it also examines what kind of commercial tenants who have taken up tenancies in Kingston Street are like. A girl greeted him just as he walked up to the door of the A block. She was wearing a half-sleeve with a skirt just above her knees underneath, and her feet were in high heels with her toes exposed. Limping to Su Haochen's front, he spoke, "I've been waiting for you here." After saying that, he fell into Su Haochen's arms in a flash. Su Haochen subconsciously reached out to hug and shake her collapsed body. Girl, what's wrong with you?" This girl Su Haochen of course recognized. It was Yin Zero, who he met for the first time only yesterday. He said that he told people to wait for him here in the morning, but he didn't realize that they were indeed waiting for him. But one doesn't say what points come out, does? Su Haochen didn't dare to think any further. Reaching out to touch Yin Zero's head, it rolled. It was obviously a fever. How? Su Haochen was anxious in his heart. He really didn't expect Yin Zero, who only had a one-sided relationship, to be so persistent. He just wanted to play a game of lust, and it would be a real sin if he made someone sick or even left them sick because of it. Although he thought about taking revenge on society, even Yin Zero was categorized by her as a gold-digging woman, so it also belonged to the people he was going to take revenge on, but only emotionally. There was no thought of hurting her physically. He hurriedly picked up Yin Zero horizontally and ran all the way back to the villa, found a bedroom on the first floor and put Yin Zero on the bed. Hands and feet messy, brought the thermometer. In Yin Zero brain door point a little. A look at surprisingly has been more than 38 degrees. Su Haochen blamed himself a little in his heart, secretly saying that he had really overplayed his hand a little. The other girl might really be very simple and not the gold-digging girl she imagined. It seems that not only is there no change of clothes in this house, there's also no medicine. Su Haochen couldn't help but blame Zhang Qian. He said, "You'd better prepare some medicine for me, for there's no such thing as a man who eats grains and cereals and doesn't get sick." Zhang Qian had just gotten up at home and sneezed 3 times in a row, so he couldn't help but rub his nose and mumble to himself, "Who's cursing me? Get up and eat." Zhang Qian's ears heard his wife's urging voice. "And who's scolding you? Can there be fewer people scolding you? I tell you, if you don't get up I'm going to scold you." If Zhang Qian had known the reason why Su Haochen scolded him, I'm afraid he would have cried out. What kind of new house prepares medicine inside? How unlucky. If you do prepare it, I'm afraid you'll be scolded by the homeowner and thrown out with the medicine. This is not a curse that people are sick. Su Haochen had no choice but to take off Yin Zero's shoes and cover the quilt, then took out his cell phone in a panic and called 120. However, just after hanging up the phone, Yin Zero on the bed even slowly opened her eyes and said breathlessly, "Where am I?" Hearing the sound, Su Haochen was surprised and delighted. and hurriedly turned around and ran to the bed. Squatting down and touching Inzero's head, he said in a panic, "You're awake, how do you feel?" "It's you." Inzero forced a smile, her voice still so weak. "But I was there waiting for you, and besides, I've been waiting for you since 12 o'clock. What?" Suhachan was shocked. 12 o'clock? Why? Suhachan really couldn't figure out what he had that was worth this Inzero's obsession. Is it really possible to go to such lengths to be with a big shot? Or was she really interested in herself? But it's not that bad. We only met once yesterday. To say that love at first sight can be so giving is a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Even if it's a plot in a novel, there should be some explanation. Otherwise it's just made-up nonsense that defies common sense. You said you wanted me to wait for you in the morning, and you didn't say what time. In case I get there late and miss you, Inzero slowly said. Listening to Inzero's weak voice, Suhachan simply wanted to smack himself twice. "I'm sorry," Suhachan said with an apologetic face. "It's me who went too far. Please forgive me," Suhachan said, reaching out to help Inzero straighten the quilt that didn't need to be straightened. "It's okay, I did it willingly. Now, can I stay in your weeb?" Inzero faintly wore a smile, but haggardness was written all over her pale face. Suhachan forced a smile. "Don't worry, as long as you don't delete me, I'll always keep you on my friends list." Chapter 034 Not so bad as to call 120, below. Inzero's smile was happy and sweet, but it made Suhachan look a little confused. Bastard Inzero did it because of what? Even in the novels he had read, there was no specific explanation for this kind of love at first sight and then defying the odds. At most, it was said to be obsessed with love for the sake of love. But this is clearly out of character, and a normal person with a human mind would not do such a thing. And Inzero, how can you look at it? It doesn't look like a mental illness. Now, however, he was simply not allowed to think that much. It was a fact that Inzero was sick, and it was also a fact that she was sick because of him. So it's better to get her to the hospital for proper treatment first, and the rest afterward. Inzero's voice came from the ear again. Suhachan slowed down and said, "What's wrong? You haven't told me what your name is yet." Inzero said, "My name is Suhachan, Houchan of the white moon in the sky, Chen of the sun, moon, and stars." Suhachan replied. It was a detailed answer, and it seemed like it was because of the guilt in his heart towards Inzero. "A very nice name." A smile spread across the corners of Inzero's mouth. "Your name is also very nice," Suhachan said. "Well, let's not talk about that. You're very weak right now. I've just called 120. Just wait for the doctor to get here." "Ah, called 120? Said Inzero in surprise. "This little thing isn't enough to call 120. Why not 2? You fainted just now," Suhachan said. "I'm just freezing. It's nothing," Inzero said with full concern. "Just take some fever-reducing medicine." Suhachan froze. Aren't all girls from such rich families the delicate kind? How come they were so casual about their bodies? Shaking my head. Forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, there were too many things to figure out about this Inzero, so slowly get in touch to understand. Now it seems that the two are already getting closer. "Forget it, you can lie down for a while," Suhachan said. "I've already called an ambulance. I can't just send people back. It's not like a drop-in where you can cancel the order at any time." Inzero was amused by Suhachan. "I didn't expect you to be so humorous. I thought you were always cold." Suhachan also smiled, and then the two of them briefly chatted for a few moments. Suhachan kept persuading Inzero to talk less and lie down properly. However, Inzero seemed as if she had been wanting to talk more with Suhachan, and even took out her cell phone and added a note to Suhachan's WeChat. And the name of the note Suhachan looked full of black lines. "Fall in love with Brother Houchan. This note of yours? It's not quite appropriate, right?" The corner of Suhachan's mouth twitched, almost squeezing out such a sentence from his teeth. "What's inappropriate?" Inzero pouted her lips in a spiteful manner. "I think it's great, so you can be at the top of my friends list. Then wouldn't you just add an A in front of it?" Suhachan said breathlessly. "Doesn't that seem too deliberate? It's better this way." Inzero had a smile on her face. Even the color of his face looks a little rosy, and it looks as if a good mood promotes good health. This is not intentional, but do not feel a little too casual, Suhachan thought in his heart, but did not say it. After all, that is someone's WeChat. How to note is her right. He can't force people to change their name back even if they note themselves as husband. Then again, no girl had ever given him such an ambiguous note. He knew that Lu Xian's WeChat note to him was Xiao Chen's younger brother, a name that gives people goosebumps. Suhachan had also protested, however it was not effective. As for Lin Mengzhu, after 2 years, he had never looked at Lin Mengzhu's cell phone, and Lin Mengzhu always had an excuse to search his cell phone. But every time he suggested coming to see Lin Mengzhu, he would be rebuffed by Lin Mengzhu's glaring "You don't trust me." Then simply he never mentioned it again. "Why don't you say anything? You're not angry again, are you?" Inzero said carefully. Su Haochen shook his head and revealed a helpless smile. I wouldn't dare get angry with you again. I'd be really scared if you stood from outside for a few more hours. Which is what you said. Zero was filled with speechlessness. I have not been standing there waiting for you. Well, stand tired to sit for a while, sit hard to walk for a while, have been standing there. Do you think I'm stupid? Su Haochen a skimpy mouth. I once really thought that you are not stupid, but you make this thing, as if it is really a little stupid. Of course that couldn't be said. It could only be said in a comforting way. Yes, 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 you're not stupid. I'm stupid alright. I made such a big joke and made you sick. It's nothing. Zero smiled casually instead. This sick to be able to go to your home, lying in the bed of your home. I am also considered to be blessed by the disaster. Long so big has not slept in such a big house. Even if you compensate me, if you like, you can come anytime. Su Haochen blurted out, but he regretted it after saying it. That seemed a bit ambiguous. Before he did have the idea to treat Zero just as a tool. Stay away from her when you've completed your mission. He's not impressed with gold-digging women. But now, he genuinely wanted to treat Zero as a normal friend. Whether or not she would be a girlfriend would depend on what happened afterward, but at least he wouldn't just use her. And it seems a bit inappropriate to say such things between friends of the opposite sex. Su Haochen secretly observed Zero's reaction to see if there were any strange or angry looks. However, he realized that instead of being angry, Zero had a shy face. After a few seconds of silence, Zero nodded slightly and said softly, "This is what you said. You can't back out." Su Haochen could only nod his head, secretly thinking, perhaps the only explanation is that such a thing as love at first sight really exists. Maybe everyone is different, and for one particular type of person it really is possible to fall in love at first sight and then rise to the occasion. Of course, this explanation was also very far-fetched, and if it appeared in a novel, Su Haochen would have cursed the street. So, using stories to reflect life, Su Haochen still believed that there was a deeper reason behind it, but he just hadn't figured it out himself. Of course it is not possible to ask Zero explicitly. Receiving Su Haochen's affirmation, Zero's face was flooded with a bright smile again. While this was going on, the ambulances came, and 3 of them at once. According to Su Haochen's estimation, it shouldn't be so fast. There should be a traffic jam at this time in the morning. And, how come there aren't so many of them? Watching many people coming down from the car one after another, Su Haochen said to Zero, "You rest first, I'll go out to pick them up." Looking at Zero's well-behaved nod, Su Haochen left from the room. He was so focused on hurrying up to cure Zero that he didn't see that when he left. Zero looked at his back, but sighed softly. That look was the same as when he looked at Zero when she was unconscious. It's a complex mix of guilt and panic. Chapter 035. You're the one who got dumped. Above. Sir, is your family member sick? A doctor in the lead asked. Su Haochen nodded. Why did so many people come? Su Haochen asked in confusion. I'm Lu Zhang, the director of Zhonghai City Center Hospital, and the medical director of the brain department. And I've brought a team of experts from our brain department to come and consult with the patient, the head doctor said, also letting Su Haochen know his identity. The dean. I didn't realize that I had called 120, but the director of the central hospital came in person. Thanks. Su Haochen was a little embarrassed. Just now, when I saw Zero fainted, I was really busy, and when I called 120, I only said that I suddenly fainted and didn't explain anything else. No need to be polite, sir. It's better to quickly take us to see the patient. Let's do basic first aid first and then send it to the hospital for treatment. Lu Zhang said. Okay. Su Haochen had no choice but to bring all the doctors to the room where Zero was resting. This young lady is the patient you were talking about? Lu Zhang said with a puzzled face. This doesn't look serious, and there's no coma, so it's not so trivial as to call 120. Su Haochen sighed lightly and explained the situation just now in detail before apologizing to Lu Zhang. At first, when he heard Su Haochen say it, Lu Zhang was still very angry. After all, it was already suspected of lying about 120. But hearing that Su Haochen had panicked in his haste, he understood. After all, looking at Su Haochen's young age, it was normal to have no common sense in life. I just don't understand why the girl was out there from 12 until 7. But it was not his place to ask about the young people's affairs, so he said nothing more. Dean Lu, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to make such a mess and make you come to so many people. Su Haochen apologized once again. It's okay, sir. It's good that people are okay. Let's just say that fate has arranged for us to get to know each other. Dean Lu said, taking out his phone and opening WeChat to it. Sir shouldn't mind adding a WeChat. Su Haochen froze. Then he also took out his cell phone, scanned Dean Lu's QR code, sent a friend application, and then said my name is Su Haochen. Su Haochen still felt a little strange about the fact that someone of President Lu's age was also using WeChat, But when you think about the popularity of WeChat nowadays, even those rural people back home who don't have much education are using WeChat. So it's not surprising. After sending off Dean Liu, Su Haochen once again sighed. It's really good to be rich. If it wasn't for the fact that the address he reported was Chentang Ipine, the hospital car would never have arrived so quickly. It is even less likely that so many people will come to the consultation and be led by the dean himself. Lu Zhang left some daily medicines for colds, fevers, headaches, bad stomachs, etc. for Su Haochen when he got on the bus, and taught him to recognize them one by one. After all, in an ambulance, it's normal to have some common medications on hand. Su Haochen offered money, but Lu Zhang was adamant that he wouldn't accept it. After Lu Zhang got on the car, Su Haochen transferred $10,000 to him on WeChat. Lu Zhang didn't take it either, and gave it back directly, and sent a message to Su Haochen, telling him that he mustn't do this. It's making him make a mistake. Su Haochen saw Lu Zhang resolutely do not accept the money, but also not good at saying anything. The heart secretly thought, maybe afraid of WeChat transfer to leave evidence. He really didn't believe that anyone would really be that upright, and he didn't believe that Lu Zhang would not want it if given cash. This proverb says, "Sake red people face, money moves people's hearts. See money eyes cannot probably only because they dare not take." It had to be said that Su Haochen had been living at the bottom of society for a long time, and had been subconsciously influenced in some ways. It creates a lot of negative thinking and disbelief that good people really do exist in the world. Even once have a revenge society heart. This Ian Zero encounter is a living example. Ian Zero was given medicine and told to remain in bed. If you think about it, it's really just a fever because I caught a cold, so it's really not a big deal. As for passing out, that's most likely due to sleepiness from not sleeping all night. Why don't you sleep some more? Su Haochen said. Don't. Ian Zero shook her head, a happy smile spreading across her face. It's so hard to spend more time around you. I'm not going to sleep. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Su Haochen said. Just as he was about to continue persuading Ian Zero to get some sleep, the phone rang. At first glance, it was Zhao Wenhan, the dormitory boss, who called. Su Haochen couldn't help but frown. This guy doesn't call me easily. What's going on? Without hesitation, he directly picked up the phone, not caring that Ian Zero was beside him. She didn't know anyone in the dorm anyway, so there was nothing to avoid. When the phone was connected, Zhao Wenhan's voice came from inside. I heard she broke up with you? The voice was not small, so much so that Ian Zero, who was lying next to her, heard it and thought darkly. He got dumped? Which woman is so ungrateful? This man is handsome, has money, and good hands, and even though he seems a bit heel-cold on the surface, he's actually still so gentle and considerate. How could any girl not like it? Though Ian Zero was upset in her heart for Su Haochen being dumped and lambasted his ex-girlfriend for not knowing what she was talking about. However, he was still glad in his heart, because it was now certain that Su Haochen was single. Who told you that? Su Haochen asked. So it's true, that person. You treated him so well. She even. Zhao Wenhan couldn't help but start cursing. Did Wang Jieqi tell you? Su Haochen interrupted Zhao Wenhan's words and added after some thought. She and Wang Jieqi from our class are BFFs. It's normal for Wang Jieqi to know, but why would she tell you? I don't know. Just now Wang Jieqi sent me a WeChat about it. I didn't even reply to her, so I called you. When was it? Zhao Wenhan said. The day before yesterday at noon. Su Haochen answered truthfully. The day before yesterday at noon? Zhao Wenhan froze. But you didn't show anything the night before last? Why are you so calm? Su Haochen smiled faintly. Then what do you think I should show? Crying profusely? Or drink like crazy? It seems like all of them should, stammered Zhao Wenhan. He also had a breakup, and the first one in the dormitory was him, pulling everyone in the dormitory with him that night to drink themselves into a stupor, while he cried like a grandson. There's no need. It's all in the past, Su Haochen said indifferently. But Ian Zero could see that underneath Su Haochen's calm tone was the left hand with a tightly clenched fist. Even the right hand holding the phone was bruised, and she was worried if Su Haochen would pinch the phone to burst it. It's a good thing the phone is of good quality and doesn't get pinched. Chapter 036. You're the one who got dumped. Bottom, you guys should be in class right now. How do you have time to call me? Su Haochen also sensed that his mood was a bit off, and hastily changed the topic. We're in this class. You know, said Zhao Wenhan. Fine. Su Haochen was speechless, feeling that he was asking more questions. Indeed, this independent college of theirs was not taken seriously at all, and it was good enough that some people went to class. In class, not to mention playing with your cell phone or talking, or even if you walk out in the middle of the class, the teacher can't control it. Although Su Haochen acted calmly, Zhao Wenhan still felt strange. This didn't seem like it should be a normal sign of lost love. So worriedly he asked, so where are you now? Tang Yiping. Su Haochen didn't hide it and said truthfully, oh, Minister Tang Yiping. What? Chen Tangipin? Zhao Wenhan's voice suddenly got louder, drawing the attention of his classmates and teachers. Although the classroom was chaotic, doing everything, there were really hardly any who suddenly shouted as loudly as he did. Thus, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Zhao Wenhan. Zhao Wenhan also felt embarrassed, so he smiled and told the teacher, "I'm sorry, teacher. It's a bit urgent. I'll go out and talk." Zhao Wenhan said, going out from his seat and jogging all the way out of the classroom. But even though he is no longer in the classroom, his story is being circulated in the classroom because he just shouted out, "Chen Tangipin." As long as they have spent a few days in Shanghai, I am afraid that there is no one who would not know Chen Tangipin, not to mention that they have been studying here for 2 years. There have even been people who have been outside the Chen Tangipin neighborhood and secretly vowed that their lifelong goal is to buy a house here. The others in the dormitory were also discussing below what was wrong with Zhao Wenhan, but these so-called others are also the 3 oldest 4, 5 and 8. The remaining 3 are still sleeping in the dormitory. Outside the classroom, Zhao Wenhan said with a nervous face, "What are you doing in Chen Tangipin?" "I stayed here last night." Su Haochen didn't hide anything and answered truthfully. "What did you say? You stayed at Chen Tangipin for a night?" Zhao Wenhan was filled with disbelief. "How do you get to know the people who live there in Chen Tangipin now? Who can take you there for a night? You wouldn't have slept on a bench in the neighborhood." Zhao Wenhan's worried tone touched Su Haochen. He knew that it was probably useless to explain anything now, except to find an opportunity to take them on a trip here, and then it would all be clear. "Don't worry about any of you. I'm fine now, much better than I was. I'll explain it to you when I get a chance," Su Haochen said calmly, but the calmer he was, the more worried Zhao Wenhan was. "But now on the phone cannot understand what? Can only instruct you pay attention to health? Come back early," and then hung up. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Wenhan sent a WeChat to his dormitory veteran, Yiming. 5 seconds later, 3 people rushed out of the classroom and ran to Zhao Wenhan, saying in unison, "What happened to Lao San? Say it on the way back," Zhao Wenhan said. After hanging up the phone, Su Haochen was thinking, it looks like he has to explain it to the group. If this thing didn't get out, the ones in the dormitory must have been worried, and now that Zhao Wenhan knew about it, soon the guys would surely know about it. Unsurprisingly, within an hour, he would surely get a call to go back for a drink at noon. Then let's do it tonight, Su Haochen thought in his heart. Tell everyone to come over, and those who have girlfriends to bring their girlfriends as well. Of the 8 people in the dormitory, the oldest, the second and the 5th have girlfriends. Old 6 is rumored to be having a fling with a girl, and hasn't broken that last window pane yet. The oldest broke up a week ago, and cried while drinking that night as well. As for the old 7 and 8, they were maternally single and had never held hands with a girl since birth. "Are you alright?" Ian Zero said carefully. "It's fine." Su Haochen shook his head. "They're quite concerned about me. I'm just a bit touched." "It's good that it's okay," Ian Zero said. "I can't believe you're the one who got dumped. That ex-girlfriend of yours is so uneducated, but it's nice." "Good?" Su Haochen froze. "What's good about it? If you're not single, then wouldn't I have no chance?" Ian Zero said. Su Haochen secretly thought, it's not true. If I wasn't dumped by her, I wouldn't be so vindictive to society, tossing you into such a state. Of course, that's something that should never be said. Su Haochen didn't say anything, and Ian Zero said to herself, it's not really necessarily a good thing. If you had a girlfriend, all I'd have to do to get you would be to beat her alone. And now that you're single, with your qualifications, you're sure to have a lot of girls chasing after you, so I'll have a lot of competition. What's this all about? Su Haochen was speechless for a while. Otherwise you'd better take a nap. I'm not going to sleep. Ian Zero pouted, then said thoughtfully, is it convenient for the party to reveal what your ex-girlfriend's name is? Lin Mengzhu. Su Haochen didn't hide it either. Lin Mengzhu? Ian Zero was startled and sat up directly, even lifting up the quilt covering her body. You're talking about Lin Mengzhu, the junior varsity girl of Shanghai Science and Technology? Just as Su Haochen was surprised, Ian Zero added, legend has it that Lin Mengzhu's boyfriend is nothing but a bit more handsome. Could it be that you are that legendary boyfriend of hers? If you're talking about Lin Mengzhu, a junior majoring in mathematics at Shanghai Institute of Science and Technology, and she doesn't have any other boyfriends besides me, then it should be me, Su Haochen said. But the legend says that Lin Mengzhu's boyfriend is nothing but a bit more handsome, and this legend is too inaccurate. Not only are you handsome, but you're so rich, and you're such a good fighter. How can you be nothing? Ian Zero hurriedly voiced out for Su Haochen, and at the same time, her heart was grateful, because if she really had to compete with Lin Mengzhu, she really wasn't particularly confident. After all, Lin Mengzhu was 2 years older than her, more mature and better dressed, and the two were still in the same major, so she really didn't have much of a chance of being able to take classes together every day and be near the water. Why would this Lin Mengzhu break up with him? In0 couldn't figure it out. How would I know? Su Haochen bristled. In fact, he certainly knows. If not the day before yesterday to get the heavenly system, he is not really in the legend of the same. In addition to handsome point other nothing. Thinking of the system, Su Haochen suddenly thought again that today's lucky draw didn't seem to have taken place yet. Let's wait a while, at least send In0 away first. Otherwise it would be out of order again in case you drew something good and screamed out in surprise. Chapter 037 will go look for her in the afternoon, above. After talking about me for half a day, I haven't asked you yet. How do you know Lin Mengju? Su Haochen asked. Of course I know. I'm also from the China Sea University of Science and Technology, In0 said. Then, with a very strange expression, he looked at Su Haochen. You, really haven't heard of me? Are you famous? Su Haochen asked in disbelief. It's okay, your ex-girlfriend was your junior varsity, and I'm in our class, In0 said with pride. Do you think I'm considered famous? I did hear that every term will have a school flower, voted for by the whole school, and it said that only our term was snatched by our independent college. Su Haochen said. Yeah, we all know this too, so Lin Mengju's popularity is indeed a bit bigger than ours, and gets a bit more attention than us, In0 said. And that mystery boyfriend of hers has been the subject of a lot of attention, only no one has ever known who it is. Su Haochen nodded and said, it's no wonder, because she basically never walks with me in school, and when she goes out together, it's always far away from the school, probably because she's afraid of losing face. Saying that, Su Haochen's expression was a bit despondent. It shouldn't be, In0 said. Then a flash of inspiration came to mind. Unless, she doesn't know who you are. My identity? What identity do I have? Su Haochen wondered. It's not identity either. In0 shook her head. It's that she didn't know you were so rich, or that you were so good with your hands, or that, In0 said, unable to help but blush. Much less what? Su Haochen asked, looking at In0's appearance. He couldn't help but have some anticipation for the next words. Not to mention I didn't know you were so considerate. In0's voice grew smaller. It was almost as if Su Haochen had to use guessing when it came to the last few words. Su Haochen smiled to himself and secretly thought, gentle and considerate? How can you tell? It's all tossed you like this, and you're still gentle and considerate, but having money in good hands. Su Haochen still acknowledged it. Moreover, In0 was right. Lin Mengju didn't know much about it because he hadn't seen Lin Mengju at all since he got the system. In0 still kept her head down there. Su Haochen shook his head helplessly and went over to try to help In0 lie down, but just as he stretched out his hand, In0 suddenly looked up and said, not many people know about your breakup, right? Su Haochen was startled by In0's sudden sentence and said after some thought, the one who just called me was our dormitory boss, and if he knows, then everyone else should know too, and Lin Mengju has her circle of friends, so she should already know about it too. As for the others I don't know, chances are very few do. It's also possible that many people know that Lin Mengju dumped that loser boyfriend. Look at what you said. What waste boyfriend? It's her who doesn't know what she's talking about. But I'm treating you as a treasure. When In0 said this, she was not shy at all. Just as Su Haochen looked at her, he added, if your identity is once made public, there might be too many girls who will treat you as a treasure. So I'll have to get a bit of a head start. Alright, stop it now, Su Haochen said, reaching out to support In0's shoulders. Lie down, a little girl, and don't be shy about saying that. In0 obediently lay down, but her mouth was not idle. What's there to be shy about? It's not easy to get a chance to be alone with you. If you're shy, it'll be too late to talk about it when you've run out and your love rivals are looking for you. There's no such thing as a love rival, Su Haochen said. No one knows me, besides you. There is only one person who counts to know about me. Maybe this person you know. Her name is Lu Xin. Wow, Lu Xin. In0's eyes lit up. Of course I know. She is the school flower of the class that just graduated. It is said that not only good looking, but also super good academic performance, is a first-class goddess. Su Haochen nodded. Indeed, she is indeed excellent. She doesn't like you too, In0 said, sitting up again, both hands hugging the quilt with a nervous look. What are you thinking? All the girls under the sky should like me? Su Haochen said. I met her in the literature club when I was a freshman, and she's always taken pretty good care of me. That's all, nothing more. Literature club? In0 seemed to have little hearts bubbling up in front of her eyes. So, you're not only capable of martial arts, but you're also strong in literature? Not bad. Su Haochen wasn't modest either. Before he got the system, it was probably the only thing he had going for him besides being relatively good looking. There were times when he would rack his brain to write some poems or articles for Lin Mengju. However, Lin Mengju said that he was too literal to read, and then he stopped writing after a long time. Indeed, Literature is something that can only be sympathized with by having the same hobby. To the layman, it's simply uninformative. There are plenty of people who even have a nasty attitude. This Lin Mengzhu is really uneducated. Inziru already didn't know how many times she had uttered these words. She has her own thoughts, and I don't blame her. Su Haochen said with a clear conscience. It couldn't be helped. He had to act generous at this time. He couldn't say that he was so angry that he kept thinking about revenge. No wonder you treated me like that yesterday, Inziru said with an aggrieved face. This would be what the internet always calls a revenge society. Inziru associated a lot of things at once, while Su Haochen's face flashed with guilt again. I'm sorry, I really didn't think that you'd wait there all the time. Do you think that if I wasn't there this morning, you really would have deleted my WeChat? Inziru asked. At the same time, he looked at Su Haochen with full expectation. Su Haochen shook his head. Of course not. I just casually said it yesterday. How could I spare to really delete you? Su Haochen of course knew that at this time, even if he really thought that way, he couldn't be truthful. What's more, Su Haochen really didn't think about deleting her WeChat. After all, after adding WeChat, he didn't even care much. It's just one more person on the friends list. Moreover, he had already taken Inziru as the target to be accomplished. If he deleted her, it would be too difficult to find the next suitable target. So no matter what, Su Haochen couldn't really delete Inziru's WeChat. Only, if she really didn't wait there, Su Haochen might think of some other ways to toss her around a bit, but would never completely cut off contact with her. But right now, Su Haochen could only say something nice to coax Inziru. After all, she was tossed sick by herself, and it's not wrong to coax her in a reasonable manner. But to Inziru's ears, that was another story. Chapter 038 will go to her in the afternoon, below. Okay, I'll take what you say as true, Inziru said with a smile. The meaning was obvious. That is to Su Haochen's words. She didn't believe them at all either. She had had a number of boyfriends before. Not to say that she had read a lot of people but almost, and knew that men's mouths that were lying ghosts. But for Su Haochen to be able to say these words to coax her was already very happy for her. However, I don't believe that you really don't blame her anymore, Inziru added. The way you were talking on the phone just now, I could see it clearly, and I was worried that, with your strength, you wouldn't just crush that poor phone. Su Haochen sighed lightly, knowing that he couldn't hide it, so he just told the truth. Yes, there's no way I don't blame her at all. You don't know what I've done before. Su Haochen suddenly stopped, as he realized that there were some things that weren't appropriate to say to Inziru. For example, he couldn't explain why he had gone out to work for money before. After all, how could someone with such a fortune go out to work for money every month, and then give all the money back to the girlfriend, which is somewhat unexplainable. I'm afraid that after I finish speaking, I'll have to make up some kind of nonsense about being a young master from a rich family and then coming out to practice, just like when I lied to Liu Xian before. Su Haochen knew that Liu Xian didn't believe it at that time either, just that he still trusted him, so he didn't ask any more questions. I'm afraid this Inziru won't believe it so easily. Maybe she'll get to the bottom of it, and she'll have to make up more stories. So, Su Haochen simply stopped talking. Watching Su Haochen suddenly stop, Inziru froze. What's wrong? Why don't you continue? Su Haochen shook his head. Forget it, it's all in the past. What's the use of saying so much? Anyway, now we're no longer together. This is the reality. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't want to say more, Inziru didn't ask again. After all, this also belongs to people's privacy, and it's not good to pry too much, especially at a time like this. It's like rubbing salt in someone's wounds. So what are you going to do? Inziru asked. Su Haochen naturally knew that Inziru was asking if he wanted to retaliate, so he said, if I have the chance, I must make her regret how much pain I felt when she broke up with me the day before yesterday. The feeling can't even be described in words. I must pay her back tenfold, Su Haochen said, both hands clenching his fists tightly, his eyes seeming to spit out fire, even more frightening than the way she looked when she was on the phone just now. Inziru couldn't help but shiver slightly. Chen, brother Chen, don't be like this, Inziru softly called out to Su Haochen. Saying that, he took a small hand out of the quilt and held it on Su Haochen's hand. Su Haochen came back to his senses, deeply aware that he had lost his temper. I'm sorry Ziru, I scared you, Su Haochen said. Seeing Inziru call herself Brother Chen, then simply also call her Ziru. This name feels quite intimate. If you're willing, we'll go find her this afternoon, Inziru said. Us? Su Haochen was puzzled. Why should we be together? Aren't you going to make her regret it? So you're going to tell her that you're doing fine now, and secondly, you're going to tell her that she's the one who doesn't know any better, Inziru said with hatred. If you don't find a decent girlfriend, how can you prove that you're better off without her? Are you saying that you pretended to be my girlfriend to piss her off? Su Haochen asked. Of course, Inziru said with a nod. That's Lin Mengzhu, the junior varsity girl, And the one who can pretend to be your girlfriend to back you up. Of course she has to be at the varsity girl level too. Su Haochen nodded, secretly thinking that In0 was actually right. Originally, his plan was to find a time for Lu Xian to go and back him up, but after thinking about it he gave up. For one thing, Lin Mengzhu knew Lu Xian and knew that he was on good terms with Lu Xian, so it would be easy to find Lu Xian to poke his nose in. Besides, he's a junior guy looking for a girl who's already graduated, so it's kind of like being a gigolo anyways. By then, any gossip might be spread, and not only would his own idea of revenge not be realized, it might also cause Lu Xian to carry some bad reputation. And now with In0, it is indeed the preferred choice. Although In0 was still young, in terms of face value and temperament she was indeed slightly inferior to Lin Mengzhu, but that young age is also one of the biggest advantages. Good, let's do it. Su Haochen made up his mind, then looked at In0 and said, but I'm afraid I can't this afternoon, you'd better get well first. How can I be that delicate? I sweated a bit just now, and I'm almost better now, In0 said. With that, he lifted the covers and was about to get out of bed. Su Haochen just wanted to stop, but In0 had already gotten out of bed and didn't feel weak at all. With Su Haochen's reflexes, it was surprising that he didn't have time to block it. You lie down quickly, you've just finished your medicine, Su Haochen said. I'm going to the restroom, In0 said, not even putting on her shoes. She just ran out of bed barefoot. Su Haochen's face was filled with black lines. This girl, too, not taking her body seriously. Su Haochen took out his cell phone and called for 2 takeaways. After tossing and turning for such a long time, he hadn't had a bite to eat yet, and In0 was in more need of food now. Su Haochen didn't order anything too greasy, and ordered 2 bowls of skinny meat porridge with eggs and a few small dishes. When In0 returned, Su Haochen hurriedly told her to lie down, but In0 herself was full of concern. Su Haochen took a thermometer and measured it, and the fever had indeed subsided a lot, but it's still a little over 37 degrees, which means it's still a fever. Su Haochen told In0 to lie down and rest, but In0 refused to do so, saying that he was already fine. He asked Su Haochen to show her around his house. Su Haochen had no choice but to agree. As the two walked and chatted, Su Haochen assumed the role of Zhang Xian from yesterday, introducing In0 like a real estate agent. After the two had wandered around for a while, the takeout was delivered, and even the delivery boy's eyes were a little weird. It seemed to be saying, a big spender who lives in a place like this would order such a cheap takeout. Su Haochen took the takeout to the table, and the two of them simply took a bite, chatting as they ate. A rich man like you would even eat something so grounded? In0 asked. Su Haochen laughed. What grounding? Just say it's cheap straight away. In0 couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. That's not a nice thing to say, but I thought a rich man like you had big fish and abalone and lobster every day. And abalone and lobster? I've only had spicy crawfish once even, and that was when someone else was treating me. Su Haochen thought in his heart, but also made up his mind that he must eat those most expensive dishes one by one next to enjoy his mouth. Those dishes that he couldn't even dream of before, he could now eat as much as he wanted. Chapter 039, Come to me instead, above. It was just that right now was not the time to talk about this, so Su Haochen organized his words and said, those expensive dishes are sometimes a spectacle and not much to eat. In normal times, it's still these everyday things that give us more of what we actually need. It's nice to be able to eat a sea cucumber abalone once in a while. In0 said. Say it as if you haven't eaten it. Su Haochen said. With your family background, how could you not have eaten these? As Su Haochen spoke, he suddenly saw a trace of a different look flashing in In0's eyes. Su Haochen didn't continue, thinking that this In0 was also a girl with a story. Previously, Su Haochen had used a detection technique and learned that In0's parents were worth over $100 million, and to be able to have a house in this Chentangi Pingbi, even if it is rented, is enough to prove that it is an excellent living condition. But this In0, other than the fiery side she showed when she saw her at the entrance of the neighborhood before, she did not have the appearance of a rich girl at all, especially when there was no hint of pettiness, not even caring about his own body, and he started getting out of bed and wandering around before the fever was completely gone. What's wrong with you? Su Haochen asked. In0 forced a smile and didn't hide it from Su Haochen. I'm in a good position. I'm never short of money in my cards. I came to school in Shanghai and then I got a house in the best neighborhood in Shanghai, and whatever I want to eat is always brought to me. On the surface, these words were nothing short of bragging, but coming from In0's mouth, they sounded that miserable. Next, In0 told Su Haochen about her experience. This Su Haochen realized that although In0's family was wealthy, the family was broken up because her parents were each busy with their own business. Growing up, In0 practically lived with a nanny. Her parents didn't care about anyone but giving her money and things. In0 said, unable to stop her tears from falling. The girl who had frozen outside for over 7 hours and fainted without crying was so vulnerable when it came to mentioning what was going on at home. Su Haochan took out a tissue to help In0 wipe her tears, while In0 obediently jumped into Su Haochan's arms. After a long time, In0 had cried enough, and Su Haochan released her. "I'm sorry, brother Tetsu. I lost my temper a bit," In0 said. "It's fine." Su Haochan smiled faintly. Everyone is vulnerable at times. Thinking of the way she cried bitterly on the road before the accident, she was more than the current In0 had ever been. "Where's that car that hit me?" Su Haochan's thoughts couldn't help but fly out. He had been so immersed in the joy of getting the system before that he had forgotten that he had been hit by a car. On that road, there should be surveillance, right? Even if it's raining heavily, it's not so bad that you can't see it at all, Su Haochan thought, invisibly adding one more thing to the list, which was to go to the traffic team to check on the matter of his being hit. Though it's true that nothing happened to him or her, and he or she was even blessed by the situation, but you can't just let it go. A minimum apology should always be there. Right at this moment, Su Haochan's phone rang, and as expected, it wasn't what he expected. Dormitory Big Brother Zhao Wenhan. "Lao-san, go back to the dormitory for a drink at noon. Don't wander around outside. Brothers accompany you for a whole lot," Zhao Wenhan said. As expected, Su Haochan smiled and said, "I guess that you definitely had to call me within an hour. I don't know whether you are really fine or pretending to be fine. No matter what, there are any difficulties with the brothers to say. If you even we are hiding that you can be too meaningless," Zhao Wenhan said. Zhao Wenhan is a righteous person, not only the dormitory boss, but also the dormitory head, but also the class president, deeply popular. "I'm not trying to hide anything from you guys. It's fine to have a drink together, but it'll be out of the dorms, so you guys might as well come over to my place tonight," Su Haochan said. "To your place?" Zhao Wenhan asked in confusion. "Where is your place?" "Chen Tangi Pina," Su Haochan said. "Didn't I tell you that when you called just now?" Zhao Wenhan was filled with black lines. "I now simply suspect that you're crazy because of the breakup. Since when do you have a place in Chentangipin? Even if we're fantasizing, let's be realistic, okay? If you really don't want to go back to the dormitory, the big deal is that my brothers will spend a little more money, take you to a party house, and have a good time for the rest of the night. Alright, I told you that you guys couldn't possibly believe it," Su Haochan said helplessly. "In this world, lies always fool people, but no one believes the truth. Look at it this way, you guys come to Chentangipin in the evening. No, at 3 p.m. You'll skip all your afternoon classes, and you'll all come together. If I'm telling a lie, you guys can consider it a wasted trip for my sake and then rack me back up. If that's okay with you." Zhao Wenhan froze for a moment. Okay, then let's meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At the entrance of Chentangipin, you remember to pick us up, otherwise we can't get in. Listening to Su Haochan's certain tone, Zhao Wenhan was already somewhat convinced. What did the oldest say? Wu Shuang, the second oldest in the dormitory, asked. "He said he has a place in Chentangipin and asked us to go there at 3 in the afternoon. Zhao Wenhan said. "It doesn't sound like a fake, but this is just too unbelievable." Old 4 Weeks said with a flourish. "Don't care so much, let's go at 3 o'clock in the afternoon normally. If the old 3 really have a place there, of course, we'll make him explain what's going on the wine table. If he doesn't have a place there, this way, let's work on getting some money together. Find a party house, have a good drink, and try to wake him up." Zhao Wenhan nodded, and then a few people decided to take out $500 each, for a total of $3,500. There's enough for all of them anyhow, except that we may have to save money for a while next. On Su Haochan's side, he sighed helplessly after hanging up the phone, thinking that he would definitely have to face an interrogation in the evening. There was nothing to do but to say that he was the young master of some big family and then rejoin the family after undergoing the trial. After all, what was said with Lu Xin in the first place? So why not just all use the same version? "Ziru, this afternoon, you come too," Su Haochan said. "Good, if you welcome me, then I can't wait," In0 said with a smile. Just now, through Su Haochan's phone call, he already knew Su Haochan's arrangement. Originally, she had planned that even if Su Haochan didn't invite her, she would still have the cheek to participate. Now Su Haochan happened to invite her, so naturally she went along with it. "In the afternoon, let's go shopping after we finish that," Su Haochan said. When she said the words "that thing," In0 clearly felt the tremor in Su Haochan's tone. In0 didn't say anything. There were some things that, as an outsider right now, even her words of comfort seemed like a master's words, so one could only choose to remain silent and let Su Haochan slowly get better on his own. Chapter 040, Come to Me Instead, below. In the late afternoon, In0's fever subsided, and the two were ready to go out. At the entrance of the villa, In0 suddenly remembered that she had just seen a parking space on the first floor, and it was 10 spots. but she did not see a single car. So he asked, "By the way, Brother Haochan, where is your car?" A sentence of Brother Haochan almost made Su Haochan get goosebumps. Since he was a child, no girl had ever called him by such an ambiguous title, and although he felt uncomfortable, he kinda enjoyed it. But at this time he was not in the mood to enjoy himself, because what In0 asked made him slightly embarrassed, and he could only answer honestly to, "I don't have a car." "No way." In0 was surprised. "You can buy all the villas in the entire Chentangipin area, eh? How could you not have the money to buy a car? How is that possible?" Su Haochan thought in his heart, "Who says I don't have a car? I have too, but it's not that I can't get it out." Thinking of this, Su Haochan looked at In0, wanting to do her as soon as possible in a million ways, but after today's events, there was something about it that didn't allow her to be hurt. In0 saw that Su Haochan didn't say anything, so she asked again, Brother Haochan, you should be. You don't know how to drive, right?" Su Haochan nodded helplessly. Indeed, although the system had given him 2 cars, he couldn't drive them at all. In0 bristled and said in a strange tone, "No wonder. A rich son like you must have a special car to transport him wherever he goes. There are also specialized drivers who need to know how to drive. Not me. I have to take care of everything myself." Su Haochan's head was full of black lines. And a special car? And a driver? Where is it? Before Su Haochan had time to say anything, In0 continued, "Come with me to my home. I came out in a hurry last night and didn't bring my car keys." "You have a car?" Su Haochan asked in surprise. "What's so strange about that?" In0 said, "They would buy me everything. There was no need for me to ask for it myself. If it wasn't for the fact that the developers of the houses in Area A were not selling them for the time being at that time, maybe the one you're living in now would have been mine long ago." Su Haochan froze. Originally looking at the results of the detection technique, said that In0's parents were worth more than 100 million. He thought that it was also more than 100 million or a few hundred million, but now it seems that this is by no means the case. The two chatted all the way up the elevator to the top floor of a building, which was In0's home. "When I got out of the elevator, I saw a large flat floor, which meant that it was the only one on the entire top floor. The entire area Su Haochan roughly looked at, estimated to be more than 400 square feet, placed with treadmills and other exercise equipment. Only on the armrests of the treadmill, there were 2 pairs of socks hiked up, and some dust had fallen on top of the dumbbells, which looked like they hadn't been touched in a long time." Seeing Su Haochan's eyes looking strangely at those fitness equipment, In0 said with embarrassment, "I didn't ask anyone to prepare these. It was them who took it upon themselves to prepare them, and I even felt that they took up space." Su Haochan smiled and said, "It's also good if you have the opportunity to exercise more. Think about how many people want to set up these equipments at home without having a place." Su Haochan said, and then remembered his old house, which was originally very spacious in the countryside, but then land reform came and they all moved upstairs. That tiny 2-room apartment added up to only 60 square feet, and because there wasn't enough room at home, my sister chose to stay at the school. Whenever his sister came back during the holidays she had to stay on the couch in the living room. When he was small he didn't feel anything, he even thought it was the right thing to do, but now that he remembers it, he suddenly feels a little bad. "I know." In0 smiled faintly. "I've never complained about the materialistic life. I know I'm better off than the vast majority of people, so, I'm happy." "Alright, find the car keys," Su Haochan said, but in his heart, he was thinking, "Happy you to cry like that?" Su Haochan also understands in his heart that what everyone actually wants most is what they don't have, or have lost. Many children grow up with their parents by their side, but want to live a rich life like In0, even thinking that even if they are not around, as long as they have money to spend, not to mention other people, even Su Haochan himself used to think the same way, and those children who have money to spend, like In0, often have a greater need in their hearts for the company of their families. "I even thought, I would be willing to live an ordinary life, even a poor one, if my parents could be around to keep me company." Su Haochan remembered once watching a TV series in which a rich son said to his father, who would only give him a lot of money, "This kind of life is not what I want." Su Haochan really wanted to say, "It's not what you want, but it's what I want." Su Haochan thought, smiled to himself and sat on the sofa, and at this time In0 also came out from the bedroom with the key. Seeing Su Haochan sitting on the sofa, he said, "Why don't you come in with me? Why are you sitting here? A girl's bedroom. It's not appropriate for me to go in, right?" Su Haochan said, "I didn't expect you to be such a gentleman." In0 said, now in her heart, that Su Haochan was really good everywhere. Had it never occurred to her that this was actually just an excuse, and the real reason was that Su Haochan was actually too lazy to move? Su Haochan didn't say anything, he just smiled, but in In0's eyes, this smile of Su Haochan was also so charming. So he said, "Let's go. Come and see what's to be afraid of. There's nothing private." Saying that, she reached out and took Su Haochen's hand, pulling and dragging her toward her bedroom. Su Haochen didn't refuse and letting Zero pull him forward. The main tone of the bedroom was a light pink color, and Su Haochen roughly understood that deep down in Zero's heart actually yearned for this kind of little girl's simplicity and innocence. Pink belongs to the warm color system, indicating that Zero expects a warmth in her heart, and occasionally some places are embellished with small floral patterns of various colors, and it looks like she expects life to be colorful. The arrangement of a person's room explains his character to a certain extent. Su Haochen has more or less read some books on psychology, and then combined with what is said in various novels or articles, he has a preliminary judgment. How's that? Does it look good? Zero said. She didn't know that Su Haochen was speculating about her character, and was full of joy that Su Haochen could come to her home. Su Haochen came back to his senses and nodded. Good looking. Of course it's good looking. Did you decorate all these yourself? Yes. Zero nodded. I settled on upper middle C technology in early July, and then they bought me this house. Then I had nothing to do, so I came over to keep an eye on the renovations and hang out here in the middle of the ocean. Then you mustn't stay in a hotel every day during the renovation? Su Haochen asked. That's for sure. Where else would it be? Zero said. But they gave me enough money, and at that time I was at the Mingyang Hotel every day. You must know, it's the biggest one in Shanghai. There are chains all over the country, over $2,000 a day with food and lodging. Su Haochen thought in his heart, I cannot know. Now that is mine. Chapter 041, The Overbearing President Who Scorns the World, Up. Having established that all of this was an arrangement designed by Zero herself, Su Haochen was even more certain that what he had deduced about Zero's character was not wrong. This is a child who expects love. Maybe that's why she's reaching out to get close to me? Su Haochen shook his head slightly. It should be more than that simple. After all, it was an explanation that even he couldn't convince himself of. Zero looked at Su Haochen. Brother Haochen, why are you shaking your head? Is it because you think something doesn't look good? I can change it. Su Haochen's slight movements didn't escape Zero's eyes, while Su Haochen's thoughts were pulled back, hastily explaining, it's nothing, I'm just thinking about what I'm going to buy later. Zero nodded. Thought you weren't too happy about where this silly girl, Su Haochen said, and actually couldn't help but touch Zero's head. This is your home, so it's good that you like it. Zero was a little over 6'5 meters tall, which was quite tall for a girl, but in front of Su Haochen, it looked very petite. Being touched by Su Haochen's head touch made Zero's face blush with shame, and she unconsciously laughed. She actually enjoyed it. Alright, let's go, Su Haochen said. When he got off the elevator, Su Haochen asked, is this entire area be this kind of big flat? Zero shook her head. No, only the top floor is like this. The others are all 2 units in one staircase. Su Haochen nodded, knowing that the houses in Area B were roughly 200 square feet each, but it was just enough to get a feel for it. The house in B didn't appeal to him in any way. In the underground garage, Zero found her car. The garage here is 1 garage per car, complete with roller shutter door, and the safety of the car is absolutely guaranteed when you put it in. Seeing Zero's car, Su Haochen was again a bit surprised that it was a Rolls-Royce Divine. This was the top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce, almost no less than the system rewarding him with that Lamborghini Poison, and it had to be worth $100 million. What are you, a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Divine? Su Haochen asked. Zero nodded. Yeah, not bad, I guess, enough to hold you up. Zero didn't wonder that Su Haochen recognized this car. After all, it's normal for this kind of rich son to have seen the big world. Although he can't drive and doesn't own a car himself, his family certainly has a lot of luxury cars. As for Su Haochen, the reason he knew about cars was simply because he was a boy. There are still fewer guys under the sky who don't like cars, so he used to pay attention to some of them, and it's always good to get over it if you can't afford it. Su Haochen was embarrassed to sit on the co-driver's seat, enjoying the feeling of a beautiful woman as a driver. Sure enough, it is comfortable. Su Haochen secretly thought, this top match is all like this. I don't know what my super top match is like. It's true that Su Haochen hadn't heard of what it meant to be a super top match before, and it was the first time he heard of it when the system rewarded him, but he thought it wouldn't be bad. It was a moment of uncontrollable urgency to see his car of poison quickly. Master, if you want to see that car as soon as possible, quickly extend your claws to this little beauty beside you. The system's voice sounded in Su Haochen's mind, causing the corners of Su Haochen's mouth to twitch. Su Haochen was now glad that he wasn't the one driving the car, or else he would have been shocked into hitting the wall by this thunderous statement from the system. So with his mind, he returned, "You system, how can you abet your master to do bad things?" Cut. The system let out a very humanized contempt. It's obvious that you thought that way yourself at the very beginning, and you still have the nerve to say that this system abetted you. Su Haochen didn't continue to babble with the system, and simply began to close his eyes and recuperate. He knew that this system was definitely a super high degree of intelligence, and that he was just an ordinary person who couldn't possibly take advantage of anything with the system. Brother Houchin, how's the car? It's still comfortable to sit in, right? Zero said with a smile. Of course, Su Houchin replied. Simply want to sleep on it. Zero also smiled brightly. Thank you Brother Houchin for your compliments, but surely you've ridden in better cars than this one, and although this one isn't cheap, it certainly doesn't compare to your family's. Zero was thinking that even if Area A was open at that time, the most her family could do was to buy her a villa. Su Houchin, on the other hand, directly took down the entire A district, so Su Houchin must be much richer than her, and that car must be much better than this one of hers. Of course she wouldn't believe that this Rolls-Royce Divine of hers was the best car Su Houchin had ever sat in. Zero's words Su Houchin couldn't pick up, so he changed the topic and said, what should we do in a while? Zero thought about it, but she didn't really have any good ideas, so he said, actually, I was just angry at her for abandoning you before and hurting you like that, so I wanted to get back at her and make her regret it, but I haven't really thought about exactly how to do it. Su Houchin nodded. Now he also knew that Zero herself was quite a simple girl. It's not very well read, so it's normal that you can't come up with any ideas. Though he didn't know how to do it himself, there was still the novel, wasn't there? Having read so many novels, there's no shortage of plots where the male lead suddenly gets rich after being dumped by his girlfriend, and then launches a revenge to make her regret it. Just copy it. The two made small talk along the way and drove towards the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology. CSTC is just an independent college of CSTC and the two schools are not together, but it's not that far away, only about 2 kilometers or so, and it says it's for ease of communication. In fact, there is not much communication at all, just some occasional activities and the student clubs will bring them along. It was because of this that Su Houchin had the opportunity to get to know Liu Xin. Zero hadn't even been to Zhonghai Science and Technology College before, so she relied on navigation the whole way. Zero's heart was originally the same as many of the students of the China Sea University of Science and Technology, simply despising the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology. Even today, she hasn't changed her opinion, only that among the can't see, she has to exclude Su Houchin. Only Zero was wondering, for a rich family like Su Houchin's, he should have a lot of money to hire an excellent tutor. He shouldn't be bad at studying. Take a step back and say, even if the study is really not good, then operate a little. Arrange to the China Sea University of Science and Technology is not difficult. Su Houchin, on the other hand, admired Zero, who had a very good family condition and hadn't had her parents around to control her since she was a child, and was even able to study so well and get into the Zhonghai University of Science and Technology. As far as he knows, CTSU requires about 610 points to get into even the lowest scoring majors, and Zero, the business administration major, needs 630 points. Although it couldn't be compared to Liu Xin's law major, it was still considered better. Chapter 042, The Overbearing President Who Scorns the World. Next, where did he know that Zero actually didn't score that high on the college entrance exam? Only more than 530 points, and wasn't considered a group of people who studied well. But because of her family's operation, she went into this business administration program. Her parents were trying to get her to study business administration and then go on to inherit the company. It's just that Zero has barely learned to study since she went to college. Despite being in the China Sea University of Science and Technology, the whole thing was in a similar state to the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology, and for that reason the teacher had a headache. Yesterday morning, the teacher contacted Zero's father. Her father called Zero and the two had a big fight. That's why Zero was in a bad mood, and that's why she appeared to smash the door at the entrance of the neighborhood. Brother Houchin, aren't you a little afraid to see her? Zero said. Su Houchin opened his eyes. Why do you say that? It's said in the novel. After a breakup if you still have feelings, you'll be scared to face them. Zero explained. What novel says that? Why haven't I heard it before? Su Houchin frowned slightly. He had read quite a few novels, but he really couldn't recall which novel had this sentence in it. I've read too many novels, and I don't remember which one, Zero said, but it's obvious that she simply made that up herself, not from any novel. Su Houchin smiled faintly, also seeing it, but didn't say anything about it. Whatever. Su Houchin slowly stretched out. The car was quite spacious. Even when you stretch your arms out, they don't really touch the roof of the car. Not quite the same as one of those regular supercars. After all, girls, driving comfort is most important, not for speed. Su Houchin finished stretching and continued. One step at a time. I don't know if I still have feelings for her now, or if it's simply because I'm not happy. Su Houchin's heart was indeed conflicted. To say that before it might have been because of unwillingness. After all, over the past 2 years. Not to mention other things, the money given to Lin Mengzhu was more than $80,000 at least. This would be out of the house down payment in the old neighborhood. But if he suddenly breaks up, the money will just go down the drain. So he's not happy about it. But now, let alone 80,000. Even if it was 800,000 or 8 million, Su Haochen didn't necessarily care. After all, there's over $100 million in the card right now, and there's a constant flow of money coming in, both from this Chen Tangipin, and from Golden Resources Street. I'm afraid the net income is more than $80,000 per hour. He couldn't tell Ian Zero about all this. It seems the only way to tell everyone is to make up the story at night and tell it to them over a drink. Su Haochen thought in his heart and couldn't help but sigh again. Soon arrived at the school gate. Originally there is a pole in front of the gate. The school inside the teacher filed the car arrived. The pole will automatically identify the license plate number and lift up. Off-campus cars, however, are denied entry unless there is a special circumstance that allows them to be registered. Just the doorman saw this Rolls-Royce, directly panicked, and hastened to manually control the lever up. Su Haochen opened the window and asked, "Don't you need to register?" No, the doorman said with a smile on his face. After you. The doorman didn't know Su Haochen, but thought that the one who could drive this kind of car to the school must be a rich second generation from somewhere, not something he could mess with as a small doorman. If he pissed them off, they might have connections directly to the university, and then he might not be able to keep his job. Thank you, Su Haochen said, and the doorman hurriedly nodded and returned the salute. Brother Haochen, I didn't expect you to be quite polite for a person. It's just a doorman, and you're as good as thanking him, Ian Zero said and leapt out with a kick of the gas. I believe that all people are equal, and there is no difference between high and low work, Su Haochen said calmly. Ian Zero nodded, then remembered something and asked, then why did you beat up on those security guards yesterday? That's because they messed with me first, Su Haochen said, then briefly told what happened yesterday morning. Finally, he said, my principle of dealing with people is that I don't offend, and if I have to be messed with, then I won't be polite. And this principle of dealing with things was entirely a principle that Su Haochen only had after getting the system. His previous principle is clearly, people do not offend me, I do not offend. If people offend me, endure. If you can't tolerate it, you can tolerate it again. Wimpy couldn't really be more wimpy. Ian Zero's car was parked in front of Lin Mengzhu's dormitory building, attracting many people to watch. Although this university is much worse than Zhonghai University of Science and Technology, it is also a second-born institution, not the kind of private school where rich second-generation people gather. So there are not too many rich people, and even if you are a child of a rich family, you will certainly be envious when you see a car like a Rolls-Royce, not to mention this top of the Rolls-Royce, the Divine Series. Originally, Su Haochen was still thinking about how to get Lin Mengzhu to come out, because even if he called her she wouldn't necessarily answer. But coincidentally, Lin Mengzhu and Wang Jueqi were on their way back to the dormitory and had seen the car when they arrived at the door. Su Haochen sat in the car and saw the two of them as well. Before Su Haochen could speak, Ian Zero spoke first. That one is Lin Mengzhu, right? With that, he reached out and pointed a finger, accurately pointing in Lin Mengzhu's direction. How do you recognize it? Su Haochen was surprised. Didn't you say you haven't been here before? There are a lot of photos of schoolgirls from every session posted on the bar. It's you who don't pay attention to it, Ian Zero replied. Su Haochen thought for a moment. Indeed, he almost never went on the posting. After school, besides working part-time to earn money, he has been addicted to novels and games and doujinshi. Su Haochen didn't dwell on it and said directly, get off. After saying that, he grabbed the first step off the car and walked towards Lin Mengzhu and Wang Jueqi in the envious eyes of many people. Ian Zero followed suit and got off the bus, but she was a bit slower, and due to the preconceived notion, few people looked at her, because in many people's minds, people of status should be sitting on the passenger side, and the person in charge of the car is probably just a driver, not worth paying attention to. Lin Mengzhu and Wang Jueqi were not far from the car, and were also planning to go up to take a closer look. When they watched Su Haochen walk down from the car, both of them had a very surprised look on their faces, especially Wang Jueqi, whose mouth was open enough to fit a light bulb in. How could it be him? Lin Mengzhu whispered, and the closer Su Haochen got, the more her words naturally reached Su Haochen's ears. So it said, why can't it be me? Saying that, Su Haochen stood in front of Lin Mengzhu, that way, like a domineering president who scorned the world. Chapter 043. How do you say you'll make it up to me? Above. Su Haochen? Wang Jueqi seemed to have just reacted and stammered. Su Haochen ignored her. Although the two were in the same class, they usually had almost no contact. Moreover, in Su Haochen's impression, this Wang Jueqi looked down on him and didn't talk bad about him in front of Lin Mengzhu. Maybe the two broke up thanks to her, so there's no good attitude towards her. Lin Mengzhu, on the other hand, didn't say anything and stared blankly at Su Haochen with a complicated look in her eyes. Even Su Haochen couldn't tell exactly what mood she was in right now. Seeing that Lin Mengzhu didn't say anything, Su Haochen spoke first. Seeing that it's me who came down from the car, you seem to be a bit unhappy. Su Haochen was also too lazy to study what exactly Lin Mengzhu was in the mood for, no matter what mood she was in right now. Anyway, the purpose of her own visit today was to make her turn all her moods into catch-ups. What? Not speaking? Su Haochen's brows furrowed. Suddenly reaching out his hand, he pinched on Lin Mengzhu's chin and lifted her chin with a slight force. Lin Mengzhu was controlled, tilting her face upwards, and Su Haochen's four eyes were facing each other. Looking at Su Haochen's look full of anger, she opened her mouth to say something, but her chin was pinched by Su Haochen and she couldn't speak. Lin Mengzhu's height was a little more than 5 feet 7 inches, and Su Haochen's condescending pinch like this made her face and mouth hurt. However, it didn't reach out to resist, letting Su Haochen pinch until tears welled up in his eyes. I don't know if it was because of the pain, or the humiliation, or something else. The surrounding onlookers were almost dumbfounded and were whispering below. Although they didn't recognize Su Haochen, there was hardly anyone who didn't recognize Lin Mengzhu, the junior varsity, the first varsity to land at CST in so many years. Now it's surprisingly pinched in the hands of a boy. Su Haochen, what are you doing? When Wang Jiechi saw that Lin Mengzhu was about to cry and Su Haochen still had no intention of letting go, Wang Jiechi rushed forward to pull Su Haochen's arm. With Wang Jiechi's understanding of Su Haochen, although he was a boy, he was addicted to fiction games and didn't have much strength at all. Even though she said she was a girl, she was confident that she could pull him off. But when she tugged on Su Haochen's arm, it was as if she was pulling on a stone pillar, hard and heavy. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull at all. Couldn't help but be surprised. This Su Haochen is not unarmed. How can he have so much strength? Just as she was wondering, Su Haochen suddenly let go of Lin Mengzhu with a loose hand. While his strength was unloaded, Wang Jiechi was still pulling hard, and all of a sudden he was unsteady and sat directly on the ground. There were so many onlookers, but not a single person came forward to give Wang Jiechi a hand, even those who knew her. After all, the one known as Su Haochen came down from the Rolls Royce. Anyone who dared to risk offending him to help Wang Jiechi, who was indirectly made to fall by him. Only Lin Mengzhu reached out and helped Wang Jiechi up, helping to take the dirt off his body. He said, "Are you okay?" Wang Jiechi shook her head and stood in front of Su Haochen and said loudly, "Su Haochen, you're here to show off, aren't you? You're trying to tell Mengzhu that you're rich now, trying to make him regret dumping you, right?" The words gradually dawned on the onlookers. It turned out that this Su Haochen was the boyfriend of that Lin Mengzhu from the previous legend. I thought he was nothing but handsome, but now it seems that handsome is indeed handsome, but they also have money. That's a Rolls Royce, and it's still the gods. Yes, Su Haochen replied decisively. I came here today to make her regret it. How's that? Do you have a problem with that? In Wang Jiechi's impression, Su Haochen never spoke loudly, but today, he was so overbearing that for a moment he didn't know what to say. I know you hate me. I'm sorry. Lin Mengzhu spoke. The money you gave me before, I'll return all of it to you. It's more than $83,000 in total. I'll give you $100,000 as compensation for you. Lin Mengzhu's voice was flat, and Su Haochen couldn't hear what mood she was in. It seems like it's just a very normal story about something that has nothing to do with you. And this attitude completely angered Su Haochen. Su Haochen reached out and grabbed Lin Mengzhu's collar, and Lin Mengzhu closed her eyes and slowly opened them again, raising his head to look at Su Haochen. He didn't make any movements and just let him grab him. The onlookers were stunned, as they were almost all staring at the two of them, Su Haochen and Lin Mengzhu, but they didn't see when Su Haochen made his move. As if in the blink of an eye, Su Haochen's hand grabbed onto Lin Mengzhu's collar. Wang Jiechi next to her was also startled. Likewise, at such a close distance, she didn't see when Su Haochen made his hand. Inziru didn't see it clearly either, but she didn't care about that. She just felt that Su Haochen looked so scary, wanted to step forward to dissuade him, but retracted the step he had been about to take. She knew that Su Haochen's knot in his heart had to be untied by himself, and the best way to do that was to let him vent it out. Only no one noticed that the moment Su Haochen struck, one of Lin Mengzhu's hands clenched its fist. Just when Su Haochen grabbed on her collar, her fisted hand slowly released again. Wang Jiechi reached out and pulled Su Haochen's arm, saying while pulling hard, "Su Haochen, let go of me. What kind of skill are you bullying a girl? Get lost." Su Haochen shouted at Wang Jiechi. Wang Jiechi was about to say something when Lin Mengzhu spoke. "Jiechi, let go of him." "What?" Wang Jiechi froze, but Lin Mengzhu's voice seemed to have magic power, and Wang Jiechi slowly let go of her hand. However, she was still staring closely at Su Haochen, as if the slightest movement from Su Haochen, she was going to immediately make a move to stop it. "If it makes him feel better if he beats me up, then let him do it as my way of making it up to him." Lin Mengju said, slowly closing her eyes, seemingly giving up resistance and letting Su Haochen do whatever he wanted. Compensation? Su Haochen said 2 words before laughing out loud. It was just that there was a poignancy in this laughter, and even the crowd of onlookers felt a bit oozy. After laughing miserably, Su Haochen shouted, "Who will compensate me for the time I've given for you? Who will compensate me for the feelings I've given for you? I work outside the home during winter and summer vacations, not staying home with my parents in order to earn more money for you. How are you going to make it up to me for not going home on October 1st vacation just to earn more overtime?" As Zero listened to Su Haochen's heart-rending roar, she couldn't help but let a wave of uncertainty flash across her face. Isn't he a rich boy? What, working outside the home to earn overtime? What's going on here? Chapter 044. How do you propose to compensate me? Next, but now was not the time for her to ask this, and could only continue to look at Su Haochen. But she also decided that once Su Haochen really did something out of the ordinary, she would definitely step forward to stop it. No matter what, Su Haochen couldn't really make a move on a girl. Su Haochen's roar didn't stop. Say it. How are you going to compensate me? How do you make up for the fact that I've spent less than $200 a month for the past 2 years to save money? How are you going to make it up to me when you're never with me in front of people and let so many people talk about me being a loser? How are you going to make it up to me when you break up with me and I'm sad and upset and get hit by a car in the pouring rain? When Su Haochen said that he was hit by a car, Lin Mengju suddenly opened her eyes and looked panicked. Only Su Haochen, who was immersed in anger, didn't see it. A flavor of anger there. Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me? Su Haochen said, suddenly pushing forward with force in his hand. Lin Mengju took 2 steps backward and sat down on the ground at once. Wang Jiechi hurriedly went to help Lin Mengju up and said with an anxious face, "Are you alright? It's only been less than 2 minutes and the two have switched identities." Just now, it was Lin Mengju supporting her, but now it became her supporting Lin Mengju. Wang Jiechi was just about to burden the dirt off of Lin Mengju, but Lin Mengju reached out and stopped her. Gently, she said, "No need to move. He gave me these, let them stay there until they disappear on their own." Lin Mengju's words were in a soft voice, like the kind of inscrutable, yet thought-provoking words that a heroine says in a novel when she is disillusioned. With Su Haochen's ability, he was naturally able to understand, but Wang Jiechi stared blankly, not knowing what to say. "I don't know if you're satisfied with this." Lin Mengju looked at Su Haochen and said, "If you're still not satisfied, you can push me a few more times or slap me around a bit. It's all good. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I just want you to let it out and not hold it inside." Humph. Su Haochen let out a cold laugh. "Lin Mengju, I thought you would beg me to forgive you like in the novels, but I didn't realize that you were deep enough in this path. Flesh trick? A trick to get you out? I'm telling you, don't play that with me. I'm not buying it. I don't care what you think. I just want you to be well," Lin Mengju said, gently closing her eyes as tears slid down her cheeks. But in Su Haochen's heart, this Lin Mengju clearly regretted it. Yet, knowing that no amount of begging for forgiveness was likely to help in this situation, he simply backed off. Only, shouldn't that be followed by "I had no choice but to leave you," or "I listened to some slanderous rumor from someone"? While Lin Mengju did not say any of this, Su Haochen's fists were clenched, but he couldn't bear to make a move. "After all, I was once that desperate to please. There has also been a lot of blissful sweetness when alone. It has also enjoyed the envious bragging rights of others in the dormitory. Now that they're separated, it's not a fistfight. What's more, hitting a woman, that's the work of a villain." Although Su Haochen didn't consider himself to be any kind of true gentleman, he was also unwilling to do deeds that even he was ashamed of. "If you don't want to fight, I'm not going to come over hard and make you fight," Lin Mengju said. "If at any time you want to fight, I will still accept it. I'll give you 10 slaps in the face to vent, in public or in private, whatever you choose. I believe this is enough to repay my debt to you, and as for the money, I'll do what I say. $100,000, it'll be on your card in a minute." Lin Mengju's voice had been very light, completely lacking the kind of overbearingness she had when she had called Su Haochen before. Such a sound, even the previous Su Haochen hadn't enjoyed it. If Lin Mengju could use such a tone with any boy, then I'm afraid the whole school would envy that boy. And at this moment, Su Haochen, recklessly enjoying this enviable sound, did not have the slightest joy in his heart. "Good, this is what you said." Su Haochen nodded. "I'll make a note that you owe me 10 slaps, and the day I feel like it, I'll make you get down on your knees and get beaten in public." "Yes." Lin Mengju's face was expressionless and so cold that it was suspicious. "All at your service, whether standing, kneeling, or lying down, as long as it pleases you. Is that satisfactory to you now?" "I remember." "You wait," Su Haochen said coldly, looking at Lin Mengju's expressionless face. He didn't want to continue pestering him and turned around to leave. Zero was also ready to open the door and get in the car to leave. "I originally thought that Su Haochen had finished venting and did not need to appear on his own, but I did not expect." Su Haochen, stop right there. Just as Su Haochen had turned around to leave, Wang Jieqi's voice rang out. This voice was unusually sharp and piercing, and the moment he heard it, he was carrying an extremely angry emotion. Jieqi, Lin Mengzhu called out softly. Don't mind Mengzhu, I'm going to have a word with him today. It's too much, Wang Jieqi said, letting go of Lin Mengzhu's hand and walking towards Su Haochen. 2 steps came before Su Haochen, who also turned around. It seemed that he was afraid that Su Haochen would make a move, so Wang Jieqi stood about 2 meters in front of Su Haochen, making sure that Su Haochen couldn't hit him. Of course, Su Haochen didn't know this mind of Wang Jieqi's, or else he would have to laugh at her for being a fool. With his stature, not to mention 2 meters, it's 5 or even 10 meters. He could also kick an ordinary man in the face before he could react. Lin Mengzhu also walked over at this time and stood beside Wang Jieqi, but slightly closer to Su Haochen, not facing, but slightly slanting. The majority of his side face was facing Su Haochen, as if he was trying to see both people at the same time. No one felt that there was anything unusual about Lin Mengzhu's move, except for Su Haochen. Su Haochen, who knew martial arts, naturally knew a lot of martial arts related knowledge, which was also instilled by the system. He clearly saw Lin Mengzhu's stance at that moment, which was a standard protective stance. In other words, if Su Haochen suddenly struck out at Wang Jieqi, the place where Lin Mengzhu was the best defense position. If you react fast enough, you'll be able to stop it. Coincidence, right? Su Haochen thought. It's just that both the stance and the posture are very much in line with. Lin Mengzhu's posture looked as if she was trying to get a good look at both of them, but in reality, she was completely staring at Su Haochen's movements. With the slightest movement, striking from this angle is also the best direction to block the offense. Su Haochen couldn't help but frown. It was just that the immediate need to deal with Wang Jieqi wasn't the time to delve deeper into what was going on with Lin Mengzhu. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't say anything, Wang Jieqi continued. Su Haochen, I'm telling you, don't think you can come over here and stretch your stuff just because you found a place to rent a sports car. Do you really think you're a rich man? A rich kid? If you're really rich, why don't you go buy a better suit? Look at you. You've got less than $200 to spend, and you've got the nerve to take such a nice car? A piece of paint on this car costs more than the one you're wearing. Chapter 045 I'm his new girlfriend, above. Listening to Wang Jieqi's rant, the crowd whispered again, seemingly agreeing with Wang Jieqi's point of view. And Wang Jieqi has a point. Indeed, Su Haochen's entire body of clothes combined couldn't match a piece of paint from this Rolls-Royce Divine. This person who was talking clearly looks like a psychopath. So how can anyone think she's talking like she's making sense? A very discordant voice came out, and the field instantly quieted down, turning their gazes on the person who spoke. Inziru, having said this, took a step in the direction of Su Haochen and Wang Jieqi, and stood by Su Haochen's side. Rushing at Wang Jieqi, he said, and rented. Do you know what kind of car this is? Rented? You go and rent one for me to try out. It was only then that the crowd of onlookers reacted to the meaning of what Inziru had just said. Indeed, this car is a Rolls-Royce Divine, one of the top cars in the world. Where can I rent a car like that to go? If you're talking about a Mercedes BMW or something like that, there are plenty of places that want to rent one, especially in a metropolis like Shanghai. I'm afraid you can rent a Ferrari if you want to, but renting a Rolls-Royce Divine, not to mention Shanghai, or even the capital city of Beijing. Who are you? Wang Jieqi said in a bad tone. She saw that Inziru was standing next to that car just now. Also, girls are inherently hostile to girls who are prettier than they are. Although Wang Jieqi was also a great beauty, but compared to Lin Mengzhu, Inziru, this kind of school flower level, it was still a grade away. Me? Inziru teasingly looked at Wang Jieqi, then gently took Su Haochen's arm. Can't you see? I'm his new girlfriend. This episode seems to be getting better and better. Those onlookers were supposed to go back to the dormitory for a nap after lunch and then go to class in the afternoon, but now there was no desire to leave at all, and there were even people who had already taken out their cell phones and started recording. Su Haochen didn't care, and after today, he should rarely show up at school anyway. Su Haochen, you can do it, Wang Jieqi said conspiratorially, not to mention where you got this car from. To show that he's doing well even after he was dumped, he went so far as to get a girlfriend from nowhere. You're being ridiculous. What's the point even if she has a pretty face? Our Mengzhu is a school beauty. Even if she really is your girlfriend, can she compare to our Mengzhu? I really don't know what you have to show for it. It's ridiculous. The crowd, however, seemed to panic, and soon everyone's eyes noticed Inziru, and many people have recognized it. After all, I hadn't seen Inziru's picture on the posting bar, so the topic spread like a tidal wave. Inziru, surprisingly, is the new school beauty Inziru. The sound of the crowd grew louder, and Wang Jieqi heard it. She and Lin Mengzhu were BFFs and were themselves a highly touted, great beauty with many boys in pursuit. so naturally regarded other beauties as if they were nothing. Therefore, did not pay attention to any new school flower on the posting. But even if you don't pay attention anymore, you've heard it mentioned, the new school beauty Inziru. Not only are they good looking, but their family background is also good. And they drove a Rolls-Royce Divine to school on the day of the report. And her Rolls-Royce Divine, the posting left a lot of photos. And now that I opened it up, it wasn't the one in front of me. Wang Jieqi's face gradually sank. And even Lin Mingzhu's face saw a hint of a complicated expression. Su Haochen couldn't quite read it, but knew that the expression must contain regret. You regretted it after all. That was all pretend just now. And what I suspected was right. Su Haochen looked at Lin Mingzhu and thought in his heart. Wang Jieqi narrowed her eyes slightly as if she had thought of something. He spoke again. So you went to someone's place to eat soft food. Did you go to be a gigolo for them? It's not bad. You're quite human looking. It's not a bad idea to become a son-in-law. I heard you love reading novels, right? Read more on the subject of flunkies, or be prepared. While Su Haochen didn't say anything, Inziro slowly let go of her hand holding Su Haochen and slowly walked to Wang Jieqi. And Wang Jieqi couldn't help but want to take a step back as she watched Inziro walk over. Inziro, on the other hand, tugged on Wang Jieqi's arm, then reached out and put her hand on her shoulder. Wang Jieqi couldn't move any further after being hitched by Inziro like that. A little flustered in his mind, he stammered, what are you doing? It's nothing, Inziro said with a smile. Just didn't think what you said was very nice, so I wanted to teach you a lesson. Inziro's tone was still gentle, and when she finished speaking, Wang Jieqi froze. Inziro, however, suddenly hooked her hand backward while reaching out to kick Wang Jieqi's leg at the bend of her knee. Su Haochen didn't expect Inziro to make a sudden move, and his gaze was still focused on Lin Mingzhu's body. He saw that Lin Mingzhu had already stepped forward with one foot, but then carefully retracted it. Su Haochen couldn't help but be surprised again. Wang Jieqi was already lying on the ground, and just as she was struggling to get up, Inziro stomped on her chest. Inziro condescendingly said to Wang Jieqi, if you say something bad about me, I can ignore you. After all, you don't deserve me to be angry with you, but you insulted my brother Haochen. He doesn't hit women, but that doesn't mean I won't. Wang Jieqi held Inziro's legs with both hands, trying to give force to move away, but she used almost all her strength, and Inziro's feet didn't move at all. This girl, her hands are surprisingly so good, Su Haochen thought in his heart. When we first met in front of the neighborhood, we thought she was cranky and brash, and we could tell she should have practiced something, but the rest of the time, he had always felt that Inziro was a gentle girl, not realizing that this outburst was so dry, and the voice that spoke was just as shrill as it had been when he'd tapped on the door at the neighborhood entrance. You'd better not move if you don't want me to stomp the crap out of your big pair, Inziro said, moving her foot to Wang Jieqi's chest. This was a superb threat, and although Wang Jieqi had a high face value, it was her huge full pair that got the most attention. If she had to choose, it was that she would rather hurt her face than her breasts, so she chose to be good and stop moving around. Even the hand that was originally hugging Inziro's thigh was loosened and naturally placed on the ground, letting Inziro step on herself. She didn't dare to resist a bit more. What a dog, holding and fighting backwards, Inziro said, lifting her foot. Get lost, I'm dirtying my shoes by stepping on your foot. Wang Jieqi didn't dare to say anything else, rolled and crawled up, and ran away in a panic. Seeing Wang Jieqi leave, Lin Mingzhu glanced at Su Haochen and also turned to leave. Su Haochen didn't see that the moment Lin Mingzhu turned around, tears filled her cheeks once again. Chapter 046, I'm his new girlfriend. Below, Su Haochen left in Inziro's car, and the two of them talked along the way, with Inziro solving the anguish in Su Haochen's heart. Although the heart is also a stomach of questions to ask, but looking at Su Haochen's current state and mood, Inziro was very sensible and didn't nag at those topics. Where to take a break? Inziro asked. Su Haochen shook his head and said, forget it, go back. I'm meeting my roommate for a drink at 3 in the afternoon. Inziro nodded. She knew all this, and Su Haochen had invited her. Only what she didn't know was that Su Haochen had originally just wanted to call everyone over and explain that he was fine right now. Let's not worry about it, and in the meantime, do what you can to help your brothers fulfill some wishes, send some gifts, or whatever. But now, when he met Lin Mingzhu, he really wanted to drink. No wonder those two who had fallen out of love were drinking like that bear. So when you're haunted, you really need alcohol, Su Haochen thought in his heart. What Su Haochen didn't know was that inside the dormitory, the second oldest, Wu Shuang, had already begun to tremble. A week ago it was the fourth, now it's the third, and Wu Shuang has a girlfriend. It won't be my turn next week. Wu Shuang was apprehensive in his heart. The other people in the dormitory were also unaware of Wu Shuang's thoughts and were planning how to comfort Su Haochen. They simply didn't believe that Su Haochen could have a place in Shentangipin, And what Wu Xuan doesn't know is that in fact, that girlfriend of his really has the intention to break up with him. Only, when together to Su Haochun's home has been. No Wu Shuang has such a brother. Will dispel this idea. Su Haochun returned home, and Yin Zero followed him in very nonchalantly. Both have already pretended to be girlfriends and have laid in people's beds. The two were kind of close, and going home together was no big deal. Feel free to play. I'll make a call, Su Haochun said. Yin Zero nodded. In Su Haochun's home, even if no one was with her, she would never feel lonely. Even if you play through everything, it will probably take a day. Su Haochun didn't care what Yin Zero actually went to play, and directly dialed the phone to his big brother Zhao Wenhan. Lao San, what's wrong? Zhao Wenhan said. Su Haochun got right to the point. You tell the guys, those who have objects bring their objects with them. An old six, isn't he flirting? Bring him here today, maybe he can go further. On the oldest side, if he can ask his ex-girlfriend out, there might be a possibility of getting back together as well. As for 7 and 8, if you can, find a female companion as well. Ah, okay, I know, Zhao Wenhan responded, but Su Haochun clearly heard the embarrassment and hesitation in his tone. Hanging up the phone, Su Haochun shook his head in self-deprecation. No wonder, he used to be a penniless poor boy. I'm afraid I won't be believed if I suddenly tell anyone that I have a house in Chentangipin. It's all preconceived notions. Like right now, if he were to tell Yin Zero that he was actually a poor student working as a temp in a hotel 2 days ago, Yin Zero wouldn't believe it either. Good thing, the story Su Haochun had already made up. After reading so many novels and with his literary background, it wasn't hard to make up a story that seemed seamless. Only, I wonder if I'm going to play the role of the god Ho, or the god of war next, or maybe a flunky? Thinking about it, Su Haochun's thoughts flew beyond the 9 heavens until, Brother Haochun, what are you gawking at? Yin Zero's voice rang in his ears. Su Haochun came back to his senses. Oh, it's nothing, I was just thinking about something and got lost in thought. Yin Zero laughed. You're a funny one, and there are still those who can stand and get lost in thought? Su Haochun didn't dwell on this issue. What's the point of standing out of sight? When he was in high school, he even fell asleep standing up. What? Have you played enough? Su Haochun asked. No, Yin Zero said. I just suddenly remembered that you said to have your dormitories come here for dinner at 3 p.m. What's for dinner? Amount. Su Haochun was embarrassed. Not really, now it's almost 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock everyone will come. And he just called to ask everyone to bring their girlfriends. But he'd been so focused on thinking about the mess that he hadn't prepared anything at all. Should we make people eat KTV and drink at the gym? Su Haochun's brain was still fast, and he quickly came out of the embarrassment. And his first reaction was to call Lu Xin. Order dinner from the Mingyang Hotel. And by the way, Lu Xin will come to get together in the evening. However, when he thought of Lu Xin and Yin Zero meeting, his heart was again torn. Fortunately, Su Haochun, after getting the system, was no longer the same ignorant teenager at the time, and quickly made a decision on the spot. Even if the two met, what would happen? Who is not his girlfriend now anyway? As for the future, we'll talk about the future later. There aren't enough things to worry about here. Thinking of this, the direct phone call to Lu Xin. Lu Xin also quickly put the phone through. She was so free now, unlike her previous stint as a waitress, where she couldn't even connect her phone during work. He told Lu Xin about the matter, and then directly told Lu Xin to personally follow the car to bring the food and wine. Tell Chun Yang that he won't go back when he gets here. Lu Xin promised and then went to make the arrangements. Chen Yang naturally did not dare to be slow. After about 40 minutes or so, it was Lu Xin himself who set off with the car and drove towards Chentangipin. Lu Xin was still shocked in his heart when he heard Chentangipin. When he left, he even made a special call to Su Haochun to confirm. Su Haochun, who received the call, counted the time, and coincidentally, Lu Xin and his roommate arrived almost together. I'll go wash my face first, then you can come with me to pick up the people, Su Haochun said. Yin Zero was naturally happy to follow Su Haochun all the time, but on second thought, said, I'll go clean up too. After all, I'm your new girlfriend, I can't embarrass you. Su Haochun gently laughed. You are a school flower level beauty. Do you still need to clean up? That is, if you go out with a veiled face, no one dares to say that you're a disgrace. Yin Zero heatedly smiled. Brother Haochun is really good at talking. This sounds comfortable. So you are also good at coaxing girls to be happy. But I'd better be delicate. A woman is a woman. I'm going to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. You can have the 1st floor. Yin Zero said and ran up to the 2nd floor with her heels clattering. This girl. Su Haochun smiled helplessly. Wait a minute. Since when is she my new girlfriend? It's obviously fake. This moment. It's fine in front of his roommate. But if he says that in front of Lu Xin, I'm afraid it's not too good. No. Su Haochen made up his mind that he would have to admonish this girl in a while, but don't make it up. Chapter 047 Family Feast, Perseus Wine, Top. Su Haochen briefly washed his face and solved his personal problems. Mostly, I wanted to sidetrack Zero and finish signing off for the day. Ding! Daily lottery is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a C rank reward. 10 bottles of Perseus limited edition red wine. When he heard that it was a C rank reward, Su Haochen's heart shook. Because I've drawn a C rank reward before, and it was Lamborghini Poison. It was still a super top version, the same level as this kind of reward, and Su Haochen couldn't help but be overjoyed. Of course, he was also begging God to pray that he would never get another whole car. However, when he heard the specific reward, Su Haochen straightened his mouth. Red wine? Although it said that we're having a potluck today, so a little red wine would be in order. But for one thing, he had already ordered wine at the Mingyang Hotel, and for another, none of the large group of people who had come to dinner today were accustomed to drinking red wine. Since they usually drank in the dorms, it was the kind of beer or liquor that was pretty cheap. Today, Su Haochen also purposely made a luxury, asking for the most expensive white wine and beer, and 10 bottles of red wine, even if it's a C-level reward? Su Haochen remembered that the first draw of the 10 consecutive draws was 100 million Chinese coins, and that was only a D-level reward. System, 10 bottles of red wine, that's a C-level reward? Su Haochen asked with his mind. With regard to the manipulation of ideas, Su Haochen had become more and more skillful, and basically wouldn't suddenly act like a little cutie, like popping out a sentence. Host, the system's rating of rewards must be accurate. This is the finest red wine from the Persto winery, produced in limited quantities of 100 bottles per year, each bottle selling for over $2 million. And the bottom line is that there is a price for it. Only some world-class tycoons, or some country state banquets, can you see this wine? The system patiently explained. Su Haochen took out his cell phone to Baidu, and sure enough, it was exactly the same as what the system said. It wasn't that he didn't trust the system, but he wanted to learn more about it. Because, in a moment, it's time to brag about X to everyone. Wait, it seems like all the physical objects rewarded by the system are in the system's backpack, which can't be opened yet, right? Su Haochen couldn't help but get depressed again. The host doesn't have to worry. Today's reward is a special item and can't be placed in the system backpack. The system has been covertly operated to have it delivered as a takeaway and within an hour. The system received Su Haochen's thoughts and explained to him. Su Haochen's heart rejoiced. It looked like he could drink today. Although I've never had it before, there is something to aspire to with the rumored red wine, and the bottom line is, it's expensive. Even though there were all sorts of show-off scenarios today, Su Haochen was happy to have one more. The poor boy who is used to being poor, suddenly developed the mob mentality. Su Haochen cannot be exempted. Su Haochen also noticed that his mindset was a bit off. When he read the novels before, he was also disgusted by the characters who went wild when the villain got his way. But when it happens to you, you can't refrain. Brother Haochen, are you done? Zira's voice came from outside. Oh, okay, Su Haochen replied casually, then turned around and left the bathroom. You don't seem to have changed much either. Zira looked at Su Haochen and said with a skeptical face. Su Haochen nodded. I simply washed my face. What kind of man goes out and spends so long putting on makeup? Zira smiled. That's also true. Oh, you're already so handsome. If you put on makeup again, how can you let other men live? Poor mouth. Su Haochen feigned anger, but his heart was still quite beautiful. There were many people who said he was handsome before, but most of them made fun of him, and after they said he was handsome, they said, he's nothing but handsome. And now, a first-class beauty like Zira was praising him for being handsome from the bottom of her heart. The time was nearly 3 o'clock, and Su Haochen knew that they were almost there as well. Knowing everyone over the past 2 years, everyone has always been punctual. It may be early, but it is unlikely to be late, or else it would have called ahead. I think this habit is still the boss Zhao Wenhan helped to develop. I have to say, Big Brother really deserves to be a big brother. It's not just as simple as being the oldest. Besides, on Zhao Wenhan's side, he hung up Su Haochen's phone and conveyed what he said to the group, so everyone was quite hesitant. If it was just the 7 of them who went, even if everything Su Haochen said was a lie, at most, they would be taunted by the property or security guards of Chen Tangyipin or whatever. A bunch of big old men with thick skin. It's not a big deal. But if you bring a girlfriend, or a female companion, or even a fling or an ex-girlfriend, it's a different story. Su Haochen only thought of the possibility that the group might not believe it, but ignored the point that it might be humiliating, so everyone hesitated. After 2 minutes of heated discussion, it was Zhao Wenhan who tapped the board to finalize the conclusion. He and the 2nd and 5th bring the object along, and the 4th and 6th see what happens when they get to the place. As for old 7 and old 8, Finding a female companion was even worse. These two, they didn't know a few girls at all. At 50 minutes past 2, 3 cabs arrived successively at the entrance of Chuntangipin, and when Su Haochen hasn't arrived yet, Wu Shuang offers to call Su Haochen, and Zhao Wenhan says to wait a little longer. Everyone still listened to Zhao Wenhan's words, so they took their cell phones and waited at a pinch. Not more than 2 minutes later, 2 security guards walked out from the gate guard. Looking at the group of students waiting at the door, they opened their mouths and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" The security guard's voice was fairly soft, not bossy. After all, Zhang Qian had just finished giving notice yesterday, and the guys all knew about Wang Dakue and the others. It's just that the 2 security guards were tall and intimidating looking. The guys have also been afraid to answer. The girls even involuntarily hide behind their boyfriends. So, Zhao Wenhan, who was the elder brother, took the lead and opened his mouth. "We have arranged to meet with our friends here and wait for someone here." As a result, the 2 security guards, whose faces were still polite, immediately flushed with disdain and glared at Zhao Wenhan, saying, "Not a homeowner here, so get out of the way and get out of the way. We're a ministerial Tangipin here, and not everyone is qualified to stay here, even if it's the front door." Zhao Wenhan frowned once, although he said that he was already prepared to be humiliated by this point, but in front of his girlfriend, he still felt humiliated and couldn't help but feel angry. But on second thought, if we really get into an argument here, it won't do anyone any good at all. In a difficult situation, he could only stand there with clenched fists and not say a word. Looking at Zhao Wenhan's appearance, the disdainful look on the security guard's face increased. "What? Why are your fists clenched so tightly? Do you want to hit me? Go ahead, hit me, kid, not that I'm talking about you. If I just lend you 2 guts, you wouldn't dare to make a move." The other security guard next to him also laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, you fight instead, don't dare." Just as Zhao Wenhan and the others were about to hold back from striking out immediately, a loud shout was suddenly heard. "He wouldn't dare. I would." Chapter 048 Family Feast. Perseus Wine. Below, a loud cry startled the crowd, which looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing a man and a woman were walking towards the door from inside the neighborhood. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. "Lao San?" Wu Shuang whispered. Zhao Wenhan's tightly clenched fists loosened. Looking towards Su Haochen, many questions coiled in his mind, but he didn't open his mouth. "Third brother?" The crowd looked at Su Haochen, also surprised as to why he was able to walk out from inside the neighborhood. How come?" Old bastard Ling Fan, who had never been much of a talker, thought darkly as his eyes were filled with doubt. How come Sango knows martial arts? The visitors were of course Su Haochen and Inziru. Su Haochen's face was full of frost. Inziru, on the other hand, was holding Su Haochen's arm with an intimate face, a sweet smile faintly spreading on her face. The 2 security guards at the door were at a loss for words and didn't dare say anything more when they saw someone interfering. After all, someone who could walk out from inside the neighborhood was definitely not someone that the 2 of them small security guards could afford to mess with. Inside the doorman, 6 men came pouring out in a hurry. The first one, with a large waist, hurriedly opened the pedestrian gate to the neighborhood. Su Haochen and Inziru walked out of the doorway, and although it was a small door for pedestrians to walk through, it was quite luxurious. It wasn't hard for 2 people to pass side by side. Mr. Su, hello." The person who opened the door just now followed Su Haochen out and stood behind him, nodding his head. "He's the captain of this wave of security guards, called Lu Jingqiang." Su Haochen had wanted to come out and say a few words to the group first, but looking at the scene in front of him, he had been furious. Lu Jingqiang had wanted to go up and pat the horse's ass, but he actually patted on the horse's hoof. Su Haochen stood still and turned to look at Lu Jingqiang, knowing in his heart that this was a security chief, or else he wouldn't have been the one to speak. He had already met the 2 security chiefs before, and both of them had a battle strength of less than 300, so Su Haochen didn't even bother to use his detection technique. He couldn't believe that anyone who could threaten him in terms of force would be working here as a security guard. "You guys are really forgetting the pain after a good injury. It's only been a day or so," Su Haochen said coldly. The crowd in the dormitory didn't know what Su Haochen meant by what he said, and they were all immersed in surprise. Lu Jingqiang, on the other hand, knew what Su Haochen was talking about, and hurriedly accompanied him with a smile and a face full of pleasing words. "It's our fault. We didn't know they were your friends. Please don't blame Mr. Su." "What? If you're not my friend, you can just humiliate?" Su Haochen said. "You're not wrong to exercise your duty to keep people away from the entrance to the neighborhood, but you shouldn't speak out and humiliate them," Su Haochen said, walking up to the 2 security guards. "Didn't you say you didn't dare to beat you?" As Su Haochen spoke, 2 cold auras seemed to flash out of his already stern eyes. Just as the 2 were staggered, 2 slaps were raised and slapped over, leaving a clear slap mark on both faces. "I may be able to ignore it if you offend me, but I will never forgive you lightly for humiliating my friends, Su Haochen said, turning his head to Lu Jingxiang. Tell these two to get the hell out of here, or I'll beat them up every time I see them. Lu Jingxiang was about to nod when Su Haochen continued, and you, go to Zhang Qian yourself to receive your punishment. Send a message to Zhang Qian for me. If he messes with my head next time, he's done as a general manager. The crowd of roommates and their girlfriends were still in shock, especially when Su Haochen slapped out those 2 slaps. None of them could see how Su Haochen struck out. Today, the shock given to them was so great that they didn't know how to think for a while. Only the old 8 Ling fan spared a nod, just no one noticed. Brothers, let's go. Su Haochen rushed at the group, and then looked down at the crowd. Old 4 and old 6, why haven't you brought anyone? This, old 4 weeks Yiming and old 6 you looked at each other in dismay. At the moment they didn't know how to explain. Can't say afraid of not being able to enter the door to lose face. Or Monday Ming reacted quickly. I'm calling now. You guys go first. You also said in succession. Me too. I'll call now. You guys go in first. Su Haochen thought of something at once and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Secretly think today really let Lin Mengzhu to the whole disturbed. This point of superficial reasoning even did not want to understand. Zhao Wenhan also came up to round off the situation. In that case, why don't we go in first and the two of them wait for someone here? In the past, Zhao Wenhan used to directly say arrange the activities in the dormitory. But this time, he said or not. Obviously, it was a tone of discussion with Su Haochen. And without realizing it, Zhao Wenhan had already placed himself in a position below Su Haochen. With Su Haochen's literary background, it wasn't difficult to notice this slight change. And instead of trying to change anything, he was enjoying it. Let's put it this way. Su Haochen opened his mouth. Let Zira take you there first, and I'll wait here for a while, and the food I ordered should be here soon, and then we'll go in together. Su Haochen made the arrangement as a matter of course, and Zhao Wenhan nodded. No dissent was shown, either in action or mentally. It was as if this should have been arranged by Su Haochen and executed by him. Other than the two busy on the phone, everyone else focused their eyes on Inziru. In fact, they had seen this stunning beauty for a long time, but they just never had the chance to ask anything. This one is? Zhao Wenhan took the opportunity to take a closer look at Inziru before saying with an incredulous expression, freshman year's school beauty. Inziru? Hello, my name is Inziru. Please teach me more. Inziru smiled and extended her hand. Being generous, Zhao Wenhan grinned a very stiff smile, taking several points off of what was still a sunny and handsome face. Looking at Inziru's outstretched hand, he hastily reached out and shook it. My name is Zhao Wenhan. He, who had always been decisive and capable, actually stuttered in front of Inziru. At this time, old 5 rushed over and grabbed Inziru's hand that she hadn't had the time to put down and said with a smile on her face, Hello, my name is Luffy, please tell me more. Inziru smiled. This scene had been seen before. There were plenty of boys rushing over to shake her hand, so naturally this one wasn't too far behind. Only, Luffy, that's a great name. Just when Luffy was full of bad jokes and shaking hands with Inziru unwilling to let go, he suddenly felt a pain in his waist and let go of his hands as soon as he did. This was followed by jumping around plus screaming in agony covering his waist. It turned out to be his girlfriend, Aija, who stretched out 2 fingers and twisted them hard on the flesh of Luffy's waist. Aika is Luffy's schoolmate, and the two have just been together for less than 6 months. She looks gentle, but when you get to know her, you know she's a real ladies' man. Su Haochen naturally looked at this, and exchanged a glance with Inziru, and the two of them laughed. There was no falsehood mixed in this smile. Perhaps only with these brothers could Su Haochen smile from the bottom of his heart. Just as everyone was watching the two men, Luffy and Aija, give chase, a delivery truck came towards the door, with the logo of Mingyang Hotel printed on it. Su Haochen knew that Lu Xian had come. Chapter 049, Mysterious Roommate. Palace Fighting Schoolgirl, up. Lu Xian arrived with a car from the Mingyang Hotel, and Su Haochen had gone to great lengths for this family banquet. It was a party of less than 20 people, but it was hard to get 40 dishes. There are cold and hot dishes, vegetables and soups, all kinds of flavors and even all kinds of local dishes. Of course, it wasn't something he ordered himself, but was arranged by Lu Xian and Chen Yang after instructing a sentence to pay attention to it. Even worrying that not having enough food would hurt Su Haochen's face, Chen Yang specially ordered each dish to be made according to 1.5 times the amount. 40 dishes made 60 servings. With Lu Xian's arrival, Aija and Luffy also stopped frolicking. The crowd naturally recognized Lu Xian. After all, she was a school flower level. Zhao Wenhan once even had the honor of speaking and shaking hands with Lu Xian at an event by the light of Su Haochen. As for everyone else, they could only put Lu Xian in their fantasies. Now that I've seen the real thing, I'm undoubtedly excited to even think that I'll have the opportunity to have dinner together soon. Only Ling Fan, seemed to be thinking about something. Su Haochen surveyed the crowd and also noticed that Ling Fan was a bit distracted today, but the occasion was limited, and this was not a convenient time to ask such things. No one dared to stop the car delivering food to Su Haochen. Thus, with the car deliberately slowing down, Su Haochen and Yin Zero led the crowd, slowly walking towards his villa together. The fourth and sixth had just finished a phone call and were going to wait at the door for their lady friend to arrive, but thought it would be a while yet. Moreover, he also wanted to take the first look at what Su Haochen's place in Shentanyipin actually looked like. So I came along, thinking I'd go out and pick them up later. Now, they no longer suspected that Su Haochen had a deep background. Although they hadn't read as many novels as Su Haochen, some of the plots were still familiar. Now that they have completely gotten into the role, before Su Haochen explained, they have almost all made a judgment according to rich second generation leaving home for training. Yin Zero kept holding Su Haochen's arm, and Lu Xian also got down from the car and followed Su Haochen's side. It was clearly felt that both women looked at each other with a murderous aura in their eyes. Only at this moment, Su Haochen didn't think about this, but rather squinted his eyes and sneakily sized up old bastard Ling Fan, the roommate he'd known for 2 years. Of course, Su Haochen's orientation was definitely normal, and although Ling Fan was quite handsome, he was still a bit far from Su Haochen, because Su Haochen discovered that Ling Fan actually knew martial arts. He also has a lot more knowledge related to martial arts since he understands the martial art of the 12 stages of tan legs. It was the same as being able to tell that Yin Zero knew some kung fu when he first met her. Today, he was surprised to find out that Ling Fan knew martial arts through the state of his walking. As for whether it was strong or weak, Su Haochen was unable to determine it with his current abilities. So, he communicated with the system and caste detection. Name, Ling Fan. Age, 19 years, born on May 9, 1999. Battle strength, 1428. Average battle strength of an average person is 100. Skills, mixed martial arts proficiency. The heir of a large family, practicing martial arts since childhood, with more experience in actual combat. Attitude towards the host, questioning. Comprehensive battle analysis, evenly matched. Note, due to the host's lack of ability, it is temporarily unable to detect more specific information about the target mission. The information from the detection technique made Su Haochen's heart startled. The detection technique had been used quite a few times, and this was the first time it had prompted a lack of ability resulting in the detection of more specific information. Su Haochen remembered that when he drew the detection technique, the system prompted him that he could only utilize a small portion of his abilities due to a lack of ability. Looks like he's the real big family leaving home to practice, Su Haochen thought in his heart. System, how can I enhance the so-called ability? Su Haochen communicated with the system and asked, Host, it seems that you have already found out that with your current strength, you can deal with ordinary people handily. Even some of the so-called experts are unbeatable under you, but there is still a certain distance when facing a truly strong person. The system's voice came into Su Haochen's mind. Su Haochen pressed down his anxiety and quieted his mind to continue conversing with the system. If Ling Fan and I were to fight one-on-one, who would have a higher probability of winning? Su Haochen asked. The system paused for about 5 seconds, and just as Su Haochen was about to continue asking questions, the system responded. According to the system's careful calculations, if the two of you were to compete in a martial arts match according to the rules of the ring, there is a 60% chance of a draw, with a 19% probability of the host winning and a 21% probability of losing. No wonder he didn't say anything just now, so he went to do some calculations. The system's calculations, naturally, are based on something, and the data given must be accurate and infinitely close to reality. Turns out, the probability of me winning is less than the probability of losing. Su Haochen's heart fell for a moment, originally thinking that he was already very strong. I didn't realize that a roommate who I had known well and shared a room with every day would be able to stand up to me. Su Haochen's thoughts were picked up by the system and comforted. Host, don't be sad. Ling Fan has practiced martial arts since childhood and received his inheritance in a large family. And the host just got the system. There is still a lot of room for growth. With the assistance of this system, the host's ability will improve very quickly, and it won't take too long to surpass him. Only then did Su Haochen feel better. But I don't know what kind of family it is? Su Haochen thought again, but on second thought, even if he knew what family it was, what could he do? One simply knows nothing about the so-called great families, not to mention before, even with the current value, in the eyes of those truly great families, it was still not enough to look at. The host doesn't have to be presumptuous, the system said. With the aid of this system, the host's wealth, force and even intelligence will grow stronger. Those big families, sooner or later, will also be stepped on by the host. As long as the host is patient in signing in and completing the system tasks, this system will definitely do its best to help the host. System tasks. Su Haochen bristled, as if he had received just one system mission so far, which was to sleep with a girl. and only In Zero is currently eligible. Receiving Su Haochen's question, the system responded, with the host's current abilities, the system has determined that only one mission can be issued to the host at one time. That is to say, a new system mission can only be issued if the host has completed the previous mission. Well, Su Haochen was speechless. It seems that the action has to be as quick as possible. Today then, it occurred to Su Haochen that it was inevitable that there would be a rave today, and there were enough rooms inside the house. Everyone is basically sure to drink too much, which means they'll try not to leave if they can, and look for a chance to do In Zero in. Su Haochen's drifting thoughts collected back again, turning his head to look at In Zero beside him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of a bad smile. In Zero also caught Su Haochen's look. A trace of disbelief flashed on her face, but it was quickly replaced by a happy smile. The arm around Su Haochen tightened some more, while not forgetting to look at Lu Xian beside Su Haochen. The eyes were full of provocation. Chapter 050, Mysterious Roommate. Palace Fighting Schoolgirl. Next, Lu Xian let out a cold snort. Then soon a blooming smile appeared on her frost-filled face. Looking at Su Haochen, he said, "Brother Haochen, it looks like you're not in a good mood today? I used to always talk a lot around my sister, but how come I've developed the principle that silence is golden today?" Su Haochen secretly said that it was bad, and sure enough, his previous worries were still justified. These two schoolgirl-level beauties were now beside themselves on the left and right. If it had been someone else, they would have been so happy they would have almost fainted. However, Su Haochen knew that none of these two beauties were oil-saving. In Zero, needless to say, that fiery character, opening her mouth to curse and lifting her hand to hit people, he had seen it a long time ago. It was gentle in his presence, but only in his presence. Facing an imaginary love rival like Lu Xian, she naturally showed her pugnacious side, and Lu Xian, the school goddess, naturally goes without saying, studying law from the beginning, whether it is eloquence or the ability to perceive, that have undergone specialized training. Psychology is also highly established. Even Su Haochen, who had read many books on psychology, was ashamed of himself in front of Lu Xian. When these two people came together, Su Haochen felt that the scene was somewhat out of his control. Turns out I still overestimated myself, Su Haochen thought in his heart. Earlier, he was preoccupied with Ling Fan's matter, and although his mood had improved a lot under the comfort of the system, he didn't slow down for a while and simply smiled. But this smile looked so charming in Lu Xian's eyes, so the smile on his face became even brighter. As he spoke, he had reached the door of the villa, and another embarrassing thing happened. Although the gate was fairly spacious, it simply couldn't accommodate three people passing through side by side. The two girls, however, refused to back down from either one of them, pinning Su Haochen in the middle. Lu Xian bit her lip, seemingly torn as to whether or not to put Su Haochen's other arm around her like In Zero. Strong analytical skills and meticulous logic are among Lu Xian's many strengths. Looking at In Zero and Su Haochen, she had analyzed. Su Haochen had already separated from Lin Mengzhu, but was not yet with In Zero. The conclusion from this analysis is that she still has a chance. Lu Xian would not be happy to commit herself to marrying a rich man, but if this rich man was Su Haochen, she did beg for it. Previously, she had some feelings for Su Haochen, but thinking about the age gap, and not seeing much room for development in Su Haochen, she endured the pain of breaking her feelings. After all, Lu Xian is not an ordinary woman. In front of emotional love and rational reality, she chooses rationality and reality. And now Su Haochen, that is not exactly her ideal type. I believe that with the emotional foundation of the two people, it is not difficult to take. I just didn't realize that there was a problem, and this girl came out. In fact, until now, Lu Xian did not know In Zero's name. After all, he had been walking, and Su Haochen had something on his mind, and didn't have time to introduce himself. Lu Xian had graduated again, so naturally he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to any freshman's newest school flower. In Zero, on the other hand, knew Lu Xian. After all, the newly promoted schoolgirl still had to care about who her seniors were. The others followed behind, looking at this Su Haochen with envy and jealousy. I'll open the door first, Su Haochen said. In Zero let go of Su Haochen's arm and gave Lu Xian a blank stare in passing, which Lu Xian glared back nonchalantly. This scene was caught in the eyes of Su Haochen, who was just about to go up and open the door. Is this the legendary palace drama? Su Haochen thought in his heart. The original has been envious of the ancient emperor surrounded by beauty. Now it seems that the emperor's days are actually not so good. If other people heard Su Haochen's heart, they would definitely send him 3 words, Versailles. Opening the door, Su Haochen took the first step inside. Seeing that Su Haochen had already gone in, the two girls didn't continue to fight over who would go in first. Lu Xian began arranging for the car to unload the dishes down the road, while In Zero entertained everyone as they headed inside one by one. Watching the two people fight openly and secretly, Su Haochen still had a pang of joy in his heart. Though, when freshman year first started, there were some girls who surrounded him because of his face, but soon after realizing that he was nothing but good looking, they left in droves. And, those girls, again, are not comparable to the two in front of you. When they entered Su Haochen's villa, everyone's eyes were not enough. Su Haochen secretly paid attention to Ling Fan, only to find that he was also full of curiosity as he surveyed everything in the room. Su Haochen is a bit confused. This was because he could see that everything Ling Fan had shown was not a pretense. Then, it was too late to think about anything more. The crowd chattered around Su Haochen, not knowing what they were all talking about as you spoke and he spoke. But the general meaning, which Su Haochen also heard, was all about asking him what was going on. Su Haochen told everyone that he would explain later during dinner, and then took everyone for a stroll. Listening to the exclamations in his ears, Su Haochen's heart burst with satisfaction and pride. Yes, he is not exempt from this. As long as one is a human being, I am afraid there is no one who does not love to show off, especially after becoming violently rich. Liu Xian and Yin Zero walked beside Su Haochen on the left and right. Yin Zero nonchalantly took Su Haochen's arm and swore her sovereignty. Liu Xian looked at her with a puff of anger and cursed Vixen in his heart. However, she still didn't gather the courage to take Su Haochen's other arm. The basement, even more breathtaking, thought the upstairs was luxurious enough, but the basement, all kinds of facilities have everything. Lao San, with this villa of yours, I'm afraid you can't play with everything even if you spend a whole day in it, Zhao Wenhan said, a tremor in his voice, but he was trying his best to restrain it. It's alright, I think it's just average. Su Haochen held back the excitement in his heart and acted bashful. God knows how excited he was when he was first shown around the house by Zhang Xian. That's still average. My goodness. Old 4 Weeks opened his mouth with a chorus of words. Third brother, you're quite deep in your ways. You've been hiding it from us. We're reading novels every day here. How could we have thought that the male lead in the novel is actually right next to us? That's right, third brother. Although we understand that you must also have bitter feelings. But the sin of concealing a brother is one that must be punished. Old seventh man fans said. Although Su Haochen was rich now, in the eyes of all the brothers, he was still the oldest in the dormitory and everyone's brother. Envious, but not jealous, and, well, there's a slipperiness to it. It is said that the heart of human nature is not to see the good of those around us, but when the gap is very huge, there is nothing to be jealous of. Making a good relationship will be a big help in the future. Those novels have villains who used to be friends of the protagonist, and because the protagonist got rich, they think of persecuting instead. Typical brainless villain. Becoming a stepping stone for the protagonist, that's the inevitable result. Chapter 051, System Backpack Opening, Up. During the banquet, the crowd feasted, and Su Haochen secretly observed Ling Fan. Instead, he was found to look like he had never eaten meat, just like the rest of the crowd. Even though today's dishes were indeed very high-end and delicious, even Su Haochen himself could barely resist eating them along with his plate. But in front of the crowd, as the host of the banquet, he still had to maintain his demeanor. Also very poised were Liu Xian and Yin Zero. Liu Xian was doing it because she wanted to maintain a ladylike image, especially in front of Su Haochen, and Yin Zero because they weren't anything rare to her. Instead, it was the 10 bottles of Perseus red wine that Yin Zero praised, saying that she had never had red wine that tasted so good and had such a special flavor, and the crowd complimented her as well. Su Haochen also knew that Yin Zero was genuinely complimentary. As for the others, including himself, none of them had ever tasted any high-grade red wines, and were purely going along for the ride. As for Ling Fan, doubts arose in Su Haochen's mind. It is reasonable to say that with his status, it is not so much that he has not seen the world, and today's performance, it does not seem to be pretending. Everyone ate food, drank, and chatted idly, unknowingly leading the conversation to Su Haochen. Thus, Zhao Wenhan asked the question that everyone had guessed but was not sure about. It is Su Haochen who owns what the hell is going on here. Su Haochen also took out the lines he had prepared earlier. The son of a big family, out for training, can't spend his family's money for the first 2 years. Now that the trial is over, it's time to return to the family. When Zhou Yiming asked which family it was, Su Haochen pretended to be deep. It's hard for you guys to get in touch with those big families, and you wouldn't know much about it even if you said it. But don't worry, no matter what kind of identity I have, you will always be my good brothers. Anyone I wouldn't shortchange, Su Haochen said, raising his glass to mention a cup, and the crowd agreed. At this point, the drink has long since stopped being Perseus red wine. The 10 bottles of limited edition red wine, just less than 5 minutes after the start, was grabbed by everyone to drink. It's the same as kids grabbing drinks at the dinner table. Even though it's not a limited edition wine, it's a top-notch wine delivered by Mingyang Hotel. Both white wine and beer are almost invisible on the market. Even the crowd didn't know what brand it was. but it just tasted better in their mouths than what they had been drinking before. Even some of the girls, who usually hardly drink at all, had wine in their cups in front of them instead of drinks. Monday Ming looked at the girl beside him, drunkenly. How is it, my brother? With my third brother covering me, I will definitely not be bad in the future. I called you and you still don't want to come. Tell me if you don't want to come. Will you regret it? Monday Ming's voice was so small at first that hardly anyone in the already noisy living room heard him, but the louder he got, causing the crowd to stop and look at him. The girl next to Monday Ming, naturally, is his ex-girlfriend who just broke up not long ago, named Ding Sha. When she called today to ask her to come, she said nothing until Monday Ming said, "You come and see, and if there are no surprises you can turn around and leave, and I'll reimburse you for your travel expenses." She just agreed to come over and take a look. Upon arrival, I saw the opulence and the delicacies and froze, unable to take the steps I had long made up my mind to take to leave. And so, it sat down beside Zhou Yiming like this. At this point, Dinsha was very embarrassed. Originally thought that Monday Ming was useless and could not see any hope for the future. In fact, until now, she had thought so. When they first got together, it was because Monday Ming was more eloquent and could make her laugh. But the older you get, the more realistic it becomes that happiness can't be a meal. Now, Su Haochen promises that he will never treat his brothers poorly in the future, which means that Monday Ming's future is also bright, as long as he has a good relationship with Su Haochen. Therefore, Dinsha was not repulsed to be with Monday Ming, and all of this, Zhou Yiming was actually not clear. Su Haochen also did not think about this. After all, it was someone's family matter. Only, on the day of the breakup, Zhou Yiming drank unconscious, and when he was drunk, he told the cause and effect of the incident. Zhao Wenhan's mind was meticulous, but he had kept a few things in mind. Old for, drunk? Su Haochen said with a smile. No, Monday Ming said with a wave of his hand. What kind of drinker I am third brother knows. When have I ever gotten drunk? There are still so many dishes left here. How could I possibly get drunk? Su Haochen forced a smile and thought in his heart. I don't know how much you can drink. I don't know who drank so much last time that he couldn't even climb up to the top bunk and occupied my bed. But the words still didn't come out. After all, there were so many people, and girls present, to save face for the oldest four. Okay, senior, we all know how much you drink, but I think you have more important things to do today, Su Haochen said. Ha, what's more important? Oldest asked with a befuddled look on his face as he rubbed his eyes that were about to fall asleep. The others were also puzzled and quieted down to listen to Su Haochen's next words. Su Haochen continued, if I remember correctly, this Ms. Tinsa on your left is not your girlfriend right now, just an ex-girlfriend, but the fact that she agreed to accompany you out today shows that she intends to get back together. Are you still waiting for girls to take the initiative to mention getting back together to you? Zhou Yiming came to a realization and reached out to slap his head. Right, turning his head to Dinsa, he said with deep emotion, Dinsa, are you willing to be my girlfriend again? Dinsha was also baffled, having thought that the two had watered down to the equivalent of reconciliation. From tomorrow onwards, they can appear in everyone's view as a couple again. But I didn't expect Su Haochen to suddenly come with such a hand. It was just that the drunkenness in Monday Ming's affectionate eyes was all over the place. Instead, he looked like a horny hooligan, causing everyone to laugh. Dinsha sank into embarrassment and didn't say anything for about 30 seconds or so before Monday Ming continued. If you still won't, I'll pursue you again until I get you back. Seeing this, Su Haochen had to speak. Dinsha, make a statement. I see that Yiming's heart is quite sincere. No matter how he pissed you off before, it's all in the past, and I believe he'll behave well afterward. Originally, Dinsha did want to hold out for a bit, stating that she'd give him a chance to re-pursue him, and that she might even receive a lot of gifts. But now that Su Haochen had spoken, she couldn't continue to be reserved. Otherwise that would be not giving face. Su Haochen's face was not something she had the guts to refute. So Tinsel said, by agreeing to come with you today, I've tacitly agreed that we've made up, and you've brought it up now. So let's make up. Yes, Monday Ming suddenly shouted, startling Tinsel. In the next second, Zhou Yiming hugged Tinsa tightly, but then quickly let go. Pouring another glass of white wine into his glass, he didn't even sit down, just stood and said, I have a girlfriend again, I'm not on my own anymore. Just when everyone thought he was going to say, let's drink a toast to our composite, Zhou Yiming raised his glass and looked at Su Haochen. Sango, thank you, if it wasn't for you, we both wouldn't have had a chance to get back together. I'll do it. Feel free. Chapter 052 System Backpack Opening, Middle. Seeing Monday Ming make a toast, Su Haochen also came to the rescue, and he's already slightly drunk, so he's not going to be willing to do as he pleases. Thus, Su Haochen picked up the wineglass and poured down a glass of white wine as well. After putting down the glass, it was quickly filled, this time, with Lu Xin. Apart from the first glass of wine that Su Haochen had mentioned, he had never poured his own wine again. The two big beauties, Liu Xian and Yin Ziru, sat by Su Haochen's side on the left and right, frequently pinching food and pouring wine for him, resulting in Su Haochen always having a full glass in front of him, whether it was in the wine glass or the dish. The speed at which he ate and drank could never catch up with the speed at which the two beautiful women poured him food and wine. Enviously, the others, except for Zhao Wenhan's girlfriend who occasionally poured a glass of wine, were all boys serving the girls and helping with the food. Su Haochen had been giving old Sixu a wink, implying that he could consider confessing to the girl beside him, but he seemed to have completely missed the point and remained indifferent, and Su Haochen was so angry that he gritted his teeth with a look of hatred. However, on second thought, Yu Yu's character was different from Zhou Ming. While Zhou Yiming is better at coaxing girls, Yu Yu is shy in this regard and has never been in love before. This girl, Wei Ran, is a freshman. The two met by chance in the cafeteria over an accidental collision, got closer, and have been in a friendship on top of a friendship, not quite relationship situation. Su Haochen had little contact with Wei Ran, but when they were introduced to each other just now, he could tell that this Wei Ran was a pretty social girl. With Yu Yu's rank, he might not be able to manage it. Moreover, she knew about Yin Ziru and acted excited. It was just that Yin Ziru didn't recognize her, and in the way of Su Haochen's face, she still greeted her with a smile, but from her expression, Su Haochen could also tell that meeting on the road in the future would definitely be a nodding acquaintance. Su Haochen also no longer cared about Yu Yu, who had also drunk quite a lot by now. I'm also afraid it won't end well if I say something wrong, but Monday Ming started to toast him, and soon everyone was asking for but toasts. Even a few girls acted crazier than the boys. Their reason was simple. There were plenty of opportunities for boys in a dormitory to drink together later, but reunions like this one were hard to come by, so they wanted to take this opportunity to thank Su Haochen for taking care of their boyfriends. It's logic that is simply irrefutable. However, they could play, and the girls around Su Haochen weren't vegetarians either. Yin Ziru was born in a wealthy family, and had been coping with this kind of scene since she was a child, and had an excessive amount of alcohol. Red wine, white wine, and beer made her drink a lot today. Not much less than what Su Haochen drank. Su Haochen looked a little alarmed, secretly thought that if the two of them really one-on-one fight wine, I'm afraid I may not be a rival. Because she drank so much, it didn't delay her from giving Su Haochen food, although sometimes the hands are a little shaky and the dishes fall on the table. Liu Xian's alcohol consumption is average. Before the various parties is also unless the pushback cannot be removed before drinking 2 cups. Today, however, it was also unusually active. There was no other reason than because he didn't want to be compared in front of Yin Ziru. Thus, the two beauties took turns blocking the drinks for Su Haochen. Seeing this, the brothers in the dormitory understood that Su Haochen was unable to drink or didn't want to drink anymore. It was all understandable. After all, as the host of the party, it would be really uncharacteristic of him to drink himself into unconsciousness. Besides, they couldn't go sparring with 2 girls who were blocking drinks, and it didn't look good either way. But their girlfriends don't care about that. The 2 big school flowers, they had also heard of them, and they were usually the kind of existences that were so high up that they could only look up to them. A few of the girls had mixed feelings about being able to drink at the same table today. There was envy and jealousy, and when they saw the 2 of them blocking drinks for Su Haochen, they tried to get them both drunk. Su Haochen, however, was not in a good position to stop. After all, right now this wine table was already the world of the women. He also had to get together and chat with his brothers, while not forgetting to knock Yu Yu around a bit and scold him for being a wimp. Yu Yu also just scratched his head to show that he was really embarrassed. The war of the women lasted nearly half an hour. Yin Ziru got more and more brave while Liu Xian became the first to fall. Just as Liu Xian raised his glass and had just finished clinking it with Ding Sha and was about to drink down, he suddenly collapsed. First he sat down on the chair, then he slid down it and crooked it on the floor. The bang silenced the otherwise noisy hall. Sister Xian. Su Haochen hurriedly got up and took 3 steps to Liu Xian's side. Liu Xian lay on the ground with her eyes tightly closed. Su Haochen hurriedly picked her up and walked straight into the closest bedroom on the first floor. And people didn't follow it in. Su Haochen put Liu Xian on the bed, took off her shoes, covered her with the quilt, and let her have a good rest. He also folded 2 pillows together for Liu Xian to lie on, in case he wanted to vomit. Lying flat could have the dangerous consequence of vomit going into the windpipe. Su Haochen, a regular visitor to the drinking table, was naturally aware of. Su Haochen returned to the hall and everyone was quiet. Several of the girls were also sitting crookedly on their chairs, and Yin Ziru was also lying on the table. You don't feel too drunk when you're even drinking and talking together. Once you stop, drunkenness hits you, especially if you stop suddenly. Aside from Zhao Wenhan, who had an excessive amount of alcohol, everyone else was basically dying as well. They just didn't pass out straight away like Lu Xin did. There is no more wine in a glass process. Su Haochen lightly said a few words. There will be plenty of opportunities to get together in the future and so on. And then ended this almost crazy family dinner. It was getting late and everyone was drunk. So I was afraid it would be dangerous to go back to school. So I arranged for everyone to stay here. This was what Su Haochen had planned long ago. 10 bedrooms? How could it be enough for everyone to sleep? According to Su Haochen's plan, the 8 people in the dormitory, those with girlfriends brought their girlfriends to live together in one room, and the single ones lived in one room by themselves. Then In0 and Lu Xin had one room each. 10 bedrooms just right. But plans don't change as fast as they should. And you didn't take advantage of today to take down Wei Ran. So naturally he couldn't arrange for the two of them to live together. Lu Xin was already drunk, and even if she wasn't, looking at today's situation, she couldn't be arranged to join In0. Su Haochen looked a bit embarrassed, but In0 was all smiles, accompanied by the hazy, sleepy eyes of a drunken man. It looks especially charming. At this time, the 7th Meng Fan Zhe spoke up, indicating that he could sleep in a room with Ling Fan and the two of them, but as soon as he said I'm with Buster, he was kicked in the face by Zhao Wenhan. In0 also narrowed her eyes at Menfan's, giving him a straight look. Frozen, he looked at the group as if reflecting on what he had done wrong. It was clearly helping Su Haochen solve his problems. Steal straight, Ling Fan muttered in a small voice, making Menvenzer even more puzzled. Su Haochen, on the other hand, was actually just acting a bit embarrassed. Originally, he had also planned to take advantage of today and get In0 done, for no other reason than to fulfill a system mission. It's just a matter of pretending to be reserved in front of everyone. After all, just broke up, do not want to bear the scum reputation. Sneak over in the middle of the night that does not smell it. Chapter 053 System Backpack Opening, next. But now in this situation, Su Haochen couldn't follow the original plan and could only sleep with In0. And In0 had already sworn her sovereignty by taking his arm in front of everyone. The people went inside the arranged rooms. Su Haochen, In0, and Zhao Wenhan and his girlfriend Lu Mei were left outside. Zhao Wenhan, as the dormitory boss, has become accustomed to closing everything, and Lu Mei naturally has to accompany him. Yu glanced at Wei Ran and reluctantly walked into the bedroom. Wei Ran also walked towards the bedroom. Su Haochen still deliberately arranged the two people's bedrooms to be adjacent to each other. Just as Wei Ran was about to enter the bedroom, Lu Xin walked out of the room in a daze, going straight to the bathroom on the first floor. 10 seconds later, the sound of frantic vomiting came from the bathroom, causing Su Haochen to sigh for a while. Wei Ran stopped his footsteps, looked in the direction of the bathroom with an embarrassed face, and then looked at Su Haochen. Su Haochen said helplessly with a show of hands, and it wasn't you 5 who did it. So Wei Ran wasn't busy going back to his room. The 5 people came together next to the restroom while Zhao Wenhan picked up a cup of water and handed it to Lu Mei. Lu Mei nodded and took the water into the bathroom. A short while later, the 2 men came out of the bathroom. Lu Xion's face was red, and he didn't know if it was because he was embarrassed, or if he was blushing because he had finished drinking. How are you doing? Su Haochen asked. You guys, you haven't rested yet? Lu Xian replied. Right away. Su Haochen said. How are you? Feeling more comfortable? Lu Xian nodded. Fortunately, it's not that uncomfortable. Soon, Lu Xian sensed that In0 had been holding Su Haochen's arm, without the slightest intention of letting go. Though drunk, the brilliant mind and keen observation did not diminish, and it soon became clear what was going on. You guys, this is? Lu Xian didn't have the heart to ask too much. There's not enough room. We'll make do together. Su Haochen could only explain it this way. Lu Xian said with a twinkle in his eye. Haochen, I'm still a bit uncomfortable. Why don't you let Zero accompany me today? It's easier to have someone around in case I feel like throwing up again at night. Su Haochen was speechless, not knowing how to answer at all. Of course he could see Lu Xian's little mind that he didn't want the two of them to sleep together, but now he couldn't say anything about it. Zhao Wenhan and Lu Mei looked at each other in dismay. They naturally understood what Lu Xian meant. It was just that it was still inconvenient for the two of them, outsiders, to intervene in people's family affairs. In0 was also thinking about how to refuse, but never figured out how to say it. You can't say, don't get in the way of our business, or I don't want to take care of you. Just then, Wei Ran spoke. Why don't I join Sister Lu Xian tonight? After all, I'm also responsible for Sister Lu Xian drinking too much today. I'll take care of it at night. How about it? Lu Xian did not refuse, secretly thinking that it was not impossible. That way, a bedroom could be vacated, and Su Haochen and In0 wouldn't have to make do with each other. Just on second thought, 2 people can get together in the middle of the night. I've seen this kind of plot a lot inside novels, and was thinking again about what I could do to stop this from happening. However, he could not think of any good way for a while, and secretly blamed Wei Ran for talking too much. Wei Ran didn't continue to say anything. Originally, she thought of saying a method that would satisfy everyone, and being as smart as she was, she could naturally probably guess what was on everyone's mind. And since Lu Xin didn't say anything, there was no need for her to continue taking the initiative. Sister Lu Xin, how about this? Inziru opened her mouth. Let's all three of us sleep together today. The bed in Brother Hachen's room is big enough that the three of us together definitely won't be crowded. Moreover, if you really don't feel well in the middle of the night, I, a weak woman, may not be able to take care of you, and I'm afraid it'll be a struggle to even help you out the door. In fact, in Inziru's heart, she didn't reject having Su Hachen together with Lu Xin. After all, having grown up in a mansion, I've seen that kind of mess a lot. It's not uncommon for good men, or rich men, to be surrounded by women. Her father, including her father, wasn't really the only woman in his mother's life. It's just that, even if it's two women sharing a husband, she's still going to be the older one. Su Hachen secretly bristled. You're still a weak woman? And I don't know who stomped on people at noon. Thinking about Wang Juchi lying on the ground not daring to move, Su Hachen's heart was still very relieved. Lu Xin gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. It was impossible for her to accept Inziru's sleeping together. It wasn't acceptable, at least not yet. In her worldview, love had to be a love affair. How could it be shared? Also, what do you mean? It's hard to help me out of the house? Am I that heavy? In terms of stature, the two women were more or less the same, except that Lu Xin was a bit taller than Inziru, so she naturally exceeded Inziru in terms of weight. After nearly 30 seconds of silence, Lu Xin shook his head. Never mind. I don't feel so bad now. You guys have a good rest. Be safe. Poof. When he finished, he turned around and went back to his room. She still preferred having a queen-sized bed all to herself than being with Wei Ran. It won't stop them today anyway, so let them go. Lying on the bed, Lu Xin cursed Inziru 1,000 times in his heart. Shameless, and then hugged his pillow and fell into a deep sleep. It did drink a bit too much, more than all the previous years put together. Although my stomach was less upset after throwing up, my brain was still foggy. It was the first time Su Hachen had seen this kind of petulant-like complaint from Lu Xin. He couldn't help but give a helpless smile, while Inziru had a wicked grin that was successful in her treacherous plan. Brother Hachen, do you remember the law of fluting? Inziru said with a smile. What do you mean? Su Hachen wondered. The other three people still in the hall are also studying science. Although I didn't study for a long time after college, and I didn't study that well in high school. However, the physics concept of corrugated law still had an impression, so they all waited for Inziru to speak down, impeding but not stopping. Inziru laughed. The crowd laughed, while Su Hachen shook his head helplessly. After saying goodnight to each other, they went to their rooms. It was an uneventful night in both men's rooms. On the contrary, Yu, Manfans, and Wei Ran had a good night's sleep. Lu Xin violently beat up Inziru in his dream, cursing shamelessly as he did so. Ling Fan, on the other hand, had been thinking about where Su Hachen came from. It wasn't until after 3 in the latter part of the night, when sleepiness really got the better of me, that I drifted off to sleep. Su Hachen and Inziru simply washed up in the room's separate bathroom, and then lay down on the soft bed. In a daze, Su Hachen heard a voice from the system in his head. Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Spend a night with a pure rich girl with a look system score of 90 or more. The system backpack is officially opened. Chapter 054, Advancing to School Manager, Upper. Inziru's new flower was in its first blossom. Pained and happy, there was pain on her face, but it was more sweet. Until after 8 o'clock in the morning, Su Hachen had already finished washing up, and Inziru was still sleeping. Su Hachen looked at Inziru, who was lying on the bed. Her skin was white and beautiful, making people salivate. Where the quilt didn't cover, a bloom of crocuses stood out. It was a symbol of Inziru's innocence and a symbol of future Su Hachen's responsibility, regardless of what he thought before. From now on, Su Hachen decided to take on the responsibility of a boyfriend to Inziru. After all, it was his real first time. Before that, it was always the 5 girls who accompanied. It's just that it's still a bit hard to let go of Lu Xin. Su Hachen thought in his mind, then quickly ran into the bathroom and poured cool water on his head, cursing himself for being such a scum, eating from the bowl and looking into the pot. You already have Inziru and you're still thinking about Lu Xin. Is it true that men get worse when they have money? Just, on second thought, if he didn't have any money, how could he have an excellent woman like Inziru? And to this day, I don't know why Inziru is so infatuated with herself. Is it really just because she is rich? Su Hachen's mind was getting more and more confused, so he simply stopped thinking about it, adding to his worries. System, sign in. Su Hachen was breathless, and although he didn't make a sound, He was all that lazy in his intentions. There is weariness in the host's voice. Was last night exhausting? The system surprisingly didn't immediately execute the sign-in command, but instead flirted with Su Haochen. You try. Su Haochen responded without a good breath, cursing the system for gloating. How can you not be tired? Rather, his physical fitness had improved dramatically after he had acquired the 12 rows of tan legs. But with Zero's frantic demands, she was also tired and her back ached. If it wasn't for that splash of red that was clearly visible, Su Haochen wouldn't have believed that Zero had never had one before this, even if the system ruled that she met the mission objectives. Although this system is a beautiful girl, but after all, it's a system, so by all rights, there shouldn't be a chance to try this feeling. It's better for the host to enjoy it, the system said with a bad joke. Alright. Su Haochen was speechless. Don't flirt with me, I've already completed the quest as you posted it. Post the next quest quickly, and also, claim the sign-in reward first. Well. Instead of continuing to flirt, the system went ahead and checked in. Ding! Daily lottery is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Class B reward. 75% equity stake in the Board of Trustees of the China University of Science and Technology. What? Su Haochen froze. D-level rewards would have been enough to make Su Haochen crazy, but what he was really shocked about was not getting a B-level reward. But, system, this Shanghai University of Science and Technology, is the Chinese Ministry of Education directly under the university? The comprehensive ranking of the country's top 10, and is not a private organization. How can there be a school board? Su Haochen asked. He even suspected that the system was mistaken. The Ministry of Education directly under the university. That is directly under the control of the Ministry of Education of the country. Even the province cannot directly interfere in the school's affairs. The principal is a cadre at the level of the main hall. And how it is possible to get involved with the private sector? The system replied. The host does not know that although the public colleges and universities nowadays are managed by the state, there are many internal matters that cannot be covered in every way. Thus, the state is only responsible for formulating a strategic approach. It is still the responsibility of the school itself to take care of things within the real school. As for school boards, they are also permitted by the state and are reasonable and legal to exist. In addition to the training goals and educational guidelines set by the state, they cannot be changed at will. All other decisions are in the hands of the school board, and even the principal listens to the board president. So, the principal is just a poseur, and it's the board's hand, the board president, who really wields the power. Why is that so awkward? Su Haochen said. In the past, he only knew the chairman of the board. And what the hell is this chairman of the board? Yes, the system replied. It is only that, in order to avoid the dominance of individual voices, there will not be a relative holding of more than 50% of an individual's shares in a typical school board. And the host, with the help of this system, directly gets 75% of the absolute controlling power. Now, it can be said that CSTU, and CSTC where the host is located, it's completely turned into your one-track mind, and anyone who doesn't obey will be fired straight away. Hearing this, Su Haochen's heart was filled with a sense of joy, and he hadn't suffered from some people's anger in school before. There were students and teachers, especially the vice-chairman of their department named Zhang Hua, who targeted him at every turn. The reason for this is known to Su Haochen. When the school year first started, Su Haochen went to the office building to look for a teacher to do some work and ran into Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua asked Su Haochen to go and buy him 2 packs of cigarettes, while Su Haochen was so shy that he only bought 2 packs of $5. So Zhang Hua was filled with anger, let out a cold snort, and threw the cigarette out the window in front of Su Haochen. Su Haochen also dared to be angry but dared not say anything. A student, how to go against the department head. Then, Zhang Hua took advantage of managing the dormitory and didn't miss out on finding trouble with Su Haochen. Deducting points, writing reviews, cleaning up the dormitory building. Su Haochen has done it all. Su Haochen also didn't know why Zhang Hua kept targeting himself because of such a small matter. The only possibility that came to his mind was that since Zhang Hua was already in his 50s, his face was full of horizontal meat and he was strangely ugly, and being good-looking, he was targeted. Even just last month, because Ming Yang Hotel worked overtime at night, it was already past 11 when Su Haochen returned to the dormitory. Zhang Hua made Su Haochen stand in the hall on the first floor of the dormitory building as a punishment for not observing the time to go back to bed, and he stood for a full night. Thinking of this, Su Haochen couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Secretly, he thought that he must find a chance to clean up that Zhang Hua for a while. The laughter of the system came from his mind, interrupting Su Haochen's thoughts. Hey, what are you laughing at? Su Haochen asked in dissatisfaction. Laughing at you, the system replied. I didn't realize that your life before was so miserable that you went to college and got punished for standing all night. Ha ha ha. The system laughed as if it couldn't be contained. If he could stretch the system out of his head, Su Haochen would not hesitate to greet her ass with a 12-way tan kick. Unfortunately, I'm hiding in your head and I can't get it out right now. Slightly, the system continued to laugh. If you can't get it out now, it means you can get it out later, right? Su Haochen asked. That's up to you. The system chuckled, then hummed daintily. Su Haochen was shocked. Having read quite a few novels, he had never heard of such a thing as the system being able to be taken out of his head. It seems that one's own experience is also very different from what is described in the novel. Host, don't think blindly, the system reminded. Want to take the system out of your head? Now you're still far from it. It's better to complete the system mission first. Maybe you can even go further than the target. Su Haochen nodded. Indeed, many things should not be thought about if they can't be thought about. Otherwise it would only add to his annoyance. And anyway, he knew that the system wouldn't harm him. Chapter 055 Advancing to become a school manager, middle. The system's last quest prompted him to befriend a great beauty like Inzero and enjoy the happiness of a man. It was a little bit of a badass thing, but it made him feel good. I wonder what kind of mission will be released this time. Su Haochen thought and communicated with the system with his mind. System, issue a new mission. Yes, master, the system responded. It seems the master can't wait to get stronger too. Su Haochen nodded. Getting stronger. Anyone would want to, especially after realizing yesterday that I'm not actually as powerful as I thought I was. More and more. He wished that he could get stronger and stronger and stand at the top of the world. Just like in the novels. The system's voice came back in his head. This time, the quest released by the system is related to the harvest that the host just signed up for the lottery. Just as Su Haochen wondered what kind of mission it was, the system voice came again. Ding! The system releases a Level B mission, leading the China Sea University of Science and Technology into the top 3 in the national rankings. System mission released. Does the host accept? Su Haochen laughed. What? A system mission can still be refused? The host can choose to refuse, but the system will not release a new quest within a month. The system responded to, as difficult as this task seems, I have no reason to refuse. Su Haochen replied, accept. Su Haochen was decisive. Ding, the host has received a Level B mission, to lead the China Sea University of Science and Technology into the top 3 in the national rankings. No time limit, no task penalties. Quest reward, 50 years of true Qi cultivation. 50 years of true Qi cultivation? Su Haochen froze. In the novels he had read before, the so-called true Qi referred to internal force, possessing 50 years of internal energy. In martial arts novels, although one could not become the best in the world, one could definitely step into the ranks of the masters. And now, even though he had the martial art of the 12 tan legs in his possession, but other than being physically stronger, he didn't feel the presence of any internal energy. There is no other reason, because in the novels, the inner strength is all about being able to hit a bull across a mountain. It seems that martial arts really do exist in this world, Su Haochen thought in his heart. That's right, host. The system sensed Su Haochen's heart and solved his confusion. The world is far more complicated than you previously thought. A lot of things people think are fictional. And that's because it's something that only belongs to a small group of people who have access to it. And with the host's abilities today, he already has the opportunity to touch these. Su Haochen nodded and didn't continue to think more. The world is a big place and there are many unknowns. Wanting to be powerful, even with the aid of the system, you can't get there in one step. Looking at Inzero, who was still asleep, Su Haochen reached out and wiped the little bit of crystalline drool that flowed out of her. Smiling with a doting face, get some rest, Su Haochen said softly, although he knew that Inzero wasn't able to hear it. But as if responding to him, Inzero murmured something softly. Twisting slightly, he fell back into a deep sleep. Su Haochen didn't hear what Inzero said, but it seemed to be the word brother. It's just dream talk. Su Haochen didn't think much of anything, helped Inzero cover the quilt properly again, and turned around to leave the room. Inside the hall, the usual neatness had been restored. Rather, Su Haochen was stunned, secretly thinking that yesterday we're drinking like that. Did everyone get up this morning so active to clean up the table? But it's good to have it already packed up after all. Su Haochen didn't think much of it and walked all the way down from upstairs. I didn't hear any movement, so I'm sure everyone has already left. Su Haochen asked in the dormitory WeChat group. The response was quickly received and everyone had left. Then the seventh man fans, sent out a voice message asking how everyone had slept last night and pronouncing the word sleep very strongly. Anyone who's been there knows what this guy is talking about. I just didn't expect a straight man of steel who had been maternally single for almost 20 years to make jokes like that. Soon there was a reaction from the group. It was a voice message from the second brother. Wu Shuang, old 7, you single dog, what qualifications do you have to ask about this? We're in class. We can't listen to the voice, don't you know? Su Haochen shook his head helplessly. You still know you're in class? Can't hear voice? Can send voice? Meanwhile, the crowd gave the middle finger to Menvenzer in the group. You, on the other hand, said that it was quite comfortable for one person to occupy a big bed. Ling Fan returned after Yu. Suhao-chan returned. It's good that everyone is safe. Let's get together next time. There are plenty of opportunities. After saying that, he circled Yu, Meng Fan Zai and Ling Fan. Said, get off early and try to come with 2 people next time. After sending it out, Suhao-chan sighed softly. The thought crossed his mind that Menvenzer didn't have a girlfriend because he was straight and couldn't talk. And of course there's the reason it's so average looking. As for Ling Fan, it should be because of the constraints at home. After all, I'm afraid that all marriages out of the big families are not free. After a brief banter in the group, Suhao-chan exited WeChat. After giving Lu Xian a call, I learned that Lu Xian was already at work, and also slightly self-condemning. He admitted his mistake to Suhao-chan. I'm sorry boss. I'm 5 minutes late today. Suhao-chan was speechless for a while, not to mention being late, even if he was absent from work for the whole day. I'm afraid Chen Yang wouldn't dare to say anything. However, Lu Xian's next words made Suhao-chan even more speechless. I know my boss won't dock my paycheck, so I've punished myself with an hour of welcoming etiquette at the door. You're sick, Suhao-chan said with a frown. He had never spoken to Lu Xian in such a tone before, but Lu Xian's actions really left him speechless. He tried to take care of Lu Xian in any way he could, trying to make her less stressed and take time out so she could study for her exams. But this girl even found her own way to work as a welcoming etiquette at the door for an hour. You're not tired, are you? If you make a mistake, you should be punished. I studied law, and it is ingrained in me to be fair and just. I can't specialize, and you can't specialize for me, Lu Xian said obstinately. Suhao-chan already didn't know what to answer, but from Lu Xian's tone, Suhao-chan knew that this sister was actually angry with him. The reason is also simple, zero chance. Coaxing girls, Suhao-chan was quite good at it. After all, he had followed Lin Mengju for 2 years as a licking dog. The status is different now. No need to lick it, but the coaxing should still be done. And for Lu Xian's current state, the best coaxing is, Sister Xin, you work very seriously. I admire that, Suhao-chan said. Looking at the time you should have finished your punishment. I'm arranging for you now, to make a profile of the first half-month's operational data and send it to me by 5 o'clock in the evening. After about 10 seconds of silence, Lu Xian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I know. I'll do it carefully. Suhao-chan had been in contact with Lu Xian for so long that he naturally understood that such a tone indicated that she had eased up quite a bit. And Lu Xian understood that Suhao-chan wanted her to stop going up to the front hall. Instead, sit in front of your computer and take an extra break. Chapter 056 Advancing to Become a School Manager, below. After chatting briefly with Lu Xian, Suhao-chan hung up the phone and came to the basement. Following the system's guidance, the system backpack was opened, picked up the 2 sports cars and put them in the parking spot. Anyway, there are 10 parking spaces in total, and there's a not-so-small empty space next to it, so I'm sure it'll fit. Even if you draw any more luxury cars in the raffle afterward, there's nothing wrong with parking them. As for those equity papers, just keep them in your backpack. There's not much point in taking them out anyway. There was also the key to Chen Tangipin, which he had entrusted to Zhang Qian to reprocess. Naturally, there's not much use for it. Just keep it in your backpack. And a helicopter. It's probably not a good idea to take this thing out, so I'll just have to commiserate about keeping it in my backpack for now. Let's let it out to see the light of day sometime. But the problem now is that Suhao-chan can't drive. Find some time to learn to drive. It occurred to Suhao-chan that now that his identity was different from before, he would definitely be busy. It's definitely inconvenient if you don't know how to drive. You can't take a cab everywhere, not to mention the drop in price. In case it's busy at times and you can't get a cab, not even an internet car, so that's not a delay. Leaving Chen Tangipin, he walked quite a distance ahead before hitting a cab. The reason is very simple. Cab drivers know that Chen Tangipin's people will not take a taxi to go out, so no one comes up to stroll around this neighborhood. At the entrance of Zhongkai Science and Technology College, Suhao-chan got off the bus after paying for it. Still, I decided to take a trip back to the dormitory first. Not that there was anything special going on, it was mostly a sentiment, and he knew that he feared he would be back less and less in the future. Better to grab some time to get together with the guys and chat or something, and see if the guys need help with any difficulties. With his current strength, it was still very easy for him to offer some help to everyone. As for whether there was anything important to take away, it wasn't in Suhao-chan's consideration at all. Living supplies and other things are available in the villa, and Zhang Qian had prepared them long ago. Even if there is something missing, just pay for it. You don't even have to go to the mall yourself. Call and explain. The property side can do it all for you completely. And the ones you can't buy, like school-issued books and whatnot. What's that? Does Suhao-chan care? Considering that I had failed 6 subjects cumulatively in the previous 2 years, I would have faced the hardship of possibly not graduating. But now, it's shaken up to become a school board member. Not only this Shanghai Science and Technology College, even Shanghai Science and Technology University is his one word. Even if he wanted to transfer his own, or even a few of his brothers in the dormitories, academic registrations to the China Sea University of Science and Technology now, he could totally do it. And he was really going to do it. Only for the time being, I'm not going to tell those few people in the dormitory yet, for fear that they won't be able to accept it for a while. However, Su Haochen had just returned to the dormitory full of joy. Pushing open the door, he saw Zhao Wenhan, Wu Shuang, and Manfan standing there in the dormitory with their heads down. In front of him was Zhang Hua, who had a face full of flesh, and was cursing with his mouth full of spittle. And the moment Su Haochen entered the door, he was saying, "How dare you stay out at night?" Su Haochen was enraged at the sound of it. "It's okay for you to target me, but because of this, you dare to embarrass my dormitory brothers. Is there a lot of sleepless nights in this dormitory? Why should it not work here in our dormitory?" Su Haochen, who was still slowly pushing the door, slammed it open with a snap. At this time, Zhang Hua, with his back to the door, was also startled, and when he turned around and saw Su Haochen, he immediately roared, "Against you, how dare you break down the door? Get the hell out of here, knock and re-enter." IQNMD'd it. Su Haochen walked forward as he spoke, and after finishing his words, he had already walked in front of Zhang Hua, obviously has been unable to suppress their own fire, was also prepared to a period of time, busy with the matter at hand and then clean up this Zhang Hua. But I didn't think that today it would run into my own hands. So Su Haochen didn't get used to it and opened his mouth to curse. Zhao Wenhan froze. Wu Shuang froze. Menvenzer froze as well. They know that Su Haochen is now rich and powerful, but this is, after all, in the school, and cannot openly scold. Although this Zhang Hua attracted hatred, he was after all the deputy director and had absolute management power over the students. After all, they were still ordinary people. Or else they should know that the sons of the gentry would not be afraid of a deputy director of a small academy? Although Su Haochen wasn't a rich kid and didn't have any family power to rely on, but he is a school manager, a presence that can have a hand in the school. This Zhang Hua, the deputy director who once made him only coy and rebellious, nowadays it was a little creep that could be crushed with his hands and his eyes. Zhang Hua also froze, unable to believe his ears. "You, what did you say? What, are you dying? Your ears don't work well anymore? Or do you especially like to hear people scold you?" Su Haochen said coldly. "Then I'll tell you again. Me, go, you, mom, of." Su Haochen said word by word, each word more amplified in volume than the previous one. Angry Zhang Hua's face turned red and he held his tongue for half a day before saying, "Su Haochen, against you, you give me." Before the words were finished, Su Haochen kicked over. Just now, Su Haochen smashed the door open and didn't close it. So, Zhang Hua's fat body was kicked straight out of the dormitory. Su Haochen's dormitory was room 105 on the first floor, directly opposite the door of room 106 on the opposite side. While the doors of the dormitory were all open inwards, Zhang Hua was kicked by Su Haochen, directly knocking open the door of 106, and fell to the ground with a thud. The three people in the dormitory stared at Su Haochen with unbelievable faces. In their impression, Su Haochen liked to dance and play ink, but not sports, and was almost handless. And what did we see today? Taking nearly 300 pounds of Zhang Hua and kicking him out and out. Su Haochen, on the other hand, didn't seem to use any force, and seemed to be that light-hearted. Could it be that all the young masters from those big families grew up practicing martial arts? The thought bubbled up in the minds of the three men in unison. The people in dorm 106 were also baffled. It was now lunch break and they were there either eating or playing on the computer or getting ready for a nap. Suddenly hearing the door slam open was a shock. Then he saw a fat object fly in, and instinctively tried to take what was in his hand and prepare for a fight. However, when they saw that it was actually Zhang Hua, they all froze, as if they had been pressed the pause button. They all stood still. Su Haochen took a few steps into room 106, and he knew all the people living here. Not in the same class, though, and not very familiar. There were even two people who were very much at odds with him. In the crowd's shocked gazes, Su Haochen grabbed Zhang Hua by the collar. Reaching out, he flung him right out of room 106. In order to prevent him from entering 105 again, Su Haochen deliberately controlled the force. Chapter 057. I do have a say in the matter, above. Su Haochen didn't stop after whirling Zhang Hua out of the dormitory, but took 2 steps into the corridor. Standing in front of Zhang Hua, he looked at him playfully. "Why, Deputy Director Zhang, don't you usually look like you have your nose in the air? Why this unlucky demeanor now? You. Zhang Hua reached out and pointed at Su Haochen, unable to speak, to his death. He could not have imagined that this normally weak and bullying student would be so bold today. What was even more unexpected was that his own body of nearly 300 pounds was defenseless in front of him. After all, although Su Haochen had a height of 185, he didn't look strong and was even slightly on the thin side. No one would have guessed he was that strong. A lot of people heard the noise and came out to watch the show, especially those in room 106, all 6 of them in the dormitory. This also included the 2 that didn't deal with Su Haochen, Wang Yu and Sun Jia. Su Haochen ignored the shock of the crowd. Anyway, there were more things that would shock everyone next, and this Zhang Hua, almost everyone annoys him. It's a way to take the heat off of everyone today, and I'm guessing everyone can thank themselves from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, this was just Su Haochen's wishful thinking. More people, while gloating over Zhang Hua's beating, felt relief in their hearts, but the way he looked at Su Haochen was like he was looking at a little cutie. After all, daring to make a move with Zhang Hua, this Su Haochen, even if he had a heavenly reason, would definitely not be able to stay in this school. Almost everyone thought so, including the 3 men in his dorm. Of course, Zhao Wenhan and the others weren't worried about Su Haochen. They already knew that Su Haochen had a great background, and even if he didn't go to university, he could certainly be very good in this life. A university like this doesn't gild the lily for Su Haochen. Zhang Hua, usually you act as a bully, but I won't tolerate you today, Su Haochen said. At the moment, he felt like a warrior who got rid of violence, so even the tone of his voice began to imitate the warriors in novels. You bully men and women and do no evil. Everyone will be punished. Today I, Su Haochen, will do justice for heaven. Originally, in the novel, when the warrior said something like this, the crowd of onlookers next to him would applaud. And today, everyone thought Su Haochen was more like a cutie. Even the 3 Zhao Wenhan secretly hid in the dormitory for fear of becoming the center of attention. But Su Haochen was immersed in his imaginary world and didn't notice the changes in the demeanor of the people around him. You, Zhang Hua covered his stomach, which was kicked raw by Su Haochen, and shivered as he pointed at Su Haochen. Just you wait, you will absolutely get out of this school. After Zhang Hua finished speaking, he stumbled out of the dormitory building, never having been in such a sorry state in his memory. Of course, what he didn't expect even more was that he was in a mess, and this was just the beginning. Listening to Zhang Hua's words, Su Haochen's mouth revealed a cold smile. Also did not catch up to kick 2 more feet. A clown only is not worth spending too much effort today to beat him up, purely for the sake of out of anger only. Indeed, you will absolutely get out of this school, Su Haochen said disdainfully, then turned around and was about to enter the dormitory. You're not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue? Su Haochen's ear came out such a sentence. No need to ask as long as, must be Wang Yu. This voice he is still very familiar. Originally, he was the one who often bullied Su Haochen, instructing Su Haochen to do this and that. The slightest thing that displeased him would be broken. Although there was no physical material injury, the verbal insults also made Su Haochen feel twice as tormented. Before, in the way of his family money, Su Haochen dared to be angry. As for today, mind your ass and don't let it deflate indiscriminately. Su Haochen turned around and disliked his sentence, eyes glaring at Wang Yu, not the least bit afraid to meet him. Even that stern gaze made Wang Yu feel a shiver. But soon Wang Yu came back to his senses and thought to himself that he had really seen a ghost to be scared by Su Haochen. Although I don't know what wind Su Haochen has drawn today, but no matter what, with that virtue of his, can he still turn the world upside down? A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Wang Yu's mouth. Su Haochen, you're suffering from some kind of mental illness. I think you're really sick. And you're talking about getting Zhang Hua out of the school. What's wrong with you calling the shots in this school? When Wang Yu finished speaking, Sun Jia, who was next to him, laughed out loud along with Wang Yu. Some of the others had already returned to the dormitory. Zhang Hua was beaten. They loved to see it. As for the internal conflicts between classmates, some of them chose to avoid it. After all, it was not good to turn towards anyone at this time. Usually live closer. 2 years of contact. Also know that Wang Yu loved to bully. However, his background was such that people dared not offend him, but they also did not care to do bullying with him, so they avoided it. Out of sight, out of mind. There were also some who loved to watch the show and didn't leave for the time being, as well as a few of Wang Yu's lapdogs, who also laughed along with them. For about half a minute, the laughter finally stopped. Su Haochen didn't interrupt them. Today, this group of jumping clowns he didn't put in his eyes at all. With just one word, this group of people would all have to get lost, and it wasn't even impossible to ruin their lives. Laughing enough? Su Haochen said as he looked at Wang Yu with disdain. You're quite right. I do have a say in this. And, not only him, but you're out of here with him. Ha ha ha. Did you guys hear that? He said for me to roll out together. Wang Yu laughed up to the sky. A few of the lapdogs followed suit and laughed as Sun Jia said, Brother Yu, this kid must be telling jokes to deliberately make our brother Yu happy. The three Zhao Wenhan came out of the dormitory with an angry look on their faces, and Zhao Wenhan opened his mouth. Wang Yu, don't think that no one dares to touch you, believe it or not we are. Today. Before Zhao Wenhan could finish, Su Haochen waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need to say any more, and Zhao Wenhan stopped. Su Haochen ignored them and turned around to enter the dormitory. With the laughter of those people and the sound of Wang Yu cursing coming from behind him, Lao San, is everything alright? Zhao Wenhan said as he followed him in and closed the door. That group of people are just like that, holding up Wang Yu's stinky feet. Don't bother with them. As for Zhang Hua, you don't need to care. With your status, it's not a good idea to stay in this school. It's just, Zhao Wenhan hesitated a bit and still couldn't say anything. I know. Su Haochen nodded. Don't worry guys, what I just said was not a gas or blowing awesome. Whether it's Zhang Hua, or Wang Yu and the others, they'll all be out of this school by 5 o'clock tonight. The three men looked at each other in disbelief while Su Haochen walked towards the door and said to Zhao Wenhan before leaving the door. Big brother, tell the others as well that there's no need to worry, and that there might be an unexpected surprise waiting for the group. After saying that, he left the dormitory, turning a deaf ear and a blind eye to the laughter and pointing that still echoed outside, and soon left the dormitory building. Chapter 058 I do have a say in the matter, below. Taking a taxi to Shanghai University of Science and Technology. In the car, Su Haochen was full of anger. After all, only 20 years old and on fire. Although in his eyes that was just a bunch of jumping clowns, but looking at them like that, and thinking about the anger he had suffered before, Su Haochen still couldn't suppress it somewhat, making up his mind, whether it was Zhang Hua, or Wang Yu's group of people, they all had to roll. In the car, Su Haochen received a call from Yin Zero and learned that Yin Zero had woken up and was heading to school. Su Haochen told her that he was now going to Shanghai University of Science and Technology himself, and the two of them arranged to have lunch together. Su Haochen told Yin Zero that he had some things to do and might be a little late. Yin Zero said it was okay, she wasn't hungry now anyway. After the two casually chatted for a few sentences, Su Haochen hung up the phone, because a call had come in twice while the two of them were on the phone. Su Haochen had just hung up when that number called again. The number wasn't familiar, but Su Haochen guessed that it would be the board of directors of the China Sea University of Science and Technology calling. Pick up the phone, the side made a self-introduction. As expected, Su Haochen is the board of directors of the current board of directors Wang Mang. It's like this Mr. Su, the other side of the phone said carefully. Since there has been a change in the largest shareholder, I should resign as president of the board of directors and then be re-elected. Wang Mang is very depressed at the moment. Originally he had 35% of the shares, a solid veto. But today, somehow, in a daze, I sold 20% and now I have only 15% left in my hand. He wondered if he was possessed. Looking at the equity transfer contract in front of him, Wang Mang knew that all this could not be undone. But once he checked the information, he realized that the first shareholder had turned out to be a person named Su Haochen, and had already occupied 75% of the shares in his hands. He naturally knew what this meant, and he is the second largest shareholder, although he only has 15% of the shares left. So he had been organizing his words, wanting to please Su Haochen as much as possible, because as long as Su Haochen didn't interfere forcibly, then this school council would still be his call. Therefore, he retreated and pretended to resign, but in his heart he was apprehensive. Through secret investigation, he was surprised to find that this Su Haochen was actually a student of the Shanghai Science and Technology Academy, and his background was simple. But he couldn't believe that Su Haochen was really as simple as what he had found out on the surface no matter what. How can such a person be simple when he can acquire 75% of the shares without his knowledge? Of course, in fact, Su Haochen didn't know that it was all the system's doing. Although Su Haochen is young and shallowly experienced, he reads a lot and secretly guards against what tricks Wang Mang will have, and said after thinking about it, okay then, you call the board. Also, try to hide the fact that I have 75% of the shares, and if you do a good job, I won't treat you badly. In order not to be stopped when entering the school gate, Su Haochen asked Wang Mang to pick him up at the gate. Yesterday came because Yin Zero drove a Rolls-Royce Divine, and the doorman did not dare to stop. But today, being a taxi driver myself and not having a student ID, I'm likely to get pulled over. If the largest shareholder in the hall is stopped at the door, it's a shame to think about it. The time was nearly 1 in the afternoon, and Su Haochen came to the board office and found that there were only 5 people sitting below. Counting Wang Mang and the two of them, this board of directors surprisingly consisted of only 7 people, but on second thought it was understood. It must be because the system had acquired all the shares of the others and naturally withdrew from the board of directors, and the remaining ones must have all taken up a small number of shares. As he was thinking, the system's voice rang in his head. Master is so smart. Indeed, the shares in the hands of these few people are not more than 2%. They don't even have a temporary proposal right? This system doesn't even bother to acquire them. Su Haochen nodded. And only those with more than 3% equity have the right to make temporary proposals. Shareholders with less than 3% of the shares basically have no additional rights other than dividends. Only when the other shareholders vote in a deadlock can they be seen to be useful. In Su Haochen's eyes, they were simply dispensable. Let me introduce you all. This is our new shareholder, Mr. Su Haochen. Wang Mang introduced himself to everyone, and then said, "Let's start the board meeting officially." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It was clear that people had not yet arrived. How could it have officially begun? Wang Mang ignored the puzzled looks of the crowd and continued. Mr. Su Haochen has become the largest shareholder on our board of directors, and according to the rules, I should resign as the president of the board of directors, and everyone should hold a new election. There's no need to re-elect. You just continue to serve. Su Haochen said. I've come today to do something else, Su Haochen said, pulling out his cell phone from his arms, before opening the memo and said, these people, tell them to get out of the school. Wang Mang was so happy to hear that Su Haochen had asked him to continue to serve as the head of the board of directors that he was grinning from ear to ear. Before he had time to show his loyalty, he was shocked by Su Haochen's words, not expecting this new major shareholder, who came up to fire people. But when he saw the list on it, he was very puzzled. A department vice chairman, and the rest were surprisingly a few students, and it was also from the Shanghai Science and Technology Academy. He didn't expect that with Su Haochen's status, he would have a general understanding with these people. But what Su Haochen says is what he says, and Wang Mang is not foolish enough to refute or question it and cut off his own future. The bottom line was that none of these people had anything to do with him, but one of the men sitting below frowned, because he saw one person in the list, the third class of the 16th grade math department of Shanghai Science and Technology College, Wang Yu, and this man, called Prince Qi, is Wang Yu's father. With a 2% shareholding, he would not have had much of a right to speak, and he was quite self-aware and hardly made any comments. But today it's about his son, so he can't keep his mouth shut. Mr. Su, you just came. You directly decided that Wang Dong continue to re-election. This point we have no opinion. After all, for Wang Dong we are also very admirable. But, Prince Qi first secretly patted Wang Mang on the back in an attempt to pull Wang Mang down to the same camp. But his first words were hardly listened to. After all, it was the but that counted. Prince Qi pondered for a moment and continued. But you're coming up here and expelling students who may have offended you for some reason. But after all, they're still young, and if you do this, you could cut off their future for the rest of their lives. So I think it's better to think about it carefully. Su Haochen didn't expect that there would be someone who would refute himself among these people sitting here who barely even had the right to speak. And he only mentioned students, not Zhanghua. So, Su Haochen cast a detection technique on Prince Qi and learned some basic information about him, and also learned that he was Wang Yu's father. No wonder that Wang Yu dared to be so arrogant in the school, and many times upward reaction is ineffective. So there is such a director father a mere 2% of the shares can make your son so arrogant at school. Chapter 059 I'm not that kind, above. The more Su Haochen thought about it, the more angry he became, and he was annoyed with these rich second-generation people from the bottom of his heart. Weekdays ganging up, not licking in front of him is going to group bullying people, relying on the family has a background, can always escape the sanctions. Su Haochen had made up his mind as early as after getting the system that he would have to teach a lesson to such a detestable rich second generation when he saw one. First it was Li Jiabao of Mingyang Hotel, then Sun Chao of Golden Resources Mansion, and now it's this Wang Yu's turn. And, of course, their hateful old man can't be spared. Your kids are out there committing crimes. Don't say you didn't know. Didn't you help wipe their asses when things got out of hand? Instead of trying to teach their kids a good lesson, they step in to smooth things over and let these dudes get worse. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't say anything, Prince Qi thought that it was his words that had worked, and couldn't help but feel smug as he continued. You see, I still have a point, don't I? You're thinking of redoing your decision, Mr. Su, aren't you? Wang Mang is like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Prince Qi, thinking, the same as the surname of Wang. How is this gap in intelligence so big? When you go out, don't say you're from the same family as me 500 years ago. I can't afford to lose face. Su Haochen nodded. Wang Mang was puzzled, but Prince Qi was happy, secretly thinking that this is just a young boy. There is no position, even coaxing and scaring, things are also done. Mine is indeed being reconsidered and has come to fruition, Su Haochen said, then reached out and pointed at Prince Qi. The result of my reconsideration is this, you get lost with the people on this list. The 2% of the shares you were holding were reclaimed by the board of directors at market price, and you're fired. You, Prince Qi reached out and pointed at Su Haochen, saying angrily, who are you to say fire me? Do you think this is your place to say what you want? There are still so many directors yet to arrive. Even if you have the most shares now, you can't say whatever you want. I really doubt how you can be a school manager with this IQ. I'm afraid your family's money doesn't come from a good path either. Su Haochen said, looked at Wang Mang, reached out and pointed at Prince Chi, and continued, give me a good look into whether this guy has any dirty hands, either in the school or in his own business, and when you find out, hand it over to the prosecuting authorities. Wang Mang nodded his head in agreement, while Prince Chi panicked. With a pretty big family business, he can't be clean. If someone at Wang Mang's level was going to decide to investigate him, it would inevitably be able to find out those dishonorable things. Mighty. Prince Chi looked at Wang Mang and stammered to say something, but was quickly interrupted by Wang Mang. You mango what mango? You stupid. Mr. Su is right. How did a stupid like you get into our school board? Wang Mang said angrily. In the past, the two of them were quite close, and this Prince Chi always surrounded him with the excuse of a family from 500 years ago. But now, this guy offended Su Haochen, so how could Wang Mang protect him? Mang, what do you mean by this? Prince Chi asked, never expecting that Wang Mang would not say a word for him. In his heart, although that surname Su accounted for the most shares, Wang Mang has been the chairman of the board of directors for so many years, and his position and power are deeply rooted. If he stepped in, he would certainly be able to fight it off. What do I mean? Wang Mang couldn't wait to kick him off and said as he reached out and pointed at his nose. Blind your eyes. Can't you see that even I have to be respectful to Mr. Su, not to mention that your shareholding is only 2%, even if it's me, Mr. Su can let me get lost with a word. The crowd froze. They knew that Wang Mang had 35% of the equity in his hand and had veto power. That is, while it's not that he can do anything he wants, he can do nothing if he doesn't want to. But I don't know why Wang Mang said such a thing today. Wang Mang looked at the expressions of the crowd and knew what they were thinking. So he continued, in my hand, I only have 15% equity now, and the other 20% has been acquired by Mr. Su. Those shareholders who didn't show up today, their shares were also acquired by Mr. Su. Now Mr. Su alone has 75% of the shares, so you can say that this place is his word. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, thinking that it was fortunate that they hadn't said anything wrong to offend Mr. Su. Prince Chi, on the other hand, was directly dumbfounded, his body trembling and shivering as he pointed at Su Haochen. No way. No how. There is absolutely no way that anyone could have more than 50% of the shares, much less make the school a one-man show. Maybe you're right, Su Haochen said, because he had already heard these explained by the system in the morning. But it's not explicit, it's just a means of checking each other, and the fact that I can own these shares today and be in charge of the whole school is naturally recognized by the law. And I also have the ability to turn this China Sea University of Science and Technology into one of the top 3 institutions in the country. The previous words shocked the crowd with Su Haochen's identity. Secretly, he wondered what kind of status would have to be present for the officials to acquiesce to such behavior. And the words that followed were exhilarating in their shock. This school is currently ranked in the top 10 and fluctuates from year to year. If we get into the top 3, then I'm afraid everyone on the board could double their income. Just as quickly as the momentary elation had passed, skepticism arose. Can this young man, who looks like he's only 20 years old, really do it? School rankings are not something you can elevate just because you have money and a background. Perhaps you guys don't believe it for now, but just wait and see, Su Haochen said, exuding a domineering aura from within. When the time comes, the members of the board of directors, they will definitely benefit in no small way, and all you have to do is to be absolutely obedient to me, or else you'll end up like him, Su Haochen said, reaching out to point at Prince Chi, causing all those present to shrink their necks. The shares they occupy are similar to Prince Chi's, some even only 1%, and they can't afford to fight against Su Haochen at all. Anyway, if you succeed, you will make money, but if you don't lose, you can't lose much. So just listen to him. He's the one who takes the blame for anything that goes wrong anyway, and there's no need for people like himself to answer to the state. Wang Mang, do what I asked for as soon as possible, Su Haochen said. Wang Mang nodded repeatedly, naturally knowing what Su Haochen was talking about. Su Haochen turned to leave. Wang Mang followed behind to escort him, and even helped Su Haochen open the door. Behind him came the screams of Prince Chi like killing a pig. Su Haochen ignored it. If he hadn't gotten the system, he would have spent the rest of his 2 years in someone else's bullying. Even the rest of his life will likely be like that. Kindness is used for good people, and as for the assholes, they don't deserve it. He did not let Wang Mang continue to send, and when he came, he already knew the way, so he left on his own, and let Wang Mang hurry to go to the office. Hearing this, Wang Mang knew that Su Haochen was definitely the kind of hot-blooded young man who would not take revenge overnight. so naturally he didn't dare to mess with it. After hastily bidding farewell to Su Haochen, he called the principal of Shanghai Science and Technology College on his way back to the board's office. Chapter 060, I'm not that kind. Middle, Su Haochen dialed In Zero's phone, and the two of them met to go to dinner together. Nor did he choose anything too upscale, and went straight to the school cafeteria. This Shanghai University of Science and Technology's cafeteria. Su Haochen has not really felt it. So look, it is really much better than Shanghai Science and Technology College. Even, the same dishes are cheaper than over there. Sure enough, good schools are treated differently. I really don't know what it's like over in Beijing at Waseda University, Tsinghua University and Qingbei University. These three colleges and universities ranked in the top 3 in the country, and from a young age Su Haochen was hesitant about which one to take when he grew up. Growing up, this nagging finally ceased to exist, and now, these 3 prestigious schools are, yet again, his goal, not to get in, but to take CST to catch up with them. What are you thinking about? In Zero saw Su Haochen froze, and without eating, she reached out and waved her hand in front of his eyes. It's nothing, Su Haochen interrupted. Thinking about teaching a few people a lesson today. It's pretty cool. In Zero looked like a curious baby, so Su Haochen told him what happened with Zhang Hua and Wang Yu when he was in the dormitory. You can really make them all roll away? In Zero was also a bit disbelieving. Although your family has a background, you should always know that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in the ground. This I certainly know. Su Haochen laughed, but just now I've met with the school board, and they've promised me that Zhang Hua and Wang Yu's group, all of them, are expelled. You were able to contact the school board. Could it be that your family is a member of the school board? In Zero asked. For a public university to have a school board, you're not surprised? Su Haochen was surprised. It was only through the system this morning that he realized that public universities originally had councils, and he didn't expect In Zero to know this. In Zero nodded. Of course I know. My father is the trustee of ZJU. Although he is not the one who has the most shares, he still has some say. Amount. This time Su Haochen was shocked. Zhejiang University, that is also the top 10 universities in the country. Having some say inside the school board is obviously not something that can be compared to the kind of goods that Prince Chi has. According to In Zero, at least the second or third shareholder. This In Zero's background once again shocked Su Haochen. If I hadn't gotten the system, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to speak to such a rich girl in my life. Then why didn't you go to Zhejiang University? Su Haochen asked. Don't want to get too close to my dad. It's annoying, In Zero said. Su Haochen also remembered the previous understanding. In Zero and the family has been contradictory, but also did not continue to rub salt in the wound. But you're also very good. To get into such a good school, that business administration of yours, it has to be more than 630 points, right? Su Haochen said. In Zero suddenly became embarrassed and said timidly, actually, I'm not that good. I only scored over 530 points in the college entrance exam, and it was actually arranged by my dad to come to this school. Su Haochen nodded without a bit of scoffing. Even with 530 points, it was still quite a bit higher than the 450 plus points he had scored back then. Who is he to laugh at people? As for enrollment through connections, that's nothing to laugh at. People have backgrounds and abilities. If they don't pave the way for their own children, should they pave the way for passers-by they don't know? Fair? Oh, there is never fairness in this world. Only profit. Suddenly remembered that Wang Yu again, with that virtue of his. I am afraid that even the Shanghai Science and Technology College is not something he can get into. It should also be that his old man Prince Chi to arrange. Just his background is not hard enough to arrange not to enter the Shanghai University of Science and Technology. Had to fall back on placement in an affiliated college, only to pick one of the best math majors. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't continue speaking, In Zero continued. You haven't answered my question. Is your family a school board member of this school? Su Haochen shook his head. My family isn't. Oh. In Zero nodded and seemed a little disappointed. Su Haochen continued. But I am. What? In Zero's mouth opened so wide that she could almost fit a light bulb in it, and even the food she had just eaten fell out. The word would was even higher than the number of decibels, but fortunately, it was already after lunchtime, and there were not many people in the cafeteria. Still, there was a flurry of eyes focused on it. Luckily there aren't many people now, Su Haochen whispered. In Zero also knew that she had lost her temper and hurriedly lowered her voice. What did you say? You said you are the school manager? Yes, you heard it right. Su Haochen nodded. The school and the academy are one school board, so now both schools are under my control. Although the two have not officially established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but yesterday have been that. Su Haochen had already acquiesced to this girlfriend in his heart, so naturally he wouldn't hide it from her. Of course, the system is still hidden. Well, you're awesome. In Zero bit her lip, her heart a little bit unfavorable. Originally as a rich girl, she had an innate pride, but in front of Su Haochen, she felt far behind him, and often gives some unexpected surprises, and God knows what else he has in his background that he hasn't accounted for. Heaven and earth. It wasn't that Su Haochen intentionally concealed it, it's just that even he himself didn't know what kind of background the system would arrange out for him, whether I'm powerful or not. Don't you know? Su Haochen said, a bad smile on his face. In-0 wasn't a little girl who didn't know anything, so she naturally knew that Su Haochen was driving. He whispered, I hate it, and an involuntary blush flashed across his face. By the way, how many shares do you have? In-0 asked again. Are you in the same camp as the board chairman Wang Meng? Su Haochen didn't think of how to answer for a moment, afraid of shocking In-0 again. In-0, on the other hand, thought that she had asked too much for Su Haochen to reveal, so she said, if it's inconvenient, you can leave it out. Su Haochen shook his head, there's nothing inconvenient. I'm just afraid of scaring you after saying it. Che, what's so scary about this? My dad has 25% of the shares in ZJU and is the second largest shareholder. You can't be more than that, In-0 said. She really had nothing to show for herself, so she had to bring out her dad, who she didn't want to talk about, to show off. In her heart, although Su Haochen had a background, it was also his family's background, and it was always impossible for him to be that strong in person. It's quite a lot. It's caught up to a third of mine, Su Haochen whispered. Cut. In-0 was a bit disdainful at first, but on second thought, Su Haochen had no reason to lie to her. If Su Haochen didn't take the initiative to tell her, I'm afraid that until she graduated, she wouldn't have bothered to find out who the trustees of the Shanghai University of Science and Technology were. And you can't find out even if you want to. The name Wang Mang was still heard from her father, who had arranged to meet her when she was enrolled in school. Chapter 061 I'm not that kind. Next, you really have 75% of the shares? In-0 stammered and asked, what's there to lie about? Su Haochen spread his hands. Alright, In-0 skimmed her lips and had nothing more to say. Already lifted dad, but still got outclassed. What else can you say? From now on, just be a good girl around others honestly. Just about to continue saying something, Su Haochen received a phone call. Looking at the caller ID, it was a bit of a surprise that it was his homeroom teacher, Mr. Lian Kai. Classroom teachers in college are not like they were in high school when they watched the students every day. College homeroom teachers sometimes may not see each other all semester, but for students like Su Haochen, who had failed 6 subjects in 2 years, the homeroom teacher would still take care of them, such as making an appointment or something. With his identity, he shouldn't be so quick to know that I'm a school manager, Su Haochen thought in his heart. I'm sure it's to tell me to study hard or ask me to come to the office to talk. Su Haochen thought and picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Lin. For this class teacher, Su Haochen was still quite respectful. He hadn't been given any special care, but it hadn't been directed at him either. Now that Su Haochen had the ability, it wouldn't be so bad to step on him, but there's no need to pull him up. Su, classmate. The voice on the phone unexpectedly stammered, surprising Su Haochen. Secretly, I thought he hadn't gotten the message already. Had he? It shouldn't be. He specifically instructed Wang Mang to keep it quiet, so Wang Mang could not possibly publicize the fact that he was a school manager, and there was even no reason to tell a small teacher alone. Teacher Lian, just say what you have to say, Su Haochen said. It is like this, Su classmate. Lian Kai hesitated for a moment and quickly returned to normal. Then the teacher will be straightforward. It might be a bit abrupt, don't mind if I do. Lian Kai being so polite made Su Haochen unable to figure it out, so he simply didn't think about it and waited for Lian Kai's next words. It's okay teacher, you said, Su Haochen said. Lian Kai's voice came from the other side of the phone. Okay, then I'll get right to the point. I heard that you had a bit of a falling out with Mr. Zhang Hua, and then, through some background, you wanted to kick him out of the school. Hearing this, a trace of coldness spread across Su Haochen's face, and he sank his voice to say, then, Mr. Lian, do you intend to plead for him, or do you want his position? Hearing Su Haochen's voice change, Lian Kai almost didn't even hold his cell phone, although Su Haochen was his student. But think about his background of being able to directly fire the deputy director of the department. Dealing with a small teacher like him, wasn't that a descending blow? Lian Kai froze halfway through my sentence and couldn't get the next word out. What's going on? It turned out that after Zhang Hua was beaten by Su Haochen, he returned to the office and sat there sulking, smoking several cigarettes in a row. After finishing his lunch, he wanted to call Lian Kai and ask him to teach Su Haochen a lesson, but before the call could be aired, he got a call from the principal telling him he was fired. He rushed to ask the principal what was going on, and the principal didn't really know, so he knew it was an order from the school board. So he told him to think about who he had offended today and that there might be room for maneuver. When Zhang Hua thought about it, he got into a conflict with that guy named Su Haochen today and suffered a loss, and said to get yourself out of school. The more Zhang Hua thought about it, the more scared he became, and although he wasn't sure, it was the most likely. Although he had offended quite a few students in the past, on this day, it was really only this Su Haochen, so he called Lian Kai's place, except that the original plan to raise hell had turned into a plea for mercy. After all, Lian Kai was Su Haochen's homeroom teacher, so he thought that the two should have a pretty good friendship and hoped to be able to help in some way. Hearing Zhang Hua finish, Lian Kai was also shocked, although it was just speculation. But what if Su Haochen really had such a skill, then getting close to him might make the road even smoother in the future. So Lian Kai put the phone to Su Haochen. He was ready to probe Su Haochen's mouth. If you can, it's better to beg Zhang Hua for mercy. After all, the two have worked together for many years, and if he could really beg for favors, it would definitely be a lot easier to find Zhang Hua to do things in the future. But if Su Haochen was determined to let Zhang Hua go, then he would go along with it and see if Su Haochen could arrange Zhang Hua's position directly to him. And if that was the case, then of course it would be good. However, if this matter had nothing to do with Su Haochen, then clashing with the deputy department head was no small matter. The lesson should still be taught, and Zhang Hua should be told quickly so that he can think in other directions. But Su Haochen came up and directly said both the paths he thought of, directly making him not know what to say. Teacher Lian, I respect you as my homeroom teacher, but I'm not that kind, Su Haochen said. You know very well what kind of goods that Zhang Hua is in the end, and how he targeted me before. I also said it clearly when you approached me for a talk. I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't blame you for not helping me or not being able to help me, but trying to plead for Zhang Hua here with me today. Mr. Lian, aren't you taking your own face too seriously? Su Haochen didn't give Lian Kai any face at all. After all, if he himself was the protagonist, then this teacher was a passerby in his eyes. Neither was he in the protagonist camp, nor did he belong to the villain, so there was no need for Su Haochen to put much thought into him at all. If he can use it for himself, he can consider giving Zhang Hua that position directly to him. For Su Haochen is just a matter of words. But now, Su Haochen still decided to reconsider. Su Haochen directly hung up the phone, and listening to the busy tone on the other side of the phone, a cold sweat broke out on Lian Kai's head, secretly thinking that Su Haochen would not retaliate because of this matter. So he started to reassure himself, it's okay, I was pretty good to him before. I didn't target him like Zhang Hua did. Right, he shouldn't retaliate against me. If there's anything wrong, go to Zhang Hua. In the middle of his mind, Zhang Hua's phone call came in again, and Lian Kai was so scared that he hurriedly hung up the phone. Joking, Su Haochen has been determined to fire Zhang Hua, this time with him have contact, that is not to find their own disease it. When Zhang Hua saw that the phone was hung up, he had a bad feeling in his heart and hurriedly called again. After calling 3 times, I realized that it wasn't hanging up, but was simply on the line. Judging by Zhang Hua's experience, Lian Kai had already blacked out his phone number. So, Zhang Hua hurriedly headed outside the office, trying to get to Lian Kai's office to see if there might still be any chance of a turnaround. But how could Lian Kai not have thought of these? And after pulling the plug on Zhang Hua's phone, he left the office in a hurry. Chapter 062, Beauty in the Poor X-rays, above. Zhang Hua's side pounced in Lian Kai's office, anxious like ants on a hot pan. Call the department chair to see if you can help. But the call on the department chair's end also indicated that it was in progress, and had, apparently, long since blackballed him. When he contacted the principal again, he was kind enough not to pull the plug on his phone, but he wasn't the least bit helpful either. Tell him that the school board side is determined to expel him and no one can protect him. So once again, Zhang Hua came to the conclusion that unless he got Su Haochen's forgiveness, his career was definitely cut short. And is it as simple as being fired? In the position of deputy director for so many years, there is no less enrichment, corruption and bribery and even buy and sell things have done. The students are treated differently, and those who don't give gifts are targeted, and Su Haochen is not one of them. Once these things come to light, I am afraid that the next thing waiting for him will be a prison sentence. Therefore, face is not important, even though he is a teacher and Su Haochen is a student. But now the situation is stronger than others and he has to bow down. Thus, Zhang Hua hurriedly ran towards Su Haochen's dormitory. Instead of seeing Su Haochen, he saw Wan Yu and his group at the entrance of the dormitory, as if they were discussing something. Each one of them was fretting, stomping their feet as they stumbled back and forth. Wan Yu also saw Zhang Hua and hurriedly ran forward in 2 steps, saying with a sobbing voice, "Director Zhang, you have to help us." In his panic, Wan Yu unexpectedly did not see that Zhang Hua was actually in a worse state than him right now. His face was pale, and there were even traces of tears that had just dried up. "What's going on with you guys?" Zhang Hua asked. Before he met Su Haochen, he still wanted to maintain the minimum poise of an assistant director in front of the other students, though he knew in his heart of hearts that this poise couldn't really be maintained for much longer. Director Zhang, just now the homeroom teacher notified me that I'd been expelled, and all these friends of mine have been given expulsion notices as well, limiting us to leaving the school today, and none of us are allowed to stay in the dormitory at night. Wang Yu became more and more anxious as he spoke and grabbed Zhang Hua's arm. Director Zhang, you must help us? You didn't receive many gifts from my father in the past. When Wang Yu said this, Zhang Hua panicked even more and hurriedly reached out to push Wang Yu away. What are you talking about? What accepting your father's gift? I've been an official for many years with both sleeves clean. How could I possibly do anything to embezzle or accept a bribe? Don't you dare to talk nonsense here. After Zhang Hua finished speaking, he was about to head towards the dormitory building. The most important thing now was to find Su Haochen. Although he also knew that the probability of finding Su Haochen in the dormitory was not high, but he could start from his roommate's side. Maintain the relationship for now and see if you can say something nice. Especially Zhao Wenhan, the two of them had a pretty good relationship on weekdays. At least Zhao Wenhan, as class president, was directly under his authority and worked under his hand. Hey, Zhang Hua, are you really planning to see death? Wang Yu was anxious and didn't call any director anymore. He directly called Zhang Hua. I used to call you director to give you face, but now instead of helping, you're trying to push yourself out of the way. How can Wang Yu give him face again? The big deal is that the fish is dead, and pull you down as well. As for Wang Yu's father, as a school board member, he would give a gift to a deputy director? This is a good explanation. After all, Wang Yu is under the direct management of Zhang Hua, although Prince Qi is a school manager, but some things are not good to directly step in. Not to mention that he couldn't say much with the small amount of shares he accounted for, so there were still some things that Zhang Hua needed to do on his behalf. As a result, the two men were in cahoots, creating Wang Yu's reputation as a bully in the math department. Originally, everything was smooth sailing, and it wouldn't be long until the department head retired, and Wang Ziki would secretly manipulate the situation and help Zhang Hua to the position of department head, and Wang Yu will stay in school as a teacher who manages student work and continues to work woefully corrupt. It was only that after all the calculations, he hadn't counted on the existence of Su Haochen, an open-minded person. If Su Haochen was here, he would definitely continue to despise Wang Yu's intelligence. Even his father as a school board member couldn't bail him out. You expected department vice chairman to bail you out? What's on your mind? Zhang Hua came to the 105 dormitory room, and Wang Yu did not follow, but just stood at the door of the dormitory building and continued to swear. And his gang of friends, they were also cursing along. Only they weren't cursing Zhang Hua, they were cursing Wang Yu. Wang Yu's number one little brother, Sun Zhe, said, "Brother Yu, we are usually the most supportive of you. We don't even say two when you say one. We do whatever you tell us to do. Now, you can't just leave us alone." Wang Yu was just upset when he heard Sun Zhe's words. He could not help but feel angry and opened his mouth to roar. "Grass, you think I don't give a about you guys? Now I can't even protect myself. How can I care about you guys? If it wasn't for you guys out there committing crimes under my banner, old me wouldn't be in this situation today." Wang Yu's words just fell. Beside the pot immediately exploded. Asterisk. Wang Yu, do you have the nerve to say that? You didn't make us do any of that. When it comes down to it, you put it all on us. What the hell do you mean we're flying your flag? Are you still a human being when you talk like that? We're so damn blind to recognize someone like you as a big brother. All of Wang Yu's juniors, the ones who usually look up to Wang Yu, were now bickering at the entrance of the dormitory building. Soon after, they moved to fight, and everyone's grievances were vented on Wang Yu's head, including the number one little brother, Sun Zhe, who also started punching and kicking Wang Yu. And all this, Su Haochen didn't know. After hanging up Lian Kai's call, he continued to chat with Yin Ziru. When he talked about firing all of Wang Yu and his group, Yin Ziru was also a bit shocked. Isn't it true that the first offender will be punished and repentance will be lenient? How come they all have to be expelled? Yin Ziru asked. Su Haochen shook his head. That group is all one and the same. There's no such thing as chief and accessory. These scumbags, it's good for the school to clean them out sooner rather than later. I'm still trying to get our school to the next level, and we can't let assholes like this ruin our reputation. This was something Su Haochen said in a grandiose manner, but in fact, firing that group of people was his selfish revenge. Those people had followed Wang Yu before, and they were bossy wherever they went, and they hadn't bullied him much. Su Haochen also knew that some of these people's families weren't rich, so if they were really expelled, I'm afraid the family would be ruined. Following Wang Yu is also nothing more than to do things for Wang Yu to figure out some favor fees. Still, Su Haochen didn't choose to be kind and forgive them. Whatever the reason, there is always a price to pay for doing something wrong, and the same goes for offending the wrong person. Before they were strong and they were on the weak side, because he didn't lean on them, Su Haochen paid the price and was bullied and targeted for 2 years. And now, with the strong and weak sides reversed, it was time for them to bear the price. Su Haochen didn't feel the slightest bit guilty that he might have ruined some people's whole lives. He was still kind, but not as saintly. Chapter 063, Beauty and the Poor X-Rays, Middle. The two of them, Su Haochen and Inziru, ate and drank enough, and looked at the time when it was already 2:30. Inziru suggested going to the mall with Su Haochen to buy some decent clothes. As far as what Su Haochen was currently wearing was concerned, it simply didn't match his stature. Su Haochen also nodded in agreement. Indeed, he had long wanted to buy a few decent clothes to wear. It's just that I've been so busy the last few days that I haven't had any time at all. It just so happens that there is some time now, and with Inziru accompanying her, it's great to go clothes shopping, and Inziru could also give him some ideas. Otherwise, with his aesthetic, I'm afraid that after buying it, he might as well wear his current outfit. Although I hadn't worn it before, I knew from reading that generally the more upscale clothes were about dressing up. Inziru drove the Rolls-Royce Divine, and Su Haochen sat on the co-pilot with some embarrassment. Once again, the idea of learning how to drive was solidified, and sitting in a woman's passenger seat didn't sound good in any way. In the car, Su Haochen received a call from Zhao Wenhan. The phone inside the stammers on, as if there is something to say cannot speak. What's wrong with you? Su Haochen asked. Zhao Wenhan on the other side of the phone stammered out the matter of Zhanghua going to the dormitory, and asked a question towards the end. Ah, Lao-san, what exactly is your status? Big brother, this is not the time to explain this, Su Haochen said. You tell Zhanghua that if he doesn't want to die too ugly, he should hurry up and turn himself in to the public security authorities before I backtrack. Give an account of the crimes committed over the years and I may be able to get away with not pursuing them in depth. Let him do a few years in jail and have a chance to get out. Otherwise, it's just not that hard to sentence him to life. This, came Zhao Wenhan's overwhelmed voice from the other side of the phone. Just relay the original message to him. Su Haochen continued. Big brother, I'm still busy here. Let's talk about it later. I said I'd give you a surprise. This is just one of them. After Su Haochen finished, he hung up the phone. Zhao Wenhan held the phone for a long time without putting it down, opening his mouth as if he was going to say something, but never slowed down. Zhao, Su, what did he say? Zhanghua stammered. In the past, in front of Zhao Wenhan and the rest of their classmates, Zhanghua had never looked like he had his nose in the air and his eyes in the sky. How had he ever stooped so low? But right now the situation was stronger than the people. Zhao Wenhan and Su Haochen were roommates, and their relationship was bound to be good. If he said a kind word, there might be some turnaround, whereas if he added some fuel to the fire, I'm afraid he'd die a much worse death. Zhao Wenhan stammered and relayed what Su Haochen said to Zhanghua, who was as if he had lost his life. After sighing heavily, he opened the door and left Zhao Wenhan's dorm room, not forgetting to say thank you to Zhao Wenhan on his way out. For no other reason than the current Zhao Wenhan, he couldn't afford to mess with him either. Even if you can't plead for mercy, even if you don't say anything and stop trying to add to it, that's still doing him a favor. At this time, in addition to the old 4 weeks Yiming just made up with his girlfriend, busy dating to go, the old 6 defined way ran to go ambiguous, that several have been in a period of time object, are too lazy to get tired of together. All of them were resting in their dormitories. And of course, there were the 2 mother fetish singles who were there playing King Pesticide. It seemed to feel like my hands were faster. Seeing this scene in front of them, they all stopped what they were doing. Wu Shuang's computer is watching his goddess Zhao Shirao's ancient divine sword. Unknowingly, half an episode has already been broadcast, but he is not aware of it. The video of the fight on Luffy's phone had looped more than 10 times, and it hadn't flipped to the next video. Instead, it gives the author a lot of traffic. For their part, Nenfans and Lingfan have been reported by their teammates. The dormitory was in disarray, both inside and outside the dormitory building, and when Zhanghua left, Yu didn't pester him any further because he was already too beaten to speak. Ignoring this side of things, Su Haochen and Inziru arrived at the Golden Source Commercial Street. The things that belonged to himself here, Su Haochen hadn't told Inziru yet, intending to find a chance to tell her today. But you can't just come up here and say that I own the street. It's suspiciously like showing off. Although Su Haochen also liked to show off now, showing off in front of Inziru really didn't mean much anymore. After all, he knew that in Inziru's heart, he had already treated him as an unattainable existence. There is a wide variety of goods available, and in addition to the towering headquarters building, the other commercial buildings are also very prosperous. Although it was said that this place belonged to Su Haochen, other than the headquarters building, Su Haochen had never been there at all, and was not as familiar as Inziru. Thus, Inziru, who had just finished working as a driver, acted as a guide again, taking Su Haochen on all kinds of skips. The time has come to 4:30 p.m. I say big sister, We've been sneaking around for 2 hours. At least enter a store to try. What exactly are we shopping for? Su Haochen asked tiredly. Sparing his physical fitness, he couldn't stand strolling around like this, but Inziru seemed as if nothing had happened, still in high spirits and seemed to be strolling through the entire street. Thinking of this, Su Haochen couldn't help but fight a cold war, and the 2 hours were probably just a quarter of the way through the stroll. If all stroll through, get a few points not to mention. I'm afraid he will never be able to use the 12 ways of tan leg again. Why do you ask? Crippled leg. I forgot where the House of the Sea King is. Inziru scratched her head, embarrassed. The House of the Sea King? What kind of name is that? Su Haochen froze for a moment. Never heard of it before. This name was given. It was so high-end, and it was very meaningful and thought-provoking. International clothing big brand, only one in this street. I remember it is in this block. Inziru held her head with her fingers, as if she was trying to remember. I think that one is just fine. Su Haochen casually pointed at a clothing store not far away. It looks like the store is huge, and judging by the garments hanging, there are all kinds of clothes. It's just that for some reason, there are sheets and covers for sale. Inziru looked in the direction of Su Haochen's finger and said with a speechless face, Big brother, that's the laundromat. Won't you look at the sign? Amount. 3 black lines flooded Su Haochen's head. Indeed, he didn't read the sign. That one is always not a laundromat. Su Haochen pointed to another one, and this time he learned to be smart and looked at the sign before speaking. That sells clothes instead. Inziru looked at it and said, But, alright, don't but it, just go there. Before Inziru could finish, she was interrupted by Su Haochen. Taking her small hand, he headed for the clothing store. Really not wanting to shop, Inziru was pulled by her small hand and forgot to resist. In fact, she wanted to tell Su Haochen that she knew about that store, and although the stuff inside was good, the owner of that shop had a reputation for looking down on people. Walking in there with his groundhog's clothes would likely be unpopular. Chapter 064, Beauty and the Poor X-Rays. Next, Su Haochen pulled Inziru into this clothing store called Top Quality Closet. This name is quite grounded, simple with a hint of high tone, and Su Haochen, who is well versed in literature, liked it at a glance. Su Haochen was holding Inziru, so he took a step ahead of her. There was no warm welcome as expected, but after Inziru entered the store, she noticed the eyes of the woman standing in front of the counter light up. Su Haochen understood at once. Inziru was covered in famous brands, so she naturally received a lot of attention. Look at yourself in that. And no wonder, this clothing store is quite high-end. People have their pride. On his own turf, Su Haochen was also too lazy to make trouble. As long as he didn't do too much, just get over it. Seeing Su Haochen's indifferent face, Inziru was a bit disappointed. Originally, he didn't tell Su Haochen about the owner of this store, but also wanted to see Su Haochen's face when he got angry and hid his face. Perhaps even the arrangement of heaven to comply with the expectations of the beauty. Today Su Haochen is destined to make a mess. Pretty girl, this girl, you have to keep your eyes open. The woman behind the counter stepped out, talking as she walked. There are some men who look decent, but they are poor zers at first glance, and following a man like that will not only fail to take care of you, but will also cost you money. The more Su Haochen listens, the tighter his brows wrinkle. I don't want to make trouble on my own turf. You have to force me right. Although Inziru wanted to see Su Haochen make a big fuss, looking at Su Haochen's appearance, it seemed like he didn't want to make trouble. But she, Inziru, wasn't a vegetarian either, insulting the male god in her heart to her face. Inziru was also furious. Hello, you are the boss here, right? Inziru asked. She had long heard that the boss of this place looked at people, and it was true to her name. That's right, I'm the owner of this store. My name is Fang Yuan. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, heavily made up, and looked bewitching. As for how it was after removing the makeup, it was hard to say. Fang Yuan said while taking out a business card and handing it to Inziru. This pretty sister, this is my business card. Phone number and WeChat number are the same. If there is a need, I can arrange for delivery. Inziru glanced at Su Haochen and saw that Su Haochen turned around and sat on the sofa, all indifferent. In fact, Su Haochen was really tired. After all, after strolling around for such a long time, even with his overly strong physique, he could not stand it a bit. It's my boyfriend who came today to pick out his clothes, Inziru said. Although the two have not formally confessed their love for each other, they have both recognized each other in their hearts. And what should have happened has happened. Su Haochen didn't resist Inziru calling herself his girlfriend anymore. I said sister, not sister, said you. Fang Yuan was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Inziru. Usually the words that follow not that I'm talking about you are definitely going to be about you. So I think you'd better find out what clothes suit him. Those so-called words for my own good are best left unsaid, and I'm afraid it's not something you can afford to do if you piss him off. Inziru said calmly. She also spoke kindly, and seeing that Su Haochen didn't want to make a scene, there was no need for her to arch the fire further. But what she said was really from the heart. With her understanding of Su Haochen, such a small clothing store, he wanted to clean up. It wouldn't take too much effort. Just need to find a way to contact the executives on King Street. Of course, this was only what Ian Zero had in mind. In fact, where did Su Haochen need to contact any of the higher-ups of Golden Resources Street? Was there any higher layer than him? Just as Fang Yuan wanted to say something, she saw Su Haochen leaning on the sofa and making a phone call, the content of which was also very simple. I'm at the upper wardrobe on Kingston Street. Yes, the clothing store. No need for all that politeness. You come here now. I don't know the way to go. Look it up yourself. You need me to do that for you? That's it. You have 5 minutes. Without knowing who was on the other side of the phone, he saw Su Haochen finish and put the phone in his pocket, lifting her eyelids and glancing at Fang Yuan. She didn't bother with her and rushed to Inziru. Tired of shopping? Come over and sit for a while. Fang Yuan felt Su Haochen's contemptuous eyes and couldn't help but say angrily, you poor ex-silk. You get up. My sofa is leather. Can you afford to pay for it if you sit on it? Su Haochen said with a disdainful smile. I don't know if the couch is leather, but you're leather. I was in a good mood today. I didn't want to make trouble here. You had to mess with me. It has to be a big show of facepalming. Tell me about you. After a moment of silence, Su Haochen continued. What's that saying about that Yen Xuanying from that what's-his-name TV show? Ah yes, how should someone like you change? You, what do you mean? Fang Yuan pointed at Su Haochen and questioned. Look at you. You can't even understand this. Su Haochen shook his head as if he had a look of disappointment. People say that ugly people need to read more. Look at you. Ugly and uneducated. IQ and EQ are not online. What do you think supports you to have the courage to live to such an old age? Su Haochen originally wasn't very talkative, and that was because he was poor and carried an inferiority complex in his bones. And now that the system was in place, although Su Haochen didn't say that he was blind to everything, he was also very confident. Su Haochen, who loved literature and was well read in poetry, would not be weak in verbal exchanges? Just like that, she disliked Fang Yuan so much that she couldn't say a word. Ian Zero laughed from the side, having never seen such a side of Su Haochen, cursing without a dirty word, infuriating people to the point of anger, but they themselves are expressionless and look relaxed and at ease. You get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll call security. Fang Yuan shouted at Su Haochen. Cursing is not able to curse. Fight certainly also cannot fight. After all, she is a female stream, can only take to call the security guard to threaten. Su Haochen took out his cell phone and looked at the time. Don't be anxious. Wait for another 3 minutes. Maybe you'll have a surprise. Fang Yuan didn't know what Su Haochen was talking about, and in her rage, she couldn't wait for another 3 minutes and directly shouted out, come on man. Security. Someone come quickly. There's a troublemaker here. Blow him out. Fang Yuan shouted. 3 men in security uniforms arrived at the sound, and Su Haochen nodded. The security of the mall was not bad. As the owner, he was satisfied, only that the quality of the merchants really needed to be upgraded. Today, he was bound to make an example of him. Sister Hope, what is it? The security guard standing in the center asked, looking like a squad leader. Throw that man out. Fang Yuan said furiously, hating the fact that the next second Su Haochen was thrown out onto the ground. That security guard was a little hesitant. Also let Su Haochen secretly nodded. It seems that the security guards here not only work in place, but quality is also relatively high. Will not indiscriminately make a move. What are you waiting for? Fang Yuan continued to shout. What's the point of having you at the mall? If you can't throw him out, what's the point of having you at the mall? Chapter 065, Choices are for children, above. Sister Hope, but they're just sitting there. They haven't done anything. We can't just kick them out. The security guard in the center opened his mouth. I said, it's not kicked out. It's thrown out. Fang Yuan said aggressively. The mall hired you to protect us, the merchants, to do our jobs for us. If you don't listen to us, then skin this body. Sister Yuan, we are responsible for defending the peace of the mall, not only to the merchants, but also to the guests. The security guard said in an unassuming manner. Now I don't see that guest as a threat to your safety. So, pardon the pun, we'll guard the door, and if your safety is truly threatened, we'll be the first to rush in. After saying that, he turned around and walked out with the 2 security guards beside him. His movements were clean and sharp, and it was obvious that he had received professional training. You, Fang Yuan pointed at the security guard who had already gone out the door and held her tongue. It seems like there are still more people who know what they're doing, and this Jinyuan Mall, it really deserves to be the busiest shopping street in Shanghai, Su Haochen said with a smile, standing up as he spoke. The time is almost here, and the surprise that belongs to you. is coming, looking forward to it? Su Haochen laughed loudly and stepped out of the door. The 3 security guards were really standing at the door, not looking at each other. Fang Yuan chased after her and was about to swear, but someone who shocked her appeared in her line of sight. Yang Dong, the general manager of the Golden Resources Business Street and the general manager of the Golden Resources Mansion. Aside from the never-secretive owner, he's just talking the talk around here. You can just give people a couple years rent-free when you're happy, and you can get the hell out of there when you're not. If you get any more pissed off, you won't even get your rent back. So go ahead and sue wherever you like. Just as she was about to step forward and offer her compliments, something happened that shocked her even more. Yang Dong ran to Su Haochen in 3 steps. Old Mr. Su, I have missed the welcome. Forgive me. Originally, he wanted to call the boss, but when he saw Su Haochen's eyes, he hastily changed his words. But to the ears of others, it is called Old Mr. Su. Zero looked at Su Haochen with a puzzled face, secretly thinking that this guy wouldn't be a resident uncle or old grandfather. Then he shook his head and wondered how his mind had taken such a flying leap. Fang Yuan, who also heard it, wondered what Mr. Su meant, but shock and fear soon replaced doubt. Mr. Su, I wonder what happened here. It made you call me here with such annoyance. Yang Dong looked calm, but his actual voice had trembled. Secretly thought that this Su boss came twice. Last time has been made very unhappy. This time if he is again to provoke him, I am afraid that this general manager also to do the head. Thinking of this, the eyes that looked at Fang Yuan couldn't help but glaze over. Frightened, Fang Yuan hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to meet Yang Dong's eyes. It's actually a trivial matter, Su Haochen said casually. It's common for stores to bully their customers and have suspicions of being poor and rich, and I wasn't going to pursue this. But if we go too far, or even have out-and-out ridicule and insults, then we are tarnishing our reputation. I'm the one who's here today. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid you'd lose a lot of customers. After all, good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. Don't you think, General Manager Yang? Su Haochen spoke plainly and didn't say what exactly happened today, but with Yang Dong's intelligence, how could he not think of it? You are really bold enough. Mr. Su is our most honored client. You also dare to offend. Yang Dong didn't think of what status to put on Su Haochen at once, so he had to say that he was the most honored client. Yes, I'm sorry Mr. Yang, I didn't mean it. Fang Yuan cried out in fear and ran to Yang Dong's side, pulling Yang Dong's sleeve and shaking it vigorously, as if she was pampering herself. However, the good-looking one is called pampered, and the one she has is called disgusting. Yang Dong frowned straight away. If Su Haochen wasn't here, he would have kicked his foot straight over. But now he didn't want to show his violent side in front of his boss for fear of leaving a bad impression in Su Haochen's mind. So all that could be said was, it's not like I'm the one you've offended. Go apologize to the person you should be apologizing to. Fang Yuan just thought that Yang Dong had a soft heart and showed her a way out. How could he not think that Yang Dong was disgusted and wanted to get rid of it in a hurry? So he handed over the decision to Su Haochen in a smooth manner. Su Haochen didn't think much about it and directly waved his hand. Come on, you don't have to apologize to me either. Then like Yang Dong, he said, Mr. Yang, how about lending a hand? Yang Dong hurriedly nodded. Good, Mr. Su please, Yang Dong said, hastily bending down to make a please gesture. Since it didn't cause much of a commotion, not too many people came over to watch, but a few waitresses at Fang Yuan's store looked on. They were shocked and wondered who this Mr. Su was that he could make General Manager Yang stoop so low. Although Zero was also unsure, she had already gotten used to it, and I'm afraid she wouldn't find it strange if any more strange things happened to Su Haochen. In another place where there was no one, Su Haochen looked at Yang Dong, straight to the point that Yang Dong's brain was numb. Su, no, boss. No one was next to him. Yang Dong was still addressed as boss. Today's matter, it is indeed my management that is not in place. I will definitely tighten my management after I go back. How that person is to be disposed of, please also show me, Su Haochen said. I don't think it's the first time she's done something like this today, so why the delay in remediation? Yang Dong said with a sigh. There are so many merchants in the mall. I really can't have jurisdiction over them all. It's my fault. This person, I don't even know her name. Su Haochen nodded, then said, it's not your fault. It's just that, since we found out about the problem today, it's better to deal with it as early as possible. It's not just about dealing with this person, it's about governing this kind of thing. Yang Dong hurriedly nodded and voted, and just as Su Haochen was about to leave, Yang Dong added, Boss, you asked me the day before yesterday to arrange for a private secretary for you, and I've pretty much done that. There are now 3 people who have made it to the final session, and you're looking at their information. Yang Dong said, opened his cell phone and pulled up a page. then handed it over to Su Haochen. Su Haochen took the phone and flipped through it. A smile appeared on his face, then returned the phone to Yang Dong and praised. Good job. Yang Dong hurriedly compensated with a smile. Working for the boss, it's only natural. Then boss, when do you think you will personally give them a final interview? Su Haochen smiled faintly and said, children only make choices, and I, an adult. Su Haochen turned around and left after he finished speaking, leaving Yang Dong frozen there for a long time before he came to his senses. Dark thought, it seems like whoever accused me of overthinking it in the first place, did I really overthink it? Of course, he didn't dare to say this, and could only follow Su Haochen out. What met his eyes was that Fang Yuan was kneeling in front of Su Haochen and Inziru. Chapter 066 Choices are for children. Below, Fang Yuan knelt in front of Su Haochen, hugging Su Haochen's thigh and not letting go, crying about how miserable her life was. Husband cheated on her, left home, brought up her new elementary school child by herself. Her father was hospitalized, and she had to juggle her in-laws and her mother-in-law, who was also in poor health. The whole family is counting on their store to survive, and without it, I'm afraid they won't be able to survive much longer. Su Haochen's heart was also a bit moved. If not, even if she was a woman, Su Haochen would have definitely kicked her over. You can't walk away by hugging your thigh? Just kidding. Don't even look at what martial arts Su Haochen is using. Brother Haochen. Inziru opened her mouth. But it's just some snobbery, and it's not a heinous crime, or else, forget it. Su Haochen sighed softly, looking at Fang Yuan with genuine affection, not like there was a false element. Of course, if it's really a performance, then the Oscars really do owe her a small gold medal, and she admits to being cheated. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't say anything, Inziru continued. Actually, the clothes inside this store are really quite good. I have heard my friend mention it before and know this store quite well. Oh, Su Haochen looked at Inziru. Then you should also know the owner of this store very well. Why didn't you tell me before I went in? Inziru was a bit vain. She couldn't say that I just want to see you pretend to be a pig and hit the boss in the face. Thinking about it, a sudden inspiration came and said, it's not because you dragged me so fast that you went in before I had a chance to say anything. Well, Su Haochen's face was filled with black lines. Dumping is really a woman's prerogative. Whatever wrong was done, dump the blame on the man and be done with it. Looking at Fang Yuan, whose makeup was all cried out in front of her, Su Haochen really couldn't bear it either and said, for the sake of my girlfriend today, I won't bother with you. I hope you remember today's lesson. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Fang Yuan said, kowtowing with a thud, not caring that there were people watching. It was true that no one had crowded around before. They were all busy with their own things, but from the time she knelt in front of Su Haochen, there were people who crowded around one after another. Inziru raised her hand to help Fang Yuan up and said, but today's matter can't just go away. When Inziru's words came out, Su Haochen looked at her in puzzlement and thought darkly, you're the one who talked me into letting her go, so why are you getting all worked up when I put out the fire? Su Yuan's heart, which had been lowered, also hung in the air again. Inziru continued, I originally came here to buy clothes for Brother Haochen today. Why don't we just do this? We'll pick out a few pieces of clothing and put them on your tab, just as an atonement for Brother Haochen. Deadly sins can be waived, but living sins cannot be avoided, though not to the extent of beating people to death with a rod. But having insulted Su Haochen, Inziru didn't intend to let her get through it so easily. Good. Fang Yuan nodded her head hastily. Su Haochen didn't say anything. Inziru's arrangement was not bad, saving him a fortune. Although he said he didn't care about this amount of money, but who would mind their money? Yang Dong watched from afar from the sidelines mixed in with the onlookers, and when he saw that everything was settled, he drilled out, you brat, you're good at hiding from the purity. Su Haochen blankly glanced at Yang Dong. Yang Dong scratched his head in embarrassment. No, this is not giving you the right to dispose of it. Su Haochen nodded. Although Yang Dong was treacherous, he belonged to the available type, and the mall needed this type of talent. After chatting briefly with Yang Dong again, Inziru walked out with a large stack. There were 20 to 30 pieces, inside and out, top to bottom. Fang Yuan had a moment of physical pain, but she didn't dare say anything. Brother Haochen, Inziru said, look at these. I think they are quite suitable for you. The sizes are all 185. Just right for you. Why don't you pick them again? Hearing Inziru say that she would let Su Haochen pick, instead of taking it all, Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Su Haochen laughed. Only children make choices. I'm an adult. Yang Dong forced himself to hold back before he didn't burst out laughing, and Inziru also understood Su Haochen's meaning after freezing for 2 seconds. Once again, Fang Yuan's flesh ached, and the ups and downs of the plot made her heart feel a bit unbearable. Secretly, he thought that today would be a breakthrough. After all, He had offended someone he couldn't afford to mess with, so he should pay a price. Only since then she could have learned her lesson, and the reputation of the upper wardrobe grew, but of course, that was all an afterthought. Actually, you'll look better with light makeup, at least many times better than now. Suhachan left this sentence and left with Inziru. Yang Dong sent Suhachan all the way out of Jinyuan Street. Originally, Yang Dong wanted to invite Suhachan and Inziru for dinner, but Suhachan refused, offering to drive them. Suhachan also refused. After all, Inziru came by car. Brother Houchan, where are we going? Inziru asked just as she got into the car. It's already more than 6 o'clock, Suhachan said, tossing around for so long to buy a dress. Forget it, why don't we just go home? Hearing Suhachan say go home, Inziru couldn't help but blush and gently nodded. In the car, Inziru asked Suhachan why Yang Dong was so polite to him. Suhachan didn't hide it and told Inziru that Jinyuan Street originally belonged to him. Although Inziru was said to be mentally prepared enough, when she heard this news, she still almost crashed her car into the barrier in the middle of the road. You're awesome. Inziru half-heartedly stifled these 3 words. Amount. Suhachan didn't know what to say either. Maybe both of them were tired, and they didn't talk too much on the way. They just had a word about what was going on around them. The two returned home and lay on the bed for a while, since they were both tired from shopping and nothing juvenile happened. Around 9 in the evening, the two woke up in a daze, and Inziru expressed that she was a bit hungry. Suhachan also felt his stomach protesting, although the lunch meal was late, but after all, so much time had passed. It's almost 9 o'clock and it's time to eat something. Order takeout or go out to eat? Inziru asked. Subconsciously, she liked to listen to Suhachan in everything. Go out and eat, Suhachan said. It's not good for young people to always stay at home. If this was heard by Suhachan's roommate, I'm afraid he would spit out a mouthful of water with laughter. Is this your old man's line? Got the wrong script. Suhachan was not familiar with this neighborhood, but Inziru was more familiar and gave recommendations for a few that she thought were more delicious. In the end, Suhachan chose a barbecue restaurant. Among the many high-spending restaurants around Chentangipin, this barbecue restaurant is considered to be more affordable. Suhachan didn't plan to eat too much at night, nor did he plan to eat too well, so he chose the barbecue that he had always preferred. In the past, eating barbecue was all about a few brothers eating and drinking, but today it was with Inziru alone. I'm sure the wine won't be necessary. After all, I just drank quite a bit yesterday. Chapter 067, Goodbye Lin Mengju, above. Just cross the road. Let's go. Suhachan pulled this Inziru's hand and prepared to cross the road. Red light. Wait a while, Inziru said, not following Suhachan forward. There's no car here either. Suhachan was surprised, but seeing that Inziru had no intention of moving forward, he could only stop and wait for the red light together. The green light came on before the two passed across the street. Suhachan teased, I didn't expect you to follow traffic rules so well. A hint of despondency flashed on Inziru's face. Only Suhachan didn't see it. Old Six Barbecue, a good grounded name, and the consumption is also very commonplace. Normally Inziru would not choose this level of restaurant, but before just arrived in Shanghai, ready to eat all the restaurants around the Chentangipin, also came once. It tasted pretty good, so I recommended it to Suhachan. The store is plainly decorated, not luxurious but clean, giving a feeling of relaxation. The two people chose a private room, not that they were self-possessed, but mainly because it was quiet in the room and convenient for the two people to talk. Otherwise let outsiders see two people love each other, always still a little shy. The two made small talk and started with some drinks. Sure enough, there is no point of alcohol. The day before the drink are also quite difficult to drink, but Suhachan joked about penetrating a little. Inziru looked at him with a baffled face, not understanding what it meant. Suhachan, as a native of the Northeast, could naturally say the word through and through, and Inziru was from the South. Can have that kind of alcohol is already very difficult, for the Northeast of the wine culture, or not have an in-depth understanding. Suhachan smiled and gave a lecture on the drinking situation over in his hometown. Inziru listened with fascination and then asked, then if you bring that Lu Xin sister of yours to your house, I guess she can only sit at a table with the kids. Suhachan's face was full of black lines. Chatting well, had to mention what Lu Xin was doing. Looking at Inziru's expectant expression, Suhachan responded, why would I take her home? Bring her home, or you should be able to handle a long time with this amount of alcohol, even at our place. Listening to Suhachan's words, Inziru was still quite flattered. She just didn't know how much of it was sincere. In fact, Suhachan is really quite entangled. After all, to Lu Xin, has been more than 2 years of accumulated feelings, and Inziru was just getting to know each other, so I can't say I have any feelings. Just because the people to that, also cannot pull that ruthless so the default Inziru girlfriend identity. Although In-zero didn't know Su Haochen's thoughts, she could probably guess some of them, and she didn't have any delusions about being able to monopolize Su Haochen all by herself. Brother Haochen, In-zero said as if she had made up her mind. I know you have feelings for Liu Xian as well. In fact, I don't exclude you guys from being together as well. Oh, Su Haochen nodded, then reacted as if something was wrong and froze, looking at In-zero. What did you say? I don't think I heard you. Cut. In-zero rolled her eyes. What didn't you hear clearly? It should be that the happiness came too suddenly. Not ready for a while. It seems to be true. Su Haochen also did not expect In-zero will suddenly say such words. Girls should not be pursued single-mindedly. Love is the only love. Well, turning to think about In-zero's origin, he also roughly understood, although he had not experienced it, but it was written in the novel. What good man doesn't already have a few female companions around him, all studly types? Originally, Su Haochen also disdained it, thinking that love should be single-minded, but that was purely what he thought when he was a poor ex-silk. Now with the system, after getting stronger and stronger, he also began to fantasize about living that kind of life of left and right. In-zero and Liu Xian, if they could have one on each side, they would really be a couple who could not enjoy life to the fullest. Su Haochen thought in his heart, almost not unconsciously happy. In-zero looked at Su Haochen's expression and took out her chopsticks and knocked twice on the cup. Su Haochen slowed down and looked at In-zero's angry expression, scratching his head in embarrassment, looking so cute and funny. I was used to seeing this as a child, and had disdained it, but after I met you, I realized that it was as if all my principles were gone. In-zero said, now it's just that you're asking me to be the little one. I shouldn't refuse. Making such a beautiful rich girl a concubine? I'm afraid no one dares to think about this kind of thing. However, if you really have 3 wives and 4 concubines in the future, then you really have to rank a size. According to what rank? Thinking of this, Su Haochen couldn't help but shake his head, secretly wondering what he was pondering here. What on the 3 wives and 4 concubines? That thing away from their own far well. People Liu Xian willing or not still to say it. Although she could feel Liu Xian's affection, it was still uncertain whether this affection could make her give up her bottom line and willingly share a husband with 2 or even more women. Liu Xian wasn't some big lady, and hadn't grown up with that kind of experience, so she must be a very traditional person, as could be seen from her behavior last night. At least in the immediate future, it is better to grasp In-zero first. The book said that we should cherish the person in front of us. Just as Su Haochen was rambling, he heard a familiar voice coming from the doorway, and it was so familiar that it almost made him excited to open the door to the booth. What's wrong? In-zero asked curiously when she saw Su Haochen's stupidity and strong suppression. Injustice, Su Haochen said in a low voice, making In-zero uncertain. What do you mean? In-zero asked. Just now, I heard Lin Mengzhu's voice. It should be her who also came, and not surprisingly, it should be that Wang Jiaqi who followed along, Su Haochen said. Wang Jiaqi? In-zero asked. The one I beat up yesterday? Su Haochen nodded. Lin Mengzhu doesn't have too many friends around her. She's proud of her character. That Wang Jiaqi is also considered a beautiful woman, barely able to stand by her side. That's why the two have become bosom friends. Should we go out and say hello? In-zero asked. In fact, in her heart, she very much didn't want Su Haochen to go out, and even didn't want Su Haochen to meet Lin Mengzhu. It wasn't that he was worried about rekindling old feelings, he was just worried that Su Haochen's mood, which had just gotten better, would be ruined again. No need. They're heading this way. No surprise they should be right next to our private room, Su Haochen said. Your hearing is so sensitive? In-zero was surprised. Oh yeah, you seem to know martial arts as well. In-zero thought of when she had just met Su Haochen, the way Su Haochen looked when he kicked that security chief. Su Haochen didn't respond, and only said, you'll have to be aggravated for a bit in a while. Speak a bit less loudly. In-zero nodded, her small mouth unconsciously pouting. Indeed, this made her very aggravated, though she wanted to ask Su Haochen why she didn't dare to face it and why she eavesdropped. But in fact, the heart is still very understandable. Men in the face of ex-girlfriends, there are always a few points in the heart cannot be cut off, despite having a new girlfriend. As expected by Su Haochen, the box Lin Mengzhu looked for was right next to Su Haochen's, and as she got closer, In-zero also heard it clearly. You guys are really destined for each other, In-zero said. Only, her voice changed slightly. Su Haochen was surprised for a moment, and In-zero continued. Wouldn't that be fine? I don't know if you have this skill. Chapter 068, Goodbye Lin Mengzhu. Next, Su Haochen nodded. Although he couldn't apply himself as freely as In-zero, but he could still do it by slightly changing the timbre. Those who were unfamiliar with it would definitely not be able to distinguish it. As for Lin Mengzhu, although she was familiar with it, she would definitely not be able to imagine that she was here. However, Su Haochen and In-zero didn't talk much about anything, and during the entire meal, They were almost listening to Lin Mengzhu and her companion talking. As for that companion, as expected of Su Haochen, it was none other than Wang Jiechi. From their conversation, Su Haochen learned that Lin Mengzhu was preparing to buy a house in Chengtangipin. I wanted to buy Area A, but I didn't realize that Area A had been allotted to a rich man. Negotiate with the property side asked if you can transfer out a villa, willing to pay more money, but the property said the owner has been clear, only rent and not sell. Originally, Lin Mengzhu bought it because she wanted to live with Wang Jiechi. In what Su Haochen thought in his mind, this Wang Jiechi appeared to be Lin Mengzhu's sister and bosom friend, but when she really lived together, I'm afraid she would assume the role of a maid. The two are in the neighborhood today to take a look around, check out Chengtangipin, and then explore whether they should rent in the A or buy in the B area. Su Haochen was quite strange. He didn't know much about Lin Mengzhu's family at all. The two had been together for 2 years and had never mentioned it to him, but looking at her usual dress, she didn't look like a child of a rich family, or she wouldn't be so greedy for money. How can you have money to buy a house in Chengtangipin and have to pay more for a house in Zone A? Zero sensed that Su Haochen was a bit distracted and gently pulled his sleeve, saying, "Why don't we go? We should be full." Su Haochen came back to his senses, but realized that he didn't even remember how much he had eaten. Seeing the skewers of meat in front of him, he couldn't help but freeze. This is all I eat? The words came out in a hurry and I forgot to change my voice. You think so? Zero looked at Su Haochen's appearance and couldn't help but laugh out loud at this statement, and she forgot to change her voice. Both of them reacted, slightly embarrassed, and Su Haochen said, "Let's go." Zero nodded, and the two left the private room to go to the bar to settle the bill, and on the way Zero asked, "Are you that afraid that she will find you?" Su Haochen subconsciously shook his head and thought of a fairly reasonable explanation. It was awkward to meet. Zero rolled her eyes, secretly thought, "Feel embarrassed you will not directly pack up and leave it. Why still eavesdrop there?" Really? But Zero was now very tolerant of Su Haochen, and this point could still be tolerated. Consoling myself, I have many times the number of ex-boyfriends as he has ex-girlfriends, and I'm not going to be jealous. Just as Su Haochen was about to walk to the bar, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the doorway. Su Haochen frowned slightly and subconsciously turned to protect Zero. Just then, a sudden change occurred, and with a loud bang, the door was shattered hard. Amidst the terrified screams of the crowd in the hall, a dozen big men with big waists appeared at the door. Each had a knife in his hand, and the leader of the group, a gun in his hand. The muzzle of the gun is shiny and you can tell it's not a fake at first glance. Zero was originally startled by Su Haochen, but now, she felt warm inside. It turns out that he subconsciously wanted to protect me, so it seems that I'm still very important in his heart. These guys at the door, I don't need to tell you they're robbers. Only Su Haochen was a bit puzzled. How could he step on the spot before robbing? This store was the cheapest in the entire area, and it was not the best choice for a robbery, either in terms of the merchant's profit or the customer base that consumed it. Why did you choose this place? There must be a demon when things go wrong. Su Haochen decided to keep quiet for now and wait. Everyone crouched down. The bandit in the lead raised his gun and swept it in front of the crowd. Many of the frightened people screamed in haste, but crouched down very obediently. Su Haochen supported Zero and also slowly squatted by the bar. It wasn't that he was afraid. With his and Zero's skill, it was almost impossible to be hurt if they wanted to escape. But with so many people here, in case the thugs are enraged and deranged, it's not what Su Haochen wants to see. Zero leaned her head against Su Haochen's embrace and adjusted a relatively more comfortable position. After all, squatting was really uncomfortable for her in heels. Su Haochen also felt it, so he reached out and wrapped his hand around Zero, letting her lean on him as much as possible. 6 men stood guard outside the door. 2 went over to threaten the owner, and 3 went over to demand money from the guests in the hall one by one. Unsurprisingly, it would be these 3 people who would entertain Su Haochen and Zero in a while. The bandit leader led his 2 minions straight towards the private room. Su Haochen secretly thought that this guy was quite brainy, knowing that the people in the box should have a lot of money, so he went to ask for it himself. But unexpectedly, they walked straight to Lin Mengzhu's private room. The private room Su Haochen chose was already relatively inward. Lin Mengzhu's was even more inward than theirs, and there were several more private rooms outside. That bandit leader didn't even go in, but went straight to Lin Mengzhu's private room. Of course, some of those in the private room who came out to see what had happened were driven into the hall by the bandit leader's 2 minions. Originally, the only ones who weren't in their seats in the hall were Su Haochen and Zero, the 2 who were ready to pay the bill. But now there were several more. But Su Haochen wasn't in the mood to look at these people right now, with a pair of eyes firmly fixed on that bandit leader. Sneak up a couple pairs of chopsticks that were sitting in a frame by the bar when the group wasn't looking. In a moment, once they start fighting, the close ones can be solved with fists and feet, and the long-distance ones will rely on these pairs of chopsticks. Su Haochen had a general idea in his mind that these people were simply rushing towards Lin Mengzhu. As to why they were rushing towards her, that was unknown. The door to Lin Mengzhu's private room was locked, but it couldn't hold up to 2 kicks from the bladdered bandit leader. The door shattered. Wood splinters flew across the room, and 2 shrieks came from the box. Soon, the 2 juniors, one tugging on the other, dragged Lin Mengzhu and Wang Jiechi out, with the bandit leader following close behind, heading towards the hall. Ziru, protect yourself, Su Haochen explained to Yin Ziru, and finally couldn't help but strike. Although he had suspected that Lin Mengzhu knew martial arts, he couldn't be sure, and just now, Lin Mengzhu had similarly let out a shriek. Therefore, Su Haochen couldn't let her be exposed to danger no matter what. The road sees the injustice and pulls out the knife to help each other. Never met yet so, not to mention 2 years of love. As for Wang Jiechi, Su Haochen didn't think of her. After all, he was now full of Lin Mengzhu. Yin Zero knew that she shouldn't stop Su Haochen now, also knowing that he couldn't block it at all. He just nodded and said, "Don't worry." With everyone caught off guard, Su Haochen raised his hand and 3 chopsticks flew out in the direction of the private room. 1 pair went straight for the bandit leader, while the other 2 ran for the 2 minions who were dragging the girls. The strikes were ruthless and showed no mercy. All of them flew towards the eyes. Chapter 069, Thanks for the bad guys, above. Su Haochen's battle strength was nearly 15,000. The strength of his hands far exceeded that of normal people. And what force and speed the chopsticks flew out with. Su Haochen indeed struck without mercy. This instant was to waste their eyes. After all, at this point was already burning with rage. But what I didn't expect was that the 3 men were so agile that they dodged it. And although they were in a mess, they didn't get hurt a bit. Su Haochen was surprised. But right now was not the time to think about this matter. Hurriedly rushing over in an arrow step, he pulled up Wang Jiechi and Lin Mengzhu's hands and yanked them into the hall with a force. It was more of a throw than a tug, as he let go after using a little force. It wasn't that he didn't want to be gentle, but those 3 bandits were eyeing the tiger, and Su Haochen had to be on guard. Wang Jiechi directly fell to the ground, while Lin Mengzhu stumbled 2 steps to directly stand still, then helped Wang Jiechi up. Su Haochen didn't see this scene, but Yin Zero looked at it with shock. She had practiced martial arts, so she could naturally tell that Su Haochen had just used not a small amount of force for that blow, and even with her stature, she might not be able to stand still. The bandit leader and the 2 juniors exchanged glances and charged straight up, but the bandit leader didn't raise his gun. Instead, he rushed up with his knife. The speed was so fast that Su Haochen didn't even have time to use his detection technique to know his enemy. Dodging a knife that cut down from above, Su Haochen kicked out. This time, Su Haochen didn't hold back in the slightest. He was facing the biggest crisis in his life. If he couldn't ruthlessly waste his enemy, I'm afraid the one who would die would be himself. The robber who was kicked out screamed miserably and fainted. It turned out to be Su Haochen who kicked him directly underneath, turned him into a profession that only existed in ancient times. The crowd watched, and the owner and guests secretly rejoiced that they were saved. However, not a single person dared to come out and stand with Su Haochen, and no one even dared to sneak out a phone to report a police report. Only Yin Ziru, who had called the police, didn't dare to speak, and could only pray in her heart that the other side of the phone would be able to hear what was happening here. Yin Ziru also had no way to listen to what was said on the other side of the phone, but judging from the fact that the phone never hung up, it should be able to wait for a good result. After all, Yin Ziru was from a big family, had seen the world, and was, moreover, bold in her art. Although her martial arts was only a 3-legged kung fu in Su Haochen's opinion, it was more than enough to compare to the top. Today's scene, let her subdue the thugs certainly cannot do, but want to retreat in full body she is still confident. All the thugs put down their hands in a very united manner and all gathered around Su Haochen. Although Su Haochen had wasted one with a single kick, he had undoubtedly created a greater threat to himself, but at the moment it was simply not his choice. Originally, there were 14 people plus the bandit leader, but now that one was scrapped. 13 remained. Su Haochen planned in his mind. Both had knives in their hands, and that head one had a gun in his hand. The reason he didn't use his gun must have been because he was afraid that the sound of the gun would attract the police. But if he got into a fight in a moment, I'm afraid he wouldn't care about anything else. The best thing to do was to snatch over the 2 knives. Even though he didn't know how to use a knife, it was better to have a sharp weapon in your hand than bare hands. The 2 sides were at a standstill, and Su Haochen grabbed the first move. Kicking his left foot away from a man's knife across his chest, he turned and kicked his right foot out, straight into the man's chest. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out, and as he flew out, the knife in his hand fell to the ground. Su Haochen's quick eyes and hands picked up the knife on the ground, and with a smooth roll on the ground, he got close to the other man, and the knife in his hand slashed at his wrist. But the man reacted quickly, dodged and dodged, backhanded a knife towards Su Haochen, who hastily raised his knife to block. The two knives touched, and Su Haochen frowned. Although that person didn't have as much strength as himself, he was definitely professionally trained, and it was impossible for ordinary robbers to have such kung fu. The mind was puzzled, but now was not the time for puzzlement, for there were 12 more opponents, and the knife had come down upon him. Su Haochen dodged and moved, relying on his dexterity to wander between the people, grabbing another knife as he envisioned. He wounded 3 more men, incapacitating them, but not fatally. Su Haochen could feel that this group of people were all outlaws, their knives running to the vitals, but although Su Haochen had martial arts, he was just an ordinary man, not to mention killing. He had never even killed a chicken. Although Su Haochen hadn't been injured to the vitals, he was still injured after all, with 2 cuts on his arms. It wasn't serious, but it was still bleeding, and there was a cut to the chest that didn't hurt the skin, but the shirt was ripped open. Su Haochen rolled on the ground and came to Inziru's side. Inziru hurriedly supported Su Haochen, reaching out to grab the knife in Su Haochen's hand, her eyes filled with blood, wanting to fight with these people. Su Haochen clutched the knife in his hand tightly. Although he was injured, with his strength, there was no way he would let Inziru snatch the knife away. Su Haochen shook his head at Inziru, having made a color, signaling her to leave quickly. Inziru bit her lips, tears in her eyes, and firmly shook her head. He wrapped his arms around Su Haochen, showing with his actions that he would live and die with him. Lin Mengzhu and Wang Juqi also walked to Su Haochen's side, but they didn't know what to say. Wang Juqi's face was filled with tears, while Lin Mengzhu looked at Su Haochen with a complicated expression. Although Su Haochen only received 2 cuts on his arms, his body had not been punched and kicked. At this time, he was also injured, and his strength was almost depleted. He almost fell down. Fortunately, Inziru and Wang Juqi supported him. Lin Mengzhu, Su Haochen shouted in his heart, if you really know martial arts, I don't blame you no matter what you're hiding it for, but today in this moment of crisis, I beg you to be able to step in. There were 9 other opponents that he could not possibly defeat on his own, and his only hope was that Lin Mengzhu really knew martial arts. Together with Inziru, the 3 of them teamed up and might still have a chance. However, when he turned his gaze to Lin Mengzhu, he realized that Lin Mengzhu's eyes were misty and her emotions were so complex that she couldn't understand them at all. But she didn't make the slightest movement. Could it be that I'm really wrong? Su Haochen began to doubt his judgment. If that's true, what else can save us today? Did I just get the system? Just about to go to the top of my life, and I have to die like this? I'm not willing to. Strong hope often produces renewed strength. Ding! The system detects that the host is facing a real existential crisis that the host is unable to cope with his current abilities. The system generates a contingency plan, and the host obtains a martial arts set. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the increase in combat power. System. Su Haochen was surprised and happy. It was really a mountain with no way out and a village in the dark. When it counts, it's the system that saves my life. Martial arts suits. What's that? Something that will make me fight better? Suddenly, Su Haochen felt a pain in his head. The same feeling as when he drew the 12 roads of tan legs and the double jade of calligraphy in painting before. Su Haochen enjoyed this headache. At the same time, the body felt a different change, as if there was a force that was going to break through the body. Chapter 070, thanks to these bad guys, below. In Su Haochen's mind, a system beep came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-ranked blade technique, shooting star quick slash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 years of true chi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lightness technique, Lingbo Weibu. Every sound made Su Haochen surprised and delighted, not expecting that the aftermath of the robbery would give him a brand new breakthrough. Now Su Haochen felt that he was a different person from before, and with his current ability against the person he was a minute ago, he would be able to fight at least 10. Well, these people in front of us, it's just a clown. Just now, you guys made me feel the threat of death. Now, it's my turn to give you a taste of despair. Su Haochen thought, dabbing and leaping out, but none of them reacted. It wasn't until a scream was heard that the few thugs started to raise their knives to fight, only to find that they couldn't even see Su Haochen's shadow. The Quicksilver Slashes blade technique originally emphasized the word fast, and it could slash out a dozen or so slashes in a second. Combined with the Lingbo Wei steps under his feet, Su Haochen was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The bandits were shocked and wanted to scatter and flee, but Su Haochen wouldn't give them a chance. Accompanied by a miserable scream, one bandit after another lost their fighting ability and had their tendons and veins picked off. Although Su Haochen had refined his martial arts, he still didn't have the courage to kill. However, there was no intention of making it easy for them. These people, they were destined to be crippled for life. Moreover, it's impossible to get any compensation at all, and today's incident, hitting the sky, he belongs to self-defense. Of the bandits, only 2 were still standing. One was that bandit leader. Su Haochen had intentionally spared him, but the gun in his hand was destroyed by Su Haochen's knife when he was just about to take it out. If Su Haochen had been willing at that time, he would have been wasted as well, but Su Haochen wanted to keep him. Only he could know what was going on in all this today. There was another person, the little brother who had gone to the private room with the bandit leader before, but hadn't been wasted by Su Haochen's kick. It wasn't that Su Haochen intentionally let it go, but he was indeed quite dexterous, and those who could follow the boss were not comparable to those others. And at this moment, he was standing behind Inziru, his left arm around Inziru's neck, and the knife in his right hand was on Inziru's neck. Su Haochen was too busy cleaning up those juniors to pay attention to this guy. Inziru, on the other hand, watched Su Haochen's great power, and was restrained when she was momentarily lost in thought and didn't react. However, Inziru was only startled and her face went white, but she quickly returned to normal. Wang Jiechi cried in Lin Mengzhu's arms. Lin Mengzhu looked at this Su Haochen with tears in her eyes, so clear, but they never flowed down. Ziru, Su Haochen exclaimed, so concerned that he forgot that Inziru also knew martial arts. Watch out, Inziru called out. Lin Mengzhu also shouted, be careful. Su Haochen sensed a wave of danger coming towards him from behind, and it was the leader of the robbers, who he had spared for the time being, who stabbed him in the back. Su Haochen unhurriedly dodged and smoothly slashed his knife. The bandit leader fell to the ground, blood flowing horizontally. He also had his hamstring and leg tendons picked out, and followed in the footsteps of his brothers, lying on the ground and screaming in agony. You really have perseverance. You didn't pass out even like this. It's really different from those losers. It's worthy of being able to be the head. Su Haochen was slightly impressed in his heart, but his mouth was unforgiving. Shut the up. I'll cut your tongue out if you scream again. Su Haochen spoke out of his mouth. His hands and feet weren't idle, and with one foot, he flipped the bandit's head over onto its back, tilting it upwards. The knife in his left hand flung downward, nailing him directly between the legs. This time, he didn't let out a scream, not because he was scared by Su Haochen and didn't dare to make a sound, but he directly fainted from the pain. Su Haochen raised his head and looked at the bandit who was hijacking Inziru, scaring him so much that he backed up, shivering. You, don't come over. I'll kill her if you do. You'd better let go of her and turn yourself in voluntarily, Su Haochen said. This is at best an attempted robbery for you guys. There's still a chance you'll get out in a couple years. You're lucky compared to these guys, Su Haochen said, reaching out and pointing at the robbers lying sprawled on the ground. The robber was obviously a little hesitant. Su Haochen continued. I believe that just now someone has already called the police. Not surprisingly, the police should arrive immediately, and by that time, seeing that you're holding a hostage in your hand, I'm afraid that they will choose the first time to shoot you down. That's right, I've already called the police just now, and it took a long time for that side to hang up the phone. I believe they have already located my position and will come soon, Inziru said, not the least bit flustered by being hijacked. In fact, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't panicked at all. Although she had practiced martial arts, she wasn't very skilled. Being held at the neck with a knife by a big, burly man, she couldn't guarantee that she would be able to escape unharmed. But at this moment, she had to act as if she wasn't the least bit flustered. In order to calm Su Haochen down, the crowd looked at Inziru, and they were both in awe and ashamed. Some of the men, in particular, cursed the fact that they didn't even have the guts of a little girl. You dare to call the police? The bandit was infuriated. I'll kill you. Saying this, as if he had made a great determination, his right hand knife was raised high, and he saw that Inziru was about to be killed by the knife. Just then, Inziru's right hand suddenly reached out and wrapped around the bandit's raised right arm, and then with his left hand, he grabbed the bandit's left arm that was wrapped around his neck and pushed forward, using his lithe body to drill down. Quickly disengaging from the holdup, he flashed to the right side of the robber's body, also exposing the robber to Su Haochen. Seeing this, Su Haochen's right-hand knife flew out of his hand, and in the next moment, it was plunged straight into the bandit's chest. Inziru let go of the hand that was wrapped around the robber, and the robber's knife fell to the ground with a bang, spitting blood from his mouth, eyes wide open, and fell to the ground on his back, dead in the water. He was originally the only one who could retreat in one piece, but he turned out to be the only one to die here today. He didn't think that the soft girl who had already been hijacked by himself could get rid of herself so easily. Moore did not expect Su Haochen really will kill. After all, before are injured and not kill, not ever thought of their own this, actually came directly to a knife to kill. Inziru gasped for air. Just now those few strokes seemed to be a light touch, but in reality, it also used almost all of Inziru's strength. After all, the woman was not superior in strength and physique. She was only taken by surprise. If the robber knew she knew martial arts and took precautions, she would never have any chance to escape. In addition, she was also startled by the knife that flew from Su Haochen. Su Haochen hurriedly went forward to hold Inziru, although he was also in the middle of a panic over killing someone. As a man, at this time, it was more important to protect his woman from fear. A minute later, In0 slowed down. Suhachan looked at the dead bandit and said indifferently, "It's true that I don't want to kill anyone, but you shouldn't threaten me with her. Besides, you shouldn't really have made a move on her." Chapter 071 Sister of the Police Flower, above. There was a doctor among the guests who had gauze with him and gave Suhachan a simple bandage. After possessing 10 years of true chi, Suhachan's body was once again strengthened, and this ordinary stab wound was already nothing to him, but he didn't want to appear too shocked, so he went along with the bandaging. In0 was so distressed that she kept shedding tears. Before, the atmosphere was tense and she didn't have so much heart. Now that she was safe, she couldn't suppress her tears in return. Looking at In0 beside Suhachan, Lin Mengzhu had mixed feelings. Wang Juqi didn't squeeze Suhachan anymore today either, and didn't even show any hostility towards In0. After all, it was Suhachan who saved them today. Inside, the hall is surrounded by people. Before, in the box dare not come out of the diners. C has controlled the situation, have also drilled out. Of course, there were others who didn't want to be bothered and chose to check out and go first. The owner, on the other hand, said that people were frightened today, so he didn't charge anymore. Some people threw down some money and left, not caring whether to give more or less, and some people are not happy that the boss to give a free bill, afraid of regret as fast as to run. Suhachan walked over to the bandit leader and slapped him awake with a big mouth. "Say it, why are you rushing towards the two of them?" Suhachan reached out and pointed in the direction of Lin Mengzhu and Wang Juqi. Everyone froze when that came out. Wasn't it a robbery? How did it become a robbery? Wang Juqi also froze and looked at Suhachan, but Lin Mengzhu seemed to be very calm. When Suhachan reached out and pointed at the two of them, he saw two different looks. The bandit leader gritted his teeth to endure the pain and said breathlessly, We are not." Before he could argue, Suhachan kicked him in the bottom. There was nothing there anymore, but it still hurt, so he then passed out again. Then, Suhachan gave another big mouthful. "You can say it this time?" Suhachan asked, narrowing his eyes at the bandit leader, seemingly running out of patience. We done. No. I say. Just wanting to argue, he saw Suhachan lifting his foot up again, and hastily changed his mouth. Just then, the sound of a siren came to his ears, and Suhachan knew that the police would be here soon, and he couldn't let loose and mess around. In fact, he wanted to find out something along the way, and his instincts told him that it wasn't that simple. Just as Suhachan froze, the sirens grew louder and everyone heard them. Suhachan's physical quality was far beyond normal, so he naturally heard it first, and by this time, the bandit leader heard it and lay down on the ground and started yelling and screaming for the police to help him. Looking at this guy's comical appearance, Suhachan felt infuriating and ridiculous. What's irritating is that he's not being honest about what he wants to know. The funny thing is, you're a robber. A robber calling the police for help? Why is it like I'm a robber? QNMD. Suhachan cursed, then kicked again. The bandit leader screamed and fainted again, and just in that time, the police car was already at the door. A group of police officers blocked the doors of the hotel and several entered the lobby. At the head of the group, it turned out to be a female police officer, who didn't look very old, but was very pretty, only inferior to Lu Xin. Suhachan is control. Control again. Finally. Still not control. Finally, he communicated with the system. Detection technique, detect that policewoman's information. Ding. Host used the detection technique and probed the information of the target woman, Ling Yutong. It is now announced to the host. Name, Ling Yutong. Age, 23 years, born on August 17, 1995. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Triple, 98, 63, 96. Battle strength, 1478. Skills, police combat, grappling, enhanced women's self-defense, firearms proficiency. The captain of the 1st Brigade of the Public Security Bureau of Zhenghai City has the reputation of Zhenghai Police Flower, and her predecessor was an official in the Public Security Department, with a strong background. Suhachan froze. It was even at the captain level. To be able to become a captain at such a young age, battle power was naturally one aspect, no better than the previous Suhachan. Of course, the background must be very important as well. When Suhachan curiously communicated with the system to check Ling Yutong's background, he was prompted that he could not check it for the time being due to insufficient ability. Well, Suhachan was already used to it. The police entered the hall, looked at the scene in front of them. Without exception, all froze. Who in the end is the robber? Ling Yutong's tall and valiant figure stood in the hall, scanning the hall. Whose cell phone number is the tail number 7078? In0 looked at Ling Yutong and then at Suhachan, who nodded. Zero took a step in Ling Yutong's direction and held up her cell phone. My cell phone's tail number is 7078. Ling Yutong walked over to Zero's side. Whisper your cell phone number to me, Ling Yutong said and lowered her body. She was 10 centimeters taller than Zero. Zero rushed to Ling Yutong's ear and gave out her cell phone number. Ling Yutong nodded gently and patted Zero's shoulder. Young lady, you are very brave. Thank you for choosing to trust us police officers in a time of crisis. The crowd had been wondering why the police came up and asked for cell phone numbers. Now that he understood, it turned out to be this little girl who had called the police. This deepened his admiration for Zero. Wang Jiechi had a bad taste in her heart. Originally, she was very much targeting Zero. But today, it seems that she really is nothing in front of Zero, and she can't compare to others in all aspects. Ling Yutong took another look at her surroundings. 13 cripples had fainted, and there was another one with a knife stuck in his chest, obviously dead. So he said, which one of you is going to tell me what's going on? Su Haochen stepped forward and gave a brief account of what happened. And as for the course of the battle, it was brushed aside by him. Just say that you took care of them and that you missed one to save the day. Su Haochen spoke lightly, but in Ling Yutong's heart, it caused an uproar. Looking at the scene, there were 14 armed robbers, one of them with a gun in his hand. Judging by her own abilities, killing 2 or 3 people and then walking away in one piece might be doable, but subduing so many people, she asked herself, was absolutely impossible. Seeing that this Su Haochen had gauze wrapped around his arm, he knew that he was also injured, but looking at his hale and hearty appearance, he knew that it was an inconsequential superficial injury and that it had been treated. Shouldn't a man like that be dragged into the police force? He's so good with his hands, so righteous, so young, so handsome. Ling Yutong quickly shook her head, secretly thinking, what am I thinking? I don't even know their names, so how can I look at them and lose my mind? Faking 2 coughs, he said to Su Haochen, your injuries don't matter, right? Su Haochen shook his head and continued, I guess I need to go back with you guys tonight to make a statement. Ling Yutong nodded and said, yes, but don't worry, you're on the side of justice. Just talk to us about the situation and you can leave soon without delaying your rest for the night. Chapter 072 Sister Police Flower. Next, the fainted bandits were woken up by Ling Yutong in different ways, and none of the ways were very gentle. But compared to Su Haochen waking up with a loud mouth, Ling Yutong was already considered very gentle. After simply doing a preliminary interrogation and about to take it away, Su Haochen said, this beautiful sister, please wait. Ling Yutong stood still and turned around to ask Su Haochen, is there something wrong? I suspect they're coming for these 2 girls. Su Haochen explained. Oh, why do you say that? Ling Yutong's attitude was gentle, completely lacking the fierce aura that she had when she faced that gang of bandits just now. Originally, she had good senses towards Su Haochen, plus Su Haochen was helping her solve the case, so it was normal to have a good attitude. So, Su Haochen talked about the series of moves they made after they came in. Ling Yutong frowned, feeling that Su Haochen's judgment was reasonable. Say it, why exactly? Ling Yutong looked at the leader of the gang of bandits. No, we didn't. The bandit leader was still sophomoric, and when he saw Su Haochen move his ankle, he was so scared that he almost fell to his knees. Luckily, he was barely able to stand on his feet thanks to the 2 officers who were holding him up. In fact, he would not have been able to stand up without the officers holding him. After all, the tendons on both feet had been picked off by Su Haochen, and for the rest of his life, the wheelchair would be his eternal friend. I advise you to better be honest, Ling Yutong said. I'm telling you, right now my status is that of a police officer, and I'm talking to you in terms of the law. Don't you force me to take off these clothes and talk to you as a common citizen. In that case you might be worse off. The bandit chief stammered and didn't know what to say. Not that he didn't want to say it, but he really didn't dare to say it. What Su Haochen didn't expect was for Lin Mengzhu to open her mouth. I think it's because you eavesdropped on our conversation and realized that we were going to buy a house in Chentanyipin, so you thought we were rich and followed us all the way in. Didn't you? Su Haochen frowned. Lin Mengzhu was seemingly reasoning out the case, but in reality, it was like finding reasons for the group. Ling Yutong also frowned. What Su Haochen could detect. She, as a professional police officer, could naturally find something wrong as well, so he looked at the bandit leader and said, is that so? The bandit leader was relieved and nodded his head hastily. Yes, that's it. Excitement was written all over his face, and a little thought revealed that something was wrong. Su Haochen looked at Lin Mengzhu, but Lin Mengzhu deliberately avoided his eyes. Wang Jiechi stood beside Lin Mengzhu with an expressionless face, not knowing what she was thinking. Took care of the grill briefly again and did a bit of wrapping up. Ling Yutong took Su Haochen, Ziru, the barbecue restaurant owner, and the 3 restaurant guests who volunteered to testify to the police station. These 3 included the doctor who had bandaged Su Haochen. As for Lin Mengzhu and Wang Jiechi, although they had been identified as the cause of the case, They had not been involved from start to finish, so there was no reason to let them follow along. They also had no desire to follow Su Haochen. So, the group rode in a police car to the police station. Su Haochen grew up for the first time in a police car, and Zero was of course the same. The police car was spacious enough. Ling Yutong personally drove. The barbecue store owner sat on the co-pilot, and behind him sat Su Haochen and the others. Since they were all tainted witnesses, they didn't need to be guarded by so many police officers, and there was a pleasant atmosphere as they talked and laughed all the way. Ling Yutong and Su Haochen exchanged messages and added WeChat. Su Haochen also teased her about not advocating holding a cell phone while driving, and Ling Yutong laughed. That's a matter for the traffic police. It has nothing to do with me. Zero blankly glanced at Su Haochen, secretly thinking that if you weren't injured, she would have pinched you today, but since you're so brave today, you'll be allowed to flirt with a girl. Ah no, a sister. For now. When they arrived at the police station, they arranged for people to give statements to the witnesses separately, while Ling Yutong personally gave a statement to Su Haochen. The table was set with tea and sitting on the couch was simply not enjoyable. In fact, what should be said is almost finished in the hotel. To the police station is mainly to confirm that the content has not been changed, and more importantly, signed by Su Haochen to confirm. Just as Ling Yutong was about to let Su Haochen leave, a man came in and called Ling Yutong out. Moreover, that person even glanced at Su Haochen when he was leaving, with a very unfriendly look in his eyes. What's going on? Su Haochen wondered. Expanding his excessive hearing, he realized that Ling Yutong and the man were at the doorway and not far away. The man spoke in a small voice, which under normal circumstances would definitely not be heard inside, but unfortunately it was Su Haochen who was inside now. Su Haochen frowned as he listened, because what he said was, the higher-ups told you to detain this brat here for 48 hours, put on the handcuffs, and after that, the higher-ups will hand them down. Su Haochen was puzzled as to how exactly he had offended that so-called superior. Before Su Haochen could think more, Ling Yutong directly exploded. On what grounds? Ling Yutong shouted. People are tainted witnesses. Why do you treat them like this? Keep your voice down. The man said. This is what the higher-ups want, and I know he's doing the right thing today. Only that group. They have a deeper background. I don't care what his background is. What gives me the right to keep my voice down? Ling Yutong didn't have the slightest fear of people hearing her. Instead her voice grew louder and louder. I'm in charge of this thing today, and no one is coming over here to interfere. The man hesitated. This is what the higher-ups want. Then you let the top come to me. Get lost. Ling Yutong cursed without giving the slightest bit of face, then turned around and walked into the house. Su Haochen sat there leisurely sipping his tea, and when he saw Ling Yutong walk in furiously, he was just about to speak, but Ling Yutong beat him to it. You hurry up and leave, Ling Yutong said, unexpectedly reaching out and pulling Su Haochen's arm, as if she wanted to blow him out. Don't be in a hurry, Su Haochen said. They won't come after you if you just defy the orders from the top and let me go? How did you know? Ling Yutong was surprised, but quickly responded. In a hurry, I forgot. You are so strong in martial arts. Your hearing is naturally sharper than normal people. This door, it's normal that you can't be blocked. I think it's best for me to stay here, so that I can take a look at the situation on the one hand, and spare you the trouble on the other, Su Haochen said. Ling Yutong shook her head. No, you have to go quickly. I know what this place is. If someone intentionally tries to get you in trouble, you just can't talk with your mouth full. Out here, at least you're free. If they really want to find trouble with me, even if you let me out now, they can still bring me back again, Su Haochen said. I know. Ling Yutong was also anxious. I'll try my best to maneuver for you here, but this matter definitely won't work on my own. After you leave, you must find a lawyer first. Chapter 073 Being a dog requires awareness. Above. Su Haochen felt that what Ling Yutong said made sense, and immediately prepared to leave. As much as he wanted to know who was behind it, it would be best to investigate after he left. Just then, a man suddenly came in, looking to be in his mid-40s, with half his hair already bald and wearing a police uniform. Looking at the police rank, Su Haochen could recognize it. First-class police inspector? Su Haochen could probably tell that this was the director of the Shanghai City Public Security Bureau, or a cadre of the same level. Director Du, what brings you here? When Ling Yutong saw the visitor, she greeted him with a flat tone, without the respect or even fawning that she should have for her superiors. If I didn't come, you'd have spoiled it, Director Du said. Did you give the order? Ling Yutong glared angrily, not caring that this was her top boss. This kid offended someone he shouldn't have, so he has to be sanctioned, and I can't go against that side's words, so just do what I say, Director Du said, not caring in the slightest that Su Haochen, the person in question, was still present. Perhaps in his heart, this Su Haochen had already been targeted by that big family, and was now nothing more than a dead man still gasping for air. Even if he was made to know something, it wouldn't be a threat in the slightest. Ling Yutong was furious and shouted. I don't know what he's offended that he shouldn't have. All I know is that he was brave enough to fight a robber at that barbecue restaurant today and save over 30 people in a restaurant. It's just that you don't give such a person a medal for bravery, but you even find reasons to detain him. What kind of law are you enforcing and what kind of public office are you running? Director Du was not the least bit surprised that Ling Yutong had such an attitude. It wasn't the first time, so there was no angry look on his face, but he looked a bit disgraced. After all, there were still outsiders here, so he eased down his tone and said, leave this matter alone. From now on this case is my responsibility. You go back to rest. With that, Director Du waved his hand. Someone bring him down. As Director Du said, he reached out and pointed at Su Haochen. From outside immediately came in 2 police officers, looking not too old, but both holding batons in their hands, rushing towards Su Haochen. Su Haochen looked at them with a disdainful face and secretly cast the detection technique. Both of these 2 people's battle strength was only over 180, which was stronger than an ordinary person, but they couldn't even compare to Wang Dukue, the Minister Tang Yiping's security chief that they had met at the beginning. As good law-abiding citizens, you are bound not to get your hands dirty in a police station, but at the level of these 2 people, Su Haochen didn't even need to make a move. He could injure them just by using his true chi outwardly, and he wouldn't be able to find out any clues. Just as Su Haochen was about to get lucky, Ling Yutong suddenly moved. Reaching down, he pulled the gun from his waist, pointed it at Chief Du, and droned in a petulant voice, "Stop right there!" Everyone, including Su Haochen, froze, completely not expecting this woman to dare to openly pull out her gun here and point it at her boss's head. Ling Yutong, are you crazy? Director Du stammered. In his heart, although Ling Yutong was spirited, she wasn't so much of a criminal, plus her background, so it wasn't good to take anything into account and just let her be. But this is by no means trivial. I'm in charge of this case, and no one should ever interfere, Ling Yutong said in a low voice. Anyone could hear that she had really gotten angry, and if she dared to mess with her again, I was afraid that she might really just shoot her. You, how dare you, for such a person? For a moment, Director Du actually didn't know what he should say, and held his tongue for half a day before saying, do you know what you're doing? I'm clear as a bell. Don't bother, Ling Yutong said, and the gun was sent forward another step, directly on Director Du's head. Du Jiangwo, you're corrupt, enrich yourself, collude with bandits, and brutalize loyalists. You're worthy of being the head of a bureau, and you're worthy of saying that you're guarding the peace of this side. Captain Ling, the 2 small policemen shouted in unison, their voices so loud that they could tell that they were terrified. Shut up! Ling Yutong turned around and aimed her gun at the 2. You 2 are just following orders. I don't want to tangle with you. Get out! The 2 hurriedly ran out, not even having the time to say hello to Du Jiangwo. Ling Yutong's gun was pointing at Du Jiangwo's head again. Su Haochen sighed softly and walked over to hold Ling Yutong's gun, saying softly, don't be impulsive. Su Haochen said, holding Ling Yutong's gun and inserting it back into her waist. He also accidentally touched Ling Yutong's hand. It was soft, not like someone who practiced martial arts with a gun. Director Du, who told you to do this? Su Haochen asked. No comment, Du said. Being a dog also requires the awareness of being a dog. Su Haochen said nonchalantly. Always be prepared to be abandoned by your master's family and then beaten to death by the enemies you once doggedly attracted. You, Du Jiangwo speechless, angry and smiled and nodded. Fine. Whatever you say is right. I won't make verbal arguments with you. Let's see how many days you can still jump around. Du Jiangwo, Ling Yutong bellowed, if you dare to do anything to him, I will never settle with you. Ling Yutong, Du Jiangwo slammed the table. Don't forget, I'm the chief here. I call the shots. And even though your family has a strong background, I'm still in charge here on this acre of land. Good. Ling Yutong reached out and pointed at Du Jiangwo. I'm calling my dad. I hope you're still this tough when the time comes. Whatever. Du Jiangwo looked like he was not afraid of the sky. I thought you were young and ignorant before, so I didn't bother with you. Do you really think I'm afraid of those backgrounds of yours? Ling Yutong reached out and was about to pull out the phone. When Su Haochen spoke, it seems that the person who secretly approached you to deal with me has a stronger background than the Ling Yutong family. Su Haochen couldn't even find out Ling Yutong's background with his detection technique before, so he could imagine that it would be at a very high level. And now that Du Jiangwo was emboldened, he thought that the background of that family was also very strong, or at least made him feel that it was stronger than Ling Yutong's family. You're still smart, Du Jiangwo said. Don't think you can rest on your laurels just because you have this girly girl backing you up. I'm telling you, you can't get out of here with me here. Su Haochen gave Du Jiangwo a disdainful look, secretly thought, just with you also want to trap me. As a last resort, I can also rely on the force to escape. China is the rule of law. Cannot let you cover up the sky is not. However, these were not said, but repeated the previous words. Still the same, to be a dog one must also have the awareness of being a dog. Humph. Du Jiangwo let out a cold snort and turned around to leave the room. This is Ling Yutong's office, not a place dedicated to making statements. Ling Yutong gave Su Haochen a lot of preferential treatment. In a moment, you tell Lin Ziru, just say that this side needs my help to solve the case, and temporarily borrow me for a while. It will be over as soon as possible, and then I can go find her. Su Haochen exhorted. Chapter 074 Being a dog requires awareness. Below, Su Haochen wasn't worried about himself. He was just afraid that Lin Ziru would follow and worry, so he asked Ling Yutong to tell a lie. Ling Yutong naturally knew what Su Haochen meant, and on the way here, she also knew that the two were a couple. A small bit of jealousy also arose in his mind, but it was quickly suppressed. You're facing danger yourself, and you're still worrying about other people's moods, Ling Yutong said. At this moment, the man added several more points to his mind. Su Haochen just nodded and didn't say anything more. Tonight, where will I stay? Su Haochen asked. Right here. I'll accompany you, Ling Yutong said. What? Su Haochen had a black line on his face. Are all public security bureaus so considerate in their services now? Of course, this could not be said out loud, and he could understand what Ling Yutong meant. Only this girl got it with a big grin and didn't seem to notice that her words were ambiguous. Anyway, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Su Haochen didn't bother to correct the ambiguity. Is that good? Su Haochen said. If you're director, don't mind him, Ling Yutong interrupted. He won't be the director for a few days. Wait a moment, I'll call my dad. We definitely have the upper hand in today's matter. Don't be afraid of him. Ling Yutong was just about to go out to make a phone call and tell Lin Ziru in the meantime, when she saw Du Jiangwo running in a flurry of wind and stood in front of Su Haochen, his face full of smiles. Mr. Su, just now there were many offenses. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You must not take it to heart. Du Jiangwo smiled that big smile and was full of currying favor with Su Haochen. Su Haochen also did not understand what is going on. Ling Yutong also blinded. This phone has not yet hit it. How this guy is like this? Could it be that Su Haochen has some kind of background and got the news and made his move? Not to mention Ling Yutong, even Su Haochen was now doubting this. He also thought that it was Jin Yuan Street, or Chen Tangipin, or even the Shanghai University of Science and Technology that was out in force. Looks like someone's been watching me, Su Haochen thought in his heart. While this kind of thing was what he resented the most, as if he was being watched all day like a prisoner. We'll have to investigate when we get back, but these are all afterthoughts. This Du Jiangwo was so arrogant before. Now, how can he be let off so easily? Ever since Su Haochen got the system, anyone who was arrogant in front of him didn't have a good ending, and today was no different. Where's your awesome energy from earlier? Su Haochen looked at Du Jiangwo with disdain, sitting on the sofa with a lazy look. Du Jiangwo stood in front of him as if he was his subordinate, fawningly smiling. See what you said? In front of you, how dare you be arrogant? Just now do not know your identity is not, Du Jiangwo said, reaching out to pick up the teacup on the table and poured a cup of tea and handed it to Su Haochen. Mr. Su, take a sip of tea to dissipate your anger. Adults don't remember the small man's faults. Su Haochen took the teacup. Du Jiangwo waited with a smile on his face for Su Haochen to drink it. That means Su Haochen doesn't bother with him. But, Su Haochen took the teacup, and in the next second directly threw a cup of hot tea on Du Jiangwo's face. Rolling hot boiling water, Du Jiangwo covered his face and screamed. Ling Yutong was also stunned. Her heart was relieved, but she was worried. After all, this is still Du Jiangwo's territory. If it really makes a mess, I'm afraid that it will still be unfavorable to Su Haochen. Just now Du Jiangwo handed the tea that moment. Su Haochen originally wanted to put things to rest first, and then make a decision after leaving. After all, for the time being, we don't know who Du Jiangwo's backstage really is, and the unknown always makes people afraid. Su Haochen couldn't be sure whether his background could actually compete with others, and his heart was bottomless. But on second thought, the ones that he possessed were all in plain sight. That is, things that could definitely be detected with the detection technique. And like Ling Yutong's background, it was something that couldn't even be found by the detection technique. It also meant that with what he had, it was difficult to go against the people behind Du Jiangwo. Then the only possibility for this performance by Du Jiangwo is that the dog has been abandoned. Although it was impossible to analyze the whole thing, this conclusion had been easy to draw. Therefore, Su Haochen is unscrupulous. A Du Jiangwo who has lost his background and is currently only the public security director of Shanghai City. Putting aside other things, his China University of Science and Technology, that is a ministry-affiliated university. The president's rank will be higher than that of the director. Du Jiangwo covered his face and screamed in pain. but didn't dare to call out. After slightly easing the pain, he stood in front of Su Haochen again with a smile on his face. Su, Su, you see you should be relieved. If you are relieved, don't bother with me. When did the director of public security ever lower his voice like this, or face a young man like this? Remember what I said? Su Haochen suddenly came out with this sentence. Du Jiangwo froze for a moment, but with his intelligence, he quickly reacted that Su Haochen was referring to the words even as a dog. You have to be aware. Hurriedly nodding his head, he said, remember, Mr. Su's high opinion. I'm ashamed of myself. You're really capable of bending and stretching. Su Haochen looked at Du Jiangwo with a playful expression. If you hadn't messed with my head, with this temperament of yours, I'd think highly of you too. Du Jiangwo didn't know what Su Haochen was going to say, and didn't dare to answer, waiting for Su Haochen to speak down. I'll give you a chance, Su Haochen said. Tell me who's trying to trap me behind my back. Su Haochen felt that the blade behind the back must have a connection with that gang of bandits, and that gang of bandits must have a connection with Lin Mengzhu, so he wanted to follow the trail. This, Du stammered. Seeing this, Su Haochen laughed. I gave you a chance, but it seems you don't want it. No, that's not it, Du Jiangwo hurriedly explained. I don't know what they are either. Su Haochen's eyes narrowed as he looked at Du Jiangwo. Do you think I look like I have a low IQ and am easy to fool? No, don't dare. Du Jiangwo was so frightened that he hurriedly went on to explain. I don't dare to lie. I really don't know who they are. Humph. Su Haochen let out a cold snort. You don't know who they are, and you're just going to detain me as they say? Yes, it is. Du Jiangwo continued to explain. I was stunned when the man casually broke 2 flower pots on the windowsill when he was at least 5 meters away from them. Oh, Su Haochen frowned. Breaking a flower pot through the air from 5 meters away. With his current ability, he should be able to do the same, but never as casually as he describes. Ling Yutong opened her mouth in surprise. Looking at Du Jiangwo, it didn't look like he was lying, and Ling Yutong had also come into contact with things in terms of true qi and internal energy. It was just that according to Du Jiangwo's description, this was just too unbelievable. Then, they said they came from a mysterious big family and asked you to do things for them? Su Haochen asked. Yes. Du Jiangwo nodded his head repeatedly, originally thought that he had leaned on a big backer, and could wake up laughing in his dreams, but I didn't expect to be dumped before I could even sleep. Chapter 075 Lin Family's Internal Conflict, Upper. Another place, the Ming Yang Hotel. In the unusually luxuriously decorated presidential suite, there were 4 men guarding the door, big and burly, wearing black suits and black sunglasses. It seemed to announce to the outside world that they were bodyguards and that the people in the house had important identities. Inside the room, an extremely good-looking girl slammed her palm heavily on the table and angrily rebuked. You've simply disgraced our Lin family. If Su Haochen was here, he would definitely recognize that the girl who was fuming was none other than Lin Mengzhu. Across from her sat a man who looked to be in his mid-30s. His handsome face had a twisted expression, and he was already enraged. Lin Mengzhu, how can I say that I'm also your elder? Do you still have some discipline? The man said angrily. Bull asterisk. Lin Mengzhu bellowed. What the hell kind of elder are you? Lin Yangji, is this what you do? Lin Mengzhu, in a rage, directly called the man's name, without the slightest regard for whether or not he was an elder. Nor did she take into account how much profanity detracted from a lady's image when it came out of her mouth. Of course, Lin Mengzhu wasn't exactly a lady in the first place. You, Lin Yangji reached out and pointed at Lin Mengzhu, shivering with anger. I'm your 4th uncle. Humph. Lin Mengzhu let out a cold snort. 4th uncle? You are truly my good 4th uncle. Then explain to me what you really want to do with those people today. What those people? I can't understand what you're saying. Lin Yangji mouth although hard, but the face expression and cannot hide from Lin Mengzhu. A look is the thing exposed in due pale sophistry. For the sake of the Lin family's reputation, I gave them a suitable excuse in front of the police today. Do you want me to notify the police and investigate according to the law? Lin Mengzhu said. Lin Mengzhu, you're too deceitful. Lin Yangji was infuriated. Lin Yangji, you corrupted the family. Lin Mengzhu glared angrily. Neither of them would let the other go. And just then, a man came from the doorway and said to Lin Yangji, 4th young master. Lin Yangji, who was in the middle of his anger, did not have a good attitude towards anyone and glared at the man and said, can't you see I'm busy? Also, I said you should call me what I am. Didn't I remember? Yes, 4th master. The man was angrily shouted at by Lin Yangji and didn't dare to say more, so he could only change his words as requested. Then he stood there with his head down, waiting for Lin Yangji's next command. Before Lin Yangji could speak, Lin Mengzhu said with a cold snort, spreading what fire at others. Really, the more you live, the more you go back. You're still the 4th master. What kind of master are you? You're too ashamed to be a grandson. Lin Mengzhu's mouth was not forgiving in the slightest, and Lin Yangji's face turned green with anger as he slammed his fist on the table. Lin Mengzhu, did you think that I wouldn't dare to fight you? Lin Mengzhu smiled disdainfully. Why don't you try? As he said that, he looked at Lin Yangji with a contemptuous face, not worried at all, and did not seem to put Lin Yangji in his eyes. Lin Yangji clenched his fists and held back his anger, but did not strike. Indeed, he wouldn't dare. Lin Mengzhu was the eldest daughter of this generation and had several older brothers above her. It is a normal tradition to favor sons over daughters in large families. However, Lin Mengzhu was exceptionally beautiful, but was loved by the old man. If he dared to take the initiative to strike out at Lin Mengzhu and the news got out, the old master would definitely make him suffer. Even though he was all over the place today, there was no guarantee that it would be completely confidential. In addition, he knew that he was no match for Lin Mengzhu. This was another reason why Lin Mengzhu was loved by the old master. She was a natural martial arts prodigy. Although he was only 20 years old, his martial arts skills were beyond imagination. Not to mention that ordinary people couldn't understand it. Even their families were horrified. That's right, not surprised, but horrified. The 20-year-old Lin Mengzhu was actually able to stand up to the old man, but it was a pity that she was a woman, and her physique and strength were innately weaker than that of a man. Otherwise I'm afraid that the old man would not be a match for her. As for Lin Yangji, he wants to be the head of the Lin family, and all he thinks about all day long is the threat of war. But he has fallen a lot in terms of martial arts. If he made a move with Lin Mengzhu and gave Lin Mengzhu fire, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that Lin Yangji didn't speak anymore, Lin Mengzhu gave him another contemptuous glance and said to the person who came in at the door, "Just tell me what's going on. What bad things did he set you up for again?" This, the man stammered, because Lin Yangji had specifically emphasized the need to keep things secret, especially not to let Lin Mengzhu know. Seeing the expression on that person's face, Lin Mengzhu knew that it was definitely not something good, and that it had something to do with herself. So with eyes glaring, he said angrily, "Speak." The man was so scared that he directly knelt down, shivering and said, Big miss, yes. Saying that, carefully looking at Lin Yangji, the Lin Yangji that met him wanted to kill people's eyes. Hard to hold back. Right at this moment, Lin Mengzhu's left hand raised, and the person kneeling at the doorway flew directly towards Lin Mengzhu. In the next second, Lin Mengzhu's hand grabbed onto his neck and lifted him up in the air like that, without landing on either foot. Lin Mengzhu's hands gradually exerted force. The man was pinched to the point that his face turned red, trying to speak but unable to do so. As soon as Lin Mengzhu let go of her hand, the man fell straight to the ground, his legs weak, and he knelt down again. "Speak," Lin Mengzhu said once again, her voice even more stern than before. The man didn't have the slightest doubt that if he didn't say anything, Missy would snap his neck the next time. He hurriedly explained Lin Yangji's explanation that he had contacted Du Jiangwo and wanted to clean up Su Haochen. If Du Jiangwo was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this person was the expert who had smashed the flower pot 5 meters away with a wave of his hand. Who would have thought that an expert who was so powerful in front of Du Jiangwo would be that unbeatable in the hands of Lin Mengzhu? "Lin Mengzhu, you've gone too far," Lin Yangji said, but his tone was not as strong as before. "I'm excessive?" Lin Mengzhu sneered. "Can there be anything more excessive than you? Sending people to arrest me in the first place, secretly dealing with the people who saved me in the second place, and now you're saying I'm excessive. How dare you strike so hard at your own family?" Lin Yangji said. "All right, don't be hypocritical," Lin Mengzhu said. "You deserve to say the word ruthless," Lin Mengzhu said. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she actually laughed and said, "Lin Yangji, I had overlooked how you, with your intellect, could pull off such a stupid stunt. It seems that this is the real killing move." Lin Yangji also laughed out loud. "Lin Mengzhu, it seems that you aren't courageous either." Saying that, Lin Yangji seemed to nod in relief. "Originally, it wouldn't have been a good thing for you to be the head of the family and lead the Lin family, but unfortunately, I came into this world first, so this head of the family must be me. This chess game of yours, you've played a big game," Lin Mengzhu said. "In that case, you bought off my friend Wang Jiechi." "That's natural," Lin Yangji said. "It seems you're really smart. Only, it's useless for you to be any smarter now. I've already arranged things. Unless you do as I say, that little boyfriend of yours will have to stay in jail until he dies. Besides, I can't guarantee when he'll die." Chapter 076 Lin Family Internal Conflict. Next, Lin Mengzhu clenched her fists tightly. Now she very much wanted to slap Lin Yangji against the wall, the kind that she couldn't even pick out, but now she didn't dare. If there is anything in this world that Lin Mengzhu can't let go of in her heart, then besides her parents, it is Su Haochen. Even her grandfather had to be at the back of the line. After all, although her grandfather liked her, He had to be busy worrying about the Lin family's major and minor affairs, and rarely had the chance to meet. Now that Su Haochen was equivalent to having been controlled, she didn't dare to act rashly. This Lin Yangji really deserved to be called the smartest person by her grandfather. Until now, she didn't figure it out. Previously, she thought Lin Yangji was stupid enough to send a bunch of losers to catch her. Now it was finally understood that since the beginning, their target was Su Haochen. First, he followed Su Haochen and learned that he lived in Chentangipin, and then had the bought and paid for Wang Jiechi encourage Lin Mengzhu to go to Chentangipin to look at the house. When Su Haochen entered the old sixth barbecue, he asked Wang Jiechi to bring this Lin Mengzhu in again. In fact, Lin Mengzhu had already discovered Su Haochen and Yin Zero at that time, even though they had already tried very hard to change their voices. However, Lin Mengzhu didn't leave. Instead, she was quite happy, silently enjoying this close proximity. She didn't realize that Su Haochen had actually discovered her. Everything that happened later was according to the script designed by Lin Yangji, and Su Haochen staged a heroic rescue. Thinking of this, Lin Mengzhu suddenly frowned and looked at Lin Yangji, saying, "Even I didn't realize he had that strong martial arts." "How did you know?" Lin Yangji let out a cold snort and said, "I didn't perceive it. This kid, hiding very deeply. I just found out before that he was beating up security guards at Chentangipin, and knowing that he had 2 tricks up his sleeve, I calculated that he would definitely come to the rescue. I planned to catch him to blackmail you, but I didn't realize that he was so good at martial arts, so I had to change my plan. Even if he is good at martial arts, I don't think he would dare to fool around in the Public Security Bureau." Lin Mengzhu frowned even tighter. She had been in contact with Su Haochen for 2 years before and knew that he was simply unarmed, and when they met yesterday at noon, they found out that Su Haochen actually knew martial arts. And today, his aura suddenly exploded again, growing exponentially, which made Lin Mengzhu unable to figure out what was going on. But now was not the time to think about that. Lin Mengzhu sighed lightly, seemingly resigned to her fate, and said, "You mean for me to give up my position as head of the family and tell Grandpa to let you have it?" "That's right." Lin Yangji was overjoyed. "As long as you do that, I'll immediately have that side release him, and you'll be able to rest assured that you'll be with him in the future. So wouldn't that be 2 birds with 1 stone? The moment these words were said, Lin Mengzhu's heart shook, and in this instant, she really had the idea of wanting to give up the idea of inheriting the position of the family head. It was because her grandfather intended for her to inherit the position of the head of the family, and Su Haochen was from an ordinary family. The two were too different before they had to choose to break up. Originally, she wanted to wait until she was in a position of great power, then explain to Su Haochen, and then the 2 of them would be together again. But I didn't realize that only 3 days had passed and things had developed into this situation. Just thinking about it, she knew that she wouldn't be able to get past her parents. Moreover, Su Haochen already had Inziru, and the 2 were afraid that it would be really hard to go back to the past. Lin Mengzhu let out another sigh, and to Lin Yangji's ears, this was the hopelessness of Lin Mengzhu's heart that was unwilling but had to compromise. Just as he was rejoicing in his heart and a smile appeared on his face, Lin Mengzhu slowly pulled out the phone from his arms. Lin Mengzhu looked at Lin Yangji and said, "You've made 1,000 calculations, but you didn't think I would leave the recording bar on." Lin Yangji's face immediately stiffened. You, Lin Mengzhu smiled coldly. "I can always send this recording to Grandpa now. Then, I will be the one to abolish you, and I will be a credit to the family. Then again, I'll just have him go and cancel that order of yours," Lin Mengzhu said, reaching out to point at the person still kneeling on the ground. "Although he is your personal guard, but if you have been invalidated, then I guess he will listen to me, right?" Lin Yangji gritted his teeth. "Lin Mengzhu, I didn't expect you to have such a heart when you're not very old." "Thanks for the compliment," Lin Mengzhu said. "When dealing with a smart person like you, it's only natural that I have to be a little mindful, or else I'm afraid I won't even know how I'm going to die. How about we each take a step back?" Lin Yangji said. "Retreat? How to retreat?" Lin Mengzhu laughed. "I'm winning now. As long as I send it to Grandpa, I'm sure you'll at least be abolished from martial arts and expelled from the Lin family," Lin Mengzhu said, shaking her cell phone again. The so-called one step back for each side is a consensus reached when both sides are unwilling to take any more losses in a situation where they are evenly matched. And right now, you don't seem to be in a position to talk to me about that, do you? Lin Yangji became irritated and slammed the table. "Don't forget that I hold the secrets of the Lin family, including why you're here, and if I throw my weight around and reveal your secrets, you know the consequences." "Desperate? You're trying to say a dog jumping over the wall." Lin Mengzhu's mouth was unforgiving, but her heart was moved. The reason why she couldn't reveal her martial arts and still didn't make a move even when Su Haochen was on the verge of extinction was because of this secret. Once he made a move and exposed that he knew martial arts, he would definitely be targeted, and that would be very unfavorable to the family's plan. Thinking of this, Lin Mengzhu put away her cell phone. although I can't think of any other cards you have. I'm sure that as smart as you are, you will leave yourself a way out. I have reason to believe that even if I kill you now, you have the power to let my secret out. You win. I don't dare bet. I agree to take a step back each way. Release Su Haochen. Get your ass back to the clan, and we'll stay out of each other's way from now on. Hearing Lin Mengzhu's words, Lin Yongji secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but did not show it. He himself knew that he didn't actually have any more cards left, and it wasn't possible for him to let out secrets on his deathbed as Lin Mengzhu had said, after the robbery, but instead of reflecting on his own wrongdoing, he gazed gloomily, thinking that he should have kept some cards. Lin Yongji's personal guards contacted Du Jiangwo at Lin Mengzhu's behest, asking Du Jiangwo to release him and telling him that the partnership between the two was over. Thus, Du Jiangwo rushed to give Su Haochen the slip. After all, he had investigated Su Haochen, whether it was Jin Yuan Street, Chentang Yipin, or the Shanghai University of Science and Technology, it wasn't something he could afford to mess with. And after Su Haochen knew that he wouldn't be able to get any useful information out of Du Jiangwo's mouth, he didn't bother to entangle with him anymore. Let him turn himself in and voluntarily account for the crimes he has committed. Even with all his reluctance, Du could only turn himself in. Although he lost his office and would face jail time, it was better than losing his life. With the power behind Su Haochen, Du Jiangwo didn't doubt for a second that Su Haochen had the ability to make him disappear silently. Chapter 077 Going Home, above. The time had come to the latter part of the night, and Su Haochen and In Zero had finally returned home. After a brief shower, he was ready for bed. It had been a tiring enough day. On the way, Su Haochen told In Zero all about what happened in the Public Security Bureau, and In Zero was also puzzled and couldn't figure out what was going on. Signed in casually and got another 100 million Chinese coins. Su Haochen helplessly skimmed his mouth, compared to the first time he got 100 million in the lottery. The ecstasy of that time was in stark contrast to the present, as if nothing had happened. In just over 3 days, he'd already disdained $100 million, and now even he didn't know exactly how much money was on his bank card. Anyway, there is a steady stream of money coming in from the Kingston Street side is all. It is said that Chentang Yipin has also rented out some of them for a good amount of money. As for the China Sea University of Science and Technology, the students' tuition fees and whatnot, that's all income too, and there are no few who collect money inside the university. When I woke up the next day, it was already after 9 o'clock, and In Zira said she had to go to class. Su Haochen took a ride on a hitchhiker's car and followed it to Shanghai University of Science and Technology, but this time, he didn't go to find Wang Meng, but rather casually strolled around the campus. Every blade of grass and tree here has his share, so naturally he wants to familiarize himself with it. It was almost 11 o'clock, just when he was feeling slightly cold and was about to find a milk tea store to rest for a while. As if the group had made an appointment, they called him one after another, leaving the phone in Su Haochen's hand basically unsettled. First up is Rocky, the CEO of Mingyang Hotel's Beijing headquarters. Call and report to him that the arrangements have been made and that payroll will be paid on the first afternoon of every month from now on. Then he was told again that this arrangement would expose the finances to overtime at the end of each month, so he arranged overtime pay for finance according to rank. Su Haochen naturally had no problem with it and praised Rocky for doing a good job. After casually chatting for a few sentences, Su Haochen could feel that Luo Qi was now energized, and his attitude towards him wasn't as perfunctory as the first time he called. I guess it's because I was treated like a rich kid who didn't know anything before, and when I saw that I was genuinely thinking about everyone, my attitude changed. Su Haochen thought in his mind. Other than this, he really couldn't figure out why Luo Qi's attitude had changed so much. Immediately followed by Yang Dong, inquiring about Su Haochen's situation last night. Su Haochen was not at all surprised that Yang Dong would be informed. After all, it's not surprising that a general manager that big would have his own intelligence network about some things in Shanghai. Later, he reported to Su Haochen about the reorganization program. Su Haochen him several times. In fact, not much attention. For one thing, he had limited knowledge and didn't know much about operations, and for another he trusted Yang Dong more. The only thing that still concerned him was that Sun Changhua and Sun Xiao had been fired. Yang Dong was merciful and didn't send them to jail, just will be detained for 2 days. But when they were leaving, they put down harsh words saying that Yang Dong should be careful. Yang Dong just told Su Haochen and didn't care. After all, now that he was in a position of power, he wouldn't care about a minor character like Sun Changhua who had already been fired. But Su Haochen still told Yang Dong to be careful. After all, not afraid of thieves stealing but afraid of thieves thinking. As a poor ex-silkman who had made a comeback, Su Haochen wasn't that arrogant due to reading a lot of books and being more educated. Instead, he continued his cautious personality. Of course, for those who provoked him, the current Su Haochen had learned to show no mercy. Hanging up Yang Dong's phone, Zheng Qian of Chentang Yipin called again to greet him. First, it was yesterday's events, and then it reported on the rental situation of Chun Tangipin. However, Su Haochen didn't listen to it at all. Then after that, he received a call from Wang Mang, telling him that those few that should be fired have been fired. But as for what he said yesterday, that he was going to take CSTU to be ranked in the top 3 in the country, the guys were upholding a skeptical attitude and wanted to ask him about the specific arrangements. Hearing this, Su Haochen is also ahead with too big, or he has any specific arrangements. Not a clue. If it wasn't for the 50 years of inner strength rewarded by the system quest, he wouldn't have cared about that. But now he is also hard-headed, must do it, and cannot admit defeat in front of everyone, can only feign anger. Said, "You tell them that I naturally have my arrangements, and that when they receive instructions, they will do as I say. Work normally as previously scheduled without orders, and whoever has a problem with that, get the hell out." Hearing Su Haochen's unquestionable words, Wang Mang didn't dare to say anything more, and could only say yes again and again. Just as he was about to tuck his cell phone away, Chen Yang's side called again to ask if the meal delivered earlier was still tasty. Su Haochen was already annoyed in his heart, splitting his head and giving a scolding. "The day before yesterday I ordered the dish. You only ask me now if it's tasty. With your service attitude, I guess maybe one day we'll have to take off that sign," Su Haochen roared. Chen Yang's side apologized repeatedly and had a hard time saying anything. "Yesterday, I was worried that Su Haochen was unwilling to get up after his hangover, so I didn't bother. But I didn't expect that people would resent my late feedback." Actually, Su Haochen didn't care about Chen Yang's service attitude, nor did he want to blame him for calling a day later. It was just that Su Haochen had just been annoyed by the torture of the phone call, and Chen Yang happened to bump into the gun. After finally finishing the call, even with Su Haochen's physique, his arms were slightly numb. "I wanted to find a milk tea store to sit for a while, but it was already 11:30, and In Zero had already gotten out of class. Went for a casual bite to eat and did quite a bit of shopping. Originally, In Zero still had classes in the afternoon, but she said she was too lazy to attend, and Su Haochen didn't force it. He wasn't a keen student in the first place, and persuading someone to take a class seriously, how he thought about that kind of image was very anticlimactic. In Zero asks Su Haochen why he bought so many things, and Su Haochen and In Zero say that they are going to make a trip home tomorrow. In Zero originally wanted to follow her back, but thought about the fact that the two had only known each other for 3 days. It didn't seem right to go home with someone so soon, so I didn't bring it up. Su Haochen didn't bring it up either, still having some concerns, though with In Zero it developed quickly, like flying an airplane, but bringing it home to meet the parents, that was pretty much ready for marriage in the entrenched mindset on their side of the family. After all, the two were still young, so this time, Su Haochen gave up the idea of bringing In Zero home. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities afterward. In Zero told Su Haochen that if he went home, he wouldn't live in this neighborhood anymore. The house was too big and he was scared to live alone. Su Haochen nodded and didn't say anything, but In Zero's little mind couldn't be hidden from him. Didn't think of herself as the mistress of the place, which meant that the two had progressed in substance quickly, but hadn't really crossed paths as a couple. It couldn't be helped though. The two had been in contact for a relatively short time, for some purpose, so Su Haochen harvested her. No amount of responsibility can make up for the fact that two people really don't know each other that well at the moment. Chapter 078 Going Home. Next, at 7 o'clock the next morning, in the underground parking space of Su Haochen's house, In Zero and Su Haochen got into the car, and In Zero said, Brother Haochen, I wanted to ask you 2 days ago, your 2 cars, when did you buy them? It wasn't there before, and we got up the morning of our dinner together and realized there were 2 more cars here. Su Haochen really wants to say it's the reward he got after sleeping with you, but that couldn't be said at all, except to explain that it was a gift from a relative in the family, celebrating his junior year of college. In Zero looked at Su Haochen with a strange expression, secretly thinking what kind of relatives are these in his family? So much for Ferrari, Lamborghini poison, I can't believe you can give it as a gift. And, celebrating junior year, what the hell, is that something to celebrate? In Zero didn't even think that Su Haochen was lying. Maybe the IQ of a girl in love would really plummet. Su Haochen secretly watched In Zero's reaction, and a cold sweat broke out slightly on his head. He didn't even expect In Zero to suddenly ask about those 2 cars, so he made up the blind story on the spot. It's no wonder he didn't think to put the lie together ahead of time. He's just been a little busy the last couple days. In the car, Su Haochen signed in once again, and in his backpack was an additional buffeted a limited edition watch, an E-rated reward. Googling it, it's worth almost $10 million. You could almost call it the emperor of the table. There aren't many pieces available worldwide, so it's safe to say that there's a price to pay. However, in Su Haochen's case, it didn't have the slightest value, and was worn on the hand very casually. Brother Haochen, where did you get the watch? Zero liked it when she saw it and directly forgot about the car. It's also a gift from a relative. Su Haochen replied casually. Zero grew her small mouth. Are all your relatives so rich? This is a limited edition of Buffetita. You've seen a lot. Su Haochen laughed. That's right. Zero looked proud. I've never seen a pig run before. Su Haochen slightly bristled, then shook his head and said in Zero's surprised gaze, You've definitely eaten pork, but are you sure you've seen a pig run? Amount. Zero was speechless. Having grown up living in the city, where would she have had the chance to see a pig run? So now the words should be changed. Su Haochen said, Should I say that I haven't seen a pig run yet? I haven't eaten pork. Zero was amused by Su Haochen and said, It seems reasonable. The two of them talked and laughed along the way, and soon, Zero sent Su Haochen to the high-speed train station. Previously, Zero also asked Su Haochen why he didn't take an airplane, and Su Haochen said that the place at home was relatively backward, so there was no airfield. You also have to change transportation back and forth, which is a bit of a hassle. A high-speed train takes 7 hours, but it's just a short nap on the train, and you get to see the sights along the way. But actually the main reason was that Su Haochen had never been on an airplane, and was worried about making a joke if he was by himself, so he was going to wait and take his assistant with him afterward and let him do everything, and then he'd sneak in and learn a little bit. At 8 o'clock, the high-speed train started on time, while Zero went home to sleep after sending Su Haochen away. After arriving home and sending Su Haochen a WeChat, the two of them casually chatted for a few sentences, and Su Haochen fell asleep. Su Haochen's hometown, Liaofu City, Liaofu First High School. This high school is known as the best high school in the city and ranks in the top 10 in the province. It was also the alma mater of Su Haochen and his sister Su Yuechun, who had both been proud of it. In a classroom, a teacher is berating a student. The whole class didn't say anything. You're the only one with a lot of personnel, and if you don't want to buy it, then get the hell home and don't come to school. A student stood straight in his seat, not looking like he had made a mistake. Instead, the hall met the teacher on all fours, and when the teacher finished, the student spoke. Teacher Lu, I never said I wouldn't buy it. I said I'd go to the bookstore and buy it myself. My old aunt owns a bookstore. I know she has this exercise book there. Mr. Lu said angrily, if I say the whole class will buy it together, then the whole class will buy it together. Why are you so nosy? I tell you, if you don't pay up, you'll go home, and if you want to be expelled it's just a matter of words for me. The student is not afraid in the least. What mistake have I made that you can fire me? And even if you do, you have to write and understand what happened and why. Could you write because I don't pay for the exercise book as you requested? If you do write that, I'm afraid I won't be the one who gets fired. Ms. Lu, female, is in her 50s and will soon retire. It's the homeroom teacher of the current senior class 7, named Lu Chung, English teacher. Although the qualification is old, but the reputation is not very good, often organizing students to make up classes. Do not follow her to make up classes when the class is going to give the students to wear small shoes. However, as the seniority is relatively old and it is said that they have quite a backstage, so students and parents are not afraid to speak out. This time, she organized the students to pay for the materials, and when they only needed $40 or so at the bookstore, she simply asked them to pay $500 each. The student who contradicted her was called Wang Sini, and like most of her classmates, she was surprised to hear that she had to pay a $500 information fee, so she kept her eyes peeled and asked Mr. Lu what kind of information she wanted to buy. Lu Qing didn't think much of anything and told her directly. During the evening, she contacted her old aunt who owned a bookstore. My old aunt said that material sold for over $50 at the bookstore, and if the class bought it together, they could get it for over $40. So she got angry. She decided not to bring the money to school tomorrow and that she was going to have a good talk with Lu Qing. She didn't contact her classmates to join her. She wanted to carry it off on her own. If it works, it saves the class money. If it fails, then it's as if she's on her own and doesn't involve anyone else. So, on Friday morning, Lu Qing and Wang Sini clashed in class. In the end, Lu Qing told Wang Sini to stand outside and then called her parents to come to the school. Wang Sini is also a headstrong girl who thinks she is not wrong and is determined not to stand. Lu Qing also lost her temper and said that if Wang Sini didn't go out, she wouldn't lecture. Now that we are seniors, delaying a class can be a big deal for the whole class. As a result, a few sanctimonious ES in the class began to complain that Wang Sini shouldn't have talked back to the teacher. Wang Sini looked at that face of those girls, her heart cooled halfway, and she turned around and left the classroom. But she didn't stand outside either. She didn't think she was at fault and naturally wasn't willing to be punished. So she simply took off her school uniform and laid it on the floor and sat right there. The grade head, Li Taigua, passed by the entrance of class 7 and saw Wang Sini sitting in the doorway, inquired what had happened and took her straight to the office and told her to sit on the couch and relax. Wang Sini's grades have always been good. and they have skyrocketed in the 2 months of this semester. In the last monthly exam, it ranked in the top 20 in the entire grade. Although she was currently resigned to an ordinary class, anyone would believe that she would be able to get into the best one, the rocket class, in the class reorganization after the midterm exams. So the head of the grade knew her and liked her too. After all, there were really very few girls with good grades and good looks. Chapter 079, A Chance Encounter on the Train. Above, Su Haochen is in the business class. The seat is very comfortable, and can also be directly put down to lie down. It was almost as good as lying straight in bed and falling asleep in no time. But people have 3 urges and inevitably wake up. There was someone in the bathroom closest to the business class, and Su Haochen went directly inside the other compartments to settle it. If one is going from the second class seat to the first class side, then the crew will definitely block it. But when you go from business class to the second class side, even if you see it, you won't be stopped. But on the contrary, you will be greeted very warmly. Su Haochen finished going to the toilet, felt relaxed, and looked at the time, just 10 in the morning. And the car to Liufu station time is more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Still very early, ready to go back to continue to sleep. It's been days since I've had a good night's rest. Just then, a call came in, from Yang Dong, asking him what the arrangements were for those 3 secretaries. Su Haochen slapped his head, originally prepared to meet those 3 people during yesterday, but have been getting ready to go home, shopping and all, and forgot about it. Su Haochen directly told Yang Dong to let the 3 of them familiarize themselves with the Golden Source business street first. Then he will work with him first and meet up in a few days when he is free. Yang Dong's side reported something else, and Su Haochen told him impatiently, just watch yourself, and don't bother me with anything important. Yang Dong's side smiled sardonically and warily asked Su Haochen what he had to do to see if he could help. Sleep, Su Haochen said decisively, and then hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Yang Dong couldn't help but freeze for half a day as he listened to the voice on the phone before he began to arrange his work. 3 female secretaries sat there. Originally thought that today we'll be able to meet the legendary young and handsome and gold boss, but I did not expect that people do not have time, can only first follow the arrangements of Yang Dong first work. These 3 are beautiful and extraordinary looking, but it's also by no means a vase, and has a very impressive work ethic. Otherwise Yang Dong wouldn't have dared to choose to be Su Haochen's secretary. Just as Su Haochen was about to return to the business class, he suddenly heard a loud noise, followed by a woman's apologizing voice. Su Haochen frowned. This voice was familiar to him. It seemed to be his sister, Su Yuchen. Although he was only skeptical, Su Haochen still decided to go over and take a look. By the sound of it, it was probably just a carriage right away. And Ning was wrong, but it was just a few extra steps. Su Haochen quickly crossed a carriage and saw a woman standing there bowing and apologizing. And on the seat sat a woman, looking to be in her 30s, holding a little boy. Su Haochen froze there, because the one who was bowing and apologizing was none other than his sister, Su Yuchen. Taking 3 steps forward, he pulled Su Yuchen. Sister, a sister shouted out. Su Yuchen looked up, saw the handsome face in front of him, and couldn't help but be joyful. Su Haochen, on the other hand, nearly cried out, but soon, it was taken over by anger. Darkly, he asked, what's going on, sis? Su Yuchen clearly felt that Su Haochen was different from before, especially that aura. But just as Su Yuchen was about to speak, the woman holding the child spoke first. You're her brother, aren't you? That's just as well then. You'll pay the money for her. She hit my child just now and must pay us $100,000. Su Haochen took one look at this woman and knew that she was of the snarky variety. As for the claim that Su Yuchen had hit someone, he absolutely did not believe it. Sister is gentle and modest. How could she possibly hit someone? At first glance, it's this woman who's messing around with the porcelain. So Su Haochen said coldly, I'm talking to my sister. Is there a place for you to interrupt? Su Haochen said, turning his head to look at the woman. His stern eyes made her startled, wanting to say something, but didn't dare to open her mouth again. Su Yuchen gently pulled Su Haochen's clothes and whispered, forget it, let's not cause trouble. Su Haochen gently grabbed Su Yuchen's hand, and as the 2 of them looked at each other, they actually saw some vicissitudes on Su Yuchen's face. The forehead seemed to be wrinkled, and the temples were slightly graying. Su Haochen's heart ached. To know, Su Yuchen was only 22 years old this year. What was this experiencing? To have surfaced this kind of pallor that shouldn't exist. Su Haochen excitedly hugged Su Yuchen. Sister, don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you. Su Yuchen crouched in her brother's arms, tears slipping down involuntarily. At this moment, Su Haochen gave her an unprecedented sense of security that she had never felt before. My brother has grown up. Sister, what's going on? Su Haochen let go of Su Yuchen and asked. Thus, Su Yuchen told Su Haochen what had happened. Turns out she was sitting there with her eyes closed and this kid suddenly went over and grabbed the cell phone out of her hand. She subconsciously shrunk her hand, not realizing that the child had fallen to the ground. And then the mother of the child was relentless in her claim that she had hit the child. Hearing this, Su Haochen said to Su Yuchen, "Sis, you're not to blame for this. It's perfectly fine to take it up with the flight attendant. What are you apologizing to her for?" Su Yuchen gently shook his head. "Xiao Hao, when you go out, it's better to do more than less. Endure for a while. Tolerating for a while gives you an inch. Taking a step back makes it worse." Su Haochen snatched the words. "Leave this to me." Su Yuchen was still about to say something when he saw Su Haochen come in front of the woman. "You heard what my sister said just now. Is what she said the truth?" The woman was wearing a mink coat and looked rich. Whether it was the real thing or not was unknown. Do really rich people sit in second-class carriages? Maybe it will. After all, second class and business class arrive at the same destination. But would someone with such an awareness be of this quality? Summarizing the above, Su Haochen had a rough idea in his heart that this woman was simply pretending. It's okay to scare ordinary people. In front of him, meh, even if that mink coat was real, even if she was really rich, Su Haochen was not afraid. The woman was a little afraid of Su Haochen, plus she was the one who had deliberately blackmailed her in the first place, so she was a little weak, so he didn't dare to meet Su Haochen's gaze, and also stammered without saying anything. "I'm asking you," Su Haochen added. The woman seemed to have made up her mind about something and stood up to confront Su Haochen. Unfortunately, she was really a bit short and could only raise her head to look up at Su Haochen, which looked very funny. "So what if it's not the truth?" the woman said to herself. "Anyway, she pushed and dropped my child, so she must pay for it. If your child went for my sister's cell phone first, then my sister was acting in self-defense. Not to mention that she was unconsciously grabbing back with her eyes closed. But if she had the sense to recapture the phone, that would have been protecting her property." Su Haochen said, "Don't tell me that just because your kids are little you can do whatever you want. My sister acted reasonably and legally in protecting her personal property. As for your child's injury, you can only blame it on your poor caretaking, no one else." Chapter 080 A Chance Encounter on the Train. Below, she said my son grabbed her cell phone, that's it? The woman argued. "I didn't see my son grab her cell phone, I saw her drop my son. Besides, even if my son broke her cell phone, big deal, I'll pay her for it. But she pushed my son, and this won't be over without $100,000. Hearing the woman's words, Su Haochen let out a cold laugh. "You really don't want it when I give you face? Since that's the case, let's call the crew to settle this." As Su Haochen spoke, he told Su Yuchen to go find the staff. Su Yuchen hadn't wanted to make a big deal out of it, but Su Haochen gave her a gentle nod, signaling her not to worry. And then, Su Yuchen went to the side of the carriage to look for the crew. When the woman saw Su Yuchen leaving, she raised her hand and grabbed at her, grabbing again and again while shouting, "Don't go, you!" Su Haochen grabbed her hand, and in the woman's surprised gaze, a large hand slapped on her face. Supporting Su Yuchen away and calling the flight attendants was one aspect. The other reason was that Su Haochen knew he would soon be unable to resist hitting someone. Didn't want Su Yuchen to see his violent side. A slap directly made the woman sit on the ground, climbed up and just wanted to quarrel. Su Haochen spoke first. "If your other half wants a slap on the face too, then you can yell all you want." One sentence made the woman directly shut her mouth and sat down in her seat with a sarcastic smile. Soon after, Su Yuchen called the crew member, who had a flat expression on his face and didn't seem to want to care. But Su Haochen showed his ticket, and the steward quickly changed his face. With a face full of joy, he expressed to Su Haochen that he would immediately go to check the surveillance and get to the bottom of this matter in the shortest possible time. The conductor arrived as well, and several people went to the conductor's office together and pulled up the surveillance. The events shown on the surveillance video, however, were out of Su Haochen's expectation. The little boy was indeed grabbing Su Yuchen's cell phone, and Su Yuchen did have her eyes closed at that time, and the surveillance was so clear that any details could be seen. But instead of a subconscious tug that made the boy fall, the two woke up and scrambled twice. Then Su Yuchen reached out his other hand and pushed the boy, pushing him to the ground. In other words, Su Yuchen was also lying. Su Yuchen looked at Su Haochen in embarrassment. Su Haochen smiled faintly and took his sister's small hand. Only then did I realize the vicissitudes of my sister's face that I had just focused on. But I didn't realize that there were dry cracks on this originally delicate little hand. How did this happen? Su Haochen's heart ached so much that tears were about to fall from his eyes. So what if my sister lied? Not to mention that she still has the upper hand. Even if she's wrong, then I'm going to be on her side. Su Haochen thought firmly. Things are already obvious. Su Haochen said, "It was this kid who grabbed my sister's cell phone first, and my sister was merely protecting her property in a normal, reasonable and lawful manner." The conductor also saw the surveillance, and it was reasonable to say that Su Yuchen only needed 2 hands to snatch the cell phone back, and there was no need to push the boy. But now that Su Haochen had spoken, business class customers, they naturally had to give preferential treatment. so there was nothing to do but nod. Row. In that case, this woman attempted to extort $100,000 from my sister, and it's clearly recorded here, so I hope you'll deal with it according to the law, or else I'll report it myself, Su Haochen said. He didn't want to let go of the evil woman who bullied his sister. If he didn't happen to be here today, maybe Su Yuchen would have been bullied into something. Thinking of this, Su Haochen's heart felt another heartache. Looking at Su Yuchen's appearance, he must have endured a lot of heartache as well. Xiao Hao, forget it, there's nothing wrong with me. Su Yuchen opened her mouth. She didn't know why both the crew and the conductor were so polite to Su Haochen, but she knew that she had to be forgiven, and most of all, she was afraid of what would be left behind. Su Haochen glanced at the woman and spoke, "Since my sister is too lazy to bother with you, I'll let you off this time." Hearing this, the woman hurriedly stood up, bent over and nodded repeatedly. Yes, thank you. The woman finished her sentence and hurried to run outside the office, but before she could take a step, Su Haochen directly got up and kicked her in the stomach, shocking the entire office. The stewardess just wanted to go up and pull Su Haochen, but was stopped by a look from the conductor. Su Yuchen's mouth grew in surprise, then reached out to cover his mouth, and a Xiao Hao came out of his mouth. "It's too cheap for you to want to leave just like this," Su Haochen said. "Kneel down and apologize to my sister. Slap yourself 10 times, and then leave $100,000 as reparation." The conductor couldn't help but frown. Su Haochen did this, although it was said to be treating others the way they want to be treated, which seemed to relieve people's hatred, but it was also a bit of a suspicion of bullying others. Technically, it's no different than what the woman just did. Just as the conductor hesitated to persuade him, Su Haochen opened his mouth. "Check my sister in for an upgrade. There's no one next to me, so let her be there." When this came out, the conductor was completely silent. Both people were business class, honored guests. How could he or she go and accuse people? The conductor left the office with the steward, leaving only Su Haochen, Su Yuchen, and the woman in the office. The child hadn't been let in since the fight just now, and this was also Su Haochen's arrangement. Although he was determined to give the woman a good beating, he didn't want her children to see it so they wouldn't grow up with a shadow. "Didn't you hear my words?" Su Haochen said. His voice was light, but it sounded that scary to that woman. Looking at Su Haochen's icy gaze, finally she couldn't help but rush at Su Yuchen and kneel down, frightening Su Yuchen to scream and dodge away. The woman fell to her knees and said she was sorry repeatedly, slapping herself violently as she did so. It wasn't until the 10 slaps were finished that he asked warily, "Can I get up now?" "Sister, what do you mean?" Su Haochen asked with a smile. Quickly let her get up." Su Yuchen tugged on Su Haochen's sleeve. "I've said it all." She didn't even feel like she knew this brother anymore. "I seem to have said another one just now. Are you not remembering it?" Su Haochen said. The other article he refers to is, naturally, the $100,000. I remember. The woman shivered and climbed to her feet and said, But I only have over $40,000 here." "Okay, 40,000 then," Su Haochen said. He knew the woman didn't have the courage to lie and didn't dwell on it. Money was just a number to him. He just wanted to teach this woman a lesson, and blackmailing some money to spend was just along the way. The woman gave Su Haochen the $40,000 and left in a hurry, almost tripping over the doorway. Su Haochen and Su Yuchen were waiting in the office for the conductor to ascend the cabin. Chapter 081. Please go out. Above. The two siblings chatted in the conductor's office for a few moments, and Su Yuchen asked about Su Haochen's current changes. Su Haochen explains that he has had some opportunities in Shanghai and is now able to make money and make a good living for his family. Su Yuchen nodded comfortably, then advised Su Haochen that he still needed to be down to earth and not overly ambitious. "Same as when I first called my mother, Xiao Qin. Loved ones don't care how brilliant you are, they prefer you to be safe as a blessing." Soon the conductor returned with newly processed business class tickets, escorting the two back to the business class. He also thoughtfully helped Su Yuchen put down the chair. "This business class, it's my first time to sit in it. It's much more comfortable than that second-class seat," Su Yuchen said with a smile. "When we go out in the future, we can fly business class every time, or even first class on an airplane," Su Haochen said in a very domineering manner. In fact, he was tempted to say, "You just want to charter a special plane, no problem. But think about it, it's better to let my sister accept it slowly, and I'm afraid of scaring her by exposing too much at once." The two people in casually chat a few sentences. Su Haochen asked about the sister. "This is from where to go?" Su Yuchen said it is a business trip to order a batch of goods. "Now to go home." Su Haochen was surprised. Originally thought that Su Yuchen was getting off at Jinghua, and just now did not pay attention to her ticket. "I didn't realize she was going home too. Is there a vacation this time of year? Or is it home?" Su Haochen couldn't help but be shocked in his heart as he thought about it. "Sister, your unit is on vacation?" Su Haochen asked. "No," Su Yuchen said. making Su Haochen's heart tighten again. He wanted to ask explicitly if something had happened at home, but couldn't open his mouth. So one can only continue to ask, so how do you find time to come home? I'm working near my home right now, Su Yuchen said. Ha? Su Haochen froze. Didn't you stay in Beijing after graduation? Su Yuchen nodded and said, yes, originally, after graduation, I applied for a job at the front desk of Mingyang Hotel. What? Su Haochen was shocked again. Mingyang Hotel? Yes. Su Yuchen nodded and said thoughtfully, there's also a branch in Zhonghai. You should know about it. Su Yuchen thought that Su Haochen was so surprised because he had heard of Mingyang Hotel. Then how come you weren't there afterward? Su Haochen asked. Because that manager, in the store, Su Yuchen said, suddenly stopped and changed his words. I quit and went home because I couldn't get along with the manager of the store. Sister, after this job, you haven't learned anything else, but you've learned to lie. Su Haochen said with a smile, but you lied quite literally about that earlier, but now it's a bit of a lie, isn't it? How did I lie? Su Yuchen forced a defense. I know even if you don't say it. Su Haochen said, it must have been that manager who coveted your beauty, so he tried to do something to you and you couldn't stand his harassment, so you left, right? Although it was said to end in a question, Su Haochen was very certain in his tone. What? Ah, Su Yuchen said, that manager is a woman. Eh? Su Haochen scratched his head. So it turned out that saying half a day was wrong from the start. So what's going on? Yes. Su Yuchen stammered for half a day, his heart crossing. Never mind. I'll tell you what. She's the one who suspected me of having something going on with her husband, so she fired me. Fine. Su Haochen was speechless. It seemed that good looks were sometimes a fault. You will be missed by men and envied by women. What's that manager's name? Su Haochen asked. While it was good in his mind that his sister was able to go home and work near her, she mustn't just eat her words for nothing. That manager, whoever it was, had to be cleaned up. You don't know even if you say it. Why ask it? I'm not even there anymore. Things are over, Su Yuchen said. Su Haochen nodded and didn't continue to ask. There were many ways to know the answer anyway. The two made small talk for a while longer and were bored, so they fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was almost 3 in the afternoon, and I would soon be at Liufu Station. Su Haochen opened his eyes first and woke Su Yuchen up after looking at the time. I had set an alarm for 3 o'clock and was worried about oversleeping, but when he saw the stewardess walk up to them to remind them that they were almost at the station, Su Haochen came to a sudden realization. Knowing that I had set this alarm clock was really redundant. How could a passenger be made to sit through a stop when the service inside business class is as good as it gets? Su Haochen nodded his thanks, got up and stretched, and after organizing the things he wanted to take home, he was ready to get off the bus. Su Haochen didn't tell in advance when he came home, and Su Yuchen also came back from a business trip, so there wasn't anyone to pick up the two of them. A group of cab drivers were waiting in front of the station, and Su Haochen knew that they were all asking for a high price. Those who can get inside the station to carry passengers are drivers with some connections, specializing in foreigners. The two of them, being locals, naturally could not fall for such a trick. The two headed out through the crowd, ready to take a cab farther away, when suddenly they saw a familiar figure. Kang Da-peng, Su Haochen's junior high school classmate, but has never studied well either. He dropped out of school in his second year and now looks to be working as a cab driver. Hey, master, going? Su Haochen went forward and asked. Go. Where to? Kang Da-peng said, raising his head to look at Su Haochen, so surprised that he almost jumped up, excitedly yelling, holy, old classmate, it's you! Su Haochen laughed and just wanted to catch up. However, Kang Da-peng's next sentence made Su Haochen almost suffocate. What's your name again? Su Haochen was filled with black lines, hoping that I'm so enthusiastic, but you kids forgot about me. My name is Su Haochen. Su Haochen gritted his teeth and stiffly squeezed out these words, if not to understand that this Kang Da-peng is righteous, but is just a big grin, forgetting everything. For someone who had even forgotten his name, Su Haochen would definitely turn around and leave. Kang Da-peng scratched his head and laughed nervously twice. I remember it seems to be Su Haochen, but didn't dare to recognize it. In case I called him wrong, then how embarrassing. Su Haochen, even more speechless, recognized the wrong embarrassment. You the girl directly tell me you forget what my name is, not embarrassed? Understanding this naive batch, Su Haochen wouldn't bother with him. Although his IQ wasn't high, he was definitely interesting enough as a person. This is your daughter-in-law? Kang Da-peng asked, pointing at Su Yuchen. Exasperated, Su Haochen rolled his eyes. I'm the same age as you. Do you think I'm old enough to get a wife? This is my sister, Su Yuchen. Haven't you met her before? Oh, Kang Da-peng held his head as if recalling something. Then shaking his head, he said, can't think of it. It's been too long. Indeed, the last time the two of them met was after Su Haochen graduated from high school, and it had been more than 2 years since they had seen each other. This time is not long for ordinary people, but for people with memory like Kang Dapeng, it's hard enough to remember that two people went to school together. As for Su Yuchen, he probably just saw him occasionally when he was in school, and it was too normal to forget that. Chapter 082 Please go out. Next, what Su Haochen didn't notice was that when Kang Dapeng asked if Su Yuchen was his daughter-in-law, Su Yuchen's face unexpectedly flushed with a slight blush, the kind of shy blush. Getting into the car, Su Haochen and Kang Dapeng chatted idly, feeling that it was still a good country accent. The city of Liaofu was small, and it didn't take long to arrive at Su Haochen's doorstep. Kang Dapeng said that he would definitely get together sometime, and Su Haochen nodded his head in agreement, but in his heart, he did not have this plan in the slightest. As you slowly grow up, your old friends are getting farther and farther apart. It is an inescapable fact that everyone gradually takes on new circles. Su Haochen's home is on the 4th floor, a number many people don't like. It was a time of agrarian reform and the allocation of new houses. Since their family didn't have many connections and didn't spend any money to make a deal, they were assigned a 4th floor. Su Haochen had just entered the stairway when he heard the sound of arguing, and quickly locked in the location, which was none other than his own home. Su Haochen's current hearing was far beyond normal, but Su Yuchen didn't hear it. Hurry up, Su Haochen urged. Immediately afterward, 3 steps forward and 2 steps back toward the stairs, Su Yuchen was shocked, secretly wondering when this younger brother of his was even this good at sports. He couldn't keep up with Su Haochen's speed, and when she had just gone up to the 2nd floor, Su Haochen had already leapt to the 4th floor. When Su Haochen knocked on the door and gave his name, his parents even thought he was a liar. After opening the door and meeting him, Su Haochen almost cried out, but at a glance there were many other people in the hall, and they looked as if they were coming. One sat there as if they were bitter and hateful. These people he also recognized, his eldest uncle Su Yue's family, and his second uncle Su Yuyang's family. Only he didn't see his cousin Su Yingchen from the second uncle's family, but his cousin Su Zhechen from the eldest uncle's family also came. When his father Su Yuming saw Su Haochen, he was full of joy but feigned anger. You child, don't study well in school, run back for what, and don't say hello in advance. Where is your meal at home? Buy so many things, waste not waste money. He said so on his lips, but hurriedly took the things in Su Haochen's hand. After placing it on the floor, he picked up the slippers again to hand them to Su Haochen, but immediately placed them on the floor again. Home came so many people have not changed shoes. Su Haochen just came back also do not need to change. Advanced to say it. Just then, Su Yuchen also arrived. Su Yuming and Xiao Qin's couple were stunned again, and Xiao Qin said, why did you two come back together? Su Yuming, on the other hand, tapped Su Haochen's head with his finger. Tell me about you. How did you leave your sister behind and run up here by yourself? Feeling his dad's not so large force, Su Haochen felt a burst of happiness in his heart. It's so good to have his family by his side. Su Haochen naturally couldn't explain that I heard the quarrel in the house so I quickly ran up. All that could be said was a vague comment about racing his sister up the stairs, which then drew a shared blank stare from both his parents and his sister. Just as the family of 4 was enjoying their merriment, the eldest uncle, Su Yue, spoke up. It's just as well that both this son and daughter of yours are back, so it's better for us to talk about this matter face to face. Say what? Su Haochen asked with a gloomy face. One look at the group and I knew it must be difficult for his parents. Su Haochen naturally couldn't give these people any good looks. Su Yue didn't care that Su Haochen's face didn't look good and said directly, we've decided to jointly invest in a piece of land to develop a resort, and now all that's left is for your family to take the money. What we're saying is that you guys mortgage this house, take out the money and invest it, and then we'll all split the money when it's earned. Second uncle Su Yuyang also spoke up. All it takes is for your family to invest $200,000 for a 20% share. If we open that resort, it's not a problem to earn $10 or $20 million a year. Your family will be able to round up $2 million or more a year, and it's only relatives who can think of you for such a heavenly thing. Thank you for your kindness, Su Haochen said, but we don't need it, please get out. Su Haochen didn't give the slightest bit of face, making the two people look embarrassed. At this time, Su Yue's wife, Li Min, spoke up, this is a matter for the adults. What are you, a child, interfering? Su Haochen squinted his eyes at Li Min and said with a look of disgust, we're old men talking. What's an old woman like you doing butting in? Su Yuming and Xiao Qin just wanted to go forward to stop Su Haochen, but they were pulled back by Su Yuchen. Shaking his head gently at them, he signaled them to stay out of it. The two didn't understand what Su Yuchen meant, but in their senses, Su Haochen seemed to have changed. If it was before, he wouldn't have gotten involved in something like this, much less with such sharp words and such courage to dislike them directly. So, they also chose to let Su Haochen handle it. After all, their son had grown up. Li Min was unable to say anything after being disliked by Su Haochen, and turned her head to Mr. and Mrs. Su Yuming. Look what kind of kids you two have raised. No respect for your elders. Li Min. Su Haochen called him by his name and snapped. If you have a fart to throw at me, don't soil my parents' ears. Su Haochen, how are you talking to my mom? Su Jiachen stood up, raising the stool he had just sat on. He was about to hit Su Haochen. However, Su Haochen was faster. Stepping forward, he kicked Su Jiachen in the chest. It sent him flying straight up into the wall, and the stool that he had lifted up smashed right into himself. Su Jiachen wailed in pain. The crowd was shocked and no one spoke again. Even Mr. and Mrs. Su Yuming didn't expect Su Haochen to be so dry, opening his mouth to curse and lifting his leg to kick. After all, they were relatives, and even if they were unkind, Su Yuming didn't want to tear his face off. This kind of scene where relatives grouped together to cheat money at home, Su Haochen hadn't rarely seen it in novels. Often the protagonists go to great lengths to uncover their schemes and have them do it to themselves. Let them get themselves into the trap and lose their money, or even go to jail. But Su Haochen always felt that that kind of solution was a bit indecisive. People are cheating to your head. You still play what wisdom with them? Direct fight is not good? Su Haochen, you dare to hit me. Su Jiachen was helped up, covering his chest, reaching out and pointing at Su Haochen. You're wasted. I'll find my big brother. You're wasted. Your whole family is wasted. Su Jiachen said this and broke away from his parents who were assisting him, and was about to rush towards the door. Su Haochen raised his hand and smacked him in the face with a big mouth, allowing Su Jiachen to experience taking off in the air once again. The crowd was once again shocked. Kicking someone off the ground might be acceptable, but a slap in the face, that's a scene only in the movies, right? No one expects to really see it in front of their eyes. It doesn't matter if you threaten me, because I'm too lazy to bother with you, but you shouldn't take my family for granted, Su Haochen said in a gloomy voice. As we are considered relatives, I'll show you mercy, otherwise you wouldn't even have the chance to speak again just now. If you're looking for any big brother, I'm waiting for you, but you can only come at me. If you dare to disturb my parents and sister, then I'll make your whole family pay for it too. Chapter 083, All Must Be Destroyed, above. Su Jiachen hurriedly ran out, not daring to stay a moment longer. The others saw this and left, leaving with such horrified expressions that they hurried without looking back. Only 4 people were left behind. Su Haochen's parents and sister. Son, you're a bit impulsive, Father Su Yuming said. Su Haochen smiled and said, they're obviously here to cheat us out of money, so why do you have to be nice to them? It's not like they think they're saying that that's really reliable and that they can really make money, is it? How is that possible? I've never thought about it like that. Su Yuming scratched his head with an embarrassed face. An element of embarrassment was clearly audible in his tone, and it was obvious that he wasn't telling the truth. Seeing Su Yuming in this state, Su Haochen's mother Xiao Qin hurriedly continued. Come on, what are you embarrassed to say in front of your son? After saying that, ignoring Su Yuming's eyes that desperately wanted to stop him, he rushed at Su Haochen. They've been coming to our house for a long time, and at first your dad thought it was pretty solid, and really had the idea of mortgaging the house. He wouldn't listen to me no matter how much I tried to talk him out of it, and got into a huge fight with me about it. Fortunately, your sister came back in time and reasoned with him. Only then did our family not suffer such a loss. Su Yuming glared at Xiao Qin and said, doesn't this feel like a good way to make money? Our family has been poor for such a long time, and I don't want to give up an opportunity. What's more, they're both my relatives, my big and second brothers, so how could I have thought that they would ever think of cheating me? Su Haochen didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, so he asked, what's going on? So, Xiao Qin told Su Haochen what happened. Su Haochen knew, so these relatives wanted to develop a tourist attraction, similar to the kind of vacation resort. There are also playground rides that do seem to be quite lucrative. The first and second uncles wanted to drag their father into the business, but there was really no money on the family side to take out. So they offered to let the father mortgage the house and invest $200,000 in it, and tell them that they don't have to worry about anything after they invest. You don't have to be responsible for management and operation, just wait for the dividends to be paid after the annual profit. Su Haochen nodded and didn't say anything, but in his heart, he reinforced the idea that they were scamming money. Just invest and don't bother doing anything else to get a cut? How in heaven's name can such a good thing happen? Couldn't they have gotten an extra $200,000 if it did happen? Take a step back. Even if they really can't get that money, it's better to go out and borrow $200,000 than to get a yearly dividend for someone else, right? According to these people, an investment of $200,000 will result in more than $2 million in annual dividends. Doesn't it smell good to keep that money for yourself? Seeing that Su Haochen didn't say anything, Su Haochen's father thought that he was still blaming himself and hurriedly explained. It's true that I'm a bit greedy for money, and I'm also trying to make sure that you guys can have a better life in the future. But don't worry, it won't happen again. This kind of speculation is something I'll never do again, Su Haochen said with a smile. It's okay, Dad, and you don't have to blame yourself. Didn't we do no damage? What's more, even if it did cause any damage, I'm capable of recovering it. Even if I can't recover it, I don't care about this money. Earlier, Su Haochen had called Xiao Qin and said that he was rich and could earn money. This matter, Xiao Qin naturally mentioned it to Su Yuming. Su Yuming didn't know how much money Su Haochen supposedly had, but his idea is the same as Xiao Qin's. The most important thing for college students is to study, not to go out and earn money. The job of earning money should be left to their parents. Originally, Su Yuming intended to persuade Su Haochen to say a few words, but Su Yuchen looked at Su Yuming and gently shook his head, signaling him not to continue. Because of what happened before, Su Yuming felt that her daughter had really grown up after graduation and trusted her a lot, although he didn't know what his daughter meant. In the spirit of believing, Su Yuming still didn't continue. The family chatted for a while longer, and soon the time came to 5 o'clock in the evening. Su Haochen had brought many things home, which naturally included those high-grade ingredients bought from Shanghai. There were a lot of things that Xiao Qin hadn't even seen before, but with her excellent cooking skills, she still made a big table full of hearty meals. Su Yuming is very happy to see his son and daughter back and offers to drink some wine, but Xiao Qin refuses. He didn't give up and tried to say that he would let his son drink with him, thinking that if his son offered to drink, then Xiao Qin wouldn't refuse. But I didn't expect Su Haochen to also say that he didn't want to drink because he still had things to take care of in the evening. It wasn't that Su Haochen deliberately shrugged it off, because just now, even though it was said that they had finished, Su Haochen felt that something wasn't right. Su Yuming could only bury his head in his rice with a depressed face. I had found them tasteless, but as I ate them, I realized that they turned out to be really delicious and exclaimed, "It seems that my son is really rich now. The standard of living is different from what it was. I've never even seen these things, let alone eat them." With that, he looked at his wife, Xiao Qin, and said, "You're pretty good too. How did you make a table of these things?" Xiao Qin looked at Su Yuming and said in a good-natured manner, "Everything can't be separated from steaming, boiling, stewing, brining and frying either. What's so strange about that?" After dinner, Su Haochen offered to let his sister Su Yuchen accompany her down for a walk. Su Yuming said it was getting late and it was best not to go out, but Su Haochen said, "It's been almost 2 months since I've been back, and I wanted to have a nice stroll, and it's been a long time since I've had a nice chat with my sister. I want to find out what life is like after college, and there are some secrets that aren't easy to tell in front of you guys, aren't there?" Su Yuming and his wife didn't stop this time. "It's also true that both my son and daughter are old enough to have their own secrets, and it's easier for the two kids to communicate together. If they forced their presence, I'm afraid the two children would have something to say about it." So, Su Yuming and his wife started to busy themselves with the house, washing dishes, mopping the floor and other chores, while Su Haochen and his siblings left the house and went out. Arriving downstairs, Su Yuchen looked at Su Haochen and said with a smile, "What's in this neighborhood that you haven't seen before? Say, what exactly did you want to talk to me about when you called me down here?" Su Haochen looked at his sister and secretly thought to himself that his sister this is really much more experienced and knowledgeable. It was immediately obvious that he had something to say to her, and it was something that was still inconvenient for his parents to hear. So Su Haochen didn't sell himself short and said directly, "I don't think this matter is as simple as our parents make it out to be. There must be some deeper conspiracy that they haven't thought of." Su Yuchen looked at Su Haochen suspiciously, seemingly not understanding what he was saying. Chapter 084, All Must Be Destroyed. Su Haochen slightly organized his words and opened his mouth. "Think about it, how can that house of ours be worth $200,000? You can't even sell it for $200,000, even if you sell it, let alone go to the bank and get a mortgage." Su Yuchen thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "You say that as if it were the case, so what do you think they would mean? You want our dad to ask for a loan when he realizes he doesn't have enough money to mortgage the house, and then make our family owe them a debt after we lose the house so they can come and blackmail our family?" Su Haochen thought for a moment, then gently shook his head and said, "That reason doesn't seem to make sense, and if that's true, it's going to be hard for our dad to pay back what he owes them after he loses the money. Wouldn't they just be lifting a rock and smashing it into their own feet? Even if we force our dad to die, that money won't be paid back for the losses they've suffered for no reason. I'm afraid they wouldn't be so stupid as to run something like that." Su Yuchen nodded, feeling that what Su Haochen said was very reasonable. But what was the conspiracy he was talking about? Su Yuchen couldn't figure it out either, so he asked, "Do you think they are plotting something and want to do something to our family?" Su Haochen said with a sigh, "I'm not sure about this, but I always felt that Su Jichen, just now, looked at you with some wrong eyes, and that's why I shot out to hit him." Su Yuchen looked at Su Haochen in surprise and said, "Xiao Hao, you're not kidding, right? He's our cousin. How could he possibly look at me in the wrong way?" Su Haochen shook his head and said, I'm not saying that he has any thoughts about you. There's a rule in the marriage law that close relatives within 3 generations can't get married. So even if he wanted to, what could he do to you? Su Haochen's words made Su Yuechen even more confused. Originally she had thought of a most disgusting direction. After all, college or work, so much exposure. It wasn't like she hadn't heard of that kind of disgusting thing happening between relatives. Just now, Su Juechen said that he has a big brother of some sort. Do you know about this matter? Su Haochen asked. Su Yuechen shook his head and said, I don't come home much, and I don't have much interaction with him at all. But I heard my dad mention that Su Jiachen seemed to know some rich guy who said he could bring him money. Of course, it's also quite possible that the eldest made it up haphazardly, just to blow awesome. Su Haochen couldn't help but laugh. I found it hilarious to watch my sister say the words blow in a serious manner. A gentle and quiet-looking lady could say something like that. Any way you look at it, it doesn't seem like a line she should be saying. Su Haochen really wants to ask, sister, you've got the wrong script, don't you? Seeing Su Haochen laughing, Su Yuechen couldn't help but ask, what are you laughing at? Is what I said funny? Su Haochen nodded and said, it's indeed quite funny. Just now when I saw you say blowing awesome in a serious manner, I really wanted to laugh. I didn't think that a gentle sister would also say such words. What's there to it? Su Yuechen looked unconcerned. It's not like I haven't said worse things before. It's so old. Why do you still care about such things? Looking at the sister in front of him who was so charming, Su Haochen suddenly frowned and thought of a possibility. In some of the novels he had read before, there were indeed things about relatives helping outsiders persecute their families, and in it, there is often a very important female character. Beautiful women often attract female jealousy and male covetousness. My sister was jealous of her supervisor when she worked at the Mingyang Hotel before. Now that I'm back home, I'm afraid I've attracted the wolf again. If that Su Jiachen's big brother was looking at his sister, Su Yuechen, then it would all make sense. Sis, you stay at home and don't go out in the last few days, Su Haochen said. Su Yuechen didn't understand what he meant and asked, why don't you go out? Besides, how can I not go out? I'm back from vacation and I'm going back to work tomorrow. Su Haochen told Su Yuechen about his analysis, and Su Yuechen let out a cry of shock, turning pale with fear. What you said is true? Su Yuechen asked, shivering. Su Haochen shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but I've read novels, and I'm sure you've seen this kind of plot. Are you so insecure about your beauty? It's perfectly normal for Su Jiachen to sell you out to him in order to curry favor with that big brother of his or whatever. Su Yuechen now knew why Su Haochen didn't let him go out. As smart as she was, she could naturally think easily that if Su Haochen's speculation was correct, then it would make sense why those people had come to the house to cheat her father out of $200,000. When the family can't pay back the money, they can logically get themselves married off and then have that side help pay off the debt. Even more, the $200,000 was not even a loan from the bank, but a loan shark for them. That way, they can get themselves without spending a dime. And now, their plans were equivalent to being disrupted by Su Haochen. If one plan fails, how can a weak woman resist if they try to do something to her by force? So what should we do? Should we call the police? Su Yuechen asked. It was a matter of her innocence, and now she didn't dare to be hasty. Su Haochen shook his head. Call the police? I'm afraid that guy has a lot of power over here. I'm afraid I've made some good connections with the police, and the police can't arrest him. Seeing Su Haochen shaking his head, Su Yuechen panicked even more. Ever since Su Haochen stood up for her on the train and made her feel impervious, she had taken Su Haochen as her backbone. Now she also subconsciously wanted to rely on Su Haochen, as if she had completely forgotten that it was only her younger brother, and she herself was the older sister. Seeing this, Su Haochen took Su Yuechen's hand and said, don't worry, sis, I'll take care of this. You can stay at home with mom and dad for the next 2 days. You don't need to go to the office. Take a vacation first, or just quit. Su Yuechen nodded and said, I'll find a reason to take a leave of absence with that side first. Resignation is even worse. It's better to earn a little more if you can. Our parents are not easy. Su Haochen gently gathered his sister in his arms and said with a smile, don't worry, sis, the money I have now is enough to support you even if you never go to work for the rest of your life. Just stay home with your parents and leave the outside to me. Those assholes tried to hurt my family, and I'm going to make sure that they never get away with it. Su Haochen's suddenly gloomy tone caused Su Yuechen to be startled as well. However, when she left Su Haochen's embrace and looked at Su Haochen, he still had a spring breeze and warm smile on his face, which made Su Yuechen feel quite at ease. Xiao Hao, I know you're doing this for my own good, but promise me that you won't be impulsive in everything, okay? Su Yuechen said gently. Chapter 085, All Must Be Destroyed. Feeling his sister's gentle voice, Su Haochen gently nodded. Of course, that didn't mean she agreed to her sister's words. He just didn't want her to worry. Impulsive? That he wouldn't. today's beating, although it was said that there was an element of impulse, but more importantly, he wanted Su Zhechen to go back to that what's-his-name big brother and lure him out. After all, he still had to leave, and it was still unknown whether his parents and sister would be able to accompany him to Shanghai. It would certainly be nice if they all followed their lead. If they couldn't, then wouldn't it be dangerous to leave them here in case that Su Zhechen came looking for trouble again? So he was going to pull this nail out while he was on the block. The two wandered down the road as it got later and later. Looking at his watch, he had come to 8:30 p.m. By this time, it was almost completely dark, and it happens to be cloudy tonight, so you can barely see anything outside. Just as Su Yuchen proposed the two to walk back, suddenly a scream was heard, "Catch the thief!" The sound happened near them, and the two men quickly turned their heads to look. A man was seen running fast with a purse in his hand, and two men in black suits were chasing him from behind. The fleeing man wore lighter clothing and was fast, and the two in the back had obviously been left behind by some distance due to what they were wearing. Su Haochen shook his head. This kind of dog-blooded plot surprisingly allowed himself to encounter it again. Why do you think you have to wear a suit when you're a bodyguard? Is it that convenient to really fight? Although the fleeing man was fast, he was running towards Su Haochen. In addition, Su Haochen was even faster. Previously, he had gotten the Lingbo Weiqi from the system and only got one chance to show it on that day. This time he was on fire, rushing forward with an arrow and kicking the fleeing man in the chest. This kick Su Haochen didn't use his full strength, because he could see that although this man ran fast, he didn't know martial arts. With 10 years of strength, if he were to fully utilize the 12 tan legs, I'm afraid the man would go straight to hell. Although this kick only used 3 points of Su Haochen's strength, it still made the man fly up in the air and fall heavily on the ground. Coincidentally, it fell right in front of the eyes of the two suited bodyguards. The two bodyguards also froze, but they didn't go forward to talk to Su Haochen. Instead, they first restrained the thief who fell to the ground. Su Haochen saw that the robbery had been caught and planned to go back and leave first. At this time, a man ran over out of breath, arrived in front of Su Haochen, and bowed to thank him. "Thank you." This young man, looking at the man's middle-aged age, but his physical fitness was actually not bad. It should be the person these two bodyguards are trying to protect and the owner of this purse. It looked like he was the one who had just shouted "catch the thief," and he seemed to have been running after him. It wasn't as fast as the fleeing thief or the two bodyguards, but it didn't seem to be left behind by much, because in this short period of time when the two bodyguards subdued the thugs, he unexpectedly came in front of Su Haochen. "It's nothing, just a show of hands. You're too polite." Seeing that this person was humble and polite, Su Haochen naturally treated him with courtesy. At that moment, one of the bodyguards spoke. "You brat are so rude. Do you know who is in front of you? How dare you speak so impolitely?" Su Haochen didn't understand how he was being impolite, but listening to his bodyguard's tone, this person in front of him should be of great origin, either a high official or a rich man. However, neither high-ranking officials nor the rich had anything to do with him. He won't be living here later, and his parents and sister he will definitely pick up. Just then, the middle-aged man in front of him turned around and chided. "No insolence." That bodyguard obviously didn't feel that he had done wrong, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Governor, this." "Shut up." The middle-aged man known as the governor interrupted the bodyguard's words. "Oh, so it's the governor." Su Haochen suddenly became interested. Pan Yangjin, the governor of Liao province. He knew, although he hadn't met him, but as a native of Liao province, if you don't even know who the governor is, then how much you have to be deaf to what's going on outside the window. Su Haochen was clearly not this type of person. I had thought that even if this person had an identity, he would be of little use to him, but I didn't realize that he was a governor. Originally, he had seen it on TV, but for one thing, it was darker, and for another, Su Haochen didn't think about it that way, so he didn't pay attention to it. Now that Su Haochen took a closer look, it was indeed exactly the same as the governor he had seen on TV before, so Su Haochen was also polite. "Mr. Governor, please don't blame me for not recognizing you just now." Pan Yangjin patted Su Haochen's shoulder and said, "There is no need to be polite. In my job, I am the governor, and when I leave my job, I am just an ordinary citizen. You're the one who helped me today, so it's only logical that I should be the one to thank you." Su Haochen said, "You're welcome, Mr. Governor. Seeing justice in itself is something we should do. Even if it wasn't you today, I would have definitely done the same." Pan Yangjin smiled and nodded. Looking appreciatively at Su Haochen, he said, "I believe you 100% on that one, because if the bodyguard hadn't talked too much, you really wouldn't know who I am." The two chatted a few more times, and Su Haochen couldn't help but sigh softly when he learned that the governor was on a private visit in a microcosm. These two bodyguards the governor brought with him really don't have a high IQ. This sigh did not escape Pan Yangjin's ears and asked, "Little brother, what's wrong? Why are you sighing?" Su Haochen didn't hide anything, and spoke his thoughts directly. Pan Yongjin laughed out loud, but the bodyguard behind him refused to do so and rushed at Su Haochen angrily. Who are you calling intellectually dishonest? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have 2 tricks up your sleeve. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Su Haochen shook his head and looked at the shouting bodyguard and said, of course I'm saying you guys have low IQs. You can't even hear that? Then your IQ is even lower than I thought. The governor is in a position of power. His safety and security is related to the rise and fall of the entire Liao province. Yet he lets a loser like you be his bodyguard. I'm really worried for the general population of our Liao province. Su Haochen's words both scolded the bodyguard and made Pan Yongjin feel hot inside. These words show that he is genuinely worried about my well-being, and further illustrate my position in the hearts of the people of Liao province. Pan Yongjin thought this in his heart, and due to his appreciation and trust in Su Haochen, he didn't think at all that what Su Haochen said was actually just polite words. You two hurry up and send this person to the Public Security Bureau. What's it like to argue with someone here? Pan Yongjin said to the 2 bodyguards. It's fine for me to go, let him stay behind to protect you. The bodyguard who had just clamored with Su Haochen said, the 2 of us must never leave you together. This sentence is still said like a person with a brain. Su Haochen said, but it's only like that. It's still practically brainless. What do you mean? The bouncer added. It's obvious that Mr. Governor has something he wants to say to me alone and wants to sidetrack you guys. Can't you see that? Do you think you have a brain? Su Haochen said without mercy. Chapter 086, Cousin Wang Sini, above. Chapter 086, Cousin Wang Sini, above. The bodyguard looked at Pan Yongjin and asked, Mr. Governor, is he telling the truth? Pan Yongjin smiled and nodded, saying, it's like this. I have something to say to this gentleman. You guys go ahead and get busy. Hurry up and send him to the Public Security Bureau. Don't worry about my safety. He's much better than you two. Still fighting one-on-one. I'm afraid the 2 of you together aren't enough for a slap on the wrist. The 2 bodyguards blushed at Pan Yongjin's words, but on second thought, they had to admit it. That kick of Su Haochen's just now. They saw it in their eyes. It was definitely not something they could do. Even the most powerful people they knew couldn't do that. From what the 2 were chatting about just now, they both knew Su Haochen's name as well. In their impression, there wasn't such a person, so young and yet still so powerful. The 2 bodyguards were just about to leave with the robbers when Su Haochen opened his mouth. For the sake of the vast number of our people in Liao province, let me give you a reminder. The next time you encounter this kind of robber, you'll have to have only one of you to go after it, and the other to stay behind and protect the governor's safety. The safety of property is far less important than the safety of life, and if this bag snatcher today was just playing the lead, and someone else was waiting in the shadows to assassinate him, I'm afraid the governor would have met an untimely end by now. Su Haochen's words made the 2 bodyguards shudder, and they couldn't help but admire them from the bottom of their hearts. They were also considered senior bodyguards and had followed the governor for so long, and had encountered many things. This was the first time they had followed the governor out on a private visit alone, and in case something did go wrong, they couldn't even think to imagine what the consequences would be. Little brother's right. You 2 need to pay a little attention. This is the first time you've come out with me, but there's still a long day ahead, so you really need to use your head more when things go wrong. Pan Yongjin reminded. 2 bodyguards escorted the robber away. Su Haochen looked at Pan Yongjin with interest and said, I don't know what Mr. Governor has to say to me alone, and if I have any orders, I'll naturally do anything. You have done so much for our people, and if there is anything I need, I will do as I am told. There's an element of slipperiness in that statement as well. Su Haochen could not care about an official at the level of mayor, but for the governor, he still felt the need to flatter. There may come a time when one will need official help. From books he had also read that many businessmen, although they said they were not involved in politics, could not detach themselves from politics. He's got quite a few businesses now, and he's sure to get more in the future. I guess I'm afraid that even if I don't get involved in politics, I'm afraid that I have to be exposed to it. Su Haochen's words and let Pan Yongjin heartwarming. Do the official is not the figure of the people's word of mouth well. Although he did not dare to say that he was an absolute clean official, he still wholeheartedly wanted to serve the people and wanted them to live a good life. Now that he has heard the people love him in this way, his heart is also very happy, resolved to do more for the people in the future and get more favorable comments. That way, there would probably be hope for his own promotion to the center. Collecting his elated state, Pan Yongjin said to Su Haohao, actually, I do have a favor to ask. I want you to follow me. I appreciate the wisdom and courage of a young talent like you. If you don't mind, I hope you can follow me as a secretary who also doubles as a bodyguard, and you will definitely not be treated poorly in terms of treatment. Of course Su Haochen could think that Pan Yongjin wanted him to follow him, although he said that just now he had already said that if he was ordered to do something, he would not fail to follow it. He had actually thought of a way back for himself long ago, so Su Haochen said, thanks for the favor, Governor Sama. but I'm still a student in my junior year of college. I'm afraid I can't follow you directly right now, as I'm attending the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology. Isn't it a disgrace for you to have a college student who hasn't graduated yet as your secretary? If you're willing, I'll follow you after I graduate from college in 2 years. What do you think? Pan Yongjin nodded. He also understood that Su Haochen actually meant to refuse. Who says you can't follow a governor as a secretary if you haven't graduated from college? What an honor it would be to follow the governor without having graduated from college. Anyone else wouldn't have the possibility to refuse. But since Su Haochen was unwilling, Pan Yongjin didn't force himself. So, Pan Yongjin slipped Su Haochen a business card and said, "If you graduate and would like to work for me as a secretary, you're welcome to whatever position I'm in at the time. If there's anything I can do for you, give me a call. I'll help you in any way that doesn't violate my principles." Su Haochen nodded and took the business card. "Thank you, Mr. Governor. I'll be respectful then." The two spoke casually for a few more moments before the bodyguard returned and told the governor that the thief had been sent to the Public Security Bureau, and told the Public Security Bureau that he was robbing the governor's stuff. "So I'm sure the thief won't have a good time in there." Pan Yongjin nodded, not blaming the bodyguard for purposely emphasizing this, and left after saying 2 more words to Su Haochen. Su Yuchen stood by Su Haochen's side all the time and accompanied him, and naturally, he and the governor got to know each other. But she didn't think a minor character like herself could make an impression on the governor's mind. However, Su Haochen gained 1 more point of admiration for Pan Yongjin. Even though it was said to be rather dark, he could still see people's looks. Pan Yongjin did not look away from the beginning, only glancing at Su Yuchen when he was introduced, and quickly averted his gaze. You can tell it's a decent man, or at least not a womanizer. What Su Haochen didn't expect was that Pan Yongjin couldn't help but sigh when he just sat in the car. That girl called Su Yuchen is really pretty, and there's no one prettier than her among my many female secretaries. Luckily, I didn't lose my temper just now, or else my good impression in the hearts of the people would have been completely ruined. At that moment, one of the bodyguards said, "Mr. Governor, you could have just asked her to be your secretary. I'm sure no one would refuse. When she gets to you, won't she be able to do whatever she wants?" "Nonsense," Pan Yongjin angrily rebuked. "I was simply admiring her appearance. Absolutely nothing else. Don't you guys talk nonsense and ruin my reputation." After a pause, Pan Yongjin continued, "When I turned around just now, I saw that you two had the wrong look in your eyes as well, and I urge you to put that idea to rest. That Su Haochen is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm afraid that even I won't be able to protect you guys if you really piss him off." After Pan Yongjin left, Su Haochen's siblings also headed home. The weather was slightly cooler, and Su Yuchen leaned in Su Haochen's arms. To the uninitiated, it looked like a couple that was enviable. Even Su Yuchen herself felt happy and sweet, seemingly forgetting that the man beside her was actually her own brother. Chapter 087 Cousin Wang Sini, Middle. When Su Haochen's siblings returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Found his parents sitting in the living room and someone else he recognized. It was her mother's sister, her second aunt, named Xiaoying. Su Haochen and Su Yuchen hurriedly greeted Xiaoying, who also hurriedly stood up to greet them. Instead, Xiaoqin was a bit upset and said with a stern face, "What's the matter with you two? Why can't you get through on the phone? Your second aunt has been here for quite some time trying to get you guys to come back, and the phone just doesn't work all the time." Su Haochen took out his phone and found that there were indeed several missed calls. Apart from his father's and mother's, there were some others on the contrary, all those in his business. But it was just one hit, and it didn't continue, so I guess it wasn't anything important. However, his parents' phone calls were made several times, and Su Haochen looked at Xiaoqin with some embarrassment. He couldn't explain it. He couldn't say that he chose to mute it in order to avoid the harassment of those subordinates. Su Yuchen hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, Mom. I usually can't answer the phone at this hour when I'm at work. That's why my phone is automatically set on Do Not Disturb mode and incoming calls are muted." Hearing Su Yuchen say this, Xiaoqin was also heartbroken for her daughter. It must be very hard to go to work without the freedom to make phone calls. Xiaoqin then didn't blame Su Yuchen for anything else, but turned her head to Su Haochen. "Don't mute the phone, in case people can't find you. How anxious. If something happens at your school and you're called and you can't answer, isn't that a delay?" Su Haochen nodded, naturally knowing that Xiaoqin was concerned about her. Then he took out his phone and didn't turn the mute off like Xiaoqin said. Instead, he tapped on the settings. "Set your parents' phone and your sister's phone to VIP. That way even when he muted the phone, calls from the three of them would ring and he himself would be able to get them in time." As for other people, Su Haochen didn't feel that other people's phone calls were that important. Like Xiaoqin said, "Don't delay school matters." Is he still afraid of delaying school matters? Now that he's a handful for the entire school, when the school calls him, they have to think about how the call will affect him. After dealing with the cell phone, Su Haochen looked at second Aunt Xiaoying and said, Second aunt, why are you so free today? At this hour, shouldn't you be picking up your cousin from school? Su Haochen remembered that his cousin Wang Xini was in the same high school as him, and should be a senior now, and that high school's evening dismissal time is 10:30 p.m. And a lot of parents are at the door to pick up their kids. Xiaoying sighed softly and said, "Don't mention it, that inconsiderate child. The teacher called me to school today and said she was going to suspend her from school to go home and reflect." "What's going on?" Su Haochen asked, feeling very surprised, because in his impression, his cousin was not a child who caused trouble, although he said she was quite stubborn, but she was very understanding, and I hear the grades have been pretty good too. So, Xiaoying told Su Haochen and Su Yuchen again what she had just told Su Haochen's parents before, said because the school paid money to order exercise books, Wang Xini and class teacher Lu Qing had a conflict. Su Haochen listened and frowned. That Lu Qing, he had heard of him before. When he was in high school, he was the English teacher in their grade group. Although she didn't have any interactions with Su Haochen, she had heard of her bad deeds. The students are forced to take extra classes, buy exercise books and are bent on raking in money. I don't think what my cousin did was wrong. This kind of teacher shouldn't be spoiled, Su Haochen said. Su Haochen is not at all worried about his cousin being warned by Lu Qing. The big deal is not to go to school. Anyway, with his current ability, he could easily arrange for Wang Xini to be in the Shanghai University of Science and Technology. But Xiao Qin didn't know that Su Haochen had such an ability, and only thought that he was impulsively babbling, so she opened her mouth. "What are you talking about? If you go to school, you should listen to the teacher, even if the teacher is wrong. The student can't go against the teacher nah. Can the student stand it if the teacher gives you the slip when the time comes?" Su Yuming also nodded on the side, agreeing with Xiao Qin's viewpoint. That's what they said to Xiaoying before. Let Xiaoying persuade Wang Xini to apologize to the teacher and not to make a big deal out of it, or she will be the one to suffer. This reasoning was also known to Xiaoying, only she knew her daughter's temperament better. She is certainly not going to apologize and admit fault if she thinks she did the right thing. What's more, in Xiaoying's mind, her daughter actually did not do anything wrong. It was simply that teacher who misused her authority and charged indiscriminately. If it is true that his daughter has done something wrong, then he can still educate and can reason with her. But now her daughter did not do anything wrong at all. Let her persuade Wang Xini to apologize to the teacher. Itself she cannot open that mouth. Su Haochen knew what his parents meant, but couldn't agree with them. So he continued, "Right is right and wrong is wrong. We should raise our children with the right values from a young age instead of being wishy-washy and rebellious. When it comes to injustice, it's time to fight back, and I'm with my cousin." Xiao Qin blanked Su Haochen and said, "What's the use of your support? Now they've suspended your cousin from school to reflect at home, and they won't even let her go to school. It's a critical stage of senior year and who can afford to delay revision? Your cousin's grades are much better than yours. You think it's you? Just get into a random college." Su Haochen continued to argue with reason. "Well, I know that my cousin's grades are too good to be delayed. Since my cousin's grades are good, we have more confidence that the school, I believe, cares very much about my cousin. Then why don't we reflect this situation to the school leaders? I believe the school leaders will give a relatively fair ruling. If the cousin really can't stay in that Lu Qing's class anymore and wants to change classes, I believe the school won't refuse. Take a step back. Even if the school really won't do it, it's not like we don't have other high schools here. With my cousin's grades, I'm sure they'd welcome any high school she goes to." Su Haochen's words moved Xiaoying. Even Xiao Qin and Su Yuming didn't say anything more. They felt that what Su Haochen said seemed to be right. "How about this?" Su Haochen opened his mouth. "Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the school with my cousin to see what that Lu Qing really wants. If I can communicate properly, then I'll talk to her. And if I can't, I naturally have ways to deal with her." If it was before, Su Haochen didn't have such a bottom. After all, his forces were all in Zhonghai, and he didn't know anyone on the Liaofu side. But now, he suddenly knew the governor of Liao province. Call the governor and report a teacher who is charging fees for malfeasance. And I believe it shouldn't be difficult to investigate. You won't open your mouth to curse and raise your hand to fight again like today, right? Su Yuming said, obviously a little worried. It was fine if someone from his own family did it, but if Su Haochen really got impulsive and hit a teacher at school, then I'm afraid that things would be a big deal. Where did I lift my hand and hit? Su Haochen said, I clearly kicked today. Okay. Chapter 088 Cousin Wang Xini. Next, after chatting casually for a while longer, around 10:40 or so, Xiaoying got up and excused herself to go home. The next morning Su Haochen came to his second aunt's house to pick up his cousin Wang Xini, intending to go to school together. Xiaoying was not quite at ease and wanted to follow along. Su Haochen persuaded her that some things might be more inconvenient with her parents around. It might be easier to do things in her brother's name. So Xiao Qin nodded in agreement, and Su Haochen and Wang Xini chatted all the way. Su Haochen learned a little more about what happened, and became even more determined that his cousin had done nothing wrong. Only now Su Haochen was also more mature, and didn't choose to directly call Pan Yongzhen just because of Wang Xinyi's side of the story. Still, he decided to go to the school to find out what was going on and see what Lu Qing had to say. Wang Xinyi's home wasn't far from the school, and to be precise, it wasn't actually her home. Instead, I rented a house for my high school chaperone, and it was close to the school, a short walk, about 10 minutes away. Originally, the doorman didn't allow other people to enter, but after Su Haochen and Wang Xinyi explained, they let them in. After all, in the janitor's opinion, it was unlikely that just one person would cause any trouble in the school. Arriving at the class entrance, Wang Xinyi's mood was still rather apprehensive. Although she could fear nothing when her temper got stubborn, she was still a minor student after all. Getting into conflict with a teacher is still a bit of a concern from the heart. Su Haochen mildly came with a touch of the head, signaling Wang Xinyi not to be afraid, but he didn't expect this to make Wang Xinyi blush. Wang Xinyi's height is only a little more than 1 meter 6, often unsatisfied with their own height, so by shoes our internal height, but even then, it was just a little over 1 meter 6.5. About the same as when Zero wore flat shoes. Wang Xinyi covered her face and ran into the classroom. This time it made Su Haochen feel a bit puzzled, but Su Haochen didn't care about that, and slipped up in the corridor. He knew that when Lu Qing arrived later and saw Wang Xinyi coming to school again, the two would definitely clash and even escalate their conflicts. This is the time when he can go into the classroom and do things his own way. As expected of Su Haochen, 10 minutes later, Lu Qing entered the classroom. Seeing Wang Xinyi, he slapped his hand on the lecture table and yelled, "Wang Xinyi, didn't I tell you to get your ass home and reflect? Who told you to come to school? Get out of here." Lu Qing's voice was loud, and Su Haochen, who was outside the door, heard it very clearly. Su Haochen knew Lu Qing, although he hadn't seen him for more than 2 years, but at Lu Qing's age, his appearance wouldn't change much, so when she entered the classroom, Su Haochen already had his eyes on her. At this moment, hearing her lash out at Wang Xinyi, Su Haochen knew that it was time for him to appear. Originally, Su Haochen had also planned to go to the school to have a good talk with Lu Qing, but listening to Lu Qing's tone of voice that showed no respect at all, Su Haochen was no longer in a good mood either. 2 steps to the classroom door and bam, a foot kicked the door right open. The class was stunned, Lu Qing was stunned, and even Wang Xinyi was stunned. She also didn't expect Su Haochen to enter the classroom in such a simple and rough way. In her impression, Su Haochen had always been gentle and had never seen him lose his temper, but today in her mind, there was a whole new understanding of this cousin. "Who are you?" Lu Qing quickly reacted from the shock and snapped, "Whoever you are, you've got a lot of nerve coming into my class and kicking in the door. Do you know where this place is?" "Of course I know," Su Haochen said without a trace of anger. "I know this is a school for teaching, not a place for some teachers to enrich themselves." "What do you mean by that? Who the hell are you?" Lu Qing became irritated and his voice grew louder. "I am Wang Xinyi's cousin. At the same time, I used to be a student of this school," Su Haochen said. "At one time I was proud of this school, but I didn't realize there were scum teachers like you here. I've heard your name before, but dismissed it as nothing more than blackmail and exaggeration, but I didn't realize that you were truly as famous as you've ever been." Hearing Su Haochen's words, Lu Qing gritted his teeth in anger. She wasn't concerned, although she did realize that many people were calling her names behind her back. Since he is about to retire, he is just trying to amass some money now while he can. But there was no one like Su Haochen, who contradicted her to her face like this, and spoke so harshly. Lu Qing reached out and pointed at Su Haochen, gritting his teeth. "You said you used to be a student at this school too, right? Who was your teacher? Is that what your teachers taught you? Is that how your teachers taught you to talk to your teachers?" Hearing Lu Qing's words, Su Haochen let out a cold laugh and said, "Humph, it's none of your business who my teacher is, but let me tell you, my teacher is 1,000 times better than you. He taught me knowledge and what it means to be a human being, and he modeled how to be a teacher, instead of just extorting money from students and parents like you do. You. Lu Qing reached out, shivering, pointing at Su Haochen, surprisingly not knowing what to say in response. With so many people in the class watching Su Haochen dislike Lu Qing, most of the students were flooded with a trace of joy in their hearts, especially Wang Xinyi. She felt that Su Haochen at this moment was simply the most handsome in the world. Ignoring Lu Qing's eyes that wanted to eat people, Su Haochen continued, "Good teachers deserve our respect, but people like you don't deserve to be a teacher at all. I really wonder how your teachers taught you back when you were in school. Look at you. How can you be a teacher and a role model? I really sympathize with these students in your class, who have worked so hard to get through 9 years of compulsory education. It was so hard to get into a major high school, but I ran into a loser teacher like you." Su Haochen has a rich literary heritage. Cursing is simply gushing, even if it doesn't come with dirty words. That's definitely cursing without repetition. Lu Qing, however, was an English teacher who had studied English quite a bit. Let her sit in a room with rice and curse at each other. That should be what she's good at. But compared to Su Haochen, cursing in Mandarin, she was simply defeated and had no room to talk back. Lu Qing couldn't say anything to Su Haochen, so he can only transfer his anger to Wang Xini's head and shouted at her. Wang Xini, get out of here. You're not welcome in my class. Go to whichever class you're happy to go to. But let me tell you, I don't want you in my class, and there's no way any other class would want you, and there's no way any teacher would go against me for you. You think your grades are good? Then transfer to another school if you can. I've been a teacher for years. I know a lot of people. I can block you in the whole city so you can't get into a single class. Hearing Lu Qing's words and turning his head to see Wang Xini's tense expression, Su Haochen's anger rose from his heart. And so, what Su Yuming was worried about yesterday finally happened. Originally, Su Haochen stood at the door of the classroom. Lu Qing stood on the podium, and the two of them had a certain distance. At this moment, Su Haochen's speed was not to mention how fast, and before the crowd could react, he had already rushed in front of Lu Qing. Raising his hand was a big mouth, directly jerking Lu Qing in a half circle, his face plastered to the blackboard behind him. Chapter 089 The Great Reorganization of Liao Province's Schools, Upper. Su Haochen's slap directly blinded Lu Qing. Not only Lu Qing was blinded, the whole class was also blinded. Although it was a relief to watch just now, but suddenly such a big mouth slapped over, directly making Lu Qing's face stick to the blackboard. Everyone still felt a bit overwhelmed for a while, including his cousin Wang Xini. However, Su Haochen didn't think about those. Just now Lu Qing's words really made him angry. As a teacher, instead of thinking about how to teach and educate people, you think about how to make money. The slightest resistance from the student's side, and she's thinking of completely destroying a student, and a high-achieving one at that. You think you're pretty good, don't you? Su Haochen said coldly. An ordinary English teacher. Who gave you the guts to say such things? Who is your backstage? Who supports you so much? You're so justified in ripping off students and parents? Lu Qing hadn't recovered from the slap just now, and faced with the sudden three questions from Su Haochen's soul, he was directly confused there, stammering and unable to speak. What? You don't have anything to say? Seeing that Lu Qing didn't speak, Su Haochen continued. You are already close to retirement, so do a good job of teaching for the next 2 years. Even if there really was some hand-wringing in the past, no one would probably look deeper. But you should never have messed with my family. I once swore that I would make it necessary for anyone who dared to hurt my family to be destroyed. Listening to Su Haochen's words, Lu Qing, however, didn't worry about anything at all and instead shouted out. How dare you come to the school to cause trouble? You are Wang Xini's cousin, aren't you? Let me tell you, not only will she not be able to stay in school anymore, you will also be in the police station. I don't believe I can't cure you. Su Haochen shook his head disdainfully and looked at Lu Qing and said, how come it's so hard to make someone understand something? How on earth did someone like you become a teacher? How many students have been screwed over the years? It seems like this Liaoyu province education sector really needs to be rectified. Starting with you, the morally bankrupt teacher. Hearing Su Haochen's words, Lu Qing just wanted to sneer back, but before Su Haochen could wait for her to speak, he directly turned around and went out the door, picking up the phone. I just saved Governor Pan Yongzhen's phone number yesterday, and I didn't expect to use it today. Su Haochen made a direct phone call, and Pan Yongzhen was quite excited, thinking that Su Haochen had figured it out. But Su Haochen directly skipped the stage of politeness and added a part of what just happened. Of course, what he was adding to the conversation was naturally to make Lu Qing's crime very serious and excessive. It also hides the fact that he struck the man. Hearing Su Haochen finish, Pan Yongzhen on the other side of the phone clapped his hands and directly assured Su Haochen, don't worry, we'll never let him spend the night with this kind of thing. I'll investigate this matter thoroughly today. And then Su Haochen said with a gloomy voice, Mr. Governor, you have a lot of work to do day in and day out, so I shouldn't bother you with this little matter, but I just can't help it. This student is lucky to have a cousin like me. Even more fortunately, because I met you yesterday, I was able to report her to you, so to speak. What about the other students, who don't have any access or know anyone? Won't they have to be bullied by such a teacher? Su Haochen's heart was really angry, feeling that mouth just now was still clear. Of course there is a deliberate attempt to add fuel to the fire. After all, if you want to deal with a matter, you have to take the moral high ground. Although it might be anyone's guess that he was actually motivated by selfishness. If Wang Xini wasn't his cousin, this kind of thing, I'm afraid he wouldn't bother. Su Haochen's words were also heard by Lu Qing, but she didn't give a damn and said instead, you said before that you are a student of the school, right? To be able to get into the school, your IQ should not be low. How to go to college? Read stupid. Also, Mr. Governor, why don't you call the UN Secretary General? If you want that half of your face to have a go as well, I can fulfill you. Su Haochen didn't argue anything with her and directly disliked her. After all, a teacher who was about to be fired from her job, she really didn't care to say anything more. Lu Qing felt that Su Haochen's phone contact was talking big, but didn't doubt for a second that Su Haochen would continue to make a move, so they didn't dare to say anything more. After all, it was her who hurt when it hit her in the face. Seeing that Lu Qing didn't say anything else, Su Haochen didn't say anything more to her, and directly took Wang Xini and left. Although Wang Xini was well behaved and let Su Haochen lead her away from the school, she was still quite anxious in her heart. After all, we are now in our senior year of high school, and we already missed a day of class yesterday, so if we continue to miss more today, then I'm afraid our grades will drop. Su Haochen saw Wang Xini's scruples and said, "You don't have to worry, your grades are already good, and this round of revision will only be icing on the cake for you now. It serves as just a little bit of a checklist. It's not like there's anything you don't know completely. If you ask me, it's fine even if you don't go to school. It's good to review at home by yourself. I might not be able to keep up if I don't go to school. I've already forgotten some of the knowledge in front of me." Wang Xini said, "I'm barely ranked between 20 and 30 in my grade right now, and while that ranking seems good, my current score is only about 640 on the test, and I'd like to move up a bit." After chatting with Wang Xini for a while longer, Su Haochen learned that she was aiming for a top 10 university in the country. But there are no specific goals or what you want to do in the future or what you want to study in college. The current Zhonghai University of Science and Technology was the top 10 in the country, and with his status, even if Wang Xini did not do well in the exam, he could still let her study there. And the system has issued itself the task of taking CSTU to rank in the top 3 in the country. If nothing else, he should be able to complete this task by the time Wang Xini took the entrance exam as well. Although he was at a loss right now, he believed that the system was omnipotent and might surprise him with something one day. But he didn't tell Wang Xini about this. She didn't want the child to become so dependent on him. After all, what you get by your own efforts is what you cherish more. Seeing that Wang Xini still looked distracted, Su Haochen said directly, "Come on, don't mope around. Think of these 2 days as a vacation. I promise you that you will be able to go to school regularly on Monday. That Lu Qing won't be leading your class anymore either. And your class will definitely go to a very good homeroom teacher." Wang Xini was skeptical of Su Haochen's words, but there wasn't much else she could do when she thought about it. The worst thing that could happen is that she stops going to school, stays home for a year of revision, and is able to take the GCSEs normally. Su Haochen's action of violently beating Lu Qing just now made Wang Xini feel very relieved, so naturally it was impossible to blame him for anything in her heart. After accompanying Wang Xini for a while, Su Haochen brought Wang Xini back home. Talking to Xiaoying about what happened took Xiaoying by surprise, but Su Haochen told her not to worry, and that she would receive the results of this matter by this evening at the latest. Chapter 090, The Great Reorganization of Liao Province Schools. Next, it was already noon when Su Haochen sent Wang Xini home. The two had been playing outside all morning, and Wang Xini was already in a much better mood, already prepared for the worst, so not worried about anything. However, the time had already reached noon, but Xiaoying had no intention of keeping Su Haochen for lunch. Su Haochen also knew that Second Aunt's heart still blamed herself somewhat. He was worried that he had spoiled things so that Wang Xini might not be able to go to school in the future. Su Haochen didn't explain anything either. Everything let the facts speak for themselves. He had already called Poon Wing Chun, and he believed that Poon Wing Chun had already made a move by now. Reported Lu Qing by name. Even if she has a hard backstage, can it be harder than the governor? After bidding farewell to Xiaoying and Wang Xini, Su Haochen directly left. Xiaoying was walking around at home like an ant on a hot pan, even jumping up and down. However, Wang Xini was very peaceful, and after eating lunch, she directly laid down on the bed and took a nap. After Su Haochen left Wang Xini's house, he started making phone calls. Instead of calling Pan Yongjin again, he contacted Rocky at the Mingyang Hotel. Regarding Su Yuchen's dismissal from Mingyang Hotel, he didn't want to put it down just like that. That what's her name manager. Because of her jealousy, she took it out on Su Yuchen, and how could Su Haochen let her off the hook? Rocky, as the CEO of Mingyang Hotel's headquarters, naturally couldn't possibly know an ordinary employee, so he just said to check it out. Su Haochen seriously told Luo Qi that in this matter, a reply must be given within half an hour. After Su Haochen hung up the phone, he called his several subordinates back one after another, learned that they didn't have anything going on yesterday and just wanted a routine debriefing. So Su Haochen told them that this kind of routine debriefing could be dispensed with, and that if there was nothing of great importance, he would let them make their own decisions. This kind of boss who was good at delegating authority is generally preferred by managers, and Su Haochen didn't call them in order to instruct anything, or to find out anything, just trying to find something to do during this boring half-hour wait. Otherwise he'd just have to dry out and skate down the street. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Rocky called Su Haochen back. Su Haochen learned that his sister was innocent, purely wrongly accused. That manager was just jealous and suspicious and took it out on her. And that husband of hers did act in a lustful manner towards Su Yuchen. More than once, he went to the front desk of the Mingyang Hotel to look for her, and even made indecent requests, but they were all rejected by Su Yuchen. The only time the two people acted more intimately was when the man drank too much, and Su Yuchen, as a receptionist, had to assist him, but she didn't let him take any advantage. So Su Haochen let Rocky watch and deal with it, and he told Rocky that he had to give justice to his sister, and demanded that he had to apologize to Su Yuchen in person. It's no longer implied, it's clearly stated. If Rocky says he still doesn't know what to do, I'm afraid he won't be CEO of HQ for long. After resolving the matter of Su Yuchen in Mingyang Hotel, Su Haochen temporarily put down a stone in his heart. But was there more than one stone in his heart? This time he came home and realized that there were so many things that needed to be addressed. And the other bigger thing is Shujachen and that so-called big brother. After knocking Shujachen out yesterday, I haven't gotten any news so far. With his knowledge of that cousin, he definitely wasn't someone who had an axe to grind, so he must be brewing something again. Whatever. Soldiers come to block, water to cover up. Although it is said that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake, but I know the governor here, so I'm still afraid of him, a small ruffian, Su Haochen thought in his heart, so he prepared to go home. Up to now he hadn't eaten his noon meal. It was already almost 1 o'clock. Just then, Su Haochen received another call, an unfamiliar number. Su Haochen picked it up in bewilderment, and the other side of the phone said it was the principal of Liaofu First High School. After making a self-introduction, he apologized to Su Haochen one after another, said that he was the one who failed to supervise that incident and hoped that Su Haochen would forgive him. Su Haochen wasn't in the mood to be polite with him and directly asked how this matter would be handled next. The principal said he called to ask what Su Haochen meant and said he would follow his advice. The principal's face was green with fear when he received the call from the Board of Education. I didn't realize that an English teacher at my own school had caused the governor to order the treatment. Only after inquiring did he realize that he had messed with a man named Su Haochen. So again, he asked people to find connections and asked for Su Haochen's phone number and information. Seeing Su Haochen's message, the face that had just been scared green was almost scared black again. I didn't expect him, an ordinary student, to be so powerful in Zhonghai. What scared him the most was that Su Haochen actually knew the governor of Liao province. And it was only a phone call in the morning that got the governor to order the process so quickly. And it was a direct order that schools in the entire Liao province should be reorganized to crack down on the phenomenon of teachers holding classes to make up for their mistakes and charging arbitrary fees. And God knows how powerful a background he has. So they hurriedly called Su Haochen to ask for advice. Su Haochen was not polite, and directly said to let Lu Qing be dismissed from public office, search for evidence of her uncleanliness for so many years of teaching and then hand it straight to the prosecutors. It's up to the law to decide whether it's a fine or a prison sentence. The principal promised repeatedly, and Su Haochen added that an excellent homeroom teacher and English teacher must be assigned to the 7th senior class. The principal was also asked to personally visit Wang Xini's home to inform her of the outcome of the matter and to let Wang Xini return to school on Monday. The principal offered to transfer Wang Xini directly into the rocket class, saying that with Wang Xini's current grades, she could actually get in. This was something Su Haochen refused to do. He helped Wang Xini deal with Lu Qing because Lu Qing had indeed violated the education law. But now directly letting Wang Xini into the rocket class was not in line with the school's rules. Then he told the principal that it wouldn't be too late to wait until the midterm exams, and if her grades met the requirements, she could be transferred to the rocket class. Wang Xini was still a minor child, and Su Haochen didn't want her to be exposed to backdoor looking for connections at such a young age. She needs to be given a little bit of the right values so that she knows how to rely on her own efforts to realize her dreams. But if things really come to a head, when Wang Xini can't do anything to solve things, Su Haochen will still definitely help. After all, blood was thicker than water between relatives, and there was only a 3-year difference between him and Wang Xini, who had been very close since childhood. Just as he was about to head home, Su Haochen received another call. This time it was his mother, Xiao Qin, who called, telling Su Haochen to hurry home, saying that something had happened at home. Hearing his mother's anxious voice, Su Haochen knew that she wasn't joking and quickly asked what had happened. But before he could speak on the other side of the phone, he was forcibly hung up. Su Haochen hurriedly called his father and sister, but neither of them got through. Su Haochen thought that it might be Su Zhechen who had gone looking for trouble, so he tucked away the phone and hurriedly ran towards the house. Chapter 091, Carrying the Fight Against Gangs to the End. Above. Su Haochen was now downstairs at Wang Xini's house, not far from Liaofu First High School, and still some distance away from Su Haochen's home. However, Su Haochen's heart was burning with anxiety, and he exerted his Lingbo Weibo with all his might. At this point, he no longer cared if he would be seen by passers-by, Su Haochen was anxious in his heart and tried his best to maximize his speed. The passers-by didn't notice anything, as there was no one who knew martial arts either. Basically, you also feel a gust of wind, or a light flying past your eyes, and don't pay much attention to it. If the slightest thing happens to my family, I'm going to bury all of you with me. Su Haochen thought hatefully in his heart, annoyed that he was still a little too young to think things through. He only remembered to tell Su Yuchen to be careful when he went out, but forgot that they could still go up to the door to make things happen. About 5 minutes later, Su Haochen arrived downstairs at home. He hurriedly adjusted his breathing and let his true chi roam around his body for a while. A martial arts expert with 10 years of power would be really funny if he turned off his breath because he ran too fast. 2 minutes later, Su Haochen arrived at the door of his house. The 4th floor was just a matter of a few steps for him to fully exert his light power. Listening at the door, there wasn't much movement inside, but the door was half open. It could also be heard that there were quite a few people in the house right now. Maybe half a dozen or so besides his parents and sister. Since it didn't make much noise, Su Haochen couldn't judge it well, but he could conclude that there were definitely no more than 10 of them. A keen sense of hearing allows him to make certain judgments through a person's breathing. Su Haochen opened the door and entered the house to a scene that surprised him, but it made sense. Neither the parents nor the sister were injured, except that the parents were sitting on a chair. The mother Shao Qin looked a little shivering, but the father, Su Yuming, had a bland face. Su Haochen felt that a strong suit was more likely, because after all, he was the head of the family with 2 women next to him. If he was all flustered, then I'm afraid the 2 women would just burst into tears. Su Yuchen's appearance was a little more wretched. Sitting on his knees with a knife on his neck, Su Haochen saw that his parents were not injured, and his heart dropped a little bit. But when he saw his sister's appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry and wanted to rush over and punch the man away. Su Haochen looked inside the not-so-large house, and sure enough, Su Jichen was sitting there, on the sofa not far from the chair. Su Haochen's eyes almost spewed out fire. You kid can enjoy yourself. With a couch this big, you're sitting here and leaving my parents in a cold chair. This seems to be my home, I guess. There was another person sitting next to Su Jiachen, with a big bladder and looking 30 years old. Originally, Su Jiachen was giving people the slip with a smile on his face. When he saw Su Haochen come in, he changed to a cold face and looked at Su Haochen with disdain, seemingly unwilling to say anything more. Originally should be very chaotic scene, but did not expect a time into the cold. So Su Jiachen opened to, my brother Haochen, weren't you great yesterday? Didn't you say that you wanted me to bring my big brother to you? Now that we're here, what can you do? The person next to Su Jiachen stood up with a loud laugh and rushed at Su Haochen. It seems that your kid still doesn't know me. Well, I'll introduce myself. My name is Lu Kai. This piece of the world calls me Brother Kai. I'm not going to lie. Your brother introduced your sister to me, and I think it's very satisfactory, and I want her to stay with me for one night. As long as she stays with me for one night, she'll have endless glory and riches, as much money as she wants, and I, Lu Kai, am not short of money, but I didn't expect your sister to reject me, and that made me angry, and it's just as well that you're here to help me persuade her. As long as she's willing to stay with me for one night, I'll leave immediately and I'll cover your family from now on. As long as I, Lu Kai, am here for one day, no one can bully all the people in your family. Listening to Lu Kai's long speech, Su Haochen gave him a disdainful glance. This guy is really full of crap. I guess he thinks he's winning, right? But don't you know that villains have died from talking too much since the beginning of time? If they weren't worried that the knife in the man's hand would hurt their sister, the gang would have already been lying on the ground wailing. Although Su Haochen had absolute confidence in his own hands, he also knew that he was inexperienced in actual combat. In case, a slip-up that caused his sister to get hurt was something he didn't want to see. The so-called care is chaos. That's the truth. If it was someone else who was being hijacked at this time, and Su Haochen had seen fit to do so, I believe he would have already stepped in. Kid, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Seeing that Su Haochen didn't say anything, Lu Kai continued, and then he laughed out loud, looking at the group of juniors around him. Ha ha ha, you guys don't think this guy is scared silly, do you? Thought how capable he was? Said he wanted to touch me. I didn't realize it was such a wimpy thing to do, so let's just take them away. Big brother, how boring it is to take people away. Why don't we just leave them here? Let them watch you enjoy this beauty with their own eyes. The one with the knife on Su Yuchen's neck said. Hearing this, Lu Kai nodded his head, seemingly feeling that what was said made sense, and his gaze looked appreciatively at that little brother. You kid has a point. It's like killing a man to kill him. Nah. Okay, that's it. Come on, bring that to me. The man yanked Su Yuchen, making her get up, and immediately after that, he reached out and pushed her, seeing that he was about to push her in front of Lu Kai. At this time, Su Haochen moved and rushed out to hug Su Yuchen, immediately followed by a kick. the little brother with the knife was directly kicked out. After all, it was in his own home, and although Su Haochen was furious, he still didn't use his internal force to kill him outright. However, I'm afraid he couldn't keep his ribs with this kick, and he directly fainted from the pain, and the knife fell to the ground. Su Yuchen lay on her back in Su Haochen's arms, feeling so secure that she was surprisingly unwilling to move a single muscle. The crowd froze as they looked at the scene in front of them, not realizing that this Su Haochen was really so capable of fighting. Su Jiachen was so scared that he hurriedly hid behind Lu Kai, shivering. "Day, big brother, look at him, he's really powerful. You have to help me." Seeing Su Haochen kick the man away, Lu Kai was actually worried in his heart, but hanging out for years had made him develop a character that was not afraid of the sky or the earth. Besides, with so many juniors in front of him, he couldn't admit defeat. Opened his mouth and said, "You kid really does have some skills, but don't think that just because you're good with your hands, you'll be able to outwit me." Lu Kai, although I only brought these few people with me today, Lu Kai has a large number of minions under me, more than hundreds or thousands. If you can fight alone, how many can you beat? Be sensible or advise the sister of yours to come with me. What I said before still stands. Su Haochen looked at Lu Kai with a gloomy gaze and said, "Listening to you say those few words, you don't look like a straw man, and you seem to have read a few books. What you shouldn't know, though, is that the law now says that family members can rise to the occasion of door-to-door nuisances. It's counted as self-defense, and you guys deserve it even if you get killed." For those who had harmed his family, Su Haochen didn't know what mercy meant at all. Even if it wasn't convenient to directly exterminate them, it was impossible to make them feel better. Chapter 092, Carrying the Fight Against Organized Crime to the End. Below, Su Haochen took a step forward as he spoke. His footsteps were light, but they were as heavy as thunder in Lu Kai's ears. What do you want? Don't you come over?" Lu Kai couldn't help but shiver as well. "What do I want? That I don't go over there? That's really not very intellectual of you." Su Haochen looked at Lu Kai with a teasing face. About 2 minutes ago, Lu Kai was still playing cat and mouse with Su Haochen, but now the identities were directly switched. According to the novels Su Haochen had read, many protagonists would choose to find someone with a stronger background when faced with this kind of thing. Then he playfully mocked the gang that came to the door to cause trouble for a while, and even took the leader as his little brother to serve for himself from then on. Originally, Su Haochen also felt that this practice was very cool, and his blood boiled when he watched it, but when it really came down to it, Su Haochen felt that this kind of behavior was simply foolish. People have bullied their way to the top and threatened your family, and you still have the heart to mock them? I'm sure the author constructed this plot purely for the sake of writing a cool article. However, these novels have also given Su Haochen some insights, looking for people with tougher backgrounds. So did Su Haochen. Thinking about it, a direct call went back to Pan Yongzhen, reporting what happened in front of him to Pan Yongzhen with a slight modification. The so-called slight embellishment naturally exaggerates the power of the gangsters led by Lu Kai, and also exaggerates the extent of the bullying of his own family, depicting Lu Kai as a bully who bullies men and women and fishes the township. He asks Pan Yongzhen to carry out the anti-vice operation to the end. Pan Yongzhen did not expect that the young man who just met yesterday, but today 2 major events reported in one day. This invariably advances his work and gives direction to the next step in goal setting, so he was very appreciative of Su Haochen, who could do a lot for the people even if he didn't follow the leader. Pan Yongzhen thought that this was also very good. After all, only in the private sector can you see a lot of things, and this was the reason why he wanted to make a private visit in a small way. If it wasn't an urgent matter and he had already rushed back to the province, he would even be eager to meet and talk with Su Haochen again, see what other injustices the folk have that need to be dealt with by him. So, Pan Yongzhen said to Su Haochen, "Little brother, you are really good. For your report, I will definitely examine it carefully. For this kind of all-evil gangster force, we will definitely never tolerate it." Su Haochen said, "You have a lot of work to do in the day, but I'm sorry to have disturbed you twice because of my own personal affairs." Pan Yongzhen on the other side of the phone, however, said, "What are you talking about? How is this your personal business? You're reporting to us. Where is the disturbance? It is clearly a credit to me, and if it were not for you, how could I have seen so much going on among the folk?" Su Haochen didn't continue to be polite. Of course he knew that those who were officials were so high up in the hierarchy that they could hardly do anything to empathize with the people. But in fact, we still have many good officials in China who want to work for the people wholeheartedly. However, for some reasons, they have been kept in the dark, so much so that the lower level of information cannot reach the upper level, and that is why the people are complaining so much. I was going to make a few more brief pleasantries and just hang up, but Su Haochen glanced at Lu Kai, and with a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly thought of something and said to Pan Yongzhen, "By the way, when these people came to the door to cause trouble, I didn't stop for a moment. and the consequences were more serious. By the way, those who come to the door looking for trouble can take self-defense and deserve to be killed. Don't you think so? Hearing Pan Youngjin's face full of black lines. What do you mean you didn't stop? With your skill in dealing with a few hoodlums, is it still necessary to confiscate your hand? It's clearly a malicious revenge. Pan Yangjin naturally knew what Su Haochen meant, and didn't expose him, just said, if the injury is more serious, call 120 for a doctor. For door-to-door seekers, we do support self-defense, but try not to kill anyone. After a few more words, Su Haochen hung up the phone, then he looked at Lu Kai with a gloomy gaze. While Su Haochen was on the phone, not a single person dared to go forward. Every word of Su Haochen's was like a hypnotic note in their ears. Looking at Su Haochen's frightening gaze, Lu Kai flopped to his knees, crawling forward 2 steps. He hugged Su Haochen's thigh and cried bitterly, "Dada! Big brother, spare your life. Spare your life. Just spare me." I was also under the compulsion of that Su Jechen, so I was obsessed with the ghost, colorful and bold. If I knew you had this ability, just lend me 100 guts. I wouldn't dare to hit your family. Lu Kai of course would like to maintain the appearance of the big brother in front of the little brother, but at the moment the situation must be people strong. Face is still not as important as life. Su Jiachen, who was on the side, heard Lu Kai's words and couldn't help but kneel on the ground as well. The other little brothers saw that their big brother had knelt, and did not hesitate. They threw down the guys in their hands, and also followed Lu Kai's example and knelt to the ground. Snot, tears running together, muttering something under his breath. All shut the up and talk nonsense. Su Haochen said angrily, I swore before that I would make sure that the one who hurt my family would be ruined. When I made the call just now, as you heard, I accidentally confiscated my hand, so it was inevitable that I would cause a little disability. But don't worry, I'm not going to kill you and I'm going to call you 120. Only you should have to spend the rest of your lives in a hospital bed or a wheelchair. Day. Big brother, this has nothing to do with any of us. It was that Su Jiachun who brought us here. It was organized by Lu Kai, and we are the participants. It stands to reason that the punishment should be lighter. A junior who was kneeling on the ground shivered. Su Haochen held his chin with his right hand in a contemplative manner, as if thinking seriously, and then said, You're right, as a rule, it is the first evil that must be punished, and repentance is lenient. It's just that synergistic participants should be able to get a lighter penalty. That's what the law says. I didn't realize you knew anything about the law. That little brother couldn't help but laugh when he heard Su Haochen say this and said, Hey, yeah, I've read a little bit and I've been to school, so I know a little bit about the law. So, Dada, big brother, you can spare us? We're willing to pay for it. Su Haochen coldly glanced at him and said, What I just said is that according to the law, you can get a lighter punishment. But who told you that I have to talk to gangsters about the law? What's the point of thinking about the law at this time of year? And what's the point of looking for it when you're doing bad things? The experience of going from great joy to great sorrow made the junior brother's eyes widen and he sat down directly on the ground. The other junior brothers also looked at Su Haochen in horror, as if guessing their own end. Chapter 093 I'll invest $10 billion, above. Su Haochen also didn't continue to talk nonsense with this group of people, and directly went up for a beating and kicking. Before the crowd could react, they were all paralyzed on the floor. Or cover your hands, or cover your legs, in order to avoid causing trouble for the family. So Su Haochen didn't take their lives, but ruthlessly, breaking an arm and a leg of each of them. Su Haochen purposely left behind Lu Kai and Su Jechen, and no one else was spared, including the one who had just held Su Yuchen with a knife. Although he had fainted, Su Haochen still broke his arms and legs. The intense pain made him pass out once again. Lu Kai saw his minions fall to the ground, and you could also see that the arms and legs were all broken, while you were fine. Secretly thinking that it was Su Haochen who had deliberately spared himself, he analyzed the reason. Probably because his own identity was still somewhat useful to him. It might be constrained later on, but it's better than a broken arm or leg. If you find an opportunity, you can still make a comeback on your own. Su Haochen walked to Lu Kai's side and said coldly, Do you think that I didn't break your arms and legs because I think you're still useful to me? Want to be my little brother? Yes, big brother. If you can spare my life, Lu Kai is willing to be a little brother to big brother. From now on, you, Su Haochen, are my big brother. If I, Lu Kai, dare to disobey your orders. Speaking here, Lu Kai thought for a moment, as if he had made a great determination, and continued, Let me be struck down by heaven and not die. Although Lu Kai said this on his mouth, he kept thinking in his heart, a good man refuses to do so. Lu Kai is only a momentary expedient. In the future it is a certainty that I will rise again. This vow was not made by me with all my heart, so it cannot be counted for anything. Su Haochen's heart also moved to collect a little brother like the protagonist in the book. If there was Lu Kai covering his home in this area, then life should be good in the future. It will be much smoother, to say the least. But is a villain like this really believable? He swears today, he may betray me tomorrow. This kind of person swears like a fart, and the heavens will strike him down. There are many people who swear like this, but how many have actually been struck by lightning? What's more, I'm afraid that Lu Kai's status would be in tatters if today's events were to ever get out. He wants to cover our family? I'm afraid I can't do that anymore. There's no point in keeping him. How dare you think ill of my sister? Then why not just let him never be able to do such colorful things again? Su Haochen thought in his heart. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. In Lu Kai's heart, it was a torment like days and years. Su Haochen directly kicked out. This time kicking, not kicking. It wasn't Lu Kai's ribs that he was running towards either, but rather, he was running directly towards his lower body with a kick. With Lu Kai's scream, after flipping twice in the air, he flopped down on the ground, directly unable to get up. The moment Su Haochen kicked out, it seemed that the sound of a chicken flying into the air was heard. Lu Kai also directly fainted, but Su Haochen didn't let him off the hook. Go straight up a few feet and waste Lu Kai's limbs. Those juniors of his only wasted an arm and a leg. Lu Kai directly wasted all 4 limbs. Su Yuchen and Xiao Qin hid in Su Yuming's arms on the left and right, staring at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, seemingly feeling that they both somewhat didn't recognize Su Haochen anymore. It seemed like the last time we met, he was still a man with no power in his hands. How come he had such a great ability now? And how can you be so ruthless? He wasted so many people without changing his face. Su Jichen kneeled on the ground, banging straight cow out, unable to stop his mouth. Haochen, Haochen, spare me, I'm your brother. You forget, when I was little, I even bought you candy. The corner of Su Haochen's mouth curled up slightly, looking at Su Jiachen's appearance. There was really a sense of pleasure after taking revenge, and said coldly, yeah, you're a really good brother to me. When I was a kid, not only did you buy me candy, but you used to ride me all the time. I don't know if it's nice when you ride me, but I'm not very comfortable lying on the ground. And it's not enough that you're bullying me yourself. It seems like you're bringing an outsider along with you, right? Su Jiachen saw that pleading to Su Haochen could not be achieved. On second thought, it was also right. When Su Haochen was small, he often bullied him. How could he still take the things that happened when he was a child? Doesn't that deepen his hatred? Thus, Su Jiachen could only turn his gaze to Su Yuming and begged, third uncle, you quickly persuade Haochen. You quickly save me. We are relatives now. If he says he hurt me, how will you brothers and sisters get along with each other in the future? Su Jiachen's frequent bullying of Su Haochen when he was a child was also known to Su Yuming and his wife, but thinking it was just kids messing around with each other was fine. Moreover, Su Jiachen was 4 years older than Su Haochen, and naturally had an advantage over him in all aspects. Normally, he might bully the bullies, but he definitely still helped his brother in front of outsiders. But today, when he heard Su Haochen say this, he even brought outsiders to bully his own brother, and Su Jiachen even didn't refute it, obviously speaking the truth. Su Yuming himself didn't want to care, but Su Jiachen's last words touched him. After all, it is the blood is thicker than water relatives. If you really put Su Jiachen, how to face the big brother himself in the future. So, Su Yuming spoke up, Xiao Hao, why don't we just forget about it? After all, he's your big brother. Give him a second chance. Su Haochen also knew that his parents were kind by nature and had soft hearts. Originally, he hadn't thought that he would be able to waste Su Jiachen today. There are some things, however, that parents should be made aware of. Su Jiachen, I can give you a chance, Su Haochen said, but let me ask you, what exactly is your plot? Trying to trick my parents into mortgaging their house and investing $200. 000. What's going on? Su Jiachen stammered and didn't speak clearly. Su Haochen's eyes snapped and said, this is the last chance I'm giving you. You'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, that Lu Kai is your example. Su Jiachen was so scared that he almost peed his pants and shivered as he told them their plan. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what Su Haochen had guessed before. Su Haochen had only told Su Yuchen his guess before, and now that Su Yuchen was certain, he was so angry that his eyes were almost on fire. The elder brother, who grew up together, went so far as to betray her in order to find a backer. Luckily, the younger brother came back and has a great skill. Otherwise, God knows what kind of life one will lead in the future, and whether one will even be able to live. If their plan really succeeded, Su Yuchen was forced to commit to that Lu Kai. Su Yuchen believed that for the sake of her parents, she would make sacrifices, but after that, she would most likely find a chance to die with Lu Kai. Chapter 094, I'm investing $10 billion, middle. As Su Yuming listened, he also let out a long sigh. I didn't think that my big brother, whom I grew up with, could deceive himself like this. He also didn't expect that this nephew, who looked so innocent, would go so far as to trap his whole family in a situation of doom for his own benefit. How? Forget it, let him go. From now on I won't associate with them anymore, that's it. They've been unkind to me. I can't be unrighteous to them. It's kind of my last kinship to them. Su Yuming's voice trembled with a few moments of desolation and relief. Su Haochen nodded and said to Su Jechen, "There was no way I was going to let you leave my house in one piece today even if you cracked your head open. But my father has spoken, and I have to give him face, so I'll let you go today." Su Jechen was just about to thank him, but Su Haochen continued, "But it was never going to be as simple as that. I'll give you one last chance. Take your dad and your mom and turn yourself into the Public Security Bureau and explain everything that's going on here." Su Jechen froze there, never expecting Su Haochen to ask him to turn himself in. If it does, then his whole family is going to jail. Third uncle. Su Jechen wanted to continue pleading with Su Yuming, but Su Yuming felt that Su Haochen had a point. They're punking themselves like this, and if my son hadn't come back in time, I'm afraid the whole family would have been doomed. Why did you let them off the hook with a soft heart? Being able to keep Su Haochen from harming their bodies, one was already being benevolent. Go to jail, that's what they deserve. Seeing Su Yuming directly twist his face away, Su Jiachen didn't know what to say. Now he was really scared to tears. Originally thought that in the memory of family love, he no matter what will be able to get out of the whole body. But he didn't expect that Su Haochen was trying to push him to the rhythm of death. He thought that Su Haochen was pushing him to his death, but he didn't think differently. Before that, how could they not have pushed Su Haochen's family to their deaths? It was only that they were unlucky and ran into Su Haochen, the open one. Otherwise, he must be the one laughing to see Su Haochen's family crying right now, and at that time, he will surely show no mercy, but will only fall on his sword and mock mercilessly. There was no way but to agree for the time being. Su Haochen was angry. There was no need to mess with him. After some time, his whole family will come over to plead for mercy together, and I believe Su Yuming will definitely spare them for the sake of family love. As long as Su Yuming nodded, Su Haochen's side would be fine. In any case, one has to go back home first. Talk to your parents about what happened over here. Su Jiachen's side was playing as he wished, but the little Jiao in his heart couldn't be hidden from Su Haochen. Su Haochen didn't bother to expose him, only that he had made up his mind to only give them one day. If, say, tomorrow they still haven't turned themselves in, then he'll just use the police to get them. At that point, there will be no such thing as surrender. As for how he could make use of the police force, he had originally thought that he was making a call to Pan Yongjin to make arrangements. However, he did not expect to receive a call from the Liufu City Public Security Bureau first. Su Haochen watched Su Jechen roll and crawl out, so he himself first found a reason to go to a bathroom. Got today's check-ins done first. The system's reward was 10 billion Huaxia coins, suggesting that it was a B-class reward. That's quite a bit of money, although it's nothing compared to its total assets, but it's not really that much of an active fund. Money was just a number to Su Haochen now. 100 million or 10 billion. It was more money than he could spend in a lifetime. As long as one's business doesn't go too wrong, there is definitely enough money to go around. Just then, Su Haochen received an unfamiliar phone call. That person said he was the director of the Liufu City Public Security Bureau and his name was Lu Wenchua. Said he received a notice from the province that someone had reported the existence of dark forces on the Liufu side. So that means he called back and asked the whistleblower for specifics. Originally, he actually wanted to suppress the matter. After all, Lu Kai's side of the force, and he had some secret dealings. But when the provincial side told him about Su Haochen's situation, he was so scared that he could barely hold the phone. With such snobbish people in Zhonghai, why do we have to go back to Liufu? Lu Kai's gang is really ungrateful too. How could they mess with his family? All Lu Wenchua could think of now was that he wouldn't be implicated. But also fortunately, he is still considered an upright official. The reason why he has some contact with Lu Kai is because Lu Kai counts a little relative with him. He and Lu Kai's father were on equal footing, and logically, Lu Kai should call him an uncle. Lu Kai also acted recklessly because of his official position. He had also persuaded, but thinking that Lu Kai hadn't done anything too out of the ordinary, he had turned a blind eye. But I didn't expect that this time, Lu Kai really poked a hole in the sky. If he said that he would not intervene anymore, he would not be able to hold the position of director of bureau for long. Even if he was classified together as a black force, what awaited him was definitely a prison sentence. After all, this Su Haochen was a figure who could directly contact the governor. Against him, a small city public security bureau chief. That is not much different from crushing an ant, I'm afraid. So, Lu Wenchua warily called Su Haochen, and Su Haochen directly talked about the situation over here. It was the same as what he and Pan Yongjin had said, only with Su Jechen's family added to the back. Since the director of the Public Security Bureau has already contacted directly, there is no need to bother Pan Yongjin. Just let Lu Wenshua's side keep an eye on it. Su Haochen explicitly tells Lu Wenshua to give Su Jiachen's family one day to turn themselves in. If, say, by this time tomorrow, they still haven't turned themselves in, then go to the door and arrest them. As for Lu Kai and the others, Su Haochen clearly told Lu Wenshua that they were still lying on the ground in his house, and that he had been kind enough to help call 120. Tell Lu Wenshua that he can choose to come to the door and arrest him now, then take them to the hospital. Or wait until they get in and then go to the hospital to get them. Lu Wenshua wisely chose the latter, and if he could, he still didn't dare to go to Su Haochen's home to disturb him. The time came to about 4 p.m. And the dust had settled. Su Haochen returned a call to Pan Yongjin, thanking him and telling him that everything had settled down on this side. Su Haochen believed that with Pan Yongjin's orders from above, the gangsters shouldn't be able to get out in a short period of time, even though they were badly injured. That was simply to blame. Pan Yongjin's side similarly thanked Su Haochen again, and the two chatted briefly. Originally thought the call could end like this, but Pan Yongjin asked if Su Haochen had any ideas to make a little contribution to the construction of his hometown. Now Liao Province side is attracting investment, and Liao Fu is the focus of attention. Chapter 095 I'm investing $10 billion. Next, in this aspect of investment promotion, although Su Haochen has not done it, he has not seen less in novels and TV series. Generally speaking, it is some city that brings in a sum of money from some rich businessmen and develops some kind of project in order to become richer and more developed. Generally speaking, it is more tourist attractions, which can attract more foreigners to spend money in this city. This will pull the city's economy forward. This Liaofu city, where Su Haochen lives, is considered a very average city when viewed on a national scale. Not developed and not rich. It's not exactly the poorest, but it's still a relatively poor city in terms of the entire northeast. It also ranks almost at the bottom of the list for the whole of Liao province. If it is really possible to attract investment and invest a sum of money in the construction of his hometown, Su Haochen is still very happy to do so. After all, money is just a number to him now. If you can invest in the construction of your hometown, not only can you leave a good name for yourself, but at least, you can make your family's life better. So Su Haochen asked, then what kind of project are you planning to develop? Pan Yongjin explained, generally speaking, investment attraction should still be based on tourism, and there's really nothing to develop in the Liaofu region. So we're planning to build a hot spring vacation resort. Hot spring resort villa? Su Haochen froze. This reminds him of a TV show he once watched called Country Love. Isn't there a vacation lodge set up in there? A lot of money invested in one wave. Inside the TV show, he didn't see how that lodge made any money, but the economy was growing. Su Haochen didn't know much about this. Anyway, there were people from the government to help take care of it when the time came. It was just a matter of money for him, so he agreed to Pan Yongjin. Pan Yongjin asked Su Haochen how much he intended to invest, but Su Haochen was also inexperienced in this area and directly asked how much was needed. This aspect had been calculated by Pan Yongjin before, so he directly quoted a number to Su Haochen. He said that he had previously calculated that it would take about $1.5 or $6 billion, and if that was possible, he hoped that Su Haochen would invest $2 billion. If it was yesterday, Su Haochen would never have dared to agree, because his liquidity doesn't reach those, but after signing in today, he got 100 tens of billions straight to his bank card. $2 billion was simply a piece of cake for him, so Su Haochen spoke out of turn and said, I'm afraid $2 billion isn't quite enough, and since it's an investment in construction for my hometown, I'll simply invest a little more. We are striving to make Liaofu City develop into a second-tier city or even a first-tier city in the country. That's why I decided to invest $10 billion to build up my hometown properly. Pan Yongjin was directly confused. $10 billion? I'm afraid that I can directly invest in a provincial-level attraction. Putting such an attraction if it is placed in Liaofu City, it seems to be still a bit aggravating. However, there was no way for him to ask Su Haochen to invest $10 billion in the provincial capital city. After all, Su Haochen's purpose was to build his hometown, not the entire Liao province. Even if it was for the development of the entire Liao province, it must be after Su Haochen finished developing his hometown, and then he would go on to radiate the province. As for Pan Yongjin, if he can really pull in $10 billion of investment money at once, then he will certainly add another big chunk to his credit, a great help for his future promotion. At this moment, he still felt that there was something unreal about the way he spoke, and he stammered a bit as he asked, You're talking about $10 billion? Little brother, are you really going to invest $10 billion? For Su Haochen, there is nothing to do with $10 billion lying in the card, so it would be better to simply invest it. So a mouthful of promises were made to, yes, no problem, I want to invest $10 billion. Tomorrow time, you can arrange for someone to come to me to dock. Of course, tomorrow is Sunday, so if that means you're off, it's okay to come see me on Monday. Originally, Saturdays, Sundays are indeed off for civil servants. But today, Saturday, Pan Yongjin is also still at work. For leaders, rest is really a rare luxury. And Su Haochen's side wants to invest $10 billion. Where else would they dare to rest? Where would they dare to delay Su Haochen's time? So Pan Yongjin said, "It's no problem. If you're available tomorrow, then I can arrange for someone to interface with you tomorrow. If you have any requests, feel free to make them, and we'll do our best to fulfill them." Su Haochen said, "Investing in construction for my hometown would have been a duty incumbent on me as well. Now that I have this ability, I naturally want to help my hometown develop properly. If everything goes well on our end, then I won't ask for anything extra. I just hope that the money will be used in the right places and not go into the pockets of some corrupt officials." Su Haochen's words hit the nail on the head, and Pan Yongjin naturally understood. After a lot of investment, the money goes into people's pockets and is not applied to construction. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible for Pan Yongjin, and he wouldn't allow it to happen to his men. So he hurriedly assured Su Haochen to, "Little brother, please rest assured that I will personally supervise this matter, and will definitely not let such a bad thing happen to us." Su Haochen was also very trusting and very appreciative of Pan Yongjin as a leader. Previously, he was also considered to be well built in Liao province, although it is said that he has not been promoted to the national first-tier provinces. But for so many years, the development of Liao province during his tenure of office is still there for all to see. Both the economy and law and order were unknown how many times stronger than when Su Haochen was small. So when Pan Yongjin personally supervised this matter, Su Haochen was also quite relieved. He is willing to invest $10 billion in the construction of his hometown, but if it is said to have gone into the pockets of corrupt officials, he will definitely not be willing to do so. So the two people happily reached this resolution. When Pan Yongjin and Su Haochen made an appointment for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, he arranged for someone to pick him up downstairs from his house and dock with him. Su Haochen was full of promise. However, the conversation between Su Haochen and Pan Yongjin had startled Su Yuming and his wife. Opening his mouth is $10 billion. How much money does this son of his actually have now? And who the hell is talking to him? After the call, Su Haochen explained a bit, including how he met Pan Yongjin yesterday. As for the fact that he had money, he excused himself saying that he had had encounters in Shanghai and had met many good people. Everyone appreciated him and took him to make a lot of money. So it's reassuring for parents to say that they can't spend all the money on the card now. You can make a good life for them in the future, and you don't need to work too hard. Su Yuming smiled with relief, seeing his son having a good career. Being a parent is naturally happy. Still, he gave a few words of advice and told him to be careful in all things. And even if you are rich, you must not forget your roots. Thrift and frugality are traditional Chinese virtues. Su Haochen nodded his head repeatedly. He naturally couldn't go on a rampage like those thugs, because through this period of time, he also realized that there were people outside of people, and that there were many forces more powerful than himself, including now. He hadn't figured out who was stabbing himself in the back when he was at the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. If it wasn't for the temporary reversal of an accident, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to return home now. Chapter 096, Throwing a lot of money away for my hometown, above. Just as Su Haochen's family was chatting, Xiao Qin received a call from her sister, Xiao Ying, saying that things over here were settled. To thank Su Haochen properly and apologize to Su Haochen for his attitude at noon. Xiao Qin didn't know what was happening, and on the other side of the phone, Xiao Ying explained. Xiao Qin nodded repeatedly, so she told Xiao Ying to bring Wang Sini to the house, just so they could have dinner together. Hearing this, Su Haochen couldn't help but frown straight away. He hadn't even eaten his lunch yet over. My stomach was actually hungry in front of me now, and I didn't realize I'd have to eat dinner straight away. But looking at the time, it was also really close to the time when it was time for dinner, so I guess dinner could start when they arrived. He also didn't say anything, and went downstairs with Su Yuchen to buy food. There was still some left over at home, and Su Yuming and his wife were now busy at home. Not long after, Su Haochen's siblings came back, and a few more dishes were added to the table. The two of them, Su Haochen and Su Yuchen, turned out to have not gone to buy food and directly went to the hotel to order some. While they believed in their parents' craftsmanship, it could not be as good as what was done inside the hotel anyway. When he was outside, Su Haochen talked to Su Yuchen about the matter of Mingyang Hotel, and tell her she's done with it and that manager has been fired. For Su Haochen's ability, Su Yuchen had long since stopped doubting it, so he didn't say anything, and there was no need for thanks between siblings. Su Haochen offered to let Su Yuchen go to Shanghai with him, but Su Yuchen didn't immediately agree, but said to think about it. After all, her parents were slightly older now and she wanted to be there for them. Su Haochen wanted Su Yuchen to join him in persuading his parents to go to Shanghai with him, but Su Yuchen said that his parents should not go. After all, relatives and friends are all over here, so if we say that we go to Shanghai and don't know anyone, I am afraid that we will be in the dark, and we will definitely not be happy in our life over there. This point Su Haochen also thought of, so he said that he would go home and ask, and if it was said that they were really unwilling, then they would not be forced. As for Su Yuchen, it was also up to her, but Su Haochen told her never to go back to that laborious work. When Su Haochen said this, he even took Su Yuchen's hand. It was hard to look at the wrinkles and cracks on her hands. Su Yuchen was also a girl who loved beauty, and naturally didn't want her body to become like this, but there was nothing she could do about it before when life forced her to do it, and now that she had a choice, she wanted to look beautiful too. Somehow, in her heart, she actually extraordinarily wanted to show Mei Mei in front of Su Haochen. There was some shyness and some self-doubt in myself at the thought. He's his own brother. How could he think such a thing? After returning home, second Aunt Xiaoying and cousin Wang Xini had already arrived. Seeing that Su Haochen was directly ordering food back at the hotel, there was no need to bother continuing to do so, and they directly prepared to start the meal. Su Yuming also symbolically blamed Su Haochen for wasting money, but Su Haochen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Su Yuming didn't continue to reproach. After all, now his own son is the one who can even throw away $10 billion. What is it to him to order a few dishes in a hotel? When Wang Xini saw Su Haochen, she couldn't mention how happy she was, and directly jumped into his arms, saying excitedly, "Cousin, why are you so good?" In the afternoon, Principal Yang came directly to our home and actually apologized to me personally, and also told us that Lu Qing has been expelled and could go to jail. You're really taking the heat for us. Su Haochen touched Wang Xini's head and smiled with a doting face. It's not for your sake. If she hadn't bullied you, I wouldn't have bothered with her. Wang Xini's heart was slightly delighted, and a shy blush rose on her face. With an embarrassed face, she left Su Haochen's embrace. Su Haochen didn't think anything about it at that time. It's just a cousin. What's the point of hugging her? Xiaoqin and Xiaoying on the side were helpless when they saw the two children playing around like this without any avoidance. Only when Su Haochen looked at Xiaoqin's eyes, a trace of sadness unexpectedly flooded his eyes, not knowing why. If he hadn't read a lot of psychology books before, I'm afraid he wouldn't have paid attention to such details. Maybe it's because he's still worried about me? Su Haochen thought in his heart. After all, with all that information received at home, many people make mistakes when they have money. As the family sat down to eat together, Su Haochen received a call from the principal of Liaofu First High School, reporting to Su Haochen that the matter had been resolved. Su Haochen here just simply exhorted a few words, telling the principal that he didn't need to give too much of a green light, as long as he could treat every student fairly. Although Su Haochen's words were like this, but in the principal's heart he didn't dare to listen to it as the truth at all. As for what kind of new teacher the principal would arrange for, Su Haochen didn't even bother to ask. He believed that the principal would do his best to arrange it. After all, the shivering tone of the principal's voice when he called him definitely didn't sound like someone who dared to be perfunctory. The family finally finished their meal a little after 8 in the evening. Wang Xini had originally pestered her mother that she wanted to live here, but Xiaoying said, "Where is there a place for you to live here?" So they forcibly led Wang Xini back. At night, Su Yuchen naturally laid down on the sofa, but Su Haochen said that she should go into the bedroom and sleep on the sofa by herself tonight. Su Yuchen, however, refused to do so, and Su Haochen said that this is how he used to sleep, and that he had gotten used to it. But Su Haochen didn't reason with her at all, and directly picked her up horizontally, walked into the bedroom, and threw her on the bed. Su Yuchen slightly suffered some pain and let out an ah, then looked at Su Haochen with a grudging face, complaining, "Can't you talk properly?" Su Haochen said, "I don't have that kind of time to reason with you. Tell you to sleep in the bedroom. You just sleep in the bedroom. How uncomfortable is the couch? You've suffered enough. Can't you enjoy yourself back at home? Besides, yesterday I slept in the bedroom and you slept on the couch, so it's time to switch over today, or, failing that, tomorrow we'll switch again." Su Haochen now actually regretted that he didn't switch over with Su Yuchen yesterday, but what he experienced yesterday was indeed a bit much, and he forgot about it for a while, and habitually went into the bedroom, letting Su Yuchen sleep on the sofa for another night. "Not today anyway. Why don't you come up as well? Let's sleep together on the bed," Su Yuchen whispered, her face slightly flushed. Looking at Su Haochen, he snorted with joy and said, "Come on, even though we're siblings, we're already so old. It's not good." Su Yuchen forced down her shyness and looked at Su Haochen and said, "How old are you? You are also my brother. When I was small, I slept with you in my arms every day. What? Now that you've grown up, do you dislike your sister?" Where did Su Haochen dare to dislike his sister? With Su Yuchen's beauty, whoever could be slept in her arms. I'm afraid that he could even wake up from dreaming with a smile on his face. However, Su Haochen still refused. It would be too scary if he lost his temper in front of his own sister. After saying good night, Su Haochen directly went back and left the bedroom, lying down on the sofa. Although he had slept on a crib in school, which was about the same size as this couch, he had been getting used to sleeping on a queen-sized bed in recent times. It was a bit of a shock to sleep on a couch that was so narrow all of a sudden. Chapter 097 Throwing a lot of money at home, middle. When he got up the next morning, Su Haochen routinely signed in, and surprisingly, he gained God-level driving skills, and the system suggests that it's an A-rated reward. Su Haochen was excited, originally thinking that he would take time to get a driver's license, but he didn't think that the system would directly reward him with a set of God-level driving skills. Su Haochen closed his eyes and carefully recalled in his mind. Surprisingly, I found that the system rewards not only car driving skills, but also racing skills, and even shovels, hookers, even tools like helicopters and ships can be piloted with ease. And in the system backpack, it comes with the relevant documents. Su Haochen couldn't help but communicate the system. Are your credentials legit? It's not like you paid for it, is it? The system responded. Host, don't worry, the products provided by this system are absolutely all legal, the kind that can be found on the internet, so that is why there is absolutely no need to worry. These days we're too busy. Su Haochen didn't have much communication with the system, just mechanically signing in. When Su Haochen thought like this, the system naturally received the message and said, the host does not have to worry. This system does not feel lonely at all. The host has time to take care of ride me on it. No time, you can first busy yourself. This system is quite understanding. Su Haochen thought, it would be nice to have a non-sticky girlfriend like that. The system responded again in Su Haochen's mind, although this system is a beautiful girl, the host should not hit such a crooked idea. Su Haochen couldn't help but have 3 black lines spread across his face. What kind of crooked ideas can I have about you? I don't even know what you look like. Only in my head, only hearing your voice. The system said, whatever the host wants me to be, that's what I am. My appearance can change with the host's mind, and the host may as well think of me as the likeness of the most beautiful maiden in your imagination. Although Su Haochen was a brilliant writer and his mouth was unforgiving, how could he take advantage in front of the system? Drywall shut up and didn't say anything. After having breakfast, Su Haochen received a phone call. It turns out that Pan Yongzhen assigned Sun Wanze, the mayor of Liaofu, to butt heads with him about attracting investment, and the principal of Liaofu High School, Yang Wenlu, is also here. Hearing these names, Su Haochen couldn't help but straighten his mouth, secretly thinking, what is it with all these people's names and how do they all come with a text? Previously, the director of the Public Security Bureau was called Lu Wenhua, the mayor was called Sun Wanze, and the principal was called Yang Wenlu, and all of them were still around 50 years old. Is this a coincidence, or do you really not know how to name names anymore? And that principal, who was clearly a male, had such a feminine name, and was called Wenlu. Thinking of this, Su Haochen couldn't help but shake his head, secretly blaming himself for having so many thoughts right now. What does it matter what people call themselves? At 10 a.m., Sun Wanze and Yang Wenlu came downstairs of Su Haochen's house on time, didn't dare to go upstairs directly to disturb, but called Su Haochen. After Su Haochen said goodbye to his parents, he brought Su Yuchen downstairs with him. When Su Yuchen went downstairs, he asked Su Haochen why he brought him along, and Su Haochen explained that he wanted her to see the world. Su Haochen actually had his own selfishness, with more and more businesses and no one around him to trust at all. If anything, it would be a great help to myself to have my sister hold up the sky for me. So he helped Su Yuchen gain some more insight within his power. After shaking hands with each other, Sun Wanze proposed to talk inside the city government office, and Su Haochen didn't refuse. Principal Yang Wenlu drove the car. Sun Wanze sat on the passenger side, and Su Haochen and Su Yuchen sat in the back of the car, talking casually in the car. First briefly about investment attraction. Yang Wenlu, on his side, also proposed that, if possible, he would like to make some modifications to the school as well, and put some money into the school, so that the school can be built better and give the students a better teaching and learning environment. Su Haochen nodded. This was naturally no problem. Anyway, he has taken out this $10 billion. In fact, how to spend it is everyone's business. He has delegated his authority. But according to Sun Wanze, how the money was spent still required Su Haochen's consent. So Yang Wenlu licked his face and followed. In fact, seeing Su Haochen's face, he was still a bit timid. Not to mention him, Sun Wanze himself is not the same. In fact, Su Haochen originally had the idea of investing a sum of money in his alma mater, whether it's high school, middle school, or even elementary school. And now that this opportunity has come up, why not just deal with middle school and elementary school together in addition to high school? Su Haochen thought like this, so he directly mentioned it to Sun Wanze in the car. But when Su Haochen talked about his alma mater, Sun Wanze couldn't help but have a trace of embarrassment spread on his face, because the two schools, his elementary school and middle school, had closed down back in the last year. and were consolidated with other schools by the city making the decision. Even if Su Haochen wanted to invest, he didn't have the chance. Su Haochen had a helpless look on his face, although he also knew that his elementary school and junior high school weren't very famous within the city. It's one of those marginal schools, but I didn't expect it to close so soon. Then it's just a matter of building up your high school properly. But Su Haochen still emphasized, I don't have a problem investing. I just want all that money to go to the right places and not into some corrupt official's pocket. If I find out that anyone has enriched himself, then I will deal with him in a way that may be unexpected by all. Hearing Su Haochen's gloomy tone, Yang Wenlu and Sun Wanze couldn't help but both shiver. In front of others, they were in high positions of power, but in front of Su Haochen, they were as small as ants. After a few more conversations on the way, we arrived at the City Hall office building. Sun Wanze took out the contract that had already been prepared and wanted Su Haochen to sign it. However, regarding these provisions, Su Haochen was completely ignorant and could only contact Lu Xian by phone, shooting these provisions to her. Lu Xian's side was also surprised that Su Haochen was able to directly take out 10 billion, but now was not the time to ask these questions, but to look carefully at the terms of the contract. Finally, Su Haochen was told that there was no problem at all, and that if anything went wrong with the use of money during the construction process, Su Haochen retained the right to ultimately pursue the matter. That is to say, Su Haochen still has the final say, rather than not being able to manage anything after investing the money. For this, Su Haochen was satisfied. I can give up my rights, but you can't be the ones to carry out the deprivation. While I could care less where the money is spent, when I want to know, you guys have to report back to me. Such a management model, Su Haochen liked it. For his businesses, he managed them all the same way, and he decided to do the same in the future. The systems he owned, he knew he would have more and more businesses in the future. Having received Lu Xian's approval, Su Haochen didn't hesitate and signed directly. Then Bianzheng $10 billion transferred to the designated account. This investment is considered complete. As for the next construction, that would be left to them, and his own side would just have to have the time and simply pay attention to it. Chapter 098 Throwing Money at Home. Next, after transferring 10 billion out, Su Haochen also looked at the numbers on his bank card, and there were still more than 2 billion left. Apart from the $200 million from signing up, the rest of the money should be the proceeds from the tenants of Jinyuan Street and Shantangipin. Even he didn't know when the money was transferred to his account and he didn't pay attention to it. Still, money is a number to him now. Mayor Sun Wanze invited Su Haochen to visit for a while longer, but Su Haochen said he still had things to do at home, so he didn't stay longer. Originally, Sun Wanze was going to send Su Haochen home, but Su Haochen said, Mayor, you are very busy with your day-to-day business, so don't give me a ride, just lend me a car. Su Haochen threw $10 billion for the construction of his hometown, not to mention borrowing a car, or giving him a car. That is not the least bit important. So Sun Wanze directly made the decision to give Su Haochen one of the city's official cars. Su Haochen didn't have any politeness and drove Su Yuchen home. Having just obtained a god-level driving technique, Su Haochen naturally couldn't wait to try it out. But this is, after all, a city highway where you can't be as reckless as a race car. So Su Haochen also just experienced the feeling of driving, and it wasn't that exciting. Su Yuchen was also very strange. He hadn't heard when Su Haochen learned to drive, but he could drive so skillfully. Seeing his sister's puzzled expression, Su Haochen naturally knew what she was thinking and explained. When I was in college, I had nothing else to do, so I learned how to drive. Su Yuchen nodded. It wasn't surprising. She also learned the car during her college years. It's just that up to now, there hasn't been much chance of touching a car, and I can't afford to buy one myself even more. The limited times I drove were when I chauffeured someone in class, and I wasn't a very good driver, and I was often disliked. What Sun Wanze gave Su Haochen was just a liberated car. Not a good one. After all, it's a city government vehicle, and it's not allowed to come with much better. I'm afraid if this was paired with a Mercedes, BMW, Cadillac or something like that, it would be reported by the public. It's not a very good car, but it's not a problem to get around on a regular basis. Su Haochen knew that his father, Su Yuming, knew how to drive, so when he got home, he directly threw the car keys to his father. Su Yuming, however, shrugged it off, saying that he usually can't walk more than a few steps, so why would he need a car? But Su Haochen said to let him stay, in case he goes out, windy or rainy or something, he can still take the place of a walker. The time had come to 1 p.m., and the family sat down to eat lunch and also to talk. Su Yuming asked Su Haochen when he was going back to school, and Su Haochen said he would go back when things were settled here. Su Yuming was puzzled and said, is there anything else you need to fix over here? You don't have to go to school? Did you think you could stop studying because you were rich? In the face of his father's accusation, Su Haochen naturally didn't bother to retort, but explained, I have invested some money here. at least to say, we should first look at their movements. Do not accidentally by the corrupt officials. Su Yuming nodded, feeling that Su Haochen had a point. But in fact, Su Haochen wasn't thinking like this at all. His intention was to go and buy a big house for his family tomorrow. At least in terms of living a little more comfortably. Inside this little house, it was hot in the summer, cold in the winter, and often accompanied by dampness. The parents are also older and such an environment is very bad for their health. Only this was not said to the parents, because once it was said, it was sure to be met with unanimous disapproval. All he could think about was that he would just go to see the house with Su Yuchen tomorrow. That afternoon, he was not idle, lying directly on the couch, looking at the information on the sale of the house. Su Yuming and his wife, on the other hand, had nothing to do and went downstairs for a walk. Su Yuchen was originally looking at the house with Su Haochen, but as she watched she fell asleep leaning on Su Haochen's body. It left Su Haochen speechless for a while. Sister, you're too sleepy, aren't you? Did you used to be like this when you were working? Idle and bored. Su Haochen was also sleepy, and after chatting with In0 for a while on WeChat, he also fell asleep there. Nothing happened until late in the evening. For Su Haochen, it was the first time since he got the system that he had such a leisurely day, so enjoyed that too and went to bed early. The next morning, Su Haochen was woken up by the ringing of the phone, and saw that it was Wang Mang from the Shanghai University of Science and Technology, who picked up the phone and gave him a scolding. What do you want in the morning? Don't you want to sleep? Su Haochen complained to himself that he had cancelled the mute mode of the phone during yesterday for fear of missing the call from the head of investment promotion and investment. And last night, I forgot to tune back in, which is why I was woken up by a phone call in the morning. It's like I just had a beautiful dream that I married several brides at a wedding. All of a sudden, he was woken up by this phone call, and naturally, he was furious. But Su Haochen, this burst of ranting, directly to Wang Mang scolded blind, looked at the time. Indeed has been 8:30 in the morning. However, he didn't dare to refute anything and apologized repeatedly. Su, Mr. Su, if there's no big deal, I don't dare to bother you. Su Haochen casually stroked a handful of disheveled hair and said in a good-natured manner, say what you have to say, fart what you have to say, there's nothing going on and I have to go to bed. Wang Meng hurriedly said, it's like this, the World Mathematical Society just released a competition on Goldbox conjecture, and the university wants to ask if we want to send someone. Su Haochen was so angry that he almost dropped his cell phone and cursed, you're sick, aren't you? You need to call me and ask me about something like this? Why don't you join us? Of course you should participate when you get the chance. It's a good thing to do for the school. Wang Meng, who was scolded, did not dare to say anything more. He knew that Su Haochen didn't know what the competition was really about, so he explained, it's like this Mr. Su, if we say that we send someone to participate, but they can't get a place, or even can't solve the questions at all, then it's going to affect the school's reputation. So this is something that needs to be explored. Su Haochen was speechless and said, I'm exploring your sister this kind of thing you just said it, still have to ask me, and then you hesitated when I said I'd let you participate. Really? In the future, if nothing happens, you'd better not call me. Yes. Wang Meng hurriedly apologized. Originally, I thought this matter was big, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to bother you. Since Mr. Su decided to participate, I'll go and arrange for someone to participate in this competition. Su Haochen shook his head and also sobered up a lot, and Wang Meng said, let's wait, give me some time. I'll think about it and get back to you in 2 hours. Don't mind if you had a bad attitude just now. Su Haochen realized that things weren't that simple. Once the school's reputation is affected, it is likely to lead to a further drop in the school's ranking. It would certainly be detrimental to one's system mission. Wang Mang was flattered by Su Haochen's apology. I don't dare to. It's me who disturbed Mr. Su's rest. I'll pay attention to it in the future. Alright, that's all for now, Su Haochen said. Then he hung up the phone and began to think hard about how this was really going to work. In his mind, there was a dilemma. Chapter 099, Godly Math Arithmetic Ability, Up. I got up and simply washed up, only to find that neither my parents nor my sister were home, and I didn't know what they had done. It's a good thing there's leftover breakfast in the kitchen, so I'm not starving. After eating, casually cleaned up the dishes and sat down on the couch to start messing around again. Forget it, let's sign in first. Su Haochen thought, maybe today's sign-in will bring me some surprise. Ding, system alert, detected an opportunity to facilitate the host's completion of a system task, hereby issuing today's check-in reward according to the host's needs, an A-ranked reward. Godly Mathematical Arithmetic Ability. What? That's what this is all about? Su Haochen was shocked and happy. Had I known this, what would I have worried about? God-level math ability. Previously, He had already initially experienced how powerful the god-level driving ability was. Being crowned by the system as an A-ranked reward and a godly skill, I believe that it is also a leader in the world. The host is thinking the right thing. The system responded. The divine skills rewarded by the system have all exceeded the current highest standards of this world, and it can be said that the host is now invincible in the fields of driving and math. System, you're so loving. Su Haochen was sincerely excited. I didn't realize this daily check-in reward could be given out according to my heart. So what am I going to order tomorrow? Su Haochen was just thinking about it when the system poured a pot of cold water on him. Good thinking, host. This only happens when it helps with system tasks and is accompanied by a newly generated task. Still thinking about what's coming? Host, are you thinking about farts? Amount. Su Haochen was once again rendered speechless by the system. It seems that he was still too simple. But at this moment, Su Haochen was bursting with confidence. I'm also glad I didn't sign up early. Otherwise I would have definitely had to miss out on such a great sign-up bonus. Yet there are new missions, and isn't that better? Think about the mission you received before. It was a reward of 50 years of true chi. If you take another system mission. Su Haochen was in a very good mood just thinking about it. Sweeping away the sadness, a direct phone call was made to Wang Mang. Hello Mr. Su, Wang Mang said as he picked up the phone. Mr. Su called me back so quickly. It seems that he has already made his decision. Soon, Su Haochen queried. It seems like an hour has already passed. Yes, but Mr. Su said it was 2 hours. It seems to be the longest time planned. Mr. Su works with thunder and lightning. We admire him. Wang Mang patted his ass again. Alright, enough of those useless things. Su Haochen announced the decision dryly. Going to the competition. And I'm leading the team as a student. Wang Mang hesitated a little, not knowing what to say. He knew that Su Haochen was from the math department, but from the Shanghai Institute of Science and Technology. For so many years CST has had no students competing who even had the courage to sign up. The main reason is also a lack of strength. The students from CSTU are still barely in the running, but almost all of them have stopped at nationals as well. The ones that really represent China to go to world-class competitions are usually Huaxia University, Jinghua University, and Qingbei University. Occasionally Fudan University in the middle of the sea can salvage a spot. As for the China Sea University of Science and Technology, it seems like it's been 5 years since anyone could represent China in the World Series. Wang Mang was indeed questioning Su Haochen's strength, and if he was just going to compete, there was nothing wrong with signing up. But if he is allowed to lead the team, it's fine as a school board member, but as a student, letting the students of the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology lead the team, those students of the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology would definitely be unconvinced and might even abandon the race. Wang Mang bravely told Su Haochen about his doubts, already prepared to be scolded. But I didn't expect Su Haochen to laugh out loud after hearing this. It doesn't matter. If they don't, let them all get lost. It doesn't matter if I go to this alone. Ignoring the shock on Wang Mang's side, and not caring about how Wang Mang would react next, Su Haochen continued to ask, when will the match start? Wang Mang replied, next Monday in the capital city. There will be a national competition, the first day of the preliminary round, in the form of a written test. The top 20 finishers are then selected to compete in a rematch the next day, which is a scramble format. The 5 people with the highest scores are chosen to compete in the world tournament. Alright, then, Su Haochen said, you prepare the relevant review materials for me and send them to me on WeChat, so I can prepare for them in advance. Then the other students, Wang Mang asked carefully. Su Haochen said with a disdainful smile, as I just said, those who are willing to sign up, accept me as leader or get lost. After saying that, Su Haochen directly hung up the phone, leaving a baffled Wang Mang, holding up the phone at a loss for words. The principal's side looked at Wang Mang with a curious face, waiting for his instructions. When Wang Mang conveyed Su Haochen's proposal, the principal directly slumped in his chair. At this point he even entertained the idea of quitting. Don't get discouraged first. Wang Mang forced himself to calm down. It's better to get the word out, just in case the students don't care about that and actively sign up. Besides, I don't think Mr. Su looks like he's fooling around, so I'm sure he's really sure. The principal shook his head helplessly and said, President Wang, it's not that I don't respect him, he's rich and powerful, there's no doubt about that, but this academic stuff can't be bought with money and power. I'm sure you understand that. There's nothing else we can do now. Wang Mang said, let's do what Mr. Su said first, and after that, if there are really any problems, we'll discuss it again. The principal could only nod his head in agreement and said with a long sigh, if this time a joke is really made, I will make a direct report to the State Ministry of Education, and never let his temperament run wild. If it can't be fixed, then I'll have to resign. I'd rather go home and retire than watch the school decay on my hands. After the principal finished, he turned around and left the conference room, and Wang Mang sat there inside as well. But there was no way. Who let Su Haochen be the biggest shareholder, only to expect a miracle? According to Su Haochen's request, Wang Mang arranged for someone to get some information and sent it to Su Haochen. The information for the competition was still not difficult to get, and while sending it over, he also talked to Su Haochen about the attitude of the principal over here. Su Haochen could also think of it, but it didn't matter. He had absolute confidence in himself. After all, the system produces a good product. Su Haochen didn't explain anything, just told Wang Mang to rest assured that he had absolute certainty on his side. As for why he was sure, Su Haochen didn't explain, and Wang Mang couldn't ask more. Finally, Su Haochen said, "You can tell the principal that if I embarrass the school this time, I'll voluntarily give up all my shares and quit the board along with dropping out." Chapter 100 Godly Math Arithmetic Ability. Next. Originally, Su Haochen didn't want to make this kind of guarantee, and he didn't really care if others believed it or not. Just hit me in the face with the results when the time comes. But he was worried that he would be away from the school for the rest of the week, and it would be kind of bad if there was some kind of upheaval over there because the principal was distracted. So they were reassured with this extreme assurance. Su Haochen casually flipped through the information Wang Mang passed over, feeling that these things were simply as simple as an elementary school student's 1 plus 1, and didn't need to put much thought into it at all, and also felt bored. Just then, a message came from the system. The system quest he had been waiting for had come. Ding, the host has received a mandatory task. Lead a team in a math competition and crush the opponents in the competition. The system requirements are as follows. Lead at least 20 people, including the host, in the competition, and advance to the rematch with a first-place finish in the state preliminary round. Took first place and crushed the competition in the rematch's snatch and grab session. It doesn't seem like it's that hard, Su Haochen thought, originally thinking that even if no one signed up, it didn't matter. It was perfectly fine to go alone. But now, since the requirement is for at least 20 people, it's just a matter of finding people. The guys from the dorm, plus their girlfriends. Zira should also be able to help find a few. People can certainly be enough. Just need to call and explain in a while. They didn't really need to answer the questions. They were just making up a number of people, as if they were taking a trip to Beijing. System, what does it mean to crush your opponent? Su Haochen asked. The system explained. Host, achieving first place is the minimum requirement, and the so-called crushing your opponents means grabbing as many answers as possible. Try to deny your opponents a chance to score, and eventually, depending on the outcome, the host will be rewarded accordingly. If you don't manage to crush your opponent, it's just a mission accomplished with no reward. Su Haochen asked. So what if you don't finish first? That means you didn't finish? Although Su Haochen asked this, he was full of confidence, having God-level mathematical arithmetic ability. If he still failed to complete the task, unless he fell asleep, the system responded to, if the host does not complete the mandatory quest, there is a penalty, and the penalty for this quest is, abolish all martial arts skills. Su Haochen couldn't help but curse. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch. While the system offers opportunities for itself, it also offers both opportunities and risks. If he accidentally didn't complete the mission, then he would lose his 12 tan legs, Lingbo Weibo and all that. Even 10 years of true chi was gone, which was something he absolutely could not accept. Forget it, you're the boss of the system. I can't argue with you. There's no power without pressure. I'll just put my best foot forward. Su Haochen also put away the arrogance in his heart and added a few points of caution. The time came to 12 o'clock noon, and not a soul was back in the house. I called my father to find out that they had gone to my second aunt's house, and that all the sisters on my mother's side were still on good terms. As for his father's side, after the previous incident, Su Yuming had already decided to never take the initiative to interact with them afterwards. He also called his sister Su Yuchen and learned that she had unexpectedly woken up early to go to work. So he said, "Didn't I say I wouldn't let you go? It's not that bad now with the little money you earn." In the heat of the moment, Su Haochen's attitude wasn't very good, and Su Yuchen's side froze for a moment and said timidly, "I was thinking how to finish this month, otherwise I'm afraid I won't get paid. Even though you're rich, I can't rely on you all the time. I'm your brother. If you don't rely on me, who will you rely on?" Su Haochen said, "Until you find a boyfriend. You're dependent on me." Speaking of boyfriends, Su Haochen's heart involuntarily trembled as if he had lost something important. It was at this moment that he realized how much he didn't want his sister to find a boyfriend. Su Yuchen on the other side of the phone also had a trace of an uncomfortable feeling in her heart. At the moment what she was thinking was surprisingly, then I'll never get a boyfriend and depend on you all the time. Only, this was something Su Yuchen was destined to not be able to say. The exchange between the two stalled for a moment, and for about half a minute the phone just stayed there, neither one speaking, until Su Yuchen's side came a furious rebuke. "Su Yuchen, Work time is not allowed to answer the phone you do not know? Su Yuchen hurriedly said. Let's not talk about it for now. I have to work. With that, Su Yuchen hung up the phone. Su Haochen just wanted to ask her where she worked, but the sound of hanging up came from there. Su Haochen fed the phone for half a day. Angry directly slammed the phone on the sofa. Ever since he got the system, he was never the one to hang up on people. No one had ever hung up on him directly. Of course, he wasn't blaming Su Yuchen, but the person over there who was berating Su Yuchen. My Su Haochen's sister. Is she not something you can yell at will? Su Haochen was furious in his heart. I regretted that I didn't ask Su Yuchen where she worked when we chatted earlier. Just know that it is a barbecue restaurant and it is in Liaofu City. Then, Su Haochen directly called and contacted Lu Wenshua, the Liaofu Public Security Director. Lu Wenshua thought that Su Haochen was asking about the black sweeping thing that he had explained before, and hurriedly reported that Lu Kai and the others are still in the hospital, but an arrest has been executed on them and they will be arrested once they are released from the hospital. You explained that Shujachen and the others had not turned themselves in, and yesterday afternoon I had gone to his house and arrested the family, as you had requested. Su Haochen gave a casual then said, that's not what I'm talking about. There's something else that you need to do for me right away. Yes, please command. Lu Wenshua nodded his head on the other end of the phone. Even though Su Haochen couldn't see him, he was as expressive as he could be. Locate the location of a phone call. Can you do that? Su Haochen said. If it's not the suspect's phone, it's not in order for us to locate it out of the blue. Lu Wenshua hesitated and said. Su Haochen said. I now suspect that a barbecue restaurant is illegally employing workers and that this man is one of the persecuted employees. So I need to locate her position to effect a rescue. Will this do the locating? If that's the case, that's fine. Lu Wenshua said. It wasn't really that he couldn't do the job. It was just that he needed a crowning reason. And Su Haochen's reason just now was very suitable, and he had no reason to refuse. And it just so happened that he could also give Su Haochen a smooth favor. Thus, Su Haochen reported Su Yuechen's phone number to Lu Wenshua, and informed that only within 3 minutes the two had just passed the phone. It's easy to locate a call that's in progress. It is still difficult for calls that are not in progress, but the closer the location time is to the call time, the more convenient it is relatively. 2. This was another thing that Su Haochen had explained, so Lu Wenshua naturally went all out. Su Haochen didn't hang up the phone and directly waited here for Lu Wenshua's news. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Wenshua said inside the phone, Mr. Su, the location of the cell phone number you just sent has been located. Okay, tell me the exact location. Su Haochen said. Chapter 101, Smashing a Barbecue Restaurant, Upper. Lu Wenshua reported Su Yuchen's location to Su Haochen, and asked with a pleasing face if he wanted to bring someone with him himself. Su Haochen said there was no need. He could solve this small matter himself. Lu Wenshua naturally knew that Su Haochen was actually looking for him for his own personal matters. It only gave him a grand reason to take a private matter into his own hands. After getting Su Yuchen's location, Su Haochen immediately drove there. The car Sun Wenza gave him is really average. I'm guessing that if it was one of the two that I own, it would have been much faster than this. Even though the road was rather congested, with his god-level driving skills, he could still smoothly weave back and forth through the traffic without any danger. Of course, just the fact that he himself would not be in danger and whether or not he would scare anyone else was not on his mind. Su Yuchen works 20 kilometers from her home. It's no wonder that when we were talking earlier, she said that she doesn't get to go home every night. Su Yuchen did not have a car. This distance is still quite far, and there is no public transportation at night. And if you take a taxi, you definitely can't afford it. Su Haochen drove the car all the way, and didn't know how much he had exceeded the speed limit, and even ran 3 red lights. The car isn't in his name anyway. So if there's anything you want to do, go find Sun Wenzel. I believe this is a government vehicle and the traffic control department will exercise discretion even if they have taken pictures. Even if Sun Wenza asked him about it afterwards, he could still tell the truth. Said he was in a hurry to get to his sister, and that he might suffer an injustice on her side. I believe that instead of blaming him, Sun Wenza would help him to deal with this matter. In less than 15 minutes, Su Haochen arrived at the location he had located, and it was indeed a barbecue restaurant. The name is quite atmospheric, called something like Wa Chai Barbecue, which reminds Su Haochen of a star from the Fragrant Island. How dare you come up with a name like that? I guess it's just for the sake of claptrap, isn't it? Su Haochen thought. But doesn't the business department care? Is it even legal to register such a name? When Su Haochen thought of this, he cursed himself for thinking a bit too much. What do you care about this? The purpose of your own visit today is to pick up your sister. He can name it whatever he likes. Anyway, in Su Haochen's heart, this barbecue restaurant had already existed for less than a second day. Pushing the door directly, he walked in, and at this time of the day, there weren't any guests yet, so the front desk of the restaurant was empty. I think I heard someone push the door in, so one of them greeted me. It looks like it should be a waitress. Mid-40s, female. Are you alone, this gentleman? The waiter asked. Su Haochen glanced at her and said without any good humor, am I not a person, or am I still a dog? Seeing Su Haochen's face, the waiter skimmed his lips and didn't bother arguing anything. Sit down then, sir. What would you like to eat? Here's the menu. The waiter spoke and handed the menu to Su Haochen. Su Haochen said, I'm not here to eat. I'm here to find someone. You should have a waitress named Su Yuchen here, right? When the waiter heard Su Haochen say he wasn't here to eat, he immediately changed his face. Who cares if you look good? She was already in her 40s and had already passed the age of liking young fresh meat, directly sending Su Haochen a blank stare. Come to find someone? Not here for dinner? Then I'm sorry, I can't receive you. With that, the waiter turned around and was about to leave. How fast Su Haochen was, standing directly in front of her at once. The waiter looked at Su Haochen with a horrified gaze. Su Haochen narrowed his eyes and said with a ruthless expression, I'm talking to you properly now, and I hope you answer me truthfully, whether there is one of you named Su Yuchen here or not. If you dare to lie to me, guess what the consequences will be. This waitress is also considered to have seen a lot of guests drunk in the hotel to make trouble from time to time. However, it had never seen one like Su Haochen, and somehow, it felt like there was a sense of oppression in his aura. Don't you get mad. I'll say, the waitress stammered. Speak up, Su Haochen snapped. In fact, from the waitress's expression, Su Haochen already knew the answer, and the positioning of the public security system should not be wrong. Sister Su Yuchen must be here. We do have a waitress named Su Yuchen here. She's very pretty. There's quite a few people who will come to her, the waitress said. Su Haochen nodded, thinking darkly. Sure enough, it's here then. But what does it mean that a lot of people will come looking for her? So asked, what does she do? Where is she now? The waitress said, she was also a waitress who greeted customers in the front room, but now she's been sent to the back room to wash dishes. Su Haochen didn't think anything of it. After all, when there was nothing going on during the day, it should be considered normal for one person to do several jobs, and it should be considered normal for a waiter to do part-time dishwashing, picking vegetables, and whatnot. But still, I asked, do you have employees here who work multiple jobs? The waitress shivered and said, No, it's not. It's because. The waitress didn't say the latter words, and Su Haochen frowned. Hearing that something didn't seem right, he asked, because of what? The waitress was so scared that she almost knelt on the ground, tugging on Su Haochen's arm, saying with a sobbing voice, This, sir, I don't dare to say more. Su Yuchen's matter, you'd better go ask our boss. If I say more, I'll lose this job too. Su Haochen didn't continue to make things difficult for this waiter. However, regarding her comment about losing this job, Su Haochen secretly sneered. The entire restaurant, today, is out of a job. So he asked, tell me, where is Su Yuchen? The waitress pointed behind her with her hand and said, it's in the back kitchen, but usually guests aren't allowed into the back kitchen. Speaking here, looking at Su Haochen's stern gaze, he hurriedly closed his mouth and said, You please. Su Haochen walked directly towards the back kitchen, while the waitress hurriedly ran out the door. Su Haochen guessed that she should have gone to make a phone call, but it didn't matter. Whether it was to call someone or call the police, he wasn't afraid. Coming to the back kitchen, he saw Su Yuchen's back at a glance, and was indeed busy washing dishes there. Just as he was about to go forward to greet him, next to Su Yuchen, a woman walked over and screamed at Su Yuchen. Su Yuchen, is this the bowl you washed? Why is it so unclean? Give me a new wash, and take off your gloves. I need to use them. Su Yuchen said, aren't there quite a few gloves over there? Just go get a pair. What do you need me for? The woman looked at Su Yuchen's somewhat strange expression and said with a contemptuous smile, Yo, our Miss Su, you still talk back. Is the sun coming out of the west today? When I say use yours, I mean use yours. What? Are your hands golden? You have to wear gloves to do the dishes? Su Haochen was enraged when he heard this. It seems that my sister used to be bullied a lot, but she just didn't even dare to talk back, so I guess she needs this job to make money, right? And the reason why I returned the favor today is because of the heart. But how could my sister, who was kind-hearted, had hardly ever quarreled with anyone since she was a child, and was not good with words, be able to fight against such a bitter woman? Chapter 102, Smashing a Barbecue Restaurant, Middle. The woman's name was Qinli, 25 years old and quite pretty. Before Su Yuchen was there, she had always been the prettiest and favored by everyone. Her character was different from Su Yuchen. Su Yuchen was like the kind of high and cold woman who didn't contact the world, while she was playing with everyone. Even accompanying her guests to drink happened from time to time. It's just that after Su Yuchen went there, everyone's focus shifted because Su Yuchen was prettier than her, so she became jealous. And situations like this against Su Yuchen had happened before. Su Haochen suddenly recalled the novels he had read in the past. When faced with this kind of situation, some protagonists would like to wait and see what would happen next, and then wait for an opportunity to strike. But Su Haochen wouldn't do that. His own family had already been bullied, and he still had to hide on the sidelines and wait and see what would happen. Wasn't that sick? So Su Haochen took a gamble and stepped forward. Just then, Qinli unexpectedly reached out to grab Su Yuchen's gloves. Su Yuchen wasn't accustomed to that, and directly yanked back. Qinli almost fell to the ground. Su Yuchen, you have too much guts. How dare you hit me? Qinli screamed, reached out and picked up the bowl in the sink, then smashed it at Su Yuchen. Su Yuchen was just a weak girl. How had she seen this situation? So scared that she directly closed her eyes. The onlookers beside them also stopped what they were doing, each surprised. Arguments happen from time to time, but like this direct smash, they really have never seen. Some timid waiters even scared scream. Just when the bowl in Qinli's hand was about to smash Su Yuchen's head, a large hand suddenly appeared above Su Yuchen's head and grabbed the bowl that smashed into her. Qinli froze and stopped her hand movements, or maybe she wanted to yank the bowl out, but with Su Haochen's strength, she simply couldn't do it, so she could only freeze there. Su Yuchen also opened her eyes, looking at the tall man in front of her. Involuntary tears slipped from her eyes. Out of breath, he called out, "Little Hao." Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Haochen was furious and snatched the bowl in Qinli's hand, throwing it forward. It smashed directly onto Qinli's head. The bowl shattered with a snap, and the next second, blood trickled down Qinli's head. Originally influenced by novels and various books, Su Haochen hated men who beat women, but today was the day that forced his hand. It was an honor to have Qinli become the first young woman to have Su Haochen's hands on her. Before that, he had slapped that old woman Lu Qing, so Qinli was the first young woman. Seeing the scene in front of them, many people covered their eyes with a frightened awe. Su Yuchen was also startled, and hurriedly grabbed Su Haochen's arm, saying anxiously, "How can you hit someone? It's against the law." After saying that, Su Yuchen regretted a bit, feeling that what she said was redundant. This wasn't the first time he had watched Su Haochen hit someone, compared to the previous means when he was at home, when he made Su Jiachen fly straight out, and when he wasted Lu Kai's group. This time today, Su Haochen had actually been considered merciful, probably because Qinli is a beautiful young woman. When Su Yuchen thought of this, her heart somehow felt a little sour. At this time, there were two men standing behind Qinli, looking very strong, with a kitchen knife in his hand. He could tell from the attire he wore that he was a chef in a restaurant. One of them held a kitchen knife, pointed at Su Haochen, and shouted, "Who are you? Here to make trouble, right?" Su Haochen glanced at him contemptuously and said in a cold voice, "Get lost if you don't want to die. What's the point of bullying a woman? Come at me if you can." The chef who spoke just now carried a knife and ran towards Su Haochen. I guess this was the person who was extremely supportive of Qinli, only seeing Su Haochen beating Qinli, but not seeing Qinli bullying Su Yuchen. For this kind of person, Su Haochen was too lazy to explain to him. Casually, he picked up another bowl in the sink and slammed it right out like he had just done. Only this one was much more forceful than the one earlier, facing Qinli, who was after all a woman. Although Su Haochen had anger in his heart, he couldn't lay too heavy a hand. But in the face of this man who had taken the initiative to provoke himself, then there was no need to care about anything else. However, Su Haochen didn't directly smash it on his head. With his force, if he smashed it with all his might on an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would directly bleed to death from his 7 orifices. Although that chef was quite strong looking, he was just an ordinary person. Not to mention true chi, he hadn't even practiced martial arts. This was something that Su Haochen could naturally see. That chef barely even saw Su Haochen's movements before he felt a pain in his own chest, and then he flew out. He had never imagined that he could take to the air for so long and fly so far. With a thud, it hit a table heavily, causing it to fall apart and the person to pass out directly. The other chef with the knife saw what was in front of him and was afraid to come forward. Although he also wanted to help Qinli, he couldn't joke with his own life. The others had almost all been scared silly, and none of them dared to stand up and speak again. Su Haochen coldly looked at the crowd and said, "Who is in charge here?" In the face of Su Haochen's inquiry, no one dared to stand up and speak. Su Haochen didn't force everyone. After all, they were innocent. Whether or not he had done it before was unknown, but today at least he didn't see anyone else bullying Su Yuchen, so naturally he wouldn't go looking for trouble. Of course, if Su Yuchen wanted to seek revenge on anyone, Su Haochen would also waste him without hesitation. However, with Su Yuchen's character, he shouldn't have done the so-called revenge-seeking thing. Su Haochen looked at Su Yuchen and asked, "Sister, who's the boss? Point it out to me." Su Yuchen shook her head and said, "The boss isn't here. We're usually under her control." With those words, he reached out and pointed at Qinli. Qinli sat paralyzed on the ground, covering her forehead with her hand, trying to stop the blood that was flowing out, but she couldn't stop it. She wanted to run out, but was too afraid to even make a phone call, because she didn't know what this man in front of her would do to her if she did anything to upset him. Qinli dropped out of school before she graduated from junior high school, and is one of those girls who hangs out in society. She unintentionally entered this Huachai barbecue and was spotted by the owner, and has been accompanying him ever since, and he has left the waitressing to her. Later, when Su Yuchen came, the boss set his eyes on Su Yuchen again, and was somewhat indifferent to Qinli. After all, Qinli was just a junior, and had no qualifications to demand anything from her boss. After splashing around twice and getting no response, he turned his gaze to target Su Yuchen. Qinli was in the society before. See a lot of things, and it's not like she hasn't been injured, so he actually doesn't really care much about his injuries. It's just that I've never seen someone as scary as Su Haochen. Just based on his earlier stance of directly making the chef fly out, it was far beyond Qinli's ability to cope with. Thinking from those she knew, there was absolutely no one who could handle the man in front of her, so Qinli was scared. And just now, when Su Yuchen pointed at her, she almost didn't directly kneel down for Su Yuchen. She understands that people have to bow their heads under short eaves. Better to kneel down and lose his dignity than to experience the tactics of this terrible man again. Chapter 103, Smashing the Barbecue Restaurant. Next, Su Haochen looked at Qinli and asked why she was targeting Su Yuchen. Qinli didn't dare to hide and told Su Haochen the original story. After Su Haochen heard this, he turned his head to look at Su Yuchen and asked, "Has that boss done anything to you yet?" Su Yuchen shook his head and spoke. "He and I have made some outrageous demands, but I didn't oblige him or use force. So don't worry, I'm still innocent." Somehow, Su Yuchen ghostly explained that last sentence, as if he couldn't wait to prove something to Su Haochen. Su Haochen nodded at his words. He believed that his sister had no need to lie to him in this regard, so he looked at Qinli again and said, "Call your boss and tell him to get his ass over here immediately." Qinli hurriedly took out her phone and dialed her boss, and Su Haochen added, "Turn on the amplification." In the face of Su Haochen's stern eyes, Qinli didn't dare to refuse at all, and directly opened the amplified sound, but heard the phone there said, "Qinli, how's the store? Has that troublemaker left yet?" Su Haochen understood as soon as he heard it. This was just at the door. The waiter had already gone out to call the boss. Qinli didn't know what to say, and Su Haochen spoke directly. "It's not gone yet. I'm right here waiting for you, so get your ass over here or I'm not sure this store of yours is going to catch fire." The boss on the other side of the phone laughed disdainfully and said, "Kid, so many years dare to come to my store to make trouble. You are still the first one. Give you a chance. Now hurry up and get lost, otherwise when I go back, there is no good fruit for you to eat." Su Haochen also sneered and said, "The last person who talked to me like that is now lying in the hospital and will go to jail when he gets out, so I don't know what's going to happen to you." Su Haochen really didn't say anything wrong with this. The last person who dared to talk to him like this wasn't precisely Lu Kai. Lu Kai now had his 4 limbs wasted. Oh no, it should be 5 limbs. It's lying in the hospital. I don't even know when it's going to heal. And Lu Wenshua had already said that when they could be discharged from the hospital, he would just send them in. However, Su Haochen's truthfulness was clearly blowing awesome in that boss's ears, because from that waiter, he had already gotten the news that the one who came to make trouble was a young man. What kind of background can a young man have? At least in his impression, there wasn't any rich second generation he couldn't afford to mess with that matched the waiter's description of Su Haochen's appearance. So the boss said on the other end of the phone, "If you don't leave, then you won't be able to. Just wait, I'll be right back. You and that Su Yuchen I'll clean up together. I really gave her face before, and thought to respect her some more. Wait until the day she will herself. I'll force myself on her in front of you today. I'll see what you can do." Su Haochen, burning with rage, didn't talk nonsense with that boss anymore and opened his mouth at the crowd in the back kitchen. "Everyone unrelated get out." Although everyone didn't understand what it meant, they all left the back kitchen as if they were fleeing. In fact, they had wanted to leave a long time ago, but they just didn't dare to leave in the face of Su Haochen's pressure. The chef who had been knocked out of the room had fainted and was assisted out by a couple of his companions. Qinli also picked up the phone and ran out. Su Haochen didn't stop him, and only Su Yuchen remained by his side. "Sister, you also go out first," Su Haochen said. Su Yuchen looked at Su Haochen in disbelief. "What are you doing? Why are you letting me out?" "Be obedient, sis, wait for me outside, I'll be right out." Su Haochen touched Su Yuchen's cheek with a doting face. Su Yuchen shyly smiled, gently "Also don't turn around and go out." On the way out the door, unexpectedly also turned back to look at Su Haochen. There was no one in the back kitchen anymore, and Su Haochen finally didn't have to suppress himself anymore. In his anger, he released his entire body's power, and with a loud boom, the tables, chairs, plates, bowls and even the standing cabinets around him collapsed. Crackling sounds, like a symphony, were interpreted in the back kitchen, startling those outside. Su Yuchen rushed in, and seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but freeze. Little how? What have you done? Su Yuchen stammered. If she had come in and seen Su Haochen smashing things like crazy, perhaps she wouldn't have been surprised. But the scene in front of her, she went out less than 10 seconds. This house, unexpectedly all messed up like this. Even if he had smashed it faster, he couldn't have done it, could he? Seeing Su Yuchen come in and seeing her beautiful face, Su Haochen's mood eased quite a bit and said with a calm face, "There's no need for such a place to exist." Su Haochen didn't explain how he smashed the house into such a mess in such a short period of time, and directly walked to the doorway, taking Su Yuchen's shoulder and walking out. When he reached the hall, in front of the crowd, he didn't use his inner strength again, but just banged the table, chairs and some things on the table, but was smart enough to leave 2 chairs for himself and Su Yuchen. He was going to wait here for that boss to come over, and if he smashed all the chairs, then he might have to stand and wait. Su Haochen wasn't in that good mood. Standing there waiting for him, Su Haochen reached out and pointed at Qinli, saying, "Leave if you want to accept her, and don't come back to this place, because from tomorrow it will be gone." People actually wanted to ask Su Haochen what they were going to do about their paychecks. After all, those who came out to work were all out to make money. But looking at Su Haochen's appearance, no one dared to open their mouths at all. So the first man left of his own accord, and the others followed, still self-congratulating. It's good enough to be able to keep from being relieved, and think about the paycheck. Su Haochen, who was in a rage, didn't think of this, but Su Yuchen reminded him of it. "Xiao Hao, if you're going to smash this place, then these people's paychecks for this month might go down the drain, and they're all pretty hard up." Hearing this, Su Haochen gently nodded. "I thought that my sister had also come out to work for that little paycheck, and that the reason why I had to come to work today was to finish the month and get my paycheck in hand. While they don't lack that money anymore, just because they don't doesn't mean others don't." Thinking about his previous efforts to get some overtime pay, he didn't even go home during the October 1st vacation and worked overtime at the Mingyan Hotel, putting his heart in the right place. Now he didn't want these beaters to suffer. So he said, "Don't worry, when that boss comes in a while, I'll make sure he pays them all back, not a penny less, and that includes you, of course." Su Yuchen nodded and told Su Haochen that this boss should have some background, telling him to be careful. Su Haochen smiled disdainfully. In his understanding, Lu Wenhua had already said that Lu Kai was the biggest underground walking organization leader in their area. This boss, even if he had more background, could not be as powerful as Lu Kai. Even Lu Kai was cleaned up by him. What is this boss? And he couldn't have an official background. Or else when Lu Wenhua positioned himself just now, he would have explained it to himself. Chapter 104, Adopting a Big Brother as a Little Brother. Up. Everyone left except Qinli and Su Yuchen, but the boss hadn't come yet. Taking advantage of this, Su Haochen got to know this boss with Qinli. The owner's name is Lu Peng, less than 40 years old this year, has a certain background in Liaofu City, knows a few big brothers who mix with society. One of the closest to him is Lu Kai, who often comes here to freeload. Of course, it's not that people Lu Kai came up here to eat bully food, but Lu Peng took the initiative to give people a free bill, saying that both men are surnamed Lu and must have been in the same family 500 years ago as a way to get close. Lulled Lu Kai quite happily, and also helped Lu Peng solve some things that he was not convenient to do, one way or another. This Lu Peng swelled up. Hearing this, Su Haochen smiled disdainfully and thought, his backstage, they have all been cleaned up by me. I didn't think he would still dare to be so rampant. Didn't he get the message? Lu Kai's abolition was on Saturday, and it's been almost 2 days now. If he hasn't gotten the message yet, that means he doesn't have much of a hard background. That gang of gangsters should have heard about it already. Just as Su Haochen was wondering, 3 cars stopped at the entrance, and the people in them came down in a hurry. Everyone had a guy in their hand, some with knives, some with baseball bats, and some with throwing sticks. At the head stood a man with a scowl on his face. Su Yuchen leaned over to Su Haochen's ear and said, "This is the boss." Su Haochen had already guessed it, but didn't get up at all. On the contrary, Su Yuchen wanted to get up to greet him, but he was held down on the chair by Su Haochen. Qinli had been standing the whole time. Su Haochen hadn't left her seat at all, and she didn't dare to complain. Lu Peng ran into the store and saw that the hall had been smashed into this state, while Su Haochen sat there with a leisurely face, so angry that his face turned red and growled. "Did you do this?" Su Haochen gave him a disdainful look and said, "Is that your IQ? Who else could it be if I didn't do it? Do you even need to ask?" Brain dead. Su Haochen himself was here to find trouble, so he was naturally unceremonious in his speech. He couldn't wait for Lu Peng to hurry up and do it now. Then he could waste him in a dignified manner. "How dare you hit on your own sister?" The last person who hit Su Yuchen's idea had now become an ancient profession. There were many people standing behind Lu Peng, and one of them walked up to him and said, "Lu Peng, don't tell me that it's these 3 people who are causing trouble. I've brought more than a dozen brothers with you today. It would be a bit of a shame to just deal with these 3. And 2 women at that." Lu Peng said, "Those 2 women are my employees, and the one causing trouble is this man, so if you're too ashamed, I'll have him call a few more people over." The man laughed. "Fine, let him call a few more people. It's really not much fun dealing with him alone. I, Chen Haonan, am lacking a battle to prove myself right now. Let him scream. The more he screams, the better." From their conversation, Su Haochen learned that the man was called Chen Haonan. That's quite a domineering name. I think there was a movie before where the hero was named Chan Honam. It seems to be some kind of a kook, a social mixer, quite powerful. And I don't know whether this Chen Haonan is a real name or a fake name, but what did he mean by being one battle short of proving himself? Su Haochen, however, didn't understand. At this time, Qinli leaned over Su Haochen's ear and explained, 2 days ago, Lu Kai was wasted. I don't know who did it. That's why all these underground organizations are now vying for the position of the number 1 gang. And many believe that this Chen Haonan is the most competitive. Su Haochen nodded. So it was like this. Just don't they know that the Public Security Bureau has stepped up its efforts to combat gangs and evil? I can't believe you have the nerve to do this. Seeing Qinli lying on Su Haochen's ear, as if she was quite intimate, Lu Peng angrily said, "Qinli, get your ass over here, or I'll even clean you up." Qinli glanced at Su Haochen, but didn't dare to move. Lu Peng couldn't help but get even angrier and shouted at Su Haochen, "My brother Chen gave you the chance to call someone. Now you can call as many people as you want. It's really not much fun to beat you alone." As soon as his words fell, Su Haochen moved. Originally, the 2 people still have a distance of about 3 meters. Su Haochen almost instantly came to the front of Lu Peng, a big mouth wheeled out. Recently, somehow, Su Haochen felt that wheeling big mouths was really a very cool thing. So in the face of this kind of person with a mouth full of, Su Haochen chose to use the simplest and crudest way to shut him up. Just as everyone was surprised, they realized that Chen Haonan had already been carried in Su Haochen's hands, and it was a chokehold that took both his feet off the ground. Chen Haonan grabbed Su Haochen's arm with both hands and tried to break free, but he felt that Su Haochen's hands were like iron pincers, and he couldn't struggle at all. A whimper escaped his throat, but he couldn't even get a word out. About 10 seconds later, Su Haochen let go of his hand, and Chen Haonan's legs went limp, directly kneeling on the ground, coughing violently. Looking at Chen Haonan who was lying in front of him, Su Haochen sneered and said, "For a wastrel like you to want to be the king of the local lower world, do you deserve it?" The so-called underground world is naturally a word that Su Haochen has seen in novels, and it feels quite appropriate to use it to describe them. After all, it's an organization that can't see the light of day. Chen Haonan did not say anything and took a big breath of air. At this moment, he actually felt that the air was so fresh. When the crowd of juniors saw the scene in front of them, they were so scared that their legs were shivering, and none of them dared to go forward to help Chen Haonan. Seeing this scene, Su Haochen gave another disdainful smile and looked at Chen Haonan and said, "This big brother of yours is quite a tragedy in the end. All of them are already in this state, and none of the minions under you even dared to come forward to help you. If I say so, why don't you just disband your so-called power? You're so stupid. Don't be a bad guy. Go be a good guy." Chen Haonan naturally didn't have the courage to talk back to Su Haochen, and Su Haochen didn't say anything, but turned back to his chair. Qinli was still standing next to the chair, not even daring to move, while Su Yuchen stood up, thinking that he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. However, there wasn't much expression on his face because he had already seen Su Haochen's methods before. After panting for a while, Chen Haonan felt that he was breathing smoothly, didn't get up, but crawled on his knees for 2 steps, arrived in front of Su Haochen, hugged Su Haochen's thigh and said, big brother, from now on you're my big brother. All of our little brothers of the Haonan gang will listen to your command from now on." "Big brother, Haonan gang?" Su Haochen frowned. Chen Haonan hurriedly said, "If big brother doesn't like the name, he can always change it to whatever you say. This Haonan gang is named after me, and if big brother doesn't want it, it will be named after big brother." Su Haochen said, "It's not that I don't like it, it's just that I think it's a really low name, and it's named after you. Can't you guys come up with cultured names?" Su Haochen said this completely without thinking and blurted it out. Because of his love for literature, he had some occupational disease. It's natural to not be able to stand hearing such a low name, but after saying that, it quickly occurred to him that he wasn't even interested in getting into any name business with them. "What's it to you what their names are?" So he looked at Chen Haonan and said, "Chen Haonan is your real name?" Chapter 105, Adopting a Big Brother as a Little Brother. Next. No, Chen Haonan said shivering. "My younger brother's real name is Chen Nan, and it's because I like cooks that I said I changed my name to Chun Haonan. It's just leading a bunch of little brothers, just making a living, and today I accidentally messed with Big Brother's head. Big Brother, please don't blame me. From now on, I'll bring this group of little brothers to hang out with you. Su Haochen suddenly felt that collecting a little brother seems to be quite good, at least in the future in this side of the black and white can eat open. You can find Sun Wenza, Lu Wenshua and the others if you have any official matters. For some official inconvenience, let this Chen Haonan deal with it on behalf. This would also maximize the safety of his family after he left Liaofu. So Su Haochen said, alright, you get up first. Chen Haonan stood up, but kept bending over with a humble look as Su Haochen continued. From now on, this Haonan gang of yours will follow me, but I'll only contact you alone, and the rest of your minions will still be under your command. Chen Haonan listened with a smile on his face, nodded his head and said yes, and said he also took out a pack of cigarettes from his arms and handed it to Su Haochen. Su Haochen will also smoke, just usually do not smoke much, in the face of just received a little brother, to give himself a cigarette. Naturally, to symbolize the point, Chen Haonan waved his hand and rushed to the little brothers behind him. What are you waiting for? Why don't you come over and pay your respects to Big Brother? The crowd of Shelly came before Su Haochen, arching their hands and saying, greetings to Big Brother. Su Haochen waved his hand and said, you guys are still under his command from now on, and I'll contact him directly if anything happens. Since you can follow him here today, you must all be his beloved ones, so from now on you will cooperate with him. But remember, unless you get an order from me, don't do anything illegal or else I will personally take action to waste you. The crowd of juniors had already admired Su Haochen's ghostly and unpredictable hands when they saw him. They are still happy in their hearts to be able to follow such a person nowadays. Su Haochen looked at Chen Haonan and said, I just heard that you guys are competing for some number 1 gang? Chen Haonan said, yes, it is, Big Brother. The previous leader of that first gang called Lu Kai was scrapped by who knows who, so that means that this side is in chaos right now, and there are often private fights. All want to be an underground emperor. I naturally have this idea, but now there is a Big Brother here. The title of the Emperor of the Underground is none other than you, as long as you make a move. Big Brother, I believe that no one in this block can compete with you. Su Haochen shook his head and said, I'm not interested in any underground emperor at all. If you want to be one, I can help you. Chen Haonan was like hearing the sound of heaven. He has been forming this Haonan gang for 2 years now, dreaming of kicking Lu Kai down and claiming dominance himself. However, he had never been able to beat them, and now that Lu Kai was wasted, he had this opportunity. Although it was said that he would be subject to Su Haochen all the time in the future, externally, the name of Underground Emperor was quite nice. At least, as long as you don't mess with the official forces, you can still walk sideways in Liaofu City. Lu Peng, who had just been slapped in the face, was so angry that he didn't know what to say when he saw the scene in front of him. Obviously, he was the one who found himself to help with the boxing, but now he worshipped someone else as his big brother, and the two of them were there all the time talking, so no one was paying attention to him at all anymore. Originally he wanted to run out and call for more people to come. Anyway, Chen Haonan wasn't the only one he knew, but hearing Su Haochen's next words, the frightened Lu Peng directly knelt on the ground, completely dispelling the idea of finding another person. Su Haochen said to Chen Haonan, that Lu Kai was wasted by me because he had a crush on my sister and was trying to trick her with scheming. Chen Haonan looked at Su Haochen with a puzzled expression. That, Big Brother, what did you mean when you said something about coincidences? Su Haochen was filled with black lines and said helplessly, I said what kind of culture are you? You don't even understand trickery? Then turning his head to Qinli, he asked again, do you understand what that means? Qinli nodded, then whispered, as if it can't be called trickery when it's used in a devious way. Amount. It was Su Haochen's turn to be embarrassed, and after careful consideration, it seemed to be the case. However, it was not expected that Qinli had such a culture. Didn't she just say she dropped out of middle school before she graduated and became a socialite? Facing Su Haochen's puzzled eyes, Qinli said, just because I didn't graduate from junior high school doesn't mean I haven't read books, and I usually still enjoy reading. Didn't Mr. Hua say, you can have no diploma, but you can't have no culture? I'm sure I wouldn't be able to do the papers you're asking me to do for school handouts, but I've dabbled in a few literary things. Su Haochen nodded and smiled, saying, you girl, you're not useless. Qinli looked at Su Haochen with a grudging face. The hatred she felt when she was smashed before had already subsided by half. She also sincerely admired Su Haochen's hands, and looking down carefully, she realized that Su Haochen was so good-looking. None of the men she knew could compare to this Su Haochen, and she couldn't help but feel a little deer in the headlights in her heart. So they tried to get into Fei Fei, and desperately wanted to show themselves in front of Su Haochen. Chen Haonan over there was still confused, waiting for Su Haochen's answer. Su Haochen glanced at him and said, It's to steal my sister as a wife. Chen Haonan nodded in sudden realization. Su Haochen said with a look of disgust, if you have time, you'd better read more. Look at people. Although Qinli did not graduate from junior high school, but at least they are educated. Can understand what I said. You look at you. By the way, what exactly is your culture? Chen Haonan scratched his head and said shyly, I graduated from elementary school. My God. Su Haochen let out a long sigh. You're a typical 9-year compulsory education leak. I'm afraid you can't even memorize the 9-9 multiplication table. Chen Haonan hastily nodded his head and said, yes, I can still memorize all the 9-9 multiplication tables, and I can still grasp some basic arithmetic knowledge. Alright. Su Haochen was also too lazy to dwell more on cultural matters with Chen Haonan. One turned his head to look down at Lu Peng and drank. Get your ass over here. Lu Peng froze and didn't move anywhere. Chen Haonan saw that his chance to perform had come, and took 2 steps to Lu Peng's side, yanking him over, his mouth still yelling. My big brother told you to come here, didn't you hear him? Saying that, he kicked Lu Peng's leg, and Lu Peng was unsteady on his feet, kneeling on the ground at once. Su Haochen narrowed his eyes at Lu Peng and said, I heard you were hitting on my sister, and I was supposed to break your 3rd leg, but my sister said you didn't use force on her. You were just talking on the phone earlier, and you haven't taken any real action yet, so I'll give you a chance. Lu Peng knelt there not daring to speak, not even daring to look up at Su Haochen. Even Lu Kai was wasted by him, so he was still like an ant in his eyes. Su Haochen continued, this barbecue place of yours, I smashed it, then it should never open again. All your employees' salaries for this month, tomorrow you must pay them, not a penny less, according to the full month of October, and my sister's wages, you must pay 10 times, consider it an emotional toll for her being here. I don't think you're unaware that she's being bullied and targeted here. Chapter 106 Buying a House and Catching Crooks, above. Hearing Su Haochen's words, Lu Peng hurriedly nodded and said, yes, I'll do as I'm told. Big brother, are there any other orders? That's it for now, Su Haochen said. Just remember, tomorrow if say one of them comes to me and says you didn't pay the salary, or that it wasn't paid for a month, then wherever you run, I'll get you back. And the consequences, well, you're on your own. Yes, don't dare. Lu Peng shivered and said, alright, get up, Su Haochen said. He doesn't look like he has the guts to pull a stunt, either. After Su Haochen spoke 2 more words with Chen Haonan, he left with Su Yuechen. Watching Su Haochen go out, Lu Peng let out a long sigh of relief. Qinli, on the other hand, took 2 steps forward, gathering all her courage to try to catch up with Su Haochen and say a few more words to him, but instead of daring, he stood there dumbfounded, looking at Su Haochen's back, a trace of loss flashing in his eyes. Lu Peng looked in his eyes and angrily raised his hand, wanting to slap Qinli, but then put his hand down. He did not know what happened to Su Haochen and Qinli, but saw before Qinli lying in Su Haochen's ear to talk, thinking that the two had gotten close. They were now just leaving Qinli here to spy on them. He would never dare to act excessively, so with a sigh, he went to the back kitchen. Seeing the back kitchen, Lu Peng's heart was so broken that he almost cried. This barbecue restaurant is not so big, but it is all his heart and home. In the past few years, although I have earned some money, I don't think I can spend it for long, and I still don't have any idea where I'm going to go in the future. Chen Haonan left with the gang of minions as well, and after that, Qinli also left. Only Lu Peng was left alone, holding back tears, counting the wages of his employees. He was afraid of Su Haochen looking for him, so to each employee, not only in accordance with the complete month count, but also added a little more, are given to make up into a whole number. Didn't wait until the next day to put all the money on the employee's bank card. Even more, he gave Su Yuchen and Qinli $100,000 each. Qinli had been mixing with Lu Peng for a long time before, and had gotten a lot of money, so naturally there was no shortage of money on her. After leaving the barbecue restaurant he looked for a hotel to stay in. He didn't have much money to stay in a luxury hotel like the Mingyang Hotel, but it was still possible to find a similar one. She didn't think about what she was going to do next, but was filled with Su Haochen, even forgot about the wound on his head. Luckily, though, it stopped bleeding a long time ago, but the pain is definitely still there. Only now Qinli's mind was in turmoil, and she could no longer care about the pain in her head. Su Haochen's 2 siblings drove the car, wandered around for a while, and returned to their home. It was already more than 5 o'clock in the evening. Su Yuming and his wife had also returned home early and prepared dinner. The family of 4 at the dinner table briefly talked about today's events, but there were some details in between that Su Haochen didn't say, just that he went and picked up his sister and was ready to quit after that, and also offered to let all 3 go to the Middle Sea with him. Unsurprisingly, both husband and wife Su Yuming refused, saying they weren't suited to that big city life. Seeing her parents say this, Su Yuchen also said that she wanted to spend more time with her parents at home. However, Su Yuming said that he wanted Su Yuchen to follow Su Haochen to Shanghai to see the world. However, Xiao Qin is not willing to give up, said a pair of children. One are not around, the old couple at home, but also quite meaningless. The two had a bit of a tussle about it, and neither could convince the other. Su Haochen had to persuade the fight, saying to listen to Su Yuchen's own opinion. Su Yuchen said that her opinion had been expressed long ago and that she wanted to stay at home with her parents. Su Haochen nodded and didn't force himself, but in his heart, he was thinking of finding a decent job for Su Yuchen. Now he's in the government, and he knows people, and the $10 billion he invested is in the planning stages. It was thought that arranging a job for Su Yuchen in there would be easy for him, so they waited until tomorrow when they were going to call Sun Wenzel. Looks like I've got quite a day ahead of me tomorrow, Su Haochen thought in his heart. He had long ago decided to bring Su Yuchen along to see the house tomorrow, and to buy some decent clothes for both my parents and my sister. That night, Su Haochen didn't have much to do. After taking out his cell phone and reading a novel for a while, brushing Douyin for a while, and chatting with Yin0 on WeChat for a while, he put down his cell phone and went to sleep. Back home, it seemed like I went to bed pretty early every day. Unlike when I was at China Sea, the pace of life is much slower and there is less stress in the mind. Woke up the next morning for the usual check-in. The system prompted that the 100% of Mia Group's equity that he had received was a B-rank reward. Since getting the full property rights of the Golden Source Commercial Street in 10 consecutive draws, Su Haochen hadn't gotten 100% of any company's shares yet. This 100% share means that the entire company is owned by him alone. And this Mia Group, Su Haochen had also heard of it. It was a large company that dealt with cosmetics, headquartered in Beijing, but with branches in many cities. Places like Shanghai naturally had a very large branch, and there was one on this side of Liao province as well, except that there were none in a small city like Liaofu. A lot of large companies are reluctant to go to smaller cities and open branches. However, Su Haochen also believed that after he invested $10 billion, Liaofu would definitely become very different from before. When the time comes, those companies want to come to this area to open a branch, but also need to look at this side of the meaning. But with the companies he owns, like Min Kong Hotel and the like, including Mia, who he just got today, he's naturally keeping a seat at the table. Su Haochen was thinking in his mind when he received a call from the CEO of Mia Group. Through self-introduction, Su Haochen learned that her name was Yuan Lin. To Su Haochen's surprise, this Yuan Lin was a young woman of only 26 years old. I can't help but admire it in my heart as well. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Su Haochen told Yuan Lin that it would be fine to continue to go on running the company in the same way as before. Although he had acquired 100% of the company, he had no intention of getting involved in management. He was willing to decentralize all of it as long as the company functioned well. Yuan Lin sighed joyfully agreed to Su Haochen, and these words were actually equivalent to raising her status a bit more. In the old days when the board existed, she could really only be passive as an enforcer. Although they have managerial authority over their employees, and the highest authority at that, they are actually subject to the board of directors at every turn. There are a lot of her ideas that have been shot down by the board and simply don't run. There was even a suggestion that they wanted to replace her because she was too young, but fortunately the chairman of the board at the time was quite supportive of her. And now, the Mia Group is facing a crisis that was caused by a bad decision by the board of directors, but the blame is being placed on her. Originally, he thought that he would soon be forced to step down from his post, but he didn't expect someone like Su Haochen to come along, take Mia's company completely and release it to her. Don't even get me started on how joyful it is, determined to do a good job and repay the trust of this new boss. Moreover, listening to Su Haochen's voice, he should be a young man, and could not help but feel a deer in the headlights. Chapter 107 Buying a house and catching crooks in the process. Middle. In the past, Yuan Lin was only concerned about her studies and work, and she hadn't thought about falling in love at all. Thinking about the young boss, he couldn't help but think about it, and his face was gradually blushing. Of course, Su Haochen didn't know this. Instead, he finished breakfast with his family and left with Su Yuchen on the pretext of going out for a walk. Su Haochen drove the two of them, taking Su Yuchen with him towards Jinjiang Garden. Jinjiang Garden is one of the best properties in Liaofu City and the only villa area. Although it was said that compared to Shanghai, the area of the houses there wasn't that big, Su Haochen learned that a few of the houses with the largest area in there had more than 300 square feet. Su Haochen planned to buy a house there for his parents and sister to live in. The environment and the scenery there, it's nice and the property service is very good. And of course, the price is so good that the average person can't afford it. So much so, that 2 years after this neighborhood was built, there are still 2/3 of the properties empty and unsold, and it is said that only 2 of those 5 villas with an area of over 300 square feet have been sold, leaving 3 there. Although he knew that his parents wouldn't agree, Su Haochen still decided to go ahead. Anyway, I've already bought it for you guys and it's a waste not to live there, so now you'll have to move, right? Even Su Yuchen didn't know that he was going to buy a house there, and if he did, he would have advised him not to waste it. Along the way, the two siblings chatted and soon arrived at the sales office of Jinjiang Garden. As expected of Su Haochen, as soon as Su Yuchen saw him drive here, he immediately stopped him. Why are you here? You're not thinking of buying a house here, are you? This is too expensive. What's the point of buying such a big house? There's just 3 of us living here, and occasionally when you come back there's just 4 of us, so wouldn't it be better to get a regular 3-bedroom apartment? Su Haochen smiled and said, it's just a visit. It's not like I'm actually going to buy it. Su Yuchen are the small mouth protest, but the heart is really quite happy. If you can live in a big house, then who is not happy? It may be true that some people are not so obsessed with the so-called big house, but if anything, they would certainly be especially happy to have the opportunity to live in it. After all, a big house looks just as spacious, and a big bed is just as comfortable to sleep in. Just what Su Haochen didn't expect was that when the two of them entered the sales office, there wasn't a single person to receive them. The few ladies sitting at the front desk were there fiddling with their phones as if they hadn't seen the two of them come in. Su Haochen had a feeling of losing face. If he said that he came by himself, it would be fine. Now that he had Su Yuchen by his side, he couldn't help but feel annoyed in his heart when he was ignored like this. Walking over to the front desk, he slapped it on the table and said, "What? Didn't see anyone come in?" A receptionist lady closest to Su Haochen raised her eyelids, and looking at Su Haochen, she couldn't help but look at Su Haochen with a bit of a double take. "Oops, sir, sorry, we really didn't pay attention. We were a bit busy just now. Come on, have a seat. I'll introduce you to the house here," that front desk lady said and walked out from the front desk, taking Su Haochen and Su Yuchen to the sofa and sitting down. He then poured 2 cups of water and placed them on the table in front of him, smilingly saying to Su Haochen, "Mr. and Ms. Hello, I'm Han Ling, the salesperson of Jinjiang Garden. You can call me Han or Ling. Looking at the two of you, you must be a young couple preparing to get married," Han Ling said. A trace of despondency unexpectedly flashed in her eyes. Su Haochen shook his head and said, "This is my sister and I want to buy a house for my parents and my sister. I heard that the 5 biggest villas on your block haven't been sold yet. I'd like to buy one. How much?" A hint of excitement flashed across Han Ling's face when she learned that the two were not a couple. Looking at Su Haochen directly opening the door and saying that he wanted to buy the biggest, he couldn't help but feel another burst of joy in his heart, because if she could sell that one house, the commission would be enough to make a few years of her own money, and said, "It's like this, sir, the largest villa in our Jinjiang Garden covers an area of 360 square feet. The interior is fully furnished and there is underground parking and the total price is over $10 million. If you're sure you want to buy it, then we can still negotiate a discount." Su Yuchen drank water without a word beside him, flipping through the introduction of Jinjiang Garden, and didn't stop Su Haochen anymore, because the more she looked at it, the more she liked it and couldn't wait to move here. Su Haochen just nodded casually, and didn't ask anything more, didn't even bother to look through it. The introduction directly raised his doubts. "When I came in just now, why wasn't there any reception? According to reason, you should not have many customers here, and shouldn't all the people who come in rush to receive them?" Han Ling said with an embarrassed smile. "I'm not going to lie to you, sir. Whenever there's parking outside, we raise our eyes. You really don't look like someone who can afford a house here with that car you drive. If we hadn't just looked up and seen you with an overpowering temperament, I think we would have just kicked you out." Su Haochen shook his head breathlessly and said, "No wonder you can't sell your houses. With this kind of service attitude, you'd have to burn a lot of incense to have someone buy your house." Han Ling slightly owed her greetings and smiled. "I'm sorry, sir. I know it's our fault and we'll be sure to change in the future." Su Haochen smiled indifferently. His mission was accomplished anyway. Just pay the money today, buy the house, and you shouldn't have to come back to this sales office in the future. Whether you guys change it or not probably has nothing to do with me either. Su Haochen thought this in his heart, but didn't say so, and directly took his card out and said, "Swipe it." Seeing that Su Haochen directly wanted to pay for it, Su Yuchen still froze for a moment and gently tugged on Su Haochen's clothes, saying, "Why don't we just go in and take a look?" "It's decided," Su Haochen said. "There shouldn't be much to see, and it's such a big neighborhood, how it's not a pit stop. Besides, even if he does screw people over, I have ways to make him regret it." Hearing Su Haochen's domineering words, Han Ling's eyes were filled with little stars as she looked at Su Haochen and said, "Why don't we just go through it together, and I can show you the structure of the room." "No need," Su Haochen directly refused to. "I'll bring my parents around later and you can just introduce them." Su Haochen could naturally see that this Han Ling was trying to take the initiative to stick up. While she was not bad looking, she was barely good enough for an 85. Compared to great beauties like Yin Ziru, Lu Xin, and Su Yuchen, it was far inferior. Thinking of this, Su Haochen couldn't help but shake his head. How did he even compare Su Yuechen to him? Han Ling walked inside with a disappointed look on her face to get the card machine. The other receptionist ladies at the front desk were filled with regret, looking at Su Haochen and thinking darkly, why didn't you stop by and look at the people when you were looking at the car earlier? The developer's side had long said that the 5 largest villas, if sold, would be given a direct 5% commission. That's more than $500,000 at once, enough for them to earn several years at their regular jobs. Chapter 108, Buying a House and Catching Crooks, below. Just then, a woman of about 40 years of age walked out and said to Han Ling, you go ahead and get busy. I'll personally receive this client. It wasn't too loud, and everyone heard it. Han Ling said, Supervisor, what? The woman said impatiently. I said, this customer, I will personally receive. Let you go and busy yourself with other things. Don't you understand? If you're not busy with anything, type up this month's performance sheet and get it to me right away. Now. A salesperson signs a big order and her top boss wants to steal the order because he's jealous. By the way, the main reason for monopolizing that commission was because the employee was young and pretty and was envied by her top boss. This kind of dog-blooded bridge, Su Haochen had read a lot of it in novels before, but he didn't expect it to actually happen in front of him now. Originally, Su Haochen felt that he could leave after paying the money, but he didn't expect that such a thing had happened in the interim. He didn't want to do anything, but when it came down to it, he couldn't just ignore it when he saw people being bullied. Although he said he had no feelings for Han Ling, but it was a beautiful woman anyways, he couldn't just watch a beautiful woman being bullied by that middle-aged woman. Han Ling wiped her tears and sat down at the front desk, while that supervisor took the card machine and the purchase contract that she just received from Han Ling and came in front of Su Haochen, saying with a smile on her face, this gentleman, this lady, just now that person was our salesperson, unfamiliar with the work, so he made a joke, please don't mind. Although the supervisor was full of smiles, it looked so disgusting to Su Haochen, so he didn't say anything and waited for the older woman to go on. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't say anything, the supervisor added, I'm the sales supervisor here. My name is Su Rong. The Han Ling from just now has been submerged back to the front desk by me due to a mistake in her work, and now it's up to me to receive Mr. and Miss personally. Su Haochen raised his head impatiently and said coldly, so, what are you trying to say? It's like this, sir. Su Rong explained. We just had a meeting in the sales department last week, and the prices of those largest villas were adjusted. Slightly. It's been adjusted from the original $300, 000 SQ feet to $400, 000 SQ feet. So it's not something you can pick up at the original price of about $10 million. It's now going for $14 million or so. However, due to our work error, resulting in the wrong price reported with you, we can give you a slight discount, within our ability. Just now I roughly calculated that you can buy this villa for only $12 million, and I apologize for our misquoting the price just now. Seeing that Mr. has an extraordinary temperament and is buying a house for his parents, he must seem to be a very filial person. He shouldn't have given up such a nice villa just because of this amount of money. Su Haochen frowned as he guessed what this Su Rong was thinking. Even granted he is buying a house for his parents and is bringing his sister, so that's why it's not likely to be easy to give up. And the person who decides to pay without even looking at the house must be a big spender. So it certainly won't be that bad. So the plan was to make an additional profit on top of the purchase, and that money must have gone into her own pocket. Even if she explains it to her boss afterward, that shouldn't matter. After all, she sold the house, took out some of the money she'd pitched in, bribed her bosses, and the matter was surely closed. Although Su Haochen thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to be completely sure, so he was also quite distressed. Don't be he really wronged people. AI. It would be good if there was mind-reading magic. Su Haochen sighed in his heart. At this time, the system's voice rang in his head. As the host's ability to shine has increased from before, so has the ability of the detection technique. Detecting that the lady in front of the host is just an ordinary person, the host can use the detection spell to probe her mind. However, please note to the host that probing into a person's mind requires a huge amount of energy. With the host's current ability, it can be used once every 3 days, so I hope the host will use it carefully. Thus, Su Haochen didn't hesitate and directly probed over with his detection technique. As the saying goes, you can use it for the second time after 3 days. That's a bit of a long CD. Though, still, you have to be careful how you use it, and put it to good use. You can't just use probing on people to listen to their minds. When you're stronger in the future, you should be able to use this kind of mind-reading technique at will, right? Su Haochen thought in his heart. Yes, host, the system responded. When the host is strong enough, mind-reading can also be used at will, but the host is still far from that kind of power. Please continue to work hard and complete the task given by the system at an early date. Su Haochen nodded. and the message returned by the detection technique came from his mind. Sure enough, he was right in thinking that this woman was trying to screw him out of his money, bullying employees in the front and cheating customers in the back. I really don't know who gave you the guts. Su Haochen shot up, grabbed the contract on the table, and slammed it in Su Rong's face. Su Rong was blindsided by the sudden slap from Su Haochen. While listening to Su Haochen's words, Su Rong's face was horrified as she thought to herself, could it be that he already knows? How could he possibly know? Su Haochen continued, I was just going to buy a house and leave. I've got quite a bit of work to do, but I didn't expect to run into a like you. Didn't you say the price of the house has gone up? Fine. Show me proof. Which document says the price of the house has gone up? I think you really have a lot of guts. This is to cheat me almost $2 million. I think you have stayed out enough and want to go squatting in the fence, right? Squatting on a fence means squatting in prison, a dialect in the Northeast. Putting it in other places, I am afraid that there are really a lot of people who do not understand it. Although Su Rong was surprised how Su Haochen knew what she was thinking. She had been in society for so many years and was not intimidated, and he hadn't succeeded at all. As long as he bit the bullet and didn't admit it, I expected that the young man in front of him wouldn't be able to do anything about it. At most, he just won't buy a house in Jinjiang Garden, and that's not much of a loss. When the time comes to shift the blame to Han Ling, he can also choose a clean slate. So said, if you have the ability, don't buy it here. Anyway, the whole Liufu city is only this villa neighborhood. You love to buy. Buy. Don't buy. Leave. I'm still lazy to receive you. With that, she turned around to leave. But how could she be as fast as Su Haochen? Swinging round, he threw a slap at Su Rong's face, and Su Rong directly spun in place 3 times and fell to the ground. This Liufu city, it's really not peaceful. This trip back, everywhere I go, I encounter some annoying things, Su Haochen thought in his heart, so picked up the phone and called Lu Wenshua directly. This kind of fraud thing, I think it should belong to the Public Security Bureau. After picking up the phone, Su Haochen told Lu Wenshua about this piece of business. Lu Wenshua assured that the police would go out immediately and arrive in 10 minutes. Su Rong got up from the ground and was about to rush over to fight with Su Haochen when he was slapped down to the ground by Su Haochen again. Then they behaved themselves and tried to hide behind it, and were scared to a halt by Su Haochen's angry shout, not daring to go further back. Chapter 109, Helping My Sister Find a Job, above. Su Haochen called Han Ling out from the front desk again and asked Han Ling to prepare the contract for him. Just when everything was ready and Su Haochen was ready to sign and pay, Lu Wenshua arrived, as did the developer of Jinjiang Garden. With the two of them on the front foot, Su Haochen could naturally think that it was Lu Wenshua who had called to notify him. Originally, Su Haochen didn't recognize the person who came as a developer, but Han Ling got up and called the boss. Su Rong also looked like she had finally found her backbone, crying and running to the man's face, pointing at Su Haochen miserably saying that this man beat her. That person didn't pay any attention to Su Rong, but came to Su Haochen with Lu Wenshua. Lu Wenshua greeted Su Haochen first and then said, Mr. Su, let me introduce you. This is the general director of the Jinjiang Garden Development, called He Cheng. He Cheng, in his 40s and looking quite sunny, reached out to shake hands with Su Haochen. Su Haochen didn't refute people's face. After all, his parents and sister were going to live here afterward, so if he could take care of them a little, it would still be beneficial. However, Su Haochen's words were still to be said. Boss this sales office of yours, it doesn't seem to be too peaceful nah. He Cheng hurriedly apologized to Su Haochen. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, it's my poor management that has allowed us to have such scum here. I will definitely punish them severely. Seeing this, Su Rong hurriedly ran over and hugged He Cheng's thigh as he cried, Boss, you must believe me. I didn't cheat him out of his money. He hasn't paid yet. I just saw that Han Ling was young and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to receive the big clients, so I helped receive them. There's no way I could have gone to cheat money now. He Cheng tried to kick Su Rong away in disgust, but her hold was too tight for He Cheng to break free. Su Haochen let out a cold snort, didn't bother with Su Rong, and directly said to Lu Wenshua, Director Lu, I remember there is a section in the criminal law called attempted fraud, right? Lu Wenshua naturally knew what Su Haochen meant and nodded, saying, yes, it's not as serious as fraud, but it's just as punishable. That'll do. Su Haochen nodded and said, there is surveillance here. You guys go and extract it. What she just told me is evidence. If I hadn't recognized it in time, my property damage today would have been nearly $2 million. I guess that number of cases, even if they are attempted fraud, is not a small offense. Su Rong was directly paralyzed with fear, putting down He Cheng and trying to hug Su Haochen's thigh, but how fast Su Haochen reacted. Directly kicked over and snapped, get the hell out of here. Come near me again and I'll waste you. Frightened Su Rong did not dare to go forward again, paralyzed on the ground bawling, while Lu Wenshua directly let the people brought Su Rong on the car. Then the surveillance video was extracted, and this Su Rong's jail time was inevitable. When the dust settled and Su Haochen wanted to continue signing and paying, He Qing said hurriedly, Mr. Su, I'm sorry in advance for causing you trouble today. Also, thank you for uncovering this scum for me, or else, in the future, it might have caused me something big. Su Haochen waved his hand and said with an indifferent face, boss, he is polite. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. He Qing said with a smile on his face and a pleasing expression. In front of Mr. Su, how dare I call myself a boss now? If Mr. Su doesn't mind, I'll give you that villa. This He Qing had looked up Su Haochen's information on the way here and was scared into a cold sweat. Not only did he have numerous properties in Zhanghai, he had also acquired the Mia Group this morning, and it was 100% share. What kind of intensity is this? Now that he saw that Su Haochen didn't take his anger out on himself, he was naturally overjoyed, and he was also sincere in pleasing Su Haochen. If he could get support from such a big shot, he might have a chance to move his career into a first-tier city like Zhanghai or even Beijing. Give it to me? Su Haochen froze. Although he could see that this He Qing was trying to curry favor with himself, he didn't have to put down such a large amount of money. Originally, there were so many empty flats in this Jinjiang garden, and I am afraid he has not yet returned the cost of development. Now you're giving away the $10 million house, not losing your money. Yes, today for the first time I got to see Mr. Su's honor and glory. Doubly honored, a meet and greet gift, but also please Mr. Su smile. He Qing hurriedly said with a pleasing face. Forget it, Su Haochen said with a wave of his hand. You've got a cost to follow here, too, so you can't be allowed to lose money. Besides, it was hard for the little girl to sell a house and she was still waiting to earn her commission. If you give it to me directly, the commission won't go down the drain, He Qing said with a smile. Mr. Su is overly concerned. That commission is fine for me to take privately. I'll arrange for her to take you to see the room and give you a good introduction. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. When He Qing saw Su Haochen mentioning the salesman's commission and saw that Han Ling was quite pretty, he misunderstood what Su Haochen meant. Han Ling heard what He Qing meant and was just about to agree when Su Haochen said, forget it boss, I have quite a lot of things to do here, and I still have to go to the city government in the afternoon, so I really don't have time to spend with you here. Now that the contract has been drawn up, I sign and pay and have to hurry. My parents and sister will be living here from now on, so if it's convenient on your end, just take care of something, Su Haochen said, directly pulling Su Yuchen over and introducing him. This is my sister Su Yuchen. Take care of her more in the future, but don't hit on her, Su Haochen said half-jokingly, but in He Qing's ears, it was a warning to him, and he hurriedly said, dare not, Miss Su is so beautiful, not something I can match, only a dragon among men like Mr. Su is. Speaking of which, He Qing couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps. What are you talking about? They're siblings, but surprisingly, neither of the two were angry, and a smile even spread across Su Yuchen's face. What's going on? It was He Qing's turn to be puzzled, but he didn't dare to ask anything. Seeing that Su Haochen was adamant that he didn't want him to send it, He Qing didn't insist, but he was a bit disappointed in his heart. If you didn't accept the gift, it means that you didn't accept his favor, and it's quite difficult to find someone to do something for you in the future. But it was good to count today as an acquaintance, and by the looks of it, it seemed as if he was quite impressed with himself. He Qing soothed himself in this manner, then reached out to Han Ling and said, sorry, what was your name again? Boss, my name is Han Ling. Han Ling replied, but there is no awkward expression. After all, people are the boss. They are just a sales. It is normal not to recognize. He Qing nodded and said, Han Ling right, this way, you accompany Mr. Su to sign the contract, double your commission this time, and after signing the contract, you'll be the new sales supervisor. He still thought that Su Haochen was interested in Han Ling and refused just because he really had something to do in a while, so he planned to sell this favor to Han Ling first, indirectly allowing Su Haochen to accept his good intentions. Han Ling was baffled, only subconsciously raising her head because Su Haochen was closer to her when she slapped the table and fumed, and because he looked quite handsome, like a rich man. He took his chances, but I didn't realize that the happiness also came too suddenly. Chapter 110, Helping My Sister Find a Job. Next, the other sales ladies sitting at the front desk were looking at Han Ling with jealousy, not expecting to receive such a person. Double the commission, that's $1 million na, and also promoted to supervisor. In the future we'll have to listen to the command of others. 2 of the ones who had offended Han Ling before were already trembling. Han Ling, on the other hand, suppressed the excitement on her face, picked up the contract and walked over to Su Haochen's side, starting a professional introduction. At the same time, her body unconsciously leaned towards Su Haochen. Su Haochen wanted to dodge it, but thought that might be too sad for the other girl, so he didn't. But under the guise of turning over the contract he raised his arm. blocking Han Ling's path to lean upward. Just as Han Ling was still trying to figure out how to mooch off of her, Su Yuchen stood directly in the middle of the two. Under the pretext of also wanting to see the contract, Su Haochen finally let out a sigh of relief. Su Yuchen, on the other hand, didn't even look at the contract, but instead fixed his gaze on Han Ling, always keeping an eye on her movements. Seeing that it was hopeless, Han Ling stopped leaning upwards and introduced herself seriously. When the introduction reached the third page, Su Haochen was going crazy and said directly, "I really have something in the afternoon. This way, you directly tell me where to sign on the line. I sign and hurry to pay. I really do not have time to consume here." Han Ling looked disappointed, and He Qing hurriedly said, Good. Han Ling just tell Mr. Su where to sign. We just don't dare to cheat Mr. Su even if we have 100 guts. So don't delay Mr. Su's time." With everything finally settled, Su Haochen paid and took the key. He Qing informed Su Haochen that he could receive the housebook and move in tomorrow, and after Su Haochen nodded his head, he bid farewell to everyone and left with Su Yuchen. On the way also received a phone call from Lu Wenshua, said just after the forensics see Su Haochen talking, did not bother him, first took people to leave. About Su Haochen have time to go to the Public Security Bureau to talk. Su Haochen gasped and said, "Have you ever invited someone to the Public Security Bureau to chat? Those who don't know would think I've broken some law." Lu Wenshua laughed out loud, but what he actually wanted to say in his heart was, "In fact, you haven't been breaking the law much. Let's just talk about the beating thing. It seems like you've been beating people up every single day you've been home for the past few days, right?" After the two of them casually chatted for a couple of sentences, Su Haochen hung up the phone and brought Su Yuchen to the city hall. Originally, it was impossible to get in without an appointment, but a phone call from Su Haochen allowed Sun Wenze to meet him directly at the gate. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd at the entrance, Su Haochen led Su Yuchen inside. Instead, Sun Wenze followed behind, a picture of caution. When he arrived at the office, Su Haochen directly opened the door and proposed that he would like to arrange a job for Su Yuchen, one that would enable him to experience some training. Sun Wenze directly proposed that the city construction project team was now being formed and wanted Su Yuchen to be the person in charge. Frightened, Su Yuchen hurriedly pulled Su Haochen's sleeve and shook his head repeatedly. Su Haochen gently patted Su Yuchen's hand, signaling her to rest assured. Then he said to Sun Wenze, "I'm not going to lie to you, Mr. Mayor, but this sister of mine, she doesn't really have any work experience. I was hoping that by working here, I could grow on her. I still hope, in the future, that she'll be able to help hold me up. You know." Sun Wenze nodded, and Su Haochen continued, "I think it would be best to put her in a position as a secretary or assistant to learn alone, but I'm not too sure about leaving it to anyone. After all, as you can see, my sister is so good-looking that she's really prone to attracting wolves to her side." Su Haochen's words amused Sun Wenze, but it was right. So Sun Wenze said, "If I were 20 years younger, I would have wanted to go after her too. You two siblings really can't say enough about your facial features, and it's no exaggeration to say that of all the people I've seen, there are only those who can barely come close to you, but not those who can steadily outshine you." Su Haochen also smiled, but did not continue to be modest. He was still very confident in his and his sister's face value. Su Yuming and Xiaoqin husband and wife were also handsome when they were young, and now that they are older, they are slightly aging, but they can still see the outline of their youth. Xiaoqin often said that Su Yuchen resembled her when she was young, but Su Haochen felt that he did not look like his parents. "Mayor's son, you'd better not be too busy complimenting me. What I'm talking about, you see what to do now?" Su Haochen said. "Originally, I also planned to take charge of this project team myself, so let her follow me directly." "Look, follow me, do you feel relieved?" Sun Wenze said half-jokingly. Su Haochen laughed out loud. "I'm not worried about you. Mayor's son looks like a decent man who loves his country and his family, but you're mature and stable and handsome. I'm afraid my sister can't hold on to you." Su Yuchen shyly pinched him from behind Su Haochen, and Sun Wenze smiled. "Mr. Su can really be joking. I'm already old, not like back then. If I really regress by 20 years, I would really dare to fight with Mr. Su for my face value." "Don't, I can't spell you," Su Haochen said. "Rewind 20 years, I was just born, and I couldn't look any better." Sun Wenze took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Mr. Su to be so humorous. I haven't laughed so much in a long time." Su Haochen said, "If the city's construction can be successful, then Mayor Sun's days of laughing are still ahead of him. I'm afraid it's possible to wake up laughing even in your dreams." Sun Wenze nodded and said, "Yes, thanks to Mr. Su's care, your sister is in my hands, so don't worry. I'll arrange for her to be the Secretary General of this program, and I'll personally take her on, and make sure to bring her up to par as soon as possible." Su Haochen arched his hand and said with a smile, "In that case, thank you very much. Sun Wanza hurriedly returned the salute. Mr. Su is polite, Su Haochen said. Why don't we replace the wine with tea and celebrate the successful construction of our city in advance, and Liaofu's promotion to a first-tier city in the country? Sun Wanza laughed loudly as he raised his teacup and spoke aloud to. Good, on Mr. Su's good advice. Come on, let's clink a glass. Su Haochen looked at Su Yuechen and said, come on, sister, you also clink one together. From now on, you are also a member of this city planning project. It is reasonable to clink a glass together. Sun Wenzel chimed in. Yes, 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 come on, MS. Su Yuchen, welcome aboard. After clinking glasses, Su Haochen said that the mayor was busy with his work, so he wouldn't bother, and then left with Su Yuechen. Sun Wanza sent Su Haochen to the car and then proceeded to go back to arrange his work. Since getting Su Haochen's investment, he was indeed red-faced in the past few days and seemed to have seen himself sitting in the provincial government of Liao province. Su Yuchen sat in the car, still feeling a sense of unreality. Yesterday it was a waitress at a barbecue restaurant, but today it's the city government's program secretary general. It's a world of difference, but thinking about the changes in the house in the past few days due to Su Haochen's return can simply be described as a sea change. This little change in myself is not so strange. Chapter 111 Moving, above. After returning home, Su Haochen confessed the matter of buying a house to his parents. At first, Su Yuming Su Haochen was too indiscriminate in spending money and said that he would not move, so that he would return the house. But under the persuasion of Su Haochen's siblings, they compromised. After all, this house they were living in now was just not very comfortable. The next morning, Su Haochen got up for a routine check-in and didn't get anything good. It's a diamond necklace. It looks pretty big. It's still an E-rated reward, and it looks like it should be worth tens of millions of dollars as well. Su Haochen didn't think much about it and directly gave it to Su Yuechen. Su Yuechen originally still shrugged it off, saying that it was too expensive to accept, but under Su Haochen's affectionate attack, he didn't refuse anymore. Directly brought to her neck by Su Haochen, the already beautiful Su Yuechen looked even more gorgeous after she put on the diamond necklace. Even Su Haochen couldn't help but look a little dumbfounded. In the morning, after breakfast, arrangements were made for the movers to move. Then he plucked a phone call to Yi Qing and said that he was going over to the Jinjiang Garden sales office. Yi Qing had originally said to send a car over to pick him up, but Su Haochen had already arranged a moving company on his side. He himself had a car, so he could just drive there. So he refused Yi Qing's good intentions. So Yi Qing waited over at the sales office, and waited until Su Haochen came over here, and the house book and everything was done. Tanling still looked like she wanted to move closer to Su Haochen, but Su Haochen directly pushed her parents forward. Let Han Ling bring her parents and sister along to see the house, saying that it would be fine to introduce them. The layout of the house, Su Haochen probably also have some understanding. Compared to his villa in Zhanghai Chintangipin is really too much difference. So that means he's not even interested in seeing it either. He just needs to know where it is so he doesn't come back later and not be able to find his home. The neighborhood has a nice environment and scenery, which is more suitable for parents. This car that Sun Wanza had assigned to him was definitely going to be reserved for his father. So that means there's still a car to buy for my sister, as well as some nice clothes for them. After the move, it was noon. Su Haochen had thought of going to the mall to buy some household items, and get rid of those old things. Simply. But Su Yuming and his wife are used to saving, although in such a big house, they do not want to go back to waste, saying that these things can still be used, so they use it first. Su Haochen really couldn't be stubborn with them, and could only think of going to secretly buy it with Su Yuechen again. But when it comes to going clothes shopping, Su Yuming and his wife are saying nothing. After lunch, he excused himself and said that he wanted to stroll around the neighborhood, not willing to go clothes shopping with Su Haochen. Su Haochen also knew which they wanted to shop simply do not want to buy new clothes. They think it is a waste of money. Su Haochen really wanted to say, have you forgotten how much money your son has again? He had no choice but to continue to let Su Yuechen accompany him out to the mall. Bought so much more stuff that I couldn't even fit it in the car. Su Haochen had no choice but to pay a little more money after that, and asked the mall to arrange a car and send the stuff to Su Haochen's home. So many designer clothes, pants, shoes, and some household appliances. It was also fortunate that Su Yuchen understood her parents' sizes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to buy it at all. When Su Haochen came home with a bunch of things, Su Yuming and his wife were too lazy to accuse anything anymore and had gotten used to it. Anyway, this son is rich now, so he can buy whatever he wants. Anyway, looking at the big house and the scenery around it, it was really quite comfortable, and those clothes felt good on me, and those new household items, household appliances and whatnot, are really so much better than what they had before. Take that TV, a big 100-inch color TV that does look like you're in a movie theater. Although the couple said they hadn't been to the movie theater in a while, the memories of the old days were still there. A family of 4. In the villa tossed some, the old supplies all removed, replaced with new, the whole home inside a new look. Looks more comfortable. It's been a long day and am really tired. And on the Liufu side, Su Haochen had sort of finished dealing with things. Next, with Sun Wanza in the open and Chen Haonan in the shadows, there was sort of no need to worry about the safety of this side. And the clock has come to Wednesday, not a few days before the math competition. He still had to go back over to Shanghai to make arrangements for the participants. The system side, however, asked him to gather at least 20 people in the team, and there was no news from Wang Meng's side until now, so it must be that no one had signed up at all. This he had thought of before. Let a Shanghai Science and Technology Institute to lead the team. Those school-level characters, willing to sign up is strange. However, Yin Zero did mention to him in WeChat before that she wanted to enroll. Su Haochen told her not to be in a hurry and to wait until he returned. And now it should be time to go back. As for buying a car for Su Yuchen, he had already sent a Weibo notification to Chen Haonan, and the money had been transferred. It shouldn't be more than a few days before the car is sent over, and with $5 million transferred, Chen Haonan certainly won't mess things up. So Su Haochen made up his mind and was ready to return to Shanghai tomorrow. That night, he and his family said this matter. Su Yuming said there is nothing to worry about at home. Hurry back to study hard, he said with a look of impatience, about to wave him off. Xiao Qin didn't say anything, just nodded and said okay, but the reluctance could also be clearly seen in his eyes. On the contrary, after her sister Su Yuchen heard the news, she fell silent, gently biting her lips, not knowing what she was thinking. It wasn't until Su Haochen reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes that she said as if she had reacted. Ah, going back. Yeah, next time you come back, call me. Su Haochen also didn't figure out what was wrong with his sister, and just assumed that she was a little tired from all the tossing and turning today. Also did not say anything more. The family also went to bed early in the evening. The big house is comfortable. This night, they also slept better than before, with no so-called bed recognition. In fact, the so-called bed recognition is probably because the new environment is not as comfortable as before. If it was a more comfortable environment, there might not have been bed recognition either. Su Haochen bought a ticket before going to bed. And again, the car is more than 7 o'clock in the morning, and it is estimated that when you arrive in Shanghai, it will have to be more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon again. Signed up to get a building materials company called Eastwood, which deals with some construction stuff, lumber, steel, and cement-wise. It's 100% equity, but it's only a D-rated award. Receiving a call from Chen Ming, the head of the company, Su Haochen simply instructed him to just continue to operate in the same way as before. This kind of company with a market capitalization of only about $100 million, Su Haochen didn't even pay attention to it anymore. Even a large company like Mia Group, he could delegate his authority and let Yuan Lin handle it, let alone a small company like East Material. He would just collect the money himself, and let them take care of the rest, since he didn't know anything about it himself anyway. Chapter 112 Moving. Next, nothing much happened along the way, and Su Haochen almost always spent his time between reading novels, brushing douyin and playing games. Tired to sleep for a while, the business car inside the people, the quality is very high, there is no kind of chatting, loud noise, and even have come to the phone, are out to pick up. Thinking about the noisy environment in the train compartment when he used to be on the train, Su Haochen couldn't help but sigh that the quality of the upper class is really not comparable to ordinary people. At around 2 p.m., Su Haochen also received a call from Wang Meng's side, so he also chose to leave the compartment to answer the phone. After all, the quality of the others was so high, he did not want to fall out of favor. What Wang Meng's side had to say, Su Haochen could also think of, and that was that no one was willing to sign up for the competition at all. Su Haochen told him that it didn't matter, that he would be going back to Shanghai soon, and that he would personally handle it when he got back, and that he would definitely be able to bring 20 people to the competition. Wang Meng's side was skeptical, but there was nothing he could do at the moment, so he could only listen to Su Haochen. After all, he made a promise. Su Haochen inquired again about the state of the staff, and Wang Mang was honest, saying that everyone wasn't very active, but because of the personal qualities that are there, it still handles the job properly though. Only the mind must have been a bit broken, and occasionally people would call him to complain. Su Haochen told Wang Mang to stabilize first, and everything would naturally be revealed after the match, and let Wang Mang pay attention in this period of time. Those who are not good at psychology and did not hold on in this period of time, simply let leave as soon as possible. After explaining some of this, Su Haochen went back to the carriage to lie down. When the car arrived at the station at 3 o'clock or so, Su Haochen sent a Weibo message to his family, telling them that they were already safe and sound, and then he took a taxi back to Qintangipin. In fact, on this side of Shanghai, Su Haochen still had a lot of things to settle. Yang Dong's side got him 3 secretaries, and so far he hasn't gone to meet them. I need to show up at the school, and it's been a while since I've seen Lu Xin. There is also Ling Yutong's side do not know how things are investigated, whether or not to find out behind the back of the person he stabbed the knife, but things had to be done one by one. Su Haochen decided to drive over to Jinyuan Street first. The reason he chose to go back to Chentangyipin in the first place was to go for a drive. It would be a waste to say that he didn't drive his Lamborghini Poison to have a good time when he'd finally gotten his hands on godly driving skills. Su Haochen drove the car, feeling that exciting feeling of pushing back, and secretly thought to himself, sure enough, this good car is different. It's not comparable to the crappy liberation that Sun Wenza allotted to me. If Sun Wenza had heard this, he would have cursed in his heart. Obviously the one that was assigned to you is already a top-notch bus. Okay, we don't have the money to afford a nice car like a Lamborghini. If we did, we'd probably have been arrested. Drove to this side of Jinyuan Street. The appearance of a luxury car is sure to attract crowds of spectators. Su Haochen couldn't help but regret a little. This kind of top-class luxury car, even in a prosperous metropolis like Shanghai, that was rarely seen. Not to mention that there aren't even many cars like his in the world. So the crowd took out their cell phones and started taking pictures, but no one gathered around. Because of this kind of luxury car, in case he accidentally touched, I'm afraid no one can afford to pay. So that is also just far away from watching. Su Haochen purposely put on a mask to avoid them filming himself getting out of the car, and his sunglasses were seen from the car, covering his face solidly. Su Haochen thought in his heart, the system to send their own car, but also really service, even gave us sunglasses, must be also do not want to let their identity exposed. Did the system expect the car to be mobbed and photographed when it was delivered? Su Haochen was thinking like this when the system responded in his mind. Of course, the host should not underestimate the wisdom of this system. Su Haochen laughed and said, how dare I underestimate you? Ah, you're the smartest, all right. The system's silvery laughter rang in his head. So pleasant. The Golden Source Building, which was where the Golden Source Street headquarters office was located. This was filled with the exclusive staff of the Golden Source Street headquarters. Su Haochen only came here once at the very beginning, and then never came again. He came over this time to check on everyone's work status, and secondly, to meet the 3 secretaries Yang Dong had arranged for him. The elevator ride took him directly to the 30th floor, where Yang Dong's office was located. He had previously arranged to have the 31st and 32nd floors converted, and he didn't know what they had been converted to, but thought it would be impossible to modify it in such a short time only. So he concluded that Yang Dong's office must still be on the 30th floor. Originally no one could go up to the 30th floor without permission, but with the card in Su Haochen's hand, he could go up on any floor. It would be hilarious if the owner couldn't get upstairs by this point. The 30th floor arrived quickly, and just as the elevator doors opened, the sound of arguing could be heard from inside. Su Haochen judged the direction and walked over. On the way, he heard the conversation of the noisy voices inside, and Su Haochen knew that it was the parents who had brought their younger brother to ask his sister for money. It was just surprising that the noise could come to the 30th floor, and Su Haochen also found it strange. Shouldn't Yang Dong's office be the only one on the 30th floor? But he didn't hear Yang Dong's voice. Could it be his female secretary? If it was really Yang Dong's female secretary, and now that he was still away, and Su Haochen had helped him solve this matter, then Yang Dong would still have to take a favor for himself. Su Haochen thought like this, although he said that he didn't really care if Yang Dong took his love or not right now, but with one more favor. Yang Dong's motivation should be a bit more. Soon came this side of the office, a separate office, not small, with only 4 people in it, 2 middle-aged men and women and a young man. They stood together, while across from them was a pretty girl. The girl looked like she was 25 years old, wearing a suit with black high heels. Her hair was coiled behind her head, and she looked very smart and capable. Only now, she was speechless, her hands on the table, tears in her eyes. Seeing Su Haochen walk in, the girl greeted her and said, "Hello, the person in charge here is not here. I am his secretary Dong Qing. May I ask what is the matter with you? I can relay it on your behalf. If you're in more of a hurry, I can call Mr. Yang." With these words, Su Haochen was even more convinced that this girl was Yang Dong's secretary and said, "I did look for Mr. Yang for something, but there's no rush now. I'm his friend. It looks like you have some kind of problem here. Do you need help?" Dong Chang hurriedly shook her head and said, "I'm dealing with some private matters here that are actually unrelated to work. Could you please not tell Mr. Yang or he might punish me." Chapter 113 3 Female Secretaries, above. Su Haochen thought in his heart, is this Yang Dong so scary? How dare he scare this female secretary like this? Such a pretty little girl, can you bear to punish her? Su Haochen thought and said with a slight smile, "Okay, I won't tell him, but this has to be resolved quickly. We can't keep dragging it out like this. After a while, I'm afraid your Mr. Yang will be back." Dong Cheng felt that Su Haochen had a point and said, "Then please wait a moment, sir. I'll finish up on my end right away and then I'll receive you." Seeing that Su Haochen was quite good at talking, Dong Cheng was relieved. Turning around, he returned to the position he was in just now, still unconsciously staring at Su Haochen twice. After all, any girl would like such a face, and Dong Cheng was naturally no exception. "Dad, Mom," Dong Cheng spoke, "this is where I work, and it's already against the rules to let you guys come up here today, so why don't you guys go back, and I'll come back to you after I get off work, and then we'll talk." "No, we can't wait, let's talk here now. If you don't agree, then we won't leave." The middle-aged man on the opposite side, Dong Cheng's father, said, "You guys are forcing me to death. I can't get this much money. I used to make almost all the money to you guys. Now where do you want me to get $500,000? Moving, Dong Cheng tore his heart out and shouted, "Don't you know how much money I've gotten for my family every year for the 3 years since I graduated? Last year alone I took $500,000 into the house, and I borrowed 200,000 of that $500,000. I was doing a good job at my previous organization, and it was you guys who had to go to the office and make trouble, so I had to quit. Now that I've finally found a good job, you're trying to get rid of my job too. Let me tell you, if you don't leave, when our Mr. Yang comes back and he sees this scene, there's a high probability that he'll fire me. If I do get driven, then you won't get a penny out of me in the future. You dead girl, how dare you threaten us?" Dong's father spoke, slamming the table and cursing. "How did I raise such a white-eyed wolf like you? Let me tell you, if you don't get me this money today, I'll smash this company of yours. Don't say you don't have a job. You're going to have to beg for food and you're going to have to feed us." Su Haochen frowned at the side. In the past, this kind of thing was only seen in videos, but he didn't expect it to actually happen by his side. It seemed like a lot of doggerel had played out in front of him since he got the system, but as the saying goes, it's hard for a clean official to resolve a family matter. And now that Dong Cheng hasn't fully expressed her stance, saying that she doesn't care about them in the future, Su Haochen can't intervene either. Dong Cheng's tears fell straight down as she said ruefully, "You raised me so well. I can't thank you enough for raising me this way. I've been doing my own laundry since I was 3 years old, and I learned to cook when I was 6. Since junior high school, my tuition has been paid for by my summer and winter vacations, collecting bottles and rags on my own. You've given me nothing but a mouthful of food. When I was in college, I was away from home and didn't even need you guys to feed me. Do you know what I've been through all these years? Do you guys ever care about my life? You guys never call me but just ask me for money. Never ask me how I'm doing. This loser son of yours is a bottomless pit, and all the money I've taken in isn't enough to fill the hole for him." At this time Dong Cheng's mother spoke. "Then he's your brother. Isn't it only right that you spend some money on him? He's our only son. If we don't spoil him, who will? In the future, the old Dong family will depend on him to carry on the family line." Dong Cheng smiled miserably and spoke. "He's my brother, yes, and it's only right that I spend some money on him, but after all these years, did I spend a little money on him? I've been out of school for 3 years, and I've been calling home almost $1 million, not counting what I've bought you guys. He has to change his cell phone almost every 6 months, catching up with the most up-to-date each time. You tell me how much it's cost over the years. He buys computers that cost tens of thousands of dollars and just plays games at home every day. He's been out of college for a year, but he doesn't even go to class and plays games at home, saying he wants to be some kind of gaming anchor. You tell me, has he earned a penny this year?" the young man said in a rush. "Who says I haven't earned any money? When I was an anchor, there were quite a few people who liked me and swiped gifts for me. I've earned a lot of money." Dong Cheng gave the young man a blank look and said, "I'm embarrassed that you have the nerve to say that someone swiped your gift. With your skills, how can you be a gaming anchor? That King Pesticide. I casually played more than 200 games and I was on King, and I can't tell you how many people around me are better than me. Can you? You've been playing this game since it came out, and you tell me, have you ever been on Diamond? Our parents don't understand and think you're good at the game, but do you think you can hide it from me?" Dong Cheng's brother stopped talking. It's true that he's been lying to his parents that he's good at playing games and that if he's given the time, he'll be able to make money as a gaming anchor, but that game level of his is really stingy. Now that he was pointed out so face to face by Dong Cheng, he also felt very embarrassed. Dong Cheng said, then looked at his parents and said, "See, this is your good son," pointing to such a person to carry on the family line. Then the old Dong family's lineage might as well be cut off. "You asshole," Dong Cheng's father yelled. 2 steps brought him to his daughter's face, and he reached out and slapped her across the face. Dong Cheng didn't dodge either, thinking that she was used to being beaten. Seeing that this slap is about to be slapped on the face of the know-how at this time, Su Haochen moved. Although this girl was only Yang Dong's secretary and had nothing to do with him, but also being a staff member of this Golden Resources mansion, it was impossible for Su Haochen to watch the people under his command being bullied on his own turf. how fast Su Haochen was. When everyone didn't react, he scurried to Dong Qing's side at once, catching the hand of Dong's father that had struck down. Dong's father froze, and Dong Qing also froze, because just now, Su Haochen was still at the door, at least 3 meters away from her side, but she didn't see how Su Haochen came over. Who are you? How dare you meddle in our family's affairs? Dong's father opened his mouth. With a stretch of his hand, Su Haochen pushed Dong's father to the side and said, "It's none of your business what kind of person I am, but this Golden Resources mansion is not a place for you to be wild. If you have any chores, you can talk about them after she gets off work, but it's work time, and I don't have time to settle chores with you." Dong Qing's younger brother walked over, reaching out and pointing at Su Haochen. "Who the hell are you, gesticulating on this block?" Su Haochen let out a cold laugh. For Dong Qing's father, mindful of the fact that he was older and an elder, well, at least he had some respect, but facing this waste, Su Haochen was not at all kind. Throwing his hand was a big mouth, directly lifting him to the ground. When Dong Qing's mother saw her son being beaten, she wailed and went to help her son up. Then he rushed up to fight Su Haochen, but was pushed away by Su Haochen. Chapter 114 3 Female Secretaries. Next, if you continue to sow your wild oats here, what awaits you should be the police from the Public Security Bureau, Su Haochen said indifferently. Just then, 2 people came in at the door in a panic. Su Haochen looked up and saw that it was also 2 pretty girls, both looking less than 30 years old. Su Haochen couldn't help but be a bit surprised, thinking darkly, what is this young Dong doing? Got so many female secretaries and one is prettier than the other. He would enjoy life. My 3 female secretaries. I have not seen it. How he, amount. When Su Haochen thought of this, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, thinking darkly, these 3 people, they won't be. It's actually the 3 that young Dong arranged for me, isn't it? Just as he was thinking, those 2 people had already arrived at Dong Qing's side, as if they hadn't seen Su Haochen. A man hurriedly said to Dong Qing, "Sister Cheng, are you alright?" And the other, who looked slightly older, said, "Xinga, what's going on? Why did you make such a mess?" Dong Qing was still stuck in the shock of Su Haochen just now and hadn't slowed down, so she didn't reply. Su Haochen looked at the 3 people, all of them in capable formal attire. Their face value was higher than one another, and their bodies were better than one another, and with an excellent temperament. It occurred to him that this might in fact be his own secretary, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Are you 3 Yan Dong's secretaries?" At that moment, the slightly older woman spoke up, "We're not Mr. Yang's secretaries. My name is Zhu Yali. This is Sun Fengfei, and this is Dong Qing. I'm sure you've already recognized her just now. We are the secretaries of the boss of Golden Source Street, but now we are working with General Manager Yang. I wonder who this gentleman is." Su Haochen secretly thought that his guess was really right. Just this young Dong work seems to do not quite in place. I can't believe that I didn't show them my picture so much that they wouldn't recognize it. However, on second thought, young Dong should not have overlooked this kind of detail. It must be because he felt that he wanted to keep his identity secret, so he did not show them the photos. If it was usual, Su Haochen would just confirm his identity directly, but now there are still outsiders. It's still important to solve this matter first, so Su Haochen said, "I'm a friend of your general manager Yang. I originally came here to look for him today, and when I ran into this kind of thing, I meddled a little bit on the principle of seeing injustice and pulling out my sword to help. Mr. Yang told me to treat this Golden Source Street as if it were my own company. No need to be polite." Juarez thought darkly, "Look at this guy, he's pretty good looking, but how come he has a shameless look? They told you to treat King Yuan Street as your own company. Do you really want to treat it as your own? When you go to school, your teachers tell you to make school your home, but you still get scolded for being late." Although he thought so, after all, Su Haochen said that he was a friend of General Manager Yang, but he couldn't be slowed down, so he said, "I'm sorry sir, let you see the joke. Our General Manager Yang is not here now. Secretary Dong's side, and there are some private matters to deal with, may not be able to be separated. Why don't you come with me and see if there's anything I can do for you?" Zhu Yali had a professional smile on her face, making it completely impossible to see what was going on in her mind. It looks like she is close to 30 years old, very mature and stable, but it does not affect her face value. On the contrary, it adds a little bit of mature flavor. And the one called Sun Fengfei, by the looks of it, was the youngest. She should only be a year or 2 older than herself. Normally, that age would be just out of college and looking pretty green, so much so that he stood by Dong Qing's side without saying a word. Although sweet-looking, belonging to the first-class big beauty, but I'm afraid in terms of ability does not meet the requirements. I do not know how to recruit, but now was not the time to dwell on this matter. Since it had already been established that these 3 were his own secretaries, it was all the more important for Su Haochen to take care of it. So he said to Zhu Yali, "Not busy first, you guys are at least colleagues. Dong Qing is now in trouble. you guys have to help solve it Before Zhu Yali could say anything, Dong Chang said, thank you for this gentleman's kindness. They also said they wanted to help just now, but this is my family matter. It's really inconvenient for other people to intervene, so let me face it by myself. You face it yourself. How do you face it? Su Haochen said. Or do you let them continue to bully you like this? If it wasn't for me just now, your face would have swelled up by now. Dongqing couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face and murmured, swollen it is. It's not the first time he's swollen it anyway. I don't care anymore. Just, let so many people look at me funny. But that was fine. After all, there weren't too many people on this floor. And at the previous company, he was beating me in front of the entire company of over 200 people. Threw my face practically to the ground and stomped on it. Somehow, seeing Su Haochen, Dongqing had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to rely on him. Su Haochen's face was gloomy. Hearing this kind of thing, I'm afraid that even the best-tempered person would not be able to hold back his anger, let alone Su Haochen. You family members, you are simply vampires, Su Haochen said. It's not easy for a girl to come out and earn money. How can you bear to do this to her? The three people were in the way of Su Haochen's forceful intimidation, so they didn't dare to say anything more to Su Haochen, but instead aimed their spearheads at Dongqing. Dongqing's brother said, it's bad luck that I'm stuck with a sister like you. Look at other people's sisters to their brothers. Whatever the brother wants, they buy it for him. And look at you. It's so hard to ask you for money. I'm telling you, it's your fault I can't get a wife. Dongqing's father also said, if my son can't get a daughter-in-law and breaks the Dong family's lineage, I'll tell you, Dongqing, you're the old Dong family's sinner for the ages. Dongqing's mother added, yes, this Dong family's flame can't be broken daughter, you just take out some money, so that your brother can marry the daughter-in-law. It's not like you haven't taken this $500,000 before. And now that you've got such a good job, borrow some from your boss and then you can slowly pay it back. Hearing this, Su Haochen couldn't help but wonder a bit. Dongqing's yearly salary is $10 million, and not counting the commission, a mere $500,000. She shouldn't be unable to get it out. Did she not tell her family about her salary? Must be trying to get rid of this family too. Su Haochen thought in his heart, but now was not the time to confirm this matter. The best way to deal with this group is actually to use force to make them afraid. So, Su Haochen said to Dongqing, originally, this is your family matter. It's not convenient for me to ask about it, but since I've come across it, I still have to take care of this idle matter. Now listen to you for a second. If you want to give them this $500,000, I can do it for Yang Dong and give this money to them for you. But think about it, these vampire family members of yours are like bottomless pits that you just can't fill. This time you'll be asked for $500,000. Next time it'll probably be $1 million. And no amount of money you have will be enough for them to shell out like that. But if you say you're determined to get rid of them, I naturally have ways to help you. Chapter 115, Almighty Boss, Up. Su Haochen's words, spoken in an incomparably domineering manner. Not only Dongqing, but even the two girls beside her felt their hearts warm. For a moment, Dongqing actually created an illusion, feeling that Su Haochen was like her boyfriend protecting her by her side. Suddenly, she didn't seem to be afraid of these vampire family members. So nodding to Su Haochen, he looked at the three family members again and asked, if I get you $500,000, will you promise not to come back to me for more money in the future? Dongqing's brother said, okay, you get me $500,000 and I'll never call you again. And Dongqing's father said, if you want us to stop looking for you in the future, $500,000 is definitely not enough. You have to take at least $5 million. Think of it as repaying us for raising you. After the $5 million, we're done. You have nothing to do with this family. On the other side, Dongqing's mother said, what is this kid talking about? What do you mean you won't look for you again? You're our daughter. Isn't it only right that you get money for our retirement and for your brother's wife? Why are you so unfilial? To say that we should never look for you again. Are you ready to not even want to recognize your parents and brother? As Su Haochen listened to those family members of Dongqing, he really wanted to borrow Zhuge Liang's lines to say to them, I've never seen anyone with such chutzpah. Looking at Dongqing, his heart felt a pang of sadness for her. The same family of four, the same with a younger brother. His sister, Su Yuchen, had also experienced a lot of pain before, but because of him, her life had turned 180 degrees, and in her future life, she would only become happier and happier. And this Dongqing had looks no less than Su Yuchen's. But then there are these vampire family members, and the two are worlds apart. Though he was able to turn his life around and be able to make a good life for his family because of the system he had, but Su Haochen believed that even without this system, he had always chosen to be self-reliant and would never ask for his sister's hard-earned money like this. Indeed, even when he didn't get the system, Su Haochen hadn't asked Su Yuchen for money. Even sometimes Su Yuchen took the initiative to call Su Haochen and asked him if he lacked money. And Su Haochen said that he didn't, that he was doing well, and asked his sister not to worry. At that time, he was not as conscious as he is now to make a good life for his family, and thought that his family was having a hard time. Yet he also knows that the life he wants needs to be worked for on his own and not rely on his family. And Dong Chang, this younger brother, was far inferior to even his previous self. Su Haochen thought of this and said to Dong Chang, as you can see, these people, they simply don't have enough hearts. This brother of yours is saying that if you give him $500,000, he won't come back to you. But wait until the next time you are approached, and it will surely be said again. And I'm sure that's what he had in mind. Even if it's granted that you won't leave him alone as long as he's playing hard to get. Your father opened his mouth for $5 million and wanted to cut you off. But when the $5 million is spent, he will surely continue to look for you, still using the so-called ungratefulness as an excuse to force you to continue to give them money. Your mother's side, needless to say, has told you in no uncertain terms that it's simply impossible to keep them from coming after you in the future. You've just said that 3 years after graduation, you've gotten them almost $1 million. So much money that it's enough to repay them for their so-called upbringing. I'm sure the money they've spent on you since you were born doesn't add up to $100. 000. I'm afraid, you've paid them back tenfold, so you don't owe them anything now. Dong Qing didn't say anything, and Sun Fangfei, who was on the side, advised, Sister Chang, I think this handsome guy has a point. You vampire family members, cut ties with them before it's too late. If we can't, we'll find security, or call Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang will step in. I don't believe that Mr. Yang can't clean them up. Dong Qing shook her head and said, forget it, it's better not to trouble Mr. Yang, he's always quite busy. Sun Fangfei, however, said, oops, what's the trouble? We're the boss's secretary. Now that the boss is away and has entrusted us to Mr. Yang, now that you're in trouble, he's definitely not going to help you, or else he won't be able to explain himself to the boss, won't he? Juarez said, Fifi, don't say that. The boss entrusted us to Mr. Yang and is asking us to cooperate with him. It's also for Mr. Yang to teach us what we need to learn on the job, not for Mr. Yang to help us with personal matters. I agree with Chinga on this point. It's better not to go to Mr. Yang. We can get security or the police to take care of it if we need to. Zhu Yali has been calling Dong Chinga, so she must be a fan of the movie Return of the Pearl as well. Based on her age, that would mean that she grew up watching Return of the Pearl. Sun Fangfei pouted with a disgruntled look. Zhu Yali looked in her eyes and said with a smile, Fifi, you're still young, and you just came back from studying abroad. Although your education is very high, but you don't have any work experience. This workplace thing, you'd better learn it slowly. Sun Fangfei said with a pout. Yeah, I really don't have any work experience, and I don't know anything about these things in your workplace, and that Harvard didn't teach me how to deal with these things in the workplace. Although Sun Fangfei said this, her face was a look of pride, and she also deliberately emphasized the word Harvard. Su Haochen was also shocked. No wonder he could be recruited here as a secretary at such a young age. So he was an international student from Harvard University. After graduating from Rice, she could still choose to come back to China. From this patriotic sentiment alone, it was worth letting Su Haochen look at her highly. Dong Cheng hesitated for half a day before finally making up her mind and said, Dad, Mom, I'm not going to get you any more money. If the younger brother, who is not capable of earning money on his own, cannot get a daughter-in-law, that is his own problem. If you can't come up with the money to get him a wife, that's your problem too. Over the years, I've done what I had to give and what I shouldn't have. I have enough money to repay you for your so-called parenting. From now on you'll pretend you don't have me as a daughter, and I'll pretend I don't have you as parents. If you continue to make trouble with me, don't blame me for being cruel and going to the police. And then, all the consequences, you will have to bear by yourselves. As you've heard, I'm the secretary of the owner of Cam Yuen Street. Even the general manager here will help if I say something. Even if you guys are uneducated, you should be able to think about how strong he must be and what kind of background he must have for this entire Golden Resources business street to be under the control of our general manager Yang. What will happen to you if say he steps in and tries to deal with you? I'm talking to you now because I'm still considering what little kinship we have, and I hope you won't force me to go to the end of my rope. The only ones who will be hurt that way will be yourselves. White-eyed wolf. You white-eyed wolf. Dong Qing's father stretched out his finger to point at Dong Chang, his mouth shivering. Su Haochen said in a cold voice, Get your filthy hands off me, and if you ever reach out and point at her again, don't blame me for chopping your hands off right now. In the face of Su Haochen's voice that suddenly turned cold, everyone in the room suddenly winced. Zhu Yali was also shocked in her heart, secretly thinking to herself that this man was also too fickle. A moment ago, I thought he was particularly warm, but this time, He was so scary. Chapter 116 Almighty Boss. Next, Su Haochen's words scared Dongqing's father into hurriedly putting his hand down. But Dongqing's brother leaned against the wall and spoke to Su Haochen with disdain. This puts you in a position to be patient and chop off your hand. You can really blow awesome. If you have the guts, you can chop my hand off right now. I won't blackmail you out of your home, Dongqing's younger brother said, reaching out and pointing at Su Haochen. He seemed to have forgotten the wretched appearance of being slapped to the ground by Su Haochen just now. Su Haochen didn't talk nonsense to him, reached out and picked up a neutral pen from the table and threw it directly in the direction of Dongqing's brother, fixing it on the wall in a blink of an eye. Dongqing's brother's eyes widened as he flung himself to the ground. Su Haochen snorted coldly, "Stand up and talk." Dongqing's younger brother stammered, No, I'm quite comfortable on my knees, quite comfortable. This moment directly amused Zhu Yali and Sun Fangfei. Sun Fangfei muttered in a low voice, "Bastard." The crowd was shocked by Su Haochen's hand, knowing that behind Dongqing's younger brother, it wasn't a foam board or a wall made of wood, but a wall made of sturdy bricks and tiles. What kind of force is it to be nailed right in by a neutral pen? And a neutral pen made of plastic at that? Who the hell is this guy? How can he be so capable? Look guys, are you going to roll your own? Or shall I call the police? Su Haochen said coldly. That family didn't dare to talk to Su Haochen anymore. And Dongqing's mother said to Dongqing with tears in her eyes, "Xing'er, our family isn't easy, so help your brother, even if you help him one last time." Before Dongqing could speak, Su Haochen opened his mouth. "I don't want to hit anyone else today, but if you guys say one more thing, try it and I'll suddenly want to hit someone." Listening to Su Haochen's words, he also knew that he wasn't being alarmist. After all, that moment just now gave them all a good scare. So the three of them left the office in a hurry, and Dongqing's mother was still looking at her with tears in her eyes as she left, but Dongqing directly closed her eyes and turned her head to the other side, afraid that if she looked at it for a while longer, she would go soft again. Su Haochen was satisfied with Dongqing's performance. Since ancient times, filial piety is the first of all good deeds. Filial piety and respect for parents, caring for the younger brother. This is right, but never so endlessly to supply their unreasonable demands, to fill that bottomless pit for them. His brother has hands and feet and is perfectly capable of earning money on his own. If he really doesn't go to earn money, then he can just lie at home and wait for death. Such people live in the world and serve no purpose other than to waste air and food. Dongqing opened her eyes and saw that her family had already left the office, and her tears brushed down again, plopped down into Zhu Yali's arms and lost her voice, crying too, "Sisterly, I won't have a home in the future." Zhu Yali gently patted Dongqing's back and said gently, "Don't worry, we will all be your family from now on." Su Haochen also said with a smile, "Don't worry, since you've come to this company, you're a family with us, so if you have any difficulties in the future, just feel free to find us." Hearing Su Haochen's words, all three people froze for a moment. Just now, Su Haochen said that he was Yang Dong's friend, but now that he heard him say that, it was obvious that he also belonged to this company. On second thought, no one had just opened the elevator for him, but he had managed to come up to the 30th floor on his own. One should know that even if someone came to Yang Dong, they needed to be notified in advance to help open the elevator. Otherwise the 30th floor wouldn't have been accessible at all. So, who the hell is he? The three men looked at each other, then nodded to each other. So they looked at Su Haochen and said, "Hello boss." Su Haochen nodded with a slight smile and said, "Worthy of being Yang Dong's hand-picked secretary, it's really smart enough." Su Haochen's words meant that he admitted it, and the three people were so excited that they surrounded Su Haochen. Even Dongqing stopped crying and replaced her face with an innocent smile. They also didn't realize that the boss would be so young and so handsome with such a good heart, willing to help his subordinates out with things, and with such good hands. For a moment, they simply couldn't find any flaws from Su Haochen. Dongqing was even directly excited and jumped into Su Haochen's arms, saying, "Boss, thank you. I will work hard to repay you in the future." Su Haochen just wanted to gently push Dongqing away, but his arm was grabbed by Sun Fangfei, shaking it vigorously, saying as he did so, "Boss, you still say you're Mr. Yang's friend, why did you lie to us? Really?" Sun Fangfei, even pampered, or Zhu Yali, mature and stable some, smiled at Su Haochen, said, "I told you that looking at your aura, you're not an ordinary person at first glance. But I didn't expect that the entrepreneur who owns so many companies would be so young." Entrepreneur? Su Haochen froze. No one had ever called him that before. However, he would never dare to bear that name. Although it was said that he now had quite a few industries under his name, they were all obtained by the system to help him. If he were to let himself personally operate them, I'm afraid that within a few days, he would bring the company to a yellowish state. So the title of entrepreneur, he would never dare to take it. But being called so, it still sounds quite comfortable. At this time Sun Fangfei asked again, "Boss, How old are you? I'm 21 years old. You're not younger than me, are you? Su Haochen laughed. I'm 98 and I'm 20. Ha! Sun Fengfei's mouth opened wide. Dong Chang, too, directly popped out of Su Haochen's arms, and even Zhu Yali looked at Su Haochen with a shocked face. What? Do I look old? Su Haochen said half-jokingly. No, Sun Fengfei hurriedly explained. Just, shouldn't you still be in school if you're 20? How come? Yeah, I'm really still in school, Su Haochen said. I'm currently a junior at CSTC, but I'm still a trustee of CSTC. The three were shocked again, and with their experience, they naturally knew what was going on with the school manager. It was just that Sun Fengfei was a little less experienced and asked, Zhonghai University of Science and Technology? It's supposed to be a public school. How come there are still school directors? Juarez laughed. Fifi you're still inexperienced. Take your time and learn. You'll understand more and more in the future. Sun Fengfei pouted in protest, but nothing was said, because having little experience was indeed a shortcoming for her. But with her education, her ability to learn, and her youth, she was sure she would never be worse than those two. The three female secretaries who were just now on the same page were now secretly competing. All of them were thinking of showing themselves extremely well in front of Su Haochen, the young and promising boss, so they ran to serve tea and get chairs. Looking at the three beautiful women surrounding him, Su Haochen was even a little too happy to be there. Around 5 p.m., Su Haochen heard the elevator door open and said, "It should be Yang Dong coming back." The elevator was far away, so the three women didn't hear it. Seeing Su Haochen say so, adhering to the principle of absolute trust, he hurriedly went out to greet him. Sure enough, they saw Yang Dong, but rushed back with disheveled hair. Chapter 117 Looking for a fight, above. What's wrong with you, Mr. Yang? Zhu Yali said. Yang Dong let out a long sigh and headed for his office, and hearing Zhu Yali's voice, Su Haochen also walked out and saw that Yang Dong's hair was disheveled and the clothes on his body were torn. Even two of the buttons were missing, and I couldn't help but wonder. Yang Dong also saw Su Haochen and nodded his head, saying, "Why did you come over, boss?" Su Haochen said, "I came over to take a look." "Don't talk about me first. How did you become like this? Is there anyone else in the whole of Shanghai who dares to mess with you?" Yang Dong let out a long sigh and said, "It's Sun Changhua, that asshole. He asked me out today, saying that he still has some information in his hand and wants to give it to me, indicating that he wanted to redeem himself and wanted me to leave it alone. I went ahead without much thought. I didn't expect him to ambush me there with his men, and if I hadn't been extra careful ahead of time and taken a few bodyguards with me, I wouldn't have made it back today. I just didn't expect that the person beside Sun Changhua was actually that powerful, for bodyguards couldn't stop him, and if I hadn't driven faster, I'm afraid I would have been accounted for there today." "What about those bodyguards?" Su Haochen asked. "I don't know," Yang Dong replied. "All I was thinking about was escaping. I had to save my life first, or else our whole Jinyuan street would be in disarray because of my accident." Su Haochen nodded. Yang Dong's choice was indeed not wrong. This is not the time for any master and servant to live and die together. There is no fear of not having wood to burn. Just Su Haochen narrowed his eyes and thought with hatred, "This Sun Changhua is not small in guts. How dare he touch my people?" So he asked, "That guy next to him is a martial arts practitioner, right?" Yang Dong nodded and said, It must be a martial artist. And it's not just any martial artist. It definitely has internal energy. Those bodyguards of mine, each one of them is an expert who can fight with 1 against 10. All of them are retired special forces recruited with heavy pay. But under him, all 4 men teamed up were so unbeatable that it only bought me a few seconds to escape. Even after I drove, the man spaced out and broke the glass in the back of the car. "How far were you from him at that time?" Su Haochen asked. Yang Dong said thoughtfully, "It wasn't far. It must have been only 4 or 5 meters. But by that time my car was already moving and it should have been impossible for him to chase." Su Haochen nodded. When the car was just started, it wasn't really fast, and if it only ran 4 or 5 meters away, with Su Haochen's ability now, he could actually catch up. As for 5 meters away, breaking the car glass with 1 palm, the current Su Haochen could also do it. Su Haochen concluded that the person Sun Changhua was looking for wasn't his opponent and said, "Mr. Yang, don't worry. If that Sun Changhua dares to touch you, I will definitely not let him go." Yang Dong also said in exasperation, "That's right, he mustn't be spared. I was just too merciful to net him before. Instead of sending him in completely, they just let him out after 2 days of detention. I expected him to repent, but I didn't expect him to return the favor. This time I'm going to make sure he gets in, and the kind that can't get out." Su Haochen shook his head and said, "There's no need. Since he chose to find a martial artist to deal with you, then we'll do the same to him." From Yang Dong's words just now, Su Haochen knew that people called people who practiced martial arts martial artists. so there was no more talk about practicing martial arts, lest Yang Dong think he didn't understand. Just as Yang Dong looked at Su Haochen in doubt, Su Haochen continued, "You make another appointment with him, and tell him that you're afraid of him, and want to save a life and are ready to give him the information on Jinyuan Street." This, Yang Dong hesitated. "Boss, are you planning to arrange an ambush to wait for him there?" "I don't agree with that. The guy he had with him was just too good. I don't think with our bodyguards, even if there were 20 of us, we'd be a match for him." Su Haochen smiled faintly. "Who said I'm going to use bodyguards? What should I do then?" Yang Dong said in disbelief. Su Haochen said, "I'll go with you. I'm enough on my own." Seeing that Yang Dong was still hesitating, Zhu Yali opened her mouth. "Mr. Yang, you probably don't know that the boss can do martial arts. Look over there." Saying that, he reached out and pointed to the pen that Su Haochen had just fixed on the wall. Yang Dong was shocked and asked, "Did the boss make this?" Zhu Yali nodded and briefly recounted what had just happened. Yang Dong was immediately impressed. Originally, he thought that Su Haochen only had a lot of money and good looks, but he didn't expect that he had such strong martial arts. But he still had some hesitation in his heart and said to Su Haochen, "Boss, I'm afraid it's a bit of a bad idea to let you take the risk yourself." Su Haochen said, "There's nothing wrong with that. He bullied my people, so naturally I'm going to go and get it back myself. It's a done deal. You call and ask him out now. The sooner we meet the better." Seeing that Su Haochen's mind was made up, Yang Dong didn't persuade anything else. He directly called Sun Changhua and asked him to come out to meet as Su Haochen said. Sun Changhua on the other end of the phone laughed loudly and said, "Yang Dong, if you had known it would come to this, why did you have to do it in the first place?" Yang Dong said in order to act a little more like an actor. "It's only because I was careless in thinking you could repent that I didn't let you in completely, but it was my own choice, and wrong is wrong, and now I naturally pay for my mistakes. Now I can't beat you, so I'll give you the Golden Street information. If and when I'm able to later, I'll still get the field back." Sun Chenghua's laughter intensified and said, "Yang Dong, your kid is bright and open. Compared to you, I, Sun Changhua, am indeed a villain. Under such circumstances, you even dare to say something about seeking revenge in the future. Either way, I admire you. I promise you that I won't take your life as long as you hand over Cam Yuan Street to me, and give you the chance to find a way to take revenge on me. If you do, this Golden Origin Street, I'll just give it back to you." Sun Fruit looked like he was winning, and the voice inside the phone, Su Haochen heard clearly, secretly shook his head. This Sun Changhua is a treacherous villain, absolutely impossible to be so kind. If he really handed over Jinyuan Street, he would definitely choose to kill Yang Dong to silence him. "Alright, you don't need to talk nonsense," Yang Dong said. "Name a time, the sooner the better. I'm afraid of a long night. I can't stand it if your people come sneaking up on me, so let's meet now if we can." Sun Changhua said, "Forget it now, let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock I'll go to the Golden Resources building to find you, and then we'll sign the contract on site. I want to see you pack up and get out." Yang Dong said yes and hung up the phone. Su Haochen said, "This Sun Sungkook is a cutie, is he? What contract is he signing with you? You're just the general manager here. What right do you have to give up Jinyuan Street to him?" Yang Dong shook his head and spoke, "I don't know either, but from what I know about Sun Sengoku, that man is so shrewd that it's impossible for him not to think of this." "That's quite strange," Su Haochen said, but on second thought, opened his mouth. "Forget it, soldier up. Don't worry about him. Meet him here tomorrow and come over tomorrow morning too." Jan Don added, "Boss, please come over early tomorrow morning. If you can, it's best if we get here together at 8 o'clock or so. I'm worried that Sun Changhua will play some tricks." "I know," Su Haochen said. "He's likely to stage a surprise attack. By the way, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, you pick me up at Chentangi Peen and I'll come with you." Chapter 118 Looking for a Fight, below. Yang Dong nodded in agreement, and after a few more brief words between the several people, Su Haochen entrusted the 3 secretaries to Yang Dong again. Then he left alone, and a few people wanted to go to see them off, but were stopped by Su Haochen. Su Haochen had originally thought of contacting In Zero after he came back. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for many days, and still missed her a bit. But now it looks like there are things to do in the morning. If he said that bringing In Zero would be dangerous, and if he didn't bring her, he would make her worry. So, why don't you just not contact her for now, and wait until you're done with your own affairs, then talk to her. That night, Su Haochen took a bath and went to bed early again, and before going to sleep, he sent Yang Dong a locator. He got up the next day for his routine check-in and was rather disappointed with what he got. 1 billion Chinese coins, C-level reward. For him, signing up to get money is basically the same as not signing up. Yang Dong called to say that he had arrived at the door of Chentangi Peen, and Su Haochen told him to report his name to the doorman and drive downstairs. As expected, After reporting Su Haochen's name, no one at the gate guard dared to stop him at all, and Yang Dong just drove his car directly to the entrance of Su Haochen's villa. Su Haochen got into the car and saw that Yang Dong was no longer in a mess like yesterday, changed his clothes and looked a lot more spirited. Smilingly, he spoke to Su Haochen. "Boss is really great. This whole Chintangipine area is yours. When can I also get a suite to live here?" Su Haochen laughed. "Isn't this easy? Just wait until the end of the year and give you a set as a year-end bonus." Yang Dong was flattered and flustered. This, boss, I'm just kidding. I've gotten enough in Jinyuan Street. Don't dare to ask for more. Don't dare to ask for more. Su Haochen shook his head slightly and said, "You're joking, but I'm taking it seriously." "Okay, it's settled. I'll send you a set later. As long as this year's photo has a certain breakthrough compared to last year, then you can pick any villa here. You just want that from me. I'll give it to you." Yang Dong hurriedly nodded his head and thanked him. Although Su Haochen said so, he simply didn't have the guts to ask for Su Haochen's set, unless he didn't want to live. And he also knows that Chen Tangiping Villa is also divided into grades. Su Haochen, although he picks at random, but he also dares to pick only the lowest grade. Su Haochen didn't really care about this, and he also knew that Yang Dong couldn't possibly go for the set he lived in. As for the others, if they haven't been rented out yet, it's up to him to take his pick. Anyway, these villas could not all be rented out, and when the time came, they could well be given as rewards to those who had done outstanding work. Like today, at 8:30, Yang Dong and Su Haochen arrived at the office on the 30th floor of the Golden Resources building. Drinking the tea made by his secretary, Su Haochen learned more about the situation of Jinyuan Street from Yang Dong's report. Although he said he wasn't really interested in that, there really wasn't much else to do at the moment. However, from Yang Dong's report, it can be seen that Yang Dong's working ability is definitely very strong, and this Jinyuan Street is considered to be well organized under his governance. There can be a little bit of flaws, but they don't affect the overall benefit. In an average month, the net profit of the entire Jinyuan Street could reach more than $5 billion. The time came to 9:30, and as expected by Su Haochen and Yang Dong, Sun Changhua arrived early. "Call Yang Dong and ask him to open the elevator for the 30th floor." Su Haochen nodded, so Yang Dong did as he was told. Soon, Sun Changhua came up, followed by a person, looking less than 30 years old, with his head down and his hands behind his back. He had an uninviting look, as if he was blind to everything. In order to know himself and his enemy, Su Haochen directly cast the detection art, learned that his battle strength is 2,800, according to his own 3680, a lot worse, but also put down his heart. Before, for safety's sake, Su Haochen had deliberately hidden a fruit knife in his sleeve. He'd gotten the popular fast knife chop from the system, and with a knife on him, it was still safe, even faster than a gun. But you can't carry around a machete, can you? So it fell back on the fruit knife. With his ability, he could perform the same slash even with a fruit knife. Su Haochen nodded toward Yang Dong, signaling him to rest assured. Yang Dong will understand. Directly raised his hand as a big ear scraping, smashed in the face of Sun Changhua. It had directly blinded Sun Changhua, and even the person he brought next to him was stunned, obviously not expecting that Yang Dong would suddenly make a move. Mainly because I didn't expect that Yang Dong would dare to hit someone. Sun Changhua also stormed. He thought that Yang Dong might play tricks, but he did not expect it to be so direct. Straight away, he rushed to his side. Go, kill him for me." The man was just about to strike when Su Haochen instantly arrived in front of him and punched out. The man didn't react and took 2 steps backwards, surprise in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that there were still experts here. However, from Su Haochen's punch, he judged that the visitor was not his opponent, and put his heart down. With an explosive cry, he charged at Su Haochen again. Su Haochen also understood that his punch didn't give him much of a threat, and originally he was just testing it out. It was important to know that what Su Haochen was least good at was actually boxing. Nope, instead of not being good at it, he won't be good at it at all. Just when that person was about to get close to Su Haochen performed Lingbo Weibo under his feet, instantly closing in on that person. Feeling that the distance was about right, he kicked out. The force of the 12 rows of tan legs was so powerful, coupled with his 10 years of strength, it directly caused the man to fly out backwards and hit the wall. Su Haochen didn't intend to let him off the hook, and performed light energy to stick up again. A foot stomped on the man's chest, anchoring it directly to the wall. The man's hands desperately pounded Su Haochen's legs, but in Su Haochen's senses, it was like tickling him. Su Haochen, with a cold face and a deep voice, asked, "Who are you? Why are you helping him?" The man was being stepped on by Su Haochen, and even struggled to speak, stammering, but Su Haochen was still able to discern what he said. "Let go of me, or else our Lin family won't let you go." Still talking tough at this hour. The Lin family? What is the Lin family? As Su Haochen said that, His foot was about to exert force again. At this time, Yang Dong suddenly walked over to Su Haochen's side, lying on his ear and whispering, "If he's really a member of the Lin family, it's not really good for us to hurt him." Su Haochen frowned. Why? Does this Lin family eat people? Originally, because of Lin Mengzhu, he didn't have a good feeling about that Lin character. Now that he heard someone threatening him under the banner of the so-called Lin family, he even wanted to put his foot down and just shoot him. Yang Dong explained, "That Lin family is a big family. I don't know how, but 2 years ago they came to Shanghai. Even the power of this branch of Shanghai is not something we can fight against in Golden Origin Street. As for just how powerful the Lin family's headquarters are, we can't even imagine it. And we don't even know where the Lin family's headquarters are." When Su Haochen heard this, he became interested. He had also heard about the so-called big families. Previously, when he had used his detection technique to check Ling Fan, he had known that there was such a great family. I just don't know how this Lin family compares to the Ling family. However, although Su Haochen was cautious, but people had already bullied him to the head, and he was definitely not one to admit defeat. So he said, "Tell me about the Lin family and you can live. Otherwise, die." Chapter 119 What Happens to Traitors, above. Su Haochen knew that if he kept stepping on him, it would be very hard for him to talk, so they took their feet away. The man was originally suspended in the air, and suddenly, without external support, he fell directly to the ground. Just now, under Su Haochen's men, he had suffered quite a serious injury. His 2 legs were unsteady, and he directly went limp on the ground. Su Haochen looked at him with a teasing face. "I advise you, it's better to be honest. I don't understand exactly how strong your what's-his-name Lin family's background is though, but now that you're alone in my hands, it's up to me what I want to do with you." The man was breathing heavily, and it did seem like he was struggling a bit to speak now. Beside him, Sun Chengwa stared in horror and had also become unsteady on his feet. But instead of being erect like this man, he leaned against the wall. At least, he was once the vice president of this Jinyuan Street, and even at this point in time, he was still thinking of maintaining the poise of his alter ego. As for Su Haochen's 3 female secretaries, they stood by the side with excited faces, watching Su Haochen perform alone. "I'm so excited. Am almost there clapping and hollering." The place where Yang Dong was standing was not far from Sun Chengwa, and he was holding a stick inside his hand, as if he was looking at Sun Chengwa. Once he made a move, the odds were that Yang Dong would just rush up and beat him to the ground with a bat. If he can't deal with martial artists, he can't deal with Sun Chengwa? Su Haochen looked at the man still panting and asked, "Are you still breathing? Though I say that your stature is nothing with me, I still have some accuracy about my own strikes just now. Not so much that you can't get your breath straight away. Say it. Stop stalling. Or do you think you can run away on your own? Or get the word out and have someone come to your rescue?" The man seemed to have resigned himself to his fate when he heard Su Haochen say that. Indeed, it was indeed difficult to run out when one was now in the hands of others. Su Haochen wasn't afraid that he would run. After all, the knife he had hidden in his sleeve hadn't been used yet. Once he dared to run, he would just fly out with a knife and could definitely kill him on the spot. It's just that Su Haochen didn't want to do that if he didn't have to. If we are talking about really getting people killed, then I am afraid that it is really not going to end well. Listening to Yang Dong, the Lin family that person was in was very large. It was just that Su Haochen guessed that this person should be in the Lin family, and was not an important character. If it was really an important person from a big family, then it should have pretty strong skills. And how could a character like that be in Sun Sungkook's company, and coming to the punch for him, which is next to impossible? In Su Haochen's eyes, this person should be a hitman hired by Sun Chengwa. At that moment, the man spoke. "My name is Lin Zhe-su. I'm a member of the Lin family. If you guys are sensible, you'd better let go of me. I can forget about it." Su Haochen smiled disdainfully. "You're in this ing state and you're telling me that you're not to blame? Does it matter what your name is? Also Lin Zhe-su. Why do I get the feeling you're insulting the pronunciation of the name?" Lin Zhe-su also snorted coldly and said, "If you dare to hurt me today, the Lin family will not let you go." Su Haochen shook his head and said, "No, no, no. The question now is not whether or not your Lin family is willing to let me go, but whether or not I will let you go." With those words, he reached out and pointed at Sun Chengwa. "This man was supposed to be one of my men, and now he's a traitor. And you're an enabler. What do you think I'm going to do to you? Tell me, how much did he pay you? And what was his purpose?" Lin Zhe-su laughed. "Me helping him? How does he deserve me to help him?" Su Haochen frowned once. "He doesn't deserve your help? Then tell me, what exactly do you mean?" Su Haochen's gaze grew chilly, and even his tone carried the slightest hint of coldness, but Lin Zhe-su snorted coldly and stopped talking. Su Haochen really wanted to directly torture and force a confession here, but it suddenly occurred to him that although his current martial arts were not weak, He didn't know any means of torturing and forcing a confession. If he really did take 2 stabs at him in the simplest and roughest way possible, it probably wouldn't end very well back there either. It was better not to use this trick until it was absolutely necessary. After all, he was not helpless now. Although this Lin Zexu does not open his mouth, but isn't there this Sun Chengwa. When he turned his head to look at him just now, he realized that Sun Chengwei was basically on the verge of becoming unsteady on his feet. It was definitely easier to deal with such a person than it was to deal with that Lin Zexu from the big family. Su Haochen rushed at Yang Dong and said, "Find a place to lock this person up." Saying that, he slapped his palm across the air and struck Lin Zexu's body. Lin Zexu was knocked out by this slap before he had time to react. He didn't suffer any serious injuries, but was only sealed by Su Haochen's acupoints with his true qi. Just leave the next thing to Yang Dong. He must have trusted people around him. Let them handle it, and Su Haochen didn't bother. So slowly, he walked next to Sun Chengwa. Zhu Yali thoughtfully brought over a chair with a rather thick small cushion on it and invited Su Haochen to sit down. Su Haochen didn't excuse himself and sat down directly. Zhu Yali massaged Su Haochen's shoulders with her small hands. "As you press it, you say, 'The boss is so good.'" Sun Fengfei handed over a cup of tea, while Dongqing squatted there to pound Su Haochen's legs. Su Haochen gently waved his hand. "You guys get busy first. No need to mind me here." The 3 people all left Su Haochen's side with disappointed faces. If they were to choose, they would rather surround Su Haochen all the time. Now in their hearts, they probably already didn't just think of Su Haochen as a boss so simple, but already as a male godlike figure. I'm afraid that Su Haochen can easily pick up any of them by casually hooking his finger now. Or maybe it's not impossible to pick up all 3 of them at once. Although the 3 people left Su Haochen's side, they didn't go far, but stood aside to continue watching. There's not much work to be done right now anyway. Su Haochen looked at Sun Chengwa and said, "This seems to be the first time the 2 of us have met, but I've heard of your great name. I believe you should know who I am, so will you just come clean and say it, or will I use some means to make you say it?" Sun Chengwa naturally knew that the person in front of him was the boss who had previously been offended by his son Sun Xiao. It was also because of Sun Xiao that their whole family was targeted by this boss. In his heart, he naturally hated Su Haochen very much, and, of course, hated his own son even more. But now that he had seen Su Haochen's methods, he simply didn't dare to generate a bit of hatred in his heart, because he knew that if someone like Su Haochen wanted to get him killed, it wouldn't be much different from crushing an ant. Boss Su, Sun Chengwa stammered. I'll tell you. What are you going to ask? I'll be honest." Su Haochen smiled and nodded. "Those who recognize the time are handsome. To reach today's achievement, you Sun Chengwei is not a little cute. Alright, tell me, what's your relationship? This man, again, what is he? How did you come to a consensus? What's the goal?" Su Haochen asked several questions in a row, but Sun Chengwa froze there. Chapter 120 The End of Traitors. Next, looking at Sun Chengwa's frothing appearance, Su Haochen added, "What? Did I ask too many questions at once for you to respond? Don't tell me that Sun Chengwa, the previous vice president of this Jin Yuan Street, who had his heart set on seeking power and usurping the throne, only has this much intelligence? No. Can react. Sun Chengwa hurriedly said. He was afraid that Su Haochen would be dissatisfied and rush over to kick himself. He knew the terrifying stature of that Lin Zexu. With Lin Zex's ability under Su Haochen couldn't even get through a single move, let alone this old arm and leg of his. Hurry continued. "Yes, it was this man he found me. He said he's a member of the Lin family, and he can help me take back Cam Yuan Street and make me the hand of Cam Yuan Street." I didn't believe him, but he showed his skill and crushed a stone with a direct hand. I'm sure it was really a rock and not a trick he did on purpose. So under his threat, I had to ask Yang Dong out. It wasn't me who reached out to him. "Oh, is that so?" Su Haochen smiled playfully. "Under his threat, you had to ask out Yang Dong? You mean you originally didn't actually want to ask Yang Dong out? Rather, you had no choice but to do it at the request of this Lin Zexu, didn't you?" Sun Chengwa nodded his head repeatedly and said, Yes, it is true that I did not mean to harm Yang Dong. He let me off the hook before. How can I be gracious enough to return the favor?" Sun Chengwa said, surreptitiously squinting his eyes to survey Su Haochen. At this time, Yang Dong had already dragged Lin Zexu to the side and was not in Sun Chengwa's line of sight. Su Haochen said, "You've picked yourself off pretty well. It's really just the 2 of you getting what you want, and you don't have to lie to me, because it won't make any kind of difference to the outcome." Sun Chengwa also guessed that the probability of his lie could not be hidden from Su Haochen. There was a bit of a struggle, but now there's no hope in sight, so with a disappointed face, he lowered his head and resigned himself to the truth. "Indeed he found me. I'm not lying about that, but there were no threats. That was something we agreed on. That's like a human word," Su Haochen said. It's just that all he can do to help you is to take back Kingston Street and put you in control. And what is his purpose? Why do you want to work with you? Sun Changwa gritted his teeth as if he had made a great determination and said, his purpose is you. Sun Changwa said, gathering a lot of courage and looking up at Su Haochen. But Su Haochen remained calm and wasn't as surprised as he thought he would be. So Sun Changwa asked in disbelief, you're not surprised? Su Haochen shook his head. There's nothing to be surprised about. I had probably guessed that when I was talking to him just now. Sun Cheng's domestic heart was incomparably shocked and secretly thought, whether he really guessed it or is now deliberately pretending to me here, then he's definitely not even a city I can deal with. I'm so foolish as to try to snatch Golden Origin Street from such a person. I'm really digging my own grave. Sun Chengwa thought of this and said with a miserable smile, Boss Su, you are indeed ruthless enough. Losing to you is not unfair to me. Feel free to do what you want with me, but I would also like to ask you to please, on the basis that we, father and son, are considered to be of some merit here, to be able to have a high hand and spare my son, though he has offended you before. I alone bear all this guilt. Su Haochen made a pondering gesture, and Sun Changwa only hesitated when he was, which thought Su Haochen said after thinking for a few seconds. Oh, so that Sun Chao is your son. If you didn't say it, I almost forgot about him. Of course Sun Changwa knew that Su Haochen was deliberately trying to anger him. It happened just a few days ago. How could it be forgotten so quickly? But now he didn't dare to say anything, and could only say with a smile on his face, yes, a small character like us doesn't deserve to be remembered by Boss Su. You just treat him like a fart and let him go. Su Haochen said, when you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. I'll give you father and son a chance to turn yourselves into the Public Security Bureau with the relevant evidence of your crimes. This is your only hope of surviving. Otherwise you should know the consequences. I don't think that Sun Chao is married yet, right? If you do as I say, you'll still have a chance to get out. Otherwise, what awaits you must be a broken son. Frightened, Sun Changwa almost fell to the ground. But fortunately, there was a wall behind him, and he was barely able to support himself. Right, did he say why he wants to deal with me? Su Haochen asked again. Although he said that he didn't hold much hope that he could ask anything from Sun Changwa here, he still asked tentatively. Sun Changwa shook his head in horror and said repeatedly, no, he just told me that when the time comes, I'll own Golden Resources Street and he'll own the owner of Golden Resources Street. Su Haochen nodded. Sun Changwa's answer didn't surprise him, then said, all right, get lost. You're not really welcome here. You are restricted to turn yourself in with your son by 5 p.m. tonight. Otherwise, you two will be reunited underground by 5:30. Or you can challenge me to see if I'm capable of such a thing, or if you have the ability to do so. Sun Changwa nodded his head in a hurry. Don't dare to go against Mr. Su's words. I'll go now. After saying that, he left as if he had fled. Today was supposed to be his last day of freedom out there. He was going to get some good food and a massage or something. After all, there was going to be a good long time spent inside for the rest of the day. As for how long, he didn't know. With the crimes he has committed, even if he stays in and can't get out, it's quite possible. Of course, Sun Changwa also left an eye out and would not completely hand over the evidence of the crime. Instead, he would proceed in a gradual manner, striving to minimize his sentence within the limits tolerated by both the public security authorities and Su Haochen. After all, he has a lot of savings waiting to be spent if he still gets out. Just as Sun Changwa was about to get on the elevator, Su Haochen called out to him. Wait! Sun Changwa heard, hurriedly stood to help the footsteps, looked back at Su Haochen and said, Su, Boss Su, what else do you want? Su Haochen said, I'll allow you to turn over less evidence of your crimes, but both you and your son will have to spend at least 10 full years in there. Also, I don't want to see another dime in you or your son's bank account until you're in there. If you want to sneak a turn out, you can try that too, or you could argue that right now I don't know how much money is in your accounts. Sun Changwa was sweating coldly, and his original conception was that 5 years in there would be about right. When he came out, he still had the strength to enjoy himself, even though he said he wasn't young anymore. In 10 years, I'm afraid he'd be an old man, and he has to be made to hand over all his savings. So what's the point of him coming out? It would be better to simply retire in it, at least in terms of having a place to eat and sleep every day. However, in the face of Su Haochen's demands, he didn't dare to resist at all. As for whether or not Su Haochen knew how much money was in his account now, Sun Changwa didn't dare to bet at all. Once which piece of himself is not doing the right thing now, and then angered Su Haochen, then I'm afraid that really, even the little life cannot be saved. Chapter 121, First Arrival in Beijing, above. After dismissing Sun Changwa, Yang Dong returned and said to Su Haochen, I'm afraid it's not a permanent solution, even though I've got the man locked up. Although this place is quite big, I'm afraid it's not possible to hide such a person. And boss, you can't be here every day. If he really breaks the rope and runs out, the few of us, none of us can stop him. And, Su Haochen knew what young Dong wanted to say, and there was danger. It just seems like I'm greedy and scared of death that way, so it's a bit of a mouthful. So instead of having to force him to go on, he just nodded and spoke. I know, and it was a momentary expedient for me to lock him up first. I actually haven't figured out exactly what to do. If you can't, call the police to deal with it. Sun Chenghua and the two of them when they came to the door to cause trouble. Young Dong shook his head and said, Boss, I'm afraid that's not a good idea. If he really was a member of the Lin family, with the Lin family's background in Zhonghai, they would definitely be able to bail him out as well. By then our secret here should be leaked. Su Haochen said with a light sigh. They shouldn't be telling lies. People are coming for me this time. That being said, I don't know exactly why they rushed me, but it's not a bad thing to have a handful of defense first. As for the man, Su Haochen's eyes revealed a ferocious glint as he whispered a few words into Yang Dong's ear. Even with someone as knowledgeable as Yang Dong, he could not help but shiver. This, boss, will this work? What? You don't dare? Su Haochen said. Yang Dong was obviously a bit flustered and stammered. I really haven't done that. I know you haven't done that, Su Haochen said, but you should know that those who achieve great things do not take small things seriously. If we want to keep moving up the ladder, this is the kind of thing that we're going to have to be exposed to sooner or later, and if you don't do it to others, then maybe someday someone will do it to us. Think about it, and if you really can't do it, you call me, I'll naturally arrange for someone else to do it, Su Haochen said, turned around and walked towards the elevator. The three female secretaries rushed to send it out. Su Haochen gently waved his hand to indicate that they didn't need to send them out any further, so he left alone in the elevator. Yang Dong froze there. He naturally understands what Su Haochen means. If he can't do it, he will find someone else to do it. Then this position of general manager of King Yuan Street should be given to someone else. So, after hesitating for a moment, he followed Su Haochuan's instructions and went to the place where Lin Zhe-su was being held. Lin Zhe-su was still unconscious, his body knotted with ropes. Originally, he came here with confidence, thinking that both Golden Source Street and its owner were under his control. He was waiting to return to the Lin family to take credit for his work, but he didn't realize that he was going to disappear from this world without realizing it. Not a single trace left. After Su Haochen left, he directly called to find Yin Ziru. The two ate lunch together, and Su Haochen gave him a brief account of what had happened in the past few days. Of course, the fight on Jinyuan Street was brushed off by him. He didn't want Yin Ziru to worry. Although he said that he knew that Yin Ziru also came from a big family, he knew even more that Yin Ziru's origin could never compare to those so-called big families. After lunch, Su Haochen made a few more phone calls. First with the dormitory boss, informing Zhao Wenhan that they should sign up for that math competition. Zhao Wenhan was in a daze and had no idea what was going on. A match like that was simply not something that the students of the Central Sea Technology College could pay attention to, so it's no wonder that Zhao Wenhan doesn't know anything. Under Su Haochen's guidance, Zhao Wenhan finally found the entry point for registration from the official website. He also asked Su Haochen why he had to sign up for such a competition. Wasn't he going to lose face? Su Haochen said you don't have to care. Just think of it as going to a gold plating. I will have my own arrangements when I come back. Su Haochen had originally thought of bringing these people to the competition, and with him there, he would naturally be able to win first place. It can then be taken for granted that the award is a credit to the whole team, and then all these people in the dormitory, along with their girlfriends, were all directly guaranteed admission to the China Sea University of Science and Technology. It's kind of a division. Zhao Wenhan naturally didn't doubt Su Haochen's words, so he went to make contact after putting down the phone. Su Haochen roughly figured out that together with himself, there were 8 people in the dormitory. 5 of them had girlfriends, plus old Six Side should be able to bring Wei Ran along as well. That makes a total of 14 people. 6 to go. There were 3 more over at Yin Ziru's dormitory, so it shouldn't be too difficult to bring them over. That makes 3 more to go. Thinking of this, talk to Yin Ziru. You said that over at your Central Sea University of Science and Technology, the dormitories are all 4 people. Look at our Thai place. 8 people in a dormitory. That's a big difference. In fact, he had wanted to say that if there were 8 people in the dormitory on Factor Ru's side as well, the people could just come together. Or else I'll help you contact the others? Yin Ziru said. She already knew what Su Haochen meant. Forget it. Su Haochen shook his head. You barely go to school usually. How many people can you know now? Now a lot of students at the China Sea University of Science and Technology are waiting to see the joke of this competition. You might as well not talk about it. The ones in your dorm. I'd appreciate it if you could drag them. I'll figure out the rest on my own. Yin Ziru said with a faint smile. Hey, why say thank you to me? Don't worry, I'm sure I can get you those 3 in our dorm. Su Haochen nodded. This was something he was naturally assured of. Inziru, whether it was her status as the school's flower girl or her family's rich background, could definitely achieve the status of a big sister who could say anything in the dormitory. As for the other 3, he'd have to yank them himself. In fact, Inziru didn't really believe that Su Haochen had the ability to take the title. After all, if one had that kind of math ability, there was no way they would have ended up at CSTC even if they had taken the guaranteed route. However, she still chose to support Su Haochen. Even if he really lost face, he was willing to accompany Su Haochen to lose face. If Su Haochen really dropped out of school because of this, Inziru would also choose to leave with him, wherever he goes. The afternoon passed quickly. Just as the two were eating dinner, they received a call from Zhao Wenhan, saying that everything had been arranged over at the dormitory. Unsurprisingly for Su Haochen, together with him and Inziru, their dormitory was able to produce a total of 14 people. But what surprised him was that Lin Mengzhu and Wang Jiechi were also going to sign up for the competition. Su Haochen asked Zhao Wenhan what was going on, and Zhao Wenhan said, "When Wu Shuang and I were talking about it this afternoon, Wang Jiechi happened to pass by and heard it. I didn't ask many questions at the time, but after a while I called and said that she and Lin Mengzhu would like to enroll and asked if our side would accept them. I read the official website that says anyone is eligible to sign up and we don't have the right to not accept it, so I let them do it. It won't be too awkward for you two to meet then, will it? It won't affect your play, will it? If you have problems on your side, I'll give Wang Jiechi a call and persuade the two of them not to compete." Chapter 122, First Arrival in Beijing. Next. "No need," Su Haochen said. "It's everyone's right to sign up for the race if they want to, so let them." Originally, Su Haochen was worried that there were still 3 people missing, and if the two of them could really compete, then there would only be 1 person missing, so spoke to Zhao Wenhan. "Here's the deal. You pull another guy for me, whoever it is, as long as you're on good terms with him. You tell him there's going to be a big surprise when you get back. You'd better rank them in order of how they relate to you, from front to back, because this time the surprise is big, so big that it may be more than you can handle," Su Haochen said half-jokingly. Of course, he was telling the truth. From the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology, all of a sudden it became China Sea University of Science and Technology. The gold content of the certificate after graduation is more than 100 times that of the previous one. Zhao Wenhan didn't continue to ask Su Haochen what kind of surprise he had. He also knew that if Su Haochen didn't want to say, it was useless for him to ask. But since Su Haochen had guaranteed so much, there was certainly no reason to snub him, so he also agreed. With his Zhao Wenhan's calling power, recruiting another person should definitely not be a problem. No one would have thought that the competition that was originally a competition that only the China Sea University of Science and Technology was qualified to participate in every year, this year had unexpectedly become the home of the China Sea College of Science and Technology in this way. Apart from Inziru and the 4 of them, the other 16 people, all of them were students of the Shanghai Science and Technology Academy, including Su Haochen, the leader. The next 2 days passed uneventfully. Su Haochen symbolically handed out some questions to everyone, which were review materials about the math competition. The 2 of them, he and Inziru, were also under the banner of studying, getting serious and mushy together, doing something shameless. As for Wang Jiechi and Lin Mengzhu's revision materials, Su Haochen had Zhao Wenhan forward them on his behalf. Although it was said that he and Wang Jiechi also had WeChat, and he hadn't unfriended Lin Mengzhu, he still subconsciously didn't want to contact these 2 people. Of course he didn't know that the heroic rescue at the barbecue restaurant back then had already changed Wang Jiechi's attitude towards him. It's not an exaggeration to say that you want to give your life away. For those individual questions, Inziru actually couldn't understand them, though there are some relatively basic, in fact, advanced math facts that were learned in the first semester of freshman year, right at the beginning of the semester. But unfortunately Inziru didn't take a few classes. It was her 3 roommates, on the contrary, who seemed to have researched it well. From time to time, I call to ask Su Haochen for advice on issues. Inziru admired Su Haochen in her heart, but was somewhat sour. It was her roommate, but she was a girl after all, calling Su Haochen all day long. Inziru, as the rightful girlfriend, naturally did not feel good in her heart. Saturday's check-in resulted in a God-given competitive gaming talent. Although it was an A-rank reward, Su Haochen didn't care at all, because he spent most of his time, even before, soaking up web novels. The game will be played some, but it won't take too long, and most of those games require kryptonite, and he used to be so poor that he didn't have much of a gaming experience at all. But with the only gaming experience he had, he could also tell that there were a lot of memories flooding his brain that hadn't been there before. He is now, indeed, a master of the game. He just wasn't even interested in experiencing it. He preferred playing Inziru to playing games. Ah shucks, should be playing with Inziru. As for Sunday, got a mall in Shanghai called Huayuan. He had been to this place before. It was a pretty civilianized mall. Inside are electronics in addition to some of the food and clothing items sold in supermarkets. The scale was not even comparable to that of the Golden Source Street. It was only a C-level reward, and it was worth only about $1 billion. So Su Haochen didn't care at all either. The person in charge, Zhang Yuan, called him, and he casually instructed him to just continue down the road in the same way as before. On Sunday night, Su Haochen led a group of people to the capital of the Chinese nation, Jinghua City. Compared to Shanghai, it is actually more prosperous. Only they had seen the endless stream of streets with people coming and going since they got out of the train station. Everyone walks as if they are in a hurry. The group of them were idly strolling down the street, as if they were an anomaly in the crowd. Do people in this big city walk like this? Wu Shuang said. What's the hurry? They're all in one way or another. The pace of life in a big city is fast. Inziru explained to everyone. At this time of year, they should either be rushing off to their night shifts or busy going home to look after their families. Inziru had lived in a big city and more or less understood it. The pace of life in this Jinghua city was actually much faster than even Shanghai. Behind the prosperity, there are always some unknown heartaches. Su Haochen sighed in his heart, thinking that it was better to have a small city. I hope I can one day return to the peace that I have back home. The system's voice was heard in his head. The moment the host gets the reverse heavenly system, it's probably already destined to have nothing to do with a peaceful life. Su Haochen sighed lightly. In fact, he also knew this. It's just that if he had to choose, he would still choose to get the system, because the existence of this system changed so much for him. He wasn't going to be stupid enough to think that he'd rather not have this system if he could resume his peaceful life. If there was no system, it would still be the same poor ex-silk he was at the beginning. How could he be surrounded by stars like he is today? Lin Mengzhu and Wang Jiaqi were farther away from Su Haochen. Lin Mengzhu intentionally didn't lean towards him, but Wang Jiaqi was always trying to pull her closer to Su Haochen. But Lin Mengzhu refused every time, and Wang Jiaqi didn't dare to say anything more. In the evening, Su Haochen brought everyone to stay at the Mingyang Hotel. He also didn't reveal his identity as the owner, but just paid to enter as a consumer. It didn't happen at the time to be looked down upon and then acted out and punched in the face. The quality of a big city like Kyowa City is still very high. Of course, if you really can't afford it, then I'm afraid those security guards of theirs will throw you out in a ball. After arranging for hotel accommodations, Su Haochen arranged for a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Since we have a competition tomorrow morning, everyone is drinking instead of alcohol. Su Haochen raised his glass and wished everyone good results in tomorrow's exam. But everyone had an awkward smile on their face. Indeed, no one thought they would do well on the test. But Su Haochen raised his glass, and they could only respond. Su Haochen also saw everyone's expressions and said, "You guys don't have to worry about it. Just think of it as a trip over to have some fun. Write as much as you can about it and grow a bit. It's a world-class competition, and it's honor enough to be able to participate once. Didn't it say that anyone could sign up to compete?" Wei Ran said. 3 black lines popped up on Su Haochen's face. Thinking darkly, "You're still really exactly like that would-be boyfriend of yours. All straight as steel. Can't you hear that I'm trying to comfort everyone?" Of course, that didn't come out of his mouth. Yu Hao also gently pinched Wei Ran under the table. Wei Ran looked at him with a puzzled expression, but did not say anything further. Seeing that this awkward topic had already been inserted in the past, Su Haochen sat down and muffled his food. Chapter 123, Famous Schools Gathering, Upper. Early the next morning, under the attention of millions of people, the World Math Contest China officially kicked off. This kind of competition is held once a year and this year is still special. Supposedly, in the finals, it was a question on the corollary to Goldbach's conjecture. According to the information Su Haochen had received, even the official organization of the World Mathematical Association hadn't really come to a conclusion. Hope was then pinned on the best mathematically gifted students from all over the world. If no one can come to a final conclusion, then the inference closest to the result prevails. This news was what Wang Mang had inquired for Su Haochen, and it should be definitive news. Su Haochen was confident that the math ability given to him by the system had already exceeded the strongest category in this world. So as long as that Goldbach's conjecture corollary is correct, it shouldn't be hard for him. Taking a step back, even if he really couldn't solve it, then with his mathematical knowledge that was ahead of the rest of the world, it shouldn't be a problem for him to win the championship by overpowering the others. The time came to 8 a.m. And almost everyone was pumped up and ready to show off. Relatively speaking, the team led by Su Haochen was still relatively calm, because they simply don't think they can do the questions. Su Haochen said to them to just do their best, and if they said that there really would be, then they would write a little bit at night. If it won't be at all, it's good to be a little bit to the top, based on your own guesses, better than turning in a blank answer sheet. But in fact, Su Haochen also knew that with something like math, especially this kind of advanced math, It was very likely that they didn't even know what they were going to write, but also didn't pin their hopes on them at all. Anyway, with myself, this first place is definitely a sure thing. An open life needs no explanation. It's that tough. The match hadn't officially begun yet, but the curtain had already been raised on this unsmoked war. Each school chanted their own slogans as the contest moderator set them up. The order in which the moderator arranges the chanting of slogans is also in accordance with the ranking of universities in the country. From front to back, the first to bear the brunt, naturally, is the University of Huaxia. This academic institution, which is directly named after Huaxia, has been ranked number 1 in the country for many years in a row, and almost all of them have been untouchable in terms of taking the title in various competitions as well. They also have a very dominant slogan. No one in China, invincible in the world, sweeping across the world, invincible, followed by KYU in second place. Jinghua people, Jinghua soul, Kyoa are all human. The slogan didn't mean to call out any of the academies, but it showed its full dominance. Qingbei University is in third place, and has been looking at the top 2 universities in the ranking very upset, often chanting slogans to vent their frustration. They did it again today, slaughtering the capital and beheading the Chinese. Qingbei University shall reign supreme, shouting in the heat of the moment, not realizing that when he thinks of others as enemies, others think of them as imaginary enemies. For example, in fourth place, Fudan University in Zhonghai, people shouted, "Sweep away the north and destroy the Jinghua, easy to take out the little Wawas." Immediately after that, Tsushima University, Xiangdao University, Yudu University, and Oking University all shouted out their slogans one after another. CST is in ninth place, and it will be their turn soon. But Su Haochen was leading the team for the first time, and no one had told him about these processes. It led to him not even realizing that he had to think about slogans. It was almost time for them to arrive, and Zhao Wenhan hurriedly asked, "What should we shout?" Su Haochen said, "Just yell friendship first, competition second." No, Sango, Luffy, the oldest 5, said, "Look at the slogans of others, one more dominant than the other. Now we're in a friendship first, competition second situation. How low is that? We all know you're well written, and want a bully to compare them all." Su Haochen gently shook his head and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, it's just a slogan. It's better to go and get smacked in the face with the results later than to get into a war of words here. With that strength to shout slogans, it would be better to get your strength here and make it to the exam room in a little while." So everyone stopped talking, since it was Su Haochen who arranged it. It would be good to listen to him in everything, but as expected, after the team from China Sea University of Science and Technology shouted their slogans, they were mocked by the crowd. It was the host who was savvy enough to round off the conversation by saying, "CST is subtle and understated, and often such players may give unexpected performances in subsequent matches." Su Haochen inwardly thought to himself, "This presenter, this is supposed to go and do fortune-telling. How did he know I'd be out of my league afterward?" Next is ranked 10th Zhejiang University, that is, Inziru her father as a trustee of the Zhejiang University. Don't look at it as only being in 10th place, but the slogan is overbearing. "God bless ZJU and call it king. Slaughter the 4 directions and conquer the world." Su Haochen asked Inziru, "Do you think your dad will follow along?" Inziru laughed. Of course not. How could he possibly care about such things? When Su Haochen thought about it, there wasn't a single school board member from the China Sea University of Science and Technology who came over. Student events like this one, generally speaking, are just student representatives coming over. Rarely will a teacher follow. Those that have teachers following them are not comfortable with their students. Generally speaking, it's not even a top 10 college, either. Inzira smiled and said to Su Haochen, "So anxious to meet my parents?" Su Haochen reached out and scraped Inzira's small nose, feigning anger. "What are you thinking? Really? Answer the questions properly later. If you turn in a blank paper, go back and spank your ass." Inzira pouted and hummed in protest. Immediately afterward, the other schools participating in the tournament shouted out slogans one after another. Only almost all of them went unnoticed. All of them regarded Huaxia, Jinghua, and Qingbei schools as imaginary enemies. Those other schools, not even ranked in the top 10, are probably just here to see the world and make up the numbers. Almost no one takes them seriously. Entering inside the examination room, Su Haochen's seat was lined up relatively far back, and the participants from each school were basically given a disrupted allocation. The tables come with dividers, and the organizers are quite desperate to prevent people from cheating. Unless one has the ability to see through, it's simply impossible to copy someone else, Su Haochen thought in his heart. But on second thought, he even owned the system. And this martial arts and stuff, which were all legendary things before, are now found to be all real as well. Isn't it possible for someone to have perspective? But this was something he didn't worry much about. as he didn't believe that any of the people here would be more capable than him. Even if someone really could see through and completely strip down Su Haochen's paper, it would be a tie for first place at best. He could still easily accomplish the tasks given to him by the system. Thinking so, Su Haochen didn't worry about anything. Sending down the exam paper, Su Haochen basically did not read the questions carefully. Finding this paper answered by him was anything but easy and enjoyable. There weren't many questions, only 10, but the exam lasted 3 hours. Most of the time, in fact, is spent thinking. Truly, if anything, writing the answers upwards is probably less than 20 minutes. And that's enough. Chapter 124 Famous Schools Gathering. Next, the written assessment officially starts at 9 a.m. Normally, it should end at 12 p.m. At around 9:30, Su Haochen raised his hand and asked the examiner if he could hand in his paper. The examiner looked surprised. It's not the first time he's been the chief examiner of such a competition. Usually, it's not until the last half hour left that those students who are the best of the bunch finish early, but that's basically taking the time to check and apply the test time to the last second as well. Because the kind of students who come to this kind of tournament are hardly ever the kind of students who won't come to make up the numbers for anything. So he assumed that this year was a surprise that such a one had come over to make up the numbers. Except he didn't realize that there were indeed those who came to make up the numbers this year. And there were more than one. But Su Haochen happened to not be one of these. Rather, he really finished answering. It is reasonable to assume that the time for handing in the papers is not clearly defined. Because of the surveillance in the examination room and its strict monitoring, there is no such thing as someone handing in the paper early and then going out to pass on the answers. So the examiner said, "It's okay to turn in your papers, but you don't want to interfere with the other students answering the questions." So, Su Haochen handed in his paper. So those who followed him here turned in their papers. Su Haochen was filled with black lines and thought in his heart, "Please, I'm really done writing, but how about you guys put on a show there?" When the examiner saw Su Haochen's fully written paper, his eyes went wide. He even wanted to check if someone had leaked the questions, because normally speaking, it's impossible for someone to answer the entire paper in half an hour's time. Of course, he also knew that something like leaking questions was absolutely impossible. This is a competition for the whole of China. Who would have the guts to leak the questions? Maybe it's just scribbled, the examiner thought. This is because although he is the examiner, he is not an expert in this field, so he couldn't be sure if Su Haochen's answer was correct. When he saw so many people handing in their papers one after another at the back, the examiner simply wondered if the questions were too easy this time. But when one sees the blank papers they turn in, and the occasional paper with so many scattered questions written on it, don't mention the anger in your heart. Seeing others pay, you pay too? What school are you guys from anyway? It's not like it's a competition of how fast you turn in your papers. It's a competition of grades. Turning over the rolls, he realized that all of them were students from the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology. There are so many more. From CST, couldn't help but have a rude awakening to his worldview. He was aware of the Shanghai University of Science and Technology, and had heard of an affiliated college called Shanghai Institute of Science and Technology. However, I did not expect that the number of participants in this competition was the majority of the number of people who came from the Middle Sea Science and Technology College. More than that, I didn't expect to turn in so many white papers. Wang Jiechi and Lin Mengzhu also handed in their papers, but the examiner didn't bother to look at their papers again, because unsurprisingly there must also be 2 blanks. The group met outside the exam room, and In Zero asked Su Haochen if he was sure. When Su Haochen said that he was sure it was alright, other than In Zero and her 3 roommates, the others didn't believe it at all, because they hadn't even asked Su Haochen for advice on the questions either, and were themselves in the mindset of traveling up this way. In Zero and her 3 roommates, on the other hand, had truly seen Su Haochen's ability. "Say, you guys wouldn't all have not written a single question, right?" Su Haochen asked. Several people in Su Haochen's dormitory and their girlfriends spread their hands, stating that they didn't know a single question. Yinziru said she wrote several steps, but none of them were fully solved. Instead, it was her 3 roommates who said they could solve 1 or 2, but didn't know if they were right or wrong. The 2 of them, Lin Mengzhu and Wang Jiechi, were relatively far away and did not reply. But Su Haochen also already had an answer in his heart. After all, they were all from Shanghai Science and Technology College, and the level of the students was similar. Even if he, Lin Mengzhu, was good looking, it wasn't like the competition paper was answered by his face value. "Alright, whatever, don't worry about it. Consider yourself a tourist this time. I'll be fine going to the rematch tomorrow alone," Su Haochen said. The crowd nodded in agreement, but still weren't entirely convinced. The corners of Lin Mengzhu's mouth spread into a smile. Only she was at the edge of the crowd so no one noticed. "Even if it is found, I believe no one can read it. The marking will be particularly fast as the papers are marked online and the answers have been done early this time." The results will be posted at 5 p.m. On the next morning there will be a rematch, which is a snatch and grab session. The final decision was made on the 5 spots to represent China at the Worlds. If I get first place this time, then CSTU should be able to move up 1 place in the rankings, right? Su Haochen thought in his heart. After lunch, everyone went on a tour. Su Haochen lay down in the hotel by himself to rest. Although it was true that none of those questions were anything to him, they were still quite a brain dump after all. Just like a fast athlete, when he has run at full speed, he needs to rest. Zero had wanted to accompany Su Haochen, but Su Haochen said to her, "You don't come this side of Kyowa very often, so just hang out with them." Zero had also wanted to go out, so when she heard Su Haochen say so, she naturally went out together. Instead, Lin Mengzhu also stayed in the hotel. The two even met by chance in the corridor when Su Haochen slipped out of the room, with 4 eyes facing each other. The scene was unusually awkward. Su Haochen first broke the quiet and said, "Thank you." Lin Mengzhu was expressionless and said, "You're welcome, I just want to compete." Su Haochen nodded, and the two staggered again. As for Lin Mengzhu's behavior, Su Haochen also couldn't figure it out. Say she was trying to help herself, but there seemed to be no reason for it, saying that she really wanted to compete, but at her level, could she really compete in this kind of competition? Right at this moment, Su Haochen received a phone call from the organizing committee of the Huaxia competition. It said that the system had been changed temporarily, and every team had to have at least 2 people who could make it to the top 20 of the competition before they could qualify for the rematch. Otherwise, the entire team will be eliminated outright. Su Haochen's head buzzed as he listened and said angrily, "It's not fair. There's never been a rule like this before." The organizing committee on the other side of the phone said, "This is a temporary addition to the rules of this competition, which was decided by a unified vote of the organizing committee. It's just a matter of informing the leader of each of your schools and not asking for your input." After the organizing committee finished, Su Haochen was so angry that he wanted to curse, but the other side just hung up. Su Haochen's cell phone directly slid to the ground. If the rules have indeed been changed, then he's definitely out of the running for a rematch, because he was fully convinced that there was no way anyone other than himself could make the top 20. Other schools come in, basically, as seniors or even graduate students. The occasional junior is one of those extremely standout characters, and even most of these standout juniors are coming over to see more. On his side, the only ones who could make a few questions were Zero and the few freshmen in her dormitory. How can you stand out from the rest of the pack? The number of participants is nearly 500, and if you want to get to the top 20, you have to make at least 7 questions. Su Haochen leaned against the wall, as if the last time he was this helpless was at the old 6 barbecue, facing those thugs. Only, that day, the system allowed him to grow his kung fu for 10 years and learn the Lingbo Weibo and the popular fast dagger chop. What about this time? Can the system still help him? Chapter 125, The Surprising Reversal of the Surprise, Up. "I'm sorry, Master, I can't help you this time. It was so unexpected that it could never have happened. My guess is that someone must have deliberately targeted you." The system replied. "Someone is targeting me?" Su Haochen asked in disbelief. "Why would they target me? It's possible that the owner left too early just now, so he was targeted." The system gave a rough guess. Su Haochen nodded. Probably this was the only possible outcome. Earlier he had learned that the organizer of this competition was the Mathematical Association of China. But every year, 3 schools in the capital city, Huaxia, Jinghua and Qingbei University, do the hosting. The so-called competition examination teams are also made up of their members. The examiner was naturally. That's almost certainly because they saw their role and felt it posed a threat to their school. So the idea came up to use one of these. Then what should I do now? Su Haochen asked. Now that there was no one else, he had to turn to the system for help. "I don't know, Master. One can only hope and see if any miracle happens." E.g., like what? Su Haochen said. "Let's say that examining team suddenly has a guilty conscience and doesn't do that anymore. Like when a big shot from above suddenly comes along and tells the examining team they can't do that? Or is it like one of these guys I'm bringing in who can hit the top 20? None of these are probably possible, are they?" The system said. Su Haochen let out a long sigh. He had lost a lot this time. Not only do they have to quit the board of directors of CSTU, but they can't do any of what they promised to these students. It's actually a pretty good idea to commit to your classmates. Said that although he will not continue as a school board member, he still has a lot of money in his hands. Giving 100,000 bucks each would be enough to make it up to them. And if he withdrew from the board of trustees of the China Sea University of Science and Technology, there would inevitably be no way to complete the system's mission. And there's a mandatory task for the system. Now that there's been an accident, can the mandatory mission be cancelled? And can that system mission be changed? Su Haochen asked with the last glimmer of hope. "I'm sorry, Master, The system's tasks are all mandatory and there's no way to change them at all. Though if the host fails to complete the mandatory mission this time, all martial arts abilities will be stripped away. However, the host can still make daily draws, might even be able to draw all that back someday. The system responded. Su Haochen nodded. The only thing left to do. And if that system mission is not completed, the system will not send the next mission. It's a lot harder to be strong on your own. Unless one day, he's influential enough to go back to reharnessing the CSTU Board of Trustees again. Just how long is that day going to be? It's easy to accept this from nothing, and it must be a bad mood to go from something to nothing. Su Haochen wasn't talking, just leaning against the wall. Nor did he pick up the cell phone that fell to the ground. The system didn't make any more noise to disturb Su Haochen, and just let him be quiet here by himself. At this time, Lin Mengzhu walked towards Su Haochen. It had all come up to him and he hadn't even noticed. What's wrong with you? Lin Mengzhu said softly. In Su Haochen's memory, it seemed like she had never been so gentle. It's nothing, Su Haochen said. He didn't know how to explain it. I've never seen you like this before, said Lin Mengzhu. Yes, Su Haochen let out a long sigh. You didn't see it the last time I was like this. That day, it was October 14th. Lin Mengzhu moved the corners of her mouth, trying to show an apologetic smile, but how could she not? All that could be said was, I'm sorry, I have a hard time with this. Su Haochen shook his head. None of that matters anymore. You have your quest, and maybe I shouldn't blame you for anything. It's all in the past, so there's no need to explain. Lin Mengzhu nodded gently. So what's wrong with you today? Let's not talk about what happened before. Tell me about today's. Aren't you confident? Don't tell me you suddenly realized you got all the questions wrong. No. Su Haochen shook his head again. He hadn't wanted to say anything, but it was really quite hard not having someone to talk to, so he briefly told Lin Mengzhu about the call he had just received. Lin Mengzhu gently nodded and said, don't jump to conclusions so easily when it's not yet final. You should remember the poem. The mountains are heavy with doubt, and the willows are dark and the flowers are bright. With Su Haochen's literary background, how could he not remember this sentence? Only now such pale consolation would not avail him in the least. What he saw was not so much a mountain to climb as it was a mountain to climb. I'll go back first, Su Haochen said softly before turning away and returning to his own room. He didn't want to say anything more to Lin Mengzhu. It was hard enough as it was, and in dealing with her, it was nothing more than rubbing salt in the wound. But he didn't notice that when he returned to his room, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mengzhu's mouth behind him, murmuring softly, it's just the top 20. Where's the hard part? The results were announced at 5 o'clock in the evening, and Su Haochen originally didn't even want to go anymore. But think of all the people who will be there waiting for them, and even if it's a disgrace, you should be brave enough to take the consequences if you've brought your own team here. So, he arrived at the test center stiffly, but in a distracted manner. When others spoke to him, he just nodded in response. The crowd saw that he was in a bad mood, so they didn't bother him anymore. Someone asked Zhao Wenhan what happened to Su Haochen. Zhao Wenhan also shook his head, then gently waved his hand to signal not to say anything more for now. So we all talked again about what we had played and bought during the afternoon. Each one of them was in high spirits, as if they didn't care about the outcome of this competition. It does seem like it's not even worth their concern either. Originally, they had made up their minds to follow Su Haochen to make up the numbers and take a trip to Beijing and China in the meantime. Zhonghai Science and Technology College's representative team. If anyone could really make it to the rematch, they were merely following the glory. Even if they didn't, that's to be expected and nothing unacceptable. It finally made it to 5 o'clock, and with all the attention, the results were finally going to be announced. But Su Haochen wasn't interested in listening at all. However, just as he was about to explain to everyone with the emotions already brewing, he heard the announcement that the first place was his name. The ones that came with it were excited, but in the venue, many discordant voices were heard. Indeed, having someone from the Central Sea Technology College get first place, it was no wonder people were skeptical. Only Su Haochen was not surprised, and his heart became even angrier. Why did you announce me as the first place winner when it was obvious that I was no longer eligible for the rematch? Do you have to punch me in the face in front of all these people to satisfy yourself? Su Haochen really wanted to rush over and yank the one announcing the results off the podium, then grab the microphone and publicly rebuke the organizers for this shameless behavior. This time, Su Haochen was really angry. You're just killing people to get rid of them. These 3 schools of yours in Jinghua City, do you have to push people to their death? Su Haochen thought in his mind. So much so that he didn't hear any of the several rankings announced later. But when it was announced to the 7th place, it surprised Su Haochen, because that name turned out to be China Sea Institute of Science and Technology, Lin Mengzhu. Chapter 126, The Surprising Reversal of the Surprise. Next, silence. The whole place was dead quiet. Who did not expect? Zhonghai Science and Technology College. such an ordinary second college. There will be 2 people into the top 20 inside. The people in the team led by Su Haochen also had their mouths wide open. Compared to Su Haochen's first place, they were more shocked by Lin Mingzhu's 7th place. After the surprise, there were amazing cheers. For a while, even Su Haochen's roommates, who had put aside the prejudice they had once held against Lin Mingzhu, shouted in excitement. Su Haochen's eyes were even more unbelievable. But more than surprise, he had the joy of the aftermath. Only this joy was brought to him by Lin Mingzhu. Perhaps if it were anyone else, he could have accepted it openly. But Lin Mingzhu, Su Haochen actually didn't know what to say for a moment, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. It was just that he knew that he had saved everything because of this Lin Mingzhu. It's probably like she said, a mountain is a mountain, a willow is a willow. Lin Mingzhu, who was surrounded by the crowd not far away, gently turned to look at Su Haochen with a smile on her face. Su Haochen stared at her as well, and the 2 of them looked at each other. Lin Mingzhu said with a smile, "Do you see the willow this time?" It was a smile that was so familiar to him, yet he dared not look at it again. Su Haochen stood there frozen, not speaking, and the scene was awkward for a while. Wang Jisqi's giddy. Su Haochen's crowd of roommates were at a loss for words. Yin Ziru's jealousy tumbled, and the silence of Su Haochen. For a while, it was as if they hadn't heard all the sighs from the outside world. Soon, all the rankings were also announced. No one from CCHS made the list again. Students whose names were read out came up to the stage to receive their awards. Su Haochen stood at the front of the line, towering over the mountains. Such a feeling he had never had before. Thank the system for it. Life in the open is so up and down. Congratulations, master. The system's voice was heard in his head. System, cast detection, target, Lin Mingzhu. Su Haochen issued instructions. He now didn't doubt for a second that Lin Mingzhu wasn't that simple. Ding. Host used the detection technique to probe the information of the target woman, Lin Mingzhu, and is now announcing it to the host. Name Mingzhu Lin. Age, 20 years old, born on December 12, 1998. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Triple, 76, 61, 74. Another triple boob. 3 black lines flooded Su Haochen's head. Well, he did think about that just now, because he had been with Lin Mingzhu for 2 years before. He didn't know the 3 numbers either. Don't even know her weight. Now seeing the information announced by the system, Su Haochen's thoughts flew out again. What's that saying about women not weighing 100 pounds? 171 is not short anyway. Master seems to be in YY again. The system's voice rang in his head. You still know YY? Su Haochen was speechless. Of course, all those words of tigers and wolves in the host's mind have been learned by this system. The system said with seeming pride. Su Haochen didn't continue to dwell on these words with the system and turned back to the system. No, that's not enough. I want to detect her battle value and her background. Su Haochen had long suspected that Lin Mingzhu knew martial arts, and today, she had given herself another heavenly surprise. Ding! System alert, due to the host's lack of ability, the detection technique cannot take effect. Even then, is it still a lack of capacity? How strong is she? Su Haochen thought in his heart. System, try to detect for me, our dormitory's oldest 8 Ling fan. See if you can detect his information. This one probed out. The Ling family that Ling Fan was a member of was known as a first-class powerful family of the current generation. Although Su Haochen didn't really understand what the so-called first-class mansion family meant, but it must also be pretty awesome to take that literally. The information of a first-rate luxury family could be seen, yet he still couldn't see through Lin Mingzhu's origins. So how mysterious is her identity? Really? What kind of background does she have? Hidden here, and for what? After the surprise, Su Haochen began to think about this again. Could it be that her separating from me is the same reason Ling Fan doesn't get a girlfriend? Is it because of the family's compulsion? Could it be that the Lin family member who came into contact with me is really related to Lin Mingzhu? Su Haochen froze in thought, forgetting for a moment that he was still receiving the award, until a reminder came around to, Student Su, the prize-receiving ceremony has been completed. You may go down and rest. Only then did Su Haochen react, turning his head to look. Everyone else had already left, and he was the only one still standing there dumbfounded. For those who don't know, he couldn't leave that number 1 spot. It was natural for everyone to celebrate in the evening. Since there was still a rematch tomorrow, both Su Haochen and Lin Mingzhu didn't drink either. On the contrary, a number of the others were getting themselves drunk in the name of celebration, because the red wine at this Ming Yang hotel is also very good. Although it was not as good as the Perseus red wine that Su Haochen had taken out earlier, Inzira didn't drink either and kept sitting next to Su Haochen. Earlier, when she heard that Lin Mingzhu had advanced, Inzira didn't feel happy. Instead, there was still a hint of displeasure in her heart. But just now, when Su Haochen finished talking about the phone call he received in the afternoon, Zero directly got up and toasted Lin Mengju with a drink instead of alcohol, and called out to Sister Manju. The others didn't know, but Zero knew about the guarantee made by Su Haochen and the China Sea University of Science and Technology. Lin Mengju's promotion was invariably equivalent to preserving Su Haochen's position. All this, however, Lin Mengju did not know, or rather, Su Haochen and Zero thought Lin Mengju didn't know. Since there were still a lot of people at the table, Zero and Su Haochen didn't point these out, and only Su Haochen knew that what Lin Mengju had helped him keep was not just his position in the China Sea University of Science and Technology. Su Haochen lifted his cup and clinked it with everyone once again, saying that he appreciated everyone's cooperation. Everyone was uncertain, because it was clear that even without them, just the two of them, Su Haochen and Lin Mengju, would have the same result. Instead, Su Haochen gave them the opportunity to travel at public expense. It was clearly them who should be thanking Su Haochen, and they didn't understand why Su Haochen would thank them. Zero and Lin Mengju didn't know either. After all, Su Haochen couldn't talk to anyone about the system's mission. But now that Su Haochen mentioned thanking everyone, the crowd responded. No, you're so welcome. It's us who should be thanking you. After this cup was finished, Su Haochen directly raised his cup again, a toast to Lin Mengju. Lin Mengju also stood up, and the two of them looked at each other. What sparks seemed to flash in their eyes. Zero bit her lip, yet she knew she couldn't say anything now. Even if you have grievances, you have to swallow them first. Lin Mengju, thank you, Su Haochen said. This time, you not only helped me, but you preserved the honor of our entire team. Lin Mengju smiled slightly. You're welcome, since I'm part of the team, this is my part. Su Haochen nodded. Whatever happened in our past, from now on, our past grudges are cancelled. We can be friends later, if you want. Lin Mengju sighed softly under her breath, but quickly returned to smiling. What if I don't want to just be friends with you? Chapter 127, Sleepless Nights, above. The whole table fell silent at those words. They all knew about Su Haochen and Lin Mengju, including Zero's roommate and the friends brought by Zhao Wenhan, and Lin Mengju's words were clearly an attempt to break the ice with Su Haochen. However, Zero, hey, Lin Mengju. Zero slammed her cup heavily on the table and said angrily, I just called you Sister Mengju as a sincere thank you, but I can't condone you digging in my face. Lin Mengju also realized that there was something wrong with her words and hurriedly said, you misunderstand. What I mean is that not only can we be friends, I can be his brother and he can be my bestie. Zero gave a cut and then said, is that so? He said, and grunted twice more, but didn't say anything else. It just looked at Lin Mengju with a wary face. Lin Mengju smiled faintly. That's the point. I really didn't mean anything else. Don't worry, I know you're together. I won't bother you. Let's just say, we're meant to be. Lin Mengju said, raising her hand to cover her mouth, a look of pain flooding her eyes. It even had tears in it, the kind that were about to drip down. Su Haochen slowly sat down, just glanced at Lin Mengju, and didn't dare to look any further. Hey, don't be like this, will you? Zero opened her mouth. Just now, I was genuinely grateful, and I won't hide it from you. I did hate you especially when I knew you hurt him before, but today, no matter what, you helped him, and although I'm quite jealous, I really want to turn enemies into friends with you, but if you keep this up, then I'm afraid we'll have to go back to being enemies. No matter what, Brother Haochen is my boyfriend now, so please show some self-respect. Zero rightly assumed that Lin Mengju was acting. Su Haochen's heart, however, was flooded with waves, although it was just such a hurried glance, but the tears in Lin Mengju's eyes, he could see clearly, although he didn't dare to say that he understood Lin Mengju very well. After all, he had been together for 2 years. He could tell that Lin Mengju's tears were not feigned. Zero's words couldn't be picked up at all, and for a while, the table fell into a cold spot again. Just as Zhao Wenhan was about to find a topic to digress, Lin Mengju spoke again. I'm the one to blame. Zero, don't worry, I won't fight you for anything, much less will I ask you to return Haochen to me, because I don't deserve it. Lin Mengju took a deep breath and finally held back her tears. Wang Zheqi gently held Lin Mengju's hand and pulled her back to the chair. Just, Haochen, still such an affectionate name, give it back? A lost and found look. It was said as if Zero had picked up something that she, Lin Mengju, had thrown away and kept it for herself. Even though Zero was big-headed, she was very sensitive when it came to facing Su Haochen's affairs. The deeper meaning of these words was also perceived by her. As for Su Haochen, with his literary background, it was even less difficult to notice. But Zero didn't say anything else and took Su Haochen's hand from under the table and placed it on the table as a way to swear sovereignty. Before, Zero didn't care about sharing Su Haochen with Lu Xin, because she knew that even with Lu Xin by Su Haochen's side, she could definitely make it big. Then Lu Xin would at most be small and not threaten her position. But Lin Mengju couldn't. After all, she and Su Haochen had a 2-year relationship foundation. If Lin Mengju really got involved, then even if she followed Su Haochen, I'm afraid she could only be a junior. With Yin Ziru's movements, Su Haochen naturally knew what she meant and could only cooperate with a faint smile. Looking at the two girls going toe-to-toe like this, Su Haochen thought back to the day he had dinner at home. Yin Ziru and Lu Xian were also like this, only that time it was relatively subtle, while this time it was a bit over the top. To hell with it. Su Haochen's own heart actually created a conflict. For Yin Ziru, it's a go with the flow when you're lonely. Lu Xian, on the other hand, treats him more like he is grateful and then gives his body to him. As for Lin Mengju, it was a habit of being together for 2 years. The fact that Yin Ziru and Yin Ziru had developed to this point was all because of the system's quests. The fact that it happened, he can't be blamed for it. Probably, it was really more like love between him and Lin Mengju. Su Haochen felt that he was really a scumbag and couldn't wait to slap himself twice. Shouldn't you treat Yin Ziru with all your heart? Just, come to think of it, yet it seems like there really is no love for her. He originally thought that there was no longer any possibility between him and Lin Mengju, but today, it was as if hope had been rekindled. Su Haochen felt as if he had come to a fork in the road, but then it turns out that no matter what the choice is, it's wrong. I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest first. You guys have fun, don't let me spoil it. Su Haochen stood up and said, then gently let go of Yin Ziru's hand, turned to leave the table, and walked out of the private room without looking back. Yin Ziru had a grim look on her face, and then, angrily, she looked at Lin Mengju. Lin Mengju raised her head and locked eyes with Yin Ziru, then quickly turned her gaze away, letting out a soft sigh. Seeing this, Zhao Wenhan hurriedly got up and rounded off the scene. Everyone, our oldest is definitely tired from answering questions and going through all these twists and turns today, but I'm sure he doesn't want to affect us for personal reasons either. Our oldest brought us out, and our best reward is to be able to have fun all the time. Come on, I'll raise another drink, and we'll have a good time. These days, Zhao Wenhan finished his long speech, and the crowd responded by raising their glasses. Anyone with a low emotional intelligence could see that Zhao Wenhan was helplessly rounding off. The best thing to do is to just respond and not talk too much. Neither Lin Mengju nor Yin Ziru raised their glasses, and Zhao Wenhan didn't say much either. Other than Wang Jiechi and Yin Ziru's 3 roommates, no one else moved towards the two, and none of them bothered to strike up a conversation with them. Both know that these two are simply 2 bombs now, and it's the kind that explodes at the touch of a button. Who's going to get that uncomfortable? Not 2 minutes later, Yin Ziru claimed that she wanted to go upstairs to see how Su Haochen was doing. Then he excused himself and left. Didn't even mention a cup on the way out. Her 3 roommates followed, greeting Zhao Wenhan and saying a few words of apology on their way out. Their emotional intelligence wasn't low, so they could naturally see that Su Haochen's absence was organized by this Zhao Wenhan. After this period of chatting, it was also known that Zhao Wenhan was the boss of Su Haochen's dormitory. Even Su Haochen had a few moments of respect for him. They would naturally value Zhao Wenhan a few points as well. After another 2 minutes, Lin Mengju also got up to say goodbye. Wang Jiechi naturally followed Lin Mengju. Since they were in the same class and were more familiar, they didn't need to be more polite. Only Zhao Wenhan and the other 6 people in the dormitory were left, along with their female companions. Chapter 128 Sleepless Night. Next, in the room, Su Haochen held a cigarette, but didn't take a puff for a long time. He'd forgotten how long it had been since he'd smoked by himself. This box, which was kept in the hotel room, even when he faced troubles and pressure before, Su Haochen didn't use cigarettes to kill his sorrows like this. The same was not true when he broke up with Lin Mengju before. When faced with a systematic failure to complete a task and lose the force, there still isn't one, but now faced with emotional problems, he lights a cigarette. Hey! Su Haochen let out a soft sigh. The heart of mixed feelings, thoughts also gradually Hongfei Netherworld, completely unaware of the hands of the cigarette has burned most of their own. Knock knock. The room resounded with a knock on the door, and Su Haochen was shocked to realize that just now, his heart was really too confused, so much so that he didn't even notice someone approaching this house. Stubbing out his cigarette, which he had only taken 2 puffs of but was about to burn out, he walked to the door and opened it to the room. Yin Ziru, standing in the doorway, smiling like a flower. It didn't surprise him. Come in, Su Haochen said indifferently before stepping aside. Yin Ziru walked in with light steps, and Su Haochen casually closed the door to the room. Yin Ziru looked at the ashtray on the table, inhaled twice with her useful nose, looked at Su Haochen with a surprised face, and asked, "You actually smoke?" Su Haochen smiled indifferently and said, "What's so strange about that?" Yin Ziru said, "It's really quite strange. I've been with you for such a long time, and I haven't seen you smoke a cigarette." Su Haochen shook his head and said, "We've only known each other for a long time. It's not normal that you haven't seen it. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. On In Zero's face, a look of despondency flashed and she murmured, "My time with you is short, Lin Mengzhu, she should have seen you smoking." Hearing the word Lin Mengzhu, Su Haochen raised his head, saw In Zero's expression, and immediately felt that he had said the wrong thing. His mood was a mess, causing him to speak without thinking at all, and he hastened to apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that." In Zero shook her head slightly and said softly, "It's okay, what you said is the truth, but I hope you can give me time to get to know you." Su Haochen stepped forward and took In Zero in his arms, silent and dark. "What virtue or ability do I, Su Haochen, have to make you die to me like this?" In Zero had tears in her eyes, but finally they did not flow out. At night, In Zero fell into a deep sleep, but Su Haochen remained sleepless. Originally, each person had booked a room, but In Zero insisted on relying on Su Haochen's room. Bored, he flipped through his cell phone, checking the information of those companies in his name. It certainly wasn't that Su Haochen wanted to understand anything, it was simply the boredom brought on by insomnia. Suddenly hearing In Zero murmur, Su Haochen put down his cell phone, smiled slightly and looked at In Zero, muttering to himself, "What is this girl dreaming about?" Through the dim light, Su Haochen saw a look of panic and pain on In Zero's face, and immediately put away the smile on his face. Walking over to In Zero's side, he gently held her small hand. In Zero's hand, however, suddenly tightened its grip for a moment, and she murmured under her breath, "Don't go, don't go." Su Haochen gently stroked In Zero's forehead with his other hand and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm not leaving." The corners of In Zero's mouth seemed to spread a hint of a smile, but the strength in her hands slightly loosened and reduced, as if she had found a sense of security. But that nightmare still seemed to continue, and In Zero still murmured, "I miss you so much." Su Haochen smiled faintly and gently touched In Zero's cheek again, saying softly, "Haven't I been here all along? Why would you still miss me?" Su Haochen only thought that it was because In Zero was irritated by Lin Mengzhu during the meal just now and was very insecure, so she had some kind of bad dream. However, I did not expect that. In Zero's mouth, but clearly called out, "Brother." Su Haochen frowned slightly. He had comforted himself here for half a day, but it turned out that the person hadn't dreamed of himself at all. Only, brother? Isn't she an only child? Although there is no clear scientific explanation about human dreams so far, to some extent, dreams also conform to the logic of psychology. Looking at In Zero's appearance, the only thing Su Haochen could think of was, she dreamed of a brother she hadn't seen in a long time. When Su Haochen thought of this, his wrinkled brow loosened. Who hasn't had a playmate since childhood? Dreaming of a relative's family, or even a neighbor's brother, that's normal. He himself would dream of his sister Su Yu-chan before. Returning to bed, he put down his cell phone and forced himself to close his eyes and push down the distractions of his mind. I don't know how long it took before Su Haochen fell into a shallow sleep. It's not unusual for those who make it to the repechage to not be able to sleep at night due to nerves and stress, but Su Haochen and Lin Mengzhu, their minds were completely devoid of the competition. In the other room, Lin Mengzhu similarly hugged her cell phone and tossed and turned. On the interface of the cell phone, it was a WeChat chat with Su Haochen, and at this time, she was flipping through the chat records of the two, and while doing so, she covered her mouth with a hand towel. No sound was made, but it couldn't stop the tears from slipping. Unconsciously, the windows had dawned, and all were hastily washed, and, as agreed, at 7 o'clock, went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. This night, Su Haochen only slept less than 3 hours, while Lin Mengzhu, however, stayed up almost all night. Since both of them were armed with martial arts, the occasional bad night's rest was no big deal, and both of them looked quite refreshed. Of course, that's just in the eyes of the common man. How keenly observant Lin Mengzhu was, she said to Su Haochen, "Did you have a bad rest yesterday?" It appeared to be a plain face and just an ordinary greeting, but Lin Mengzhu's heart was apprehensive. It once took all night to get through the two's WeChat chats. Barely. There was a time when one became wary of even going up to say a word. Before Su Haochen could speak, In Zero hugged Su Haochen's arm. "We both slept well yesterday, so I won't bother you," In Zero said, demonstratively raising her chin at Lin Mengzhu, not caring that there were still many people beside her, and swearing her sovereignty in the most direct way. Facing the strange gazes of the crowd, In Zero didn't flinch at all, still holding Su Haochen's arm. "Anyway, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed." Lin Mengzhu gently nodded and didn't say anything else. She really didn't know what would be better to say either. She and Su Haochen had been together for 2 years, not to mention that kind of thing, they had never even slept together. Su Haochen had a helpless face and could only watch as Lin Mengzhu turned toward Wang Jiechi. "Let's go, brother Haochen." In Zero smiled cheekily. "Let's go get something to eat as well." Su Haochen changed into a doting smile and said, "You're in a really good state of mind, being able to eat and sleep." In Zero said with a smile, "Of course I'm in a good frame of mind. Why think about being unhappy all the time? Right now. As long as you don't dump me, there's nothing to make me unhappy. Chapter 129, slaughtering the whole field. Up, after having breakfast, all of them were ready to go out as planned. Yin Zero accompanied Su Haochen, Wang Jiechi accompanied Lin Mengzhu, and the four of them went to the entrance of the racecourse. There is a strict security check at the entrance of the racecourse and only the participants are allowed to enter. Watching Su Haochen and Lin Mengzhu walk into the arena together, Yin Zero's heart soured again. For the first time in her life, she regretted that she hadn't studied properly, or else she could have accompanied Su Haochen into the arena as well. It was just that she couldn't figure out no matter what. How could Lin Mengzhu, a student of the Shanghai Institute of Science and Technology, have such a strong level of math? Surprisingly, he was able to stand out among so many masters and came in 7th place. As for Su Haochen, she selectively forgot about her suspicions. After all, in Yin Zero's mind, Su Haochen was a demon, and it wasn't surprising how capable he was. Su Haochen and Lin Mengzhu walked into the arena together, and the last time they were shoulder to shoulder like this, it seemed like it was already a month ago. Both of them had some feelings in their hearts and wanted to look at each other, but both of them forced themselves to keep their eyes open. When you enter the designated location of the test center, the seats are already arranged. According to the rankings in the preliminary round, Su Haochen was No. 1 and Lin Mengzhu was No. 7, and the two were quite far away from each other. Go for it, Lin Mengzhu said. Su Haochen nodded slightly as a response, then both of them went to their positions. The 20 positions were in 2 rows, each with a display screen in front of them and a stylus, on which the answers and calculations were written. Outside the arena, Yin Zero and Wang Jiechi watched Su Haochen and Lin Mengzhu enter the examination room before leaving one after another. Wang Jiechi's heart palpitated. After all, Yin Zero had once punched her. Surreptitiously surveying Yin Zero, it seemed that the breasts she had stepped on that day were vaguely aching again. However, Yin Zero didn't even look at her, took out her phone, and directly called a roommate. Wang Jiechi didn't call and didn't know who to look for. The people who came were basically in pairs, and the 3 singles went to play together in a group. There was no one to take her at all, so she simply went shopping on her own. The resumption of the competition began at 9 a.m. With the examiners and the invigilators taking their places. The format of the repechage is a robocall, where the answer and the algorithm are written on the screen and the robocaller is pressed. The 2 columns of players face each other, and to a certain extent, they also serve to monitor each other. Su Haochen had only one goal, which was to slaughter the whole field, robbing other people's questions and leaving them with no questions to rob. However, the first question that came up directly blinded Su Haochen. The audio device reads the questions while the screen in front of you is displayed. Since the formulation of Goldbach's conjecture, many scientists around the world have made outstanding contributions, greatly advancing the world's progress in the field of mathematics. Name the 5 mathematicians who first studied Goldbach's conjecture and came to a conclusion. Watching the crowd writing furiously, Su Haochen was directly dumbfounded. Indeed, but anyone who has studied math has no trouble answering this question. This first question is a giveaway, and it's no exaggeration to say that the test isn't about math, it's about hand speed. But for Su Haochen, the test is a lonely. His knowledge of math was force-fed by the system. He never studied it, and he never thought there would be questions on the history of math on the test. I think there's going to be a question on the history of physics in the GCSEs. Yet neither would Su Haochen. What's more, Su Haochen wasn't even interested in getting to know those mathematicians. There is no denying that they have contributed to the world. But now, even if they were to be placed in front of Su Haochen and cut one by one, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be Su Haochen's opponent. After all, the god-level abilities produced by the system had already reached the pinnacle of this world. Just when Su Haochen was worried that this competition was all about this kind of questions, someone had already pressed the snatch button, totally expected by Su Haochen. Lin Mengzhu. Comparing to the hand speed thing, how could those people compare to Lin Mengzhu? The system couldn't even find out Lin Mengzhu's battle power. Su Haochen was now completely certain that Lin Mengzhu knew martial arts, and how can that hand not be fast? Lin Mengzhu's answer was shown on the big screen. Braun of Norway, Ratmacher of Germany, Esterman of England, Lacey of Italy, and Buxatab of the Soviet Union. The crowd was stunned. They hadn't even finished writing their names, and Lin Mengzhu had actually put in her nationality. The examiner was also very excited. The sentence "Congratulations to No. 7 for correctly answering." Even he himself felt that he had never shouted so loudly. Su Haochen skimmed his mouth, secretly thinking that he would have to make up more knowledge on history sometime. The second question is an application of the Fourier expansion. Su Haochen's heart rejoiced. There were still normal questions after all. With his strength, he naturally wrote out the correct answer ahead of everyone else. Congratulations to contestant number 1 for answering correctly. This examiner's voice was clearly mechanized. without the excitement that Lin Mengzhu had felt when she had answered correctly just now. However, the examiner's voice grew more agitated next. Congratulations to contestant number 1 for answering correctly. Once again, congratulations to contestant number 1 for answering correctly. Again, contestant number 1 steals the show and answers correctly. That's awesome. I didn't expect another number 1 correct answer. It's unbelievable. Contestant number 1, correct answer. This last question is still up for grabs for contestant number 1, so his answer is. At this point, the examiner paused for a moment, as if to say, the commercials come back even better. Now he seems to be less of an examiner and more of a moderator. The crowd on the field also tensed their nerves. Only Su Haochen and Lin Mengzhu were calm. With much anticipation, the moderator announced the results. Correct answer. Congratulations to contestant number 1. Surprisingly, there was thunderous applause in the arena, which seemed to be in the hundreds, even though there were only 25 people in the arena combined. Those original opponents also cheered for Su Haochen. Lin Mengzhu was overjoyed and looked at Su Haochen with a smile on her face. Su Haochen gently bowed in each of the 3 directions, and then the examiner came forward to shake hands and invited Su Haochen to the front of the stage. The examiner said excitedly, for the first time in so many years, there is a junior student who can win the championship, and also for the first time, who can grab 9 questions in a row by himself, and get them completely correct. It is true that heroes come out of youths, and you have shown me that the future of the world will definitely be richer and stronger because of you. Su Haochen smiled faintly and said, Examiner, you flatter me. Applause rang out once again. Although they were rivals on the field, Su Haochen had made them admire him with his overpowering strength. With Su Haochen representing China in the World Math Contest, they had even seen the golden trophy. In front of the honor of the country, personal victory or defeat is really no longer a big deal. Chapter 130, Slaughtering the Whole Field. Next, Su Haochen's heart is not to mention how beautiful this math competition. It is really a wave of twists and turns. For others, the tension was about the competition, but for him, the tension was about the system's mission. Now that the dust has finally settled, I think it's time for the system's rewards to come. As if responding to Su Haochen's thoughts, the system's voice came in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mandatory quest: lead a team in a math competition and crush your opponents in the competition. Based on the degree of the host's crushing of his opponents, a mission reward is hereby awarded. This system is always cold when it releases tasks and draws prizes, and it addresses Su Haochen as host. When we talk to each other, we call each other master, and we communicate in a very humanized and gentle voice. This was something Su Haochen had naturally realized long ago, but he didn't know why, and having thought about it numerous times in my head, I'm sure the system has picked up on it. If he wanted to explain, he would have already told him, and since the system didn't explain, it must be because it wasn't very convenient. So Su Haochen didn't think much more about this aspect, only thinking about waiting for time to explain everything. But I wonder what the reward is this time, Su Haochen thought in his heart. Except for the first question, there is not the slightest omission, and this near-perfect crushing is best rewarded with 100 or 80 years of internal work, or maybe a supreme skill like Dragonfall 18 Palms or 9 in Sutra will do. Of course, it would be even better to be allowed to become an immortal cultivator directly. Su Haochen wide in his heart. The system, on the other hand, poured a pot of cold water straight down. Master, I think you're thinking about farts eating. Amount. Su Haochen was mercilessly knocked back to reality, only to see the crowd looking at the little cutie, looking at themselves in the same way. The examiner said. Student Su Haochen was probably too excited and didn't come back to his senses for a while. Excited my ass. But at this point there was no way to explain why he froze, and the examiner made a good excuse. So Su Haochen took advantage of the situation and said, yeah, I'm just so excited. My brain kind of didn't turn over just now and I'm a little bit in the moment. Su Haochen said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Of course, it's all pretend. Only this poor acting skill had fooled the crowd, as everyone couldn't figure out why Su Haochen froze, and could only assume that he was telling the truth. Mr. Su Haochen, would you like to give a few words? The examiner asked. Su Haochen shook his head and said, forget it. He, however, had no desire to be in the limelight. Moreover, his heavenly system didn't have the function of collecting adoration value or X value. The examiner nodded. In fact, he wanted Su Haochen to speak a couple of sentences and communicate with the group for a while longer, delaying the time for a while. Originally, this level of competition, as long as also take 3 hours to end, even before the longest had 7.5 hours, because the questions are just too hard. Although those who came to compete were the elite, it took a long time to conquer those puzzles, and today, surprisingly, it only took half an hour. It was just as if Su Haochen had turned in his paper half an hour before. The questions in the rematch were indeed a notch harder than the preliminary round. and Su Haochen could see that, but in his eyes, there wasn't much difference. I can't say it's anywhere near as good as a first-grade math problem, but it's more like a third-grade level. Even when Su Haochen recalled doing math problems in the third grade of elementary school, it didn't seem to be as easy as today. I remember when he often had to ask his sister, who was in 5th grade, about it too. How come the system's reward isn't here yet? Su Haochen muttered in his heart. Don't worry, master, the reward will be here soon. The system's voice responded, and sure enough, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A rank reward. 5 intermediate marrow cleansing pills. Intermediate marrow cleansing pill? Su Haochen was puzzled in his heart. He had heard of the marrow cleansing pill before, an elixir that would appear inside some metaphysical or immortal cultivation novels. Usually all of them will enhance their physique and even boost their talent after eating them. There are also novels that say that if you want to cultivate immortality, the first step is to get the marrow cleansing pill and take it. There is a wide range of opinions. However, he didn't know what this marrow cleansing pill rewarded by the system was for. Master, the intermediate marrow cleansing pill can strengthen your physique and increase your true chi by 10 years. The system explained. Su Haochen skimmed his mouth, not as strong an effect as he had imagined, and said, System, you're too stingy. I'm slaughtering the entire field, and you're just giving me this? The system didn't have the heart to say, Master, you are truly a snake devouring an elephant with a lack of heart. If this marrow cleansing pill was sold, 1 billion apiece would be snatched up and there would be no market for it. Is that so? Su Haochen didn't really know. Of course, the system responded. 10 years of true chi is not simply practicing martial arts for 10 years. How many people, due to limited talent, have spent their entire lives without practicing 10 years of true chi? This was something that Su Haochen really didn't know. He did think that if he practiced martial arts for 10 years, he would have 10 years of true chi. Seeing Su Haochen look like a curious baby, the system continued. When Master truly comes into contact with the world of martial artists, he will understand. You won't be able to understand even if you say too much now, Master. You just need to know that this marrow cleansing pill is definitely a superb treasure, and fully deserves your performance today. Su Haochen didn't continue to dwell on it, and in his mind, the 5 marrow cleansing pills he had already allocated. Parents, sister, and Inziru, each share 1, leaving 1 for themselves. However, the system said, Master, due to your special physique, this intermediate marrow cleansing pill is of no use to you, so it's better not to waste it. Well, Su Haochen was speechless. Originally thought that if he increased his true chi for another 10 years, that would be 20 years of power, and his battle power would definitely grow a whole lot more. But it seems to be hopeless. If one wants to grow one's kung fu, one can only rely on the system. I just don't know if you can get a couple years of real gas from the raffle. These 2 days of draws, each day is 100 million Chinese coins. The genus is not much use, but Su Haochen was only slightly disappointed for a bit and didn't complain. After all, a grasshopper's leg is meat even if it's small. Su Haochen's side hesitated on who that last one should be given to. The first thing that came to mind was naturally Lin Mengzhu, as she definitely knew martial arts, and this marrow cleansing pill would be of great use to her. But thinking about the current relationship between the two, it's in an awkward position, so it's just going to have to stop. Then there is another person, Lu Xin. Although facing Lin Mengzhu and In Zero right now was already enough of a headache for Su Haochen, he knew even more that Lu Xin's side would also get involved sooner or later. It would be better to take the initiative to give some favors from your side, and maybe you can reduce the trouble in the future. Well, later, it just simply means at a later time and nothing else. Chapter 131 Preparing for the Return Journey, Upper. Su Haochen's thoughts on his side had completely flown out, and he hadn't heard that the examiner was talking to him. The examiner had no choice but to gently push Su Haochen twice and said softly, Student Su, Student Su. Su Haochen came back to his senses and said, What's wrong? The examiner laughed, a kindly expression on his face. Looks like our Su student hasn't gotten over his joy yet. It's no wonder that one man almost kills the entire field in seconds. Such joy is indeed worth freezing for a while. Su Haochen shook his head inscrutably. There was nothing to surprise him about this point. He was just thinking about the matter regarding the marrow cleansing pill, but right now was not the time to explain this matter at all. So he asked, Mr. Examiner, I did get a little carried away just now, thinking about something else, and I wondered what else you wanted to see me about. The examiner naturally didn't believe Su Haochen's claim that he was thinking of something else. Right now, was there anything more important than winning first place in this competition? However, it didn't bother arguing with Su Haochen, but continued on with the main topic. It's like this, Su, originally our rule was that the top 5 could represent Huaxia in the world competition. But now, Su, you alone answered 9 questions correctly, and no one else grabbed it except for the 7th Lin over there. So this game would be all about first and second. no other placements, and we couldn't award 5 winners. What are your thoughts on this matter, Mr. Su? Just a moment ago, he was calling Su classmate, but in the blink of an eye, he was already calling Mr. Su. For this change in the title of the examiner, Su Haochen naturally felt it. Already he wasn't treated as just a student, a candidate for the competition. Rather, he was being treated almost as if he were on equal footing and was discussing things with him. But for Su Haochen, there was also absolutely nothing that could be done. The so-called crushing the entire field was also not of his own will, but a task given to him by the system. If he could, he didn't even want to give up the first question, and he might even get a better reward. But at this time, since the examiner let him say it, then it is good. Although he said that he is not very fond of pretending, but there are times when pretending is really cool. So Su Haochen opened his mouth. There's nothing to figure out, it's just the two of us going. Isn't it the first place that will be decided in the competition anyway? And it's individual combat, not teamwork. Even if more people go, they may not be able to offer me much help. When these words came out, the faces of the crowd below almost darkened. Though on second thought, what Su Haochen said wasn't wrong. Indeed, the ability was too much higher than them, but it sounded bad when it was said in front of everyone. Also, they would love to go to the world's competitions to get their feet wet, even if it's just to see what's going on. It's also a great addition to your future resume. But Su Haochen just rejected it outright, with such a simple and rough reason. But at this time, they would never dare to say anything more. Su Haochen's performance today will probably hang in the country. I'm afraid it's not that hard to block yourself with a single word in case you give someone an offense. So any amount of displeasure in his heart could only be endured. This is the sorrow of the weak, and only the strong have the right to decide the rules of the game. The examiner smiled slightly. Since Mr. Su has such confidence, then we won't say anything more. Originally, I was thinking of selecting 3 people from the results of the preliminary round to go with Su and Lin to participate in the worldwide competition, or to the other players in an extra game. It seems completely unnecessary now, and on behalf of the competition organizers, I defer to Mr. Su's decision. Su Haochen nodded slightly. The organizers of the contest? Su Haochen laughed coldly in his heart. He didn't have a good impression of this organizer at all. It's fine if you don't represent the organizer. You represent the organizer. Then sorry, you'll get a few dislikes on behalf of the organizer too. The final decision in this matter rests with you, the organizers, and not with me. I'm just expressing my thoughts. Don't talk like you think so highly of me. You guys changed the rules of the tournament on the fly earlier, saying something about how a team must have 2 people in the top 20 to qualify for the rematch. Is this not directed at me? The examiner was baffled and had no idea what Su Haochen was talking about. All that could be done was to scratch his head and laugh in embarrassment. I really don't know anything about this matter mentioned by Mr. Su. If Mr. Su needs it, I can bring it up with the organizers. If there is any unfairness to Mr. Su, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Forget it, Su Haochen said with a wave of his hand. It didn't do me any real damage anyway, so I'm not going to bother pursuing it. He was indeed too lazy to pursue the matter, as he had a lot of things to do next. There is still a pile of mess on the China seaside, waiting for him to clean up, and it is not easy to make too many enemies on the Beijing side. Even if we know that those 3 colleges are behind it, what can we do? The only power he had on the Beijing side was a Mingyang hotel headquarters. I'm afraid it's a fool's errand to try to shake up these 3 universities, the examiner said with a slight smile. Mr. Su, it's really generous. That being the case, let's once again congratulate Su for winning the rematch. Congratulations to Lin for being the runner-up in the competition. It will be the 2 of them who will represent China and compete in the World Finals in March. March? Su Haochen frowned slightly. I thought I would be able to go to the World competition soon after the Huaxia competition, but I didn't realize I would have to wait until March. It's just the end of October, and there are still at least 4 more months until March. What the organizers had meant, in fact, was to give everyone a little more time to prepare. Seriously, go study so you can sprint to the final game. But for Su Haochen, this period of time was indeed quite difficult, and by the time March rolls around, I'm afraid he'll have more and more industry on his hands and be busier and busier. Whether or not there will actually be time to compete at that point is a moot point, but right now it seemed like he couldn't change anything, so he could only nod his head and acquiesce. And so the group left the arena. Many people were still waiting outside, and these were the members of the representative teams of those contestants, and almost all of them were from the 3 colleges in Beijing, as there were still schools affected by this final due to the temporary rule change. Aside from Su Haochen and Lin Mengzhu, there were only 2 students from Zhonghai Fudan who made it inside the rematch. The remaining 6 people were all from Beijing, which was quite even, with 2 people from each college entering the rematch. In other words, The places for the rematch of the Chinese math contest this time were rounded up by the cities of Beijing and Shanghai. Chapter 132, Preparing for the Return Journey. Next, the players from those 4 schools were waiting there, ready for the triumphant return of their teammates who had participated in the rematch. To everyone's surprise, it's not even 10 o'clock. They all walked out of the racecourse one after another, and one after another. They all hung their heads in shame. If it wasn't for the fact that the racetrack was off limits, they were afraid that they would have all rushed straight in. On the contrary, Su Haochen and Lin Mengzhu, the two who had truly returned triumphantly, did not have a single person waiting there at the entrance. Those teammates are all going out in style. It really is a piggy bank. Look at others, clearly defeated. Yet there are so many people here waiting to greet them. Su Haochen muttered in a small voice. Lin Mengzhu walked beside Su Haochen and said with a faint smile, "Those teammates of ours, they're all simply here to play. Who's taking this game seriously? It's just you." Lin Mengzhu had already forgotten how long it had been since she had walked beside Su Haochen like this. It seemed like only half a month apart, but it seemed like decades had passed for her. Now that there was another opportunity like this, she naturally wanted to take advantage of it. That's why the smile on Lin Mengzhu's face was also from the heart. On the contrary, it was Su Haochen, who was now somewhat afraid to face Li Mengzhu, with indescribable torment and mixed feelings in his heart. The game was played in a classroom, but the field was in a school. The entire school gate is closed and no one else is allowed to enter. As the group walked up to the entrance of the school, hooting and hollering, the crowd gathered around, pulling their teammates to shush them. For a while, Su Haochen unexpectedly felt a burst of inexplicable loneliness in his heart. But this kind of loneliness, he is not rejected. As the saying goes, the high place is not cold. Where are we going next? Lin Mengzhu asked. Subconsciously, he still wanted to let Su Haochen make the decision for him, just like before. The decision that could have been made by Su Haochen before, yet he seemed to have barely heard of it. When he shared the same opinion with her, Su Haochen had the last word, and when he disagreed, it was always her. But now, she really wanted Su Haochen to make a decision for herself, and no matter what Su Haochen said, she would definitely listen, even if he said to go back to the hotel and sleep together. Thinking of this, Lin Mengzhu's face flushed with a hint of redness, only that Su Haochen didn't notice it. Right at this moment, a group of reporters blocking the school's entrance surged towards Su Haochen. The officials, as well informed as they really are, have posted the information about the championship win on the internet at this time. Both Su Haochen and Shanghai Science and Technology College were on the top of the hot search in just 5 minutes. In contrast, Lin Mengzhu, who had only grabbed one question, didn't receive much attention. It wasn't that she didn't attract the eye, it was just that under Su Haochen's radiance, it slightly covered her up. Only, the officials are still merciful and have not released any pictures of the two of them, because this involves privacy. If the photos are really published, then Lin Mengzhu, I'm afraid that the instant heat will overshadow all the stars in China. After all, with her face value, even for those first-tier celebrities, there was hardly anyone who could steadily outshine her. Of course, if the photo was published, with Su Haochen's face value, it would also definitely receive more attention. Even, there will be a lot of directors begging him to debut. Bad. Su Haochen let out a gasp. Looking at the gaggle of reporters running toward him, carrying cameras, one gets the feeling that something is wrong. What's wrong? Lin Mengzhu asked. Originally, she shouldn't have been unable to notice it, but she now had all her thoughts on Su Haochen and didn't notice what was happening around her. Move. Su Haochen took Lin Mengzhu's hand in his. In Lin Mengzhu's dismay, Su Haochen tugged Lin Mengzhu through the crowd and quickly got out of the group of reporters' sight. With Su Haochen's speed, it wasn't like those ordinary people could keep up. It was hard to see his movements, let alone chase him. For a while, all the reporters lost their targets. Seeing that he was relatively safe, Su Haochen hurriedly reached out to try to stop a taxi and leave this place of wrongdoing. However, to Su Haochen's disappointment, there wasn't a taxi parked in front of him as soon as he reached out like inside the drama. 5 more minutes passed just like that, and Su Haochen kept his eyes and ears open, fearing that a reporter would touch up. He doesn't want to be interviewed or famous. He knew that although he was now very strong compared to ordinary people, he still had to keep a low profile, because there are a lot of behemoths that are simply out of his reach right now. If you provoke them, you will definitely be the one who loses out when the time comes. If it was simply himself personally, the big deal was to fight to the death. But by his side, there were still family and friends, and he didn't want to drag them down because of himself. Su Haochen can't hit a car here in this mess, and wants to take out his phone and use the software to call a car. Before in the exam room, the phones were all to be turned in, so Su Haochen turned it into silent mode. It didn't matter that I took the phone, but I realized that within 5 minutes, there were 23 missed calls. There were those from Wang Mang, Zhang Qian, Yan Dong, and from his sister Su Yuchun. There's also Zhao Wenhan, Yin Ziru and theirs. but it's basically just hitting one, or at most two. Instead, there was one person who made 5 phone calls, the CEO of the Miyang Hotel headquarters, Rocky. Suhao-chan also knew that it couldn't be because there was some kind of emergency. The reason why he was looking for him would have been that he got the news, so he said he would call, congratulate him, or go celebrate with him. And Rocky must have been in a hurry, because it also occurred to him that he had been here for days. As expected by Suhao-chan, Luo Qi was really fuming in Mingyang Hotel right now, didn't care how many people were coming and going, just stood there at the front desk and started yelling. The hotel attendants were all silent and stood straight in front of Rocky, all with their heads down, afraid to speak. Rocky yelled, "Every one of you is a dry run. Su Dong has been here for 2 days, but none of you have informed me. Do you not know the name of Su Dong? You didn't watch when you checked in, and if you piss him off this time, you'll all have to off with me." Rocky cursed more and more vehemently, but at that moment the phone suddenly rang. Rocky hurriedly changed his smile and picked up the phone and said, Su Dong, bother you, Mr. Su is not busy now, right? Suhao-chan said, I'm calling a car on my side, ready to go back to the hotel to pack up. Suhao-chan had already guessed that Luo Qi's side actually knew everything, so he didn't hide it anymore. Rocky rushed to curry favor. Su Dong, what else do you call a car? Where are you? You send me a location. I'll go pick you up right now. No need. Suhao-chan refused. If you have time, you should come straight to the hotel. We've been on the phone for so long, we haven't actually met. That's good. Rocky was all smiles. I'm at the hotels right now, and I'm waiting for you to come back. Suhao-chan didn't say anything else and directly hung up the phone. Chapter 133, Lingyun Helicopter, Up. Thinking about it carefully, Suhao-chan didn't find it too strange. It was reasonable that those reporters wouldn't show up in front of the school that early. As per previous years, it had to be 12 o'clock before the game was over, even as there were many times when it went overtime for a long time. That's why it's impossible for anyone to think that it's not even 10 o'clock yet and the results of the race are already out. Apparently, the reporters who came in a hurry did so because the official information had already been published on the internet, and the information on the official website is basically simulcast. Whenever someone finishes answering a question, the information is synchronized and updated online, and even the questions are public. As for Suhao-chan, when he answered the 5th question correctly, he was actually locked to be the champion, and from that point on, the information on the internet, it should have been all over the place, so it's not really surprising that they got the information. And the moment Suhao-chan and the others walked out of the examination room, the internet must have also synchronized the update of the end of the competition, which was why people were calling Suhao-chan one after another. And it's no surprise that Rocky rushed to the hotel the moment he got the news. Suhao-chan also guessed that Rocky should be throwing a tantrum at the hotel right now. After more than 10 minutes, the taxi called by Suhao-chan finally arrived, and in the process, Suhao-chan changed places 4 times with Lin Mengzhu in order to avoid reporters. It was only because I had been on the phone with the online driver that I didn't get the location wrong. Since there were also more cars on the road, Suhao-chan only returned to Mingyang Hotel at 10:30. On the way, Suhao-chan was quite tired, so he closed his eyes and rested his mind there, and Lin Mengzhu didn't pester Suhao-chan to have to chat. The awkward emotions of the two people together could actually be felt by Lin Mengzhu. The two sat side by side in the back, and Lin Mengzhu actually wanted to lean into Suhao-chan's arms like before, but never had the courage. She didn't know that Suhao-chan, who had been keeping his eyes closed, was also silently looking forward to it. Even if there was a sharp turn or something, Lin Mengzhu would be able to fall into his arms smoothly. Just stepping into the door of Mingyang Hotel, Luo Qi hurriedly brought a few people to welcome him, calling Su Dong with a smile on his face. Suhao-chan also recognized Luo Qi. After all, a person of his status could be found on Baidu's encyclopedia. Look at the waitresses, one by one, standing at the front desk. Both men and women stood there straight, heads bowed, obviously having just been scolded. This was not unexpected, so Suhao-chan said, "Don't blame them. I didn't want to alarm you in the first place. I've been busy with the competition these past few days, and my original plan was to contact you after my competition was over and we'd meet again. If they tell you about my arrival here, it could upset my plans and affect my game instead." When the crowd heard Suhao-chan say this, they let out a long breath of relief. But right now, Luo Qi didn't allow them to leave, and Suhao-chan didn't say anything, so they still didn't dare to move, and could only stand there, continuing to wait. Luo Qi could naturally hear that Suhao-chan was excusing them. Of course he could see that with Suhao-chan's strength, dealing with those contestants was simply a descending blow. Is there anything else he needs to do to prepare for the game? However, since Suhao-chan opened his mouth to excuse them, it was clear that he didn't want to pursue this kind of thing. And for Rocky, it became clear that Suhao-chan had no grudges against him, either. so he didn't bother to pursue the matter, and with a wave of his hand addressed the crowd standing at the front desk. Watch out for this kind of thing in the future. Be sure to contact me in a timely manner if you have a valued guest. Something like this. I don't want it to happen again next time. Alright, y'all get busy. The people heard it as if it were the voice of heaven, especially the few waitresses, although the standing time is not very long, but after all, is wearing high heels it, all feel a little sore feet. Everyone was grateful to Su Haochen in their hearts, and those girls were even sneaking around. There were even quite a few people who had already fallen in love with Su Haochen, but they all sighed in their hearts. With Su Haochen's status, how could they be worthy of him? Just looking at it from a distance makes you feel content, but there are always those who think they're right. And here comes one. She was probably only 25 or 26 years old, but you can't tell the age of a woman after she's put on makeup. It does look pretty good though. Although compared to Yin Zero and Lin Mengzhu, there was still a big gap, but it was already not inferior to Wang Jieqi. Even if it doesn't reach 90, it can be a beauty around 88. Assuming, of course, that it's with makeup on. As for what kind of veiled face, Su Haochen didn't bother to think about it. If this woman hadn't taken the initiative to stand in front of them, releasing her tartness with a smile on her face, I'm afraid that Su Haochen just wouldn't have noticed her until he was on his way out. Mr. Su, not only is he so golden and handsome, but he's also so strong. He's really enviable. I really feel honored that we have such a boss. How many more days can Mr. Su stay here? If there's anything you need, you can contact me and I'll do my best. Su Haochen naturally understood what she meant, only that this kind of whiny voice made him feel a bit annoyed. Su Haochen really didn't have such a girl by his side. The only contact was when he bought a house in Liaofu at the time, the one called Han Ling, who had the intention of trying to rub up against him, but it was stopped by his sister. Looking at Su Haochen's slightly furrowed brow, the woman, however, didn't seem to notice anything and wanted to continue talking, but was stopped by Luo Qi. As wise as Rocky was, he naturally knew how to read people's minds. With a glance, he could see that Su Haochen was unhappy and hurriedly spoke. Su Dong, this is the manager of the guest room department of our Mingyang Hotel, named Su Ying. Su Haochen nodded and didn't think of having a seizure. After all, there were so many other people here, and it wasn't good to let people down in public. After all, they are their own employees, and if there is anything wrong with them, they can just educate them. But when Su Ying saw Su Haochen nodding his head, he thought that it was his own words that had moved his heart. After all, a beautiful woman of her color has confidence in herself. Besides, in her mind, Su Haochen was no more powerful than a young student. Even if you're good at math and your family has money, you must not have much experience. If you make a move yourself, with a little bit of temptation, are you still afraid that you can't get rid of him? Even if she didn't have the chance to marry into a rich family in the future, she could certainly have a lot of money by accompanying him for one night. When the time comes, there may be more unexpected gains, and you may be able to marry into a wealthy family. In Su Ying's mind, she kept sketching out her bright future, but it's more YA than outlining. It's almost like thinking about peaches. Chapter 134, Lingyun Helicopter, Middle. Su Haochen was really lazy to take care of her, but he couldn't say nothing, so he opened his mouth. I came back to pack up my stuff. We're getting ready to leave this afternoon. I'll be leaving in a few minutes when my classmates get back, so come back next time you get a chance. Su Haochen's voice was very cold, and Su Ying, even if she was stupid, could hear Su Haochen's boredom, but she didn't dare to say anything. After all, they were the owner of the hotel, definitely not something she could mess with. Strongly suppressing his discontent, he gently bowed to Su Haochen before turning around and leaving. In his heart, he had been complaining that Su Haochen didn't know what he was talking about, but it didn't occur to him that just like her such goods, how could Su Haochen look at them? Luo Qi looked at Su Haochen in embarrassment, and he naturally knew what Su Ying meant by coming up. Su Haochen said with a slight smile, our hotel service is really on point. Rocky rushed to accompany the smile. Sorry to hear that. I'll be strict. Su Haochen gently nodded and said, you'll be able to control yourself. I don't like this, but that doesn't mean everyone doesn't like it. Moderation is good. Don't go too far. This is the kind of thing that, if it ever gets reported, it'll have a big impact on us, as I'm sure you can tell. Su Haochen said this in a very subtle way, and Luo Qi naturally knew what it meant. There were some things that didn't need to be said too clearly. So Rocky said, then Su Dong, what you just said about leaving this afternoon, Su Haochen nodded and said, yes, it's true, and the classmates should be back soon on their end. When they come back, I'll have to go back to Zhonghai. I'm quite relieved to have you over here. The two were in a spacious office, chatting for a while longer, and Su Haochen confirmed his previous thoughts. Rocky did say he didn't care about him because he suddenly got 70% of the shares and inquired, again, that he was just a young man, still in school. One guesses that it's just a rich kid. but after learning that he had genuinely thought about the staff by asking for an one paycheck, he had that idea of respect for him. After all, although he, Luo Qi, was the general manager of Ming Yang Hotel, in the end, he was actually just a senior wage earner. After a while, Su Haochen received several phone calls one after another and learned that the crowd had returned, and Lin Mengzhu had spoken to him on WeChat earlier, telling him that Wang Zheqi had been right there in the hotel and hadn't gone out. Everyone came back one by one and gathered in the hotel lobby. Su Haochen told everyone to go back to their rooms and pack their things, but there wasn't really anything to pack, and people basically didn't bring anything with them, knowing that it wasn't too long. I didn't really have anything with me other than some changes of personal clothing. It's basically just a small bag for each person and that's it. However, there is a critical issue at hand, as everyone was busy but forgot to book the tickets to go back. This was still something Zhao Wenhan thought of, and even Su Haochen didn't realize it. When Zhao Wenhan brought up this matter, Su Haochen was directly dumbfounded. The tickets on the way here were uniformly booked by Wang Mang, but since Su Haochen said that everyone might want to have some fun in Jinghua, Wang Mang didn't book the return tickets. In the past 2 days, Su Haochen was busy with the competition, and experienced another wave of moods, as well as the troubles of swinging back and forth between Yin Zero and Lin Mengzhu, so there was no mood to think about anything else. As for Zhao Wenhan, he's also been having fun for the past 2 days. It didn't occur to me until I was about to leave that I didn't have a train ticket yet, and when he tried to go online to buy tickets, he realized that tickets for today and tomorrow, and even for the last 10 days, were almost sold out. Even the transit ones are the same, with only a few scattered ones left, not to mention that we all sat together. We couldn't even try to get back on the same train. At this time, he naturally also told Su Haochen about this situation and showed Su Haochen the online ticketing software. Su Haochen frowned, secretly thinking that it's not a rush hour now. Why is it so hard to buy tickets? But right now, it seems like there's nothing else to do but to have everyone split up and go back. Arrange for grouping, and if you can't, you'll have to stay here another night. He can be reimbursed by public funds anyway, so he's not that far off. Seeing this, Rocky, who was on the sidelines, knew that his chance to show off had come, so he said, "Our hotel has a special bus. Otherwise, I'll arrange for someone to drive everyone back. There's only 20 people in total, so this car will definitely fit, and it's very spacious." What Rocky said was a good suggestion, but suddenly it was a wake-up call for Su Haochen. Taking a bus is definitely not as fast as a high-speed train, and it's estimated that it would take 14 or 15 hours from Beijing to Shanghai anyhow, and that would be too hard to endure. Coming in on the high-speed train, over 6 hours, the group was together, laughing and joking, and it was fine, but I'm afraid it's going to be hard for everyone to sit there for 10 hours or so. However, Su Haochen remembered that he seemed to have another helicopter in the system's backpack. Since it hadn't been able to be used either, Su Haochen had ignored it, but when the system backpack opened, Su Haochen did take a look at it. The plane was big enough to hold 30 or 40 people inside without any problem at all, and helicopters fly low and don't take up the airways of airplanes at all, so there's no need to apply in advance or anything. Fly through the air and also try to walk in a straight line. In that case, it was estimated that it would take about 2 hours to get from Jinghua to Shanghai. It's just that I'm afraid I'm going to have to entrust him to be the driver, and it's certainly unlikely that anyone else will be able to fly a helicopter, but the divine piloting skills that he had previously, in the system, drawn, could be well managed for helicopters as well. So Su Haochen said, "Everyone wait for a while, I'll go make some arrangements. Someone should come to pick us up in a while." Then turning to Rocky, he said, "Does the hotel have a larger open space?" Luo Qi didn't know what Su Haochen was up to, but he also nodded his head in a hurry and said, "Yes, okay." Su Haochen nodded and said to everyone, "You guys wait here first." Then turning to Rocky again, he said, "You take me." The crowd didn't know what Su Haochen meant and were all confused. Arranging for someone to pick you up? This is not a matter of walking a few kilometers, or a few dozen kilometers, and arranging for someone to pick you up when you say so. It's such a long distance from Beijing to Shanghai. How can we arrange for someone to pick them up? After arriving at the open space, Su Haochen directly dismissed everyone, including Rocky. "Tell them to rest here for a while by themselves, and tell them all to stay away and not disturb." After all, if everyone saw that he had summoned a helicopter out of thin air, then I'm afraid things would be a big deal. Luo Qi and the others didn't know what Su Haochen meant, but they didn't dare to refuse. Chapter 135, Lingyun Helicopter, below. Seeing Luo Qi and the rest of the crowd leave, Su Haochen directly opened his system backpack and took out the helicopter. Entering inside the cabin, he first briefly familiarized himself with it. It wasn't that Su Haochen was worried that he was not driving well. After all, when the system comes out, it will be a fine product. Divine driving skills, that's not a simple racer level. It's just that if he was asked to fly a fighter jet right now, he'd be totally fine with it. It was only just now that he had just finished talking to everyone, and would arrange for someone to pick him up in a while. And now, if he suddenly got such a helicopter, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. So Su Haochen decided to wait there for a little while first. The clearing was large, so the helicopter was placed directly here without attracting any attention. Of course, this was only what Su Haochen himself thought. Unbeknownst to him, there was a man looking down at him from a relatively distant spot. Of course, it was no wonder he couldn't think of it. There were no buildings in that location, and no one would think that someone could be standing in the air. After about half an hour or so, Su Haochen left the helicopter and returned to the hotel lobby. The crowd was chatting there while Rocky was setting up the hotel-related matters with his staff. Originally, none of these things were actually his personal concern, but since Su Haochen was here now, he couldn't leave either, so he personally asked about it, but also in front of Su Haochen, to show his excellent style of doing everything himself. Only Su Haochen didn't care about this. After all, this hotel was just one of the many industries for him, and he was sure that Rocky would have no problem at all in managing the hotel. In the crowd's surprise, Su Haochen took them up to the helicopter. Every seat in this helicopter is like a small couch, and it's the kind that you can recline to. So it's like the guys are sitting up there and it's as comfortable as sitting in business class on a high-speed train, which is something they've never enjoyed before. Even when they came, Wang Mang didn't buy business class tickets for everyone. They all bought first-class seats. It wasn't that Wang Mang or Su Haochen couldn't spare the money. Even if they were to charter an airplane, Su Haochen wouldn't care. It's just that the business class of the high-speed train, with only so many seats, just can't fit everyone. So it's just a matter of settling for a first-class seat, which is a nice treat for everyone. With the exception of a limited number of people, most others have never traveled in first class. And in this more comfortable helicopter, apparently it felt like all the organs in his body were working well, touching here and there, as if he wanted to study them thoroughly. But once you're lying there, you don't even want to move. It felt like sitting in the seat of this helicopter was more comfortable than if they were lying in bed. Su Haochen didn't explain too much, just said that it was sent over by someone else. And then since he was rather busy, he said that he rushed off. Zhao Wenhan asked again who would fly the airplane if, say, the pilot was gone. Su Haochen didn't answer, but sat directly on the driver's seat in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Luoqi was also surprised. He too was completely surprised that Su Haochen could fly an airplane. Su Haochen directly waved his hand at him, didn't say anything more, and flew the airplane directly into the air. Lin Mengzhu looked at Su Haochen, who was piloting the airplane in front of her. Not knowing what she was thinking, her eyes slightly lost in thought, Ryoga said to himself, could it really be? It was a soft sound, while the cabin was noisier, with the crowd gossiping. However, it was still heard by Wang Jiechi, who asked, what did you say? Lin Mengzhu seemed to have just slowed down and said, it's nothing, I just thought of something just now. Seeing that Lin Mengzhu was not willing to explain more, Wang Jiechi was also very sensible and did not ask again, and Su Haochen concentrated on flying the airplane without any distractions. Nor did he hear what Lin Mengzhu said. Although it was said that Su Haochen was confident in his own skills, or in the skills of the system, but since it was the first time I had flown a helicopter, I wasn't the least bit careless, no matter how chaotic it was back there. He never interjected a word, and was just at ease as a driver. In less than 2 hours, the crowd arrived in Zhonghai, and it was parking the helicopter directly at the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology, watching the crowd recline in various comfortable positions in their seats. Some even took their shoes off already. Su Haochen couldn't help but gnash his teeth and get up. These people were really good at enjoying themselves, traveling at public expense, staying in luxury hotels, and still coming back by helicopter. And the trip was almost entirely at his own expense, and he had to come back and chauffeur the gang around for free. It's really irritating, Su Haochen grumbled in his heart, but didn't say anything. After all, these people in front of him were on good terms with him. Besides the crowd in the dormitory, it was their girlfriends, and then there was the Inzira dormitory. The person Zhao Wenhan found was named Jiang Yang, and Su Haochen usually walks quite close. Zhao Wenhan and they often drink together before. Everyone used to joke around and call him the gangster. Since I was tired from the morning's fun and the airplane was going to be too comfortable, I'd say everyone basically fell asleep. They didn't even feel the plane land. Su Haochen looked at everyone, and although he said he wouldn't complain about anything with them anymore, he wanted to toss them around a bit. After all, he had stayed up here for more than 2 hours, but they had fallen asleep comfortably again after frantic chatting. How could Su Haochen be willing to do that? So Su Haochen sank his chi into his dantian, activated his inner strength and shouted loudly, "Get up! Bed! Up!" The loudness of the voice was so loud that even Su Haochen himself was startled, not to mention the other peoples who were in their sleep. Whatever beautiful dreams they were all having, they woke up in a flurry of fear. to the point where a couple of them planted themselves right out of their chairs, and one of them is Inziru. Inziru opened her sleepy eyes and got up from the ground, rubbing his eyes. He said, "What's wrong? Are we at the place yet?" The voice also contained an undertone of not being awake. The crowd woke up as well, and the few that fell to the ground slowly got up. Su Haochen laughed. "You guys are really something. There's obviously a handrail on the side here. How did you fall off?" "Third brother, you're trying to scare people to death." Old Sixth you muttered in a small voice, but from his eyes, Su Haochen couldn't see a bit of complaint. Instead, he was still a bit excited, because just a moment ago, he and Wei Ran next to him planted themselves out of their seats together. Coincidentally, he was still pressed against Wei Ran's body, and one hand was still placed in a position where it wasn't supposed to be. However, it was discovered that Wei Ran had obviously woken up, but apart from his face flushing, he did not react in the slightest. So Yu surprisingly didn't have the slightest intention of getting up until everyone looked in his direction. Wei Ran also had a red face and snapped, "You're still not getting up." It was then that Yu climbed up and picked up Wei Ran. Only then did he mutter the word Sango. "You're scaring people to death." Chapter 136, Hands reaching out to the rice country, upper. Su Haochen was already not surprised by what happened to both Yu and Wei Ran. It's been flirted with many times before. Two people who clearly have feelings for each other and are that close to getting together and officially confirming their boyfriend/girlfriend relationship. But neither of the two men would say that first. Wouldn't take another step closer. To this day, Su Haochen has been too lazy to flirt. Just looked at the two of them, gave a slight bad smile, and then said, "If you guys don't come down, I'm going to charge you. An airplane of this class can cost a lot of money for every minute you're on it." The crowd naturally knew that Su Haochen was joking, but it was obvious that they had already arrived at the place, and it was inappropriate to continue to stay on the airplane. One by one, they stepped off the plane with what they had in their hands. The last one to come down was Inziru, who was as humble as she had ever been. There's no other reason. It's just that as the mistress of the house, you naturally have to give way to the others. After getting off the plane, Zhao Wenhan asked what Su Haochen's next step was. Su Haochen told everyone to go back and wait first. There would definitely be a surprise afterward. Lin Mengzhu smiled and said to Su Haochen, "This airplane is great." Su Haochen slightly nodded and responded with thanks for the compliment. Inziru said without a trace of anger, "Even better, it's our brother Haochen's, so letting you sit in it once is good enough." In the face of this situation, Su Haochen sensibly chose to shut up and not help each other. This was the way to stay out of the way. Otherwise it was just one more word, and I was afraid that it would lead to two people mobbing together. Su Haochen had wanted to fly the plane and send Inziru's three roommates back to Zhonghai University of Science and Technology again, but the three said they wanted to hang out inside the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology, so they could just leave together in a little while. Su Haochen also knew that they didn't want to trouble themselves anymore, so he didn't move forward and had to send them back. Then he drove the airplane, and together with Inziru, the two of them returned to Qintangiping. This plane is not like a sports car that can be parked inside an underground parking lot, and now that Inziru was around, he couldn't retrieve it into the system backpack. Luckily, there was still more space above the roof, and stopping such a helicopter wasn't much of a problem. When the two got home, it was almost 1:30, and although they said they had eaten in the morning, it was now noon. "Hungry. I was going to find a restaurant and eat a big meal, but when I thought about it, that kind of stuff is a pain in the ass to process and it might be a long time before I can eat it." So Su Haochen directly chose to order takeout, and picked the one with the fastest delivery. Although Su Haochen's house was large, it lacked a bit of a homey feel, and didn't even have some basic ingredients. Thinking about this, Su Haochen still felt some coldness. No matter how good it was outside, Su Haochen would still miss the small city of his home. After finishing the noon meal, Inziru received a notification within the class group that a class meeting would be held at 3:30 in the afternoon. It seemed to be something quite important, and everyone was informed that they had to be present without leave. When Inziru finished talking to Su Haochen was slightly stunned. "It's just a small class. How can there be so much going on? There shall also be no absences and no leaves of absence. Not to mention that the school hasn't released any major decisions recently, or if it did, with Inziru's relationship with him, no matter how important the meeting was, if Inziru didn't attend, who could do anything about it?" However, Inziru didn't want to borrow Su Haochen's momentum, but rather said that she would go back and take a look, in case there really was some arrangement within this class. Su Haochen thought about it. In case there were really any activities within people's classes, organize a trip or something, or some kind of class officer election that requires everyone to be present. It didn't seem appropriate for his side to press down directly as a director. Even though he had the greatest power in the school, there was no need to interfere in the private affairs of people's classes. "Alright, then go back and take a look." Su Haochen nodded in agreement. "If anything really difficult comes up, Or if someone gives you a hard time, you just call me. I know, Ian Zero said with a smile. At Su Haochen's words, Ian Zero felt happy. Only Su Haochen seemed to have forgotten that Ian Zero was originally a rich girl as well, and that her identity was basically known to everyone in the class. Even their teachers knew about it, and who dared to take the initiative to mess with her? Su Haochen said he wanted to give her a ride, and Ian Zero refused. She certainly wanted to have longer time with Su Haochen, but she also knew that Su Haochen must have been tired as well after going to the game this morning and then flying everyone back in the afternoon. It's so hard to get some rest now. She could drive herself to school. There was no need to rely on Su Haochen to join him. Even though she knew that Su Haochen was in good health, there was always nothing wrong with taking the opportunity to rest a little longer. Su Haochen nodded, thinking to himself that his girlfriend, indeed, was very understanding. He was indeed a little tired now, and had almost fallen asleep against the couch just now while waiting for his takeout. After Ian Zero left, Su Haochen conducted today's lucky draw. In his heart, he prayed that he wouldn't draw another 100 million Chinese coins like he did 2 days ago. Right now he really wasn't interested in Chinese coins. Sure enough, the system didn't let him down. Perhaps it was because he had completed the system's temporary mission, and the system was also impressed with him, so it took care of him. Ding! System alert! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-rank reward. The entire equity of the Micronautics airline in the United States of America. Su Haochen directly froze. Airlines? Or is it rice? What the hell is this? And this is an A-ranked reward all of a sudden. I remember before when I drew Chen Tangyi Pin and Jin Yuan Street. It seems like that was only a B-ranked reward. Calculating the B-level rewards was probably worth more than $10 billion, while this A-level rewards must be worth more than $100 billion. But think of it another way, it's an airline, worth over $100 billion too is not unusual. Unbeknownst to him, by this time, the top brass of Rice were in disarray. Rice is very developed, but it's not flooded with companies like China. Most of the companies in Rice are under the manipulation of capitalists. Some individuals have small businesses that actually have capitalists behind them. In other words, it's just a small team they set up out there. It's almost impossible for some ordinary people to start a company on their own and flip it around. For ordinary people, the only hope is to become affiliated with capitalists. Maybe there will be a future flight of fancy. Of course, if it was said that there were also people who could be like Su Haochen and get a heaven-defying system, then perhaps the ending would also be completely different. The consortiums owned by those capitalists not only control the economic development of the rice country, but even influence the power disputes of various parties. For example, the current president of Rice is extraordinarily clueless. It is said to be backed by the Bank of Washington, the No. 1 consortium in the country. It was only then that they were able to narrowly win the general election on the ballot. Chapter 137, Hands Reaching Out to the Rice Country, below. Microcloud Airlines was one of the top 10 consortiums in the country of me. Although it was not the most ranked, it was still ranked in the 5th position. If it was true that there was a decision to be made about something, then even the entire Rice government must give people a few points of face. In other words, it's not always about what he wants to do, but if something is something he doesn't want to do, then no one can force it. This is definitely very fluffy. And this Weiyun Airlines suddenly had its shares, and all of them, bought out by someone, and the key thing was that the buyer was even a Chinese. The top brass of the Meg immediately launched an investigation into Su Haochen. However, within the Weiyun group, although they were also surprised by this matter, they had to maintain a friendly attitude towards Su Haochen, though even they know this attitude is feigned. But now Su Haochen had absolute power to decide their future lives. Being able to work for Microcloud Airlines, they are also extremely well off, as this company is the envy of many. If once they made Su Haochen dissatisfied, then Su Haochen could completely let them go straight away. It wouldn't be a problem to arrange for another group of Chinese to come in. Even the officials of the rice country didn't dare to mess with Su Haochen easily, because even though the money now still existed in the bank in the United States, Su Haochen had the absolute right to mobilize it. Once they pissed off Su Haochen, people withdrew all of Microcloud Group's money from inside their bank accounts. Even if it is transferred directly to China, then it is also a huge impact on the whole of Rice. Yet no matter how much they investigated, they couldn't get any news, because Su Haochen simply doesn't have any means to buy their shares. All this is all operated by the system, and the operation of the system, if it was said to be perceived by that group of ordinary people, then the system would simply die on its own. And all this Su Haochen didn't know at all. He just received a phone call, and that side said it was the head of Microcloud, named Thompson. For this name, Su Haochen had a familiar feeling, as if in his memory, there were a lot of people from the meter called this name. The attitude on the other side of the phone was very respectful, and Su Haochen simply dealt with it by letting them continue to run the company. Su Haochen's level of Miwu was all but average, so the two were conversing in Mandarin. Thompson's level of Chinese language, though said to be not good either. But now that he was Su Haochen's subordinate, he naturally had to follow Su Haochen's habits, not to mention that China, as one of the 5 strongest countries in the world, has economic dealings with every country. Weiyuan Airlines also had a lot of business dealings with China, so Thompson was accompanied by a Chinese interpreter. Su Haochen also knew that both Rice and Huaxia were only superficially friendly with each other, that Thompson could not have been submissive to him in his heart either, except that at the present moment the power was stronger than the man, and he had to yield. Googling this Microcloud Airlines, I learned that it was the 5th largest consortium in the United States, so Su Haochen was overjoyed. In this way, he didn't seem to be very far away from being the richest man in the world. Suddenly he felt as if he wasn't even sleepy anymore. I'm sure it'll be a mess on the Rice side, Su Haochen said to himself. After the euphoria, it soon fell back into coldness, and Su Haochen was the only one left in the large room, leaning back on the couch and casually fiddling with his cell phone in his hand. It wasn't long before sleepiness set in again. At some point, Su Haochen leaned against the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up again, I realized that it was already dark, and a glance at the time showed that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. My goodness! Su Haochen let out an exclamation. This sleep of his was sleeping for too long as well. The room remained empty though, as if no one would bother with him no matter how long he slept. Thinking of this, Su Haochen was again gloomy. Secretly, I thought to myself, I'm afraid I'm just going to die here and no one will pay any attention. But this he was obviously a bit pessimistic, because after all, there was still Inziru. Hi, Brother Haochen, you're awake. A sudden bang interrupted Su Haochen's thoughts. Ziru, you're here, but what are you doing? Su Haochen looked at Inziru. This outfit was obviously cooking in the kitchen, with an apron on. You can still cook? Su Haochen asked in surprise. Of course, Inziru said proudly. I never said I couldn't cook, nah, you just never asked. When I lived over there by myself, didn't that always involve cooking for myself? You think I order takeout every day? Seems a bit unhealthy, right? Su Haochen, you didn't seem to have told me you could cook either. Inziru, you didn't ask me either. When I was with you, it was always you who brought outside to eat, and you never asked me to cook for you, nah. Alright then, Su Haochen laughed. It's my one-sided thinking. I always thought that rich young ladies like you don't know how to cook. Inziru rewarded Su Haochen with a blank stare and said, you continue to stay there and wait. There's one more dish to go before it's ready. Then I'll ask you to taste my lady's handiwork, to show you that not all girls from rich families are the clothed and fed kind. These words made Su Haochen feel a little inferior. Look at Inziru, a young lady from such a wealthy family, even knows how to cook such chores, and he himself lived inside a normal family, but grew up to be so old that he couldn't even cook, so it was a case of turning to the system. System, can you give me a chef skill in tomorrow's lottery? Even if it's not god level or patriarch level, master level is fine. At least let me show my hand in front of Inziru as well, so I won't be looked down upon by her. The system's voice sounded in Su Haochen's head. People aren't looking down on you, even if they let her cook for you every day. They're still willing. Oops, this I know. Su Haochen interrupted. I just don't want her to work on her own. Can I go help? And I want to show off in front of her. Okay, the system said impatiently. You'll be given a godly chef ability in tomorrow's draw, but the counterpart will also have a temporary mission. So good luck. A temporary mission is a temporary mission, Su Haochen thought. Previously, I got a temporary mission by getting god-level math calculations. It's been a bit of a whirlwind, but it's done, and it was done well enough to be rewarded with 5 marrow cleansing pills. It's been sitting in the system backpack until now, not sent out. Thinking that he would give one to Inziru in a while for her to take and see what the effect was. Chapter 138, Inziru takes the marrow cleansing pill. Up. Not 5 minutes later, Inziru's last dish came up. The two of them then started dinner, and it had to be said that Inziru's handiwork was still good. It's all simple ingredients though, and it's impossible to make the kind of mountain of food that restaurants do anymore. But as far as home cooking is concerned, Inziru's skill is definitely not worse than his mom. Su Haochen heartily praised Inziru's handiwork as good. Inziru heard the heart is also beautiful, and also ate 2 more mouths. I'll make it for you in the morning so you can try my handiwork too. Su Haochen took advantage of Inziru's happiness and said. It was Inziru's turn to froth. Oh, you also know how to cook? A young master from a rich family like yours would even cook for himself? The tone in which this was said was almost exactly the same as what Su Haochen had said to her earlier. Su Haochen smiled back. Why does that sound so familiar? It seems like I just finished talking to you a while ago. With that, the two of them laughed together and got up in a very cordial atmosphere. Su Haochen also found a sense of home in the original coldness. Like this life with Inziru, Su Haochen did like it very much. Inziru didn't continue to doubt anything. If Su Haochen could cook for her, then she felt even happier. Why should I refuse? So he said, well then, I'll be waiting for it in the morning. In her heart, Su Haochen was almost omnipotent, so that's why she was just skeptical for a little while. Since Su Haochen said he could cook, he would definitely do it. Where does Inzira know that Su Haochen won't be able to do it now? He is only suitable for the system to reach an agreement. And at this moment, the system's voice sounded in Su Haochen's head. You haven't even drawn a prize yet, and you're starting to blow your mind about being awesome. Just in case the system gets upset and doesn't give you the cooking skill in tomorrow morning's draw, I'll see what you'll do. The muscles in Su Haochen's face twitched slightly, and he hurriedly said, Big brother system, you can't play like this. If this is done, I'll lose a lot of face tomorrow. Cut. You know you're scared this time? The system gloated. But what did you just say? System big brother? This system is clearly a gentle and lovely beauty. Okay? I can't believe you called me big brother. It's over. No more cooking for tomorrow morning. Haochen Su. Don't. I was wrong. You mustn't have done that. A man under a short roof has to bow his head. Su Haochen actually started begging for mercy to the system. Alright, this system will forgive you this time. But next time, remember, start pretending again when the ability arrives. Good. Su Haochen hastily responded. Remember the teachings of the system god. Inziro on the side saw Su Haochen holding the rice bowl and froze. Of course she didn't know that Su Haochen was busy talking to the system, so she reached out and waved her hand in front of Su Haochen's eyes. Brother Haochen, what's wrong with you? What's on your mind? Of course, Su Haochen couldn't be truthful, but it was good that he could take this opportunity to give the marrow cleansing pill to Inziro. So he said, it occurred to me that I have a treasure here that should suit you. With that, he took out a marrow cleansing elixir from inside his system backpack. Of course, he was putting on an act, pretending to pull it out of his pants pocket, so if he said it came out of thin air, he'd definitely have to go through a lot of trouble explaining it again. What is this? Inziro looked at something the size of a chocolate bean in front of her and asked, is this candy? Of course not, Su Haochen said. This thing is called marrow cleansing pill. I don't know if you've heard of it. Marrow cleansing pill? Inziro let out a cry of surprise. Even the chopsticks in her hand were unsteady and fell directly onto the table. Su Haochen was speechless, as to be so excited. However, looking at Inziro's appearance, it was obvious that she knew about the marrow cleansing pill. It's just not the same to come from a big family. It's insightful. But Inziro frowned and said, the marrow cleansing pill doesn't seem to be this big, right? The marrow cleansing pill in my memory seems to be just a very small one. You've seen the marrow cleansing pill? Su Haochen asked. Inziro nodded and said, I did see it. It was 2 years ago when my dad and I went to an auction in the Sunset Empire. The finale auction treasure was a marrow cleansing elixir, which my dad said he wanted to buy for me at the time. But the final selling price was so high that it went up to $8 billion. Our family couldn't really afford it, so we gave it up. But that marrow cleansing pill was just the size of a grain of rice. Why is this one of yours as big as a glass ball? That one should be the primary marrow cleansing Dan, right? Su Haochen asked. Inziro nodded. Yes, that's what the host said at the time. Su Haochen was surprised, not expecting that a single primary marrow cleansing pill could be sold for $8 billion. Then what about this medium extreme marrow cleansing pill in his hand? So Su Haochen said, this one is different from the one you saw. This one is an intermediate level marrow cleansing elixir, which is much more effective. The primary marrow cleansing pill could probably only condense true qi, allowing people to evolve from simply practicing the body to refining qi when they cultivated. And this medium extreme marrow cleansing pill is not only capable of condensing true qi, but it can also directly allow you to grow your true qi for 10 years. It's almost like you can go from being a white guy to being a master almost immediately. Su Haochen is now 10 years of true qi, with a combat power of over 3,600. Even if he removed his 12 rows of tan legs, and meteor quick sword chopping blade technique, he should still be able to have more than 2,000 combat power based on these 10 years of true qi alone. Previously, Su Haochen had probed Inziro's combat power, and it was only a little over 200. Compared to Wang Dakue, the Minister Tangyipine's security chief whom he had beaten up before, he was still a bit short of the mark. That is to say, when they first met, if it was not for Wang Dakue being in the way of Inziro's owner's identity, if the two of them had really made a move, Inziro would have definitely been the one to be ridden on the ground and beaten. A body like Inziro's was fine in front of ordinary people. When in danger, you may be able to save yourself by surprise, but when you really face a master, there is only a hand in the air. But with 10 years of power, that's naturally different. It was estimated that Inziro's combat power could also grow to nearly 3,000. After all, she herself had practiced martial arts and possessed some kung fu techniques in her body, aided by true qi again. That was definitely much stronger than a martial arts white boy who only had true qi. Inziro had already closed her mouth on the side and directly hugged Su Haochen's arm. You said this is an intermediate level marrow cleansing elixir? It can allow me to directly increase my power for 10 years? Are you telling the truth? Don't you know if it is or not when you eat it? You don't have to suspect that it's poison, do you? Su Haochen said with a smile. Inzira reached out to receive the marrow cleansing pill and said as she looked at Su Haochen with affection, even if this is really poison, I'll eat it if you give it to me. Saying that, Inzira was about to put the marrow cleansing pill into her mouth, but all of a sudden, as if she thought of something, she stopped moving again. Chapter 139, Inzira takes the marrow cleansing pill, middle. Seeing Inzira's appearance, Su Haochen asked, why don't you eat it? You don't really suspect that there's poison in this, do you? Inzira shook her head and said, that wouldn't be true. It's just that, with something so valuable, are you really going to give it to me? If you say you ate it yourself, then it should be able to increase your true chi by 10 years as well. Su Haochen's heart warmed, secretly thinking that he really had a very important position in Inzira's heart. Faced with such a temptation, she didn't even just swallow it without hesitation, but was still thinking about herself. Although it is said that for the initial love at first sight, Su Haochen is skeptical in his mind, thinking that Inzira was greedy for his money, but after some time together, he felt Inzira's heart, and this scene today really does sublimate that friendship even more. So, Su Haochen said with a smile, it's no more valuable, but to me, it's not even a millionth of what it is to you. All this time, I haven't given you anything decent, so consider it a token of love from me to you. Inzira's tears slowly welled up as she murmured, Brother Haochen. Su Haochen smiled faintly, reached out to wipe away the tears on Inzira's face, and said, eat up, good. Inzira broke into a smile and didn't make any more pretense. Tomorrow, I'll give Brother Haochen a gift as well. Your entire being is mine. What's the point of giving a gift? Su Haochen gently stroked Inzira's hair. Eat quickly, it'll get cold in a while. Inzira almost burst out in joy. Can this marrow cleansing pill still be cold? It didn't seem like it was hot when it was held in the hand. She also knew that Su Haochen was teasing her, so she didn't say anything more and directly swallowed it. Su Haochen handed a cup of water to Inzira, who took it and said with a smile, it's not like you're taking medicine, you have to be right there with the water? Speaking of this, Inzira frowned. Suddenly, he felt a pain arise in his body from the inside out, and he couldn't help but scream out loud. The cup he just received in his hand was also thrown to the floor and broken, rolling off the couch in a single bound and curling up in convulsions. Su Haochen froze and immediately panicked, shouting, what's going on? Originally, this was something Su Haochen wanted to ask the system, but he didn't expect to shout it out loud in panic, and fortunately didn't bring the word system with him. Quickly, Master, quickly channel her true chi. The system's voice also trembled a bit, and Su Haochen hurriedly helped Inzira up and reached out to rest his hand on her back. True chi surged out from Su Haochen's palm and slowly transported into Inzira's body. Such a scene, Su Haochen had seen many times inside martial arts dramas. Those martial arts masters used such a method when they were healing their wounds, never expecting that one day they would have a day to practice it themselves. As Inzira gradually became less uncomfortable, Su Haochen followed the system's guidance and made Inzira sit cross-legged, returning the scattered true chi to the location of the dantian, and then spreading it throughout the body little by little. After about an hour or so, Inzira finally got better, let out a long breath, then stood up. At the same time, Su Haochen also withdrew his true chi, and Inzira was unharmed. Really scared me to death. Su Haochen let out a long breath, exhausted and directly paralyzed on the sofa. It was Inzira, on the contrary, who was radiant, having just metamorphosed from an ordinary person into an expert with 10 years of true chi. He certainly felt inexhaustible strength and abundant energy. Thank you, Brother Haochen. If you didn't save me, I'm afraid Inzira couldn't say any more. The scene just now made her scared just thinking about it. Nothing, I was careless. Su Haochen was right about this. He had only learned about the efficacy of the marrow cleansing dan from the system, but had no idea how to use it at all, and simply felt that it would be fine if he ate it. But if you think about it carefully, you can understand that such a rare thing, how can it be simple? Take it and it will have an effect. Luckily, he didn't directly throw this marrow cleansing elixir to Inzira, letting her find the time to take it herself. If he wasn't around when Inzira took the marrow cleansing elixir, then I'm afraid, even Su Haochen didn't dare to think about it anymore. Inzira shook her head, stating that it wasn't Su Haochen's fault. Then she told Su Haochen to rest first while she cleaned up the table and dishes. Su Haochen didn't refuse either. Right now he really didn't have the strength to help Inzira clear the table anymore. Inzira busied herself. Su Haochen closed his eyes and said to the system, why didn't you tell me earlier? Something almost went wrong. The system mused. I'm sorry, I fell asleep just now. I didn't even know that you were going to give her that marrow cleansing elixir so soon. Sleep? Asleep? Su Haochen froze. What? You need to sleep even for a system? Of course, the system replied. It's just that computers need to be turned off. They can't be on all the time either. And naturally I need a break. Fine. Su Haochen didn't continue to dwell on this matter, feeling that what the system said seemed reasonable, so it was time to start asking the right questions. So when other people take it, does it hurt so much? What should I do? Is it channeling true chi to assist, like today? The system replied. You should channel your true chi to assist first, and wait until it spreads throughout his body before taking the marrow cleansing pill. This way he won't feel the pain in you. Master, won't have to use up too much of your true chi. Su Haochen nodded, but suddenly frowned, feeling as if something was wrong with his body, and asked the system, what's wrong with me? Can you check me out? The system responded, there's nothing really going on. It's just that you just died consuming a large amount of true chi. This loss is irreversible because the situation is unique, so you'll only have 5 years of true chi left now, and your fighting strength isn't as good as it was before. No way. Su Haochen let out an exclamation, almost jumping straight up from the sofa, taking another look at his own battle power value. Sure enough, it was less than 3,000. Who could stand this? It's my fault this time. The system's voice rang out from Su Haochen's mind. I'll give my master a little compensation. Just as Su Haochen was puzzled, the system's voice rang out from Su Haochen's mind again. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host. Due to unknown reasons, the host has gained 15 years of true chi. 15 years? Su Haochen froze, then quickly turned to surprise. The complaints from earlier swept away. Although he said that he had just lost 5 years, but now he had made up for 15 years at once, which meant that he had 20 years of true chi. Looking at his battle power value again, 6,230, he unexpectedly broke through to the 6,000 mark all of a sudden. However, Su Haochen was soon puzzled. After getting 10 years of true chi and 3 more feats of skill before, it had only risen from more than 1,400 to more than 3,600. Now that he had only gotten 10 more years of true chi, he had actually increased his battle power by almost 3,000 at once. It's like this, master. It's not that 1 year of true chi corresponds to a certain amount of battle power value, but rather the more years of true chi one accumulates, the more battle power one raises, because cultivating 20 years of true chi, compared to cultivating 10 years of true chi, that's definitely not doubling the difficulty, and it's definitely not the case that you can definitely have 20 years of true chi just because you've cultivated for 20 years. Su Haochen nodded, also more or less understanding some, but to say that he completely understood, it was still far from it. Chapter 140, Zero takes the marrow cleansing pill, next, but no matter what, the system's meaning, and he knew it very well. In the future, if he got another 10 years of true chi, then the battle power value would increase even more than this time. This was naturally beautiful to him, so he couldn't help but think of the near but unattainable 50 years of true chi reward. If we say that we really got this 50 years of true chi, counting on it, the battle power would probably break through to 15,000, right? 70 years of true chi, 15,000 battle power. What kind of level is that? I'm sure there's no rival in the world. Master should still not YY here. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. This system can tell you very responsibly that even if you really have 70 years of kung fu, you will not be invincible in the secular world. The master still needs to continue to work hard. As long as the master keeps completing the system's tasks, with the help of this system, he will definitely be able to reach the point of invincibility in the world, both in terms of financial power and force. It's not even impossible to open up new worlds that the master had once not imagined at all. For the system, Su Haochen had no doubts at all. Now that even martial arts already existed, Su Haochen wouldn't find it strange to see the appearance of any supernaturals or immortal cultivators. Even vampires, werewolves, Iron Man, whatever, might exist. Su Haochen nodded, secretly thinking that what the system said must be true. There was no need to lie to himself. If there was really the existence of an immortal cultivator, then 70 years of kung fu would not be enough for someone to pinch with one hand in front of them. However, I can be telling the master a good news. The system's voice sounded once again. Instead, Su Haochen froze. Today this system is very cute. Could it be that he sensed that he had done something wrong? Didn't I just accidentally fall asleep? Master, just don't blame me. Su Haochen's thoughts were naturally picked up by the system, hastily explaining. There was a surprising hint of petulance in his voice. Alright, since you know you're doing it wrong, then tomorrow when you set up the temporary mission, lower the difficulty of the mission a bit, Su Haochen said, taking advantage of the system's admission of wrongdoing and wanting to blackmail it. This master can be difficult for me. Mandatory tasks are not something I can decide at all. The system replied, directly cutting off Su Haochen's thoughts of being lazy and skittish. Fine, Su Haochen didn't make things difficult for the system anymore. Why don't you just tell me what good news you want to tell me? Don't you want to boost my true chi for a few more years? Then I would be very welcome. Master, you seem to be thinking about peaches. The system's voice took on contempt. I just want to tell Master that if we say that we follow the method I just used to guide others to take the marrow cleansing pill, those who take the elixir can increase their power for 10 years. And Master, you can also increase it for 5 years. This news really surprised Su Haochen greatly. There were still 4 marrow cleansing pills in his hand, which meant that it could still grow his true chi for another 20 years, which would be 40 years at once. Even in the martial arts novels I've read before, there aren't many people who can have 40 years of true chi, and those who can have 40 years of true chi are invariably the best in the show. Su Haochen nodded. In0 hadn't finished packing and returned, so Su Haochen continued to chat with the system and asked about the doubts in his heart. Does it mean that if you want to cultivate true chi, you have to take the marrow cleansing pill? At least the beginner's kind? If you say you can't develop true chi for the rest of your life without a marrow cleansing elixir? That's not true, the system explained. The marrow cleansing pill is to help condense true chi. In fact, every person has true chi in their body. It's just that the difference lies in whether or not they will condense it. According to normal cultivation, even a very talented person would need to cultivate for 10 years in order to condense true chi. And if we are talking about using the marrow cleansing pill and some external guidance, in just half an hour we can reach the effect of these 10 years of cultivation. Su Haochen nodded, then said, that is to say, if 2 people both started cultivating at the age of 7, and one took the marrow cleansing elixir while the other did not, then at their 27th year, the one who has taken the marrow cleansing pill will have 20 years of power, while the one who hasn't will only have 10 years of power. The meaning is probably right, but it's not exactly right. The system continued to explain. I didn't say that if you practice for 10 years, you will definitely succeed in condensing true chi. I was referring to those who are gifted and are willing to work hard. Many people might not be able to find a way to condense their true chi even after cultivating for a lifetime, which means that there is something wrong with their talent. There were also some lazy people, as well, who had been slacking off, so there were no signs of being able to condense true chi, and this was all quite normal. And it's not as if after condensing true chi and then practicing for 20 years, you'll necessarily have 20 years of true chi. It was also based on talent and effort. On the basis of already being able to condense true chi, it was possible to cultivate for 20 years, and it was also possible that one could not even cultivate true chi for 2 years. Of course it is also possible that these 20 years could have cultivated 200 years, or even longer, of true chi, which is impossible to say. It's still true that there are people out there. I don't know what kind of geniuses there really are in this world. In fact, genius isn't scary. The scariest thing is that genius still knows how to work hard. Su Haochen nodded. This was quite similar to the education he had received since childhood. Generally speaking, students who study well are either smart or hardworking, and more often than not, it's the smarter, but not yet exceptionally smart, people who really get ahead, only if they know the effort. And those who are exceptionally smart usually don't accomplish much if all they know how to do is play smart. And those who are very smart and work hard often become great men of their generation. The kind that can make outstanding contributions for the country and for the people can be immortalized for generations to come. Just as Su Haochen thought so, In0 finished packing as well. Su Haochen was still on the sofa and didn't get up, so In0 thought that Su Haochen was still tired and felt guilty. Helping Su Haochen to slowly sit up from the sofa, he let Su Haochen rest on his shoulders and helped Su Haochen walk towards the bedroom. With In0's current power, it was very easy to pick Su Haochen up directly. It was only that In0 subconsciously still thought that she was just an ordinary woman. It was only when Su Haochen actually put his hand on her that she realized that she wasn't struggling at all to carry Su Haochen. Su Haochen originally wanted to tell In0 that he was already fine, but the posture at the moment, his own hand directly piggybacked on In0's chest, and that feeling really put him in a soothing mood. So he made the mistake of not informing In0 of his physical condition, and allowed her to help himself towards the bedroom. Chapter 141, Divine Cooking, Upper. The next morning, after Su Haochen woke up, he routinely signed in. Sure enough, according to the agreement between the system and him, he was given an A rank reward, a god-level cooking skill. At the same time, he also received a temporary mission issued by the system, and this mission left him very speechless. He was asked to invent an original dish within 2 months and to make it a household name nationwide. Otherwise, the system punishes you for not being able to taste anything you eat in the future. In a very short period of time, the divine-level cooking skill had been instilled into Su Haochen's brain by the system. His mastery of the art of cooking now completely surpassed that of any master in the world. Making an original recipe is not at all difficult for him now. Only, how does this work when you want to be a household name across the country? How can we make this dish accessible to all, or affordable to all? Why is it important to make it affordable for all? Originally, relying on his own publicity, or relying on the forces behind him to do publicity for him, it is simply impossible to become a household name, especially when it comes to reaching out to the rural areas, or those inside poor families. That's simply not done. If you want everyone to know about his dish, then you still need to spread the word from person to person. 1 passes on 2, 2 passes on 3, and a little bit goes a long way in making everyone aware of the dish so that it becomes a household name. And if you want the people to spread the word spontaneously, then the best way, or the only way, is to get every single person to recognize the dish. Then to be recognized, you first have to be able to afford it. Abalone and lobster kind of thing is naturally delicious. While no matter how delicious you make it yourself, it can only serve a small number of people, because most people still can't afford this food. This makes it unlikely that there will be much spread among the people, only in the upper class. That wouldn't fit the system's mission at all. If you want to spread it among the people, then you still need to do some home cooking, like broccoli, shredded potatoes and such. So, how can these simplest of ingredients make the most unbelievable results? It all depends on his divine cooking skills. You need to take a variety of ingredients, and a variety of seasonings, and make a perfect match, and it's best to have the simplest ingredients, and the simplest seasoning dressing. The seasonings that are referred to in this are the oil, salt, soy and vinegar, and the ingredients, preferably that's something like shredded potatoes, broccoli, or even eggs and tomatoes, put together for them. Saying yes, Su Haochen is going to try his miracle cooking skills this morning. If it goes well, maybe an original recipe will come out. As far as he could remember, there were rumors circulating on the internet that tomatoes and potatoes were not to be put together in a dish, but after the divine cooking skills he now possessed, he realized that it was simply a rumor on the internet. These two things put together, instead of causing any damage to the human body, if properly operated, it is still very beneficial to the human body. Then again, now he is able to pinpoint what size the shredded potatoes are cut into, to allow the seasonings to be fully incorporated, to be able to achieve an optimal texture, and that eliminates the need for those expensive ingredients. The most basic things, he can make the most delicious dishes. Inzira looked at Su Haochen's knife work when he cut the vegetables, and couldn't help but secretly admire it, thinking in her heart, so this guy can really cook, and by the looks of it, it seems like he's a very skilled cook. But her heart wasn't making too many more waves, because in her perception, Su Haochen was basically omnipotent. It's like there's nothing he won't do. In addition to having children, somehow, Inzira suddenly wanted to hear Su Haochen sing, so she chatted with him again, said he wanted to have a little while and sing together. Now Su Haochen was scratching his head and almost didn't cut into his own hand. He knew something about his singing voice, and while it wasn't unpleasant, I guess, it definitely wasn't in the good category either. If it was true that he was displaying his singing voice in front of Inziru, then the perfect male image that had been built up over such a long period of time would probably be ruined. But I've already signed in today, so if I really want to be in a position to get the singing skill, then it's going to be tomorrow at the earliest. So, he could only find an excuse with Inziru to cope with the situation. Said she had things to do later and that she had to go to school later, so it was a date to sing together again on the weekend. Inziru felt that what Su Haochen said also made sense, so she also agreed. Su Haochen said that in order to compensate her, he could draw a picture for her today, and not another one, just her Inziru. Hearing that Su Haochen was going to draw a portrait of himself, Inziru's heart was also very happy, almost jumping up in excitement. How nice the picture is. It's not as pleasing as having your boyfriend, the man you love, paint one by hand. Although it was said that she didn't know what Su Haochen could draw, but subconsciously, he believed in Su Haochen. Since he offered it, it must have been very well drawn, and Su Haochen had absolute confidence in himself, too. Since the 10 consecutive draws, he has not been able to show off the skill of getting the double mastery of calligraphy and painting. The current him, with his numerous god-level skills, didn't think much of the cleric level anymore, but for the system's explanation, Su Haochen still believed in it a million times over. God level was the highest level that had surpassed this world, and the Grandmaster represents the highest level in the world. For calligraphy and painting, the current peak level of this world is certainly not in modern times, but in ancient times. No matter how much effort modern people have gone through, in the eyes of the world, they are still no match for those ancient masters of calligraphy and painting. As for Su Haochen, a patriarchal level skill is one that can reach the level of those ancient great ones. Putting it into perspective, that's definitely top-notch. This breakfast was so good that Inziru barely managed to swallow her tongue. As for Su Haochen, although it was said that he also felt delicious, due to having divine cooking skills, Su Haochen was more reflective while eating, thinking about the possibility that there is still something you can do to improve the dish, so it didn't gobble like Inziru. feeling as if she had lost her interest in savoring the delicious food. It's just a lot of thinking about how to go ahead and process it further to make it more flavorful. Originally, Su Haochen thought that after having divine cooking skills, not to mention that he could pretend to be a bully in front of others, he could also satisfy his appetite when he was at home. But now it seems as if it has lost all interest in food, because in his mind, he already had the flavors of almost all the dishes. It was as if he had tasted it so many times already that he had absolutely no interest in going back for more. Chapter 142, Divine Cooking. Next, Su Haochen was eating with Zero when he received a call from Wang Mang. Wang Meng's side was a bit incoherent with excitement. Tell Su Haochen that over at the Chinese Ministry of Education, a re-ranking of the nation's colleges and universities has been released. CSTU, which has moved up to 7th place from its original 9th place. Then it was a round of thanks to Su Haochen, said that if he hadn't led the crowd, he would have participated in this national math competition and 2 others would have made it to the repechage, and with 2 exceptional performances in the rematch, then there's absolutely no way they can go up 2 at once. Wang Mang said that everyone was already on their way to the office now, and they would all be there soon. He said he was ready to celebrate together and asked when Su Haochen was free and if he could join him. Su Haochen dealt with it vaguely, telling him he'd be right there. After all, he was going to send Zero to class, so he said that he would also have to make a trip to Zhonghai University of Science and Technology. Of course, he had something to do when he went to the Central Sea University of Science and Technology. It was that if Wang Mang didn't look for him, he would still go to Wang Mang, because he was going to give the friends who participated in the competition together, those from the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology, CSTI, a CSTI enrollment. It was a surprise he'd promised everyone, and he was sure those people would never expect it. What a surprise it might have been when the notification was received. Su Haochen could probably even imagine the picture of that time. Regarding Su Haochen's calmness, Wang Meng's side was a bit speechless. How come it seems like he, the little director, is more excited than he, the big director? That's a rise of 2 places, and the reputation of China Sea University of Science and Technology is kind of straight up. So what new value can be created next? It's all just unimaginable numbers. But on Su Haochen's side, it was as if he didn't care at all. Wang Mang felt completely unable to feel Su Haochen's pulse, and so too, after a few brief words, he hung up the phone. On Su Haochen's side, it wasn't like he didn't have a happy feeling, one step closer to the goal of his system mission. Of course he was happy, only this is only into 2. Think about what you have accomplished in the competition. That's 2 students from the Central Sea Institute of Science and Technology that wrapped up a spot in the World Finals. Even then, it's only just improved by 2, and that's from 9th to 7th. That's still 4 spots away from trying to move from 7th to 3rd. How hard does it have to be to progress those 4? Is it hard to have to, at a world competition, completely crush the players? This 50 years of true chi is really still not easy to come by. Thinking about it, it's better to give those people the marrow cleansing pill first. Although assisting them to take the marrow cleansing pill, he can only increase his true chi for 5 years, but it is better than nothing. After eating and drinking, Zero still looked like she hadn't finished yet, patting her already slightly bulging little belly, said to Su Haochen, "Brother Haochen, it turns out that your cooking is so delicious, it seems that I don't need to do the cooking at home in the future. It's better to leave it to you." Su Haochen reached out and scraped Zero's small nose, saying with a smile, "This makes you lazy. How about this? I'll teach you these dishes, and you can try to make them in the future. It's really not difficult at all. It's just a matter of the proportions of those ingredients that go together, and as long as you can get it right, you can probably make it even better than I can." Of course, this was purely said to make Zero happy. With his current god-level cooking skills, not to mention Zero, a girl who only knew a little bit of simple home-cooked food, it was simply impossible for those world-class cooking masters to surpass him. However, Zero was excited. "Brother Haochen, are you saying that I can learn to cook these dishes as well?" In her consciousness, a very delicious dish like this must have gone through very complicated operating procedures to be able to make it, and it simply couldn't be that easy to learn. Su Haochen nodded and said, "Of course, don't you see that this is just very simple ingredients? And the seasonings used were the same ones from the kitchen, nothing special at all. It's just a matter of matching them in certain proportions. I'll write out the recipe today so you can try it tomorrow, and if it doesn't work, I can teach you by hand." I'm afraid that any girl would be a little shy when she hears the word handholding, but Zero didn't feel that way at all in front of Su Haochen. The relationship between the two, after all, had progressed to a very, very deep level of engagement. Where is the need to be shy about such simple words? Su Haochen sent Zero to school, and the two chatted along the way, but it was still Zero who was driving, and Su Haochen was sitting on the passenger side. After all, what Zero knew about him before was that he couldn't drive. And now all of a sudden he had such good driving skills that he didn't even know how to explain it. Better wait until after winter break. Let's just say you went to learn how to drive during winter break. Right. Suhachan suddenly remembered something and said, "Didn't your class meet yesterday? What's the matter?" "Oh, it's not a big deal," In0 replied. "It's to prepare for the New Year's Day party. Every year's New Year's Day party is dominated by freshmen so that our class teacher want all of us to come up with a program. It also says that inside the class, at least 3 programs should be prepared, preferably with everyone participating. That's why I want to hear you sing today. Well, if it's possible, I'd like to go on stage with Brother Houchin and sing a song together." Suhachan also hadn't heard In0 sing, but since she had the confidence to go on stage, she must not have a bad singing voice, and in many people's opinion, a girl as beautiful as In0 must be a good singer as well. Of course, this many people actually does not include Suhachan. He knows like In0 such level of beauty is not less. Before also heard Lin Mengzhu and Lu Xin singing. Lin Mengzhu's singing voice is quite good. It wasn't as good as it could be, but she still had a rather euphonious voice. As for the tune, it's just barely audible. As for Lu Xin's singing voice, it was miserable. Suhachan's description of her singing is that 9.5 out of 10 sentences run off, leaving half a sentence that she can't sing. Originally, Lu Xin was firmly opposed to singing, but that time it was the literature club party. Everyone had to coax Lu Xin to sing a song. As a result, before the song was even halfway through, everyone regretted it. But then again, when a beautiful woman of this caliber goes on stage, even if she stands there and doesn't sing a word, then it's enough for everyone to appreciate. And, if you can't you still fake sing? It's not a rare phenomenon on major stages anyway, let alone a campus party in this district. Chapter 143 Bowling for China. See Science and Technology, Upper. Of course, Suhachan didn't think that In0 wanted to fake sing. After all, if she wanted to invite herself on stage with her, then surely she wanted to sing for real. If she was trying to fake a song, then she could have just faked it herself. There was no way she could have dragged him along. Suhachan nodded his head and said okay. This he had nothing to refuse. Anyway, his relationship with In0, sooner or later, was going to be public. Only, his current level of singing, if he were to say up on the stage, then it would probably have the same effect as a comedy skit. That is, the following laughed out loud. But isn't it still a few days away? It was only Thursday, and there was still more than a day before the promised weekend of singing with In0. And, even if the two were to sing together right on Saturday, then he would have 2 more chances to sign in before the song. When I find some time later, I'll rub it in with the system, and I'm sure I'll be able to draw a singing skill as well. As Suhachan thought this, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong. By all rights, this idea of himself should have been picked up by the system. According to usual times, once he had such thoughts of wanting something, the system would always jump right out and start a fight with him. Today, however, it was completely absent. The system was quiet, and no sound came out in his head, which made Suhachan curious. System, Suhachan gently called out. Instead, there was a yawning voice in his head. What is it? What's calling me, master? Hearing such a voice, Suhachan couldn't help but stare. What? Could it be that you're sleeping? Of course, didn't I tell you yesterday? The system needs to rest as well. What's the matter with you calling me up? I just wanted to ask you if you could give me an ability on the singing side of things when I sign in tomorrow. And of course it would be nice to say an all-music ability. Another yawn sounded in Suhachan's mind, followed by the system's voice. Master, you're quite greedy. You just got a cooking skill this morning, and now you want to sing and make music. You're really, not tomorrow though. It's a bit too cheating to give you 2 days in a row to draw according to an idea. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow in the morning. It will allow you to draw music skills, but there is also a corresponding system task. Okay, no problem. Though it was said that he didn't know what other odd quests would be waiting for him, but thought that with his current ability, there shouldn't be that kind of task that was so difficult that even he couldn't accomplish it. So Suhachan didn't worry about it, and sat back and waited for the system to hand out temporary missions. Alright, I'll go on to bed. Master, if you don't have anything to do, it's best if you don't call me, so that I can rest and relax. Suhachan was puzzled, but thinking about before, the system did say that even computers need to shut down and rest, let alone the system. So Suhachan chatted with In0 again, and In0 remembered that yesterday, Suhachan said he would give everyone a surprise, so he asked Suhachan what surprise he wanted to give everyone. Suhachan didn't hide it, and directly said that he wanted to give those Shanghai Science and Technology College students a direct promotion to Shanghai Science and Technology University. In other words, when you graduate, you will be issued a diploma from the Central Sea University of Science and Technology, and for the next year and a half, they are required to enroll in the math department at the Central Sea University of Science and Technology. What about us? In0 asked. this is something I really haven't thought about yet, Su Haochen replied. Of course he knew that the few of them Zero was referring to were her and her 3 roommates, but Su Haochen really hadn't thought about what kind of reward to give them. After all, they were already students of the Central Sea University of Science and Technology. Brother Haochen, forgive me for speaking frankly, Zero stammered a bit, but still made up her mind to say it. Seeing Zero like this, Su Haochen was a bit puzzled, but it seemed like there was nothing that couldn't be said between the two of them, so Su Haochen nodded and said, just say whatever you have. However, before Zero could speak, Su Haochen received a call from Lin Mengzhu. Greeting Zero's grudging gaze, Su Haochen picked up the phone. Anything? Su Haochen pretended to be cold. In fact, in his heart, he hadn't been able to completely forget Lin Mengzhu at all. Only now, with Zero by his side, he had to make himself known. Didn't you say yesterday that you were going to surprise us? And I'm asking on behalf of everyone else. What kind of surprise? On the other side of the phone, Lin Mengzhu's tone was equally cold. Su Haochen thought that it would be announced sooner or later anyway, so it was fine to tell them in advance. So he said to Lin Mengzhu, I'm going to take all of you and put you inside CSTU for the rest of the year and a half. That way, when you graduate, you'll have a diploma from CSTU. This, said Lin Mengzhu after a moment of silence, this is not good, is it? What? You're not willing to go to China Sea University of Science and Technology? Su Haochen asked. Originally, he was waiting for Lin Mengzhu on the other side of the phone to jump up in excitement, but I didn't expect her to look as if she was still reluctant. That kind of tone. It was clear that it wasn't that he felt that doing this kind of thing would make things difficult for Su Haochen, but rather, from the heart, he really didn't want to go. What's going on with this girl? Su Haochen wondered in his heart. No, Lin Mengzhu hurriedly explained. I don't mean that. I want to go. It's just. Lin Mengzhu just said half a day, but did not say anything. Su Haochen sighed, frowned even more tightly and asked, just what? It's just that I'm worried that the level of teaching over there is so high and the stuff being taught is so difficult that we might not understand it if we go. Who asked you guys to go to the lecture? Su Haochen said. It seems like you don't go to class much at our Central Sea Science and Technology College. I just want you to get a better diploma, and I don't intend for you to study anything. Besides, I can still believe others when they say they don't understand. With your level, you are more than enough to be their teacher, right? How is it possible that there is still something you don't understand? With Su Haochen's knowledge of the preliminary round test questions, and being able to reach the 7th place level in the preliminary round, he already had a judgment on Lin Mengzhu's math level. Even as a professor of advanced mathematics at a university, that's definitely enough to qualify. Lin Mengzhu didn't say anything on her side, but she didn't hang up the phone either, as if she was hesitating about something. Seeing this, Su Haochen opened his mouth. Think about it yourself, and if that means you really don't want to, then I can consider giving you another reward. Or you can just say what you want, and if anything is within my power I can fulfill it. Chapter 144, Bowling for China Sea Technology. Next, after Su Haochen finished speaking, he didn't wait for a response from Lin Mengzhu's side and directly hung up the phone, and then he gently shook his head and muttered softly, what the hell? China Sea University of Science and Technology doesn't even want to go? Zero spoke. Actually, what she said just now is also what I want to say to you. Can those people really listen when they get to CST? Moreover, the China Sea University of Science and Technology is not as loosely regulated as the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology. It's still pretty strict about skipping class. Take me for example. I was not in class before and our homeroom teacher called my parents. The day you first met me was the day I had a big fight with my dad on the phone, so I was in a bad mood to kick in the door. It certainly wouldn't do to say that they went to CST and did what they did before, my way or the highway. It's a guarantee that they'll all be expelled from CSTU, even if you can keep them in your position. What did that make the rest of the class think? And if we say that they should go to class honestly, not to mention whether they can do it or not, it's the idea of having them sit in a classroom and listen to stuff they don't understand. And isn't that total torture for them? When Su Haochen thought about it, it made sense. So he asked, then do you have any good methods? Zero said, there is a way. And not only them, but even my roommate and I can dip our toes in the water. Oh, there's such a good idea? Tell me about it then. Bowling for graduate school. Ah, you can get them together to bail out of graduate school at the China Sea University of Science and Technology. And you can send all 4 of us together, so that we can all go to graduate school at the China Sea University of Science and Technology without examination. Wouldn't such a reward be better than being sent directly to the China Sea University of Science and Technology? For a few of them, the remaining year and a half could still be spent continuing to ply their trade at the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology. When you graduate from college, you will be able to attend graduate school at the China University of Science and Technology. and the same goes for a few of us. We've all bailed out of graduate school, so naturally we can be a little bit more dashing, and we can be dashing for 4 years. Oh, when Su Haochen heard it, it was a good method. Originally, he was hesitant about what kind of reward would be good for Zero and her 3 roommates. If we say that we will release the rewards we thought of before, so that those students from the China Sea Science and Technology College will go directly to study inside the China Sea Science and Technology University, then Zero would be fine, but her 3 roommates, they would be quite upset, because he didn't get any substantial surprises. Originally Su Haochen wanted to plan to take money to make it up to them, but I'm afraid they may not be interested in that kind of money as opposed to their future. And now Zero's offer to bail out of graduate school was different. Guaranteed admission to graduate school at CSTU is probably a very huge reward for students across the country. Except, of course, for those students who have their hearts set on getting into a better graduate school. People's goal may be those 3 colleges and universities in Jinghua City graduate students. If they are given a guaranteed admission to the Zhenghai University of Science and Technology, then I'm afraid they may not be willing. However, these people one is dealing with certainly do not exist as the kind of people just described. So Su Haochen nodded his head and said, "Okay, let's do it. Zero, you're really smart." The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the China Sea University of Science and Technology. Zero went to class, while Su Haochen went directly to the principal's office as promised. As soon as Su Haochen entered, he saw that there were already many people waiting there. Instead of sitting there and waiting, they were chatting about something. Su Haochen didn't listen carefully, but he could feel that every person's voice and expression was that excited. Seeing Su Haochen arrive, Wang Meng hurriedly greeted him. At the same time, everyone else stood up and walked towards Su Haochen. Everyone was talking so much that Su Haochen was a little hard of hearing, not to mention not knowing who to talk to first. So with a gentle wave of his hand, he said, "Let's all just sit down and let's work out what to do next." So the crowd sat down. Before, they were also completely obedient to Su Haochen's words, but that was only because Su Haochen was the largest shareholder. Because Su Haochen could decide their future and prospects, they were more in awe of Su Haochen, and with a hint of disdain. It was thought that Su Haochen had gotten everything he had by relying on the power behind his family, and now, their obedience to Su Haochen came entirely from a deep-seated respect. They had naturally all heard about Su Haochen's performance during the competition. Now, it's all over the internet. Faced with such a result, and thinking about their suspicion of Su Haochen at the beginning, they couldn't help but all feel a hint of embarrassment. Fortunately, Su Haochen didn't bother with them, and all the time, he was smiling at them and didn't look as if he had any resentment. Su Haochen really didn't have any grudges against them. After all, if it was said to be himself, he would also be suspicious. That's too shocking for anyone to accept, I'm afraid, and they still managed to stay at their posts during this time, despite their suspicions. Although there are so many, during this period of negligence, even spread rumors, unfavorable to the school of these people. Wang Meng has been stared at. I guess what awaits those people today after the meeting is to get lost. After the people sat down, there was another burst of loud horse's ass. What Su Dong great talent, genius, never before, never after, amazing and so on, blah, 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 blah. Su Haochen was really tired of hearing it, because just yesterday, his tweets were nearly exploding and it was pretty much full of these rainbow farts. Even his parents and sister were changing their compliments to him. Alright, Su Haochen waved his hand. Let's get down to business. The crowd then stopped and sat upright waiting for Su Haochen to issue instructions. Thus, Su Haochen didn't waste any time, and directly spoke out his decision to give the rewards to all the contestants. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It was reasonable to say that having participated in a competition of this level and having won such a high honor, it was not too much to give such a reward. But in fact, all this honor was only earned by Su Haochen and Lin Mengzhu. If it was said that these two people were given rewards, then they would not have any hesitation. And they would even have no problem with letting them go to graduate school right away. But those other guys, they simply just go and participate without accomplishing anything at all. Even then, they all guessed that these people were totally there to make up the numbers, and might have simply turned in blank papers. It does seem a bit excessive to give a guaranteed reward for all such participants, but as shrewd as they were, they could also naturally think that since Su Haochen had decided to bring these people to the competition, then these people must be very close to him. And the goal is to wait until after the competition to give them a reward like this. To put it bluntly, the so-called contest is to go for a gold plating. With such an experience, and then giving such a reward, it would be justifiable, and it would also be able to block the crowd's long-windedness. Chapter 145 still wants some bonus, upper. So, although everyone said that they had some opinions in their minds, they did not dare to raise them. After all, Su Haochen had already said it in public. so that meant his heart had already decided. To say that coming out at this time to sing against him is simply asking for trouble. And, originally, this matter for them is nothing, to a few students just bail out of graduate school, and even signed without them, the principal to do it on the line. In addition, they also understand that those students of the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology, even if they are guaranteed graduate school, I am afraid that they will not feel at ease to study. What you need to prepare for them over here is probably just a graduate certificate and a master's degree. It's not even necessary to arrange for them to be too good when it comes to arranging mentors for them. They don't really study anything anyway, and I'm afraid they'll be too busy working to earn money after their undergraduate degree. As for graduate school, the odds are that it's just a name. Of course, what they were thinking was actually what Su Haochen was thinking. Giving them the name of a graduate student is nothing more than an attempt to make them more honorable. When you graduate from graduate school, getting a job with a graduate degree is definitely better than an undergraduate degree. Only that Su Haochen had overlooked one point. With the relationship between these people and him, when they graduated, did they really still need to look for a job? Then you're not doing a very good job as a brother. Seeing that the crowd didn't object, Su Haochen said, then this matter is settled. Wang Mang, prepare yourself. Wang Mang nodded his head in agreement, and the crowd nodded without saying anything. Who let them be lucky and run into such a powerful friend as Su Haochen? And then think about before, that one you who was fired by Su Haochen's name. It's like falling from the clouds into the mire, while those friends of his are leaping from the mire to the clouds. The future must be two very different lives. This story tells us all to be polite, no matter who we are to, because you just don't know who's going to suddenly roll over one day. At that point, if you ever bully someone, it's likely to get you nowhere. Immediately after that, Su Haochen arranged Wang Mang to go and get rid of all those people who had neglected their duties before, and then bring in a batch of excellent employees. Wang Mang was naturally happy to do this, and he also believed that those people, right now, should be nestled in a corner somewhere shivering, waiting for the judgment to come. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for Yin Zero to leave class. Su Haochen's phone also rang. Sure enough, it was Yin Zero calling. Su Haochen picked up the phone, originally thinking that Yin Zero was telling him that the two of them would go to dinner together after class. But I didn't expect that Yin Zero told him that she might not be able to eat with him for lunch, and that the homeroom teacher was going to talk to her again. Talking to you again? What's wrong with you again? Su Haochen asked. I don't know, Yin Zero replied. I don't know if it's a good thing, or a bad thing, but the homeroom teacher's tone is so calm I can't hear it. Anyway, guess what? Either because I'm entering to win or because I've been skipping more classes lately. Su Haochen nodded and said, okay, you go ahead and call me when you're done. Hanging up the phone, Su Haochen thought in his heart, it definitely couldn't be because of the award, because his side hadn't released the award yet, and he had just finished talking to Wang Mang and the others, so how could the homeroom teacher get the news? As for skipping class, 2 days ago when they went to Jinghua to compete, all of them had a school leave slip, and it was approved by the principal himself, so naturally the homeroom teacher couldn't possibly get her in trouble because of this. If it was true that it was because of skipping more classes, it was probably because during the previous week, maybe Yin Zero hadn't even gone to a single class. So, it was estimated that this time the homeroom teacher was looking for Yin Zero, and definitely wanted her to go over and get scolded. Su Haochen naturally couldn't bear to see Yin Zero being scolded. Rolling his eyes, the plan came together and said to Wang Mang, let's tell their homeroom teachers about the rewards we're giving everyone on our side, and then have the homeroom teachers notify them to come here to gather at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But don't tell the homeroom teacher what reward we're going to give yet. Leave some suspense. Wang Mang didn't know why Su Haochen was in such a hurry, but since he had already issued a directive, he went ahead and executed it as ordered. After this side of things was done, Su Haochen didn't stay in the office for much longer, but went out to sneak around for a while. When I was bored, I received a call from Yin Zero, saying that the homeroom teacher had finished talking to her. So fast? Su Haochen thought in his heart. It's not even half an hour yet. Looks like I asked Wang Mang to inform the homeroom teacher first, and it worked after all. As expected by Su Haochen, after the two met, Yin Zero told him. Originally, when she first walked in the door, the homeroom teacher told her to stand at attention and chopped her head off. Then after answering a phone call, but politely invited her to sit in a chair and talk to her with a gentle face, saying something like she's talented and smart and if she works hard, she'll be able to accomplish a lot. She also said something about her teacher being proud of her, which made her head spin. Then, Su Haochen told Yin Zero about the arrangements from his side. After Yin Zero heard this, she laughed out loud, laughing that unimaginatively. If others see it, I'm afraid the image of the goddess will be completely ruined. Of course, Yin Zero didn't care about this. No matter how many people treated her as a god, it was not as good as Su Haochen alone treating her as a treasure. It was only yesterday that they scored the competition, and after a day of festering, it's now all over the internet. The hot search on so many websites is for CST to win the math competition. For a while, it set CSTC on fire. On the contrary, Su Haochen and Lin Mengzhu were the two who were relatively less hot because they didn't have public photos. Only those who had been around them knew that it was indeed the two of them who had taken the contest, and those who were farther away would even think they were renamed after them. Even Su Haochen's parents and sister only confirmed this news after Su Haochen and Su Yuechen spoke on the phone yesterday. So, it was a crazy bunch of compliments over the phone. It made Su Haochen feel a little uncomfortable. Today this was just about to have dinner with Inziru, and then I received a condolence from Liaofu. All those mayors, chiefs, and principals of whatever he knew were calling him in droves, and it was overwhelming. Even Chen Haonan called him to say congratulations, causing Su Haochen to be filled with black lines and ask, "Do you know what the national math contest is?" Chen Haonan's side was obviously a bit baffled and said, "Isn't it just a competition to do math problems?" "Fine." Su Haochen was speechless. "What you said seems to be right. Alright, I thank you. Take care of my side of the house for me." Chen Haonan sighed, hurriedly said, "What on the mountain of knives? Under the frying pan will not be resigned." Su Haochen directly hung up the phone for fear of being infected with mental illness by this bastard. Chapter 146 Still want some bonus, below. You don't even stop for a meal. Su Haochen hung up the phone and muttered in a low voice. Inzira took chopsticks in her hand and held the peanut rice, sending it to her mouth, squinting at Su Haochen as she ate. There was an intriguing expression on his face, a look of wanting to laugh, and holding back the fear of laughing, which was adorable. "What kind of expression is that?" Su Haochen said breathlessly. Inzira finally managed to laugh and then said, "I was just wondering, Brother Haochen, if you continue to be famous, will you answer the phone so much that you won't even have time to eat or sleep?" Su Haochen skimmed his lips, put the phone down without answering, and began to fix the lunch in front of him. But Inzira's words reminded him that before, when he was very poor, he had been fantasizing about what those bosses, stars and whatnot were doing every day. Isn't it just about laying on the couch and enjoying life? Now that he's rich and sort of famous, he finally knows what it's really like, what they live for. Not enjoying it as much as I once thought I would, but basically being busy answering the phone every day and always having one thing or another going on. Like him, it would already be considered quite idle. After all, those people under his hand, he had already explained that if there was nothing special, do not call him. And today, this is because I just won an award, which is kind of a newer thing, so that's why I'm saying that I'm answering so many calls. When this passes, it should be fine, and then he'll have some free time of his own. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't answer, Inzira didn't ask any more questions and continued to go eat the meal in front of her. But due to the fact that he had eaten the delicious food made by Su Haochen in the morning, eating this cafeteria's food now was simply like chewing wax. Inzira felt like she simply couldn't eat, but Su Haochen was fine. With his divine cooking skills, he seemed to have become relatively immune to the kind of food he faced, good or bad, meat or veggie. It didn't seem to matter to him, it was all just to fill his stomach. Brother Haochen, I can't eat anymore. Inzira looked at the large portion of lunch left in front of her, and rushed at Su Haochen with a resigned face. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Su Haochen asked. He had eaten with Inzira many times, and Su Haochen still understood her meal size. What she ate today was less than a third of what she normally ate for lunch. No, Inzira said. It's just that, after eating your cooking in the morning, I just don't feel like eating this now. It's too much to eat. As far as not. The corner of Su Haochen's mouth twitched. I didn't see you like this before when we ate in the cafeteria. Why are you so greedy now? Is it the morning that has spoiled your appetite? But you have classes this afternoon. It's too late to go home and cook for you. Why don't you just settle for a bite, and I'll make it for you later in the evening, and teach you along the way. Su Haochen said so, but in reality, he also knew that Inzira was unlikely to go due to that afternoon class. It didn't really matter. The point was that he had previously made an appointment with the principal to meet up with all the contestants in the principal's office at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, for the announcement of the decision to reward them, which was now just under 2 hours away. At 3 o'clock. Alright then, Inzira smiled, then seemed to remember something and continued. Just now, our class teacher said that at 3 o'clock this afternoon, all the contestants who went to the math competition should gather in the principal's office. Is it you who is going to announce a reward for everyone? Su Haochen nodded and didn't feel strange. This was what he had arranged Wang Mang to do before. Of course, the main purpose was to tell Inzira's homeroom teacher so that Inzira wouldn't get scolded again. As for the fact that at 3 in the afternoon, some students might have classes, then this wasn't even in Su Haochen's consideration. The group from CSTC probably wouldn't go to class even if they didn't have anything to do. As for Inzira and her 3 roommates, they were just freshmen and their coursework wasn't that important. And it is Wang Mang personally sent word Centralized students. Which teacher dares not give face? Said this class does not give leave. What is the reward? Zero asked in a hurry. Didn't we both just say it in the car already? It's a graduate school. Su Haochen replied. Zero was so excited that she almost jumped up. I just mentioned it casually, but you really gave them all a guarantee? Su Haochen is very speechless. You are here to show IQ, right? Anything you come up with off the top of your head is better than the options I've been thinking about for a long time before making a decision. What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me? Su Haochen thought with hatred in his heart. Of course, he couldn't have really thought that. After all, what bad thoughts could Zero have? It's just a matter of wanting to get more favors, and in the meantime, help your friends and get more benefits. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't say anything, Zero asked again with a twinkle in her eye. Brother Haochen, so are there any bonuses or anything like that? Looking at Zero's innocent expression, Su Haochen almost choked on a mouthful of water there and said, You're really a snake with a weak heart. This has given you a bailout and you're still not satisfied. You actually want a bonus. Zero said, but it takes a long time to realize something like graduate school. If anything, a few more bonuses would be a great way to make the guys happy right now. Don't you think so? Brother Haochen. Zero blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Su Haochen with an expectant face. Su Haochen directly broke the defense. You don't seem to lack money, Su Haochen said as he looked at Zero. Why are you acting like a little money grubber now? Even if you're broke, I can afford to support you, so why do you have to care about that little bonus? It doesn't pay out much. Of course I'm not short of money. Zero paused for a moment and continued. I just wanted to show off in front of my dad and tell him that I can earn my own money too, and that I don't necessarily need him to call me. But, speaking here, Zero's face unexpectedly flooded with a trace of loss, which caught Su Haochen off guard. What's wrong? Su Haochen asked. What kind of hard feelings are you having? It can't be that your family's business is in some kind of trouble, can it? If there's really a problem, just say so. I should be able to help. No la. Zero gently shook her head. There's nothing wrong with my family's business. It's my roommate. What happened to your 3 roommates? Su Haochen asked. He was quite familiar with those 3 roommates of Zero. Previously, during the preparation for the exam, those 3 people had also often called him or sent him tweets, asking for some exercises for math competitions. Although it was said that they didn't have the woe is me looks like Zero, they were not bad in general. All of them also have upper middle class facial features, and can be considered beautiful when placed in a crowd. It's not the 3 of them either, Zero said. It's Lu Shijin alone. Yu He-jin? What happened to her? Su Haochen asked. Naturally, he knew what each of the 3 roommates' names were. Lu Shijin, on the other hand, was the one who had approached him with the most questions during the previous preparation for the exam, and he also looked very serious. Chapter 147, Cheering in the Principal's Office, above. Zero explained. Her family is in a relatively poor condition, and it is said that her family borrowed money from all over the world to pay for her tuition to come to college. This time, when she went to the capital and said she wanted to go along for the ride, she had wanted to stay in the hotel and not go out. I was the one who told her that I would lend her the money first and then she would slowly pay me back when she got her bonus. Su Haochen nodded. He didn't really pay attention to how anyone's family situation was. But, Su Haochen said as he looked at Zero, after all that, you're asking me to give out bonuses to get her to pay back the money. How much money are you getting for her here? Please, Brother Haochen. Zero looked defeated. Is this how you usually use your brain to think? It was Su Haochen's turn to be confused. Scratching his head and looking at Zero, he stammered a little and said, What happened to this? What else? Zero said with a helpless expression as she picked up her water cup and drank. I would have gotten her $10,000 to play around and buy whatever she wanted, but she only spent over 3,000 on tickets and stuff with everyone else. It's always when everyone buys something together that she buys it, and she hasn't bought anything on her own individually at all. Gave me all the rest of the money back too, but it doesn't matter at all. That amount of money doesn't matter to me either. It's just that she's got too much pride for that one and keeps thinking about how she's going to get the money back to me. She also told me in class this morning that if she got a bonus this time, she would give it back to me right away, and if she didn't, she would wait for the scholarship to be paid out and give it back to me first thing. She's a hard worker and has her heart set on getting a school scholarship. I see. Su Haochen nodded. He had seen many sides of Zero before, but he had never seen such a kind side of her. He also thought of following Zero's wishes and said, $200,000 each in bonuses should be enough to get her through graduate school, and in graduate school, you're supposed to get paid. If she could just work a little harder and get a scholarship every semester, she should be able to make a good living. If she's willing to work part-time, she's welcome on my end. Getting her a part-time job shouldn't be a problem. Zero hemmed and hawed and said, I knew that you were the best, Brother Haochen. After a pause, The smile on Inziru's face suddenly disappeared. Looking at Su Haochen, he said very seriously, "But brother Haochen, you can't hit on her. I know she's pretty good looking too, so you're not allowed to like her." Su Haochen said with a face full of black lines. "I don't think she's considered pretty in front of you. Are you that unsure of yourself?" When Inziru thought about it, she said the same thing, and soon, she didn't continue to dwell with Su Haochen on this topic. Su Hao took advantage of the fact that he had brought a total of 20 people to compete, and with 200,000 per person, this was a prize of $4 million. For him, of course, he doesn't care about the money. Also, it doesn't need to be paid for by him. It's perfectly fine from the school's side. Having achieved such a result, applying for a sum of $4 million is still not a problem by all accounts. However, even with the bonus applied for, because he is the major shareholder of the school, then most of the $4 million is actually coming out of his profits. Thinking of this, Su Haochen couldn't help but feel helpless. Looking at Inziru, he thought in his heart, "You are kind, and with this kindness of yours, I threw out so much money." Seeing Su Haochen looking at himself, Inziru naturally, not knowing what he was thinking, just responded with a smile on her face. The time was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the crowd was concentrated in the president's office of the China Sea University of Science and Technology, sitting together, all clearly a little nervous. Among them, only Zhao Wenhan had contact with some teachers. As far as being in contact with this kind of school-level leader, and a principal at that, none of them had ever been in contact. Even if it was Zhao Wenhan, the biggest official he had come into contact with before was just a department head or something like that. Now that they have met the principal, they are all naturally very nervous. As for a person of Wang Mang's level, there is no need to show up for such a small matter, and he can directly explain it to the president of the Shanghai University of Science and Technology. And it's not really appropriate for all students to know about the existence of a school board like that. Although it was true that these contestants, by definition, were no longer considered ordinary students, it was still better to need to avoid them. After all, in the minds of the vast majority of students, public schools are completely controlled by the state, with no private element mixed in. If they were suddenly made aware now that there is such a school board, moreover, Su Haochen is still the largest shareholder, which means that he owns the absolute power of the school, then these people, in the future, might rely on Su Haochen's power and also do things that everyone would not want to see. Therefore, Su Haochen had previously decided to reward everyone directly in the name of the school's officials, without letting the school board step in. This is something that Wang Mang is quite happy with. After all, who wouldn't be happy with less work? As for Qian Jin, the president of the China Sea University of Science and Technology, he didn't have a problem with that. After all, the principal? He's the one who's really in charge of enforcement. Even though the appointed time was 3 p.m. These students, all of them, were waiting in front of the principal's office 20 minutes earlier. One by one, they stood straight in the doorway, like troops on parade. Everyone was in high spirits, and they were looking forward to the surprise Su Haochen had mentioned. It's just that Lin Mengzhu seems to be a bit distracted. Wang Zheqi asked her several times what was wrong, but Lin Mengzhu gently shook her head and didn't answer. At 50 minutes past 2, the principal came to the door of the principal's office. Originally, he could have arrived at 3 o'clock on time, but thinking that among these students, there was also Su Haochen, so he said that he didn't dare to let everyone wait at the door at all. When he came to the door of the principal's office, he saw that his classmates were standing in the doorway, and he was so scared that Qian Jin hurriedly jogged forward 2 steps. But upon seeing that there was no Su Haochen among the students waiting there, Qian Jin let out a long breath of relief, slowly took out his key, and opened the door to the principal's office. He told the group, "Come on in, everyone," and then walked in himself. The inside of the principal's room was spacious, with sofas on either side, all of which the principal usually sat on while chatting when receiving guests. At this time, the principal was sitting in front of his desk, and those students who entered the principal's office did not dare to sit down, but stood in front of the sofa. Seeing this, Chen Jin waved his hand and told everyone to sit by themselves. After the students sat down, Chen Jin looked at his watch. It was not yet 3 o'clock, and Su Haochen did not come. Glancing down at the number of people, 19, for Su Haochen not arriving early, Chen Jin didn't dare to have any opinion at all. But there was another person who didn't even come, which couldn't help but make his heart a little irritated. Chapter 148 Cheering in the principal's office. Next, at 3 p.m. It's time for students to get out of their first afternoon class. The bell had just rung, and the two of them, Su Haochen and Inziru, had already arrived at the door of the principal's office. Su Haochen didn't even knock on the door and directly let Inziru inside. Seeing Su Haochen enter, Chen Jin hurriedly stood up to greet him. As for the other students, when they saw that the principal had stood up, they also stood up one by one under Zhao Wenhan's leadership. When they saw that the one greeted by the principal was actually Su Haochen, a strange look spread across everyone's face. They didn't know Su Haochen's identity, so they thought that even if they had achieved such excellent results, it wouldn't be enough for the principal to come to greet them like this. The principal also had a calm face when he looked at Lin Mengzhu just now. Could it be because Lin Mengzhu's accomplishments were not as brilliant as Su Haochen's? It doesn't seem like it should. Everyone was puzzled, and Su Haochen knew that the principal's actions would make everyone suspicious. So they opened their mouths. You're too kind, Principal Qian. I just made such a small achievement. How can I bother you to personally get up to greet me? How shrewd Qian Jin was. Hearing Su Haochen's words, he naturally understood. It was he himself who was too impulsive and almost exposed Su Haochen's identity. Yet even if he were to make the choice again, he would still choose to make the same move. After all, even if he had to act out, so that he ignored Su Haochen's entrance and didn't stand up to greet him, he would never dare to do so. And at this moment, he could only go along with Su Haochen's words. Smiling, he shook hands with Su Haochen and said, Su led our CSTU team to such a proud achievement. I, as the principal, just went to your dormitory to pick you up in person, and that's all par for the course. What's more, it's just a simple matter of getting up to greet each other, as it should be. Principal Qian is polite, Su Haochen said with a faint smile. Why don't we just get started? You're pretty busy too, Principal, so let's not waste any time, okay? This, Qian Jin suddenly said with some embarrassment. The people don't seem to be here yet. One short. I don't know who is so unorganized and undisciplined that he made us all wait for him here. Why don't you call and get in touch with? Every time he said the word you, Su Haochen could clearly feel that Qian Jin's mouth was trembling. Obviously, he wanted to say you, but he couldn't in front of so many students. Su Haochen surveyed the crowd, looked at Qian Jin with a surprised face and said, There's no shortage, all the people are here. Now it was Qian Jin's turn to be surprised. Aren't there a total of 21 participants? But there are only 20 now. This time it wasn't just Su Haochen. Everyone else was also baffled. At this time, the thoughts in the minds of the crowd were surprisingly consistent. How did this IQ become a principal? Can't even count? At this time, In Zero stepped forward and said, Principal Qian, I'm also a contestant. Have you forgotten? Qian Jin suddenly realized. Oh, classmate In Zero. Right. I've been really busy lately. I really forgot about you. Just now, he was so focused on greeting Su Haochen that he didn't even notice In Zero next to Su Haochen. He was just thinking that this was following Su Haochen, his girlfriend, not even thinking that it would also be a contestant. But on second thought, with such a great bargain, how could Su Haochen not let his girlfriend participate in it? Moreover, Qian Jin knew In Zero before. In Zero's father, they even had dinner together. I also knew about In Zero being a contestant before, but it was true that I forgot about it for a moment just now because I had more things to do. Surprisingly, it didn't occur to me that the person who hadn't arrived yet was In Zero. Of course, he didn't expect that Su Haochen's girlfriend would be In Zero. The principal has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so it's normal for you to forget about us, since it's a small matter, Su Haochen said. The principal is so busy, so let's get started. We won't delay the principal's time. Su Haochen said so, but in Qian Jin's ears it was another layer of meaning. That is, Su Haochen had waited impatiently and wanted to hurry up and start and finish early. Maybe he has to go back and do business with his girlfriend. Before Su Haochen came to the principal's office, he had already told Qian Jin via WeChat about giving everyone a 200,000 yuan bonus retroactively. Qian Jin naturally had no problem with it, so he announced the reward decision to everyone. Everyone was guaranteed a place at the China Sea University of Science and Technology, and each person was awarded a 200,000 bonus. Of course, Qian Jin was the first to announce the $200,000 prize, and when he heard the news, the crowd was abuzz. After all, as students, people may not have seen such a large sum of money. Su Haochen surreptitiously observed the reactions of everyone below. Old 8 Lingfan was also very excited, and that expression wasn't faked at all. Su Haochen wondered, obviously from a big family, but why did he still seem to care about this 200,000? That money shouldn't be worth getting excited about, should it? Looking at Lin Mengzhu again, there was no reaction at all, just a symbolic applause. Also, there seemed to be a very difficult, haunted look on his face. If it was said that she was full of concern, Su Haochen didn't feel strange, but how could it not look like that? Are you still upset about giving you money? When Qian Jin announced that he was going to bail everyone out of graduate school, almost everyone jumped up, not caring that they were in the principal's office. Relatively speaking, the one who was more calm was In Zero. After all, she had known the outcome for a long time, but at this moment, hearing Qian Jin announce it himself, there was still that little bit of excitement. Clutching Su Haochen's arm tightly, It actually made Su Haochen feel a little pain. It was no wonder that after being strengthened by the marrow cleansing pill, Yin Ziru's combat power was straight up to 3000. The power of the hand is naturally not small. Lin Mengzhu was also so excited that she applauded, and the expression on her face clearly showed that she was really happy this time. Su Haochen couldn't help but wonder even more. When I called earlier in the morning, I said that she should go to the China Sea University of Science and Technology, and she seemed to be very reluctant to do so, but now she says she can't go to grad school there until 2 years from now, and she seems to still be happy about it. What the hell is going on here? Su Haochen frowned, never able to figure it out. Did she just want to stay at CSTC for 2 more years? I don't think so. It's not like there's any treasure in that piece. Thinking of this, Su Haochen shook his head non-committally and simply stopped thinking about it. Unbeknownst to him, this bright idea of his was a true reflection of what was going on. Later, when he learned the details of this, and then remembered the day's eureka moment, he simply exclaimed that he was a ing genius. Chapter 149, The God of Cookery. Mr. Su, up. After the crowd cheered for a while, they went back up to the front one by one to take pictures. Naturally, you don't take a photo with the prize money, which is credited to the card. However, they will take a template of a very large check with a huge $200,000 written on it. It's like the one for donations. Only, while it was the donors who were photographed during the donation, this time it was the winners. Su Haochen also took a symbolic picture. After all, that $200,000 bonus, there is also his share. Though he said he didn't care. A grasshopper's leg was still meat, and he wasn't above pushing out the money that was coming his way. After the school side was finished, Su Haochen and Yin Ziru both returned home. Su Haochen organized the recipes while instructing Yin Ziru. Yin Ziru took the knife and carefully maneuvered inside the kitchen. Su Haochen, on the other hand, was holding a paper and pen, pointing and assisting on the side. It took about 2 hours or so to finish the 4 dishes, and they were the same 4 dishes that were eaten during the morning. In the morning, Su Haochen himself, in more than half an hour, was done. But now it took a lot of time to both organize the recipes and instruct Yin Ziru. But compared to the morning, these 4 dishes in the evening were already improved versions. Although Su Haochen didn't think it was the best version, it was enough to shock the world. It shouldn't be too hard to make it a household name if it's circulated. Yin Ziru was still just wolfing down her food, while Su Haochen was calculating what kind of price such 4 dishes should be sold for if they were put in a restaurant. When you think about it, based on the amount of food on the 4 plates in front of you, all 4 courses together cost less than $20. That's still because one of the plates was a meat and veggie dish, and the other 3 vegan dishes, all 3 together, cost less than $10. And these 4 dishes are actually enough food for a normal family of 3 to eat for a day. With a pot of rice and 6 buns, that's only $30 for a day's worth of food. All together, such a dish, Su Haochen was confident that he could create quite a few more, yet he had no intention of creating more, because if it really spreads out so that everyone can learn it, I'm afraid that hotels and restaurants will go bankrupt. He could care less about the rest, but he had a Ming Yang hotel of his own after all. He can't just create his own dish and punch himself in the face. Even the 4 dishes in front of him, he was only going to pass out 2 of them. A vegan one that he gave a really awesome name. It's called Wonderful Fried Shredded Potatoes. There's another meat and vegetable one that stir-fries beef and broccoli together. It's not really named anything special. It's called Beef Stir-Fry with Broccoli. These 2 dishes are delicious and frugal, but I'm afraid you'll get tired of eating them every day. Su Haochen's goal was to complete the system's task, so that everyone would just know about the dishes he created. There's no point in trying to save everyone's money. If everyone saves money, what's he going to make? As for the dissemination method, Su Haochen also thought about it, starting from the Douyin small video. He had watched live streams and small videos before, but had never tried it. Now he has godly cooking skills and can totally pass on cooking by recording little videos. It just takes a little bit of planning, and it's not like he's going to be able to draw as much traffic as he's going to be able to by posting a video. Until then, there is still a need to attract some fans. So what's the best way to attract fans? Of course it's to go to someone else's livestream and swipe their money. Su Haochen himself didn't even know how much money was in his card now. Not to mention anything else, it is that the $200 million that was drawn 2 days ago, if it is directly smashed into the anchor, I am afraid that it can attract at least a few million fans to itself. Su Haochen did have a Douyin account before, and also sent some small videos, but that traffic was simply miserable. So he simply cancelled his old account and registered a new one. The name is also simple and crude. It is called the God of Cookery. Mr. Su. Originally, he set up the account to spread the word about cooking and not much else. Presumably, even this account he would log off after completing the system mission. Brother Haochen, why aren't you eating? What are you doing fiddling with your cell phone there? Yin Ziru asked. Previously, Su Haochen didn't have the habit of playing with his cell phone while eating, so In0 felt surprised. "Oh, nothing," Su Haochen said. "I was just thinking that it seems kind of bad for just the two of us to eat something so delicious. Good things have to be shared. So I'm going to create a Douyo account and make a video. Pass these dishes on so more people can enjoy them and of course save everyone some money." Su Haochen spoke very nicely, but it was not the truth at all. Of course, he couldn't explain to In0 that it was for the sake of completing the system mission, so he could only come up with such a reason. Looking at In0 in front of him, Su Haochen's plan came to him. If you're going to go and reward the anchors, then why do you have to go and reward the big ones? In the live room of those big anchors, many people will often throw 100,000, million, or even 10 million also have. I am afraid that even if I drop hundreds of millions of dollars into it, it would just be icing on the cake. While it can also attract a lot of fans, the results may not be the best either. Now that you're ready to take out $200 million to give yourself a fan base boost, so why not just train a new anchor? Moreover, with In0's face value, although he said that he didn't really understand what level In0 sang at, In thought it must not be bad. Wouldn't it be a double whammy to treat her like a rookie anchor and throw money at her to bring her up? Both promoted In0 as a big internet celebrity and gained a fan base themselves. Also, the money amounts to fertilizer. Although a portion of it was siphoned off by the Douyin official, Su Haochen believed that with In0's charisma, he would soon be able to recoup that portion of the money. And, it's not just In0, there's also Lu Xin. Although Lu Xin's singing was really unlistenable, she had her specialties. Think about it, a beautiful lawyer, who is popularizing the law and telling legal stories, is bound to attract a lot of people as well. If anything, it would also allow In0 to drag her roommates, especially the one named Lu Shizhen. Isn't the family in a bad condition? Isn't it a good way to make money by doing live broadcasting in your spare time? Of course, Su Haochen was only thinking this way, and the specifics still depended on everyone's meaning. Whoever is willing to participate, Su Haochen will smash money to promote them. For those who didn't want to participate, he naturally wouldn't try to force them. After all, people have their own aspirations and cannot be forced. Chapter 150 The God of Cookery. Mr. Su, next, Su Haochen thought in his heart. Then he told In0 about the idea. In0 also felt that Su Haochen was a good offer, especially when she heard Su Haochen say that she could bring her roommate along. However, before In0 could praise Su Haochen, she heard him mention Lu Xin again. As a result, a sultry look spread across In0's face. Su Haochen saw it in his eyes, but he didn't regret telling In0 everything he had planned. After all, if you don't make it clear beforehand, it will take longer to explain if you are found out later. And although In0 was reluctant, she knew that Su Haochen's idea was actually quite good. As for Lu Xin, In0 had not originally rejected him. Before, after drinking, he even proposed that the three of them sleep together. Only Lu Xin didn't accept it. In In0's mind, Lu Xin was far less of a threat than Lin Mengzhu. Even if Lu Xin were to follow Su Haochen, it wouldn't threaten her position. In0 immediately agreed with Su Haochen and said that she was ready to try it live tonight. Previously, Su Haochen had not paid attention to In0's Douyin, and now he was surprised when he took a look at it. And it turned out that In0 actually had more than 50,000 fans. Instead, she only posted 2 videos. Each video has topped 100,000 likes and has over 30,000 replies. But it's all about begging for a relationship and some pretty explicit words. You haven't deleted these words of tigers and wolves either? Su Haochen asked. I didn't even look. In0 had a disinterested look on her face. Su Haochen could naturally think that the reason why In0 was able to reap so many fans with her 2 videos was because of her stunning looks. It was also quite bold to record the video with no beauty filters on at all. Did not even draw makeup, so pure face, but still the majority of women put on makeup. Open the Beauty Plus filter cannot be compared to the absolute city. You've got quite a few fans here. If you start a live broadcast, you might be even more popular, Su Haochen said. In0 smiled indifferently and said, I don't really care. If you need it, then I'll fully cooperate with you. Su Haochen was very pleased. Having a girlfriend like this, what more could a man ask for? So, as Su Haochen prepared to clear the table, In0 turned on the live broadcast. Before starting the live broadcast, In0 also recorded a small video. This time, she painted light makeup, and also turned on the beauty face and filter. In the video, she looks like a beauty that came down from the fairy world. But, immediately the camera panned to the dishes on the table. In0 then began to use her sweet voice to introduce how delicious her dinner was. Although In0 had a high face value, she didn't have live broadcasting skills after all, so the audience inside the live broadcast room wasn't particularly large. But the so-called not particularly much is also relative to those big anchors. For the first day of live broadcasting, having 50,000 000 viewers in the live room in less than 10 minutes was unthinkable. Right after Su Haochen finished washing the dishes and entered In0's live room, he directly froze. He also didn't expect that in just a few minutes, there were so many people in the live room, and there were quite a few brush gifts. In0 had seen the live broadcast before, and she was ready to show off her singing voice while it was crowded. So said, "Hello everyone, today is my first live broadcast, so please support me. Please give me a follow and get into a fan club if it's convenient. Thanks." This sweet voice makes you feel like you're committing a sin by not paying attention and not being in the group. As a result, the number of fans and the number of fan clubs bristled upward, and the number of people in the live broadcast room increased. Sure enough, beautiful women, no matter what they do, have an advantage. Su Haochen directly walked in the live broadcast carnival, and it was a continuous brush of 20 at once. Looking at the carnival shining on the screen, the crowd in the live broadcast room looked at this rank 1 big brother. The name, Su Gongzi, the god of cookery, was imprinted on the hearts of the group. At the same time, brushing carnival gifts was advertised throughout the entire service, and Su Haochen's brushing 20 of them at once naturally attracted the attention of many people. As a result, many people entered In0's live room with the intention of coming to see a tycoon. Su Haochen's carnival didn't stop, one after the other, and in the blink of an eye, it had already brushed up to 100, and the number of viewers in In0's live broadcast room also soared to over 800,000. And, basically, if you come, you won't leave. Whether it's In0's face or her singing voice, it's enough to make everyone stay. Su Haochen heard In0 sing for the first time and couldn't help but be enamored. While it's true that his own singing is so, he's still able to appreciate a good song. After another 20 minutes, Su Haochen had already swiped 300 carnivals, and the number of viewers in In0's live broadcast room reached over 1 million, breaking the record for the most viewers in a Douyin live stream. Meanwhile, the servers are about to go down. Even Su Haochen could feel that listening to In0's voice was a bit of a lurch. So, Su Haochen sent a tweet signaling In0 to do one last wave of publicity and then go off the air. In0 was obedient and told everyone that she was ready to go off the air. So please give a click and get in the group. And please give a little attention to Big Brother Pengwan. This list of 1 big brother refers to naturally Su Haochen. 300 carnivals, which is calculated to be a luxurious $900,000. Although there were many people in the live broadcast room, the bounties of the others combined were not as much as Su Haochen's. The words of a beautiful woman are naturally followed by many who are willing to comply. So, after everyone paid attention to In0, they took the time to pay attention to Su Haochen. So much so, that 2 names caught fire in the doo-wop. One of them is In Xiaoru, the beautiful girl from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which is the ID of In0's Douyin. Without any concealment at all, Zhongke naturally refers to the China Sea University of Science and Technology, just short of putting his name on it. However, these 3 words In Xiaoru could easily make people think it was her, but that doesn't matter. Live or posting a video, it's all exposed, and it's kind of easy for someone to really try to find her, so there's no point in even hiding anything. But she wasn't afraid of attracting any trouble either. For one thing, she believed that Su Haochen could protect her, and for another, she also had absolute confidence in herself. Ever since she ate the marrow cleansing pill and morphed into an expert, she had been looking forward to any trouble she encountered so that she could have a chance to strike. Another ID that caught fire was Su Haochen's kitchen god Su Gongzi. A lot of people are talking about who this dirtbag who suddenly came out of nowhere is. It's amazing that you can throw away $900,000 at once in a new anchor's live room, and those in the know are already wondering if this will be in line with the hype. But there was no way to check Su Haochen's identity, because apart from the surname Su, nothing was reflected in his ID. Chapter 151, Building a Live Streaming Team, Up. However, the word God of Cookery in Su Haochen's ID drew everyone's attention, after associating it with the little video In0 had posted before going live. First he showed his face and said hello to everyone, then he started to introduce himself to the dinner. So there were also people who suspected that these 2 people were jointly speculating, and they also analyzed the situation. Presumably, next, this Su Gongzi should start to show his cooking skills, and then circle live to make money. Of course, Su Haochen himself didn't pay attention to these analyses on the internet, and, even if he saw it, he would not care. No matter what anyone else analyzed it as, it wouldn't matter much to him. Su Haochen had indeed thought of circling the wagons, but had never thought of using live broadcasts to make money. He didn't have any live broadcasting skills himself, and as a guy, he instinctively thought that he must be inferior to those female anchors with high face value when it came to live broadcasting. Just be able to utilize the Douyo platform to promote the dishes you make. Being able to let more people know and complete the system's mission. Su Haochen was satisfied. This one went viral on the internet and was called something of a godsend. This was something Su Haochen didn't really care about either. First of all, $900. 000 isn't much for him. Secondly, he had heard of some rich people before, who swiped millions and tens of millions of dollars at once in order to chase after female anchors. His $900, 000, in fact, seems to be nothing at all. Right now, he was planning what to do next with 000. It was only when he gathered his accounts that he realized that in addition to the 900, 000 that he had rewarded, everyone else together had more than 700, 000 gifts. It had to be said that 0's face and singing voice still attracted a lot of people, although it is said that it is only a new anchor. The first day of live broadcast, but the speed of this circle of fans is really outrageous, makes a lot of old anchors envious. It was also mainly because 0's personality was quite cheerful and she was able to interact with everyone. If it was a more high-flying character like Lu Xin, who was all about popularizing the law, then I'm afraid it wouldn't have such a high popularity. Ziru, you're still quite good. Look, you made so much money at once, Su Haochen said with a smile. It was important to know that before, 0's account didn't have a single penny of fighting coins in it, and now, all of a sudden, there was more than 16 million. Anyone who has played Douyin knows that the conversion between Huaxia coins and Douyin is a ratio of 1 to 10. That's more than 16 million Dou coins. If we're talking about withdrawing money, then that's more than 1.6 million Chinese coins. But if we're talking about withdrawals, the Dou Sound platform is going to take half of it. So, it's 1 to 10 when you recharge and actually 20 to 1 when you withdraw. You're the one who swiped most of it for me, 0 said. It doesn't seem like much after the gifts you swiped for. Su Haochen shook his head and said, take a closer look. Even aside from the ones I swiped for you, you'd still be able to withdraw over $300,000 if you did. 0 also got excited at the sight and laughed. And yeah, I turned out to make so much money too. This if I live every day and earn so much every day. Then, I will never have to ask my family for money again. Even in a few years, maybe I'll be richer than my dad. Well, doesn't seem to work either. Yinziru added after a moment's combined effort. Even if he stops getting more money from now on, and I can make $300, 000 a day, and it seems like it's going to take me 30-something years to catch up with him. Su Haochen had long known that 0's family had a multi-billion-dollar asset. Now hearing 0 say this, she couldn't help but laugh and said, silly boy, what are you comparing to home? 0 skimmed her mouth and didn't say anything, as if she felt that Su Haochen had a point. There's no point in fighting the family yourself. If they have money, they have money. It's better to have money. And the more money you have, the more you can spend on yourself. And they haven't treated you badly anyway. Seeing that 0 no longer dwelled on this matter, Su Haochen told 0 about his next idea. Let 0 first withdraw all the gifts except for the 900, 000 he rewarded. Then he told 0 that he was going to continue to invest in it next. All of the invested Huaxia coins were recharged into Dou coins, and gifts were swiped in various live broadcasting rooms. Of course, all of these broadcasts are new anchors that he's trying to support up. It wasn't prepared to go to other people's live rooms to swipe gifts, because in that case, the gifts swiped out would definitely go nowhere. 0 also understands what Su Haochen means, that is, he is preparing to unite several newcomers and then brush each other's gifts, which is equivalent to advertising each other. That way, everyone gets to fire up, and those gift swipes don't get smaller as long as you don't withdraw them. Not only is it the equivalent of free advertising, but it also drives other people to swipe gifts with them. It's a much more interesting game if you run into some big money and have to fight to be number one on the list. So, 0 followed what Su Haochen said and directly started contacting her 3 roommates. Soon, both Wang Jing and Sun Ying agreed. But Lu Shizhen is more hesitant. She said she was afraid that doing live broadcasts would affect her studies, and said she intended to reconsider. 0 told Su Haochen about the situation, and Su Haochen nodded expressionlessly and said, let her think about it. People have their own wishes and we don't force them. However, 0 made up her mind that in tomorrow's time, she must talk to Lu Shizhen again and persuade her properly. That's over $300,000 a night. Why not make that money? Su Haochen didn't know about this thought of 0. Otherwise he would definitely burst out in joy. A night can be $300,000. That in addition to me here to brush gifts, drive everyone, or because you 0's face and singing voice, as well as good conversation personality. But not everyone can combine all 3 advantages. I'm afraid that anything less would be impossible to achieve, even if there are tycoons who swipe gifts and drive the pace, and most of the anchors, in fact, are dabbling in none of those 3 things. Not to mention $300,000. There are times when you can't even make $3 a night. 0 asked Su Haochen why he didn't call Lu Xin. Su Haochen said that he was prepared to go to the Mingyang Hotel tomorrow and talk to Lu Xin about this matter face to face. 0 said with a face full of grudges, I think you just miss people, don't you? Want to meet up with people to go These words were sort of said to Su Haochen's heart, and he did feel that something was a bit off, because in the past 2 days, almost all of his acquaintances had already called him. Even Shen Yang had already called him to say congratulations, but Lu Xian hadn't bothered with him. To say that she didn't know that was absolutely impossible. It had been on the internet for 3 days. She was just as busy as she was. She should have been able to get the news. So the only possibility was that Lu Xian was subconsciously dodging. Chapter 152, Building a Live Streaming Team. Next, Su Haochen could actually probably figure out why Lu Xian was avoiding himself. However, hiding like this is not a solution after all. Between him and Lu Xian, even if they couldn't really come together in the end, the camaraderie that had existed for more than 2 years wasn't fake. Even if you can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, that doesn't come down to avoiding seeing each other or even calling. So Su Haochen decided that he would go to Lu Xian tomorrow and make things clear in person. Moreover, isn't there a marrow cleansing pill in her hand ready to be given to her? Ian Zero suddenly hugged Su Haochen, and in Su Haochen's puzzled eyes, Ian Zero murmured, "Brother Haochen, I actually don't oppose you guys being together. As long as you have me in your heart, as long as I have a very important place in your heart, I am satisfied. A man as fine as you, I never had the luxury of being able to possess alone." Su Haochen reached out and gently stroked Ian Zero's hair. His heart shook, not knowing what to say. He never thought that Ian Zero's feelings for him would have been so deep that she could even tolerate this kind of thing. "Zero," Su Haochen called out softly. "Brother Haochen," Ian Zero continued, "I grew up in a family like that, and I'm actually used to this kind of thing. Every good guy is actually never short of girls around him. So, I'm able to accept that as long as if she had made a great determination, Ian Zero said, "As long as you don't leave me behind, I'll never change for you." Su Haochen helped Ian Zero out of his embrace, stared at Ian Zero's eyes, and said, "Look me in the eye never lies, and I'm telling you, I will never leave you." Just such a short promise, but it made Ian Zero's eyes contain tears, and she forced herself to hold them back so that they didn't flow down. And what Su Haochen said was equivalent to acquiescing to what Ian Zero had said before. He won't have only Ian Zero as a woman by his side. The next morning, Su Haochen woke up to routinely sign in for the lottery. What shocked him was that this one had brought the Hunt oil field of the Sunset Empire. And again, it's 100% of the shares, an A+ reward. In other words, it's on par with the Micronautics airline that we got before, which is on par with Micronautics. And while Su Haochen didn't know anything about the Microcloud Airlines of the United States of America, he did know about the Hunter oil field of the Sunset Empire. This oil field, which basically supplies a quarter of the world's oil, is the largest oil field in the world. In terms of total corporate assets, it ranks third in the Sunset Empire. As for what the top two were, Su Haochen had looked it up before, only that it had been a bit too long and he had forgotten about it. What is this situation? Su Haochen muttered to himself. This is a bit fierce lately. It's preparing me to become the richest man in the world without even realizing it. Just then, Ian Zero also woke up, looking at Su Haochen muttering something there. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Brother Haochen, what are you talking about? What world's richest man?" Su Haochen didn't expect that Ian Zero had already woken up, and, moreover, his words had been heard by her. Hurriedly, he said, "I didn't say anything. You were dreaming, weren't you?" Su Haochen's innocent expression made Ian Zero suspect that she was dreaming, so she didn't continue to dwell on it. "Are you going to the first class?" Su Haochen asked. The time now was 6:30 a.m. Su Haochen's intention was, if Ian Zero went to class, then the two of them would pack up and go inside the school cafeteria to eat breakfast. If Ian Zero didn't go to class, then he was prepared to do it himself at home. And in the process of doing it, he was going to ask Ian Zero to help record the video, and he would explain it while he was cooking. In Su Haochen's thoughts, Ian Zero most likely wouldn't go to class, but this time, it was out of Su Haochen's expectation. "I'd better go to class." Ian Zero met Su Haochen's surprised gaze and opened her mouth to explain. "The school catches truancy pretty hard, and I don't want to be a negative example. Even though I say you can cover me, I don't want to cause trouble for you or tell our homeroom teacher that I'm in trouble. She's actually quite nice to us." Su Haochen nodded. Indeed, in a higher education institution of this level like the Zhenghai University of Science and Technology, the people around him were basically of the same type that recognized learning. With such a degree of truancy, Ian Zero had truly become an anomaly. If said teacher doesn't stop it, then it might make a lot of people go with her. It is often said that it is not easy to learn how to be good, but to learn how to be bad a slip. In the long run, it may have an adverse effect on the learning culture of the whole school. All of them. And yesterday, Su Haochen and Ian Zero's relationship had been made public in front of Principal Chen Jin. Then I'm sure Ian Zero's homeroom teacher must have been able to get the news as well. So it was definitely a dilemma for her as to how to treat Ian Zero. In that case, get up. Let's wash up, then I'll walk you to school and we'll go up to the cafeteria for breakfast. The two simply washed up. It didn't take too long, since she was going to class, so to speak. In0 didn't even bother to put on makeup. The two set off from home at 6:50. Shentangipin is about a 40-minute drive from the China Sea Institute of Science and Technology. It's a little closer to the China Sea University of Science and Technology, but not much closer, and it's more than 30 minutes away. And it's morning, not exactly morning rush hour, but there's a lot of traffic, so it's basically impossible to drive fast. If you want to go to breakfast in the cafeteria and still not be late for class, you have to leave early. Originally, waking up early ruined the day, but with the current physical qualities of Su Haochen and In0, even if they didn't sleep for a night, they should be able to persevere. That's why the two didn't look tired, but rather a bit refreshed. On the way, the two chatted idly, and Su Haochen brought up the matter of live broadcasting with In0 again, asking her to plan it out with her 3 roommates. Discover some other people if you can, preferably the kind who are talented and can look good and are better at chatting. In the end, it's all about letting In0 discover new anchors according to her own standards. I know, In0 nodded. I'll just have to talk to them after class though. Those 3 can study hard, especially that Hee-jin. You can't even think of saying a word to her during class. Usually, she listens to everything I say, except for things that interfere with his studies, which she won't do in any way. Su Haochen nodded and said, fine, just talk to them after class. What are you talking about in class? You'd better listen to the lesson too, if you can, but I really can't listen to it at all. In0 pouted. Besides, I'm not a student in this class, so I have to be sent here to listen to that stuff. So I'm to blame if I can't understand it? Chapter 153, Lu Xian's Little Pride, Upper. You're still complaining about this? Su Haochen said with a helpless smile. How many people want their families to arrange for them to get into CSTU, but they don't have the strength yet? You've been put in and you're still upset. Really? No, In0 said with an innocent expression. I'm not disgruntled. If they hadn't put me here, I wouldn't have been able to meet you. How dare I resent it? I can't thank them enough. I'm just saying, I really can't listen to this class, so why does he have to force me to listen to it when he can just put me in? That's a business administration major for you, Su Haochen said. Of course your family wants you to finish studying business administration and go back to be their successor and help them manage the company. Both of them want me to manage the company. Which one am I in charge of? In0 paused for a moment and continued. Besides, I don't want to care. I won't care. And they all have other people around them too. And they all have kids too. So why do they have to stare at me? They both have other children? Su Haochen froze. Before, he only knew that In0's parents, because they were both busy doing business, had caused their family to break up. Without realizing it, it turns out that they are both married and have children. In0 explained. They are married again and both have children. But none of the children are biological. They are someone else's. So naturally, they didn't want to take their company and inherit it to someone else's child. So they all set their sights on me. Su Haochen nodded and said, that's true. The fertilizer doesn't flow into other people's fields. It seems a bit ungrateful to give someone else the company you worked so hard to create. I don't care. In0 snorted arrogantly. If they had just discounted the share they were supposed to give me and sent it directly to me, as I had intended. As for that company, he can give it to whoever he likes. I don't care at all. Anyway, at my level, it's a wonder the company doesn't get tossed out of business when it gets to me. Su Haochen shook his head and said, you don't have to be so presumptuous. Aren't you learning now? Besides, you have your specialties. You're very capable. Watching it live yesterday, in one night, in just 2 hours, it's something that not many people can match. A hint of pride surfaced on In0's face as she smiled. If you say so, then I'm not being stubborn with you. Chatting while driving and eating made the time go by rather quickly. In the blink of an eye it was 8 o'clock in the morning, time for In0's first morning class. Su Haochen had just left when he received a call from the Sunset Empire. It's the current president of Hunt Oil, named Brown. It's another popular name, kind of like Zhang Wei in Chinese, compared to the Yang Bang of the rice side. Su Haochen felt that this Brown, Sunset, was quite sincere. However, the truth of knowing a person's face, Su Haochen had known it for a long time. There was no way he was going to let his guard down as much as he should just because of a few mildly flattering words from the other side. Su Haochen simply instructed him to just continue running the company in the same way as before. Of course, the two were also conversing in Mandarin, and Brown's level of Mandarin on his side was pretty mediocre, so he had a personal translator by his side. Su Haochen hung up the phone on his side, and his heart was a bit confused. Previously owning a meter airline, Su Haochen didn't feel this way. After all, in his plan, after that, he was going to go to Rice to play in the World Math Contest, so he would have time, by the way, to visit that airline. But the Sunset Empire, Su Haochen had never planned to go there. Originally, Su Haochen was a geek, and it was difficult to get him to go out, but now he was trying to get him to go abroad. This was really a huge torture for Su Haochen, a senior geek. However, he is 100% of the shares, can be said to be the absolute person in charge. If you say that you do not show a side, it seems not too good. It makes sense to always show up every quarter. The thought of having to make a trip to Rice and then to the Sunset Empire every quarter made Su Haochen's head spin. Although he said he had the Lingyun helicopter, it was after all just a helicopter. The speed is much faster than normal transportation, but you should still have to take an airliner to cross the country. At least speaking, Su Haochen himself still didn't have a private airliner now. Su Haochen shook his head, simply stopped thinking about it and walked out of the school gate to take a taxi to Mingyang Hotel. When the crowd saw Su Haochen's arrival, they came forward to greet him. Su Haochen said to one of the waitresses, "I'm here to find Lu Xin. Is she in?" Right at this moment, Lu Xin walked out from the back, and this loud noise at the door naturally startled her. Meteor walked up to Su Haochen with a face full of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by a professional smile. "Boss, you're here," Lu Xin said with a smile. Su Haochen reached out, knocking Lu Xin on the nose. Lu Xin was caught off guard. How fast was Su Haochen now? How could Lu Xin, an ordinary girl, possibly defend herself? This time he did. Lu Xin opened her small mouth in surprise, never expecting that Su Haochen would be able to do this kind of action in full view of the public. Although this was not really much, in Lu Xin's opinion, this was already very intimate. If it were anyone else, Lu Xin would probably have fired off a curse or greeted him with high heels by now. But facing Su Haochen, her eyes were full of surprise, but soon, it was replaced by a hint of loss. "What are you doing?" Lu Xin said shyly. "What did you just call me?" Su Haochen feigned anger. Call your boss." Lu Xin said. "I'm at work now. Of course I have to call you boss." Good. Then let the boss teach you a lesson," Su Haochen said, reaching out and pinching Lu Xin's nose. Tugging Lu Xin, he arrived in front of a dining table in the hall. Lu Xin let out a soft moan from her mouth. Obviously being pinched by Su Haochen was also very uncomfortable, but she couldn't resist in the slightest. Su Haochen had a lot of strength in his hands, and purposely put his hands lower, causing Lu Xin to be bent over almost all the way, being dragged along by Su Haochen. When the crowd saw such a scene, they selectively avoided it. To them, it was clearly flirting, although those waitresses, too, were very curious about Su Haochen, especially after hearing that he had won the Chinese math contest. But look at Lu Xin, and then look at themselves, whether in face value or in education, there is a considerable gap, and so there was nothing to do but shrug helplessly and turn around to go about his business. An excellent man like Su Haochen was destined to be unattached to them. Chapter 154, Lu Xin's Little Pride. Next, finally, Su Haochen let go of his hand and sat down on the chair. Lu Xin stood in front of Su Haochen, reached out and rubbed his nose that had just been pinched by him, and said, "What are you doing?" Su Haochen was familiar with Lu Xin, and with this tone of hers, it was obvious that she was already a bit angry. Although Su Haochen had feelings for Lu Xin, the current him would never allow himself to be a licking dog. "Aren't you proud? Then today I'll break your pride, to make you follow me to the death." Thus, the corner of Su Haochen's mouth curled up slightly, and the plan came to him. "What? Not satisfied?" Su Haochen's face grimaced and said, "Didn't you call me boss just now? Now you're talking to me with such an attitude?" Lu Xin froze and looked at Su Haochen's face, but he didn't know what to say. In her impression, Su Haochen had never treated her like this before, but thinking about the current status of the two, it seemed like she really shouldn't have any complaints against Su Haochen. Seeing that Lu Xin didn't say anything, Su Haochen knew that his ploy had worked, so he began to attack further. "The boss wants to talk to you. Should you be standing like this?" Su Haochen said coldly. Li Xin suddenly felt that the man in front of her was unfamiliar, but such an aura shook her heart. It wasn't that he was disappointed, thinking that Su Haochen had become bad when he had money. Instead, she felt that such manliness appealed to her. It was even more attractive than the gentle Su Haochen before, making her heart tremble. Very quickly, I don't know whether it was under Su Haochen's pressure or due to the throbbing within himself, Lu Xin stood straight in front of Su Haochen, just like when he first went to college for military training. Only, Lu Xin turned her head and didn't look at Su Haochen, her face full of little arrogance. It was only in her eyes that it was difficult to hide the look of sultriness and anticipation. Sure enough, Su Haochen thought in his heart, goddesses are proud, and such proud goddesses are not for licking, but for conquering. "There's a mission scheduled for you today. Follow me," Su Haochen said. With those words, he took out his cell phone and sent a Weibo to Chenyang. "Tell him that he has taken Lu Xin away and ask him to hurry up and arrange another person to take care of the Mingyang Hotel today." The meaning was also obvious. Lu Xian also heard it. Su Haochen was planning to not even let her back today. Can't help but feel nervous. What is it? Surprisingly, I have to be busy for a day. Thinking of this, Lu Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, and the corners of his mouth even flushed with a hint of a smile. Go! Su Haochen put away his cell phone and said to Lu Xian. Then he left the door of the hotel without looking back. Lu Xian followed closely behind. Su Haochen greeted a taxi and sat in the back row with Lu Xian, fiddling with his cell phone to himself and surprisingly ignoring Lu Xian. Lu Xian saw that Su Haochen didn't say anything, so she couldn't take the initiative to find a topic, because she didn't know whether the current Su Haochen was treating her as sister Lu Xian, or an ordinary subordinate of the hotel. With no words along the way, Su Haochen and Lu Xian soon arrived at Chentangipin. The cab drove straight in, as Su Haochen had long ago changed the rules to allow taxis to pull owners into the Chentangipin neighborhood. Naturally, the property owners do not have any opinions, or to be precise, they dare not have any opinions. Arriving at Su Haochen's home, Lu Xian followed Su Haochen into the house. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't even change his shoes, Lu Xian didn't hesitate and directly followed him in. Sit. Su Haochen reached out and pointed to the sofa, then sat himself down. Only, the voice that spoke now was not as cold as it had been just now at the Mingyan Hotel. Lu Xian could also naturally hear it and was puzzled for a moment before sitting down. Raising his head to look at Su Haochen, he saw that he was staring at himself with a smile on his face. Lu Xian was filled with puzzlement and was about to ask something when Su Haochen opened his mouth as if he had spoken first. What do you say? Are we better off like this? Or am I better off continuing to be your boss? With Su Haochen's appearance, Lu Xian also understood that he had done it on purpose just now at the Mingyan Hotel. On second thought, it did seem like it was because of himself, because he was purposely avoiding him, deliberately wanting to put this status position, the distance between employee and boss, before Su Haochen had to do so. So Tatsu was still the same guy as before. Nothing has changed, even if he's gotten richer. Lu Xian thought in his mind, his heartbeat unconsciously speeding up. Is this question hard to answer? Su Haochen asked with a smile. I know, Xiao Chen, Lu Xian said with a smile as well. It was my fault before. I was too concerned about the status gap like boss employee. Su Haochen's smile intensified as he stood up and walked to Lu Xian's side. Reaching out, he rubbed Lu Xian's nose. How is it? Does it still hurt? How come it doesn't hurt? Lu Xian pouted and said, you just want to teach me a lesson. There's no need to hit me so hard. I didn't even know before that you were so strong. It seems that it's really like what they say in the novels. A male son out of a big family like yours is not only rich, but also practiced martial arts since he was a child. It's a shame you used to put on that soft, gentle face. Su Haochen didn't explain. How would Lu Xian know that the strength in his hands was only after he got the system? It was after getting the system that the body was gradually strengthened. Of course, there's no way to explain this, so let her misunderstand it? So, Su Haochen went straight to the point. Don't get me wrong. Su Haochen just took out a marrow cleansing pill from his pocket and said to Lu Xian, Sister Xian, I still have the treasure here. After eating it, your body will get better too. What is this? Lu Xian asked with a surprised look on his face as he received the marrow cleansing dan. This can't be a 10% pill you got from somewhere. What are you thinking about? Su Haochen said without a good breath. Why don't you say it's Yin and Yang Harmony-san? Lu Xian opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Somehow, when she heard the words Yin-Yang harmonization scatter, a trace of pleasure arose in her heart, as if she was looking forward to this kind of thing. Lu Xian has naturally read the 8 books of the dragon and knows what Yin-Yang harmony scatter is, and soon blushed, secretly blaming himself. How could he have such a mind? Seeing that Lu Xian didn't say anything, Su Haochen didn't know what she was thinking and said, Don't worry, this stuff is definitely good for your body. Don't you also like reading martial arts novels? In fact, let me tell you, martial arts are real. Lu Xian cocked his head and looked at Su Haochen with a puzzled expression. In order to explain Lu Xian's doubts, Su Haochen directly raised his hand and grabbed a water cup 3 meters away. Looking at Lu Xian in shock, the inside of his open mouth was already enough to put down an egg. Chapter 155, The Xianin Divine Vein, Up. Are you a martial art? Or is this super normal capabilities? Lu Xian stammered and asked. She had read before that there were similar martial arts amongst the martial arts novels that could do the same thing in the air. For example, the dragon tackling technique from Tianlong Bafu. There are also some supernormal ability novels that talk about a kind of supernormal ability that can pick up things in the air, but that was only in movies and television, or literature. In reality, it was the first time she had seen it. Until then, she hadn't even believed that such things were real. This is considered a martial art, Su Haochen explained. But it's not some special move like they say in martial arts novels. It's just that true chi can be externally released and then manipulated within a certain distance. And you can actually do that. I can too. Lu Xin froze. I don't know how. You can teach me? Su Haochen nodded and said, it's no problem to teach you. In fact, the mystery is also in this pill in your hand. It's called the marrow cleansing pill. After taking it, you'll be able to condense your true chi. And instantly, you can increase your true chi by 10 years, turning you into a martial arts expert all of a sudden. 10 years of true chi was indeed already considered an expert in worldly terms. At least speaking, 90% of them are no longer her match. However, Lu Xin, due to the fact that he had no contact with martial arts at all before, said that even after taking the marrow cleansing elixir, it was impossible for him to be like Yin Ziru, whose battle power was straight up to 3,000. However, reaching a little over 2,000 is still not a problem. Such combat power was something that his dormitory's oldest 8, Ling Fan, did not have. After Su Haochen finished speaking, Lu Xin couldn't wait to stuff the pill into his mouth. Su Haochen hurriedly stopped it. Don't be in a hurry yet. Lu Xin looked at Su Haochen in surprise and said, what? There are still conditions? With a smile, Su Haochen also thought of teasing Lu Xin again and said, if I said that you would have to give yourself to me in order for me to give it to you, would you agree? Lu Xin's gaze trembled slightly. Although she knew that Su Haochen was definitely joking, she couldn't help but think seriously. But after thinking about it, I felt as if I wouldn't lose out this way, and I even got 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Lu Xin felt a burst of fire on his face and hurriedly shook his head to dispel his evil thoughts. Seeing Lu Xin shaking his head, Su Haochen said, what? You don't agree? Then I'll take it back. Oops. Stop it, Xiao Chen. Lu Xin said, if you keep joking with your sister like that, watch out for me. How are you? Su Haochen interrupted, still putting on a teasingly bad smile on his face. Anyway, now that Yin Zero had given him permission to take Lu Xin in as well, Su Haochen's side naturally had no worries. As long as you break through Lu Xin's defense, then the days of embracing left and right will be just around the corner. Lu Xin bit her lip on this side and held her tongue for half a day before saying, be careful sister, I'm really serious. It was Su Haochen's turn to be speechless, never expecting that Lu Xin would be able to say such shocking words. Su Haochen understands Lu Xin, although she is a royal lady image, and outside, she is also a competent strong woman look, but actually conservative at heart and very shy. Even making some colorful jokes could make her blush for half a day. God knows how much courage it took for her to say that. It seems like it's still a bit difficult to want to directly raid, take it one step at a time, Su Haochen thought in his heart. Thus, Su Haochen walked behind Lu Xin and concentrated his internal energy on top of his hands, slowly launching them out and channeling true chi for Lu Xin. Then he said, Sister Xin, eat it, then sit on your knees. Lu Xin couldn't wait to eat the marrow cleansing pill after hearing Su Haochen's words. Suddenly, it felt like there was a warm current inside the body, as if it was echoing the true chi that Su Haochen was channeling. For a moment, it felt warm inside. Then, he followed the example of a martial arts drama and slowly raised his hands, making the appearance of running his hands. Su Haochen felt a bit amused. In fact, letting the internal force roam around his body didn't require any posture at all. Whether you're sitting or lying down, it's actually possible to do it. Only, sitting on your knees works better for beginners. As for what position the hands are in, that's really not necessary at all. However, at this time, there was no need for him to spend time correcting Lu Xin, because, using his true chi to channel and slowly return Lu Xin's internal energy to the Dantian was the top priority at this time. However, all of a sudden, Su Haochen suddenly felt a cold air coming in and couldn't help but frown. With his current power, he could almost be immune to cold and heat. At the end of October, he could go out and sneak around outside in a thin shirt and not feel the slightest bit of cold. But today, it seemed to be a cold that he couldn't stand, and it was getting stronger. And that coldness, surprisingly, gushed out from Lu Xin's true chi. What was going on? Su Haochen knew deep down that he was also a little white, so he didn't operate wildly based on his own guesses and hurriedly called the system. The system's lazy voice sounded in Su Haochen's mind, so she was sleeping again. Soon, however, the lazy voice turned to surprise. The system let out a cry of surprise, startling Su Haochen. What's wrong? Su Haochen's heart trembled. He had never heard the system make such a sound before. She, the system's voice even trembled, and Su Haochen's heart had a bad premonition. What's wrong with her? Why don't you tell us? Where exactly did this cold air come from? Su Haochen asked anxiously. She's actually the Xianyin divine vein. The system finally said a complete sentence. Su Haochen, however, was even more puzzled. Xianyin divine vein? What is that? Su Haochen asked, but there was a guess in his heart. In the novels I read in the past, there were quite a few XX pulse, XX body and so on, without exception. They are all rare geniuses in many years. Frustrated, the system explained, it's a most and cold physique. It said that such a special physique only appears in a few hundred years, and it can only appear in women. Hearing the system's answer, Su Haochen wasn't surprised, but only asked, so is this good or bad? The system replied, for the average person, it's definitely bad. At the age of 25, when the Xianyin divine vein matured and there was no true qi to protect the body, then it would freeze and stiffen the whole body, or even freeze and die, and it can also affect far around, and people within the area of influence can get frostbite or even freeze to death. So scary? Su Haochen frowned tighter, but remembered what the system had just said and added, so, now that she has real energy, is she okay? The system said, indeed, if we're talking about people practicing martial arts, then the Xianyin divine vein is indeed a good thing. She will be 10 times faster than a normal person, or even 100 times faster, if she cultivates a cold ice type of martial art, or one with a more intense yin fury qi. Su Haochen finally put his heart down, but now he was about to freeze, so he hurriedly asked, then what should I do now? If I stay like this for a while longer, she'll have true qi instead, and I'll be done for. Master, you are blessed. The system's bad voice sounded in Su Haochen's mind. It couldn't help but remind him of the scene when the system gave him his first task. Chapter 156, Xianyin Divine Vein. Below, the system's bad laugh sounded in Su Haochen's mind. Where was the lazy look just now? Master, you thought right. This Xianyin Divine Vein is certainly a great advantage for women to cultivate martial arts. But for men, it is also an excellent pot for practicing. So, you're just encouraging me to have something with her? Su Haochen gritted his teeth. I didn't encourage my master, the system said as if it was innocent. If you don't want to stay cold, just withdraw your inner strength. But then the cold would have invaded her body. Although it was said that she now had internal energy, she had just condensed her true qi and was not yet able to maneuver it well. Therefore, it is not possible to resist this cold air, and then, it will be a good thing to die. I didn't encourage it. I didn't force it. In the end, what to do, the choice is up to you yourself. Master Ah. Once again, Su Haochen wanted to yank the system out of his mind and give it a spanking. And options. I have a ing choice. Never mind whether or not the Xianyin divine vein helped him, even if it didn't help at all. It wasn't an excellent cauldron for any man to practice. Then he couldn't just stand by and watch Lu Xian die in front of him. At this time, Lu Xian's body had begun to shiver and a thin layer of frost had condensed on its surface. Even Su Haochen's eyelashes already had white crystals on them. What a terrifying cold. Su Haochen sighed in his heart. Time was running out, and he had no time to hesitate. His left hand was still channeling true qi to Lu Xian, while his right hand's true qi was released, directly shattering the clothes Lu Xian was wearing. Lu Xian's teeth cackled as if he didn't even notice what Su Haochen had done. In front of Su Haochen's eyes, Snow White. This Lu Xian's body is even more fascinating than Yin Ziru. Su Haochen froze and thought, after all, she was 4 years older and possessed a mature beauty that Yin Ziru did not have. Plus now Lu Xian's delicate appearance, simply, is the ultimate temptation? Su Haochen murmured in his heart. I didn't do it to take advantage of you. I did it to save you. I didn't do it to take advantage of you. I did it to save you. Then, with determination, he pounced. This battle, the sky is dark, the two tangled for who knows how long. On the couch, on the floor, on the table. Even Su Haochen pressed Lu Xian against the wall. Truly worthy of the Xianyin divine vein, this girl's combat power is unexpectedly so strong. Su Haochen sighed heartily. With his far superior physique, he even almost lost the battle, and in the end, he almost clenched his teeth and insisted. Lu Xian finally fell into a deep sleep, and Su Haochen sat on his knees. He could feel that there was a coldness in his body that had not been flushed away. That seemed to come from Lu Xian's body excessively. If he didn't flush this cold out, he was afraid that it would be harmful to himself. Thus, Su Haochen called out to the system again. Master is quite powerful. This time should be the longest one, right? The system teased. Su Haochen, his face full of black lines, said, cut the crap and hurry up to tell me how I should disperse that cold mass. Cut. Okay. The system said. Got it. You. Su Haochen directly held it there, not knowing what to say. In front of the system, he didn't expect to be able to take any advantage of his mouth. Seeing that Su Haochen didn't speak anymore, the system began to guide Su Haochen to condense his true qi at the location where the cold qi was, and then slowly channel it to travel throughout his body. Time flew by, and it was surprising that it was already evening. Su Haochen didn't even see Yin Zero call her at noon. At this time, Lu Xian slept in a bedroom on the first floor, and Su Haochen had already finished running his energy, and that cold aura was dispersed by him. Picking up his cell phone, he saw In0's missed calls in WeChat. Brother Haochan, why don't you answer the phone? Are you busy? Brother Haochan, I'll eat by myself then. Brother Haochan, call me back when you see the message, okay? I'm worried about you. Brother Haochan, you're not with Lu Xin, so you're not answering my calls. Brother Haochan, where the hell are you? How come there's no news at all? Su Haochan hurriedly called In0 over. The time had already reached 5 o'clock in the evening, and In0 should have gotten out of class as well. By all rights, it should be ready to drive back by now. Once she entered the house and saw Lu Xin sleeping here in this mess in the hall, she could definitely think of something. Su Haochan was a bit flustered in his heart, even though In0 no longer objected to him and Lu Xin being together, but it doesn't seem good to just strut around and lead the way home to that. In0 took the call and directly cried out, Brother Haochan, I thought you didn't want me anymore. I'm sorry Ziru, Su Haochan said. Something did happen. Come back first, come back and we'll talk about it. Su Haochan thought about it and still decided to be completely honest with In0. After thinking about it for a while, I was afraid that In0 would be in a hurry and drive fast before something happened. So I said again, it's not a big deal. I'm fine now, and I've been blessed by the accident, so drive carefully and take it easy. If it wasn't because of that so-and-so Xianin divine vein, Su Haochan would never have chosen to have this happen with Lu Xin today. After all, In0's side had just stabilized, while his relationship with Lu Xin was somewhat complicated, and Lin Mengzhu's side had yet to be fully resolved. Doing something like this now is never the best thing for him, and is undoubtedly adding insult to injury. However, the heavens did not follow his wishes, and a Xianin divine vein completely shattered his plans. It was no wonder that this Xianin divine vein was a supreme body that the system evaluated would be hard-pressed to produce one in a few hundred years. To have his plans broken by such a marvelous being, then he had nothing to say. Ding! System alert, the host absorbs the supreme cold chi of the Xianin divine vein and grows 20 years of true chi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of supreme Yin and the breath of darkness. What's this? Su Haochan froze. 20 years of true chi. He naturally understood, but this what the body of supreme Yin, the breath of darkness, he did hear about it for the first time. The system explained, it's a special kind of physique and a special kind of true chi. Don't understand it now even if you don't. The master will be exposed to them later. For now it is enough to know that they can grow in battle power. Growing the war effort? Su Haochan's heart was shaken, and after checking his battle power value, it had unexpectedly broken through the 12,000 mark. Originally, according to his calculations, even if he increased his true chi for another 20 years, then it would still be difficult to break through 10,000. It seemed that the extra ones were the benefits of this supreme body and the breath of darkness. Su Haochan was just pondering, when the system's voice sounded again. Master, right now, this supreme body and the breath of darkness have only just been acquired and are not pure enough. As they slowly grow, there will be more additions to the master's battle power. Still growing? Su Haochan couldn't help but feel joyful, and the resentment that had risen towards the Xianin divine vein before was swept away in an instant. Thanks to the Xianin divine vein, right, not only did it allow him to be crowned with the possession of a great beauty like Lu Xin, it also boosted his combat power by more than 6,000, and, moreover, it was the kind that could be further boosted on an ongoing basis. Chapter 157, The Hope of Shaping the Bloodline, above. Su Haochan was excited for about half a minute, and quickly returned to reality. Right now this was still a mess waiting for him to clean up. It's the evening rush hour, so In0 should be driving slowly, but even if it's slow, it's sure to be home within an hour. Before In0 came back, she had to wake up Lu Xin and comfort her. After that it's a simple matter of packing up all this stuff outside first. Although it was said that he was ready to confess, but confessing was confessing, but letting In0 see this wretched mess was another matter. So, Su Haochan walked into the bedroom and woke up Lu Xin. Lu Xin slowly opened her sleeping eyes, and instead of crying and fussing as Su Haochan had imagined, she reached out and encircled Su Haochan's waist. This time, it caught Su Haochan a bit off guard. All those words of comfort that had been prepared could not be used now. Sister Xin, Su Haochan said softly. Lu Xin let go of his hand and slowly sat up from the bed, softly saying, you don't have to explain, I understand everything. Oh, Su Haochan scratched his head. You? What do you mean you understand? I understand it's you who is saving me. Lu Xin said. It should be because my physique is rather special, so that's why I said that some abnormalities arose just now. I felt cold all over, like I was going to die, and then you, Lu Xin said. Her cheeks flushed, and she was too embarrassed to continue. Even though she said she had already done it, the shyness in her bones could not be dispensed with, though at that time, she was so wildly solicitous, and her voice was high and uninhibited in a way that Su Haochan had never seen before. How do you know all this? Su Haochan asked in disbelief. He had thought that he would need to spend a long time explaining himself before Liu Xin could believe it. Aren't there such plots in many novels? Liu Xin said. I used to think that what was said in the novels was all fake, but now it seems that the big families are real and the martial arts are real. That so-called special physique, and the yin-yang dual cultivation or whatever, should also be true. Su Haochen took a long breath and nodded. Sure enough, it's such a relief to communicate with educated people. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble of ventriloquizing outside the door just now. Preparing to comfort Liu Xin. With that time, go clean up the hall outside. It's not nice? Don't worry, Sister Xin, Su Haochen said. No matter what the reason is, I'll take responsibility for what I've done, and I'll treat you right from now on. Liu Xin nodded and said, I know that you're a responsible and good man, Xiao Chen, but I won't bother you with my sister's life either. I'll honestly be a little daughter-in-law to you. I won't rely on you every day. Just go and find me whenever you miss me, but don't leave me hanging for too long, or else, people will get lonely too. Liu Xin's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and the last few words, even Su Haochen relied on guessing. It's okay, Sister Xin. You can stay here with me. I have a way to fix Yinziru's side, Su Haochen said. Since Liu Xin was already his woman, he naturally did not want to let Liu Xin go back to laborious work. Doesn't it smell good when you're doing a live stream at home? Liu Xin, however, shook his head and said, I know Yinziru is from a big family, and it's possible for her to accept the three of us living together, but I can't. Sister Xin, Su Haochen just had to say something, but was interrupted by Liu Xin and continued, I can accept being your girlfriend, even though you already had Yinziru before, but I can't accept us living together. I don't want to, like a concubine in the palace, wait for your favors every day with nothing to do. I want to have my own business and have you by my side when I'm lonely, isolated and in need. It's enough to have a thought in my mind when I'm laboring at work. But, Su Haochen wanted to say something next. This time, Liu Xin didn't interrupt, but Su Haochen felt that he was that short of words. Liu Xin's face was flooded with a gentle smile, like a spring breeze, warming in Su Haochen's heart. Xiao Chen, I really like you. With a man like you, even as a concubine, I am willing. If I didn't really like you, I wouldn't let you touch me even if I had to die. Su Haochen nodded. I know, Sister Xin. You can rest for a while. I'll go tidy up the outside. Let's do it together. Liu Xin said. It's really not good to have Yinziru come back and see the scene. It's better for me to do it myself. You're weak now and need to rest, Su Haochen said. However, Liu Xin nimbly rolled off the bed. She was now wearing clothes on her body. Just before, Su Haochen turned out a set of Yinziru's pajamas and gave them to Liu Xin to put on. It's a little smaller, but it's better than wearing nothing at all. You're okay? Su Haochen thought in surprise. Of this woman's recovery ability is too strong, isn't it? The two of us were wildly entangled for more than 3 hours before. I have martial arts in my body now. How can I be that weak? Liu Xin said with a smile. Afterwards, he left the bedroom before Su Haochen. Surprised, Su Haochen cast the detection technique. However, it was discovered that Liu Xin's battle power, surprisingly, had already reached over 2,700, and was on par with Yinziru. It was important to know that Yinziru had practiced martial arts before, and after condensing her true qi, she would be able to use her qi to defend her martial arts. That's why the battle power had reached more than 2,800, pushing right up to the 3,000 mark. However, Liu Xin was completely a weak woman before, and she had not even learned any self-defense techniques. After condensing 10 years of true qi, it was surprising that he had more than 2,700 battle power. This Xianin divine vein is really something. Moreover, this was still the initial effect of the Xianin divine vein. As she developed in the future, I'm afraid that her strength would inevitably be above Yinziru. I wonder what kind of expression Yinziru will have when she gets this news. Master doesn't have to worry. The system's voice rang out in Su Haochen's mind. As long as the master is strong enough, molding a powerful bloodline power for anyone would be a breeze. It's just that right now, the master isn't strong enough yet, so slowly work on it. Although the system said this as if it hadn't been said, it did let Su Haochen see a glimmer of hope. As long as one is strong, then one can also drive those around them to become stronger together. In the hall, Liu Xin was already busy. Su Haochen also rushed over to help, and soon it was also cleaned up. Looking at the refreshed room, Su Haochen said, Sister Xin, you're really virtuous. You have a way of cleaning up the house. It's amazing how quickly such a disorganized hall is cleaned up. Liu Xin smiled sweetly, which is as messy as the day of the gathering here. I didn't even clean up by myself in the morning. Chapter 158, The Hope of Shaping the Bloodline, below. Oh, did you clean up that day? Su Haochen was surprised. Originally, He had thought that those roommates of his had gotten a conscience and packed it up on their way out, but I didn't expect that Lu Xin would be the one to clean it up. Of course, Lu Xin said, you invited us to dinner, so you can't just throw down that cup and plate and leave you to clean it up all by yourself. Wouldn't it still cost you to get another bellhop? So what? I'll just stop by and help you clean up. It won't take much. Lu Xin had originally planned that this matter would not be told to Su Haochen, but now that the two had taken their relationship further, there was nothing to hide. Then Su Haochen thought of something and said, so, you're late for work because you helped me clean up the house, and then you punished yourself by being a greeter at the door for an hour? Don't mention this. Lu Xin was feeling a bit embarrassed. Before, I wasn't thinking about it. It had to be harder. Don't worry, it won't happen again. I'll just miss work and I won't punish myself anymore. After a pause, Lu Xin thought for a moment and added, and you're not allowed to punish me, now that I'm not just your employee, but also your little daughter-in-law? Su Haochen laughed. Don't worry, how could I spare to punish you? I love you more than I can say. Cut. Lu Xin skimmed his mouth and said, it's too soon for you to say this word love to me, isn't it? And are you sure you know in your heart what love is? Su Haochen shrugged his shoulders and didn't continue to dwell on this issue with Lu Xin. Indeed, what Lu Xin said was right. After so many years, he didn't know what the so-called love really felt like. Every time I try to think about it more, I find that I'm always stuck in a dead end. So, one way or another, he stopped thinking about it, lest he add to his troubles. Just then, Zero came back and took the elevator directly from the ground floor to the upper floor. Brother Haochen, Zero screamed, ran over, and instantly jumped into Su Haochen's arms. Su Haochen also hugged Zero with a smile on his face. Lu Xin looked in his eyes and slightly glanced away, not knowing what was going on in his mind. Su Haochen also saw this scene and smiled at Lu Xin with a face full of embarrassment. Zero left Su Haochen's embrace, as if she had only just seen Lu Xin, and cried out in surprise, oops, Sister Xin, you're here too. I'm really sorry for making you look at me funny. This girl is clearly doing it on purpose. Su Haochen muttered in his heart. If it was according to the past, Lu Xin would have disliked Zero, but times are different now, since she chose to follow Su Haochen. Then Zero is her elder sister according to seniority. As a sister, how can you be rude to your sister? Therefore, Lu Xin would hold back for now this time. Tatsu, I'll leave you to it, call again if you need anything, Lu Xin said, turning around and about to leave, afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist disliking Zero again in a while. Hey, you wait, Su Haochen called out to Lu Xin, the main thing hasn't been said yet. Also, what other business? Lu Xion's face suddenly reddened. As for the word business, she had read the novels and knew what the word business in the novels usually meant. Didn't you just do the right thing? Are you planning to do it again in front of Zero? As Lu Xion thought in his mind, his face could not help but feel a little feverish. This time, however, Lu Xion had clearly overthought it. Su Haochen's face was filled with seriousness as he said, I'll make this short and sweet. I want you to start a live stream on your side of the Dujang and just to popularize the law or tell some law-related tidbits. Then I'll go and support you and swipe gifts, as well as attracting other people to come and see you, making you an internet star anchor. Seeing that Su Haochen was talking about such a serious matter, Lu Xion secretly let out a long breath and quickly came back to his senses. Thinking about it, he said, it seems like it's very doable. I was studying law, and now I'm an assistant store manager, and I always feel a little out of place. If it's true that I can be in the middle of a live broadcast and give a lecture on the law, then that's something I'm definitely good at. Alright then, go back and get ready, Su Haochen said. Prepare something about the law that people can understand, and then prepare some relevant short stories so that people can understand it more thoroughly. With Lu Xion's intelligence, he naturally understood what Su Haochen meant and nodded his head. Okay, then I'll go back and prepare like this, and then you can find me tomorrow if you have time, and then we'll talk in depth. In-depth communication. Good. An odd smile spread across Su Haochen's face. Lu Xion looked at him and naturally knew what he was thinking. Realized, too, that what he had said seemed to carry so much ambiguity. Lu Xion left Shentangipin, and Su Haochen didn't send her off. It wasn't that he didn't want to send it, it was just that right now, there were important things that he needed to confess to Zero. As expected of Su Haochen, when he finished telling this, Zero didn't believe it and said, Brother Haochen, I didn't blame you either. You've slept with her, so you've slept with her. Why bother making up such nonsense to coax me? No, I really didn't lie to you. Su Haochen scratched his head anxiously. This Zero usually reads few books, and even fewer novels, so she said that she couldn't understand this kind of thing either. In the heat of the moment, Su Haochen released his true chi, and Zero felt a strong pressure. With a rough estimation, He probably understood that Su Haochen should have already had 40 years of true qi. Moreover, there was also a sense of yin and coldness amongst the breath, which was also considered to be in line with the Xianing divine vein that Su Haochen had mentioned before. Only then did Yin Zira believe so little and said, "In that case, that Lu Xian has the Xianing divine vein and belongs to that kind of natural martial arts practicing wizards." Su Haochen nodded and said, "Sort of, but it's hard to say because she hasn't been practicing before. Now that he's in his 20s again, he's long since missed the best age for martial arts training." "Okay," Yin Zira softly said 2 words. Rather, it made Su Haochen feel quite strange. How did the engine go out so quickly? Originally, Su Haochen thought of asking Yin Zira to record a cooking video for him. However, at the moment, he couldn't feel what kind of mood Yin Zira was in, so he gave up for the time being. The eyes looked at Yin Zira, as if trying to surmise what exactly she was thinking. "Brother Haochen, what are you looking at me for?" Yin Zira asked in surprise. Su Haochen hurriedly found a reason to cope with it and said, "I was thinking of asking you if you've talked to those 3 roommates of yours about the livestream." Yin Zira nodded and said, "I spoke to them in the morning, and Yu He-jin agreed and said to try it. It was agreed that I would make specific arrangements for them this afternoon, but when I couldn't reach you at lunchtime, I was all messed up, and I wasn't in the mood to say anything to them again this afternoon." Chapter 159, 10 million fans of Netroots, up. "I'm sorry Aoziru, for making you worry," Su Haochen said with a face full of guilt. It wasn't that he was comforting Yin Zira, it was indeed that he felt quite sorry for her. His own side was playing with fire with Lu Xian at home, but he had Yin Zira scared inside the school. "It's okay, Brother Haochen, you don't have to apologize to me, just let me know in advance next time you go looking for another girl," Yin Zira said with a face full of grudges. Not angry? Seems unlikely. After all, how could she not be angry when her boyfriend was with another woman, tossing around the house all day? However, for the man in front of her, she was too much in love to give up. Even though he already had another woman, he still wasn't willing to leave him himself. What's more, she had long ago convinced herself that there was nothing she couldn't accept. "Don't say that. It's me who's sorry," Su Haochen apologized once again. "Don't worry, with my skills, there shouldn't be anyone who can do anything to me either. However, in the future, I will always keep an eye on your phone, and no matter what comes up, I will be sure to answer your call first, and nothing like this will happen again." Yin Zira nodded and looked at Su Haochen's eyes. Obviously, she saw that panic look in Su Haochen's eyes. The heart couldn't help but think darkly. So, he cares about me so much. Seeing that Yin Zira didn't seem to be so angry anymore, Su Haochen then added, "Give your roommate a call. You just finished talking to someone about going live in the morning, and then you leave them hanging in the afternoon. People might think you've gone back on your word. It's never good to talk back. Talk to them." Yin Zira nodded, so she picked up the phone to get in touch with her roommate. Su Haochen sat on one side and drummed on his cell phone. Yin Zira didn't avoid it and sat next to Su Haochen to make a call. In a short while, Yin Zira's side finished solving it and said to Su Haochen, "Well, Brother Haochen, it's all taken care of over there." Su Haochen nodded and said, "Then you can arrange for them to go live tomorrow. Just leave everything over here to you. I'll just be in charge of swiping money in the live stream." Yin Zira smiled and said, "Does that mean Lu Xian will be under my control as well?" Su Haochen was a little unsure of what to say. If Lu Xian were to be handed over to her to arrange as well, then it would probably be a non-mess. This little girl, to say that she doesn't hold a grudge in her heart, that Su Haochen doesn't believe it no matter what. "Forget it," Yin Zira said when she saw this hesitant expression on Su Haochen's face. Then Lu Xian, "It's better to leave it to you personally. I'm not too familiar with her either. Besides, one less person is one less thing for me to do, and I don't care to get myself into trouble." Originally, Yin Zira didn't want to control Lu Xian or anything, but was only joking with Su Haochen. Looking at Su Haochen's turtle-eating appearance, Yin Zira felt gorgeous in her heart. However, Su Haochen's mood was not beautiful. "Ugh, to think that I used to think about how happy I was to have people on my left and right, but now that I've actually realized it, I find it's even more agonizing than being single." Su Haochen thought darkly in his heart. Yin Zira didn't know what Su Haochen was thinking, and continued to say on her own, "I was bored in class today and looked up some live streaming tips on the internet, so let me share them with them later. And I'll give it a try today when I'm live streaming. Do you have anything else? If that's not the case, then I'm going to start broadcasting live. So you're ready to proceed to swipe gifts for me." Looking at the time, it had come to 6:30 in the evening, but the two hadn't even eaten dinner yet, so Su Haochen asked, "Aren't you hungry?" "I'm full of anger by you," Yin Zira said without a trace of anger, since she knew that Su Haochen was very fond of her in his heart. She was bold in front of Su Haochen. "There was no longer the same affliction as before when we first got together, so you're so frugal with food," Su Haochen said with a smile. That it looks like I'll be able to save a lot of money on meals by being more angry with you from now on. Looking at In0's cute appearance, Su Haochan couldn't help but joke with her. In0 grinned at Su Haochan, and just when Su Haochan was uncertain, he only saw In0 roll her eyes fiercely, then turned to the couch and sat down. I said don't sit down, Su Haochan said. Here, hold my phone for me while I make dinner over here and record a video to teach everyone how to cook. You're just in time to follow along and learn some of it on the side. Hearing Su Haochan say this, In0 also stopped playing around, learning to cook good food. She'd always wanted to. After eating Su Haochan's breakfast yesterday, he had been wanting to learn. Some of it had been learned during last night, but she felt it still wasn't enough. Now that Su Haochan was going to continue teaching her again, then she was naturally very happy. Thus, In0 took the role of a young apprentice on the side. While helping with the cell phone, he helped Su Haochan pass things. On Su Haochan's side, while cooking and explaining, In0 appropriately adjusted the camera farther in closer. From time to time, Su Haochan's exquisite knife work was displayed, or the dish that was about to be molded. It had to be said that In0 was smart and clever, and if she really had such a person to play her hand, then no matter what kind of work she did, she would be able to get twice the result with half the effort. It was after 8 p.m. when the two finally got dinner. Cooking while recording a video does still slow things down a bit, but compared to yesterday, when Su Haochan instructed In0 to cook, it was also quite a bit faster. How come it feels like it tastes a little better than yesterday morning? In0 said in surprise. Su Haochan nodded and said, I've refined it a little. Let's use this as the final version, and I'll post the video on Douyo when I find the time. Su Haochan's wave of earthy maneuvers yesterday had already gained 1 million fans, but this is simply not enough. The system's mission is to be a household name. How to accumulate fans to tens of millions. So, In0 was back on the air. As a result, there were many more bigwigs that came to In0's live room. In0's fanbase had already broken 10 million, and even after she went off the air, the number of fans was still going up, because her story has been circulating online. There are quite a few circles around her below the video, not only In0, but Su Haochan as well. The number of fans continued to rise. When In0 started broadcasting, naturally, Su Haochan was not missing, and another 300 carnivals were brushed out, naturally attracting a lot of people again. As for In0, during the daytime, she had learned some live broadcasting skills on the internet, so naturally, she was even more effective than yesterday. At 10:30 in the evening, In0 went off the air, and then looking at her fan count, she had actually broken through 45 million, and Su Haochan's fan base also exceeded 10 million. The reason was simple. In0 had been pushing List 1, List 2, and List 3 in the live room, asking everyone to help point and follow. Chapter 160, 10 million fans of Netroots, next. And there's a more significant takeaway from today. During yesterday's live broadcast, all the other people who swiped gifts together didn't have as much money as Su Haochan alone. And today, the second and third on the list, the sum of the gifts of the two, exceeded Su Haochan's, and the others didn't even count. In other words, Su Haochan had swiped 900,000, while the sum of the others had long exceeded 900,000. After In0 got off the air, she looked at the earnings, and in addition to Su Haochan's 900,000, there was surprisingly more than 1.3 million. The two on the second and third lists, together, have almost $1 million, and the others have over $300,000. Not bad, Su Haochan heartily exclaimed. You can make so much money in less than 2 hours of live streaming. Withdraw that 1.3 million. In0 nodded and listened to Su Haochan's words, withdrawing the 1.3 million into her bank card. Of course what arrived wasn't $1.3 million, but half of it was siphoned off by the platform. But even then, $650,000 came in. 2 days of live broadcasting, 2 hours a day, netting over $1 million. You're really something, Su Haochan said with a smile. Even if he had been asked to come live in person, there was absolutely no way he could have had such an effect. Of course, this point was a bit presumptuous on Su Haochan's part. With his face value, he would actually be sure to be liked by many rich women, or rich young ladies, then go crazy and gift him. That may not be impossible. Only, this was something that Su Haochan hadn't thought of, and In0 hadn't thought of it either. Even if you think about it, you won't practice it. Su Haochan didn't lack money. He didn't need to go sell his face value to make money. Letting In0 broadcast live was purely for the purpose of increasing the number of fans for himself, in order to promote his original dish on the platform afterward, and in order to complete the system tasks only. Looking at In0's happy appearance after earning money, Su Haochan was also sincerely happy for her. Even after the system mission was completed, In0's live broadcast could still continue. It's not always possible to make that much money every day, but who can't be bothered with the amount of money they have on hand? It's nice to earn a little more so you can spend a little more and enjoy a little more. Did the three of them watch you live today? Su Haochan asked. Ian Zero nodded and said, look, I'm about to call them and give them some lessons, and by the way, ask them if they have any suggestions for me. Su Haochan nodded his head in relief. This Ian Zero is really dedicated. It's already more than 10 o'clock at night, yet she still wants to discuss the live broadcast. It seems that a person's success does not depend only on her face value and opportunities, but also on her personal hard work and study, which is crucial. Just like Su Haochan himself, if it wasn't for the fact that he had read a lot of books before and had some indirect experience from books inside his head, then, even if he had the system and won a lot of businesses by raffle, he was afraid that he would be played to death by those old and cunning guys. Ian Zero's call, all at once, lasted almost an hour, and she didn't hang up until 11 o'clock at night. Su Haochan was already bored and about to fall asleep, but Ian Zero was still writing something there, as if she couldn't get enough. Brother Haochan, are you sleepy? Ian Zero looked at Su Haochan and said, if you're sleepy, get some rest. I'll tidy up on my end, then go take a shower and I'll go to sleep too. Only after hearing Ian Zero say this did Su Haochan remember that he hadn't taken a shower yet. Ever since getting the system and living in a big house, Su Haochan seemed to even have much better personal hygiene habits than before. In the old days, let alone taking a bath, it would have been nice to think of washing my feet before I went to bed. But now, basically, you can't sleep without a shower every day. That's not a bad thing. So, Su Haochan nodded and went to take a shower. In fact, he wasn't terribly sleepy. With his current physique, even if he didn't sleep for a day and a night, it wouldn't be a big deal. Only, he was really bored. The games on his phone, he didn't love to play anymore, and he didn't find anything worth watching when he swiped Douyin live streams and videos. I wanted to see if there were any pretty female anchors to swipe some gifts for, but Ian Zero was still next to me, thinking about the fact that I just knocked someone's jealousy over today, so it's better not to do such things that can easily make them angry. Not long after, Su Haochan finished his bath, and Ian Zero was still sitting in front of the table writing and drawing. Su Haochan came over. He could recognize all the words on it. Ian Zero's writing was also very elegant, but when linked together, she simply couldn't understand what those actually meant. So he frowned and asked, what are you writing here? How come I can't even read it? Ian Zero looked up, smiled at Su Haochan and said, Brother Haochan, it's normal not to understand. There are specialties in the arts, and you haven't studied live broadcasting. It's like your recipes, I can't read them either. Okay, but you don't have to fight so hard, Su Haochan said, picking up Ian Zero in a hug. Ian Zero let out a surprised cry before burying her head in Su Haochan's arms. Su Haochan carried Ian Zero towards the bathroom and directly threw her into the bathtub without even taking off her clothes. If it was an ordinary person, Su Haochan would have been injured by such a throw. But what kind of person is Ian Zero? That's a martial arts expert with 10 years of true chi. The moment she was thrown out by Su Haochan, she found the best landing spot with extremely fast reaction speed. It landed smoothly inside the bathtub, undamaged except for the fact that his clothes were a little wet. However, Ian Zero still looked at Su Haochan with a grudging face and said, what's going on? Brother Haochan, why are you so rough? The water was put on for you now. Take a good soak. Don't tire yourself out too much, it's just a live broadcast. There's no need to work so hard. The next morning, before 7 o'clock, Ian Zero went to get ready for school. She had never looked forward to going to school so much. Originally, today was Saturday. There were no compulsory classes at school at all, and with Ian Zero's attitude towards learning, there was no way she would enroll in any elective classes. She goes to school now to find her 3 roommates and work on her future career together. Ian Zero knew that Su Haochan was going to look for Lu Xin, so she simply drove Su Haochan to the Mingyang Hotel first before going to school herself. Only, Su Haochan came a bit early. Lu Xin hadn't gone to work yet, and it just so happened that he hadn't eaten in the morning, so he was going to have breakfast at Mingyang Hotel. With nothing to do, Su Haochan thought of showing his hand in the hotel itself. He made this request, and the managers of logistics, naturally, would not refuse. It was just a thought that this rich young master wanted to cook for himself on a whim, so I guess it must have tasted pretty average. Thinking though, that even if it's hard to make in a while, people must be encouraged when they taste it. After all, Su Haochan was not someone they could afford to offend. But soon they realized they were wrong. Whether it was Su Haochan's knife work, or his skillful movements, all of these experienced chefs were in awe, and each of them opened their mouths wide in surprise. After Su Haochan put the dishes in the pot, they could all sense, as they smelled the flavor, that the dishes Su Haochan had made must be very delicious. After the dishes came out of the pot, everyone couldn't wait to try them. Su Haochan was not polite with everyone, and directly got it in front of everyone, letting them go and taste it. It was also very polite to ask for suggestions. Chapter 161 The beginning of a household name, above. Several chefs, all of them couldn't wait to grab their chopsticks and start tasting the dishes made by Su Haochen. Where else would there be comments to make? All hated the plate. In a short while, the 2 dishes Su Haochen had made were all eaten up. The guys were too surprised to speak, not realizing that their boss had such a craft. It's simply more than they don't want to impose too much. Okay. Thinking about it just now, it still feels like the owner is on a whim and surely can't make anything good. Looking at the results now, I just want to smack myself a couple times. What is a dog's eye view? Now these chefs know it in their hearts. Old boss, the kitchen manager, also known as the head chef, with a fawning smile that spoke to Su Haochen. Boss, how do you make this dish? Can you teach us? As the head chef, he is naturally a veteran chef, definitely able to see that Su Haochen was able to make 2 such delicious dishes with such simple ingredients. This was simply at the level of a culinary god. Without some opportunity, he just couldn't have reached that level even if he had been studying for 20 or 30 years. Now that there was such a high-ranking person in front of him, of course he couldn't wait to hurry up and worship his master. It didn't even occur to him that with his status, how could he be worthy of allowing Su Haochen to be his master? However, even if he had thought of it, he would surely have had the cheek to stick it on. After all, this kind of opportunity to learn the art is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Su Haochen didn't put on any airs of being a boss or a high-ranking person. The recipe has been summarized before and the photos taken stayed on my phone. Originally, he wanted more people to learn it, and Su Haochen took this opportunity to share it directly with the group. Also added everyone's WeChat and pulled together a group. The crowd looked at the opportunity to be able to add the boss's WeChat, and each of them was also excited. Seeing the recipes posted by Su Haochen in the group, his eyes glistened. It turns out that the control of the seasoning has to be so precise, to the 100th of a gram, said the head chef in amazement. Then, looking at Su Haochen again, he asked, Boss, so what do you have to do to be able to be so precise with the dosage? Like you, without any weighing tools at all, just by hand? Su Haochen laughed and said, well, as long as you work twice as hard, and work your butt off, one day you'll realize. The crowd listened to Su Haochen's words, impassioned and heartened, and were about to give Su Haochen a round of applause. But I didn't expect that what Su Haochen said was, one day, you will realize that talent is really important. The chefs looked at each other in disbelief, and the head chef was full of black lines, yet, he couldn't say anything. Su Haochen was also only 20 years old and had such cooking skills, he really couldn't imagine any other reason than talent either. Thinking of himself, he was already in his 40s, and I was afraid that it would be impossible to learn such a skill as Su Haochen's in this lifetime. But on second thought, the mind was relieved. If people didn't have exceptional talent and skills, how could they have such a large industry, and such a strong ability at the age of 20? Of course, the big industry he recognized was only the Mingyang Hotel. He didn't know that this Mingyang Hotel was actually only a very small one among the many industries owned by Su Haochen, and odds are it's even the smallest one. As for competence, the head chef though said he wouldn't be looking at any competitions, but the internet was abuzz with rumors, and he naturally knew that his boss, who led the Shanghai University of Science and Technology team, had won the Huaxia math contest, and in the rematch scene, easily crushed their opponents. He was not concerned about math competitions or anything else, but now, seeing that the owner has such a high level of cooking skills, I can't help but respect him. If that means you can't grasp the dosage, go buy a balance, Su Haochen said. With my 2 dishes, I'm very strict about the proportions of the ingredients, and if they're a little bit off, you can't make them taste like this. If we say we want to implement these dishes, we have to get the ingredients right. Let a group of veteran chefs, with scales, cook. Su Haochen's words were simply a red-hot insult. If anyone else had said it, the head chef might have picked up a chopping board and greeted him directly in the face. But when these words came out of Su Haochen's mouth, they didn't have the slightest temper. Even more, the head chef immediately went to the online store and purchased over a dozen scales, ready to hand out one to each person. The back kitchen was in chaos. Lu Xian came to work, heard the back kitchen in chaos, directly then walked in. Just when he was about to say something, he saw Su Haochen, and a slight smile spread on his face as he greeted Su Haochen. You're here. The voice was audible, with a hint of embarrassment, but none of the cooks paid any attention to that. Su Haochen nodded his head and said, yes, invented 2 dishes, and would like to let you connoisseurs give us some pointers. Hearing Su Haochen say this, all the chefs' faces burned red. In front of Su Haochen, which one of them dares to call himself an expert? How dare they give advice? It's clearly Su Haochen who's here to instruct them. At this time, Lu Xian also smelled the aroma, and following the direction of Su Haochen's finger, he also saw the 2 dishes placed on the counter. Fortunately, Lu Xian came early, and then 2 minutes later, I'm afraid to be a group of taste to clean. The head chef hurriedly brought over a new pair of chopsticks and handed them to Lu Xin, saying, "Come on, shopkeeper Lu, try it, it's absolutely delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious." Lu Xin saw the head chef like this and thought he was kissing Su Haochun's ass. "It smells pretty good, but how is it possible that you, a seasoned chef, haven't eaten something this good? Are you kidding me? That's no way to kiss your ass." With this thought in mind, he also extended his chopsticks and took 2 bites. Just after eating it in his mouth, Lu Xin had a refreshing feeling. "Gosh, what is this stuff? I can't believe it can be so delicious." What the head chef just said is not an exaggeration at all. Never had anything so good. It's not even possible to imagine such a flavor. "This, you made this?" Lu Xin asked, having nothing to do, studying 2 recipes. Su Haochun said with a smile, a face of indifference. Indeed, inventing just 2 dishes really didn't seem to be difficult for him at all. Even the unimproved version exceeds those so-called veteran chefs by too much. "Brother Ming, do you think our business will be hot again if we mark up these 2 dishes for sale?" Lu Xin asked. And the Ming he was talking about was the head chef of the back kitchen called Ming Yuan. Lu Xin is polite, although it is said to be the deputy store manager level, but for colleagues older than her, but also all called brother called sister. This Ming Yuan was naturally used to, so he said, "I can't even imagine how much a dish like this should sell for." Chapter 162, The Beginning of a Household Name. Below, Lu Xin nodded deeply. Indeed, it is not really good to make a valuation of such a dish. At this time, Ming Yuan thought about it and asked Su Haochun, "Boss, at the risk of sounding presumptuous, how many more dishes like this can you invent?" Su Haochun also didn't know what Ming Yuan really meant by asking this, so he was also very flirty and honest. "I can have as many dishes like this as I want." The crowd was shocked as Ming Yuan continued, "If anything, with a dish like this, we can put together 10, 20, 30, or even more. Well, it's perfectly fine to sell it as a package at a reception banquet. If we can get a dish like this, then I'm afraid it's 10 dishes for a table, and we can sell it for at least 10,000 Chinese dollars. Lu Xin, however, frowned, then shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem right. $10,000 for a table with 10 dishes doesn't seem like a lot, but now it looks like the owner's dishes, it seems, are vegetarian-based? And really that kind of party is supposed to be meat-based, so to speak." Lu Xin said, looking at Su Haochun, "I just don't know if the boss's side can achieve the same level of control over that kind of pure meat dish." These words, obviously doubting Su Haochun's ability, were something only Lu Xin would dare to say. Other people, even if they really have suspicions, don't dare to ask them to their faces. Su Haochun shook his head, and just as the crowd was surprised as to why he was shaking his head, Su Haochun opened his mouth. "Even if it was a meat dish, I'm sure I could make it look like this. It would only be better not worse than this, because, after all, meat is supposed to taste better than vegetarian food. But I didn't think about marking up these dishes for sale." This, Ming Yuan looked at Su Haochun with a baffled face and said, "Boss, your 2 dishes, the cost together is about $10. If you sell it, even if it's $100 a plate, there will definitely be a lot of people grabbing it. When the fame is established in the future, it will definitely be much more expensive, which is equivalent to $1 million. You even do not want to sell?" Su Haochun nodded and said, "We can't just look at the small profits in front of us. If we sell more of these 2 dishes, we'll only make a small amount of money. Suppose, with these 2 dishes, we can grow the fame of our Mingyang Hotel even further, make it a household name across the country, if not the world. So, think about how much more profit we should be generating." Everyone, including Lu Xin, came to a realization. The boss is the boss. This deep thinking is really not comparable to mere mortals like me. Lu Xin looked at Su Haochun with a glint in his eyes, just short of smearing little hearts all over his eyes. So, Su Haochun spoke out his thoughts. "Let's all learn how to make these 2 dishes properly and then let's all taste them in the form of complimentary dishes. We are striving to raise the reputation of Mingyang Hotel to another level in the shortest possible time. That way, the reputation can spread. Not only would the profits multiply many times over, but his own system mission was getting closer. What Su Haochun intends to do is to go online and offline, in a 2-pronged approach, to get his famous chef's signature out there. However, Su Haochun was not going to show his face online or offline. Anyway, the system's mission was to make the dish a household name, not to make himself a household name. If it was a matter of making himself a household name, then Su Haochun should have fulfilled the conditions by now. After all, the math competition that he had achieved before had brought the attention of almost everyone in all of China to him. And after that, Su Haochun simply ate a breakfast, and then he and Lu Xin studied the previously agreed live broadcast. Time passed quickly, turning to noon, and Su Haochun went home. Lu Xin's side reported the situation to Chen Yang. and Chen Yang naturally did not dare to oppose Su Haochen's decision, so he told Liu Xin to just follow Su Haochen's arrangement and carry it out. In the past few days, Chen Yang had been busy talking about cooperation outside and had hardly been to the hotel. Su Haochen returned home on his side and received a call from Sun Wenze, the mayor of Liaofu, reported to him about the construction of the city. Su Haochen's side also didn't hear much, but in any case, he was relieved to understand that everything was relatively peaceful. Hanging up the phone, Su Haochen muttered to himself, "What's all this about? I can't believe the mayor called me to report on the progress. Check in, acquired another car, a Pagani Windjammer, and again, it's the ultra top of the line version, with a C-rated bonus. It's the same level as the Lamborghini Poison you got in the very first 10 consecutive draws. Googled it, and it's surprisingly more powerful than Poison, and there are surprisingly only 7 of them in the world. I really don't know where this system got it from." The car was already in the system backpack, and Su Haochen walked directly to the underground parking lot and put the car in the parking space. Being prepared, Winning Zero asked. She said that she had entrusted someone to buy it before. "This luxury car is different," Su Haochen exclaimed. "Whether it's the level of comfort you get from sitting inside or looking at the aesthetically pleasing lines of the exterior, it's not something that can be compared to those regular cars. If this car drives out, I'm afraid there won't be any cars close within 5 meters around. Once you accidentally touch it, you are afraid that you can't afford to pay for it even if you lose all your money." After enjoying himself for a while, Su Haochen left the basement and returned to the villa. As a man, it's kind of normal to like cars, but he's not that obsessed with them. Didn't even bother to take it out for a spin. Go back inside and sleep. Doesn't it smell good? Just as Su Haochen was about to take a nap, he received a phone call, which rather surprised him. Surprisingly, it was cousin Wang Xini who called. "You're not studying properly here. Why are you even on the phone?" Su Haochen asked when he picked up the phone. "Oops, this is not thinking of my dear cousin." On the other side of the phone, Wang Xini pouted. "In the past 2 days, the school has been publicizing your brilliant deeds and calling on the guys to learn from you." Oh, Su Haochen didn't know what to say, so he casually coped. "Please, big brother, you need to stop being so perfunctory. The whole school, right now, is proud of you here," Wang Xini said without a trace of anger. "If you study hard, you can too," Su Haochen said to Wang Xini. Of course, that was somewhat comforting to her. Wang Xini, although the results are also very good, but compared to the degree of being able to play this kind of competition, that is still a lot worse than the big one. "You're telling the truth?" Wang Xini asked excitedly. "Can I really do the same?" Su Haochen could only continue to comfort. "Yes, as long as you study hard, you definitely can." "Okay, I'll go study then." After Wang Xini finished speaking, before Su Haochen could react, he directly hung up the phone. This child. Su Haochen shook his head helplessly, threw his cell phone to the side, and fell headfirst onto the bed. It's better to sleep, career and all, just leave it to others to be busy. Chapter 163, the system is not that simple. Up. When he woke up in the afternoon, Su Haochen suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked the system. "System, didn't you agree to draw me skills about music today? What's with the Pagani Windjammer for me?" The system's voice came in his head. "Oops, sorry, I forgot. No, at best I can stall until tomorrow, and I'm definitely going to be singing with her tomorrow." "Tomorrow, you mustn't forget again." Su Haochen had a helpless tone. How come this system's memory is so bad now? And it's so sleepy, it's not going to die, is it? Su Haochen's mind combined. No, I'm not dying machine, the system responded. It's just that I happened to be resting when the master signed in today, so that means I didn't have it under control. Master will get up in the morning and sign in. I'm sure I'll be awake at that time. What? Su Haochen froze. You were sleeping, so you didn't have control. What does that mean? The system was silent for about 10 seconds, then said, "It doesn't mean anything else. It's just that tomorrow morning, when my master signs in, I'll help my master draw the divine music skill is all." Listening to the system's completely vague reply, Su Haochen's brows wrinkled gently. In his conscious mind, a voice told him that things didn't seem that simple. The system, at times, is robotic in its voice and response, especially when it comes to draws, can be very human at times, can carry on a normal conversation and has a gentle voice. What the hell is going on here? Su Haochen very much wanted to find the answer to this question. Subconsciously, Su Haochen felt that this seemed to relate to a very important cause and effect. However, Su Haochen also knew that his own thoughts must have been picked up by the system as well. But the system didn't answer. Then there is only one possibility that the system doesn't want to say anything. In fact, it wasn't as if Su Haochen hadn't had such doubts before. It was only a flash of light in his mind, and it didn't draw much attention to him. I also have more time to think about it today because it's more free. Suddenly, He felt as if the system was more complicated than he had imagined. Forget it, let's not think too much about it and let time tell. Su Haochen calmed down and started to conceptualize the next live broadcast again. For the current Su Haochen, only the system quests were the ones that could get him hooked. As for those other properties, and making money and all that, he didn't care. That night, Lu Xin, Zero, and the three roommates live broadcasting program officially began. And tonight, Zero was not live. Rather, like Su Haochen, it played the role of a gift-swiping tycoon. In the live stream of the three roommates, a frenzy of gifts began. Su Haochen, on the other hand, was responsible for going to Lu Xin's live broadcast for another 300 carnivals. Soon, a few of the newest anchors edged up in popularity. Although it was impossible to rise tens of millions of fans like Zero, it quickly gathered millions of fans. On the first day of broadcasting, it was thanks to Su Haochen and Zero, the two big brothers who swiped gifts, that such an effect could be achieved. Of course, what was more important was that many people saw Zero's ID and rewarded her in other live streams and followed her. There were also some people who followed Su Haochen's ID. After all, both of these guys are hot on the doujinshi right now. Suddenly going and swiping gifts for other people, and swiping so much at once, would definitely attract a lot of attention. And with these four newcomers who just started today, Lu Xin's results are clearly a bit better. Although it was said that the two people, Su Haochen and Zero, swiped the same gifts to each person's live room, 300 carnivals, just as Zizi did when he opened the show 2 days ago. However, compared to Zero's three roommates, Lu Xin's face value was obviously quite a bit higher. And doing legal science is something that a lot of people pay attention to. In particular, the topic that Lu Xin is talking about today is about corporate law. A lot of corporate bigwigs who run companies have also gotten into her live stream, and the general feedback on the public screen was that the anchors were speaking too well, very clear and understandable. There are even people who want to ask Lu Xin to be the company's legal counsel. Of course, Lu Xin must have refused. Also, there are people with ulterior motives who say flirtatious things on the public screen. Lu Xin selectively ignored it and didn't bother to count anything. After all, she'd seen live broadcasts before, and there were some abnormal people who said some abnormal things, and she'd seen it all before. Since he chose to listen to Su Haochen's arrangement, he started his anchor career. Then, in fact, she had been prepared that she would be attacked by these public opinions. Su Haochen looked at everyone's achievements, his heart filled with hope. However, Zero sighed softly from the side. Su Haochen couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "What's wrong? How come you're still sighing on?" Zero gently shook her head and said, "The skill of this live broadcast is still poor. Chatting and chatting doesn't work, or else it would have kept more people for sure." Su Haochen knew that Zero was treating this live broadcast as her own business, so it's a departure from the previous spontaneous state, lean and more demanding. But, after all, it was her three roommates she was dealing with, not her actual subordinates. You can't just chop off your head and scold them. So, Su Haochen said, "They've only just started, and it's good enough to get to this point on the first day. You give them a few pointers, but watch your tone of voice. Don't be too impulsive. After all, they're all still students." Hearing Su Haochen's words, Zero muttered in a small voice, "Aren't I also a student?" Su Haochen laughed. "Yes, you are a student, but aren't you a smarter student than they are? That's why you're allowed to teach them, since you learn things faster." Zero knew that Su Haochen was holding her up and saying it, but her heart was still happy, but her mouth said, "I'm not as smart as other people. They were all over 600 points in the college entrance exams. It's like me, I only scored that much. I'm a total loser. I can't compare with others." Su Haochen skimmed his mouth. "If you're a scum, then what am I? A school froth?" Zero's words changed. "Speaking of which, I really wanted to ask you about this, and I never got around to it before." Meeting Su Haochen's surprised gaze, Zero continued, "How do you think it's possible for you to score 450 points on the college entrance exam? With your level of math, a perfect score in math is normal, right? If you're so good at math, you can't be bad at physics. Besides, you can't be bad at languages when you're so rich in literature. Together, these three subjects should be easy for you to reach 350 points. In other subjects, even if you don't know how to do it, even if it's all in the dark, that's a lot of points to answer. It's not so bad that the remaining three subjects only add up to 100 points. That English is almost all multiple choice. You can get 70 or 80 points even if you just blindfold yourself with your eyes closed and then write a random essay." Su Haochen didn't know how he should explain it. His math was average before and only became powerful with the help of the system. Physics naturally won't be too strong. English in the college entrance exam, but it is a little higher than Zero said. Nearly 100 points of achievement. Chapter 164, This system is not that simple. Next, Su Haochen then just casually explained that the college entrance exam and the competition were not quite the same. I wasn't in the best shape for the high school entrance exams, and I didn't play well, so that's about it. Is that so? In-Ziru was a bit disbelieving, because she felt that with a level like Su Haochen's, even if he played out of his mind again, it was impossible for him to fall to the Shanghai Science and Technology Academy. What's more, with his background, why wouldn't his family arrange a good university for him? Arranging to get into the China Sea University of Science and Technology, that's pretty easy too, isn't it? Of course, In-Ziru didn't say any of this, but continued to go and study the live broadcast. Right now, in In-Ziru's opinion, the live broadcast is the most important thing. Although Su Haochen was also important, she no longer had time to ask about these trivial matters. Just ask a couple of questions during casual conversation days, and if you don't get an answer then so be it. In-Ziru called her 3 roommates and continued to talk about the live broadcast. Su Haochen, on the other hand, called Lu Xin, and the two of them briefly studied for a while. In fact, for Su Haochen, there was nothing to study. Lu Xin studied for quite a long time last night about matters of live broadcasting, and now it is estimated that Lu Xin knows more than he does. Su Haochen merely encouraged Lu Xin and told her to keep up the good work, and for the rest, he basically made small talk. In-Ziru's side didn't care. As Su Haochen and Lu Xin chatted idly, she didn't have that time to ask about it. Still working on the day's live reflections there, Su Haochen's side simply went to take a shower and got ready for bed. Lately and for some reason, it feels like I'm sleeping more than I used to. It seems like every day yet I'm still so sleepy and uninspired. Then, Su Haochen remembered a saying someone had said before, the more you sleep, the sleepier you get. Now, Su Haochen did understand the truth of this sentence. To think that he himself, with 40 years of kung fu under his belt, could still be so tired. In addition to the phrase the more you sleep, the more sleepy you get, Su Haochen really couldn't think of anything else that could explain his current physical state. The next morning, Su Haochen purposely called the system before signing in. It was confirmed that the system wasn't sleeping, and that's when the check-in took place. This time, the system was true to its word and signed him up for an A-rank reward. Divine music proficiency, not only in terms of singing, but also in terms of instrumental proficiency. Along with that comes a temporary system task, which is also mandatory. Su Haochen was asked to invite a star whose fame was top stream and recognized by the system, and within 10 days, create an album for this star. And the requirement is that there are 10 songs on the album, all of which must be original. Su Haochen had a bit of a headache this time. How happy you are when you get a godly skill, and how disturbed you are when you get a mandatory quest. This is a mandatory task and there is a penalty for not completing it. The mission of the previous contest: if you can't finish the martial arts, you'll lose it, an original dish that is a household name, and if you can't finish it, then nothing you eat later will have any flavor. What a scary punishment that is. Now comes a new task that punishes the Cockney if it can't be accomplished. Su Haochen felt his body go cold. If you have a Cockney voice, no matter how handsome you are, when you open your mouth, you'll scare away the crowd. During last night's time, In-Ziru had asked her 3 roommates to come over to Ipin's side today, said he would coach them in singing, and all 3 of his roommates were, in the first place, pretty good singers. However, among the many netizens who rely on singing to attract fans, it is nothing at all and can only belong to the middle of the pack. In front of In-Ziru, it was even more average. So that being said, In-Ziru planned to give them training based on her own experience. I'm not much of a music teacher myself, but it's always good for them to learn something by talking together. In the morning, Su Haochen and In-Ziru had nothing to do and actually started playing with those sports equipment at home. Of course, it was only In-Ziru who was idle, and Su Haochen was a bit burnt out in the face of system tasks. But looking at In-Ziru's rather interested appearance, Su Haochen had no choice but to accompany her. Originally, In-Ziru also disliked these things, but with the internal energy that the two of them were now carrying, their physical fitness was incredibly good. They are a breeze when faced with all this exercise equipment, so it's just a matter of playing a little bit more when you're bored. I didn't realize that exercise was so simple, In-Ziru said. I haven't even felt like sweating after playing for so long. Of course, you're not an ordinary person now, Su Haochen said. How can all that basic exercise equipment make you feel tired? If say you really want to be tired, you run around the middle sea twice, maybe you will feel tired. In-Ziru was already completely helpless against this mouth of Su Haochen's. There are times when it feels like he's quite the talker, but there can be times when that talk stinks and can top a person with a big heel. It's simply a great way to raise a bar. At 11:30 at noon, Su Haochen and In-Ziru stopped exercising, and all 3 roommates arrived as promised. Su Haochen demonstrated some more cooking skills, and the crowd was amazed before they went crazy and feasted. The reason why Su Haochen didn't hide his cooking skills was because these 3 girls, in the future, were also going to help him with publicity. It would be better to satisfy them a little bit first and feel good about it themselves before they sincerely help to publicize it. After lunch, the group went to the recreation room of Su Haochen's house. Inside there is a huge screen that not only sings, but also plays movies and such. It's very versatile. Comes with 4 handheld mics, and 2 stand-ups. There are also 8 headsets that hang from the ears. The facilities are well equipped so that even if more than one person sings together, there is no conflict. But today, with only 5 people, it wouldn't take that many mics. Moreover, it was mainly In0 who instructed her 3 roommates to sing, and Su Haochen didn't seem to want to sing. Take a big piece of white paper and draw something there. In0 didn't pay any attention, and the 3 roommates were all immersed in singing together, as if Su Haochen was left out in the cold. However, he didn't have any complaints, and on the contrary, he quite enjoyed the coldness. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Haochen put his pen on the table in front of him and opened his mouth. You guys sing the same songs over and over again. You're not tired of singing them, but I'm getting tired of hearing them. What's going on here? Seeing that Su Haochen had spoken, In0 explained, being able to get a couple songs practiced first to get more people in the booth. It's no use knowing how to sing more, but singing at an average level, so why not practice a few hits first? Su Haochen now had a divine level of musical proficiency, and even if he was drawing while listening to songs, he could hear the beauty of each one, including In0, but right now, In0 was acting as a teacher. Su Haochen naturally couldn't point out In0's problems in front of her 3 roommates. It would have to wait until it was just the 2 of them together to teach her privately. Chapter 165, A Day Without Swiping Gifts, above. At In0's words, Su Haochen also felt it was quite reasonable, and just nodded and said, then you guys continue. In0 said, didn't you promise me before that you would sing with me? I haven't heard you sing in such a long time, or else you should do one. In0's 3 roommates, hearing In0 ask Su Haochen to sing, also applauded cooperatively. In their hearts, they had long regarded Su Haochen as a male godlike existence. Now that the male gods are going to sing, they are naturally eager to do so. Of course, they didn't think Su Haochen could sing at the level of In0. It's just that, being so good looking, even if there's a little flaw in the singing, that's something to be appreciated. As long as you don't sing like a wolf howling, then it's acceptable. In In0's heart, she never thought that Su Haochen could sing badly. After all, after such a long time, there was nothing that Su Haochen would not be able to do. However, there was a little bit of pride in her heart. After all, with her level of singing, if she could surpass her, then she would definitely be a singer who could make a debut. Therefore, even though In0 believed that Su Haochen's singing was also very good, she didn't think that he could compare to herself. Soon, Su Haochen hit his face with strength. A simple little love song. Let the crowd listen to the intoxicated, unexpectedly did not know the world actually have such a sound. The man's magnetic voice immersed all 4 girls until the end of the song. I say, can you guys stop that expression? Su Haochen said. In0 first slowed down, surprised. You. For a moment, In0 unexpectedly did not know what to say. At this time, Lu Shizhen said, Senior Su, you actually sang so. So, originally, she was going to praise Su Haochen for singing well, but after thinking about it, she didn't think of the right words to praise. You should know that Lu Shizhen is a high achiever who scored more than 600 points in the college entrance examination. This literary level, even if it wasn't comparable to Su Haochen, it certainly wasn't bad. Wang Jing and Sun Ning similarly opened their mouths wide enough to put down an egg inside. It's not that much of a stretch. Look at you guys, Su Haochen said tartly. Of course, it's actually a bit of a pretense. Even he, himself, had never actually heard a song this good, and couldn't believe that he was singing it, because, even the original singer, was killed in seconds. That, Haochen brother. In0 finally slowed down, came to Su Haochen's side and pampered. Brother Haochen, give us some pointers, teach us. Originally In0 thought she was a master and could teach her 3 roommates to sing, but now, in front of the big brother, where else would she dare to pretend to be a teacher? Su Haochen looked at In0's lovely appearance and couldn't bear to refuse. Of course, he hadn't thought of rejecting it. After all, if their singing level could be taken to the next level, it would be a great benefit for the live broadcast to attract fans. Thus, Su Haochen took over In0's role and began to act as a teacher. It must be said that Su Haochen is not only a good singer, but also considered a good teacher. Being able to listen to the deficiencies in each person's every sentence and then coaching them on an individual basis. Without realizing it, it was already evening, and surprisingly enough, no one felt hungry. The eyes of a person who is thirsty for knowledge has not diminished in the least. The 4 of them girls were immersed in it, but Su Haochen was feeling hungry. After all, right now he was like a college student who had helplessly accepted the task of tutoring elementary school students in their homework. That feeling of boredom can only be understood by those who have experienced it. I say everyone. It's already past 8 o'clock. Do you still want to continue singing? Su Haochen asked. Ha, it's already 8 o'clock? Wang Jing first reacted and took out her cell phone to look at the time, then said, it's not, it's so late. Lu Shizhen and Sun Ying looked at each other, and after a long time, Lu Shizhen spoke first. Why don't we go back first? We've disturbed you for too long. Sun Ying and Wang Jing nodded along. Yin Zero looked at Su Haochen, seemingly waiting for his decision. Only, from Yin Zero's eyes, Su Haochen saw unfulfilled intentions. This way, Su Haochen opened his mouth. I'm going to do a few dishes. You guys carry on here. I'll be ready in about half an hour. Don't go back today. Stay here. There's plenty of room anyway. Tomorrow morning, Yin Zero has to drive to school anyway, so you guys can just ride along in her car. Yin Zero's car wasn't one of those convertible 2-seater sports cars, but a standard 5-seater. So it's not impossible for everyone to drive to school together. If this were his poison or wind god, handsome it is, but it would really only seat 2 people. That worst Ferrari, on the contrary, is a standard 5-seater. However, Yin Zero seemed to be busy lately and hadn't noticed his new wind god yet. Hearing Su Haochen say this, Yin Zero immediately responded, okay, let's do that. We can all go live together tonight, right here. Su Haochen nodded once and turned around to leave, not caring any more about how Yin Zero tossed around. The 3 roommates, on the other hand, were obviously used to listening to Yin Zero's arrangements regarding this aspect of things. In about half an hour, Su Haochen switched from the role of a cook to that of a waiter, carrying a few dishes. He walked into the rec room and found Yin Zero's cell phone standing on the table, presumably on a live stream. All 4 had microphones and were singing in front of the big screen. Seeing Su Haochen walk in, Yin Zero was about to go forward to greet him. Su Haochen waved his hand, signaling Yin Zero to continue. Yin Zero also knew that Su Haochen didn't want to be famous in the live broadcast, so she didn't invite him to sing. So the 4 of them split the work, 2 singing live and 2 taking time out to eat. It didn't take long before they all ate and drank their fill, even forgetting to leave some for Su Haochen. Looking at the 4 empty plates in front of him, Su Haochen was very speechless. These 4 girls, there is no fat, but that amount of food, but also really let a person smack tongue. Su Haochen was glad that he had already eaten a little while cooking just now, or else he was afraid that he would have to go hungry or redo it again in the evening. However, a few girls seemed to have ignored Su Haochen, and soon entered the oblivious live broadcast. Of course, Su Haochen was a big living person. They certainly didn't think Su Haochen would be starved. After throwing the plates and dishes into the dishwasher, Su Haochen picked up his cell phone and went into Yin Zero's live broadcast. Today, he hadn't swiped a gift yet, but he saw that there were already a lot of people swiping gifts. The guy at the top of the list, surprisingly, had already swiped more than 800,000, which was a new height that had never been reached before. So, Su Haochen decided to stop swiping gifts for today and see how much everyone could swipe. Chapter 166, a day without swiping gifts. Next, on this day, Su Haochen didn't brush gifts for Yin Zero and just watched quietly. On the public screen of the live broadcast room, some people asked where has the god of cookery gone, but it did not stop the enthusiasm of the big brothers to brush gifts, because today, Yin Zero not only sang, but also danced 2 dances. This was something that made Su Haochen marvel. Although with his musical proficiency, he could definitely kill Yin Zero in terms of singing, but he wasn't a proficient dancer, and now that he was asked to dance like Yin Zero, it would definitely be a case of tripping over his left foot. Master, do you want a dance mastery? The system's voice suddenly sounded. Su Haochen froze. Of course he wanted it, but thinking about the system quests, God knows what kind of trouble there would be, so he said, let's just forget about it. There's no rush now, let's wait until we need it. Okay then, the system said. I wish the master an early completion of the mission, and by the way, as a reminder, there are rewards for the completion of the mandatory mission. Although it wasn't said when the quest was released, when the quest is completed, different levels of surprises will be given depending on the completion. Su Haochen nodded. Just like that previous mission of crushing the opponent well. Outstanding finish. So got 5 marrow cleansing pills. Thinking about those 5 marrow cleansing pills, Su Haochen didn't even dare to take them to his parents and sister anymore. God knows if anything will happen to them while they're eating it. That Xianin divine vein, fortunately, is out in Lu Xin, which if in Su Yuchen body. Su Haochen couldn't help but shiver when he thought of this. It's horrible. Things in the past. Master, don't think about it. The system's voice came. When the 3 of them are taking the marrow cleansing pill, I'll make sure to watch them carefully and more carefully to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Su Haochen nodded slightly, adjusting his thoughts back. He had no choice but to trust the system. Then Master, keep up the good work. I'm going to sleep, the system said, and yawned, and then, It quickly did not move. Must have fallen asleep. Su Haochen continued to watch the live broadcast. That list of Big Brother has actually brushed to 1 million. That is to say, even if Su Haochen still had 300 carnivals today, as he did before, then he would only be able to settle for second place on the list. Nope, not even number 2 on the list, as it's now at $970,000. Nipping at the heels of number 1. While looking at the public screen, Su Haochen frowned. Just now, he was first watching Inzira dance, then he was talking to the system, and didn't pay attention to the public screen. Inzira's face was also a bit flustered, and she stopped singing and dancing anxiously. The 2 big brothers of ranking 1 and ranking 2. Xiao Ru thanks you, but don't fight anymore. These 2 guys, what on earth are they thinking? Su Haochen thought with a frown. It turned out that these 2 people were both fans of Inzira and were saying things like Inzira on the public screen, but after talking about it, it turned into pursuing Inzira as a girlfriend. Inzira has read in the live broadcast tips that female anchors must portray a single image in order to have more big brothers to reward gifts. Inzira considered Su Haochen's mood, so she didn't intentionally portray a single image, but she also didn't announce that she had a boyfriend. Whenever someone on the air asks Inzira if she's single, Inzira will jokingly say, "Guess what? There are times when I flirt with the idea that I may have never been in a relationship, or I may be divorced with 2 children. A fair lady, a gentleman's gentleman." With a face like Inzira's, it's only normal that there would be people who would covet it, but ones like these 2 today are rare. The 2 then argued on the live public screen and then decided to duke it out by swiping gifts. Whoever loses will leave Inzira's live room forever. Whoever wins, Inzira will be his girlfriend. Of course, this point was purely a YY thing that these 2 had come up with on their own. Inzira had never agreed to such a bet. At this time, Inzira also panicked, and the live broadcasting techniques did not teach how to deal with this kind of thing. Looking at one carnival after another in Inzira's live broadcast, Su Haochen was also somewhat speechless. Originally, it was thought that Inzira's popularity didn't need his help to hype it up anymore, which, to my surprise, is simply a farce. Su Haochen didn't have any idea how to end it, and could only look at how Inzira would improvise next. Taking a deep breath, Inzira adjusted herself and said, "Ranking 1 and ranking 2 big brothers, you guys should stop fighting. I didn't promise to be the girlfriend of whoever wins." Having said that, the carnival doesn't stop there. Perhaps it was the fact that these 2 people, now, had fought not for Inzira, but for face. It's also possible that they are set to swipe as many as they want and stop only when they are done. The latter is obviously unlikely, though, because even if it's set up, it can be stopped at any time. 30 seconds later, Inzira added, "If you guys continue like this, I can only turn off the live broadcast." The number of people in Inzira's live room, once again, broke the record, reaching over 1.3 million people. Seeing that Inzira seemed to be truly angry, it was only then that the gifts in the live broadcast room finally stopped. Su Haochen took a look. The first most handsome young master brushed more than 1.23 million. The second on the list, Home Gold Mine, swiped more than 1.22 million. The difference between the 2 is less than $9,000. That is, 3 carnivals to catch up. The public screen has long since exploded, and each message can remain on the public screen for no more than 0.2 seconds, which is literally faster than the speed at which a home circuit changes direction. Since the 2 big brothers spelled it out, no one else has swiped another gift in the meantime, choosing to watch the show silently. After all, another layer of swiping gifts is to get the attention of the anchor. People's 2 big brothers are there frantically swiping the carnival. Who would take advantage of this time to swipe other worthless gifts? That, I'm afraid, not only won't get the anchor's attention, but may draw contempt from the audience. Seeing that it had finally subsided, Inzira added, "Thank you all for your support, but please show me a little respect as well. I am not an auction item." Inzira said as tears swished down her face. Su Haochen panicked. Why is this still crying? The big deal is to return the money to the people, is not. In his mind, he was about to head for the recreation room, even thinking that he would go into the live room and swipe 1,000 carnivals and just destroy those 2. Just then, Sunning walked out and stopped Su Haochen. Su Haochen differences. Sunning said, "Senior Su, Ziru told me to tell you not to be impulsive. She's acting." "Acting?" Su Haochen frowned. "Acting what?" Sunning said with a show of hands. "I don't know exactly. She just hurriedly wrote a few words on a piece of paper and then gestured for me to inform you." Sunning said, unfolding a piece of paper that read, "Don't worry, it's acting." It was indeed Inzira's words, but Su Haochen didn't get it at all. Chapter 167, Mia's Crisis, Upper. After a while, Inzira ended the live broadcast and walked out of the entertainment room, where Su Haochen sat on the sofa waiting for her. "What's going on?" Su Haochen asked impatiently. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting," Inzira said with a smile, making Su Haochen even more puzzled. Zero continued. If I don't cry a little and pretend to be aggrieved, God knows what the two of them will do afterward. What else can I do? At most, keep fighting, Su Haochen said. They're happy to spar. Just let them, it'll be cheaper for you in the end anyway. Zero shook her head and said, Brother Haochen, there are a lot of things here that you don't quite understand yet. And the platform was originally very unsupportive of this kind of spamming and swiping of gifts. If they swipe the gift after, they apply with the platform and say that a small child secretly swiped it with their cell phone. The platform side will choose to refund the amount even if they know it's a lie, but the amount is too large. Su Haochen nodded. That is to say, the best way is for them to resign themselves to their fate. That's right, Zero said with a smile. The only way to keep them from doing that kind of thing is to make them think I'm really pathetic. And what's the point of thinking about trying to get back the money that came into my hands? Zero's three roommates were listening next to her, and they all revealed expressions of sudden realization. And then, they were looking at Zero with a face of adoration. Su Haochen said with a slight frown on his brow, but it doesn't seem like this livestream is very safe, so watch out, all of you. The three roommates cocked their heads at Su Haochen, clearly not understanding what was meant, but Zero nodded and said, I know, and I've seen a few cases online in the last couple days, so we'll be extra careful that, at least, we don't get asked out by someone else. Zero thought for a moment and continued, Brother Haochen, you don't even know how damaging people can be these days. What? Su Haochen was unsure, and the three roommates also pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Let me tell you, Zero continued, I saw a case on the internet yesterday where the kid was just damaged, swiped $100,000 in gifts for the anchor woman during a live broadcast and then asked her out. Su Haochen smiled faintly. Isn't this quite normal? I used to watch live broadcasts often, and I've heard of this kind of thing. You and I are willing to trade. There's nothing to lose or not to lose. Don't interrupt me. It's definitely not this point. Zero snatched the words, some excitement evident on her face, and continued, who knows that kid, after eating it up and denying it, went back and applied to the platform, saying that the money wasn't swiped by himself. It was a relative's kid who got it. That's okay? Su Haochen had a playful expression. The platform won't just refund the money, right? Doesn't this need evidence? Saying a child is a child? Zero spread her hands. Returned, all of them. That anchor is just letting people whore themselves out for nothing once. Seeing this Su Haochen's puzzled look, Zero continued. For this large number of swipes, the platforms will wonder if it might be a trade. Preventing anchors from making this kind of unclean money is why it's done. Su Haochen nodded, understanding this time. The main reason why platforms are so painstaking about refunding money is to get the hostesses themselves to let their guard down. Avoid getting into some sort of unclean deal. In short, this matter of live broadcasting looks simple. In fact, if you really want to do well, that water is deep, Zero said. That's when a look of concern was seen on all three roommates' faces. I'm afraid, if it wasn't for the money, it would have just called it quits. Zero smiled faintly and said, you three don't need to worry. Sister, I'll protect you. What are you afraid of? That was as secure as a big sister, but it made people feel safe, and the stony expressions on the faces of the three roommates gradually disappeared. After some more small talk, the guys showered and went to bed, and the three girls had a good night's sleep. After all, the big bed in Su Haochen's house was far too comfortable than the dormitories. When you change to a more comfortable environment and it is still absolutely safe, then there will be no bed recognition. As for the question of whether or not they will worry about Su Haochen sneaking into the room in the middle of the night and doing something untoward, instead of worrying about it, I'm afraid that deep down these three girls are looking forward to it. Looking at their eyes on Su Haochen, if it wasn't for the fact that Zero was beside them, I'm afraid that each one of them would have already pounced on him. The next day, Su Haochen was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Su Haochen hadn't been woken up by a phone call for a long time, and ever since that time when he was woken up by Wang Mang, his phone had a special setting. Between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m., it's message free. During the do not disturb period, phone numbers that are not specially marked will not ring unless they are dialed 3 times in a row within a 2-minute period. As far as special markers go, there are only a few. Besides his parents and sister, there were only Zero, Lu Xin, and Zhao Wenhan counted as one. The caller ID didn't have a name, but the number Su Haochen felt a bit familiar. But since he had just woken up and his brain was foggy, he didn't think of anything. Answering the phone, a woman's voice came from inside. Boss, something's happened. I'm a bit overwhelmed on my side. Su Haochen's brows furrowed. The voice sounded a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. Calling yourself boss, could it be one of those 3 female secretaries? But that's not right. The phone numbers of those 3 people are in the address book. The voice on the other side of the phone was obviously a bit flustered, and even forgot to introduce himself. Obviously, The silence on Su Haochen's side made the other end of the phone calm down a bit as well, and thinking that he was a bit rude, he said, "Boss, I'm Yuan Lin from the Mia Group. We spoke on the phone." Su Haochen then remembered. "Oh, what's wrong?" Yuan Lin also heard that Su Haochen's attitude was not very friendly, but the situation was urgent and there was no time to explain. "Boss, Mia's branch in Shanghai is being targeted by the Lin family, and word has gotten out that it's either going to be acquired or wait for bankruptcy." "Lin family?" Su Haochen frowned and softly pronounced these two words. "Yes," Yuan Lin said. "I'm sure the boss knows about the Lin family, so I don't know what to do but to call you." "When was it?" Su Haochen asked. Yuan Lin returned. "The news came a week ago, and I've been circling the negotiations, but just now, that side gave an ultimatum." "What about your idea?" Su Haochen asked. Yuan Lin said, "I sure as hell don't want to be bought out by them, and when they say they want $500,000 for 51% of our shares, that's a clear-cut robbery. I'm getting on a plane to Shanghai right now to see if I can fight for it." Su Haochen said. "Okay, come on over then, call me when you get here and I'll pick you up. By the way, send a message to the Lin family and tell them to come to me if they have something to do. You can't do anything about it." Chapter 168 Mia's Crisis. Next. Yuan Lin was a bit hesitant. "Boss, do you want to face the Lin family directly? What's the problem?" Su Haochen asked. Yuan Lin seemed to have something difficult to say, and after hesitating for half a day, she finally spoke up. "The Lin family is so powerful after all. It's better if we don't come in hard." "So?" Su Haochen's tone was obviously a bit less kind. Yuan Lin had already thought that Su Haochen might get angry when she finished speaking, but she couldn't raise her courage even when she thought of the Lin family. One could only continue to persuade Su Haochen. The boss should also know about the Lin family. "No matter how strong we Mia are, we can't be as strong as the Lin family's power. If we get bought out, we'll still get some money, but if they bankrupt us, it's going to be debt. If not," Su Haochen said in a gloomy voice. "So, what you're saying is that you want to come in for a bigger profit, and if the price is still reasonable, you can sell it to them?" Yuan Lin didn't have time to pay attention to Su Haochen's tone and said, "That's indeed what I mean. Those who know the time are the best." Su Haochen paused for a moment and said, "Convey it to them as I originally said, and call me when you arrive." After Su Haochen finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Yuan Lin to reply. Zero had already woken up, and seeing Su Haochen on the phone, she didn't disturb. Seeing that Su Haochen hung up the phone, he asked, "What happened?" "It's nothing." Su Haochen shook his head. "It's just a small matter. Someone is looking for death again." Looking at Zero's puzzled gaze, Su Haochen continued, "Small things indeed. It's not even 5 o'clock. Do you want to go back to sleep?" Zero saw Su Haochen's calm face and thought that there was nothing wrong. In Zero's heart, there was also nothing that Su Haochen couldn't solve. So, without worrying about anything, he nodded, closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Although Zero is in excellent physical condition now, she did get a little tired last night. Zero fell asleep, but Su Haochen was in no mood to go back to sleep. The Lin family. Su Haochen narrowed his eyes and sneered. Previously, he had cleaned up a man from the Lin family called Lin Zexu, who had joined forces with Sun Chengwei in an attempt to get his hands on Jinyuan Street. But that time, although he had destroyed Lin Zexu, he hadn't gotten any useful information about the Lin family, a force that could make even Yang Dong of Golden Origin Street feel fear. There was no need to think about it to know that it must be very powerful. However, Su Haochen wasn't afraid either. The current him had 40 years of kung fu and over 12,000 battle power. While he doesn't presume to think he's invincible, he's never timid or cowardly either. Who cares if you're the Lin family or whatever? If you dare to mess with me, Su Haochen, then I'll let you taste my wrath. Even Su Haochen himself didn't realize that when he was angry, his eyes actually glowed with a black flame. Very scary. Su Haochen directly took a taxi to Mingyang Hotel, without exchanging pleasantries with the group, and directly entered the luxurious suite that belonged exclusively to him. Then the location was sent to Yuan Lin. Just now on the way here, Su Haochen saved Yuan Lin's phone number and responded to the friend request on WeChat. Su Haochen didn't blame Yuan Lin for being timid. After all, she was just a girl. When facing a behemoth like the Lin family, it was normal to have fear. Think about yourself. Before you got the system, weren't you also that cowardly and timid? Confidence comes from strength. Confidence without strength is called arrogance, and arrogance often doesn't end well. For example, the Lin family. Who gave you the confidence to mess with my Su Haochen? And who gave you the confidence to think that you could easily beat me? Su Haochen thought, a hint of sinister killing intent flashing in his eyes. Yuan Lin's side didn't reply to WeChat, so she must have already gotten on the plane. Su Haochen was idle and bored, sitting in front of his desk and writing a song. When it came to writing songs, Su Haochen was depressed again. He's not a traveler who takes songs from Earth to a so-called parallel world and makes a hit. The 10 songs on this album were literally meant to be his own originals. He couldn't even buy someone else's. With the godly musical abilities he'd gained, plus the literary underpinnings he already had, writing songs is not really difficult for him. Nay, lately, all these things have been rushed together. The original 2 System Quest still had no clue. And this came with the Mia group and the Lin family. Suhauchen heart bitter wow. So, with this mood, a baby heart bitter was born. They say babies are happy. They don't care about anything. Even if you are capricious and playful and cry, someone will come to soothe you. But how many people know the pain in the baby's heart? How helpless too often. They say babies shouldn't cry, but when they fall, no one helps them. It was all you could do to hold back the tears and pat yourself on the dirt. But no one really knows the pain in the baby's heart. They say babies are happy and blissful. In fact, the baby is suffering in his heart, but he just doesn't want to say it. A mind looking at the future walking the path of the feet. The baby's heart is bitter, and he doesn't want to admit defeat. Who can hold me behind me? In fact, the baby is in pain. Just no one to talk to. Endure the loneliness of silent jealousy on your own. No one cares about the pain in the baby's heart. Only at night, secretly crying. Since there were no musical instruments around, Suhauchen could only hum softly by himself. Not bad at all. Suhauchen said to himself. It could have actually been a little bit better, but the mood is just a bit more disorganized right now, so I'll have to go with that for now. The lyrics are pretty grounded and the melodies are of a more soothing sort, worthy of an original album. But that was only 1 song completed. There were 9 more waiting for him. And, find the right star for the hype. Time is still so tight. Only 10 days to go. No, the mission was posted yesterday, and it's already been a day, with only 9 days left to go. Suhauchen sighed lightly. At that moment, the phone rang, and it was Yuan Lin. So it's already past 8. Suhauchen mumbled to himself, then, picked up the phone. Boss, I'm at the hotel. Which room? Yuan Lin's voice surprisingly carried excitement. Suhauchen was speechless, standing in the hall and asking just like that, was it really appropriate? So, Suhauchen said, you tell the receptionist. At this time, Suhauchen remembered that Lu Xian might also be there, which if Lu Xian knew that a woman came to the hotel to look for herself and went straight into the room, I'm afraid it's still a bit bad. So instead, he said, why don't you wait for me there, and I'll go down and get you. After saying that, Suhauchen hung up the phone and just entered the house without even changing his shoes, so he directly put on his jacket and went out. When we got downstairs, there were quite a few people at the front desk, which is always so busy at any given time. And today, Suhauchen's dishes officially started to be given away for free, and upon hearing this news, there were even more guests at Mingyang Hotel. The ordinary people who originally could not afford to spend money at the Mingyang Hotel also came to join in the fun. Chapter 169. Are you sure you're the eldest son? Above. Suhauchen didn't know what Yuan Lin looked like, but Yuan Lin knew Suhauchen. Seeing Suhauchen walk over from the water, Yuan Lin then ran to Suhauchen in 2 steps and greeted him with a smile. Hello boss, long time no see. Yuan Lin? Suhauchen asked. Although he was almost certain in his mind, he still had to ask clearly. It's me. Yuan Lin's face was full of smiles, and her voice was laced with shyness, so she couldn't tell that this was the head of a $10 billion group like Mia. Suhauchen looked around and saw that Yuan Lin's face was painted with light makeup and her eyelashes were grafted, adding a few points to her face value, but also adding a few more unnatural points. The lipstick is a luminescent reddish color, which adds a bit of mystery. The necklace around her neck was glittering with gold, and at a glance, she knew it was worth a lot of money. With a crossbody bag on his shoulder, Suhauchen didn't recognize the brand, but a few diamonds on it looked like it must be the real thing. There was nothing in his hand but his cell phone, which was the latest model from Warwick and worth over $20,000. Even Suhauchen himself didn't use such an expensive cell phone. It was obvious that this Yuan Lin wasn't very dressy, but she was quite materialistic. Come with me, Suhauchen said. No need to register? Yuan Lin asked. Then, with a twinkle in her eye, she said with a wry smile on her face, Boss, you don't think you've already got the room waiting for me? When this woman is invincible, there's really nothing for men. When Suhauchen didn't say anything, Yuan Lin added, Boss, isn't the elevator over there? Suhauchen said, I have an exclusive passage. I don't need to take the elevator. Oh yes. Yuan Lin thought for a moment and said, I forgot that this Mingyang Hotel is also the owner's property. You've investigated quite clearly, Suhauchen said as he looked at Yuan Lin. Yuan Lin laughed twice in embarrassment and said, No, I just want to know more about the boss. The boss is so young and has such a big family business, so people are more curious. Really don't mean anything else. Boss, don't be angry. This strong woman, surprisingly, has the means to be pampered. Sure enough, You can't underestimate any of the higher-ups. People have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. The two entered inside the room. Su Haochen looked at Yuan Lin. The woman's face didn't have any surprise. Come to think of it, she must not have stayed in a suite of this caliber for a long time. Well, the room is not bad, right? Su Haochen said. You can stay here for the next few days. Yuan Lin nodded her head and said, compared to the Ming Yang Hotel in Jinghua, it's still slightly worse. Not as spacious, but it's already very good. Seeing Yuan Lin's grudging look, Su Haochen said with a black line on his face, this is the best hotel in Shanghai, and it's the best room out there. If this doesn't satisfy you, you'll have to go sleep on the street, which is more spacious. Yuan Lin sat down on the sofa and skimmed her lips. If things don't work out this time, then I'm afraid I'll really have to go sleep in the street. Su Haochen laughed. Bankruptcy is also my business. You can still go to another company. Yuan Lin shook her head. If I bankrupt Mia on my hands, then there's still a company that would want me. Su Haochen said. It's because of external forces deliberately destroying it. It's not like you're incapable of doing so how could it have an effect? Yuan Lin let out a bitter smile and said, they'll think it's because of me that the Lin family attacked Mia. Su Haochen nodded. So that's how it was. Looking at Yuan Lin with a distressed look, Su Haochen said, you don't have to be so bitter. You must be worth tens of millions now, if not over $100 million. Yuan Lin didn't know why Su Haochen asked this, so she nodded honestly and said, there's a $30 million or so in savings, I think. Not a lot, but a lot. Su Haochen laughed. That's not it. Put this $30 million in the bank. A month interest can be 100,000, right? How not to go to sleep on the street? Seeing Su Haochen's indifferent look, Yuan Lin's heart was flooded with a glimmer of hope while she was worried. Perhaps, this new boss of his own could really handle the Lin family. So, Yuan Lin said, boss is so calm, I think he must be sure of how to deal with the Lin family. Su Haochen nodded. It's just the Lin family, no need to worry. In fact, Su Haochen didn't have much certainty. He didn't know anything about the Lin family. It's true to say that I'm not scared, because I'm still confident in my own strength, but to say that he could easily deal with it, Su Haochen himself didn't believe it. Thinking about Yang Dong and Yuan Lin, what kind of status they had, it was surprising that they would be that fearful of the Lin family, where Su Haochen was sure that he could easily deal with the Lin family. However, in front of his subordinates, Su Haochen still had to put on a show. One can't let himself lose face, and secondly, it also gives Yuan Lin a peace of mind. Boss, could it be that you are? Yuan Lin wanted to say something, but seemed to be afraid to say it. What am I? Su Haochen asked. Yuan Lin gathered her courage and said, could it be that you're from the Su family in Jinghua? Su Haochen didn't know what the Jinghua Su family was, but if he were to ask now, he would undoubtedly be exposing his ignorance. And the ignorant, more often than not, have little background status. But Su Haochen can't admit that he's some kind of Su family member, or he'll have a harder time explaining himself when he's exposed later. So, it was said in a pretense of sophistication. All you need to know is that I'm your boss, and you don't need to care about anything else. The words came out without anger, and the aura pressed Yuan Lin to feel a little breathless. He was busy standing up from the sofa and said with a grave expression, yes, I know, boss. Su Haochen smiled faintly, the tense atmosphere instantly easing, and with a wave of his hand, said, sit down, there's no need to be like this. Yuan Lin felt a bit uncomfortable with this instantaneous change in Su Haochen. But think about it, with people's status, it's easy to turn their hands to the clouds and turn their hands to the rain, not to mention controlling the atmosphere of such a small scene. Cannot help but to Su Haochen and deepen a few points of good feelings? Yuan Lin himself did not notice. She looked at this Su Haochen, her face slightly flushed. Yuan Lin carefully sat on the corner of the sofa, and Su Haochen also sat on the sofa. The two weren't far apart, but they weren't sitting side by side either. Tell me what's going on, Su Haochen said. So Yuan Lin told Su Haochen about what had happened this week. At first, there was some nervousness, but soon, the attitude of a strong woman at work was restored. The causes and consequences, the response programs, and the results of the response are all stated to the point. The entire debriefing lasted nearly 20 minutes, but there wasn't a word of nonsense, just a bit of stuttering at the very beginning. Su Haochen thought to himself that even he couldn't do such a wonderful work report, with such a strong woman, holding Mia for himself. Su Haochen was very relieved. Why did that damn Lin family have to intervene? Chapter 170. Are you sure you're the eldest son? Next, from Yuan Lin's description, Su Haochen knew what happened. On last Monday, the Lin family sent someone to call Yuan Lin and said they wanted $500,000 to buy Mia. Yuan Lin naturally refused, and the Lin family's side quickly revealed a fierce face, said she'd give Yuan Lin a week to think about it and either agree to the takeover or prepare for bankruptcy. So Yuan Lin had been negotiating hard. and had also sent some gifts to the Lin family in an attempt to beg for peace, but they were all thrown straight out. That's why Yuan Lin had been so busy dealing with the Lin family last week that she hadn't taken the time to call Su Haochen to congratulate him on his good results in the math competition. After a week of negotiations, which also remained inconclusive, the Lin family did not budge one bit. This morning, the Lin family called Yuan Lin and gave her an ultimatum. Tell Yuan Lin that she must give an answer by 5 o'clock tonight, or she'll have to start moving. Yuan Lin originally wanted to solve the problem herself, but now she had no choice but to call Su Haochen. Su Haochen didn't care that Yuan Lin didn't call her to say congratulations. If Yuan Lin didn't contact him today, he would have forgotten about Mia, a company that belonged to him. However, from Yuan Lin's description, Su Haochen heard a name, Lin Mengmei. This Lin Mengmei, who is she? Su Haochen asked. You don't know Lin Mengmei? Yuan Lin asked in surprise, even forgetting to call her boss. Is it necessary for me to recognize? Su Haochen asked rhetorically. Yuan Lin smiled awkwardly and said, perhaps, in your heart, this Lin Mengmei is also a minor character. Su Haochen smiled non-committally and said, I don't even recognize it, so naturally I don't know if it's a minor character. Yuan Lin explained, this Lin Mengmei is the eldest son of the Lin family's younger generation, and the first choice for future family head. Are you sure it's the eldest son? Su Haochen froze. You mean, this Lin Mengmei is a male? Yuan Lin froze and nodded, saying, yes, what's wrong? Nothing, Su Haochen said. It just doesn't feel like a male name. Yuan Lin nodded slightly. It's true that girls use the word mei more often nowadays, but, seeing Yuan Lin's hesitant look, Su Haochen asked, but what? Yuan Lin said, it's nothing. In the past they called plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum the four gentlemen, so it's nothing strange for a man to be named that. Suddenly, Su Haochen frowned and blurted out, what did you say? Yuan Lin was so scared that she hurriedly stood up and said nervously, old boss, what did I say wrong? The powerful woman who reigned over the shopping mall was actually trembling on both legs in front of Su Haochen, nearly falling down. Su Haochen took a deep breath and said to himself, plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum. Suddenly, Su Haochen looked at Yuan Lin and said, this Lin Mengmei, does she have a younger brother or sister named Lin Menglan? Yuan Lin nodded her head in a panic and said, yes, he has a younger brother, called Lin Menglan, who has been competing with him for the position of family head. Then, is there a sister named Lin Mengzhu? Su Haochen asked again. Yuan Lin shook her head and said, this I don't know. The younger generation of the Lin family, only the two of them are more famous. Su Haochen nodded, and his tightly wrinkled brows stretched, sighing, sit down. Yuan Lin didn't know what was wrong with Su Haochen, but she didn't dare to ask. Su Haochen's heart was in turmoil. If it was really related to Lin Mengzhu, then how was he going to face it? You rest first, Su Haochen said, standing up and walking towards the door. As he was about to leave the house, Su Haochen turned around and asked, did you say what I asked you to say to that side? Yuan Lin nodded and said, I've already told that side, and they didn't respond, they just hung up the phone. Su Haochen nodded and said, I know, you rest, leave this side to me, call me if anything happens. After Su Haochen finished speaking, he turned around and left the room. Yuan Lin, on the other hand, stood in front of the sofa with a baffled look on her face, not knowing what to do next. Forget it, have a good rest, Yuan Lin said to herself. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had gotten a good night's rest. I don't know what comes next, so I'll just have to let time give the answer. Now, even though she wanted to try to change, it was beyond her power. After running a bath comfortably, and then laying down on the soft bed, Yuan Lin unexpectedly unconsciously let out a moan. Su Haochen left the hotel, clutching his cell phone, hesitating to call Lin Mengzhu. Reason told him that this call should be made, and if it really had something to do with Lin Mengzhu, then asking her to mediate in the middle might turn a big deal into a small one. But sensuality was stopping him, not wanting to face Lin Mengzhu. Finally, reason has prevailed over sensibility. After all, there were still so many employees in the Mia group, and if something did go wrong, they would be the biggest victims. Dialing Lin Mengzhu's phone, the other side quickly picked up, but it wasn't Lin Mengzhu's voice. You're Su Haochen. Ha? It seems that you've already discovered my sister's identity. A man's voice came from the other side of the phone. Su Haochen frowned and said, are you Lin Mengmei? Or Lin Menglan? The other side of the phone laughed out loud. I'm quite well informed. I'm Lin Mengmei, Su Haochen said in a cold voice. Where's Lin Mengzhu? What have you done with her? The phone was suddenly hung up, and just as Su Haochen was about to call back, he received a WeChat video invitation. It's Lin Mengzhu's WeChat. Su Haochen connected the video and a girl appeared on the screen. It was Lin Mengzhu, only, at this point, she was tied to a chair, with tape over her mouth, and, apparently, Passed out. ICNM. She's your sister. How can you do this to her? Su Haochen growled. Lin Mengmei said. This is my family matter. There is no part for you to interrupt. If you are sensible, transfer all the businesses in your name to me, or else, suffer the consequences. Su Haochen cursed. I'll go to hell. Lin Mengmei, if you're a man, tell me where you are and let's talk face to face. Threatening me with a woman. What kind of man are you? Lin Mengmei laughed loudly and said. Threaten you? You think too highly of yourself. I knocked her out. I just didn't want her to get in the way. Threatening you? You deserve it. Su Haochen said with a grave expression on his face. You figured I'd guess her identity and call her, so you jumped the gun and tied her up, just waiting to talk to me. Lin Mengmei sneered. Sure is smart. Last time, if she hadn't gotten in the way, you'd be dead at the station. But this time, you won't be so lucky. Su Haochen froze. He naturally knew that the so-called last time, naturally, was the time he was framed and almost couldn't get out of the police station. Chapter 171 Pants-playing son of a, above. Su Haochen took a deep breath and silently said to himself, calm down, calm down. Being impulsive, he knew, would only lead to more trouble. Thus, Su Haochen resisted the urge to explode and calmly said, what exactly do you want? The video does not show Lin Mengmei's face, and the camera stays on Lin Mengzhu. Su Haochen directly turned off the video and switched to a voice call. He knew that the more he looked at Lin Mengzhu, the easier it would be for him to impulsively cause more trouble. Lin Mengmei's voice came out. I didn't expect that you would still be able to maintain your sanity in such a situation. It seems that I have underestimated you. Su Haochen gritted his teeth. Don't bull asterisk. Pick the point before I greet your whole family. Lin Mengmei laughed once again and said, greet my whole family? Whatever. I didn't expect you to be nice to me, either. Su Haochen forced himself to calm down and said, you want the property in my name? Fine. Name a place and we'll hand it over face to face. Of course, if you don't dare, forget it. What kind of bright and dark, yin and yang you have? Feel free to make it out, and I'll take it. Good. With vigor. Lin Mengmei's voice rose and she seemed to say with some excitement, not bad for a man my sister has her eye on. You've got me showing some interest in you. The fact that you can get me interested is already worth making you proud. I'll go to hell. Su Haochen couldn't bear it and directly opened his mouth to curse. Don't be a ing pussy. What do you think you are? That making you interested is something I should be proud of? I'm proud of you. Mother asterisk. Why are you acting like a ing pussy? You're not cut up down there, are you? Dare to meet with me. Tell me the place if you dare. Give me a quick word if you don't. Grind and whine there. Really shame on the bandwagon. That good old pussy is more painful than you. Su Haochen finished cursing and was in a soothing mood. Having endured it, he couldn't care less about the consequences. So what if you're the Lin family? So what if you have background and power? Am I Su Haochen a soft touch? This time, it was Lin Mengmei's turn to gnash his teeth, and in the verbal exchange, how could he be the opponent of the well-read Su Haochen? Besides, having been raised with respect, whoever dared to talk to him like that, he didn't need to talk to the opposite side of the street and curse. After holding her tongue for half a day, Lin Mengmei was so angry that she spat out a sentence. Dare to talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? Su Haochen knew that Lin Mengmei had already run out of words, and could even imagine Lin Mengmei's suffocating red face on the other side of the phone. The mood was very painful, and he laughed loudly. Shouldn't a pants-playing son of a like you always ask me if I know who your father is? If you say dude, it's kind of acceptable, but Su Haochen made it sound even worse. Playing with your pants? What do you mean by playing with your pants? You. Lin Mengmei clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth. Tell lousy where you are. The corner of Su Haochen's mouth spread a smile. Sure enough, this Lin Mengmei had already taken the bait. Su Haochen said indifferently. Ming Yang Hotel, opposite Simbak. I'm only waiting for you for half an hour. Now start the clock. Good son. Hurry up After Su Haochen finished speaking, he ignored Lin Mengmei's rant on the other side of the phone and directly hung up. Listening to Lin Mengmei's open-hearted laughter, Su Haochen knew that he wasn't the type of person with a deep city, and such rich kids, often brought up with dignity, are easily provoked. When angered, you don't choose to have someone come to your door, you choose to bring someone to the table. In this way, Su Haochen not only solved Lin Mengmei's advantage of waiting for a rabbit, but also took the opportunity to save Lin Mengzhu. It was just that his own side was the one who had to wait here for Lin Mengmei, and besides, he didn't really know where Lin Mengzhu was being held. So, Su Haochen called Ling Yutong, the policewoman he knew before. Ling Yutong quickly picked up the phone and said with a smile, Brother Haochen, finally remembered your sister? Listening to Ling Yutong's tone full of teasing, Su Haochen, however, was not in the least bit in the mood to flirt with her and said to himself, I know that the ones who set me up last time were from the Lin family, and this time, there's come to trouble me. Oh, are you sure? Ling Yutong said with a straight face. Yes, I've already talked to Lin Mengmei on the phone, Su Haochen said. Ling Yutong's brows knitted. Lin Mengmei? The young generation family head candidate? He's involved too? Su Haochen said. Yes, not only is he involved, this time, he's the mastermind. What about last time? Ling Yutong asked. Was it him last time too? Su Haochen shook his head. I wasn't sure last time, but it definitely has nothing to do with the Lin family. Ling Yutong was just about to say something when Su Haochen directly grabbed the words. That's not important right now. I'll take care of my own business. I'm calling you because I need a favor from the police force. Ling Yutong said. What kind of favor? Tell me. I'll do my best. I don't know if you have enough authority. Su Haochen was a bit hesitant. Naturally, he wanted Ling Yutong to help locate Lin Mengju's phone, just like he had done before when he was at home, looking for Su Yuchen's workplace. However, he contacted director Lu Wenhua at that time, but Ling Yutong was just a captain. The previous director, Du Jiangwo, must have turned himself in and gone in, and it's still unknown who it is now. Ling Yutong said, I'm now a deputy director. I should have enough authority. If I can't, I'll look for help from above. Just as Su Haochen was about to explain the situation, he found a call coming in, subconsciously glancing at it. If it was someone else, Su Haochen would definitely not care now. However, on the caller ID was Lin Mengju. Wait a moment, I'll call you back. Su Haochen finished and picked up Lin Mengju's phone. Ling Yutong's side then stayed paused, leaving Ling Yutong confused. Su Haochen didn't think the call was from Lin Mengju, and said in a bad mood, say something, fart something, Su Haochen, go quickly, don't wait there. Inside the phone, unexpectedly, Lin Mengju's voice came. Lin Mengju? Su Haochen was surprised. How come it's you? You're not. Su Haochen just wanted to say, you're not tied up, but the words were directly snatched away by Lin Mengju. Leave me alone for a moment. Now get out of there and don't wait to die. As for him trying to rob your estate, I'll take care of it for you and make sure you don't suffer a bit. Listen to me. Now hurry up and get out of here. Good man. Su Haochen knew that Lin Mengju was definitely doing it for his own good. Feeling that he couldn't take any advantage in front of Lin Mengmei, so they tried to persuade him to take shelter for a while, and to stay in the Green Hills without worrying about firewood. But the current Su Haochen was not the cowardly poor boy he was back then. Thank you for your kindness, Su Haochen said. You're off the hook for now on this one. It's going to take me and him facing each other eventually. I would like to see how powerful your Lin family really is. Just how strong is your Lin family's young generation's candidate for family head? Chapter 172 Pants playing son of a, below. Why can't you listen to human words? Lin Mengju shouted excitedly. It had obviously been anxious and even a little angry. You pay attention to your own safety, Su Haochen said. Stop letting Lin Mengmei tie you up. If he doesn't threaten me with you then I have nothing to worry about. Lin Mengju wanted to say something else on her side, but under hesitation, she didn't open her mouth and simply said, well then, stay safe and hurry up and get more people to protect you. He brought 6 men with him, each of whom was an expert of 20 years power, and he himself had 40 years power. I know you know martial arts too, so these are not new to you. Be prepared. I don't really care if he's dead or alive, but I don't want anything to happen to you. Lin Mengju's voice softened, but it caused Su Haochen's heart to tremble. This Lin Mengju, could it be that in her heart, I am more important than her brother? Su Haochen thought in his heart, but then she remembered that her brother, who was not a human being, could tie his sister to a chair like that. I'm afraid that he was no longer a relative in Lin Mengju's heart, but an enemy. While Su Haochen didn't say anything on his side, Lin Mengju quietly hung up the phone and muttered to herself, why is he so stubborn? Could it be? Does he have any more cards? Impossible. He only has 20 years of kung fu. He can barely even handle the bodyguards around him. Lin Mengju's heart is in turmoil, wanting to hurry to rescue Su Haochen, but her own sister, now alive or dead, was also waiting for her to rescue her. Between Su Haochen and Lin Mengmei, Lin Mengju could choose to help Su Haochen without hesitation, but when it came to her own biological sister, she couldn't manage to ignore her sister's life and death to help Su Haochen. Seeing the certainty in his tone, I think he must have some backstabbing, Lin Mengju thought in her heart. So, she decided to go to her sister first anyway. So, how was Lin Mengju able to call Su Haochen, and why was she tied up here by Lin Mengmei? It started back in the morning. Lin Mengmei called Lin Mengju and said, if you want your sister to live, come to me at Lin's house. The Lin family he was talking about was naturally the Lin family's base in Zhanghai, and Lin Mengju knew about that place as well. But when Lin Mengju arrives, he doesn't see his sister and is instead threatened by Lin Mengmei. Lin Mengmei said to her, you'd better be good and listen to me, or else you'll never see her again. Lin Mengju said with a cold face, what do you want? Lin Mengmei said, I know that in terms of martial arts, I can't beat you even if I practiced for the rest of my life, but right now, you have to listen to me. Lin Mengju said. Cut the crap. What exactly do you want in order to release her? Lin Mengmei laughed out loud, looking at Lin Mengju, who didn't dare to resist in the slightest. He was unrestrained. So, he had Lin Mengju tied back to the chair. Lin Mengju didn't dare to resist and could only allow Lin Mengmei's men to tie herself up. Lin Mengmei knew that with Lin Mengju's martial arts, ordinary ropes could not bind her. He tied up Lin Mengju, actually to show Su Haochen. Originally, Lin Mengju was already not resisting, and if Lin Mengmei wanted her to pass out, she only needed to point her sleeping points. But, Lin Mengmei was petty and wanted to humiliate Lin Mengju a bit. So, he ordered his men to cover Lin Mengju's mouth and nose with a towel to make her unconscious. Within a short while, Lin Mengju's head hung down softly. It was not planted because it was tied to a chair. Lin Mengmei laughed loudly, as if everything was within his grasp. However, he had really underestimated Lin Mengju too much. Being favored by the Lin family's old master and known as a genius that would not be encountered in 1,000 years, how could he be allowed to be reckoned with? After Lin Mengmei and Su Haochen ended their call and took the people away, Lin Mengju felt for a moment to make sure that no one was around, and then snapped her eyes open. And then, with a casual movement of his true chi, he shattered the rope. Lin Mengmei didn't take Lin Mengju's phone. He thought Lin Mengju wouldn't wake up. The first thing Lin Mengju thought of was to remind Su Haochen not to get tough with Lin Mengmei for the time being. Which thought, Su Haochen didn't listen to her at all. Thus, Lin Mengju could only pray that Su Haochen had some kind of backhand, and was able to not suffer in front of Lin Mengmei. Then, picking up his cell phone, he dialed another number. With her own strength, it was impossible to find her sister, who was hidden by Lin Mengmei. It can only be done with the help of the family. Faster! Faster! Lin Mengmei sat in the car and kept roaring angrily. The two cars flew through the streets of Shanghai. Although they were not as good as Su Haochen's Wind God and Poison, they were definitely top-notch luxury cars. As a result, people and cars on the street are ducking and traveling at speeds already in excess of 120 miles per hour. But Lin Mengmei was still not satisfied, and he was harboring a fire in his heart, itching to get in front of Su Haochen right away, then beat the snot out of him and watch him fall to his knees and beg for mercy. Of course, this could only occur in his imagination. In front of Simbak, two luxury cars stopped. Su Haochen slightly sneered. He knew that people were coming. He didn't care, though, and sipped his coffee to himself. Communicating with the system and using the detection technique, he discovered that Lin Mengmei's battle power was less than 10,000. As for the 6 bodyguards, there were only a little over 3,000, and it was not clear who was protecting whom. However, Lin Mengmei had a 9 heavenly thunderpalm in the skill section, and it was at the proficient level. The name intrigued Su Haochen. Imposing. Associating this Lin Mengmei's identity, Su Haochen guessed that this should be their family heirloom martial art. As for Lin Mengmei's other skills, Su Haochen just glanced at them and lost interest. In Su Haochen's consciousness, the stronger the martial art, the more domineering the name should be. Therefore, Su Haochen was only interested in the 9 heavenly thunder palm. Others, such as the running thunder fist and wild wind kick, he just casually glanced at them. System, that 9 heavenly thunder palm of his, can I copy it? Su Haochen asked. Not at the moment, the system responded. And just as Su Haochen felt a bit disappointed, the system said again, Master hasn't drawn a lottery yet today. He can draw the super enlightenment of being unforgettable and integrated. That would be fine. So, is there still going to be a mandatory mission? Su Haochen asked. Of course, that's the rule, the system replied. Su Haochen was still a bit hesitant. After all, there were already 2 mandatory tasks in his hands now, as well as a system task. If we add another one, it's fine if it's allowed to be longer. If it's still a 10-day mission, then, after hesitating for a while, rich and powerful, if you have such super enlightenment, then whatever you do in the future will go much smoother. Okay, system. Su Haochen made up his mind. I accept. Draw the lottery. Right at this moment, the son who was playing with his pants had already walked up to Su Haochen. ______.